Chapter 1. 3 years before the apocalypse. Chen Lin was a rare all-attribute psyker in the post-apocalyptic world. With her moon goddess squad, she established the Yunqi base at the top of Yunqi Mountain, the highest peak in the country. Survivors from across the nation and even the world gathered at Yunqi base, making Chen Lin the undisputed leader of the surviving human race. But she wasn't happy. In the base, every day she saw couples and families together, but inside she felt hollow. Once, she too had family and love. But alas, a flash of cold light crossed Chen Lin's lovely almond eyes. It was her own foolishness that cost her everything. If only she had another chance, she wouldn't miss them this time. She glanced back at Yunqi base one last time. Full of life, it seemed to completely exclude its queen. Chen Lin felt such a life was meaningless. She pulled the trigger on the grenade clutched in her hand. After a thunderous explosion, there was a deep crater where Chen Lin had been. Chen Lin felt like she was trapped in a dream from which she couldn't awaken. In this dream, she was an observer as her best friend Jiao Rui smiled brightly and acted charmingly in front of Long Yang. In the dream, Jiao Rui harshly condemned Long Yang for being arrogant and ruthless. In the dream, she returned home, finding her grandparents seated on the couch while her parents stood by their sides. Watching this scene as an outsider, tears welled up in her eyes. These were the exact scenes she had replayed in her dreams over and over again during the apocalypse. Long Yang had died early in the apocalypse, her grandparents and parents had perished soon after it began. She had been alone ever since, until she ended her life with the grenade. Is this a dream? If it's a dream, why is grandmother smiling? Chen Lin stood by the door with her school bag slung over her shoulder, looking at 4 people watching TV on the couch. Is this a dream? Her heavy backpack didn't feel like a dream. Her grandfather's resonant laughter felt so real. When Shichu is such a fool. Castrating himself, how could he do that? Her grandmother shook her head repeatedly. I used to love Dr. Wen so much, but now, alas, he has turned into public servant Wen. Mother Song Xiaomai glanced back at Chen Lin standing by the doorway. Why are you just standing there? Go wash your hands. Grandpa and Grandma have already waited for so long. Chen Lin wandered into the bathroom and washed her hands absent-mindedly. The icy water felt far too real to be a dream. Father Chen Zhihai helped his wife set the food on the dining table. Mom and Dad, come eat dinner. I've paused the show, we'll continue watching after we finish eating. Grandfather Chen Sheng waved his hand. Tomorrow, when Linlin goes to school, we can watch it again. Let's not disturb her studying. It's a very important year before the college entrance exam. College entrance exam? Chen Lin sat hazily by the table. On the table lay her favorite braised fish dish, and on the TV, the show Empresses in the Palace that her father had recorded for her grandparents. She remembered this was the year she took the college entrance exam. 3 years before the apocalypse. How could this be possible? Wasn't she supposed to be dead after detonating the grenade? Chen Lin bit her tongue. It hurt. This isn't a dream. An overwhelming surge of sadness bubbled up within her chest, and Chen Lin broke down in tears. Through blurred vision, she saw the family members she could once only meet in her dreams. Suddenly standing up, she cried out. Grandma, Grandpa, Mom, Dad, I'm finished eating. I'll go study first. Song Xiaomai looked strangely at her daughter. What's wrong with her today? Don't worry, Chen Sheng stopped his daughter-in-law. Let's eat. The Gaokao is coming up. She's under pressure, let's not bother her. Rushing back into her room, Chen Lin covered her mouth. In the past life, she always thought her grandparents and parents neglected her. But she never realized they were simply trying not to disturb her. This family, full of love, how could she think of herself as someone unloved? Chen Zhihai quietly approached his daughter's room. Lining, you didn't eat much tonight. I left a box of milk outside your door. Chen Lin abruptly yanked open the door, her eyes red-rimmed. Dad, I will definitely get into Imperial Capital University, you'll see. In her past life, she intentionally chose a distant university to escape from her family, Imperial Capital University. In this lifetime, it wasn't about running away from the family, but living up to the family's expectations. If she could make it last time, she certainly could this time. Hearing this, Chen Zhihai smiled with relief and patted his daughter's head. Once you get in, I'll buy you a laptop. Chen Lin blurted out, Dad, if I make it, just give me the money so I can manage it myself. Before Chen Zhihai could reply, Chen Sheng chimed in, alright, Grandpa will decide. If you pass, I'll give you the money for the laptop as a bonus. The only condition is that you save it and don't spend it recklessly. Thank you, Grandpa. I will definitely get in, Chen Lin promised. In her previous life, Dad had bought her a laptop while Grandpa took the whole family on a 1-week vacation by the sea. 3 years later came the apocalypse. Now, she didn't have any psyker abilities. Her family was an ordinary middle-class household. Without money, they wouldn't be able to stockpile supplies. She needed to figure out how to earn some cash and gather what the family would need to survive. Upon hearing Chen Lin's assurance, Chen Sheng laughed heartily. If you can get into Imperial Capital University, I'll pay for us all to go to the beach for a few days. Just like before, Chen Lin helped her grandfather sit on the couch. Grandpa, you'd better prepare the money, I'll definitely get in. Back in her room studying, Chen Lin didn't hear Song Xiaomai mutter, this child still seems a bit strange, why? The door shut off everything outside, and Chen Lin pulled out the old textbook. But her mind wandered back to university when Long Yang was her classmate. She couldn't remember when exactly she first saw him. Furrowing her brow deep in thought, she suddenly recalled. Yes, it was during that trip after the college entrance exams. A tall boy had rescued a drowning woman and administered CPR. That boy was Long Yang, the woman he saved was his mother. Chen Lin chuckled at herself, it was her own foolishness again. Long Yang was given to her by destiny, yet she had pushed him away with her own hand. In this lifetime, Long Yang remained a stranger to her. Chen Lin forced herself to focus entirely on her books. She had to re-enter Imperial Capital University, and this time, she wouldn't let Long Yang slip away. As for her best friend who wanted to step on her to rise higher, in this life, no way would she allow it. With 3 years until the apocalypse, she would be fully prepared, keeping her family safe and guiding them through it all the way to Yunqi Mountain. With the memory of her past life intact, Chen Lin found that she remembered the material in the books clearly, as though she had read them not long ago. I mustn't rely solely on memory, Chen Lin told herself. I must enter Imperial Capital University. Long Yang, in this life, I won't let you go. Chapter 2, Turns out everyone can be a drama queen. Chen Lin, carrying her heavy school bag, walked into the familiar campus she hadn't seen in a long time. Familiar faces passed by, occasionally blending with the zombies in her memory, yet still radiating with the charm of youth. That was it, 3 years before the apocalypse. No one had become a zombie yet. After composing herself, Chen Lin entered the classroom. She thought she would feel bewildered or hesitant, but to her surprise, after sitting down, she felt surprisingly calm. A bottle of nutritional soy milk and a breakfast lay inside her desk drawer. This time, unlike in her previous life, she didn't pick them up and return them to their original owner. Instead, she casually glanced at Jiao Rui, her good classmate and best friend. In her past life, they both went to their current high school and later attended Capital University together. It was her who shared everything she learned bit by bit with Jiao Rui, her playful and last-minute studying best friend, which helped her enter Capital University with a score almost as high as hers. But from that seemingly casual glance, she saw pure jealousy flashing in Jiao Rui's eyes. Not simple envy, but deep hatred. As soon as Chen Lin looked at her, Jiao Rui immediately bowed her head, pretending to read, while keeping an eye on Chen Lin. Chen Lin picked up her breakfast and soy milk and approached Su Shengming. I've already eaten breakfast, I'll keep the soy milk. Thank you. In her previous life, after the apocalypse broke out, apart from Jiao Rui and a few classmates she wasn't very close to, she never met any other classmates again. She assumed most of them must have died early in the chaos. Su Shengming was fully prepared for being rejected by Chen Lin. Everyone knew that Chen Lin never accepted advances from guys. Seeing Chen Lin standing in front of him without embarrassing him, his eyes lit up. It's our final year. Work hard and get into university. You're so smart, I'm sure you can make it. Once you're in university, you'll find out that I, Chen Lin, am just an ordinary girl from a small city. Chen Lin smiled at Su Shengming. You're handsome, your family background is great, don't waste resources or disappoint your family's expectations. Among the students nearby, some jeered, while others booed directly. Shengming, you've been rejected again. Just focus on your exams. Stop teasing. What Chen Lin said is right, getting into university is the most important thing now. Su Shengming gestured for silence around him. Chen Lin, tell me which university you plan to attend. I'll take you as my role model. The Su family was the wealthiest household in Stone City, and he himself was considered the handsome school heartthrob. Many pretty girls in school had dated him. Jiao Rui was no exception, but why did plain-looking Chen Lin attract Su Shengming? Only heaven knows. Chen Lin detested playboys like Su Shengming. However, at this moment, she didn't let her disgust show on her face. Instead, she smiled and said, Rui and I are going to apply for Capital University. Come on, Su Shengming. Then she shook the nutritional soy milk in her hand. Thanks. Capital University. Su Shengming slumped on his desk in defeat, then angrily threw the breakfast Chen Lin returned into the trash can. There's no way I'll ever get into Capital University in this life. Chen Lin smiled faintly. I'll ask Rui to copy my study notes onto the blackboard every day so we can all study together. Hopefully, everyone will get into their dream schools. Jiao Rui was good at playing the understanding best friend, but Chen Lin wasn't interested in such theatrics anymore. Having witnessed all sorts of pretenses in her previous life, her emotions were reserved only for her family, Long Yang, and the Moon Goddess team. Nothing else could shake her now. Jiao Rui put down her textbook and cheered excitedly, lining, that's wonderful. If I have your review notes, I'm sure I can get into Capital University. Chen Lin found this extremely ironic. In her previous life, when Jiao Rui said these words, it was just the two of them. Jiao Rui copied her notes while saying this. Now, not only did Chen Lin say this, she actually handed over her notebook to Jiao Rui. At the sight of this, several girls quickly gathered around. Jiao Rui, let us see. Lend it to me so I can copy it. No one noticed that Chen Lin, the rightful owner of the notes, was standing nearby. Nor did anyone notice the mockery in Chen Lin's eyes. Last night, she remembered the notes incident and spent several hours creating a set of fake notes. This was her first big gift to her manipulative best friend, also known as a white lotus. In this lifetime, Jiao Rui will never step into Capital University. Hearing this, Jiao Rui immediately shouted excitedly, lining, that's great. If I have your review points, I'm confident I can get into Capital University. Apparently noticing Chen Lin, who was alone, Su Shengming walked over and sat beside her, lining, "How about this, I'll pay you to tutor me." Upon hearing this, Chen Lin instinctively wanted to decline. But then she thought about the supplies collection matter, and the rejection on the tip of her tongue turned into, specialized courses, 2,000 a month, second-tier colleges, 4,000, first-tier, 5,000, 4 key universities, if you specify which university, it's 6,000 a month. Chen Lin's gone mad. A student nearby overheard her quote and was immediately astonished. The best college entrance exam tutoring class in Stone City only cost 1,500 a month. Chen Lin, have you lost your mind over money? Why don't you just become Brother Ming's girlfriend if you're short on cash? Su Shengming's eyes gleamed. All of you shut up. Do you even know that if I don't get into a first-tier university, I'll be sent abroad? Who wants to go somewhere strange where I won't know anyone? A girl named Li, who had been preparing to copy notes, turned around. Chen Lin, you're asking too much. If it were cheaper, I'd sign up. Chen Lin smiled without answering. For one thing, she was extremely confident that she could get into the capital university. In her past life, Jiao Rui managed to enter after cramming with her notes just before the exam. For another reason, having experienced the exams from her previous lifetime, she knew the questions well. Chen Lin, are you bluffing? Are you really that sure? Hu Jiangquan, a boy, couldn't believe it. Though Chen Lin was known for being good at studying, these words lacked credibility. While copying notes at an accelerated pace, Jiao Rui silently mocked Chen Lin for being overly arrogant. It was uncertain whether Chen Lin herself could even pass. There are only 3 months left until the college entrance exam, including summer vacation, Chen Lin calmly analyzed. That's just less than 20,000, even if we assume each month costs 6,000 yuan. Not to mention, if you don't make it into university, how much will your family spend on sending you to extra classes? How much will repeating the year cost? What if you repeat but still can't pass? And even if you repeat, are you sure you'll definitely get accepted? I'll cover the tuition fees for repeating if any student Chen Lin tutors doesn't make it into university. Su Shengming climbed onto his desk suddenly, raising his voice. Brother Ming may lack many things, but money isn't one of them. I guarantee lining. Suddenly, a thought occurred to Chen Lin. Su Shengming acted nonchalantly as though he was pursuing her, but his true intention might very well be wanting her to tutor him. He just couldn't bring himself to ask directly due to his spoiled nature. If she agreed to be his girlfriend, he could review together with her openly. Chapter 3, The Scholar and the Tutoring Class. Su Shengming pointed at WN Feng, take a sheet of paper. Whoever wants to sign up, write it down. Zhongkuan, go around the other classes and promote this. Collect the money from whoever wants to join. Even though in her past life, she deeply disliked Su Shengming's materialism, at this moment, Chen Lin couldn't help but secretly give him a mental thumbs up. She was desperately short on cash, and Su Shengming's move reached right into her heart. With Su Shengming guaranteeing the funds, Chen Lin found it hard to keep pretending to be aloof. Jiao Rui can testify that I don't actually study all that seriously normally. The reason I do so well in every exam is because I know how to guess the questions. She laid the groundwork today so that when she reveals her guessing for the college entrance exam, it won't come as too abrupt. Since everyone seems hesitant, I'll guess the topics for next week's first mock exam. You can revise accordingly, and then decide after you see your mock exam results. However, by that time, I'll have to raise my prices, 2,500 yuan for junior colleges, 5,000 for second-tier universities, 7,000 for top universities, and 9,000 for key university. Lin, I want to sign up now. I aim for a top university. Su Shengming called to WN Feng, right number 1, Su Shengming, goal a top university, 5,000. A few classmates with better financial backgrounds signed up subsequently. When Zhongkuan came back, he had brought a few more students, 2 of whom intended to apply for key universities. But they all expressed that they would only pay after seeing Chen Lin's ability to predict test questions in the mock exam. Chen Lin smiled until her eyes squinted and took out a sheet of paper she had prepared in advance. Su Shengming, copy this onto the blackboard. Next week, I'll wait for the payments. The few classmates who came along took what Su Shengming copied onto the blackboard back to their own classes. After the results of the mock exam a week later were released, almost all the students scored about 20% higher than usual. The 7 students who signed up in the first batch hesitated not at all before transferring the money to Chen Lin's Alipay. By the end, 37 students across the entire senior grade had enrolled. After collecting the tutoring fees, Chen Lin had turned into a little rich girl. Su Shengming provided a set of idle housing at his home for Chen Lin to use as a classroom. By the time Chen Lin's tutoring class officially opened, there were already 61 students enrolled. And 1 freeloading student, Jiao Rui. The holiday passed quickly with tutoring under Chen Lin's guidance. For the second mock exam, Chen Lin also predicted the questions. The significant improvement in the students' scores drew the attention of the school administration. Learning that Chen Lin was helping the students prepare for exams, the school leaders chose to turn a blind eye. Some of the leaders' children were also studying with Chen Lin. The progress in their children, which everyone could clearly see, made it impossible for anyone to criticize Chen Lin. Every day after finishing her lectures, Chen Lin calculated her wealth. Out of the 61 students, 60 had paid, and her Alipay now held 210,000 yuan. For Chen Lin, who was merely a high school student, 210,000 was indeed a lot. But facing the endless post-apocalyptic world and the enormous consumption of supplies, 210,000 wasn't even enough to make a ripple. She had to quickly use this 210,000 to generate more wealth. 3 years wasn't that long a time after all. After school every day, Chen Lin took several students who wanted to attend key universities home for an extra hour of tutoring. Her small room couldn't fit them all. Grandpa Chen Shang and Grandma simply went out for a walk, leaving the living room for them. Song Xiaomai looked at her daughter, who had already taken on a teacher-like manner, with some concern. Won't Lin be wasting time that she could spend studying? Instructing others while also reinforcing her own knowledge, I think our daughter is doing well. At such a critical juncture, she still knows how to help her classmates. Chen Zhihai smiled contentedly. Chen Lin didn't dare to laugh. In front of her, these classmates whom she claimed to help generously were being squeezed for quite a bit of money. She was now pondering how to use this sum of money to make more. Qin Lu raised her hand. Chen Lin, I can't solve this function problem. Let me take a look. Chen Lin walked over, but instead of directly explaining the problem to Qin Lu, she asked, tell me first, what is your solution approach? Several people nearby immediately gathered to see Qin Lu's question. This pattern had appeared many times already. If one student had doubts, the rest would listen together and analyze together, thinking about how they would approach the problem themselves. My idea is like this. Qin Lu explained her train of thought. Zhong Qiong looked at her practice book. My thoughts are exactly the same as Qin Lu's. Chen Lin said, solving math problems is like playing a riddle game. Sometimes, certain conditions might be traps. Their actual role is to mislead you. Once you're misled, there's no way to solve the problem. I get it, Lin Hui said. Before solving this type of problem, first sift through the conditions, important ones, secondary ones, and those that don't matter. Clever, you need to know how to apply one principle in many ways. Chen Lin was generous with praise for her temporary students. No one is smarter than another, nor does anyone have a brain that weighs thousands of grams more. That's an alien. A few classmates laughed. Everyone says you're a stiff nerd, but actually, you're not rigid at all. That's right, after hanging out with you for so long, you're actually quite interesting. Chen Lin smiled. There's a saying, seeing is believing. She turned around before the students. Not only am I not rigid, but I also have a great business mind. The classmates had all witnessed how adept Chen Lin was at adjusting prices based on demand. One classmate even joined halfway because they saw their friend improving rapidly. After exchanging glances, several of them concluded that the person who called Chen Lin rigid must have been Gao Rui. Chen Lin noticed their expressions. What? Do you have something to say? Qin Lu cautiously said, Chen Lin, although you are somewhat money-obsessed, your teaching is really good. You should keep your distance from Gao Rui, since your personalities differ and you don't share much in common. They almost directly told Chen Lin that Gao Rui was two-faced. Chen Lin chuckled bitterly. Everyone else knew what was going on, yet she had realized it only long after the apocalypse began. It was indeed a miracle that someone as dull as her hadn't perished during the apocalypse. Chen Lin, just pretend I didn't say anything. Qin Lu thought Chen Lin was upset and quickly added, I'll get back to my problems. A harsh truth is sometimes hard to hear. I understand, thank you, Chen Lin said. Seeing that Chen Lin wasn't angry, Qin Lu continued, I was really worried you'd get mad and refuse to guess questions for me. How could I do that? I have to at least deserve your tuition. Chen Lin moved to the center of the group and seriously asked, after over 2 months of tutoring, you should all know the extent of your own improvement, right? As everyone nodded, Chen Lin gave a relieved smile. A sense of urgency filled the air. The exam was only a few days away, and the group was most concerned about Chen Lin's prediction of the test questions. After multiple mock exams, no one doubted the accuracy of Chen Lin's predictions anymore. In the past, I only taught you how to lay down foundations, but never touched on psychological preparation, Chen Lin said. The college entrance exam is merely a large-scale mock test, except the stakes for this exam are higher. Keep your mindset right. If you panic, even the problems you know how to solve will seem impossible. And if anyone deliberately performs poorly, well, redoing the year comes at a cost, and I take no responsibility for that. After hearing this, the students laughed, and the anxiety in their hearts surprisingly dissipated. Chapter 4, The Old Fox and the Little Fox. Chen Lin saw everyone relax and said, the day before the exam, come to me for tomorrow's exam predicted questions. If you don't keep it confidential, and someone else gets into a key school while you only get into a second-tier university, don't blame me. You are familiar with all types of questions, so predicting the exam now means guessing the types of questions. Everyone, go back and have a good rest for a few days. See you before the exam. When she heard her daughter was helping others predict the exam, Song Xiaomai felt tense. How could this girl not worry that others might get accepted while pushing her out? After her daughter's classmates left, Song Xiaomai tapped her daughter's forehead. Silly girl, don't you worry about failing the exam? Not at all. Chen Lin was very confident. I've been first in several mock exams, so I am very confident. This confidence comes from strength, not arrogance. The college entrance exam arrived on schedule, and every student in the tutoring class followed what Chen Lin had said, coming the day before the exam to get her predicted questions. Gao Rui noticed that Chen Lin was teaching based on her notebook and found similar questions in her notebook from previous mock exams. She didn't come to the tutoring class anymore for the next month nor asked Chen Lin for the predicted questions. This time, Chen Lin didn't even want Gao Rui to be admitted to the same school and major as her because she didn't want Gao Rui to act cute in front of Longyang again. Plain-looking herself, she was dwarfed by the charmingly cute Jiao Rui. She also couldn't understand why Long Yang from her previous life liked someone like herself who looked like an ugly duckling. After the exam, the students in the tutoring class estimated their ideal scores. Chen Lin did not estimate her score, and she only had one option for her application. After the exam, no one in the family asked how Chen Lin did. At this moment, Chen Lin felt that this was a trust in her, unlike her past feeling that everyone disliked her. While waiting for the results, she watched empresses in the palace with her grandparents. She learned cooking from her mother, and when she had nothing to do, she went to the repair shop where her father Chen Zhihai worked to watch them repair cars. During the period of waiting for the results, Jiao Rui and her family went abroad for a trip, just like in the previous life. She returned after getting the results. On the contrary, Su Shengming came to see Chen Lin several times and invited her to hang out. After estimating his score, he had no problem getting into a second-tier university, and there was even a possibility of being adjusted to a provincial key university. However, this time, Jiao Rui returned early. Chen Lin's plan to go to the repair shop with her father was disrupted by Jiao Rui's uninvited appearance. Lining, I'm so nervous, what should I do? Jiao Rui lay on Chen Lin's bed as if she were at home. In her previous life, Chen Lin liked playing with Jiao Rui because she only had Jiao Rui as a friend. After experiencing life and death, she discovered that Jiao Rui was actually impolite and self-centered. Her former self would never have noticed these things. After the exam is done, why be so anxious? In the worst case, retake it, Chen Lin said before Jiao Rui could speak. After reading my notes, shouldn't you estimate a pretty high score? Passing the key threshold should be fine. Alas, it's hard to explain. Jiao Rui sat up, pulling Chen Lin. Let's check the results today. Even though she said she had no confidence, Jiao Rui's face showed no disappointment. Chen Lin had a strong feeling, could Jiao Rui be reborn too? If so, getting rid of Jiao Rui would be difficult. The list at school had already been published. Before entering the school, they saw a banner saying our school's top scorer, Chen Lin, scored 795 points. 795 points. Jiao Rui clutched Chen Lin's arm, using such force that her fingers almost dug into Chen Lin's flesh. You scored this high? You should be about the same as me, Chen Lin said. In her previous life, Jiao Rui and her scores were quite close. People checking the list were everywhere. Upon discovering Chen Lin, nearly everyone applauded her. Amazing, the top scorer of the college entrance exam. Chen Lin, I got into my dream school, thank you. Qin Lu rushed over, grabbing Chen Lin and shaking her a bit. You're truly an exam god. Su Shengming leaned on the list, kissing the name of the first place holder a few times. Chen Lin, you are my goddess, if anything happens to you in the future, just let me know. Su Shengming, can you stop being disgusting? Chen Lin pulled her arm away from Jiao Rui without showing any reaction, revealing finger marks on the inside of her arm. She saw Jiao Rui's score on the list, 609 points, barely reaching the threshold for first-tier universities. For some reason, Chen Lin sighed in relief. Fortunately, Jiao Rui wasn't reborn. These are my spontaneous feelings. Su Shengming was so excited that he almost jumped up and down. I can go to university in the capital city. I won't have to go to a ghost place anymore. I'll treat everyone at the farewell dinner tonight. Seeing everyone else beaming with joy, Jiao Rui became unhappy, her face drooping. I estimated 700 points for myself. I clearly reviewed all those question types. How come I scored so little? The students from the tutoring class came up to thank Chen Lin. Chen Lin politely refused their gratitude. This is the result of your hard work. The credit belongs to you. I didn't do much. The teaching affairs director had been waiting for Chen Lin. Seeing how modest the top scorer of the college entrance exam was, he smiled widely. Classmate Chen Lin, please come to my office. As Chen Lin followed the teaching affairs director, she clearly heard Jiao Rui's curse. How could this ugly beast Chen Lin score so well? Since returning from the apocalypse, she discovered that not only had her memory improved, but her vision and hearing were also several times more sensitive than before. Chen Lin did not turn around. She didn't want to see Jiao Rui's hateful expression. In the future, she had plenty of gifts prepared for Jiao Rui. This was just an appetizer. Teaching affairs director Jiao Shengjun smiled kindly and even poured a cup of tea for Chen Lin. Classmate Chen Lin, since your tutoring class has been so successful, do you have any plans to open another high school preparatory tutoring class during the holiday? This old fox, Chen Lin thought. This year's college entrance exam brought both fame and profit to the school, and he was still unsatisfied. Of course, the school will provide the venue, and the tutoring fees will be yours. Seeing that Chen Lin remained silent, Jiao Shengjun quickly added, my son Jiao Liang being able to reach the first-tier threshold this time is all thanks to you. As a school leader and as a parent, we really hope you can pass on your successful experiences. Do the tutoring fees really belong to me? Chen Lin didn't trust Jiao Shengjun. Words alone wouldn't suffice. If he denies it later, she'll end up working for free. With her financial situation being extremely tight, Chen Lin couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. Besides studying and fighting zombies, she couldn't do anything else. I led the tutoring class partly because I wanted my classmates to achieve good results and partly because I needed the money. High Director surely knows about my family situation. Ordinary. If I earn some income, it would ease our burden at home. The school understands. Before this encounter, Jiao Shengjun thought Chen Lin was just academically excellent. After getting to know her better, he realized that she was no ordinary person. Rest assured, the school will immediately hand over the tutoring fees to you as soon as we receive them. Chen Lin frowned, looking very hesitant. The summer vacation is 2 months long, you only need to allocate 1 month. Gao Shengjun cursed Chen Lin as a little fox in his heart while assuring her repeatedly, you decide the start date, the school will provide classrooms. What about the large tiered classroom? The audio-visual classroom. Chapter 5, the cold shoulder image is fake. Chen Lin hesitated for quite a while before agreeing. She was fully aware of the importance of teasing anticipation, and she had indeed done it. Gao Shengjun agreed with her on the tutoring fee of 2,000 yuan per student. The class would start 1 week after she received her admission notice. This time at the seaside trip, Longyang, she absolutely wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. As soon as Chen Lin agreed, Gao Shengjun immediately advertised the fact that the top scorer of the college entrance exam would be offering a tutoring class to share exam-taking experiences. Chen Lin hadn't even reached the place where the red posters were hung, but her tutoring classes were almost fully booked already. Su Shengming, I also checked Chen Lin's notebook, so why did I only score this much? Gao Rui pulled Su Shengming aside. Look at her notes, isn't she keeping some secrets from us? I also scored more than 600 points. That's because I paid 4,000 yuan. Su Shengming scornfully glanced at Gao Rui and recalled how he briefly looked through the notebook in Gao Rui's hands just now. It contained the questions Chen Lin had predicted, written in her neat handwriting. Why didn't you attend the subsequent classes? Chen Lin has given out the questions, why didn't you work on them? You're still criticizing her for keeping secrets, you're nothing but petty. How can someone like Chen Lin have a friend like you? Gao Rui was speechless. When Chen Lin was attending the tutoring class, Gao Rui had already seen something similar to what was in the notebook. There wasn't much difference, merely a change in sequence. Thus, she stopped going to classes thereafter. A single book, and yet you're not satisfied? A girl nearby found Gao Rui's actions quite annoying and snapped at her. Well, I want to attend the same school as Lin, is that wrong? Gao Rui tried to defend herself. We haven't been separated since junior high and senior high. Chen Lin walked over just in time to hear this sentence. If so, why don't you repeat a year? We'll meet again in Daiju. Gao Rui's face turned various shades of colors. The key university she got into was in Daiju. She didn't want to miss this opportunity. If repeating didn't yield better results than this time around, wouldn't that make her lose face? Lin, how could I possibly bear being apart from you? Gao Rui quickly embraced Chen Lin's arm. We'll both be in Daiju, and we can see each other even outside of class times. It made Chen Lin want to roll her eyes to heaven. She thought she'd heard everything until then. Su Shengming, thank you dinner, what are you planning to treat us to? Abalone, sea cucumber, anything goes. Su Shengming slapped his chest. After the thank you dinner, it wasn't long before Chen Lin received the admission notice from Daiju University. Just like her previous life, Chen Sen planned for the entire family to spend a week at the seaside, but different from last time, Chen Zhihai handed over the money intended for buying a computer to his daughter. Chen Lin decided to purchase a computer. Having a computer would allow her to operate more conveniently. Upon returning to the seaside once again, the whole family set up a sun umbrella on the beach. Mom wore a conservative one-piece swimsuit, just like her previous life, while she, on the other hand, wore a separate patterned swimsuit. She had an average appearance, but her skin was fairly white. As they say, being fair-skinned conceals many flaws. She probably fell under this category. Chen Lin wandered back and forth on the beach, but she dared not venture too far, afraid of missing Longyang. Someone's drowning. In the distance came a commotion. They saw a figure hastily jumping into the water and carrying the drowning woman ashore. Yes, it was exactly at this moment when Chen Lin approached. A boy in black swim trunks knelt by the side of the drowning woman, full of anxiety. Who knows first aid? Just like in her past life, Chen Lin kneeled directly on the sand. I know first aid. Throughout both lifetimes, the only person she had saved using first aid was this very woman right here. At this moment, she finally noticed the features of the woman with tightly closed eyes and somewhat pale complexion, who resembled Longyang greatly. After performing artificial respiration, the woman woke up, spitting out several mouthfuls of water. The young boy, as he had done in the previous life, helped her sit up. This time, Chen Lin heard him say, "Mom, are you alright?" Chen Lin quietly stood up and walked away, silently slipping away just as she had done in her past life. Indeed, in her previous life, she was rather rigid, just as Gao Rui said. However, in this life, although she was still Chen Lin, she had become an entirely new person. Chen Lin overheard someone telling Longyang's mother, "Oh, there was a little girl here just now. Dear, I forgot to thank her." After realizing his mother was unharmed, Longyang realized that the pale-skinned girl had disappeared without anyone noticing. He searched for her among the crowd. He didn't find her, but only vaguely saw a girl in a plaid swimsuit playing on the sand near some people. It seemed like saving someone was just a matter of course for her. How could Chen Lin not know that someone was watching her? Unexpectedly, in this lifetime, for the sake of reclaiming her love, she would also have to turn into someone manipulative whom she despised. She gave a bitter smile. Longyang's mother, and Yonglin, tugged at her son's arm and looked around. "Did you find the person? We must thank them. I'm your mother, and yet you dared not give me first aid." Humph. No one was found. "I'll look again later." Longyang took his gaze off the plaid swimsuit. He couldn't believe that the girl hadn't seen his face. Was he really that unattractive so as to not make her glance once more? Truly a stupid son, unable to even find one person, and Yonglin criticized her son. Why did you let her leave? People like her probably don't cherish gratitude for saving their lives, right? Long Yang stared at the girl chatting with laughter with two elders nearby. Though not pretty, her radiant smile like sunshine dazzled him. He had never met a girl who could smile so simply. Who told you not to warm up first? If anyone knew that a former synchronized swimming athlete actually drowned, it would be laughed at endlessly. Chen Zhihai asked his daughter, "Where were you just now?" "I didn't go anywhere. It seemed like someone was drowning over there," Chen Lin said, "but now it's fine." In this lifetime, the two most important things she needed to accomplish had already made a good start. As long as it's okay, it's fine. Grandma was elderly and hated hearing such things. Hearing about someone drowning caused her to fold her hands in prayer. When we go out to play, all we want is peace and safety. It seems they brought their child here to celebrate finishing the college entrance exam. Fortunately, nothing bad happened. Chen Lin sat down on the sandy spot next to Grandma's feet and felt something hard under her foot. Ouch, what's this? The whole family turned to see. Chen Lin dug through the sand and pulled out a large clam, laughing as she held it in her palm. "See, this is what delivering oneself into my hands means. This little thing wants me to eat it." Chen Sheng laughed loudly. "Let Grandpa decide, we're eating seafood tonight." Finding a clam could make her laugh so joyfully, Long Yang tried to resist the urge to step forward and introduce himself, but couldn't help taking a secret photo with his phone. Chen Lin was utterly surprised that the aloof Long Yang would actually resort to sneaky photography. And Yonglin noticed her son's small action. "What are you doing?" "Let Mom see. My son is secretly photographing a girl." This girl looks familiar." Long Yang focused on his phone and recalled, the top scorer in Shuqing's college entrance exam, Chen Lin. He knew more than just Chen Lin's name, he even knew about her magical tutoring class for the college entrance exam. Chapter 6, That Boy is Really Handsome. Chen Lin was having a great time at the seaside, just like in her past life, carefree and without a care in the world. She had successfully caught the attention of Long Yang, who usually kept his distance from others. After returning to Stone City and finishing a 1-month tutoring course, Chen Lin arrived in the capital city with 6.1 million yuan in savings. She intended to attend school while simultaneously starting her grand plan to make money. Within the remaining 2 years and 9 months, she wanted to prepare as many resources as possible for her family. She even selfishly wondered if she could buy a piece of land on Yunqi Mountain. Standing again on the ground of the capital, Chen Lin felt a mixture of emotions. The same scenery, the same time, but it was the second time she had come to this place. "Lin, is this your first time in the capital?" There was an unmistakable pride in Gao Rui's voice. "Don't worry, I know the capital well. I'll show you around," she added finally, "if I have time and am not too busy studying." In her previous life, Chen Lin had been mesmerized by the prosperity of the capital and hadn't paid much attention to what her best friend had said. This time, she clearly picked up on the boasting and indifference hidden within Gao Rui's words. "All right, I won't see you off to register at the capital university, just get a taxi." Gao Rui's voice became quieter as her gaze was captured by a boy standing next to the welcome shuttle bus, Long Yang. Following Gao Rui's gaze, Chen Lin couldn't help but sigh in resignation. The boy standing by the welcome bus was none other than Long Yang. She had schemed to have Gao Rui keep her distance from Long Yang, yet unexpectedly, she instead caused Gao Rui to meet him early. She wasn't sure if she had done something good or foolish. Anyway, Gao Rui hastily spoke, Quick, your school's shuttle bus is there, I'll take you to school," and then pushed Chen Lin forward roughly. Chen Lin stumbled. This scene did not go unnoticed by Long Yang, who had been observing Chen Lin all along. No one noticed, but his eyes grew colder. Only Chen Lin sensed the faint anger of Long Yang. At this moment, she truly believed the resentful words that Gao Rui had once said. Why? How could someone as ugly as you captivate the heart of someone as extraordinary as him, so much that he would even die for you? And you stupid fool, you didn't even realize it. In her past life, she and Gao Rui met Long Yang for the first time in the classroom. The aloof and handsome boy sat alone in the corner of the classroom, headphones in his ears, holding a book in his hand. It was only after a long time passed that she learned from Gao Rui that Long Yang was not actually their classmate. Looking back now, it seemed that Long Yang's purpose had always been obvious. "The new students of the capital university, hurry up and get on the bus. This is the last shuttle bus of the day," a male student standing next to Long Yang shouted through a megaphone. Long Yang silently took Chen Lin's suitcase and placed it on the luggage rack. "Isn't this all wrong? We don't even know each other, right?" Chen Lin said awkwardly. "Classmate, thank you." Gao Rui seized the moment to approach Long Yang. "Hello classmate, I'm Gao Rui, what's your name?" Long Yang placed the luggage down and replied without turning back, "You're welcome." Even after sitting down on the bus, Chen Lin was still slightly dumbfounded. Wasn't this butterfly effect changing things too much? "Long Yang, aren't you reacting a little too abruptly? Shouldn't we have introduced ourselves first?" Gao Rui, who did not receive the desired response, was not disheartened. Instead, she squeezed herself towards Long Yang and tried to negotiate with a boy beside Long Yang. "Classmate, can I switch seats with you?" Just as the boy was about to agree, Long Yang coldly dropped 2 words, "No way." Despite being indirectly refused, Gao Rui sat down in an empty seat nearby and asked casually, "How come there are so few freshmen at your school?" Chen Lin covered her face and said, Rue, the senior has already said it, this is the last bus. It simply means we were late. No problem, I can stay overnight in your dormitory. Gao Rui acted as if she were at home in another person's domain. At this moment, some of the few remaining freshmen aboard the bus cast disdainful looks toward Gao Rui. They had also seen how she nearly shoved Chen Lin down earlier. Alright, Chen Lin pulled out a book and lowered her head to read. Manipulations and power plays were something she wasn't adept at in both her present life and her past one. All she wanted to do was make every effort to retain the love and affection of the people she lost before. Without putting in the effort once more, even if she lived through the end of this world again, she would never be happy. Long Yang glanced at the book Zhuxia Wuchan Lu in Chen Lin's hand, his eyes flashing. To pass the time, he had randomly picked a book from his father's bookshelf, which also happened to be Zhuxia Wuchan Lu. It seemed that his spontaneous decision to follow and welcome the new students did not disappoint him. While other girls who arrived in the bustling capital city were concerned with where to shop, what was good to eat, or even how to catch a rich boyfriend, Chen Lin quietly reading her book stood out as unique. Her ponytail had been cut into ear-length short hair, adding a touch of serenity to her bright features. She wasn't beautiful, but she was very pleasant to look at. Gao Rui had been observing Long Yang all along. Despite being shrewd, she failed to notice the disdain in Long Yang's eyes. All she saw was the handsome Long Yang. Dressed in comfortable light-colored casual clothes, Gao Rui recognized the brands and could tell that Long Yang had an understated elegance. He was a low-key wealthy young man. Gao Rui vowed to get her hands on Long Yang. If she succeeded, she could leap from a small-town girl to marrying into a big-city lifestyle. How would Chen Lin know what Long Yang and Gao Rui were thinking right now? As she looked at her book, her thoughts drifted to her dormitory. She would soon have 3 great roommates, 3 green tea sisters who had tormented her for 2 years in their past lives during university. Why was she so foolish back then? Chen Lin couldn't answer that question. As soon as they got off the bus, Long Yang left. Gao Rui kept her gaze fixed on him until he disappeared. In Chen Lin's eyes, Gao Rui's ambition burned with an air of certainty. Girls, follow me, I'll take you to the dormitory, said the male student holding a megaphone. I'm Su Dao, from the student union. You should rest well today, and tomorrow I'll help you with your enrollment. Enrollment matters could already be handled at the new student registration desk. Chen Lin still remembered that it was located at the school gate, with a few upperclassmen manning a table and a sign standing nearby. Su Dao was Long Yang's classmate. Chen Lin realized this and asked, Senior Su, could you show me where to buy living essentials first? I only brought some books, and I don't have any clothes or bedding. The other few girls gave Chen Lin a disdainful glance. You came to school without anything. What are you even doing here? Chen Lin looked innocent, just about to speak. Hey, Gao Rui spoke up, cutting off those girls. This is a place for studying. Bringing books is perfectly normal. What others bring has nothing to do with you. She originally intended to ditch Chen Lin once in the capital city, but to get closer to Long Yang, she still needed her good friend by her side. Alright, you can drop off your suitcase in the dormitory first, Su Dao said. I'll wait for you downstairs. Chapter 7. My name is Long Yang. Gao Rui went shopping with Chen Lin, hoping to meet Long Yang again, but she didn't encounter him. At this point, the 3 roommates hadn't arrived at school yet. In her previous life, they came after military training was about to begin. When the door was shut and only Chen Lin and Gao Rui were left in the dormitory, Gao Rui said resentfully, if only we could transfer schools in university, then I'd be with you every day. So unfortunate, Chen Lin replied, feeling utterly speechless. It was fortunate that one couldn't transfer randomly, otherwise, wouldn't she have been on the verge of breaking down again? Returning to her previous life's timeline wasn't something she wanted. No worries, I'll visit you often, Gao Rui assured Chen Lin, and when the time comes, make sure to introduce me to some handsome guys from your class. The next day, Gao Rui yearned anxiously all day but didn't see Long Yang again. Su Dao had been busy all day helping the newly enrolled female students handle procedures, find their classrooms, and collect uniforms. The following day was Gao Rui's registration date, and she had no choice but to leave reluctantly. The key book institution Gao Rui attended was the Capital Foreign Language University, which was in the opposite direction from the Capital University. If there weren't any traffic jams, it would take over 2 hours to travel from the Foreign Language University to the Capital University. However, these details weren't something Chen Lin cared about. She ate alone in the cafeteria, while Su Dao and Long Yang happened to sit beside her. Senior brother Su Dao, Chen Lin greeted Su Dao, but how should she greet Long Yang who was so close yet unreachable? She could only smile faintly at him. Classmate, thank you for yesterday. My name is Long Yang, Long Yang stated. I'm a classmate of Su Dao, and also your senior brother. Senior brother Long Yang, Chen Lin immediately followed along smoothly. Su Dao asked, if you encounter any difficulties, you can go to the student union and find me. I will do my best to help you. This girl seemed so ordinary. He wondered why Long Yang favored her. Long Yang quietly lowered his head to eat without sparing another glance at Chen Lin. Thank you, senior brother. During this meal, despite herself, another flood of mixed feelings arose within Chen Lin once more. That's right, Long Yang came from an excellent family background and was highly capable. How did he die? Su Dao glanced at his friend and said, don't always call us senior brothers. Just calling by our names works fine moving forward. I'm Su Dao, his Long Yang, and I know you're called Chen Lin. There are still a few days before formal classes start, so you can take the opportunity to explore the capital thoroughly. There are many scenic spots and historical landmarks, parks, and landscapes near our campus. Chen Lin hesitated for a moment and directly made a request to a stranger for the first time. Senior brother Su Dao, could you lend me your library card? I've got mine. Long Yang pulled out his library card and threw it on the table. Su Dao uses his card quite frequently. Taking his card would cause inconvenience. Aren't you the same? Must you use the library card so often? Chen Lin silently complained inside. Long Yang, thank you. Whenever you need it back, just let me know. You can return it when you get your own card, Long Yang said expressionlessly. Besides, since Su Dao and I live in the same dormitory, borrowing is convenient. Su Dao inwardly frowned upon his friend. Long Yang visited the library even more often than him. After lunch, I still have something to do. Long Yang will take you to the library. Wasn't this creating an opportunity for them to be alone together? Chen Lin felt somewhat uneasy as a result, though she failed to notice the faint smirk forming in Long Yang's eyes. Sure enough, Su Dao, after finishing his meal, discreetly left. Thank you that day, Long Yang abruptly spoke up. Huh? Chen Lin paused momentarily, confused over how to respond. Was it really necessary to express gratitude? Presumably thinking Chen Lin had forgotten, Long Yang supplemented, by the seaside, you saved my mom. Before I even thanked you, you left. That event. I already forgot about it, Chen Lin laughed awkwardly. She wasn't the type to exploit others for favors, and frankly, her intention had never been for Long Yang to thank her. It's nothing serious, don't worry about it. Long Yang genuinely wanted to ask Chen Lin if he wasn't good-looking enough. Why did she seem uninterested in making eye contact? Despite disliking a particular classmate of Chen Lin's, Long Yang acknowledged the reaction of that girl as normal. You saved my mom. He kept repeating the same sentence. What was the meaning? Chen Lin looked up at Long Yang. Then we should talk about the necessity of learning emergency response skills. If you have nothing else better to do, I can teach you. First aid is similar to wilderness survival techniques. It might seem redundant, but it can come in handy at any time. She intended to impart some survival techniques for the end times to Long Yang. Hearing this, Long Yang's eyes gleamed. Chen Lin had finally looked at him straight in the eye. Her gaze was calm and it deflated him. All right then. That's good. Standing at the entrance of the library, Chen Lin thought to herself, now would Long Yang go? Why don't you go in? Long Yang asked. Chen Lin felt a headache coming on. She really wanted to ask Long Yang, what happened to your reserve? Your aloofness. Where's that distant chilliness that kept everyone away? I'm just trying to familiarize myself with the layout. I'm actually debating where to go next. This is my phone number. Long Yang handed her a slip of paper with a number on it. Call me if anything happens. After saying that, he still didn't leave. The slips of paper with his phone number were prepared in advance. What exactly did Long Yang want to do? Chen Lin silently griped as she reached out to take the slip. I don't have a phone yet, I haven't gone to buy one. I'll accompany you to buy one. Long Yang wouldn't let Chen Lin refuse, quickly cutting off any excuse she might give, and since you're free right now, so am I. Long Yang, senior brother Long Yang? Chen Lin blinked her eyes. How was Long Yang in this life different from the previous one? In her previous life, she had known Long Yang for more than 2 years, and their total combined words hadn't exceeded what they had said today. Regarding the incident by the beach, don't keep it in mind. Don't let my affairs interfere with yours. I'm an adult, I can take care of myself. Long Yang suddenly stopped talking. How had he behaved like a naive rookie? It was Chen Lin's first day at school, and they had 3 more years to gradually get to know each other. As your senior brother, I should take care of my juniors. I'll send you back. Chen Lin felt like she had been escorted back to her dormitory against her will. She truly wanted to spend the afternoon at the library, because she didn't like shopping. Instead, she wanted to search in the library for ways to make money fast. Sitting in the empty dormitory, she took out Long Yang's library card. The handsome, detached face in the photo matched the Long Yang she remembered from her past life. Long Yang, whether or not we become lovers in this life, I will not let you die too early in the apocalypse. Long Yang stood beneath the female dormitory building for a long time before leaving. Even to himself, his actions today felt incredible. In the past, he wouldn't have spoken so much, let alone proactively lent something of his own to a girl who was still a stranger. Dragon, you didn't act like yourself today. As soon as Long Yang walked into the dormitory, Su Dao immediately hooked his shoulder. What happened? Now that your good deed is over, won't you give us an explanation? From Lingjiang, Du Yuan teased. That's right, old dragon. What charm does this new girl have that managed to change our old dragon? Chapter 8, How to Make Money. Long Yang reverted to his usual aloofness, because she's different from any girl I've met. Upon hearing this, the 3 roommates and troublemakers all responded with a chorus of disapproval. However, Su Dao had already met Chen Lin a few times and knew her relatively well. That girl is quite arrogant and never gives our handsome guy a proper glance. It's such a pity, if only she were prettier. Long Yang gave Su Dao a cool glance, causing Su Dao to immediately shut up. Rest assured, I will definitely take good care of my junior. Du Yuan and Ling Jiang approached Su Dao. When are you going to introduce us to that junior? If Long pays attention to her, she must be special. Chen Lin was ordinary, someone you'd easily overlook in a crowd. Su Dao didn't dare say this in front of Long Yang. The junior isn't beautiful, but she has a unique presence. You'd want to take care of her too once you meet her. He glanced secretly at Long Yang and noticed a satisfied expression on his face, causing him to inwardly exclaim in surprise. So many beauties chased after Long Yang, yet he had never shown kindness to anyone. If others found out that Long Yang could also be attentive to someone, they would probably drown Chen Lin in envy. In the afternoon, Chen Lin left school alone, went into a brand-name notebook store, purchased a laptop, and then returned to the library with it. Su Dao and the two boys sneaked quietly into the library. Du Yuan looked around wildly. Where is she? Where? Su Dao indicated a direction with his chin. That's Chen Lin. The girl who caught Long Yang's interest appeared extremely plain. Her features were ordinary except for clear, bright eyes. Upon getting a better look at her, Du Yuan was momentarily stunned. It's hard to believe that this is Long's taste. Shush. Su Dao kicked Du Yuan under the table. That's enough. Just look, don't comment. Long Yang treated this girl very differently. For her sake, he even changed his habits. Chen Lin was fiddling with her computer when she felt someone watching her. She followed the gaze back and saw several boys pretending to read books, with Su Dao among them. They couldn't possibly be treating me like some sort of curiosity to gawk at. The three boys were pretending to read while keeping their eyes on her. Then, Chen Lin came over with her laptop. Senior classmates, I have something to ask. Su Dao couldn't keep up the act anymore and raised his head to reply, don't call us senior classmates anymore. This is Du Yuan, and this is Ling Jiang, they're my and Long Yang's roommates. Junior classmate, just ask what you need, said Du Yuan without realizing he was caught spying. He quickly became familiar. Anything about the school, I know everything. I want to ask, how can I earn money quickly? Chen Lin asked. Private tutoring, part-time jobs, odd jobs, forget it. They're slow to yield returns and waste my study time. Ling Jiang, who had been observing Chen Lin carefully, said, you could find undervalued treasures. But you don't seem to know much about antiques or collectibles, so that wouldn't work. Gambling on gemstones? That requires substantial capital. Stock trading, that's quick, Du Yuan suggested. As long as you have a few 10,000 yuan as capital, you can start trading stocks. Perhaps sensing that Chen Lin might not have money, we could lend it to you. Chen Lin pursed her lips slightly. Stock trading? I do have the capital, but I'm not too familiar with stock trading. She needed to recall which stocks made money at this point in her past life. Lottery tickets, horse betting, Su Dao proposed. Gambling? No thanks, I won't touch it. Chen Lin opened her computer and the stock trading interface. Memories from the past gradually resurfaced. In the news before, she seemed to have seen a couple of particularly highlighted stocks that surged in value. Ask Long Yang. His mom is really good at stock trading. We just follow her picks, Du Yuan said. Do you think we'd have so much money to casually offer you loans? Electronic stocks, information technology stocks, new energy stocks, those are all potential investment directions. At Du Yuan's reminder, Chen Lin remembered. In her previous life, there was a news story about that dark horse stock in the new energy sector. Nobody expected it to succeed, but it eventually skyrocketed from a few yuan per share to tens of yuan per share, increasing dozens of times. Then it had short-term drops and was heavily sold off. After being abandoned by most investors, this dark horse stock rebounded again. Thank you, seniors. I know what to do now. Chen Lin activated a stock trading account on her computer and started studying the stock market. The other three males exchanged puzzled glances. Su Dao whispered, Chen Lin, we can each lend you some money. After all, with Long Yang's assurance, they weren't worried about losing the money. Chen Lin, still looking at her computer, replied, I have money. Thank you, senior. Long Yang soon learned about the four guys' conversation and was confused. He thought that when Chen Lin had run a tutoring class, she'd made quite a bit of money, so why was she still so short on cash? Chen Lin's not turning to him for help whenever she had troubles made him extremely irritated. Chen Lin tried her hand at stock trading by purchasing a few stocks, quickly seeing some results. Her memory was excellent, as she remembered everything from occasional news snippets she'd seen in her previous life. When the price of the dark horse stock reached its lowest point, she immediately used all her money to build a position. She set it to automatically sell at the peak. She had calculated that during the time when this dark horse stock surged red, she had been undergoing military training. After the training, the stock started to fall, creating a small low point, heavily sold off by many investors. This would again be a perfect opportunity to buy back. By catching these two chances, she would quickly have more capital. Before the start of the mandatory military training, Gao Rui appeared. She invited Chen Lin to tour the campus. Lining, show me around. I didn't know before. After registering at school, I found out that Imperial Capital University is the best equipped and most complete university in the country. Chen Lin was preoccupied with thoughts about the stock market as she hugged her computer. She was tired of dealing with her friend. What's there to tour? You can see the best view right from my dormitory window. Not too far from the girls' building was the boys' dormitory. If you were lucky, you might even catch Long Yang reading by the window. That's what Du Yuan had told her. Lining, don't let me tell you this, but you should not neglect your studies, Gao Rui said. Of course, she wasn't really here just for Chen Lin. She wanted to meet Long Yang and engineer a chance encounter. Don't date anyone in college, it will hinder your studies. A flicker of mockery crossed Chen Lin's eyes, but she quickly hid it. I worked hard to get into Imperial Capital University. I know what to do. Good for you. But you know those handsome guys around school? They're often the least reliable ones, Gao Rui continued, subtly planting doubts in Chen Lin's mind. It's fine if you're just playing around with them, but taking them seriously would be a mistake. The handsomer they are, the more likely they are to deceive people. You're so honest, you better watch out. I've got it. Chen Lin raised her head and glanced at her supposedly good friend who was now practically glued to the window, scanning the passing crowd like a spotlight. You'd better not stick your body out of the balcony or you'll fall. Such bad luck. Jiao Rui didn't pay any attention to Chen Lin's warning. It was hard for her to come to the capital city once. How could she leave without meeting Long Yang? By the way, did you meet any handsome guys at school yet? Introduce me. Ah, I haven't paid attention, Chen Lin replied, her focus entirely on the fluctuations of the stock market. Besides Long Yang, she hadn't really noticed anyone else. Anyway, we haven't even started military training yet, the classmates aren't all here. Wasn't that cool guy last time one of your classmates? Jiao Rui asked. That guy? Which one? Chen Lin pretended to be confused. The one who helped carry your suitcase. Jiao Rui stared intently at Chen Lin's face, unable to believe she didn't notice such a handsome guy. Oh, him? He's just an upperclassman helping new students. Chen Lin wore an expression of deep thought. He's probably from the student union. I didn't ask. Chapter 9, Long Yang, I like soldiers. Jiao Rui stayed in Chen Lin's dormitory for 2 days. Chen Lin spent all her time staring at the computer, so Jiao Rui had to wander around the boys' dormitory building by herself. If the handsome guy she fancied lived on campus, she would surely bump into him. To Jiao Rui's immense disappointment, during these 2 days, she encountered Su Dao 4 times but didn't see Long Yang once. No one told Jiao Rui that there was a back door behind the boys' dormitory building. The other 3 girls in Chen Lin's dormitory gradually arrived, Li Jiao, Han Fang, and Zhu Bingyang. They were in the same year as Chen Lin but from different departments. Coincidentally, all 3 were locals, and they quickly formed a close-knit group. Just like in the previous life, Chen Lin found herself excluded once again. Chen Lin wasn't concerned about this at all. What she cared about was when her bank account would be filled with lots of zeros. Without supplies and without special abilities, people often died quickly in the apocalypse. She needed to prepare early. Long Yang came looking for Chen Lin and met Zhu Bingyang downstairs. Zhu Bingyang recognized Long Yang immediately and smiled warmly. I also got admitted to this school, so I'll come hang out with you. Long Yang wasn't interested in entertaining Zhu Bingyang. Besides, he didn't even know who she was. Classmate, could you call the new student Chen Lin for me? Zhu Bingyang's expression shifted rapidly before finally replying, Chen Lin is out on a date. Then, as if venting her frustration, she walked away. Wasn't Chen Lin here? The subtle and complicated feelings between girls were never within Long Yang's consideration. He glanced at the window of Chen Lin's dormitory room. After arriving at school, Chen Lin was either in the dorm or in the library. He just checked the library, she wasn't there. Long Yang got Chen Lin's QQ from Su Dao. After passing the verification, he added her as a friend. Your roommate said you're out on a date. When will you be back? I need to talk to you. Date? She didn't know anyone well enough to go on a date. Chen Lin looked up at her dormitory. Only Li Jiao and Han Fang were there. Zhu Bingyang wasn't. In just an instant, Chen Lin understood what was going on. In her past life, it seemed like her and Long Yang were kept apart by their jealous roommates, but she'd always assumed they were merely manipulative types. Looking at it now, they weren't just conniving, they were despicable. If this were the end of the world, she wouldn't hesitate to send these treacherous individuals straight to hell. I've been in the dorm. The next message from Long Yang nearly made Chen Lin throw her computer out the window. He wrote, Chen Lin, let me take you to watch a movie. What the heck? Was this something Long Yang would actually do? Chen Lin really wanted to check if someone had swapped places with Long Yang. After trying hard to calm down, she typed on her keyboard, is this supposed to be a date? Yes, Long Yang replied quickly. I'm waiting for you downstairs. Bring your computer. When Long Yang said watching a movie, it turned out to be the 2 of them sitting in a pavilion on campus, watching a movie on Chen Lin's computer. Chen Lin felt like thunder was striking repeatedly over her head. Long Yang must have been deliberately choosing this spot. This pavilion was extremely noticeable. Not only was it right beside the road, but it was also along the road leading to the girls' dormitory. Of course, Zhu Bingyang saw this scene as soon as she returned to her dormitory, jealousy practically making her grind her teeth. Long Yang, are you doing this on purpose? Chen Lin felt awkward under countless gazes. No, not at all, Long Yang responded seriously. I asked some roommates, and they said this way is romantic. Chen Lin, however, thought Long Yang was just making nonsense sound official, but couldn't fault his reasoning. Romance can't be eaten, Long Yang. If you're worried about food, I'm what people call a golden turtle, Long Yang said with a smile, addressing Chen Lin. I was born with a golden spoon in my mouth. What? Despite knowing that Long Yang in her previous life liked her, he had never confessed. There hadn't even been formal conversations between them. Now this changed version of Long Yang left her overwhelmed. Long Yang, let's just walk for a while. Naturally, Long Yang agreed. In fact, whether or not you were born with a golden spoon doesn't matter to me. If you like me, and I like you too, even if you were born with a wooden spoon, we'd still end up together. Chen Lin carefully weighed her words. We've just met, don't you think this is moving too fast? Moreover, the apocalypse would start soon. Without superpowers, being born with any type of spoon wouldn't prevent death. Long Yang didn't respond. He waited silently for Chen Lin to continue. I don't like young masters who only have a glossy appearance. That makes me feel like I'm just the fresh piece the young master is seeking. Chen Lin stopped under a tree. The one I like, his like this tree, can provide some shade, able to withstand wind and rain. If you ask me what kind of man or boy I like, my answer would be, soldiers with iron discipline and determination. Less than 3 years were left for them to prepare before the end times. In this life, she didn't want Long Yang to die. If, after 2 years, you still hold today's feelings, we can be together then. Long Yang's face remained as calm as always. Are you asking me to join the army? 2 years later will be right when I discharge. Chen Lin, are you trying to send me away? Do you find it annoying that I cling to you? Hearing the chill in Long Yang's tone, Chen Lin forced down her inner complexity. I am not finding it annoying when you cling to me, but now we're both too young, people's hearts change easily. What if, the next second, you no longer feel the same way? Give us time. I need to study, and you need to mature. Long Yang had a feeling that Chen Lin thought he was immature. Are you sure you're not just trying to get rid of me? Chen Lin turned around, raising her gaze to look at the boy who was a head taller than her. There's no need to send you away, Long Yang. I truly hope you become a man standing tall, firm and unyielding, so he could survive longer during the apocalypse. The spoon given by your parents belongs to them. Those who grow up independently from their parents' protection are real men. I didn't misjudge you, you're really special. Long Yang judged that Chen Lin wasn't deceiving him. What a coincidence, the conscription drive this year begins tomorrow. Was my action today coincidentally a farewell? As soon as she met again, the person she almost lost was about to leave her once more. Tears misted over Chen Lin's eyes, blurring Long Yang's handsome face, and she turned and walked away. Pretend I never said anything. Not knowing why, Long Yang suddenly acted on impulse, stepping forward to hug Chen Lin. I'll do as you say. I'll write letters to you, and you must promise to reply to each one. 2 drops of water fell onto Long Yang's arm, like streams of hot spring water, flowing into his heart, making his heart soften completely. Chen Lin, what's wrong? I already agreed to listen to you. Why are you crying? She was afraid he would die. How could Chen Lin put it into words? I actually don't want you to leave, but I know you'll be better off in the military camp. Long Yang tightened his arms around her, then slowly let go. If you dare not reply to my letters, I'll find ways to drag you into the camp. A girl who persuaded him to leave yet couldn't bear it and cried for him firmly took root in his heart. No, maybe it started when she wore a checkered swimsuit by the sea. You must be my creditor from the previous life. Before, my father and grandfather both hoped I'd join the army, but my mother couldn't bear for me to suffer. You're my creditor from the previous life, Chen Lin added silently in her heart. She lived to nearly 40 in her past life, and now wasn't an innocent little girl anymore. She wouldn't suppress her emotions any longer. Turning around again, tears blurred her vision as she looked at Long Yang. What if you don't write to me? Every week, Long Yang stared at Chen Lin's red-rimmed eyes, her eyes reflecting his own figure. I promise. Long Yang, lower your head a bit. Why was this guy so tall? For the first time, Chen Lin realized that her height of 165 centimeters made her appear petite and delicate in front of Long Yang. Hair. Long Yang lowered his head. Is there something in my hair? Yeah, Chen Lin tiptoed and quickly kissed Long Yang's lips. Long Yang, you've got my mark on you now. For life. If you dare run away, I'll chase you to the ends of the earth. Feeling the tender touch on his lips, Long Yang realized he couldn't understand Chen Lin at all. She didn't want him to go, yet stubbornly encouraged him to enlist. And she herself admitted they'd only known each other for a short while, marking her commitment to a lifetime. He found it incredibly exciting. The news that the top campus heartthrob had been stolen-kissed by a girl resembling an ugly duckling quickly spread across the school. At the same time, Long Yang submitted his application for a leave of absence. She saw Long Yang's message on QQ saying he would sign up for the army the next day and hoped she'd come see him off. Chen Lin didn't expect Long Yang to be so decisive. She even began to suspect whether Long Yang had also reincarnated. Chapter 10, The Heartthrob and the Ugly Duckling. Chen Lin's inference could not be proven. She closed her laptop and saw 3 strange gazes in the dormitory. Han Fang, who was always the most impatient one, couldn't bear to keep silent any longer. Chen Lin, are you familiar with Long Yang? Li Jiao and Zhu Bingyan's ears were pricked up high. You must know that Long Yang is the campus heartthrob, an object of admiration for many girls. He has a cold and independent personality and never accepts any girl's advances, let alone gets close to them. In the past, school beauty Lin Yu tried to hold Long Yang's hand but was publicly rebuked without hesitation by Long Yang. However, this freshman Chen Lin not only had Long Yang coming after her, but she also kissed him. Many people saw it, and they described it vividly. Not familiar, I've known him for less than 2 weeks, said Chen Lin. She and Long Yang have met in 2 lifetimes. What? How could Zhu Bingyang believe what Chen Lin said? Her voice became sharp. Then why do you dare to kiss Long Yang? Li Jiao said sourly. I finally understand why some say being shameless pays off. Chen Lin raised an eyebrow and didn't respond, but Han Fang, keen-eyed, saw a hard card next to Chen Lin's computer. That's Long Yang's library card. Did you steal his stuff? Come on, use your brain. Can ordinary people steal something from Long Yang? Chen Lin took the library card and put it in her pocket. Besides, how Long Yang and I interact is none of your business. You are neither Long Yang's parents or elders, nor are you my elders. He's an adult, and so am I. Chen Lin held her computer, sat on her bunk, pulled down the curtain, isolating herself from the 3 jealous and angry stares. Zhu Bingyang was almost ready to explode with anger. Not only did Long Yang find a girl, but he watched movies on his laptop with her too. She had never seen Long Yang look at anyone with such a gentle gaze before. But today, she saw it directed towards this rather plain-looking girl from out of town. I will tell Aunt An, Long Yang listens to her the most. Regardless of whether Long Yang's mother likes or dislikes her, even just because of that one CPR, she wouldn't make things difficult for her. As for her relationship with Long Yang, whether they can end up together or not, Chen Lin has never thought about it. All she wants is for Long Yang not to die. Feel free, Chen Lin said indifferently. She wouldn't care about anyone's words except for her family and Long Yang. What should she do if she can't help but cry when sending Long Yang off tomorrow? In this reunion, she actually cares deeply about every encounter with Long Yang. Zhu Bingyang angrily cursed her as a fox spirit. The phrase fox spirit spat out by Zhu Bingyang with resentment made Chen Lin hiding behind the curtain laugh. What are you laughing at? Turn off the light and go to sleep. Zhu Bingyang slapped off the light. Only the glow of Chen Lin's computer screen remained in the dormitory. Long Yang said, "You still haven't promised to write back to me. When life and death are intertwined, a few letters mean nothing." Chen Lin's fingers hovered over the keyboard but failed to type anything. Without waiting for Chen Lin's response, the next message from Long Yang arrived. "Are you asleep?" "Not yet, I'll see you off tomorrow," Chen Lin slowly typed. "I'm afraid I'll cry." "I'm glad to see that you'll miss me," Long Yang thought. 2 years of military service isn't much, but from his investigation, Chen Lin's family has no connection to the military. However, it seems that Chen Lin's grandfather, Chen Sheng, once served as a militiaman. Could it really be that Chen Lin loves the military so much? "Do you want to join the army? I can help you pass the review." "I want to, but I can't. I need to study, earn money, lots and lots of money," Chen Lin said. "I want to buy a big piece of land at the foot of the highest mountain in the country. If there's really an apocalypse, I'll take my whole family to hide there." Long Yang didn't believe in the apocalypse, but he enjoyed teasing Chen Lin. "And me? After giving me your mark, you're going to leave me? What happened to forever?" Chen Lin lived through 2 lifetimes, and has long since become indifferent to life and death, caring only about her family and Long Yang. The regrets of her past life, and her current concerns in this one, mean she definitely won't give up. "We've only met briefly. Haven't you considered that I, Chen Lin, might do all this just because of your looks and background? This is your first time in the capital. Before now, you didn't even know me," Long Yang said. "I believe, based on your ability to make money, that you wouldn't have to care about my family status. When I saw you by the seaside, I had a feeling that we should know each other. This familiarity comes from the soul. I can't explain why. You're not pretty or outstanding, but I just think you're the best in every way. You said you hope I would join the army. It must be the result of deep consideration in your heart." Chen Lin covered her face. She really didn't want Long Yang to die. That was her original intention. Even if Long Yang eventually chose someone else as his lover, she wanted to say something, but tears rolled down uncontrollably. "Don't cry." Without waiting for Chen Lin's reply, Long Yang felt an ache in his chest. "If you cry, I don't know what to do. I can feel that you're definitely crying. Dummy, for all your height, you've been so easily tricked." Chen Lin wiped away her tears. "Tonight, you still have time to consider. After all, no one can make decisions for your life. See you tomorrow at the recruitment office. If you don't come, I won't go." Long Yang's avatar quickly went offline. When he submitted his leave of absence report to the school, his family already knew his plans. The Long family has a military background. Both grandfather and father strongly supported him joining the army. Mother and Yonglin was reluctant to let him go, so Long Yang had to tell her that Chen Lin said she wouldn't be with him unless he joined the army. And Yonglin was stunned. The only decoration in her son's bedroom was a photo on the wall showing him wearing a checkered swimsuit, holding a clam, and smiling brightly. She had never seen her son care about any girl this way. She felt like she'd raised a pig for 20 years, only for it to be lured away by a mysterious girl. She wasn't sure if it was a big cabbage or broccoli. And Yonglin regretted most why she ever took her son swimming at the beach that day. Long Yang hadn't even wanted to leave home, but she had dragged him along anyway. Who would have thought that one little drag led to her son's whole life being changed by a girl? And if that girl liked her son, well, that could be understood. But the girl didn't even know her son, and Yonglin couldn't possibly imagine how her icy son managed to get close to a freshman, let alone confess his feelings to her. When Longshan learned that his grandson was joining the army because of a girl, he excitedly instructed his son Long Gang, "Tomorrow we'll go to the recruitment site and see Yanga and that girl. I'm curious too." Unlike his wife, Long Gang thought the girl had excellent taste, which made him even more curious about what kind of girl could influence his son's decision. Chapter 11. This was my first kiss. At the recruitment site of Imperial Capital University, there were unusually more people this year. Not many had signed up for military service. Instead, most were just there to gawk. Campus heartthrob Long Yang was actually standing in the registration line. Word spread like wildfire, one by one. The recruitment scene was livelier than a celebrity appearance. In an ordinary jeep, and Yonglin, Long Gang, and Long Shan were seated. "Where's our little boy? And that girl?" Long Shan scanned the crowd. Not only was Long Shan looking, but Long Yang was searching as well. Chen Lin still hadn't appeared. The moment he registered, without even a physical examination, he would be taken away. There was only this brief time during enrollment to say goodbye to her. Chen Lin had arrived early, standing outside the crowd. Seeing the bustling sea of people, Chen Lin's petite frame couldn't squeeze through. Su Dao, Du Yuan, and Lingjiang were also helping Long Yang look for Chen Lin in the crowd. After scanning the area, they shook their heads at Long Yang. A flicker of disappointment crept onto Long Yang's handsome face. He felt that Chen Lin wouldn't deceive him, yet she really wasn't there at this moment. It was already Long Yang's turn to register when his phone in his pocket rang. He took it out. It was Chen Lin calling. "Chen Lin, you tricked me. I'm sorry." Chen Lin sighed helplessly. "Long Yang, take a look around. All your fans are here blocking the way. How am I supposed to get in?" Having misunderstood Chen Lin, Long Yang said to the recruiting officer, "Let them sign up first. I'll step out briefly." Pushing through the crowd, he spotted Chen Lin sweating profusely on the far edge. Smiling irresistibly, he said teasingly, "I thought you weren't going to come see me off." He then pulled out a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from Chen Lin's nose. His gaze softened immeasurably. "Long Yang, is this appropriate? Everyone's glaring at us." Feeling numerous hostile eyes, Chen Lin grabbed his hand and urged, "Come with me." Could someone actually pull Long Yang along willingly? An elderly man in the jeep joked to his son, "If that kid doesn't end up with this girl, it's fine. But if he does, just like you, he'll be under her thumb completely." And Yonglin kept her sharp eyes trained on her son being led by the hand and muttered, "This brat. When I touch his hand, he preaches about gender propriety to me. But who am I? His mother." Chen Lin dragged Long Yang to a quieter spot, thinking no one could see them anymore. However, from inside the jeep, Long Shan and Long Gang each pulled out a pair of binoculars. "I never expected your joining the army would create such a stir," Chen Lin exhaled deeply. But Long Yang was focusing on her slightly swollen eyes and softly traced them with his fingers. "You really cried. Women are made of water and crying isn't uncommon." Chen Lin swatted his hand away and said seriously, "Stop touching me. I have something important to say before you go." "I'm all ears." Long Yang looked down tenderly at Chen Lin. "Yesterday was my first kiss." Chen Lin's face flushed a soft pink. Even though she'd experienced much over her lifetimes, her nervousness was hard to suppress. "Don't think I'm promiscuous. If you do, I can't help it. What's done is done. Life sometimes leaves no room for retreat," she added somberly. "I understand." A deep emotion flickered in Long Yang's eyes, an emotion even he couldn't quite explain. "Since you feel it's not fair, to balance things out, I will give you my first kiss too." "What?" Before Chen Lin could process what was happening, her lips were clumsily bitten by Long Yang. It hurts." "Haha, that's our family style all right." Long Shan laughed boisterously, courageous and forthright in love. Long Gang handed over the binoculars to his wife, noticing her eager expression. And Yonglin stared incredulously at her son kissing a girl so openly. "This boy, he's got guts." Though the contact lasted only moments, it felt as if an entire century had passed. Long Yang released Chen Lin. "Keep writing to me, QQ messages, emails, text messages." Covering her mouth, Chen Lin mumbled unclearly, "Are you some kind of dog? You practically bit my lips off." That was her first kiss. A look of embarrassment flashed across Long Yang's handsome face. No experience. Then, seemingly to cover his awkwardness, he quickly changed the subject. "Du Yuan and Lingjiang are going with me to enlist. If you need anything, find Su Dao. I'll tell him. If there are any issues at school that you can't resolve, you can go to him. His dad is a school official." "What could possibly happen to me? All I do is read books and surf the web. I'm swamped." Chen Lin looked up at Long Yang. "I don't expect you to make a big name for yourself in the military. I just want you to return safely." "Are you so afraid I'll die?" "I'm just enlisting." Though Long Yang felt Chen Lin was cute and innocent at this moment, even a little silly, he liked her all the more. Chen Lin always cared about things different from others. "I'm leaving." Long Yang walked towards the registration area. "I'll be here waiting for you." Chen Lin stood her ground. It wasn't a grand promise of eternal love, but Long Yang felt that those brief 6 words from Chen Lin held countless unspoken meanings. "You've left your mark on my whole life, I can't escape." Long Yang returned to the recruitment scene again, but Chen Lin was nowhere to be seen. In Yonglin's view, she saw an ordinary-looking girl dressed plainly slowly crouching down, hugging her knees, and crying. Her shoulders were shaking with sobs, and no one heard her soft muttering, "Don't let me down, I'm someone who never changes her mind. I think I like the girl who stole our pig." And Yonglin tossed the binoculars to her husband and scolded him bitterly. "All your fault for not keeping an eye on our son." She didn't do anything and still managed to charm him away. Long Yang hadn't seen Chen Lin anymore in the crowd, yet earlier when he turned back, he had already noticed the misty eyes of Chen Lin. Another second, and she would have made him feel too soft-hearted to leave. Su Dao said by his side, "Stop looking, she won't disappear. Take care of her." Long Yang left these 3 words behind and then turned toward the army truck awaiting him. Climbing onto the vehicle, he saw Chen Lin far away, crouched on the ground. He couldn't see Chen Lin's actions, but he sensed she was crying. In less than 2 weeks, he had already made her cry 3 times. Su Dao wanted to roll his eyes internally. How could someone as ordinary as Chen Lin bewitch Long Yang? He muttered reassurance, "Rest assured. Don't let her cry." Long Yang grabbed the railing of the truck and gave this last order before departing. Su Dao almost wanted to break down. Du Yuan followed Long Yang onto the truck. Standing higher up, he also saw the distant Chen Lin, the kind of person who'd easily get lost in a crowd, and he wondered what exactly it was about her that caught Long Yang's attention. He was curious and asked Long Yang privately once, but Long Yang only ever answered one thing: Chen Lin was special. In others' eyes, Chen Lin was indeed special. Besides having outstanding grades, she was exceptionally average. Truly special. Lin Yu had been staring at Long Yang all along, and she also noticed Chen Lin. Where did this ugly duckling come from? Yesterday, she had heard that Long Yang was kissed by an ugly girl, but today, she saw a very plain-looking girl holding Long Yang's hand, and instead of rebuking her, Long Yang actually seemed fine with it, which made Lin Yu extremely uncomfortable. Lin Yu's roommate, He-Man, didn't care much and said offhandedly, "Look at her hideous face. Don't bother. Long Yang is enlisting, and after a few years, who will remember her anyway?" Chapter 12, The Public Enemy of All the Girls. Long Yang had left, and Chen Lin clearly noticed a change in the atmosphere around her. Girls looked at her with disdain and jealousy, while the boys' eyes only expressed even more disdain. Li Jiao, who in her previous life never bothered to talk to her, would approach her from time to time saying, Chen Lin, shall we go shopping together on Saturday? Chen Lin declined gracefully. On Saturday, I'm going to the library. There were many more girls in the library than before. Chen Lin thought that they weren't there to read books but rather to watch her, this gorilla. Every time she felt those stares, she would wonder whether she should charge admission fees. Until one day before military training, a very pretty girl blocked Chen Lin in the library. Chen Lin, you're not suitable for Longyang, do you know that? There is no possibility of you two being together. Campus beauty Lin Yu. It's said that you once pursued Jing. You are very beautiful, making other girls envious and jealous. Chen Lin had lived for dozens of years in 2 lifetimes. Though she wasn't good at plotting and scheming, the imposing manner of the foremost psionic master of her previous life had ingrained itself deep into her bones. She was someone who, if you went hard against her, would fight harder. If you played friendly with her, she'd be utterly sincere. Lin Yu had originally intended to question Chen Lin, but Chen Lin's words left her unable to continue questioning. I'm curious, how did you win over Longyang? He's not an easy person to impress. Because he doesn't need to be impressed upon, Chen Lin prepared to leave the library while holding her computer. That's the answer. What kind of answer is that? Lin Yu walked alongside Chen Lin. You're such a bothersome person. I'm fine, right? They are much more annoying. Chen Lin glanced around. When I someday gather enough courage to definitely collect tickets from these guys, you still have to pay money to see gorillas in the zoo. I've been stared at for so many days and so many times, it can't be for free. I find you not as unpleasant anymore. Lin Yu's beautiful gaze was fixed on Chen Lin's plain face. Can you tell me how you two interact? Eating, chatting on QQ, walking, in the library, that's all. Chen Lin's way of getting along with Longyang was extremely simple. Chen Lin herself was a simple person. Or, no shopping, parks, amusement parks, coffee. Lin Yu looked at Chen Lin in surprise. If it weren't known that your routine only includes the dormitory, canteen, and library, it would really be hard to believe. That's it. Chen Lin was also feeling quite helpless. I'm very busy actually, trading stocks, reading books. You can ask Longyang if you don't believe. Sometimes I even find him very irritating, talking nonsense like an 8-year-old man. It was impossible to find any common ground between Chen Lin and Longyang. Lin Yu smiled faintly. Perhaps, because you're a freak among women. Sorry to disturb, you won't think I'm rude, will you? No, you're better than those who visit but don't pay. At least, you've chatted with me for a few minutes. Chen Lin hugged her computer with one hand and extended her other hand towards Lin Yu. Big sister Lin, please give me guidance in the future. A girl pulled Lin Yu aside. We don't want to recognize people like you, who look unremarkable yet try to seduce male idols. Thunderstruck. Even though she may have intentions, from beginning to end, it was Longyang who took covert photos of her and initiated contact. Chen Lin retracted her hand, wiping it on her pants. Big sisters, goodbye. Watching Chen Lin walk away quickly with her back straightened, Lin Yu said, given her looks and background, she would never have a chance to seduce Longyang. The only possibility is that Longyang has already taken a fancy to her. The female students around her couldn't help but express disbelief. Longyang isn't blind, right? How could that happen? Suo Dao said, he claimed responsibility for receiving freshmen this year. Lin Yu was both jealous and helplessly stated. Last year, there were many beautiful freshmen. When have you ever seen Longyang actively receive newcomers? Not even if the principal invites him. Everyone knows Suo Dao is Longyang's close friend. If Suo Dao said it, then it might be true. Who knows if Longyang's aesthetics are abnormal? The girls inwardly complained. Chen Lin returned to the dormitory, concealed the important materials on her computer, and set a password lock. In her past life, she studied programming. Even if her computer was taken to a professional computer repair shop, it wouldn't be unlocked. All her money was in her stock account, which was her family's entire fortune. She couldn't afford to lose it. Having completed all this, Chen Lin put on her military training camouflage uniform, took a selfie with her phone, and sent it to Longyang's QQ. If he could log into QQ, he would see the photo she sent. After Longyang left, no news came. She had looked it up online and found that the new recruits were under strict supervision for 3 months. After a month of military training, Longyang still had not contacted her. Chen Lin sent him a picture of herself tanned from the sun, saying, I estimate you'll be able to contact me after 3 months. I'm doing fine. Every day she would send Longyang one message, telling him, I'm doing well. She didn't mention to Longyang about being isolated or excluded by her classmates. She didn't care about these things. Chen Lin casually closed her laptop and placed it on her pillow before going out with the hot water bottle. Seeing this action from Chen Lin, Li Jiao quickly jumped down from the upper bunk and opened Chen Lin's computer. Zhu Bingyang urged, quickly, just check what they talk about. The 3 of them surrounded the computer. Chen Lin's desktop was completely clean except for a password lock icon. Li Jiao tried to operate it. It's locked, can't open it. Isn't the screen lock password just 2 digits? Try all possibilities, Han Fang said, from 0 to 99, that's only 100 numbers. She won't be back so soon. Don't bother trying. It's a 9-digit password. You'd have to wait until your 3rd-year graduation to figure out how to unlock it. While the 3 girls were studying Chen Lin's computer, none of them noticed Chen Lin had already returned with the hot water bottle. We're just taking a look, don't worry. Li Jiao hastily closed the computer. How could there be a 9-digit password? You're teasing us, right? It's a kind of 9-digit variable known as a random password. Chen Lin took out her phone. I can't remember it either. I set it to automatically send the password via SMS to my phone. You can borrow the textbooks from third-year students and learn it easily. It's a very simple password, easy to learn. Chen Lin found it quite amusing. This variable password was one of the hardest topics for third-year students, and many classmates failed at this exact point. Zhu Bingyang glanced at Chen Lin, then turned and went out. She was going to borrow the textbook. Chen Lin raised an eyebrow, thinking mischievously, if they spend a great deal of effort cracking the 9-digit variable password, only to find out it's merely the screen lock, with more complex passwords coming afterward, they might get furious. Her Capital account had another password. At most, these people could only see the QQ messages she sent to Long Yang, which he had never replied to. The Dark Horse stock soared, and Chen Lin's Capital account had already reached over 7 million yuan. She took 5.5 million and bought a large amount of the Dark Horse stock when it hit its lowest point. If she calculated correctly, she would make 80 million. She used less than 2 million yuan in capital to trade short-term in several other stocks. Having memories from her past life was truly advantageous. By the time she went home on holiday, she was already a millionaire worth around 100 million. This time during the holiday, all she wanted to do was start gathering supplies. Chen Lin didn't even know that Jiao Rui had come looking for Long Yang at the school after he left, learning that Long Yang had applied for a leave of absence to join the army. Jiao Rui didn't even stay a minute longer. Jiao Rui not bothering her made her feel much more at ease. Chapter 13, A Surprising Gift. The apocalypse of the previous life happened during the first holiday of her junior year. This time, she would be fully prepared. Not until long after returning home did Chen Lin realize that Jiao Rui hadn't contacted her for a long time. Jiao Rui must have found another rich benefactor. She was always enthusiastic about such matters, but this time it was different. This time, Chen Lin herself was going to meddle. Chen Lin rested her chin on her hand, thinking that after school started, she'd take some time to visit her best friend at the Foreign Languages College. The name Foreign Languages College sounded so familiar. Then it hit her, the son of a base commander from her past life attended that college. Later, when that base fell, the base commander and his son sought refuge with her. Qi Junyan. How could she forget this person? Even if it wasn't for Jiao Rui, for Qi Junyan's sake, she had to go to the Foreign Languages College. Chen Lin began wandering through the streets and alleys of Shicheng. Right now, she didn't have a spatial ability, and finding a warehouse to collect supplies was absolutely impossible. Food wouldn't last more than 2.5 years, even flour or rice would be eaten up by rats and bugs in that time. Chen Lin thought the best option would be to open a chain supermarket. The warehouses there would always have fresh supplies and they could constantly update their inventory without piling up old stock. A jeep passed by Chen Lin and then quickly backed up, stopping beside her. Dragon-clad Long Yang jumped out of the car. Chen Lin, Long Yang, how did you find me? They hadn't seen each other for 3 months. Long Yang's demeanor seemed much more mature. Chen Lin smiled at him. You're truly the biggest surprise of my day. You never answered my calls or replied to my QQ messages, so I had to search for you all over town. Long Yang gestured to the jeep driver. Let's sit by the roadside for a bit. For 3 months and 10 days, I've been sending you messages every day, Chen Lin said. I haven't seen you for 3 months, yet you look even better than before. You seem to have lost weight. Under the shade of a lush tree, Long Yang stopped and said, sorry, I broke my promise. New recruits are not allowed to communicate with the outside world. Although I do have certain privileges, I decided that you wouldn't like me abusing those privileges just to contact you. It's for you. He grabbed Chen Lin's hand and placed a white square stone inside it. Chen Lin's body trembled. This was a spatial brain core. It was indeed a spatial brain core. There were still 2.5 years until the end times, and she definitely wouldn't make a mistake identifying it. Seeing that Chen Lin remained silent, Long Yang explained, we captured a group of poachers, and this was confiscated from them. It doesn't seem to belong to any prey, nor is it any known mineral. After asking my superior, I was allowed to take it. Do you know what this is? Chen Lin tightly gripped the white square stone in her hand. She felt its energy pulse. It was certainly a spatial brain core. I don't know, but I feel that you'll like it. Long Yang revealed an attractive smile. This is the first time I've ever given a gift to a girl. I really love it. It's a wonderful surprise. Chen Lin restrained her excitement. But you haven't told me where you're serving in the military. Perhaps one day I'll suddenly show up in front of you. If there can be one brain core, there could be another. If we manage to awaken my family's abilities earlier than others, we will have a greater chance of survival in the apocalyptic era. Long Yang leaned close to Chen Lin's ear and whispered an address. This ordinary-looking small stone, perfectly naturally square, was tightly clutched in Chen Lin's hands as if it were a treasure. In Long Yang's eyes, he realized he had found a real gem himself. Chen Lin was the only person who valued him regardless of his background or identity. This is my card. My salary and all my savings are here. I trust you to keep them safe. Long Yang pulled out a card from his pocket. I spend little money in the barracks. The password, you'll guess. Okay, I promise that when you return to civilian life, I'll make you a millionaire. Chen Lin took Long Yang's card and put it together with his library card. Seeing that Chen Lin still kept the library card he lent her on impulse, Long Yang couldn't help but feel curious. Why do you still have this? Didn't you already get your own? There's your photo on it. Chen Lin cherished everything belonging to Long Yang. This was the only item she possessed in both this life and her previous one that belonged to him. You're such a dolt. Go check your QQ when you get home. Long Yang ruffled Chen Lin's short hair. I reply to every single one of your pictures and messages. In the future, I'll be able to contact you weekly. If you come, let me know ahead of time, and I'll arrange a hostel for you. Long Yang, are you leaving soon? Chen Lin looked at the obvious jeep waiting for Long Yang not far away and guessed that he might not have much time to stay. I'm hitching a ride with my dad, he's passing by Shicheng, Long Yang said. Long Yang's dad was also in that car. Chen Lin was taken aback and quickly stood still, casting a quick glance at Long Yang. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Long Yang noticed Chen Lin's face gradually turning red. A faint smile flickered in his eyes. If I had told you that on the day I joined the military, my grandpa, dad, and mom were watching us, wouldn't you be even more surprised? Those three rascals were actually using binoculars to watch them kiss. No way. So they all saw it. Chen Lin's face burned. Ah? Tell me, you're fooling me. Your grandpa, your dad, and your mom couldn't possibly be so idle, right? I really didn't lie to you. I only found out on the way here. Where did the courage go when I initiated the kiss? Long Yang gently placed the scattered strands of hair behind Chen Lin's ear. My family doesn't have an extra nose or eyes. But, you wouldn't understand. Chen Lin blushed, whispering, I'm too embarrassed to face them. Linyan, Long Yang held Chen Lin's hand briefly. I'm leaving. Hearing herself called Linyan, Chen Lin's heart trembled. She raised her head to look at him. Long Yang, take care. I like the little gift you gave me. In the future, I'll give you the biggest surprise. You are my biggest surprise. Long Yang couldn't say something overly sentimental. He didn't say these words, but they flashed through his mind. He glanced at Chen Lin once before turning around and walking away without hesitation. Long Yang's resolute figure stood tall under the scorching summer sun, as if coated with a golden hue. Chen Lin followed Long Yang for a few steps, wanting to call him back but unable to muster the words. Dragon Gang caught sight of the girl's movements from the rearview mirror and said to his son who had boarded the vehicle, she is more used to such separations. She's born to be a military wife. Dad, was it love at first sight between you and Mom? As the jeep started moving, Chen Lin's figure disappeared, and only then did Long Yang speak. Dragon Gang's weathered face flushed slightly. Yes, it was love at first sight for your mother. I want to get married, Long Yang said. Is this kid suddenly coming of age? Dragon Gang looked curiously at Long Yang. What kind of potion did that young lady slip into your drink? Not only did you agree to join the army, but now you also want to get married. She should have slipped some potion into my drink. I should have already been married before joining the army, Long Yang remarked. Unfortunately, we haven't even confirmed our relationship yet. We'll need to wait 2 more years. Your mom thinks that the pig she has raised for 20 years has been lured away by broccoli. If you tell her what you said today, she'll probably cry her eyes out. Dragon Gang watched his increasingly mature son with deep satisfaction. Long Yang's lips twitched involuntarily. Raising a pig for 20 years, his mom certainly had an active imagination. On second thought, if he wrote these words in a letter to Chen Lin, she would surely feel happy upon reading it. Chen Lin isn't broccoli, she's an orchid. And I am Jade Tree. Chapter 14, Secondary Spatial Psychic Ability. Long Yang's appearance and departure left the greatest impression on Chen Lin with the thing he gave her. Holding the spatial brain core, Chen Lin lost all interest in continuing to browse for a location. All she wanted to do now was go home and activate her psychic ability. That way, some of the collected supplies could be stored in her space. When Chen Lin got home, the first thing she did was tell her grandfather Chen Sheng, Grandpa, Grandma, I need to shut myself away for 2 or 3 days, don't worry about me. Retreating to meditate. Grandma picked up a pack of snacks and handed it over. Here, take it. I'm not expecting you to become immortal, but don't starve yourself. Thanks, Grandma. Chen Lin took the pack of snacks and returned to her room, locking herself inside. The first activation of her psychic abilities would take several hours or even a few days, so she didn't want her family to see any unusual behavior that might scare them, fearing that if she were sent to the hospital, everything would be ruined. All her plans would fall apart. Chen Lin put the brain core in her mouth. It melted as soon as it entered her mouth, quickly being absorbed by her body. Chen Lin felt the energy coursing through her body, surging intensely. What she truly desired most was this spatial ability, yet she hadn't anticipated obtaining it under such circumstances at all. Long Yang was truly a pleasant surprise in her life. Secondary Spatial Psychic Ability. While Chen Lin was still lost in her musings, her body's absorption of the energy had already completed, smoothly, to her disbelief. Was it really this easy? Chen Lin then probed the newly acquired space, which was at the secondary level. The storage space was approximately 50 by 50, though only at the second tier, capable of storing quite a lot of supplies. Full of confidence, Chen Lin started contemplating the relationship between her space and resources. She was entirely unaware that her grandfather, grandmother, father, and mother stood outside her door peeking in. Song Xiaomai lowered her voice and asked her mother-in-law, Mom, do you think Ling Ling is normal when she says she needs to meditate? Chen Sheng softly replied, she seems perfectly fine. Could she be heartbroken? But she looked pretty happy to me. What if someone goes and asks? Chen Zhihai hesitated for a while, without reaching out to open the door. Our little Ling Ling is just a bookworm. I bet she hasn't even realized there's a difference between men and women yet. Every word of their conversation was heard crystal clear by Chen Lin outside the door, causing her to almost explode with frustration. If one didn't know the difference between men and women, how could they possibly think a father could give birth? Did they think she'd gone crazy from studying too much? Chen Lin considered going out to explain her sanity but decided against it. It felt unprecedentedly good to have her entire family concerned about her. The heartbroken ones are the ones who tend to commit suicide easily. Maybe she's getting depressed. Chen Lin's good mood couldn't last as her family's rich imagination left her utterly exasperated. Dad, let's go watch a movie together as a family. There's a new movie out called Heavenly Crisis. You still remember to suggest watching movies? Everything's fine. Chen Jihai immediately agreed. Sure, but come out first before we decide. Chen Lin. As she walked out of her room, seeing her family's faces full of concern, Chen Lin felt a wave of guilt. When I held the college entrance exam tutoring sessions before, they weren't free, and I've saved quite a bit of money. I was locked inside researching ways to earn more money, but actually, there's nothing wrong with me. I haven't broken up with anyone, nor am I planning to commit suicide. Then, shall we still go to the movie? Chen Jihai observed his daughter's expression, finding no abnormalities and feeling relieved. Of course, this is a rare family activity. Chen Lin pulled her grandmother with one hand and her grandfather with the other. Dad, buy the tickets. We're watching Heavenly Crisis, the 3D version. Let Grandpa buy the tickets. Chen Sheng joyfully responded. Ling Ling is right, the whole family should go out together. In Chen Lin's memory across both lives, family activities besides having dinner every day included only that time spent playing by the sea. Watching a movie together like this was the first time ever. The Heavenly Crisis tells the story of astronomers predicting an unprecedented meteor shower. Many people thought it was a rain of shooting stars, eagerly waiting to catch sight of the sky. Preparing to make wishes at the moment the meteors appeared, colorful streaks began showing up in the sky, beautiful and dazzling until the meteors came closer, revealing giant stones hurtling toward Earth. The screen soon filled with screams of agony. Chen Lin's eyes were glued to the scene where the meteor struck. Meteor, asteroid. The place where Longyang's military camp was located, there had once been a meteorite fall nearby. The state took control of the area and it was unknown what they found, but judging from the spatial brain core that Longyang brought, there must have been signs of mutation around 2 or 3 years before the apocalypse. However, because it happened in a desolate forest, no one knew about it. Since Longyang could find the spatial brain core, she should go take a look, maybe she would discover something else. But before visiting Longyang, she would open the supermarket first and fill up her space. Having resources on her person made her feel most secure. The movie had reached its climax. The male lead took the female lead's hand, running with her through the ashes toward the east where the sun was slowly rising. The male lead is so handsome, so warm-hearted. I wish there were men like him in real life, a female audience member sighed. Many other female viewers agreed. Exactly. On the side, their boyfriends or husbands murmured under their breath. That's just a movie. Handsome and warm. Chen Lin recalled Longyang's cool demeanor. How could she possibly think this guy had any qualities of a warm-hearted man? She must be confused. How could meteors destroy cities? Is there even such a thing as that many meteors? Song Xiaomai said to her mother-in-law, Mom, movies these days exaggerate way too much. Grandma squinted. I'm seeing all kinds of flashy lights, but I can't see anything clearly. With severe presbyopia and without her reading glasses, Grandma couldn't see anything while wearing 3D glasses. Chen Lin suddenly felt a headache. How could she prepare her family to accept the existence of zombies before they encountered them? The special effects in Heavenly Crisis aren't as good as those in Zombie World A female viewer's comment caught Chen Lin's attention. Chen Lin had also watched the foreign TV series Zombie World Star. Now reflecting on it, the scenes in the show closely resembled the post-apocalyptic world. It was almost as if the director and screenwriter had experienced a rebirth. Lost in thought, Chen Lin rented the entire set of Zombie World DVDs on her way home. After dinner, the whole family watched zombies together. Ling Ling, why are you watching something so bloody and grotesque? Song Xiaomai dared not look at the horrifying zombies. How could they turn into monsters and still eat people? It's just TV, don't overthink it. Chen Jihai interrupted his wife. It's rare for Ling Ling to be home. Once school starts, she'll leave again, and when she's away, you miss her. So now she was being made to watch TV with me? Chen Lin facepalmed internally. She had planned to use zombie films as a way to gradually prepare her family for what was coming. With only 2.5 years left, their time was really tight. Chapter 15, Yulong Chain Supermarket. In the following days, Chen Lin selected a clothing mall for sale on a relatively bustling street. The 3-story mall, covering about 2,000 square meters, had poor business. There were hardly any customers, and the salespeople were listlessly sitting under shelves, either napping, playing with their phones, or chatting. Inside the manager's office, a middle-aged woman held her phone anxiously. Can you give me a few more days? I will soon gather the money and send it over to you. Just after hanging up one call, another phone on her desk rang. The middle-aged woman hesitated before answering. Mr. Lin, I'm trying my best. Give me a little more time. Chen Lin gently knocked on the door and sat down opposite the middle-aged woman's desk. I can solve your issue with the payment. The middle-aged woman was the owner of the clothing mall, Hu Jia. She hung up and said, Young lady, I'm very busy, so please don't disturb me, alright? I can buy out all your clothing, and I can also lease your entire 3-story mall, including the warehouse. Chen Lin took out her card. If manager who is interested, perhaps you could take a listen. Little girl, Hu Jia was in a hurry but still kept her attitude gentle as she poured a cup of water and handed it to Chen Lin. Don't joke with auntie. I'm anxious enough that I feel like jumping off the building. Manager Hu, Aunt Hu, your clothing mall with the warehouse and goods does not exceed 20 million yuan. Chen Lin had already checked out the items inside the mall when she came to see Hu Jia. Hu Jia's goods mainly consisted of durable outdoor and labor protection supplies. In the year prior to the end of the previous life, Hu Jia's clothing mall went bankrupt due to poor management, because of unsold stock. The middle-aged female boss, unable to repay her debts, committed suicide by jumping from a building. I have 20 million here. Chen Lin took out Long Yang's card. Long Yang's card originally only had several 100,000, but Chen Lin had transferred 20 million. You can verify now. Hu Jia stared at Chen Lin, this student-like young girl showing no signs of joking around. Your judgment is pretty good. I've accumulated roughly 18 million worth of unsold inventory, and I owe about 20 million to the bank. I start believing you're not just teasing auntie for fun. Hu Jia, top student from the Capital Economic Management Institute, this mall is your entire fortune. From starting as a small clothing stall, you expanded into a 3-story clothing city with 2 large warehouses. Chen Lin blurted out everything she knew about Hu Jia. I am definitely not mocking you. In fact, I'm very sincere about wanting to make money with manager Hu. Hu Jia sat back in her chair, ready to listen attentively. The clothing city will be converted into a chain supermarket. I'll handle selling the clothing. You just need to manage moving them back to the warehouse, said Chen Lin. You can continue as my supermarket manager, and the employees can stay. The warehouse supervisor must be appointed by me. Regarding the remaining inventory and accumulated goods, all will be handled by me. I will cover the costs, and you'll manage purchasing and sales. Given your character and vision, I believe you won't substitute inferior quality goods or cheat the naive young girl's money, right? There are already many supermarkets on this street, and your positioning is wrong. Hu Jia was serious while looking at Chen Lin. You won't make money this way. Chen Lin never planned on making money through the supermarket. She simply wanted to open a few more to use their supply channels to fill her personal space. Manager Hu, your perspective is too narrow. That's why you've ended up in this predicament. You prioritize good value, practicality, and affordability due to your own background, but actually, your philosophy doesn't suit modern commercial competition anymore. Chen Lin pushed the card towards Hu Jia. First, pay off your debt and transport the goods to the warehouse. She pulled out another card. Here's 10 million, for renovating the supermarket and replenishing stocks. The remainder will be settled once the goods arrive. Hu Jia's clothes would be highly useful in the end world. They were strong and long-lasting. Chen Lin had desired them for a long time. The supermarket name will be Yu Long Supermarket. A young girl spending 30 million made Hu Jia feel like she was dreaming when she got the money. It wasn't until she followed Chen Lin's instructions and opened the supermarket that she believed. Hu Jia's nearly 20 million worth of clothing occupied just a small corner of Chen Lin's storage space. To stock the warehouse completely, almost half of Chen Lin's near 100 million fortune was spent. She feared Hu Jia might notice something strange, so she only took away a small portion of the items from the 2 warehouses, planning to return and collect the rest when the end world began. Chen Lin, when will the warehouse manager you mentioned take office? As the supermarket got on track, Hu Jia just remembered this question. Chen Lin slapped her head. I'll find a warehouse manager right now. She almost forgot about it, focusing solely on how to store the supplies in the warehouse every day. When Chen Lin got home, she asked, Mom, where's Dad? Isn't today his day off? Your father went out looking for a part-time job, Song Xiaomai said. The repair shop isn't doing well recently, and your father says he's bored out of his mind every day. I have a suitable part-time job for him. Could you call him back home quickly? Chen Lin picked up the phone and told Song Xiaomai, Mom, hurry up. This is a very good part-time job. All he has to do is sit there and help people open and close doors. Are there really such jobs? Just watching over gates. Song Xiaomai had no choice but to call her husband back under her daughter's urging. Ji Hai, your daughter says she wants to introduce you to a part-time job. I'm a caring little jacket, not a black-hearted cotton pit. Chen Lin smiled as she leaned against Song Xiaomai's shoulder and spoke into the handset. Dad, come home quickly. They're hiring a warehouse manager. All you have to do is open the door for others and verify the quantity of goods taken out or stored when they need to deliver or pick up goods. With how meticulous my dad is, you can surely handle it. The salary is high. Since she was the boss, how much salary she gave her dad was entirely up to her decision. Handing over the warehouse to her dad would make it much more convenient for her to collect supplies later. Chen Zhihai quickly adapted to his role as warehouse manager and even quit his job at the repair shop. Chen Lin then left Shicheng. The place where the meteor fell was never far from her mind, as were the mutated plants, mutated animals, zombies, and fragments of the meteor things she longed for. On the train, Chen Lin opened her laptop, and QQ messages kept ringing non-stop, all replies from Long Yang. That guy really didn't deceive her, he replied to every message she left. Under her own tanned and less attractive photo was a cool picture of Long Yang in his military uniform. She sent a text message to Long Yang with her phone, I'll arrive at the camp in 6 hours. She specially chose the weekend. Long Yang changed into civilian clothes in Long Gang's office. Long Gang handed the phone to his son, take her to the guest house for dinner later. You'll scare her. Long Yang pulled out a box from under the bed, taking out a bag of snacks. I want to take her for a walk in the forest. We'll try not to camp outside. Chapter 16. He is proposing. Long Gang shot a glare at his son. Go away, your dad's so kind, how could I be scary? That ice face of yours doesn't resemble anyone in our family. Why aren't people scared? Really don't know how Mom even fell for you, said Long Yang. The scenery outside is so nice, it's such a good chance for us to be alone together. Chen Lin hasn't officially agreed to be with me yet. All that kissing and she still didn't say yes. Who would believe that? thought Long Yang. This son really doesn't resemble him, except for the looks. Long Yang didn't hear his father's following words. He walked toward the camp's entrance. Chen Lin was carrying a simple double-strap backpack, wearing sportswear, and on her feet were climbing shoes. She had a certain spirit that Long Yang couldn't describe, making Chen Lin appear confident and unusual. Did you wait long? Long Yang's voice sounded behind Chen Lin. Chen Lin turned around, saw Long Yang's casual wear, and felt somewhat disappointed. I thought you would have shown up in your military uniform. Long Yang was speechless, lifting the bag in his hand. If I wore my military uniform, walking around while holding a bag of snacks, it wouldn't quite fit, right? Only then did Chen Lin see what Long Yang held in his hand. Could this cold-hearted handsome man actually be buying snacks? This is really unexpected. The scenery outside the camp area is very nice. Long Yang looked at Chen Lin, his eyes shining with a bright light as well. I've heard there are meteorites too. Chen Lin's eyes sparkled. Is that so? Then this trip is a big gain for me. We'll talk about it as we walk. Long Yang couldn't help but slightly curl his lips upwards. Hearing about meteorites makes you so happy? Chen Lin replied. I said I wanted to give you a surprise. You should prepare mentally. It's quite a terrifying surprise. I am ready, psychologically. Long Yang embraced Chen Lin's shoulder with his free hand. In the previous life, I've never done things like this. Previous life? Long Yang. Chen Lin cried out in an unguarded moment. What nonsense are you babbling? Seeing Chen Lin's shocked face, Long Yang hurriedly explained. Recently, I had a dream. In the dream, I saw that we knew each other from a past life, and I liked you, but I never confessed. Afterward, I died, and you committed suicide. Doesn't it sound a bit laughable? Committing suicide is one's own private secret. Back then, Long Yang had been dead for many years already. Quickly calming down, she determined that Long Yang wasn't reborn, but even so, Chen Lin still couldn't help but redden her eyes. Don't ever talk about death again, do you understand? This kind of reincarnation stuff, I don't believe in it anyway. Long Yang seized the opportunity to hold Chen Lin's hand. Chen Lin's hands were small and soft, just like the ones he once dreamed of wanting to hold but never got the chance before he was killed by a monster. Aren't women usually most interested in the predestined connection of the previous life? I thought you might. It proves that we had a bond in the previous life. Let's continue it in this one, decided Chen Lin. At least, today isn't the time to tell him about the space thing. Where is someone who dreams about dying, about someone else committing suicide due to them, and actually tells someone else about it? Long Yang immediately became embarrassed. If I'm so afraid of death, how could I commit suicide? Chen Lin counter-asked. What happens to the money I've worked hard to earn? You're right, said Long Yang, becoming more embarrassed. He should have known long ago that dreaming was unreliable, so why couldn't he have kept his mouth shut? I opened a supermarket. Chen Lin showed Long Yang's card and wiggled it. You're about to become a millionaire, happy? As long as you're happy. What Long Yang liked best was seeing the excited look on Chen Lin's face when talking about something she likes. That expression, exactly the same as in his dream. I'll take you to see the meteor crater. Earning money is what I want to do right now, said Chen Lin. I originally thought becoming a billionaire meant having a lot of money, but after starting the supermarket, I realized it's far from enough. Top student turned money lover. If you told others, they definitely wouldn't believe it, Long Yang said. Little rich girl, becoming a billionaire in just a few months. A millionaire. Chen Lin looked down at her hand caught by Long Yang and smiled until her eyes became crescents. Do you feel like you found treasure? Big profits. Having a girlfriend who knows how to make money. Long Yang admitted he was being deliberate. Chen Lin hadn't clearly confirmed their relationship, which made him feel somewhat strange. Stepping out of the camp zone, the trees were lush and green, mountain peaks overlapped heavily. Such scenery, beautiful as a landscape painting, was something one couldn't see in the end times. Chen Lin's fingers tightened. Long Yang, have you ever thought about one day taking a girl like me for a walk? Isn't it happening right now? Long Yang paused with Chen Lin before a puddle. We'll have our picnic here. This is where the meteorite fell. It has been reclaimed by the state though, unfortunately I can't show it to you. Hot guys are better than rocks. That the meteorite had been confiscated by the government didn't surprise Chen Lin at all. Such an amazing meteorite would never be left out in public. Is that so? Long Yang chose a flat area, placing the snacks on the ground as he took off the backpack from Chen Lin's shoulders. Do you think I'm handsome? Chen Lin looked up and saw nothing but sparkling eyes. You need me to tell you how good looking you are? There's a mirror in my bag. Among people who have lived 20 years, it would be hard to find another girl besides Chen Lin daring enough to ask a guy to look in the mirror. Yet, Long Yang was delighted. Lin, I'm so happy that you came to see me. To see the meteorite. Feeling extremely uneasy under Long Yang's gaze, Chen Lin muttered something like, if thunder could just strike me dead already. Did her cool ice boy get lost in the previous life? Unable to resist, Long Yang laughed loudly, grabbing Chen Lin and hugging her into his arms. My girlfriend, it's not nice to lie. I'm not even your girlfriend yet. Thick-skinned, Chen Lin patted Long Yang's arm. Let go of me. You're flattening my chest. Only then did Long Yang notice the softness beneath his arm. He accidentally touched the front of Chen Lin's chest. In a spot she couldn't see, his handsome face turned red. No way. I've finally gotten to hug you. Lin, will you marry me? Long Yang, I'm not even your girlfriend yet. Chen Lin was surprised but secretly thrilled. How could she have been so stupid to reject him when he proposed to her family in the previous life? White Lotus girlfriends, tea-drinking rivals, all you're doing, but I'll return everything you deserve. Indirectly, your schemes were involved in Long Yang's death in the past life. We already are. Long Yang held Chen Lin tighter, refusing to let go. All that's left is for you to admit it. You're holding me too tight, I can hardly breathe. Chen Lin struggled, trying to free herself from Long Yang's grip. If you keep squeezing, you'll end up marrying a corpse. Long Yang loosened his arms slightly, allowing Chen Lin to turn around in his embrace. Do you really want to marry me? Chapter 17, Meteorite Fragments. Of course, after I had that dream, I felt we shouldn't miss it. Long Yang lowered his head and looked into Chen Lin's eyes. I'll watch over you, and you watch over me, okay? Okay. Chen Lin nodded lightly in Long Yang's arms. When you're discharged, come to my place and propose. If you don't, Chen Lin reached out and pinched the flesh on Long Yang's waist threateningly. I'm a stubborn person. If you're serious, I'll be serious too. If you deceive me, I'll kill someone. Long Yang placed his hand on Chen Lin's. Lin, do you know what my grandpa said when he saw you? My grandpa said that both my dad and I will be under our wives' thumbs. My mom cried and said that she had raised a pig for 20 years, only for it to be lured away by your broccoli. Broccoli. Chen Lin felt as if thunder had struck her. Your mom really overestimates me. Broccoli is more beautiful than me. You are my orchid, and I am your tree. Overwhelmed with emotion, Long Yang hugged Chen Lin tightly. In his dream, he had died, but seeing Chen Lin attempt suicide made his heart and soul ache. If there was truly a previous life, he must have loved her very much. Just now you tried to strangle me, and now you're trying to suffocate me with your flat chest. Chen Lin began to struggle in Long Yang's embrace. How unreliable this guy was. Unexpectedly, Long Yang was so engrossed in that dream that he didn't hear what Chen Lin was saying at all. Chen Lin gazed speechlessly at the heavens. Could heaven send down a lightning bolt and strike her dead? In her frantic struggle, they both fell over. Facing Long Yang's head was a strangely shaped stone. By the time Chen Lin realized, it was already too late. She quickly stored the stone in her space. The two of them fell near a puddle. Long Yang was pressed beneath Chen Lin, used as a human cushion. Lin, what are you doing? Chen Lin's left wrist was pinned underneath her body. A sudden sharp pain surged through her. I wasn't doing anything. Let go of me quickly. My wrist might be twisted. In her haste to store the stone beneath Long Yang's head, she hadn't managed to retract her hand in time. She couldn't move at all because of the unbearable pain. Long Yang got up immediately as Chen Lin's wrist had already started swelling. I'll take you to the infirmary. Long Yang, Chen Lin sat on Long Yang's lap, supporting her left wrist with her right hand. I'm not that delicate. Just find 2 straight branches for me to splint it, and it'll be fine. I promise, the next time I see you, I'll have learned emergency first aid. Watching Chen Lin enduring the severe pain and drenched in sweat, Long Yang silently blamed himself for being distracted just now. He quickly found 2 branches, breaking them into roughly equal lengths. Will this work? It works. Chen Lin simply secured her wrist. See, learning first aid is really useful. I've practiced it twice already. Lin, I'll take you to the infirmary in the camp. Long Yang looked at Chen Lin's hand wrapped like a chicken claw. Don't let it get dislocated. It will be more troublesome if it doesn't heal properly later. Long Yang, stop making a mountain out of a molehill, will you? Chen Lin remarked. I'm not that frail. Moreover, this is really a trivial matter. She waved her right hand in front of Long Yang. I'm right hand anyway. Long Yang carefully embraced Chen Lin's shoulders and held her left hand. Sorry, I got distracted just now. What are you doing? Are you still the cool guy I know? Chen Lin stared blankly at Long Yang. This cautious individual who was tenderly holding her claws surely wasn't the man she intended to marry. Lin, this isn't something to joke about. If the bones don't heal well, your hand will be very inconvenient in the future. Long Yang tried to persuade Chen Lin. Chen Lin hooked her arms around Long Yang's neck and silenced his nagging with a kiss. So chatty. After months apart, stubble pricked her lips when she bit him hard. Murmuring, you haven't even shaved. Next time, I'll be careful. Long Yang kissed her soft lips, reluctant to let go. Can you visit me every week? No. Chen Lin evaded Long Yang's advances, lowering her head. I still need to make money. I'm busy. Long Yang was not disappointed by Chen Lin's rejection. Instead, he thought such an attitude suited her. I'll take you to the infirmary. No. Chen Lin climbed off Long Yang's lap. I'll walk around a bit. Bring out the good food. Upon receiving the stone from her storage space, she realized it was actually a fragment of a meteorite. She wanted to search around for more scattered fragments. Meteorite fragments contained the same energy as brain cores, and collecting them now would surely be useful in the future. Lin. Long Yang ran after Chen Lin. Why are you so stubborn? What if it doesn't heal well? I'll bear with it for a while. When we go back, I'll head to the infirmary then, okay? Chen Lin's mind was entirely on the meteorite. She didn't want to leave. We've come this far already. The surrounding soil and plants showed signs of being dug up, yet the plants here hadn't mutated, nor had there been any changes in their energy levels. So, where did the animals containing brain cores come from? All right. Seeing no choice, Long Yang stopped trying to persuade Chen Lin. What are you looking for? Unusual animals, plants, or stones, anything could potentially earn money. Chen Lin said, for example, if I find some herbs, ginseng, or antlers shed by wild deer. Money obsessed. Long Yang also bent down to look around. There's just a puddle here, and everything nearby seems normal. It doesn't seem like anything has much value. Odd stones or minerals work too. Chen Lin found a few more small pieces and stored them while Long Yang wasn't paying attention. Long Yang, what's your nickname? No, only my grandpa calls me Yanga. Long Yang smiled. Do all your family members call you Lin? Yes. Chen Lin picked up another meteorite fragment. Long Yang, look, Collect these kinds of stones and send them to me. Sure, even broken stones piqued her interest, and Long Yang's gaze softened. Most people love jewels and jade, but yours seem different. I'm more straightforward, I love money, Chen Lin replied. If anyone else had spare time, they'd spend it with their boyfriend, right? But when I have free time, I think about how to make money. You're at the military camp, I don't need to keep you company, you'll do fine without me. Besides, having my own money means I can buy whatever I like without relying on anyone else. It feels unstable spending other people's money. You're truly upfront, most people wouldn't openly admit their obsession with wealth. Shouldn't you at least like me for being a handsome guy? Long Yang stroked his stubbly lips. Chen Lin, have you even taken a good look at me? Of course, there's a tiny lipstick mole on your earlobe, Chen Lin revealed. I saw it when you held me. Has anyone else noticed that mole besides me? My mom. Long Yang chuckled, delighted to tease Chen Lin. My grandma and grandmother-in-law, no one else. If anyone else sees it, I'll twist off your ears. Chen Lin turned back and waved her uninjured right hand at Long Yang. Chen Lin had known about the little lipstick mole on Long Yang's earlobe from her past life. It was something Jiao Rui had bragged about in front of her. This time, upon meeting him again, she discovered that only when she was hugged by Long Yang and looked up while gazing at him could she see the mole beneath his earlobe. Otherwise, it was completely invisible. Chen Lin finally understood why Jiao Rui had specifically told her about the mole on Long Yang's body when she saw the little mark on his earlobe. Now, living her second life, she realized the true meaning behind Jiao Rui's bragging. It was laughable how she hadn't understood before. It was only until she spotted the tiny lipstick mole on Long Yang's earlobe that she fully grasped the significance of Jiao Rui's boasting. How ironic, it took living twice for her to understand the hidden meaning behind Jiao Rui's proud words. Truly ridiculous, she muttered under her breath. Chapter 18, Lin, be honest with your hands. Chen Lin picked up a lot of fragments. These fragments contained the same energy as the brain core. Before the apocalypse, peculiar meteors fell from the sky several times. She had to collect them as much as possible. She knew the locations where those meteors landed and could easily reach there before their descents. That was how Chen Lin planned it. This time she would use her memories from the previous life to get ahead of others. Long Yang, shall we spend the night in the mountains alone tonight? Chen Lin made up her mind, turned back, and looked up at Long Yang. I'm going home tomorrow, the next time we meet might be months later. Long Yang hesitated. Your hand is injured. Just one night, it doesn't matter, said Chen Lin, not skilled in coquetry but still eyeing Long Yang earnestly. This place definitely still had more fragments that needed collecting. Long Yang, can you stay out all night? The mountain nights will be cold. Long Yang had originally thought that Chen Lin wanted him to take her to the city to play. He had already prepared for a night away from the military camp. Chen Lin was a second-level spatial mutant. In the previous life, she often camped outside and wouldn't be afraid of the cold at all. But she worried about Long Yang, who was still an ordinary person. Forget it then, you go back to the military camp, I'll head home. She couldn't let her selfishness make Long Yang fall ill. How could Long Yang bear to disappoint Chen Lin? Weekend vacation. Besides, my father is the camp commander, there's nothing wrong with this. I'm worried you'll get cold, and your hand. Hey, I'm not worried at all. Chen Lin took the initiative to grab Long Yang's hand. Could it be that you suspect this patient of having ulterior motives towards you? Raid some feelings on a high-wind dark night? Feel free to raid. Long Yang stood to Chen Lin's right, avoiding her left injured hand. If you get cold tonight, we'll go to the lodge. You have to promise me. Long Yang, Chen Lin tiptoed and pinched Long Yang's face, pulling it hard. Aren't they all saying you're a cold-hearted god? Cool and aloof. How come I don't see any of that? Hearing this, Long Yang's eyes showed helplessness. I am not cool and aloof. I just dislike being stared at like a big gorilla or being relentlessly entangled. Maybe I'm the type of guy people say has a hidden agenda. Chen Lin rolled her eyes exaggeratedly. Can I return you? Feeling scammed. Well, someone likes my aloofness so much, even if I have to fake it, I'll fake it for you. Looking at Chen Lin, Long Yang couldn't pretend his usual aloofness. Look, let me show you what I bought. Long Yang pulled Chen Lin aside to sit down and opened the bag of snacks. Chen Lin looked up and saw nothing but puffed food. Speechless, she said, let's eat mine, dragging her backpack over. I brought bread, beef jerky, water, and even a sheet. Long Yang spread the sheet on the ground and placed the snacks on it. Enough for us. All these are yours. Holding the bag of beef jerky in her hand, Chen Lin found herself unable to open it. I want to eat this. Long Yang helped Chen Lin open the packaging. Lin, when I go on my next leave, would you introduce me to your family? It felt like a big bad wolf luring a little girl. Chen Lin. My grandparents and parents have seen you, but your family hasn't met me yet. Long Yang continued to reason persuasively. My family background isn't bad, and I look handsome too. Although I haven't graduated from university, I can be considered a talented student. Chen Lin bit into the beef jerky, her cheeks flushed red. Was this guy really in such a hurry? You also agree, right? Long Yang asked. Long Yang, why are you in such a rush? Swallowing what was in her mouth, Chen Lin said, seems like you won't be able to find a wife or something. Shouldn't I be the one worrying? And again, you're only 20, I've just turned 18. Aren't you being a bit too hasty? After eating their fill, Chen Lin lay contentedly on the sheet while Long Yang stayed silent for a long time. Turning her head, she saw Long Yang staring at her. What? Are you rushing things at age 20? Hasty. Long Yang also found himself absurd. Chen Lin was only 18, and they had known each other for only a few months. Not very hasty, but I just worry that if I'm not by your side, what if you happen to meet someone better looking than me? Lying down beside Chen Lin, propping his head with his hand, he watched Chen Lin with her content face. I'm actually very stubborn, otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen to commit suicide when she felt unhappy. Chen Lin smiled faintly. 2 years later, if you still want to marry me, I will marry you. Long Yang looked at Chen Lin's lips moving constantly and leaned down to kiss her, but he carefully avoided touching her left hand. Chen Lin raised her hand to support Long Yang's chest. Long Yang was thin, yet still had some muscles. Chen Lin didn't realize she was feeling his body. Long Yang's eyes sparkled with a flash of light. His hand carefully supported the side of Chen Lin, deepening the kiss gradually. Chen Lin's hand moved from his chest to his abdomen, causing him to tighten there momentarily. Lin, stop moving your hands around like that. Chen Lin gave a soft affirmative sound. Long Yang, you have quite a good figure, and even muscles. Lin, Long Yang suppressed a flicker of restlessness. In such close quarters between a man and a woman, if you keep touching like this, I'm going to do something bad. What kind of bad thing? Chen Lin puzzledly asked. This is the forest. Starting a fire could cause a wildfire. Long Yang, annoyed, wanted to grab his hair. Do you even understand what I mean? I do understand, said Chen Lin mischievously. Prevent forest fires, everyone has responsibility. There was no stopping the sly grin creeping on her lips. He truly couldn't win against Chen Lin. Long Yang anxiously pounded the ground in frustration. Chen Lin grabbed Long Yang's shirt and buried her face in his chest, giggling uncontrollably. Big dummy, you've been tricked. After 2 lifetimes, Chen Lin was well into her several decades, much more experienced than Long Yang, the naive young man. Though she'd never been in an actual romantic relationship, it didn't prevent her from recognizing Long Yang's reactions. Little naughty one, Long Yang bit lightly on her neck. You were actually teasing me, did you know? If you want to. Chen Lin struggled through her shyness. I agree. We're adults, we both know what we're doing. Lin, Long Yang buried his face in her neck. I won't do anything rash. You're still too young. Too young? What? Chen Lin pinched his face forcefully. It's your own choice. Next time, I won't agree so easily for you. The sky as quilt, the earth as bed, life under heaven and earth doesn't go beyond this. Chen Lin almost directly told Long Yang that life should be enjoyed while one can. Chen Lin, Long Yang lifted his head, looking sternly at her, addressing her formally by her full name. Didn't you say we just met recently? What if you regret later? Will Chen Lin regret it? She won't. What she regrets the most is that in the previous life, she wasn't with her parents, she missed out on Long Yang, and wrongly trusted Jiao Rui and those deceitful. Chapter 19. Damned upstanding gentleman. Chen Lin pulled on the buttons of Long Yang's shirt with her fingers. Or is it that you don't dare? Can't? Or are you afraid that you can't take responsibility if we do? Chen Lin, upon hearing that he didn't dare or couldn't, Long Yang's expression became more serious as he grabbed her hand. Even if I can take responsibility, I can only get married 2 years later. What if, by accident, you become pregnant? In these kinds of matters, how can a man not dare? What would you do? Pregnancy, Chen Lin really hadn't thought about it. Long Yang, or maybe you don't actually like me as much as you think. I know I'm not as beautiful as the girls around you, but I'm not ugly either. This isn't an issue of being ugly or not. Long Yang looked down at Chen Lin from above. He could indulge in more intimacy with her without consequence, take their relationship further, but what if she regrets it later? He couldn't leave Chen Lin with anything less than fulfillment. Do you think I'm just some girl to give you novelty? Chen Lin said intentionally. If Long Yang was willing to die for her, his heart towards her needed no proving. She merely wanted Long Yang to stop holding back so much. If he likes her, they should be together. The apocalypse was about to start. How far they could go, she didn't know. Don't talk nonsense. Do you truly feel none of my sincerity? Long Yang said gravely. A suppressed fire burned in his eyes. Chen Lin unzipped her tracksuit, revealing a thin t-shirt. She reached out to unbutton Long Yang's shirt. But I like you, Long Yang. Are you scared I'll cling to you? I won't. If you don't like me, I can disappear from your life anytime. If you do, why suppress yourself? Long Yang had firm muscles and smooth skin, giving her a pleasant touch. Long Yang, you pig. Long Yang took a deep breath and once again grasped Chen Lin's hand. His shirt was now partly unbuttoned by her efforts. At this moment, his appearance could enchant countless women. Next time, if there's ever another next time when we're like this, my thoughts will still be the same. I'll never let you go, pig. Chen Lin yanked her hand away forcefully with a humph. There won't be a next time, humph. She turned around, facing away from Long Yang. In cases where men and women were alone, wouldn't men usually succumb? Long Yang rested his hand beneath Chen Lin's neck and hugged her sideways. Lingling, please don't be mad, alright? What am I angry about? Chen Lin muttered unhappily. I'm not mad. Lingling, Long Yang gazed deeply at Chen Lin's thin t-shirt. Beneath it lay curves that sent waves of excitement coursing through him. With great effort, he restrained himself from glancing too close at the feminine silhouette before him. He used the other hand to help Chen Lin pull up the zip of her tracksuit. The feelings I have for you, you must feel them, right? I know. From when we first met on the beach, it was love at first sight for me. You didn't expect that, did you? You smiled so sunny, simple, happy was pure happiness, without mixed intentions or schemes. Just looking at your smile makes one feel life is so beautiful and warm. Isn't this feeling strange? Chen Lin's nose stung. Listening to this now, comparing it to both lives, she heard the inner monologue of Long Yang. Why hadn't she realized in the previous life that Long Yang purely liked her? Long Yang noticed that Chen Lin's body was trembling lightly, and he sensed her tears. Why are you crying again? It seems like I haven't said something terribly wrong, have I? Tightening his arms, Long Yang hugged Chen Lin tightly. Don't cry. When you cry like this, I don't even know what to do anymore. Lingling, please stop crying, okay? You aren't attracted to me. Chen Lin's voice was thick with a heavy nasal tone. I just recognized this point now. Long Yang suddenly felt that in front of Chen Lin, he was like punching into cotton, powerless. You've gotten me stuck here. Let's sleep. Tomorrow, I'll take you for a walk nearby. Chen Lin felt even more deflated. Alone as they were, the seduction failed. Chen Lin didn't want to leave the regret of the past life between them, but alas, Long Yang showed greater restraint in these matters than she anticipated. The next day, Long Yang took Chen Lin around a large circle. She collected several meteorite fragments as big as human heads, discovering unexpectedly that her second-tier space had been upgraded to the third tier. Back at the military camp, he helped rebandage her hand, and then in the afternoon, Chen Lin left in a car. Did you fight? Dragon Gang quickly found out that his son brought a girl to the medical room for a bandaged hand. How could we? Long Yang replied, she fell accidentally. Dragon Gang stared at his son's face. Alone with a girl outside, did you bully her? She's just in her first year of university, she's still young. Long Yang's handsome face immediately darkened. Everything that should have been done was done, except for what shouldn't have been done that hadn't happened yet. But it would happen sooner or later. If you dare not to marry her, your grandfather and I will beat you to death, Dragon Gang said, putting on a serious expression. He completely failed to notice how much darker his son's face had become. Sitting on the return train, Chen Lin felt a mixture of joy and worry. The joy came from her realization that meteorites could enhance abilities. The worry was her fear of losing Long Yang again. Chen Lin no longer cared about stock price fluctuations. She decided that next time, she must tackle Long Yang. Chen Lin didn't know that when Dragon Gang called his wife, he sounded severe. Our well-raised son took the girl all the way out into the wilderness and stayed overnight, and then, As school approached, Chen Lin only saw Jiao Rui then, and Jiao Rui invited her back to school together. Lingling, it's been so long since we've seen each other. What have you been busy with? Did she ask the wrong person? Chen Lin examined Jiao Rui. Jiao Rui's clothing had matured a lot compared to before. She wore light makeup, and there was an added charm in her expression. This charm Chen Lin had once seen when Jiao Rui acted cute in front of Long Yang. Are you in love? When I'm free, I'll come visit you at your school. Can you tell that? Jiao Rui giggled. The hot guy from your school joined the army. I can't cling to him forever. There's a very cool boy at my school. I'm pursuing him. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin smiled. If he caught your eye, he must be incredibly handsome. I definitely want to take a look. I'll find you at your school this weekend. She also wanted to meet that boy ahead of time. Also, I can give you some references. In the end times, one tree does not make a forest. Jiao Rui thought, has Chen Lin become so persistent now? With Chen Lin's looks, that boy would definitely not be interested in her. This point, she was entirely confident, definitely possible, but absolutely no mention of other boys. Don't worry, Rui. You're my best friend, not someone else. Chen Lin grinned, agreeing right away. The closer the friendship, the more solemnly one must treat it. Best friends aren't harmless good insects after all. In the past life, she had already witnessed various forms of care from her best friend. It was just that at that time, she never imagined that the destructive power of a best friend could rival that of tens of thousands of crazy dogs. That's right. We've grown up together since we were little, best friends. No one has a better relationship than us. Jiao Rui laughed triumphantly. When you eventually find a boyfriend, I'll help you reference too. You're so stupid, I'll have to carefully vet him for you, so this little fool doesn't get tricked. Chen Lin smiled. If this was really true, where did Jiao Rui's resentment toward her come from? She hadn't forgotten that Jiao Rui once called her an ugly duckling behind her back. Chapter 20, the same trio as the previous life. Jiao Bingyang borrowed books from the sophomore and junior seniors, only to find out that the variable cipher mentioned by Chen Lin wouldn't be taught until the second semester of her junior year. There was no way she could learn it in such a short time. This stuff is just too hard. She had Long Yang's QQ number, but Long Yang never replied to her. For this reason, she wanted to know even more what Long Yang and Chen Lin had talked about. Bingyang, you've been reading this book for so long, and you can't understand it at all. Li Jiao leaned over. Do you really believe Chen Lin? Maybe she had someone else help her with the cipher. In my opinion, why waste your effort? We should just take her computer and find a computer expert. That's right, I don't know why I didn't think of that. Jiao Bingyang threw the book aside. Forget it, I'm not reading anymore. My head's spinning. You guys, how did that bumpkin Chen Lin manage to hook up with Long Yang? Who knows, maybe Long Yang just admires her good grades. Han Fang sat next to Jiao Bingyang. Our Bingyang is not only pretty but also gets good grades. Surpassing that bumpkin Chen Lin is nothing but an easy task. She didn't seem to study last semester, yet she managed to rank first in the entire grade while I was only 7th. Jiao Bingyang comfortably enjoyed Han Fang's flattery. What books does she read in the library? Do any of you know? How would anyone know? Li Jiao said. I can ask Senior Su Dao, he seems to be close with the library administrator. Jiao Bingyang urged, go ask him quickly. Su Dao has the best relationship with Long Yang. Bingyang, it's already dark outside. Li Jiao turned around and climbed into bed with Jiao Bingyang. I'll ask him tomorrow. How did you guys spend your vacation? Without brother Long Yang, Where was I in the mood to have fun? I spent the whole holiday reading books and didn't understand anything. Gao Bingyang got angrier the more she thought about it. It's all because of brother Long Yang that I chose this school. Otherwise, I would have gone abroad for my studies long ago. This Chen Lin is truly detestable. The dorm door opened, and Chen Lin walked in carrying her bag. Are you going to sleep so early? She heard people saying bad things about her before she even entered. What nonsense. She turned on the light and saw 3 people inside the room, apparently having a pajama party, with Li Jiao even crawling into bed with Gao Bingyang. We're bored, Li Jiao waved Chen Lin over. Hurry up and climb into bed. Let's chat. I'm sleeping. Gao Bingyang turned her back to them. For some reason, seeing Chen Lin's plain face made her extremely irritated. Han Fang poked her head out from Gao Bingyang's top bunk. Chen Lin, we were talking about how we spent our holidays. Bingyang studied at home, I attended a tutoring class, and you? I played all holiday long and even visited Long Yang at the military camp, Chen Lin confessed honestly. Look, I fell down and twisted my hand. Chen Lin showed them her hand wrapped in bandages. Gao Bingyang felt that Chen Lin was boasting. She abruptly sat up. Chen Lin, can you have a bit of public decency? Can't you see we're trying to sleep? Don't make noise. Sure, I'll be quieter. Chen Lin placed her bag aside and took out her laptop to look at it. Li Jiao knew Gao Bingyang actually wanted to know about Long Yang, so she directly asked Chen Lin, is it true that Senior Long Yang looks super handsome in his military uniform? Gao Bingyang perked up her ears. Let me show you his picture. Chen Lin turned her computer screen to show them. He looks really handsome in his military uniform, but when I went, it was the weekend, and he was wearing civilian clothes. I didn't get to see him in his uniform. Wow, so handsome. Han Fang stared wide-eyed at the screen. Long Yang was one of the most sought-after heartthrobs in the school. It was rumored that many beauties were pursuing him actively. Such a pity that the school's heartthrob is paired with someone like you. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin couldn't help but burst out laughing. How could I possibly resemble cow dung? Besides, Long Yang and I aren't boyfriend and girlfriend, we're just kindred spirits. If you're not a couple, why did you kiss him that day? Hearing Chen Lin deny being Long Yang's girlfriend slightly eased Gao Bingyang's mind. I saw it, and so did many others. You guys are so naive. Haven't you heard the saying beauty can satisfy hunger? It was just a quick steel kiss. If I ever become his girlfriend in the future, you'll probably faint from shock. Big brother Long Yang would never look at you, Gao Bingyang said awkwardly. Long Yang and I grew up together. I only chose this school because of him. This was something Chen Lin already knew from her previous life, only this time, she didn't have Gao Rui around. I like him. Chen Lin turned back to her computer. Who wouldn't with how handsome he is? Disgusting. Gao Bingyang muttered softly under her breath. Her voice was low, but Chen Lin caught every word. It reminded her so much of the day when the college entrance exam scores were revealed, when Gao Rui had whispered behind her back that she was an ugly monster. Chen Lin picked up a mirror and looked at herself in it, short hair brushing her ears, average but decent features. While they weren't exquisite or exceptionally pretty, there was a quiet charm to them. At least, she thought so herself. Hey, Chen Lin, can you teach us how to unlock that 9-digit password on your computer? Han Fang poked her head out from her top bunk. We'd like to learn. To crack it while she wasn't in the dorm, Chen Lin assumed. A smirk played on the corner of her lips as she replied with apparent generosity, sure thing. Actually, it's really simple. Watch closely. She rotated the computer screen toward the 3 girls sitting across the table. Most of our computers use a 2-digit CMOS password, ranging from 00 to 99, which is pretty easy to bypass. If someone doesn't want to try them one by one, just open the case, unplug the CMOS battery, and that solves it. The toughest part about a 9-digit variable password is that its digits are randomized. First, you need to learn C language, C++, BASIC, and so on. Once you've mastered these, you can then start setting your variable rules between 9 zeros to 9 nines. Chen Lin spoke as she demonstrated each step for the 3 girls. Each programming language she mentioned required its own dedicated book, which were major courses taught in the sophomore and junior years. At first, Gao Bingyang tried to pay attention, having spent all summer studying. But as Chen Lin continued, she lost interest. Bookworms are freaks. I'll take that as a compliment. Chen Lin readily accepted it without getting upset. With only 2.5 years left before the apocalypse would begin, she had plenty of things to focus on. How shameless. Gao Bingyang rolled her eyes and refused to acknowledge Chen Lin anymore, lying back down to sleep. Han Fang and Li Jiao soon fell asleep too. Chen Lin retrieved her computer and opened Long Yang's photo again. The cool, aloof guy she remembered in her past life seemed almost like a different person now. Not only was he warm-hearted, but also unusually clingy. Li Jiao had gone out early, while Gao Bingyang and Han Fang were still sleeping late. Carrying her laptop, Chen Lin walked out of the dormitory, heading to check if the library was open. Chapter 21, Shocking Discovery. The way from the girls' dormitory to the library was a tree-lined path. Couples could often be seen embracing, kissing, and canoodling under the trees. Chen Lin walked along this path with her computer, not glancing at them. She had seen so many couples on this road that she had long become accustomed to it. Behind a tree, a corner of a skirt was revealed. Chen Lin was about to walk past when she heard a familiar voice. Su Dao, would you please take a look at what books Chen Lin reads in the library? If she studies so well, there must be a trick. It's a small matter. I'll send you a message later. Su Dao's voice came through, Jojo, shall we go watch a movie tonight? The sound of an intense kiss echoed from behind the tree. How interesting. Li Jiao and Su Dao were actually a couple. Chen Lin quietly walked away without disturbing their intimate moment. If Su Dao and Li Jiao were a couple, then why did she and Long Yang feel like strangers in her previous life? What role did Long Yang's good friend play in all this? Chen Lin couldn't recall anything about what Su Dao had done between her and Long Yang in the previous life. She didn't even know that Su Dao was Long Yang's good friend and roommate in her past life. It seemed that in her previous life, she had truly been quite foolish. If it weren't for her habitual visits to the library today, she might never have discovered the relationship between Li Jiao and Su Dao. In her heart, Chen Lin began to raise her guard against Su Dao. Having experienced the harsh end times, she knew all too well how fragile trust between people could be. Moreover, she was no longer the naive person who easily trusted others. Sure enough, Su Dao had been to the library and passed on the list of books Chen Lin had read to Li Jiao. As soon as Li Jiao returned to the dormitory, Gao Bingyang and Han Fang immediately surrounded her. So, did you find out? What books does Chen Lin read in the library? This is the list of books she read. Li Jiao took out a long list of books: stocks, jewelry and jade, maps, travel guides, traditional Chinese medicine, ancient prescriptions, even agricultural cultivation books, but none of our textbooks. You think Chen Lin used her relationship with Long Yang to obtain exam papers and cheated her way to first place? Han Fang picked up Chen Lin's textbook from her bedhead. It was almost new, just issued. Except for the book cover where Chen Lin had written her name. Chen Lin never took notes, and whenever they looked at her computer, she was either watching movies or stocks. It must be true. Gao Bingyang thought harder and felt they had guessed right. A person who doesn't study, doesn't read books, and doesn't review exams unless she cheats, how could she possibly achieve the top score? No way, this is Imperial Capital University. We can't tolerate such behavior. The three of them exchanged glances, thinking they had caught Chen Lin's weakness and became very excited. Exactly, if she didn't cheat, how could she rank first? That's outrageous. How dare she be so arrogant after cheating? At this point, Chen Lin still had no idea about the excitement among the three people in the dormitory. Her spatial ability had reached level 3, which allowed her to carry a lot of items. She could open another supermarket in the capital city. But she still had some money left. Inside a private room at a restaurant off campus, Li Jiao, Han Fang, Gao Bingyang, and Su Dao were sitting together. Li Jiao told Su Dao about their discovery. Su Dao, tell me, how could someone who doesn't study possibly rank first? She brought several of Chen Lin's textbooks to the restaurant and handed them to Su Dao. Her books only have her name written on them. Look. Su Dao glanced at Chen Lin's textbook, seeing it was almost new, looking as though it had never been touched. This can't prove she cheated. Could it be that Long Yang helped her do something? Gao Bingyang guessed. If Long Yang wanted to help, he'd surely have the capability, right? Su Dao, you look at it yourself. These books are so new, they don't look like they belong to someone who studies hard. She spends her days either watching stocks or movies. The books she reads in the library, none of them are related to our major. And yet, she still scored better than me. I simply can't accept it. Right, I am far more serious than her. Li Jiao nodded in agreement. I crammed before the exam and only managed to score over 70. This way, I'll arrange for a test in the first year. If Chen Lin still comes out on top, we'll investigate further. Su Dao didn't like Chen Lin at all. He always thought this girl was calculating and impossible to predict. Long Yang had never been in love before. He must have been tricked by Chen Lin. Su Dao also wanted to expose Chen Lin's true nature to Long Yang. This is a good plan. Exams are the best way to test her. Gao Bingyang immediately agreed with using an exam to test Chen Lin. Su Dao's father was a school official, so arranging a test for the first-year students was nothing unusual. Su Dao handed Gao Bingyang a slip of paper. Here's Long Yang's address, you can contact him. After taking the note, Gao Bingyang was so excited that she almost jumped up. That's great. I can visit brother Long Yang at the military camp too. So that Chen Lin won't brag about it in front of me. Thank you, big brother Su Dao. Upon hearing that Chen Lin had actually been to the military camp, Su Dao's face turned dark with anger. What a schemer. Seeing this, Li Jiao quickly said, let's order some dishes. Su Dao and I still have to watch a movie later. Fang Fang, come with me to go shopping. I want to send something to brother Long Yang. Gao Bingyang went shopping with Han Fang. She had known Long Yang since childhood and understood his likes and dislikes. Brother Long Yang will surely like what I send him. When Long Yang received the package from Gao Bingyang, he didn't even bother to open it and threw it directly into Long Yang's dormitory. On the first day of formal classes, the freshmen took a diagnostic test. Gao Bingyang had been waiting for Chen Lin to be exposed. The sudden test meant no one would have had time to leak the questions to her. After the results were announced, Chen Lin was once again indisputably ranked first. How could this be? How could someone like Chen Lin rank first? She must have cheated using wireless devices. Su Dao was convinced that Chen Lin cheated, subconsciously avoiding the fact that she had almost no chance to cheat. This diagnostic exam was designed by Su Dao just hours before and printed right then, distributed directly to the first-year students. Looking at Chen Lin's near-perfect test paper, Li Jiao couldn't believe it. How did Chen Lin do it? Even if she had studied ahead, there's no way she should perform this well. If it's a fox, its tail will eventually show. Su Dao spent a long time studying Chen Lin's exam paper. Maybe we missed something. Forget about it. I'll get the school involved in reviewing the matter. He took Chen Lin's test paper and textbook to his father's office. Su Rui was the vice dean in charge of school administration, and student cheating fell under his jurisdiction. Dad, take a look at this paper. Is there anything suspicious? Su Dao handed Chen Lin's test to Su Rui. Chapter 22, She is a flawless student. After reviewing Chen Lin's test papers and her almost brand new textbooks, Su Rui decided to start the investigation in Shicheng. The Imperial Capital University is a top-tier university in the country, and it must not tolerate students of questionable moral character. According to the results of the investigation in Shicheng, not only was Chen Lin an excellent learner herself, but she even held a tutoring class before her own college entrance exam. Every student she tutored successfully passed the college entrance exam with 100% success. During the holiday just before college enrollment, Shicheng High School invited Chen Lin to organize a college entrance exam preparatory tutoring session for 200 students. After being coached by Chen Lin, these 200 students' scores far exceeded those of their peers from previous years. Even among them were quite a few underperforming students. The result of the investigation in Shicheng indicated that Chen Lin was an exemplary student both in conduct and academic. She was not reluctant to share her learning experiences and took her classmates along with her for mutual improvement. Su Dao did not believe this answer when he heard it from his father. Dad, do you really think that's possible? The college entrance exam is so busy, who has time to tutor others? She was the top scorer in the college entrance exam in Shicheng and the national champion, said Su Rui. I have also investigated her behavior after she came to school. Besides her dormitory, library, canteen, and classroom, she hardly left campus. Do you know what she did during the vacation? She acquired a failing mall in Shicheng and transformed it into a supermarket. That's the truth. You can verify the existence of the top scorer's tutoring classes online. This is a flawless student. She excels at studying and understanding situations, Su Rui praised unreservedly. You should learn from her more often. Despite having fun all day long, she still achieves excellent results. There must be some tricks to it. Cheating could be considered a trick, Su Dao remarked contemptuously, disdain written all over his face. There was no way he would learn from someone he disliked, like Chen Lin. I've heard from the printing department teacher that the test questions were prepared last minute. Su Rui looked at his son, confused. How could she cheat? There are countless ways to cheat. It's definitely something we haven't discovered yet. I'm sure I'll find her weak spot, Su Dao declared firmly. He felt it necessary to expose Chen Lin's true nature and make Long Yang realize she was a deeply scheming girl. Stubbornness will get you nowhere. In fact, you clearly know that this girl is extraordinary, Su Rui said. Su Dao wouldn't listen. He believed that Long Yang's side should consist of gentle and beautiful girls like Jiao Bingyang, rather than scheming ones like Chen Lin who appeared plain. Therefore, he wrote letters to Du Yuan and Ling Jiang, asking them to persuade Long Yang to distance himself from Chen Lin because her character was terrible. Chen Lin was studying stocks in the library, sketching short-term trend lines on paper. A girl sat opposite Chen Lin and suddenly spoke up. Classmate Chen Lin, I created a firewall, but it malfunctioned while running. It allowed viruses to pass through, and even automatically embedded viruses. Without looking up, Chen Lin responded, there's a bug in the virus database. It recognizes viruses as normal programs. Find this bug and write a separate script to correct the issue in the background. Remember, we're only freshmen. This is a freshman-level solution. If you're proficient in programming languages, then rewrite the program, starting with rewriting the virus database. Behind Chen Lin, several students had gathered unknowingly, including upperclassmen. Chen Lin's answers were faultless. Hearing Chen Lin's immediate response, presenting different solutions, Su Dao's expression grew darker. He arranged for someone to challenge Chen Lin, but they failed, instead helping Chen Lin gather a group of admirers. While Chen Lin reviewed computers in the library, there were always many students from different grades and majors surrounding her. None of their questions could stump her. Jiao Bingyang watched the crowd around Chen Lin and muttered, backfired. Humph. What made her even angrier was that the items and letters she sent to Long Yang received no reply. What's so great about a bookworm? Ling Jiang in the military camp received Su Dao's letter but chose to keep silent with Du Yuan, not telling Long Yang anything mentioned in Su Dao's letter. They understood much better than Su Dao how much Long Yang cared about Chen Lin. Moreover, throughout this matter, it was Long Yang who initiated everything. They didn't understand why Su Dao seemed so annoyed. Secretly, they even guessed if Su Dao had feelings for Long Yang. If that was the case, Su Dao's letter might just be out of jealousy, and so it would be even more unwise to tell Long Yang, lest the few of them couldn't remain friends. Chen Lin, on the other hand, didn't mind at all when others asked her questions. If it weren't for her income from stock trading and the supermarket, she probably would have set up a tutoring class in college. Now, although she was still quite short of money, she looked down on the small income from tutoring classes. A senior year boy sat shyly beside Chen Lin. Younger sister, how do you study? You're so good at studying. Record the teacher's lecture and listen whenever you're free. It's much better than reading books. Chen Lin pointed at the folder on her computer. It's best to practice while listening to what the teacher talks about, so you'll fully master it. Don't rely on textbooks. The most important part of university is the teacher's lecture, which is different from rote memorization in primary and secondary school. The most valuable thing in university is the teacher's lecture. Their learning experiences and lessons are precious things. Once you understand, it's like you've experienced it yourself. Ah, your secret to learning is this simple. The boy looked at Chen Lin in surprise, and upon seeing her nod, his face revealed embarrassment and guilt. No wonder you never skip class. For this, Chen Lin could only sigh bitterly. She had an incredible memory. After hearing or seeing something once, she learned it, and besides, she had already studied these things in her past life, and she had studied them well. The truth is this simple, only few people can consistently stick to it. Everyone basically has laptops now, and even if not, there are mobile phones, recorders, cameras, and such. If one really wants to learn, many methods can be used. The master is right before your eyes, opportunities are what you grasp yourself, and the knowledge learned is what only you can use. The shy boy listened incredulously. Thank you, younger sister. I've wasted a lot of time in the past, but it's not too late to start learning now. Chen Lin smiled at him but noticed that the face of the tall boy turned red instantly. It was rare for boys to blush when talking to girls. Seeing this boy reminded Chen Lin of her Moon Squad members who were scattered all over the country now. She wondered what her old pals were doing at this moment, and the idea arose in her heart to find her Moon Squad members. Chapter 23, Campus Sensation. Chen Lin had completely become a sensation at Imperial University. Wherever she went, people approached her with questions. But no one could stump her. Are all the top students this monstrous nowadays? Li Jiao, through the cafeteria window, saw Chen Lin surrounded by a few classmates. Su Dao only needed one glance before his face darkened. I originally thought she was just a freshman, and I wanted to find someone to embarrass her. I didn't expect her to become such a sensation. I wonder how this ugly person managed to pull it off. The two girls next to him simultaneously threw their chopsticks on the table. A girl with glasses pouted her cheeks. There are always people who think they're so great just because they look good. If they really have talent, they should follow junior sister Chen Lin and win people over with knowledge. That's right, hilarious. Another girl shot Su Dao a sideways glance. That's called inner beauty. Su Dao felt a mouthful of frustration stuck in his chest. I just called her ugly. She dare say it to my face. By then, Chen Lin had walked in with the several classmates who were just surrounding her. The girl with glasses waved her over. Chen Lin, come sit here. Senior brother Su has something to say to you. Su Dao's expression fluctuated between light and dark. I'll get some food first and then come. After finishing her meal, Chen Lin sat down at an empty seat beside Su Dao. Senior brother Su, do you need something from me? Li Jiao looked amused, ready for some drama. Su Dao, go ahead. If Chen Lin complained to Long Yang, would he even be able to stay in school? Su Dao forced a smile. Some classmates said your appearance is barely acceptable. We're discussing that. The girl with glasses snorted. Your senior Su called you an ugly duckling. Chen Lin gasped. Sorry senior brother Su, did I scare you? It's my parents' gift, I can't help it. Then she gave Su Dao an apologetic smile as if she really had scared him. Although her looks weren't beautiful, they were still worlds apart from ugly. Zhong Shui, aren't you being divisive? Su Dao addressed the girl with glasses. I didn't mean it in malice. Me. Zhong Shui sniffed, turning to Chen Lin. Ignore Su Dao, this guy is always so scheming. I don't know what Long Yang sees in him to be friends. If I were a guy, I'd like you after spending time with you and not this jerk. Scheming. As Chen Lin listened to Zhong Shui's complaints, she silently scrutinized Su Dao. Su Dao was always the gentle and kind-hearted senior brother image except when Zhong Shui described him as scheming. No, senior sister Zhong, you shouldn't like me, I already have someone I like. The girl opposite Zhong Shui covered her mouth and giggled. Look at Su Dao's face, it's like a meme. Du Li, Su Dao threw down his chopsticks. I'm telling you, you guys are ridiculous. I just said one bad word about Chen Lin, and now you're all against me. I'm done eating. What the heck? Su Dao cursed in his mind and stormed off. Li Jiao collected Su Dao's lunchbox and followed. You guys continue to eat. I'll check on him. Finally gone, Zhong Shui teased Chen Lin with a wink. Su Dao and Li Jiao really belong together. Both are gloomy, it's uncomfortable just looking at them. It's just because his father is a school leader. Every time I see him acting smug, I get tired for him, Du Li said. Chen Lin, let me secretly tell you, don't offend Su Dao. This person is very petty. Is that true? He seems pretty sunny though. Chen Lin thought about the recent changes. Ever since a girl started asking her questions, more and more people sought her out, and the difficulty of their questions increased, which wasn't a situation she encountered in her past life. Before, she thought it was just a coincidence. This is what they call knowing the surface but not the heart, Zhong Shui said. Previously, we thought you were a fangirl chasing after Long Yang, now you've convinced all of us. You know, among students, I admire you most. A freshman, yet nothing even from the seniors in their final year phase can stop you. Chen Lin responded, I spend every day in the library. Stock trading. Walking out of the cafeteria, Li Jiao pulled Su Dao to sit down in the pavilion. Don't be angry anymore. Chen Lin being studious and good at memorizing facts is undeniably true. I don't know why, but I just hate this girl. She looks so manipulative, Su Dao said, and she's so ugly. A nearby couple, possibly referring to Su Dao, said, hey, just because she's ugly doesn't mean you can eat their rice, right? Yeah, no one asked you to marry her. Damn. Su Dao strode up to the couple and found that they were two final-year students, Li Dongcheng, the vice president of the student council, and his girlfriend Tianmi Li Dongcheng. Tianmi, when did the two of you become Chen Lin's fans? Li Dongcheng didn't even look at Su Dao. Why don't you go check the school website? People have ranked her as Imperial University's most popular student, with Chen Lin in first place. That's right, Tianmi added. They say she's good at studying and has no airs about her. I'm her fan. Li Jiao had already taken out her phone and opened the school website. There were many lists compiled by board students, like the Campus Beauties list or the Hottest Guys list. She found the most popular student list. Freshman Chen Lin's name was at the very top. Su Dao's expression darkened so much it looked like it could rain. What are these students doing? Not focusing on studying but making useless things like this, he glanced at the moderator's name. I'll get this guy to take the list down. Li Dongcheng hugged Tian Mi and ignored Su Dao. Now we can't even find a quiet place to go on a date. With an expression darker than storm clouds, Su Dao completely missed the implication of Li Dongcheng's sentence. He tracked down the male student who made the ranking and demanded he delete it. The request was outright rejected. In fact, the boy even told Su Dao that he intended to invite Chen Lin to start a knowledge corner on the school website. How did Chen Lin gain such popularity? Su Dao simply couldn't understand why, and then he quickly came up with a great plan. Wasn't Chen Lin known for giving tutoring classes? Wasn't she supposed to be so knowledgeable? He would give her the chance to perform, let the entire school see what this scheming girl was really like, certainly not as good as everyone thought. Open class. Vice Dean Su looked at the announcement written by his son. Which professor is holding an open class? Why haven't I heard of this? Su Dao grew uneasy. I personally contacted Professor Jin Ru Hai. I sought the opinions of the classmates, and everyone wants to hear Professor Jin's lecture. He has already agreed. Professor Jin Ru Hai hadn't just agreed to teach one public lesson, he'd also agreed to something else. In places Vice Dean Su could not see, Su Dao's face twisted into a smirk. A country bumpkin, trying to fight against him? He could ruin her reputation within moment. Chapter 24, Deliberate Obstruction. Professor Jin Ruehai was going to give a public lecture at the Imperial University, causing an immediate sensation on campus. On the day of the lecture, not only did students from the university attend, but also many students from other schools came upon hearing the news. As for how the students from other schools knew about Professor Jin Ruehai's public lecture, only Su Dao knew. However, at this moment, Chen Lin had no idea that Su Dao had already prepared a big pitfall for her to fall into. The multimedia classroom was packed with people, and even the grand auditorium was full. More than 1,000 students were staring eagerly at the electronic display screen. Su Dao sat among the students, looking at the back of Chen Lin's head, his lips curved slightly into a sneer. Manipulative woman, just watch you fail to get by in Imperial University, go back to your small place. Someone was watching her. Chen Lin felt an unfriendly gaze on herself. She looked around left and right but could not find anyone specifically staring at her. What are you looking around for? Li Jiao followed Chen Lin's line of sight and exclaimed, wow, so many people. It seems like Professor Jin's lectures must be excellent. Is that so? I haven't heard Professor Jin lecture yet. In her previous life, Chen Lin had also heard the name of this professor. By coincidence, she saw one of Jin Ruehai's papers in the library, knowing only that this man's achievements had been very significant. Why is Professor Jin's lecture causing such a big stir? I don't know either. I haven't heard him either. Jiao Bingyang was playing on her phone. Chen Lin, when does Longyang go online on QQ? Give me a shout if he does. No problem. Chen Lin replied without hesitation. Longyang had gone to serve in the military for half a year, and she herself hadn't encountered him being online. Jiao Bingyang turned her head and asked Chen Lin, have you sent anything to Longyang? Can packages be received in the military camp? I haven't sent anything, Chen Lin said, speculating whether Jiao Bingyang was planning to send something to Longyang or had already sent something and wanted to ask if Longyang had received it. I'll ask him next time. Wouldn't you have sent something to Longyang? Who would believe you? Jiao Bingyang snorted skeptically. Are you secretly sending things to Longyang without telling me? Chen Lin explained patiently. Where in my daily routine can I possibly buy things and send packages? Besides, he doesn't lack anything in the military camp. Why should I buy him things? My living expenses aren't even enough. Penny pincher. Jiao Bingyang glanced at Chen Lin's school uniform, gave her another disdainful glance, then turned her head. Chen Lin's face was expressionless. She wasn't lying, her living expenses weren't much, and all the money she had saved up was for gathering supplies. She wouldn't waste it on meaningless things, especially on petty jealousy. Whoever Longyang chooses, she will bless him as long as he survives through the end times well. Initially, the students were waiting quietly. However, with Professor Jin not appearing, everyone's patience began to wear thin, with some starting to holler, and others whistling. Just then, a few words appeared on the electronic display. Professor Jin has not arrived due to unforeseen circumstances. Please allow student Chen Lin to speak on his behalf. Chen Lin saw the name appear on the screen. This public class was unprecedented in her past life. Who could organize such a large-scale event? Chen Lin didn't really want to suspect Longyang's good friend. But the truth was right there before her eyes. Apart from Su Dao, no one else could accomplish this extent. Who is Chen Lin? Stand up. If you don't perform well, we will leave. That's right, don't waste everyone's time. Li Jiao looked at the display screen and exclaimed loudly toward Chen Lin. Chen Lin, the name on the screen, it wouldn't be yours, would it? Her voice carried over loud enough for those nearby to look their way. Jiao Bingyang nudged Chen Lin. Isn't it you? Don't hide here. It must be me then. Chen Lin looked around. Nobody stood up, so she got up, stepped onto the podium. Lecture, she thought. So what? She, Chen Lin, feared no one. Su Dao smirked triumphantly, hoping to see a flustered and disorganized Chen Lin, hastily driven off stage. When he finally saw Chen Lin pick up the microphone and clip it onto her outfit, however, his smile faded. What did he see? A calm, self-assured Chen Lin, facing more than 1,000 people in the auditorium. This Chen Lin didn't seem nervous at all. Shouldn't she have been scared out of her wits by the grand scale, then apologized saying she couldn't handle it? and subsequently gotten kicked off stage amidst a chorus of boos. Since there's someone who wants me to speak, I'll explain Professor Jin Rueihai's latest project, which is about the concept of linking procedures with the Internet of Things, Chen Lin said. In another room, Jin Rueihai had been waiting for the girl to be driven off stage so he could step in and save the situation. He put down his water cup which he was just about to sip from. This topic of his was only briefly mentioned online, and the specific details were still in the conception phase in his mind. When the students learned that Chen Lin was going to talk about Jin Rueihai's new project, those who were preparing to leave or boo all quieted down. During your use of a mobile phone, you find it can surf the internet, chat, watch TV, browse web pages, Chen Lin said. When you get home, you don't want to put the phone down, not even during meals, sleeping, or using the bathroom. Sometimes when the phone is charging and you want to watch TV while it charges, what do? You don't want to put the phone down, but the TV is a few meters away, and no one will help you turn it on. What should you do? If the temperature in the fridge is too low and you want to increase it, but you don't want to stand up to adjust the fridge, what do? If the room is too hot and you want to turn on the fan or the air conditioner, but you don't feel like moving, what do? The smartphone of the future will solve all these problems for you. In her previous life, Jin Rueihai had indeed merely proposed an idea of linking programs with the Internet of Things on the Internet. In the year and a half before the end times, the new type of smartphones used Jin Rueihai's research, making it no longer a dream to control TVs, fans, or air conditioners via phone. On the demonstration computer, Chen Lin quickly made a small animation scenario. Watching movies, you travel long distances to the cinema. No, you're outdated, you only need a phone, and your movie screen can be as big as you want. Want to type? Still using the phone keyboard? No, the phone projects an infrared keyboard wherever you are, you only need a flat surface. The students, teachers, and Jin Rueihai all listened in stunned silence. Could it really be like this? Of course it could. It would be achieved within the next 1 or 2 years. Chen Lin had seen it in her past life, but now this was still just a concept, an idea. Did Su Dao think he could stump her? Not in this lifetime. She had lived 2 lifetimes already, and couldn't handle a college student being moody. Su Dao gazed blankly at the animated short film Chen Lin created. He had seen the same in Jin Rueihai's office. That was how Jin Rueihai envisioned it. He hadn't anticipated that this girl possessed such forward-thinking ideas, truly a gross miscalculation. This way, not only had Chen Lin gained recognition from both their school and external schools, but also earned acknowledgement from Professor Jin Rueihai. At first, there was silence in the auditorium, then thunderous applause broke out. Jin Rueihai pulled over a teacher and urgently asked, "Has this Chen Lin applied for graduate studies? I have one more spot available for a graduate student." The teacher's face was full of stupefaction. She's a freshman. Jin Rueihai slapped his head, finally remembering that Su Dao had sought him out just to make this freshman look bad. No wonder Su Dao took a dislike to this girl, she's a talent. Get in touch with her teacher, I want to mentor this student personally. Jin Rueihai immediately switched side. Chapter 25, Slapping One's Own Face. Thinking of Jin Rueihai who was still waiting for his news, Su Dao hurried back to look for him. He just heard Jin Rueihai urging a teacher to go find Chen Lin's homeroom teacher so that he could personally take Chen Lin. As the son of the vice president of the academy, Su Dao wanted to study under Jin Rueihai, but even Su Dao had been rejected. And now, this scheming first-year female student, Jin Rueihai actually jumped at the chance to have her. Su Dao felt like spitting blood. He had been plotting meticulously to embarrass Chen Lin, making her lose all dignity, but instead, it turned out he'd only paved the way for her success. Chen Lin first became a campus celebrity through his machinations, then gained favor from Jin Rueihai. How despicable, too despicable. Jin Rueihai brazenly called out from beneath the podium, "Student Chen Lin, come here, over here, over here. I'm the old man Jin Rueihai." The students in the front row nearly collapsed when they heard what Jin Rueihai said to Chen Lin. Who dared to call Jin Rueihai old man? Even the president of the Imperial University treated Jin Rueihai with great respect, addressing him formally. After delivering her farewell speech, Chen Lin was about to leave the stage when she saw an old man grinning broadly and waving frantically at her. "Come here, here. I'm old man Jin Rueihai." In the grand auditorium, there was complete silence. Jin Rueihai's voice was amplified by the microphone on Chen Lin. "Student Chen Lin, would you consider pursuing your postgraduate studies with me?" "Oh, right, you're only in your first year." "Student Chen Lin, how about this? Follow me to study. I'll ensure you get your diploma and guarantee your admission to graduate school." In the grand auditorium, one could hear a pin drop. Li Jia's eyes blazed with jealousy. How could Chen Lin, this bumpkin, be basking in all the limelight like this? Gao Bingyang also put down her phone, incredulously looking at Chen Lin on the stage. Su Dao had asked her to witness Chen Lin's humiliation, but instead, it turned into Chen Lin's moment of glory. Looking back, she realized Su Dao had already disappeared. What remained in the grand auditorium were students equally astonished. A freshman being pursued by the famous Professor Jin Rueihai, both domestically and internationally renowned. Almost everyone was dumbfounded, including Chen Lin. In her previous life, although her academic performance was good, she had never experienced being pursued by a professor for tutelage. "Student Chen Lin, studying with me won't interfere with your schooling or other activities." Jin Rueihai eagerly looked at Chen Lin. "I only work on my research projects 2 days a week. The rest of the time, I read books, write, spend time with my family, or attend meetings around the country. All you need to do is stay by my side during the days I work on my research. And I can guarantee you'll land a good job." I have good relationships with leaders across the regions. Chen Lin suddenly remembered her plan to buy land in Yunqi Mountain. Professor Jin, I have one condition: if you can help me, I will become your student. Jin Ruihai quickly responded, tell me, as long as it's not outrageous and reasonable, Let's talk. While walking, Chen Lin realized then that the microphone was still hanging on her body. She quickly removed it and waved goodbye to the audience in the grand auditorium. With a broad smile on his face, Jin Ruihai said, Student Chen Lin, you may state any demands you have. As long as it's possible, I'll certainly try my best. You can definitely do it. Chen Lin made a gesture inviting him. Let's walk to a quieter place to discuss. This is my private matter, and it wouldn't be good if others heard it. Jin Ruihai thought to himself, if it's a private issue, then it would be easier to handle. Professor Jin, I wish to buy a piece of land at the foot of Yunqi Mountain and build a resort villa, Chen Lin explained. This. Jin Ruihai hesitated. Although building a villa there doesn't cost much, and I can afford it, there isn't much economic value there. Professor Jin, I have money, I just want to buy a piece of land, but I don't know who to approach since I lack connections. Chen Lin stated, if you can help me find someone in charge, I'll be satisfied as long as I can buy the land and build a house. Getting someone's approval for buying land is no problem. That place is so remote that perhaps when I ask, they might even give it to you for free. Jin Ruihai readily agreed. Will you study with me if you can buy the land? A promise once made cannot be easily broken. Chen Lin was currently most eager to establish a safe base at the foot of Yunqi Mountain, as well as gather sufficient resources. Wait for my message, Jin Ruihai repeatedly said, don't accept offers from other old geezers. Of course not, you are the first one to extend an olive branch. As long as you solve this problem for me, it's not just about being your student, I would even be your assistant and help you with the Internet of Things project. Chen Lin guaranteed, the sooner you get it done, the sooner I can follow you. Chen Lin didn't know whether Jin Ruihai had the ability, but she wanted to try. If Jin Ruihai could handle this matter, she'd save herself some detours, and in the future, she could bring Jin Ruihai along too. If Jin Ruihai couldn't accomplish it, she would still appreciate his effort since the old man was genuinely friendly toward her, with no professorial airs at all. The news that Jin Ruihai intended to take a first-year student as a disciple quickly spread across the entire Imperial University campus, even reaching the school leadership. Su Dao stormed around at home, venting his anger extensively. However, how much he raged, what difference did it make? Jin Ruihai and Chen Lin had an engaging conversation and seemed to have reached an agreement. As Jin Ruihai left, he was beaming with joy and ignored Su Dao completely. It was definite that Chen Lin's scheming had said something to Professor Jin. No matter how angry or infuriated Su Dao got, Chen Lin simply didn't care. She thought of another matter, meteorites. The next meteorite's descent time coincided with school hours, making it impossible for her to wait at the impact site, but if she studied under Jin Ruihai, she could ask for leave beforehand. Jin Ruihai's appearance provided her convenience. At least when she went out to do things, she wouldn't draw attention from others. Thinking about it, Su Dao had indirectly helped her. By the way, what exactly was going on with Su Dao? Chen Lin was confused. Gao Rui, Gao Bingyang, Li Jiao, Han Fang disliked her because of Long Yang, but why Su Dao? Was it due to Li Jiao's influence over him? Once Jin Ruihai left the Imperial University, he immediately started looking for someone to contact regarding this matter. Yunqi Mountain was the highest peak domestically, surrounded by snow-capped mountains, rarely visited by people. Now, finding someone who could sell land there required Jin Ruihai to expend a great deal of effort. Su Dao summoned Gao Bingyang and Li Jiao. I've thought of a way to ruin Chen Lin's reputation, and I need your help. Li Jiao replied, let me call Han Fang out, and she will definitely cooperate with us. No, don't call her. If she knows nothing, the plan will be more effective. What if all three of you are involved and someone catches on? Su Dao lowered his voice and whispered a few words. Chapter 26, Chen Lin is a thief. After washing up, Gao Bingyang sat in front of the mirror and tidied herself. She was rummaging through her jewelry box. Chen Lin started looking at her computer after finishing washing up. It was almost time for the stock market to open. She had her eyes on one stock and planned to buy it soon. I've brought back breakfast. Han Fang placed 3 portions of breakfast on the table. Chen Lin, I didn't know what you wanted, so I didn't buy anything for you. I'll have instant noodles later. Chen Lin shifted her body to hide herself and took out a pack of instant noodles from her space pocket, placing it by the bedhead. Her hand touched something. She lifted the bedsheet to find a string of green jadeite beads underneath. She recognized them. They were Gao Bingyan's jadeite bracelet. How did Gao Bingyan's bracelet end up under her bedsheet? Li Jiao, have you seen my bracelet? Gao Bingyang rummaged through her box. You have so many bracelets. After wearing them, you just toss them around, even give them away. How would I know which one you're looking for? Li Jiao said. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin quietly put the string of beads into her space pocket. There's only 1 packet of instant noodles, but it's enough for me. Instant noodles have preservatives. They're not healthy. Who eats that? Han Fang complained as she sat down by the table and started eating her breakfast. She mumbled while eating, Bingyang, have you found your bracelet? No, I haven't. Gao Bingyang searched through her cluttered desk, her eyes turning red with urgency. This string is made of jadeite. Even if I'm wealthy, I wouldn't dare lose this one. I clearly remember putting it on the desk last night. Well, I certainly didn't take it. Han Fang said, I never wear any jewelry. Neither did I. Li Jiao shook her hands to show she wasn't holding anything. Su Dao gave me some. All three pairs of eyes turned to Chen Lin. In the dormitory, only Chen Lin came from an ordinary family background and a small city. Chen Lin, have you seen my bracelet, the one with all green beads? Jiao Bingyang looked at Chen Lin with tears welling up in her eyes. If you see it, please tell me. It's my most cherished thing. Han Fang flipped through her things. Recently, Chen Lin has been researching jewels and gemstones. Perhaps she was looking at the price of Bingyan's string? Li Jiao, check whether you're missing anything too. Han Fang, just because Chen Lin's family is poor doesn't necessarily mean she's a thief. Don't talk nonsense. Li Jiao feigned concern. Bingyang, you have so many bags and pockets. Look again. Maybe you forgot where you put it. Chen Lin watched the performances of the three people, appearing bewildered. What does me reading have to do with Bingyang losing her things? I don't understand. Don't pretend. That string of jadeite beads can sell for a lot of money. If you give it back, we'll let this go. Jiao Bingyang rudely approached Chen Lin, reaching for her pillow. Otherwise, let us search your belongings. Chen Lin tightly pressed on the pillow. There originally was a string of beads under the pillow, but now they weren't there anymore. She stubbornly looked at Jiao Bingyang. What gives you the right to search my things? That's an infringement of my human rights. What human rights do thieves need? Either hand it over nicely, Jiao Bingyang arrogantly stared at Chen Lin. Or else, we'll call security, and it won't end well. My family may be common, but that doesn't mean I'm a thief. What right do you have to search my stuff? If you want to look, everyone in the dormitory should have their things searched. Chen Lin stood her ground. Her voice rose higher than Jiao Bingyang's. And what if you just lost it yourself and are falsely accusing me? To only search mine, no way. Li Jiao irritably said, Chen Lin, if you took Jiao Bingyang's things, just return them. We won't tell anyone. So certain it's me who took it. Chen Lin fixed her gaze directly into Li Jiao's eyes. Did you actually see me stealing? Or did you steal it and then hide it in my stuff to frame me? How could that possibly happen? Li Jiao stuttered slightly. Anyway, I truly did not steal Jiao Bingyang's bracelet. My family isn't one that couldn't afford such items. Your family can afford it, but can't I, Chen Lin? My daily transaction volume alone is already in the hundreds of millions. Chen Lin flashed a disdainful look in her eyes but remained stubborn. No way will I allow you to search my things. Absolutely not. You're infringing on human rights. I'm going to call the police and sue you. Jiao Bingyang picked up her phone, fuming as she declared, no matter what, Chen Lin, don't blame me for not saving face for you. If the security finds my stuff in your things, this matter will be far from over. I don't care. I won't endure this injustice. Chen Lin firmly shielded her belongings and had just felt through her bedding there was nothing else. Don't assume I'm someone who can be bullied. Normally, I don't say much, but I'm not a pushover, meaning that they wouldn't treat her like a pushover from her past life when she was a foolish Chen Lin. Li Jiao looked at Chen Lin sympathetically. If we call the security, there will be no way for us to hide this matter for you. I am guilt-free, Chen Lin said resolutely. She herself hadn't stolen Jiao Bingyang's items and wasn't feeling guilty. Since the jadeite bracelet was valuable, she would sell it later. It was absurd to turn down something sent her way. Giving it back to Jiao Bingyang was out of the question. Several security guards quickly arrived at the dormitory. It surprised Chen Lin how fast the security came. Her peripheral vision caught a fleeting figure outside the door, Su Dao. With Su Dao around, it wasn't strange that the security came so quickly. Before Jiao Bingyang could speak, Chen Lin loudly proclaimed, Security officer, someone in our dorm has lost an expensive string of jadeite beads, and both the owner and the thief are here. I demand you search all 4 of our belongings. Neither the thief should be indulged nor false accusations be tolerated. Jiao Bingyang was originally going to argue with Chen Lin, but hearing the last few sentences, she kept quiet. She thought to herself that as long as the bracelet was found during the search, Chen Lin wouldn't have anything left to brag about. The team leader stepped forward. He glanced at the 4 girls. You all agree to the search? Chen Lin quickly responded, they've all agreed. After all, none of us want to take on such responsibility. The jadeite bracelet is not cheap. Chen Lin moved first to make space in front of her bed. Search mine first, then theirs. As the security officers approached to lift Chen Lin's quilt and sheet, Jiao Bingyang and Li Jiao exchanged glances of smug satisfaction. Chen Lin volunteering to search her things first only sealed her own fate. It wasn't anyone else's fault. Chen Lin also proactively took out her suitcase. I haven't been out since I returned to the dorm yesterday. After thoroughly checking Chen Lin's items, the security guard announced, no jadeite bracelet. Chen Lin's belongings were very simple. Her bed, books, computer, and a few sets of clothes. Jiao Bingyang's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. Besides her, no one could have stolen my things. Did you not search carefully enough? Chapter 27, I did it. The security captain said unhappily, there are 3 of us, 6 eyes watching closely. You saw it too. Chen Lin only has a few things. The jade bracelet couldn't possibly be hidden in a book. Now we will check all 3 of your belongings. Li Jiao widened her eyes. She had watched as Jiao Bingyang slipped the item under Chen Lin's pillow. How could it not be there? Can we do a more thorough search? Maybe you missed something. Impossible. The guard bypassed Li Jiao and moved to check Jiao Bingyang's belongings by her bed. Jiao Bingyang glared at Chen Lin's pillow. Chen Lin, take it out. It's definitely with you. The security officer checked already. If he said it's not there, then it's not there. Could it be that you misplaced it yourself? Chen Lin gave Jiao Bingyang a casual glance before sitting down by the bed and picking up her computer to start browsing. Maybe you accidentally gave it away and forgot about it. Oh right, Long Yang is online. At that moment, Jiao Bingyang had no interest in chatting with Long Yang. The jade bracelet was worth millions, given to her as an 18th birthday present, and she couldn't let it go missing. Chen Lin placed an order on the stock market first, then started chatting with Long Yang. It's so rare to see you online. She knew Long Yang would be available at this time. They just finished morning training, and they had a computer class where he could use the internet for a while. You're skipping class. Long Yang sent an emoji that read gotcha. I caught you. I'm not skipping, it's our self-study session this morning. I wanted to chat with you. Chen Lin didn't mention what happened back in the dormitory. To her, these trivial matters were like clowns performing. She didn't bother paying them any attention. The end times were coming, survival should be humanity's focus. Unfortunately, I can only stay online for a few more minutes. Class starts soon, Long Yang regretfully said. Do you want to come over during the National Day holiday? Yes. Chen Lin immediately agreed. The National Day holiday lasted around 10 days. She planned to spend 5 days at home with her family and ask for 2 extra days off to visit Long Yang. Still, she estimated that once she reached his military camp, Long Yang might have drills and wouldn't necessarily have time for her. She'd settle for catching a distant glimpse of him. Watching her own bed being ransacked, Jiao Bingyang felt her anger toward Chen Lin boil inside her. After thoroughly searching through all 3 students' belongings, the valuable jewel belonging to Jiao Bingyang wasn't found. The security captain was clearly annoyed and said, "We're very busy, don't waste our time playing games. Look again yourselves." As the guards left, Su Dao still hadn't shown up. Chen Lin closed her laptop, smiled faintly, and looked at Jiao Bingyang. Look again carefully, maybe you forgot where you put it. We're roommates in the same dormitory. Incidents like this affect unity. Don't you agree? Whenever I'm in the dorm, you're all there. When I'm not, neither are you. How could I have stolen your items? Huh. Jiao Bingyang was speechless. However, Li Jiao insisted further, saying, Chen Lin, among us, your financial situation is the worst. If anything goes missing in the dormitory, people suspecting you isn't unreasonable. That makes sense, but I didn't take Jiao Bingyang's items. Chen Lin picked up her computer. I have to go to class. Your antics have completely ruined my appetite for breakfast. She didn't bother tidying her bed. Even if she did, they'd likely tear it apart again after she left since Jiao Bingyang's expensive jewelry really was gone. But why would she care? Chen Lin left without any hesitation. Walking into the classroom, she sat down quietly in the corner and focused on checking the stock market. An old man quickly entered the classroom, and everyone who saw him instinctively turned their gaze toward Chen Lin sitting silently in the corner. Miss Chen Lin, the matter you entrusted to me is completed. Jin Ruihai grinned ingratiatingly, his face creased with wrinkles like an ancient chrysanthemum blooming gloriously. Hearing this, Chen Lin looked at him in pleasant surprise. Really? Yes, really. Jin Ruihai took a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it over to Chen Lin. Take a look, the usage term, 100 years. How does that sound? Feel free to climb some mountains or go skiing whenever you have the time. Chen Lin glanced at the paper, smiled, and thought, 100 years is way more than necessary. Even 10 years, or 5, would have been plenty sufficient. Professor Jin, I usually attend classes here at school. Please call me when you need help with your research. Sure. Jin Ruihai pulled out a business card. Here's my number. I'll issue you a research assistant certificate immediately, and when it's done, my elder brother will deliver it to you. That's right, this also has your senior's number. If you have any questions while studying, you can ask your senior. Although Chen Lin had no questions to ask this so-called senior, she still obediently replied, okay, teacher. Hearing Chen Lin call him teacher made Jin Ruihai happy. His eyes squinted into a narrow line. Good, you go to class now, and next week we'll start learning together. The classmates looked at Chen Lin enviously. Chen Lin, are you really Professor Jin's student? Yes. Chen Lin nodded. The news of Jin Ruihai coming to the school to find Chen Lin spread quickly. Su Dao punched the wall. This girl Chen Lin, how does she do it? He had arranged for Li Jiao and Jiao Bingyang to use expensive items to frame Chen Lin, yet Chen Lin remained unscathed. He didn't believe he couldn't deal with Chen Lin. Su Dao began monitoring Chen Lin's movements every day. Chen Lin would first go to the water room to fetch hot water, eat breakfast, attend classes, and then visit the public bathhouse twice a week. Public bathhouse. Su Dao sat across the street from the public bathhouse, staring at the crowd entering. Li Jiao sat beside him. What is there to watch here? Let's go find a place for cold drinks. What do you want to drink? The usual warm and kind Su Dao returned as he smiled at his girlfriend. Wherever you want to drink, I'll take you there. Bubble tea. Li Jiao hugged Su Dao's arm, cooing seductively. Tonight, let's find a place to stay, we won't go back to the dormitory. A clear invitation went unanswered by Su Dao. Li Jiao pretended to be shy and did not notice the impatience in Su Dao's eyes. All he could think about was how to get rid of Chen Lin. He hated this girl who stole his limelight. Every time he tried to sabotage her, it seemed to only pave her way further instead, making her even more famous. Why should such a country bumpkin deserve his care? You're still a student, staying out overnight isn't proper. Su Dao said gently, I'll take you out for cold drinks, have dinner with you, and then send you back. Li Jiao was quite disappointed. Alright, I'll listen to you. Su Dao smiled. That's my good judger. Dao, Li Jiao clutched Su Dao's arm tenderly, asking softly, what will we have for dinner tonight? In contrast to Li Jiao's lightheartedness, Gao Bingyang was frustrated in the dormitory, throwing her belongings around. It's cursed, my bracelet just disappeared. Do you know how much it's worth? More than 1,000,000 yuan. Chen Lin acted as if she hadn't heard anything. No matter what Gao Bingyang went on about, she simply didn't care. 1,000,000 plus. That money doesn't grow on trees, Gao Bingyang continued ranting. She looked at Chen Lin, how much does your family earn in a year? Chapter 28, Someone Stole Her Clothes. Chen Lin picked up her change of clothes and toiletries and walked out of the dormitory. I'm going to take a shower too, Li Jiao called out to Gao Bingyang and Han Fang, let's go together. It's so hot, it would be more comfortable for Bingyang to take a shower before sleeping, but I took a shower at noon. Gao Bingyang turned over on her lower bunk bed. I want to check QQ. Her eyes were fixed on the QQ screen of her phone. She waited every day, but she hadn't seen Long Yang log in. I'll go with you. Han Fang quickly packed her things and went out the door with Li Jiao. The public bathhouse was near the girls' dormitory, more convenient than the school showers. The school showers were only open on weekends, whereas the public bathhouse opened daily, making it more popular among students, especially among those girls who cared about cleanliness. At the locker, Chen Lin undressed completely, placing her clothes inside before stepping into the misty bathhouse. In the post-apocalyptic world, everyone is busy fighting for survival. Taking a bath has become an extravagant act. Sometimes it's due to lack of water, sometimes even when there is water, zombies and mutated plants and animals don't give you the time. An arm suddenly crossed in front of Chen Lin's chest, accompanied by a jealous voice from Lin Yu. Junior Chen Lin, your skin is so fair. Mine isn't as fair as yours. Chen Lin replied helplessly, Senior Lin, you are also very fair-skinned. Are you teasing me? It's jealousy. Lin Yu stood face to face with Chen Lin. That lecture you gave the other day, I listened, it was truly amazing. You've become the epitome of gracefulness at our university. I reckon I am just a fake beauty queen, while you're the real one. Graceful beauty? Chen Lin pointed at her own nose silently. At most, I'm just a good-hearted radish, how could I associate with beauty? Tell me, what's your secret to learning well? Lin Yu held a towel, looking at Chen Lin with puppy eyes. Lin Yu's pitiful appearance made Chen Lin feel sorry for her. She couldn't tell others that she had supernatural abilities, which allowed her to remember everything. Chen Lin said, in fact, I record the teacher's lectures, and I listen to them whenever I have time. This means that I hear the teacher repeat the lessons many times, then I practice hands-on operations. The computers in the internet cafe aren't good enough, so I bought a second-hand one and experimented randomly. As long as you get the chance to operate once or twice, you will definitely understand. Every time I hear you talk, it sounds so simple. Lin Yu rinsed her body under the shower head. I'm done, I'll leave first. Take less time washing yourself. I heard last time a girl fainted because she washed for too long and was carried out without clothes on. A naked girl? Chen Lin vaguely felt like she forgot something, but couldn't immediately recall. Senior Lin, you go ahead. I need to wash a bit longer. Before meeting Lin Yu, she had just entered and she must think of what she might have forgotten. In the end, she didn't remember anything. Forget it, it must be something unimportant. Chen Lin finished washing her hair, dried it off while opening her storage cabinet to take out the change of clothes. But the locker was completely empty. Her dirty clothes and clean clothes had vanished. Someone stole her clothes. Looking around, she realized she was the only one left in the bathhouse. The rest had left some time ago. She remembered, in another life, there was a girl whose clothes were stolen. She cried for help, but no one helped her. Later, she ran out naked and was surrounded by a crowd taking pictures. In the end, that girl committed suicide. She recalled, back then, that girl was competing with Li Jiao for a boy. Li Jiao. That's right, earlier today, she seemed to see Li Jiao packing her clothes for a shower. After returning to the bathroom, she searched around but found no one. Thinking carefully, she retrieved a swimsuit from her pocket space and put it on, then walked out. Outside the women's bathhouse, there was no one except for a boy just leaving the men's side. A big towel hung over his shoulder, his wet hair dripping water. For a moment, Chen Lin couldn't remember the boy's name, so she called out, "Classmate, could you lend me your big towel? I'm a freshman, Chen Lin, I'll return it to you." Upon hearing Chen Lin's voice, the boy looked up, surprised for a moment. "You can borrow it, no need to return it. My clothes have been stolen." Chen Lin naturally accepted the big towel, tying it around her waist. Fortunately, the girls' dormitory isn't far away. "Thank you, classmate." Chen Lin walked straight out of the public bathhouse with her toiletries in hand. Just like in her past life, a crowd of boys and girls were gathered at the entrance of the public bathhouse, some even holding phones or cameras. This time, however, the protagonist had changed from the girl who had committed suicide to Chen Lin herself. Contrary to expectations, there was no naked Chen Lin. Chen Lin, wearing a swimsuit and a large towel around her waist, calmly walked out of the public bathhouse. She pretended not to see Li Jiao hiding in the crowd, nor Su Dao. Chen Lin's heart was filled with complex emotions. Did Long Yang know that Su Dao had conspired with others against her? Back at the dormitory, only Gao Bingyang was present. Li Jiao and Han Fang were indeed absent. "Chen Lin, when will Long Yang come online?" Gao Bingyang turned her head upon seeing Chen Lin and asked, "Why don't I ever see him log on?" "At 8:50 in the morning, he'll be online for 10 minutes, then he logs off at 9, Chen Lin said. Seeing Gao Bingyang's disappointed face, she felt her own frustration dissipate. Regardless of whether Long Yang knew or not, her purpose for coming here to attend school was to prevent Long Yang from dying so early. As for everything else except for her parents and family, she didn't care about anything else. Gao Bingyang stared at Chen Lin disbelievingly. Are you lying to me? Chen Lin casually set down her toiletries and took out her laptop, showing their chat records. Look at the timing yourself. Ah, it's really true. Why does he log on at this time when we're all in class? Gao Bingyang sighed after checking the timestamps on Chen Lin's computer. She wanted to read what Long Yang and Chen Lin had chatted about, but Chen Lin had already put away her laptop. Why would he suddenly decide to join the army? It's so frustrating. I can't even see him. I'm sorry about that. It was my suggestion. Chen Lin smiled at Gao Bingyang, shocked. Gao Bingyang looked at Chen Lin in astonishment. You're kidding. You think Long Yang would listen to your suggestion? Believe it or not. Chen Lin changed into clean clothes after removing her swimsuit. What do I gain by deceiving you? During the vacation, you can ask Long Yang if it was my idea. As the two were chatting, Li Jiao and Han Fang returned. Han Fang excitedly exclaimed, Bingyang, something hilarious happened today. You wouldn't believe it. Chen Lin wore a swimsuit, borrowed a big towel from a boy, and came back just like that. She stopped talking immediately when she saw Chen Lin smiling. Chen Lin, did you bring a swimsuit to the bathhouse? Li Jiao pretended to ask innocently while putting her things away. Of course, Chen Lin wouldn't intentionally bring a swimsuit for a shower, but she wasn't going to tell Li Jiao that she had temporarily taken one from her pocket space. I was just afraid I'd end up stark naked. Afraid someone might be so poor they couldn't even afford clothes and would steal my underwear instead. Who knew my caution saved me from such an embarrassing fate? Chapter 29, Master Brother Su Junyuan. Chen Lin walked out of the public bathhouse in her swimsuit, and soon everyone forgot about it except for one person, Su Dao. Since he failed to prank Chen Lin again, he felt very upset. He was still unable to play tricks on Chen Lin, so he became both dissatisfied and unhappy. The sunny boy Su Dao seemed to have completely disappeared, replaced by a Su Dao who now resembled a scheming, shadowy conspirator. But what did all this have to do with Chen Lin? She continued to be obsessed with making money, earning money, and more money. In the library, she looked happily at her account that had gained several more zeros. Suddenly, someone appeared beside her table. Are you Chen Lin? Chen Lin looked up and, suppressing her bewilderment, nodded. I am Chen Lin, and you are? How could her master brother possibly be Su Junyuan? There couldn't be such a coincidence, could there? She had meticulously planned to meet Su Junyuan earlier, but apparently heaven decided to bring him right to her. I'm your senior brother, Su Junyuan. Su Junyuan sat opposite Chen Lin. The teacher asked me to give you something. He took out a card from his pocket and handed it to Chen Lin. It was a research assistant certificate, with Chen Lin's picture already pasted onto it. Jin Ruimei had truly gone through great efforts to find it. Chen Lin took the document, glanced at it, and put it in her pocket. Hello, senior brother Su. Su Junyuan wore casual clothing, giving no indication of which school he attended. Chen Lin quickly searched her mind for ways to ask about Gao Rui's situation. Senior brother, it seems like you're not from our school. I haven't seen you here. I'm from the Foreign Languages Institute. Su Junyuan discreetly sized up Chen Lin. This girl looked quite ordinary, yet he felt a sense of familiarity. Really? What a coincidence. Chen Lin exclaimed in feigned surprise. I have a classmate in the Foreign Languages Institute. She's a freshman, and I was just planning to visit her boyfriend these days, who is supposedly handsome, rich, and from the capital city. His family background is top-notch. Su Junyuan remained expressionless. Oh? A female freshman student. What's her name? Do I know her? Usually, when others said this, they were subtly acknowledging their knowledge of the mentioned girl. Shock coursed through Chen Lin as she guessed that perhaps Gao Rui wanted to flirt with Su Junyuan. In terms of appearance and background, Su Junyuan really could compare with Long Yang. Gao Rui, she's a very beautiful girl, my best friend. Our relationship is excellent. Chen Lin smiled innocently as if she were much younger, internally cringing in disgust. We had agreed to study together for the Capital University entrance exam, but unfortunately, she fell a few points short. It's too bad. Doesn't seem like you're studying anything related to your major, right? Su Junyuan quickly changed the subject. Fantastic. Su Junyuan indeed knew Gao Rui. In their previous life, Gao Rui kept putting her in unfavorable situations. Now, it was time for her to repay the favor by pranking Gao Rui, this good friend of hers. Chen Lin turned her screen towards Su Junyuan. This is a stock trading chart. I'm looking at this. I've already memorized my textbooks, so I've been trying other things. You don't go shopping outside? Su Junyuan asked. Chen Lin shook her head, reading books, browsing the internet. I'm pretty busy. I don't have time to shop. Whatever I need, I can buy from the small store near the school gate. A smile surfaced on Su Junyuan's handsome face. Since we're meeting for the first time, let me treat you to dinner as your senior brother. No, let me invite you. Chen Lin quickly replied, our cafeteria food is actually very good. Isn't there an old saying, not getting into the Capital University will leave you regretful for years, but missing the cafeteria meals of the first canteen of Capital University will leave you regretful for life? Since you've come here, I can't let my senior brother leave regretful. Su Junyuan thought about it and agreed. The two ate in the cafeteria. The handsome Su Junyuan drew many glances. He paid no attention to it, and Chen Lin acted as if she hadn't noticed either. Chen Lin, how did you come up with the idea of the Internet of Things? Su Junyuan asked. Chen Lin laughed without a hint of guile. Rue loves playing on her phone but is lazy to move, so every time she uses voice control on me, while I want to read books, I'm also too lazy to move. So, I just wanted to find a way to be even lazier. Aside from the fact that the concept of the Internet of Things had nothing to do with her personally, everything else was true. As the old saying goes, 9 truths and 1 lie make the lie almost indistinguishable from truth. Can something like that work? Su Junyuan was surprised as he looked at Chen Lin. Actually, I know Jiao Rui. Really? What a coincidence, senior brother. Is my bestie dating someone handsome? Is he the wealthy golden tortoise man she described? Playing dumb, who doesn't know how? Chen Lin naively stared at Su Junyuan. This is something you should ask Jiao Rui. I'm not that familiar with her, Su Junyuan said meaningfully. Chen Lin exclaimed, when I have time next week, I'll go and take a look. Lately, I've been trading short-term stocks. It's all my savings, so I'm very busy. Stocks aren't really my area of expertise, but if you need professional knowledge, I'd be happy to help you, Su Junyuan replied. The professor only accepted 2 students us. We must support each other. If you come up with any good lazy ideas, make sure to share them with me. And if I research anything new, I won't forget to give you your due. Thank you, senior brother. Chen Lin expressed genuine surprise, even happier than when she heard Su Junyuan knew Jiao Rui. If I have any good ideas, I will definitely share them with you. Every time I mentioned my concepts, Rue says I'm crazy. Having an elder brother willing to listen is truly wonderful. Seeing this, Su Junyuan narrowed his eyes. Senior brother will be patient. This man clearly had a deep scheme in mind. Chen Lin immediately revised all her previous impressions of him. Senior brother, you're really kind. I've spotted a great stock that's about to soar. If you have money, buy some. It's perfect for making pocket change. Look, I've already purchased 8,000 yuan worth. I'll go back and buy some right away. Su Junyuan readily agreed. Whether Su Junyuan would actually buy the stock, Chen Lin didn't know. All she wanted was for Su Junyuan to understand that she, Chen Lin, had far-sighted vision. Senior brother, do buy it, it'll surely make you profit. I've tested it many times. My judgment is really excellent. As if afraid that Su Junyuan might dismiss her casually, she added, securities code 010203, buy at 9.5 yuan, set your sell point at 15.5 yuan. On the side, Su Dao glared at Chen Lin, his face as gloomy as if it could drip water. Long Yang seemed to have a special connection with this grotesque creature, and now Su Junyuan also knew this deeply scheming ugly woman. Hearing this, Su Junyuan asked, are you so certain you'll make money? Absolutely certain, Chen Lin responded with firm confidence. If you lose money, I'll cover your loss. That's how bold I am. You're really quite different from what your close friend described. Su Junyuan seemingly made a casual remark. The Chen Lin she described to me is completely different from the one I see now. Rue must have told you I'm a bookworm, Chen Lin said nonchalantly. Before university, everything was about rote memorization, and for better scores, I gave it my all back then. Now things are different. During class, I record everything on my phone or laptop, allowing me to review whenever and wherever I want, so there's no longer any need to rely purely on rote learning like before. I can multitask. In our school's library, I've read a lot of books, beyond just professional text. Chapter 30. Someone had tampered with her computer. Competing with her best friend in digging pits, who wouldn't know how to do this? In the unaware situation, Chen Lin had already dug a lot of pits for Jiao Rui. Good best friend, jump slowly. In her previous life, whatever she did to herself would come back to her in this life, and Chen Lin felt extremely delighted. College is truly a paradise. Su Junyuan remembered the stock that Chen Lin mentioned and tentatively bought some. He played with stocks occasionally but had never made money from them. When the market closed, the stock he bought hit the upper limit, closing at 15.6 yuan. Following what Chen Lin said, he sold it at 15.5 yuan. Chen Lin was not the fool Jiao Rui described. This girl had her own unique approach both professionally and in her foresight in observing things. When Jiao Rui came again to invite Su Junyuan for a walk, Su Junyuan declined. The scheming women around him were countless, so losing Jiao Rui didn't bother him much. The handsome golden turtle man who had chatted and laughed with her earlier suddenly changed his face, leaving Jiao Rui puzzled as to why. After Su Junyuan left, Chen Lin's phone started ringing with text messages. She didn't go back to the dormitory. Instead, she walked toward the teaching office building. When she reached an office on the 3rd floor, she stopped and knocked on the door. It was eerily quiet inside the office, and no one came to open the door. Chen Lin continued knocking patiently. Is anyone there? Still, no one answered the door. Chen Lin smirked. Teacher Ma, if you don't open the door soon, I'll report you. Breaking into someone else's computer password and spying on their privacy is a crime, and naturally, stealing someone else's computer adds up to theft. As a university teacher, you should know how severe the penalty is for stealing others' belongings. Teacher Ma, did you check whether the camera on someone's computer was on when breaking into their system? Let me tell you, not only you, but whoever touched my computer today, I have photos of them. Don't believe me? Check your phones. She lowered her head and sent out a mass message of the information she just received. If you still don't open the door, next time, the recipients will be the police. Inside Teacher Ma's office, the sound of text messages chimed. Soon after, the door opened. A flushed-faced Ma Ziming and Jiao Bingyang were in the office, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Chen Lin, Ma Ziming was about to say something. Chen Lin walked over and picked up her computer on the desk. My password is unbreakable. I can actually send your pictures directly to the police. but that would make me look petty. This is the first and last time. With that, Chen Lin took her computer and left. As for Ma Ziming and Gao Bingyang, she didn't even want to waste her breath talking to them. The phone screen peeking anti-theft technology won't exist until the future. Thinking about this, Chen Lin smiled and dialed Su Junyuan's number. Brother, I've got an idea, do you want to hear it? What made the most money these days? Technology. Selling one idea for money, in exchange, was the norm before the end times arrived. She could earn money by selling ideas. In the end world, paper money turns into scrap paper, but right now, she has a level 3 space that can store a lot of supplies, and she definitely wouldn't mind having more money. Upon hearing Chen Lin had an idea, Su Junyuan immediately rushed to the Imperial University. When Chen Lin placed the design sketch of the phone and computer screen peeking anti-theft technology in front of him, he was still shocked. Sister, do you know how much money this technology could make if we put it on the market? Chen Lin shook her head. Anyway, I have plenty of strange ideas. I trust that brother won't let me down. Suppressing his shock, Su Junyuan said, the stock you recommended has earned me a bit of money. Do you have any other recommendations? There are 2 more, but they won't make much. Brother must sell them in time, and don't hold on to them. Chen Lin then told Su Junyuan the buy-in and sell-out prices of the 2 stocks, reminding him once more to sell them immediately since she traded short-term gain. This time, Su Junyuan consulted the stock experts he knew and confirmed that the 2 stocks had good prospects. He immediately purchased a large quantity of both stocks. Meanwhile, he contacted several well-known domestic mobile phone and computer brands, such as Boda Mobile Phones, Hongmei Mobile Phones, Pingyuan Computers, etc., selling Chen Lin's theft-proof technology. The stock had earned Su Junyuan a large sum of money, and all the proceeds from selling the theft-proof technology were now in front of Chen Lin. Initially, 80 million yuan, and afterward, there will be about 50 million yuan of pure profit every year. One idea she had plagiarized had been sold for 80 million yuan. This was something Chen Lin hadn't expected. What she didn't expect even more was that Su Junyuan didn't keep any of it private. He handed it all over to her. Senior brother helped sell this idea for me, so I must give him his share. Give me your account number, brother. Su Junyuan refused. The stocks you recommended to me have earned me no less than what you've made. If you ever have good stocks to recommend or other great ideas, be sure to tell me. Next time, I will definitely split the money with you. 1 part for me, 9 parts for you. After all, it's your idea. 2 parts for you, 8 parts for me. Chen Lin said, just one idea has already made this much money. I don't even know how I'd spend more if we make even more. No matter how much money she had, she could always spend it as long as her space could hold it. Su Junyuan readily agreed to the 20/80th dividend plan proposed by Chen Lin. In their few interactions so far, he discovered that Chen Lin was a very generous person who didn't fuss about trivial matters. She might appear to others as someone who lacked cunning, but in reality, it wasn't that she lacked it, it was just that she didn't care. When he handed her the 80 million yuan check, the girl who was supposedly from a small place showed absolutely no surprise, which was quite interesting. As they parted ways, Su Junyuan left his personal contact details with Chen Lin so she wouldn't have to call his dorm every time. After Chen Lin left, Ma Ziming and Gao Bingyang were both uneasy. Ma Ziming anxiously said, cousin, your classmate won't take revenge later on, will she? Sure, shouldn't. Gao Bingyang was also frightened out of her wits. Her teeth were chattering non-stop. If Chen Lin reported them to the police or informed the school, even if the word got out to Jin Ruihai, they'd be in deep trouble for today's incident. Will she, or won't she? Ma Ziming was panic-stricken, pacing around in the office. Your classmate is really extraordinary. That theft detection feature sending photos directly to phones isn't something ordinary people can do. If she were an ordinary person, would Jin Ruihai have taken her as a student? Gao Bingyan's face was pale. I'll head back to the dormitory first to check things out. Usually, nothing happens since she doesn't usually bother with trivialities as long as we don't go too far. Ma Ziming secretly thought to himself, if what they did wasn't excessive, then what was? However, seeing his cousin's flustered state, he refrained from saying anything. Instead, he advised her to apologize to Chen Lin when the time came and pleaded not to report them. Once you return, control your temper. Absolutely, under no circumstances, lose your temper. If she reports us, we're done for good. I know, stop nagging. Gao Bingyang walked toward the dormitory, still pondering how to get Chen Lin to let this matter slide. Back at the dormitory, she only saw Chen Lin's computer resting on her pillow, but Chen Lin herself was nowhere to be found. Fang, where is Chen Lin? Chapter 31. I didn't receive what you sent. Chen Lin returned from the washroom with a basin in her hand. Go to bed early. I want to play on the computer tomorrow morning. I'm going to sleep first. Those of you who will sleep later, please be quiet. Gao Bingyang, who usually couldn't stand Chen Lin, didn't argue for once, which made Li Jiao and Han Fang glance at them curiously several times. Chen Lin wanted to get up early not to play on the computer, but to greet Long Yang when he came online for those 10 minutes. She hadn't spoken to him for a long time, and she also wanted to ask Long Yang if he knew what Su Dao had done. The next day, Chen Lin indeed got up early and took the computer out. Seeing that Chen Lin had no intention of reporting to the police, Gao Bingyang finally relaxed, but now that Chen Lin had something over her, she couldn't feel at ease. How cunning could this woman, Chen Lin, be? It was bad enough that she set a password on her computer, but she also used the webcam to monitor who touched it. How devious. Chen Lin sat down in a secluded pavilion and turned on her computer. Sure enough, Long Yang was already online. Lingling, did you receive what I sent? You'll definitely like it. What Chen Lin liked most were the meteorite fragments scattered around the military camp. Her heart moved, and she immediately typed on the keyboard, "Not yet." "Then go check at the mailroom or look for Su Dao," Long Yang said. "See if he received it for you." Su Dao. Chen Lin wasn't about to find Su Dao. The question she had intended to ask Long Yang, she decided not to ask anymore. Whatever Su Dao did was trivial. "I'll find him later. Let me tell you some good news." Long Yang sent an eager expression. "That day, I gave a public lecture at the school's auditorium. Professor Jin Yu, after listening, wants to take me as a student. Isn't that great?" Chen Lin played a small trick. She was a freshman, and there was no way she would have been chosen to give a public lecture. If Su Dao's matter had nothing to do with Long Yang would surely give her an explanation. Chen Lin thought herself hypocritical. She promised to let go of Su Dao's issue, but in the end, she still couldn't let it go. In her heart, she cared deeply about Long Yang's answer to her. "That's a great thing," Long Yang asked. "How did you end up giving a public lecture at the great auditorium?" Chen Lin told him. "Originally, the school invited Professor Jin Yu, but he didn't come to lecture. Instead, my name appeared on the electronic display screen, so I went up and gave the lecture. I didn't finish speaking when Professor Jin walked out from the backstage. He really accepted me as his student and even gave me the research assistant certificate." Long Yang in the military camp's face darkened. Someone was targeting Chen Lin. He found a person's name in QQ and left a message. "Study well under Professor Jin. That old man might seem childish, but he's very competent," Long Yang said. "I'm logging off now. Lingling, if you miss me, you can only miss me. Any issues, we'll handle them when I return." Long Yang's avatar went offline. This time, Long Yang didn't mention Su Dao again. Was it because he knew something? Chen Lin guessed. However, she was still quite curious about what Long Yang sent her. If they were stones, Su Dao certainly wouldn't have kept them in the dormitory. Chen Lin's gaze fell on the trash cans near the boys' dormitories. If they existed, they were most likely there, provided that the cleaning staff hadn't collected the garbage. After returning to the dormitory and putting her computer down, Chen Lin stood in front of the trash can beside the boys' dormitory. The cleaning workers hadn't come to collect the garbage, and now this place looked more like a pile of garbage than a trash can. In both her lives, Chen Lin had never done anything like sorting through garbage. But for the sake of the meteorite fragments, she was determined. Empress of the campus Chen Lin, the intellectual beauty of T University, and disciple of Professor Jin Yu, was rummaging through the garbage, becoming a sensational piece of school news once again. Security guards, janitors, teachers, and students gathered around the pile of garbage. "Chen Lin, what are you doing? Poor to the point of digging through the trash heap. Do you need our help?" Maybe you'd better do it yourself." Chen Lin's eyes were calm and composed. "I lost my package, I'm looking for it." Among the crowd, Su Dao's expression was uneasy, and he quickly left. It was he who had thrown away Chen Lin's package. He thought Long Yang had sent something nice to Chen Lin and wanted to intercept it. Upon discovering that it was just a bag of stones, he discarded it without hesitation. He didn't expect that Chen Lin would go through the trash just for this bag of broken stones. Someone was taking photos, some were advising Chen Lin to leave, others were making sarcastic remarks. Chen Lin just smiled. In the military camp, Long Yang received a message. Chen Lin's package had been lost. She was currently sifting through the garbage pile next to the boys' dormitory. "Is your little girlfriend rummaging through garbage?" Long Yang frowned. "Is her allowance not enough?" "Not," Long Yang replied grimly. Chen Lin had money, and his salary card was in her hands. Not only had she not used a single cent, but she also deposited 20 million yuan at once. One day, she did withdraw money, 20 million yuan, and then made deposits every month after that. "I gave her my salary card, and she didn't withdraw a penny. Look at my balance." Long Yang took out his phone and showed his father his account balance. "She deposits money into it every month. 300,000. 1 million. Long Yang took his son's phone and counted. More than 30 million yuan, all of this was saved by this girl. Seeing his son nod, Long Yang patted his son on the shoulder. "A wife who can earn this much, what dowry could our family possibly offer? Maybe you should marry into her family instead." "That's not right, she has money, so why is she digging through garbage?" "The package I sent her got lost." Mentioning this, Long Yang's face revealed a trace of anger. "I told Su Dao to take care of her. Is this how Su Dao takes care of her? The package arrived several days ago, and I asked Su Dao to get it for Lingling." Long Yang looked at the image on his phone showing Chen Lin rummaging through the garbage, outside the camp, pick up another pack of stones and send it again. Upon hearing this, Long Yang slowly nodded. "Dad, I know what to do." He handed the phone to Long Yang. "I violated the rule by using my phone, now I'll run 5 kilometers as punishment. Dad, please send it for me." While Chen Lin was unaware, Long Yang had sent out the second package. "Lingling, I sent you something you like. Did you receive it?" When Chen Lin turned on her computer, she saw Long Yang's message. "It probably hasn't arrived yet, don't worry, I will definitely get it." She just needed to keep searching through the trash. As Chen Lin rummaged through the garbage, Long Yang in the military camp had already received the news. When Chen Lin finally found her opened package among the garbage, inside was an ordinary bag of stones. She realized this was intentional from Long Yang, and it wasn't for her to actually receive the package but to test how Su Dao cared for her. This was Long Yang's answer, and Chen Lin was reassured. It confirmed Long Yang had no knowledge of what Su Dao had done. Even though they were just ordinary pebbles, Chen Lin washed them carefully and stored them in her special space. These were all things given by Long Yang, and she wanted to treasure them. Despite everything, Chen Lin still kept going. Chapter 32, Initiation of the Snow Mountain Villa Plan. Chen Lin happily left a message for Long Yang. Received it, I like it very much, thank you. Long Yang's avatar quickly lit up. Linyan, don't hide things from me. I already know everything. If I were at school, no one would dare to treat you this way. Chen Lin was speechless for a moment and then smiled. Compared with life and death pursuits in the end times, these weren't even worth mentioning. The result is still the same. I found the thing you gave me, I really like it, thanks. Linyan, don't try to cover up everything. If anything happens, just leave me a message, and I'll find someone else to help you, said Long Yang. Seeing you this way makes my heart ache. Chen Lin never covered up the truth. After living through her previous life, though she hadn't turned into a scheming woman, she had learned how to use strategy. However, her purpose wasn't to harm others but to protect herself. Do I look like someone who would cover up issues? I just don't want to deal with them. In that time, I could be making more money. Upon hearing Chen Lin talk about making money, Long Yang was rendered speechless. This was something Chen Lin loved to do. She always talked about how much money she made when they were together. Take care of yourself. We'll only be apart for 2 years. Okay, I will take good care of myself. Chen Lin's fingers hovered over the keyboard for a long while, hesitating to type. After a long pause, she told Long Yang, I also had a dream, where I committed suicide on Yunqi Mountain. So, I've bought that place. I also dreamed of many monsters that eat people. Long Yang, you have to promise me that you'll take good care of yourself. Hearing the word suicide from Chen Lin, Long Yang felt an overwhelming pain in his heart. He couldn't forget the deadened look in her eyes in his dreams. Don't say those words, and don't even think about such ideas. TSK. Chen Lin spat at Long Yang. I'm rich and I've got a handsome boyfriend. Why would I commit suicide? It was just a dream, okay? All I'm saying is that I dreamed about the monsters and I'm just warning you to be careful. Those monsters eat humans. You have to attack their heads to kill them. The most important part was the last sentence, attacking the head to kill them. Did Long Yang remember? I will be careful. Long Yang's avatar went dark, and no further messages appeared. Yet Chen Lin felt that Long Yang was still there. Just as she was about to close her computer, Long Yang's QQ popped up again with a message. I'll be waiting for you by the water pit on National Day. Don't fail me. Chen Lin quickly sent Long Yang her plans for National Day. I need to spend the first few days with my grandparents and parents. I can only come later. Don't wait for me foolishly. It will be cold there by National Day. Long Yang wasn't stupid. Seeing Chen Lin confirm the date for her trip to the military camp satisfied him greatly, so he logged off. Upon learning that Long Yang's behavior had no connection to Su Dao, Chen Lin completely put her worries to rest and went back to class in high spirits. Gao Bingyang remained perpetually apprehensive, fearing that Chen Lin might use the matter to threaten her. She kept her distance in the classroom as much as possible. But in fact, her fears were unwarranted. Chen Lin had long since dismissed the whole incident. Su Junyuan often came to her to discuss stocks and some of her business ideas. Through Su Junyuan, Chen Lin earned another 2,300,000,000 yuan. She was now fully prepared to initiate the construction plan for Yunqi Mountain Base. However, she couldn't yet announce the term base. Chen Lin directed Hu Jiao over the phone to gather a group of construction workers to go to a designated location and build an ice and snow vacation resort. This would provide a skiing and vacation spot for her family, employees, and their families. There were still 2 years until the end times began, and the construction of the Snow Mountain Villa officially commenced. Chen Lin began planning to collect meteorites in advance and assemble the Moon Goddess squad members. Sister, I asked a stock expert, and he doesn't recommend the stock you suggested. Su Junyuan sat next to Chen Lin, pointing at the screen with his finger. He says the stock has weak performance. Look, Chen Lin has hooked up with another handsome guy, a jealous girl remarked. First, Chen Lin was rumored to have been involved with the top campus idol. When the idol wasn't around, she apparently grew restless and started flirting with other handsome men. Gao Bingyang, who had been avoiding Chen Lin all along, took out her phone upon witnessing this scene, thinking, now let's see what Chen Lin can do about this. If brother Long Yang finds out Chen Lin is such a fickle person, he won't associate with her. After taking a picture, she walked away contentedly, thinking that now Chen Lin wouldn't dare threaten her anymore because she had Chen Lin's dirty little secret too. Chen Lin shook her head and insisted, Brother Su, if you trust me, buy this one. Its initial slump is definitely a mirage. If we are deceived by the illusion, we will overlook this stock. Here's what I suggest. I'll buy 1 billion yuan worth of it myself, and I'll get you 500 million yuan worth. The profits are yours, and if there are losses, I won't ask you for any money. I have money, so you don't need to pay for it. Let's do this, I'll buy a little less. Su Junyuan knew that Chen Lin was rich and very generous. He still wanted to make more money from Chen Lin and certainly wouldn't be stingy. I'm heading back to school now. Call me if you need anything. In the evening, I'll pick you up. It's my birthday, and I've invited all classmates. Chen Lin exclaimed, I'll go buy gifts. By the way, Brother Su, can you invite Gao Rui? I haven't seen her in a while. Of course. Su Junyuan immediately agreed it wasn't a big deal to invite one more person. Even inviting 10 or 100 people would be no problem. In the over a month he had known Chen Lin, he had made nearly 1 billion yuan. Although not as much as Chen Lin, it was already enough to make him and his family value their relationship with Chen Lin. No need to buy gift. I'm just bringing you over to introduce you to my friends, and there's plenty of delicious food too. I hired renowned chefs from abroad. For the sake of fine dining, I'll come. Chen Lin stood up and spun around in front of Su Junyuan. But I only have my school uniform. No problem, it's a school uniform party. Su Junyuan said himself and couldn't help but laugh. Holding a school uniform party at an upscale hotel might make him the first and only person among the elite of the capital. All this was to accommodate Chen Lin. Chen Lin was wealthy, she didn't love shopping. If there was something she loved to buy, besides stocks, Su Junyuan couldn't think of anything else. What Chen Lin cared about more was how Jiao Rui would react upon seeing her. She hoped she wouldn't be disappointed. At the Imperial Capital Hotel, Su Junyuan's banquet venue was filled with all kinds of school uniforms. Some calculative attendees wore suggestive uniforms with added cat ears. Jiao Rui, although dressed in a school uniform, was dressed up like a flower blooming brightly. As soon as Su Junyuan got out of the car, she rushed over. Junyuan, you're here. The first dance is with me. Su Junyuan ignored her and opened the car door for Chen Lin. Sister, just tell me which dishes you like, and I'll have the chef prepare them for you. You, how are you even here? Jiao Rui pointed at Chen Lin, her face full of terror. Chen Lin was waiting to admire Jiao Rui's expression, but never expected her reaction to be like this. Shouldn't she quickly play along as best friends and good sisters? What kind of ghost-like expression was this? Chapter 33, I can also play mind games. Jiao Rui was jealous. How did Chen Lin know Su Junyuan, and how could she ride in his car and even have him open the door for her? Rui, my senior said the chef he found cooks very well. Chen Lin didn't care about Jiao Rui's attitude as she stepped forward, pulling Jiao Rui by the hand. Let's go in together. I've never been to such a great hotel. Jiao Rui shook off Chen Lin's hand. Chen Lin, how do you know Junyuan? Let's talk inside. Su Junyuan glanced with surprise since Jiao Rui had mentioned that Chen Lin was her classmate and best friend, but this expression didn't seem like the one you'd expect from seeing a best friend, right? Upon hearing Su Junyuan's voice, Jiao Rui regained her composure. Lina, how do you know Junyuan? You never told me. Junyuan? He is my senior, Chen Lin said matter-of-factly. How can students under the same teacher not know each other? Besides, you never asked me what my classmates' names were. Right, you said. Hearing this, Jiao Rui quickly pinched Chen Lin. I didn't say anything. Let me show you some food. The underlying implication was clearly for her to shut up, wasn't it? A trace of mockery flashed in Chen Lin's eyes as she obediently nodded. Senior said all the chefs he invited are famous. Su Junyuan patted Chen Lin on the shoulder. Sister, follow me, I'll introduce you to a few friends. Jiao Rui looked at Su Junyuan's hand on Chen Lin's shoulder with envy. Junyuan, Lina, can I join you? You wait here first. We'll be back soon. With that, Su Junyuan took Chen Lin over to another group. Ju Qi, Shen Man, Lin Man. This is the junior sister I told you about, Chen Lin. Ju Qi, Shen Man, all these people were highly renowned in the apocalypse world as talented psychic warriors, each leading their own psychic squad. Chen Lin hadn't heard of Lin Man before. Hello, I'm Chen Lin. Junior sister of Junyuan. Much like our junior sisters, Ju Qi had heard from Su Junyuan about this plain-looking girl who was extremely proficient in her field and possessed sharp insight, someone wealthy enough to be considered a billionaire but still chose to keep them updated ahead of time. That's right, we've all graduated from university while you're only in your freshman year. This title of junior sister is definitely yours. Lin Man learned about how Chen Lin and Su Junyuan had earned 4 billion yuan through their own efforts. She didn't dare to underestimate this young woman anymore. The wealth they enjoyed came from their families, whereas this young lady earned her fortune herself. After greeting Su Junyuan's friends, Chen Lin politely excused herself. There's a classmate waiting for me, I haven't seen her in a long time, so I want to chat with her. Jiao Rui held her food, poking the plate with a fork. This wretched Chen Lin, how come she knows so many rich playboys? Clearly, she shouldn't let this bumpkin stay close to her. Seeing Chen Lin return, Jiao Rui immediately switched to a smiling face. Lina, come and take some food. You've never had these before. Her voice was loud enough for those nearby to hear. A village bumpkin appeared at the school uniform party celebrating Mr. Su's birthday. Chen Lin walked over confidently, grabbing an empty plate, not just eaten, never even seen before. The surrounding people looked down on this bumpkin, wondering how a person like her managed to sneak into such a high-class venue. Already, some began whispering and mocking outwardly average-looking Chen Lin. How did someone like her get in here? Isn't there a security guard at the entrance? Anything fishy is getting in without scrutiny. She should be thrown out. With her looks, could she even afford to give Mr. Su a gift? Chen Lin had excellent hearing and not a single word of the surrounding gossip escaped her ears. Indeed, she didn't buy any gifts, given how much money Su Junyuan had already earned, he wouldn't care if she bought him a present or not. As the voices of derision grew louder, Su Junyuan walked over and guided Chen Lin to the dining area. Let me find something good for you. These roasted garlic prawns are delicious. Definitely try these oysters too. This dessert is excellent. The ridicule and gossip stopped abruptly. This bumpkin didn't sneak in, Mr. Su himself was personally attending to her. Just who was she? Some already regretted not reaching out to Chen Lin sooner. This kind of event, the birthday party of Mr. Su, wasn't something just anyone could attend unless personally invited by Mr. Su himself. Who exactly was she? Apart from Jiao Rui and Su Junyuan, no one else recognized Chen Lin. Jiao Rui made no explanations either. She thoughtfully planned to let others laugh at Chen Lin but ended up having Su Junyuan disrupt her plan. Thank you, senior brother, that's enough. If I take more, I couldn't finish it even if I turned into a pig. Chen Lin took her plate from Su Junyuan. Senior brother, you eat yourself. Don't worry about me. Oh, by the way, I haven't even said a word to the birthday star yet. Happy birthday, senior brother. I didn't buy a gift. Will you blame me? Of course not. Su Junyuan poured a glass of lemonade and held it in his hand. After eating too much, you can drink this, it aids digestion. Junyuan, Chen Lin can feed herself. Would you like to dance with me for the first song? Jiao Rui barely managed to suppress her jealousy as she asked Su Junyuan quietly. If he agreed to dance with her, her position as girlfriend would be secure. Su Junyuan didn't even glance at Jiao Rui as he directly refused. I need to send my junior sister back to school later. Don't you have a driver? Jiao Rui was practically seething inside. How could a bumpkin like Chen Lin possibly deserve such special treatment from Su Junyuan? I am the driver. Su Junyuan gave Jiao Rui an unhappy look. My junior sister and I are having a conversation. Don't interrupt. Do you even know what manners are? Sister, come with me. There's a place to sit and eat. Chen Lin waved her free hand towards Jiao Rui. Rui, come and sit down. You're wearing high heels. You must be tired on your feet. Who wears high heels to a uniform party? Many people glanced at Jiao Rui's feet. Beneath her blue school uniform pants, she was wearing a pair of calculating rose-red high heels. The clashing blue and rose-red combination was truly jarring. The same people who had mocked Chen Lin immediately shifted their targets. Dressed like that, who is she trying to seduce? This pairing is one of a kind. Exactly. Does she even realize how petty she looks? Su Dashaoya doesn't even notice her, yet she still tries to stick around. Jiao Rui's face turned red and purple with anger. As though unaware of all this, Chen Lin followed closely behind Su Junyuan. Looks like your best friend isn't on very good terms with you, Su Junyuan remarked. In reality, our relationship is still quite strong. Chen Lin gave a light, indifferent smile without beating around the bush. Just not concerning boyfriend. Anyway, I already have a boyfriend, so I have no intention of competing with her. She's just overthinking things. I won't be upset about it. You've been hiding this quite well, sister. Although Su Junyuan had heard something about Chen Lin and Long Yang before, he considered it mere hearsay. You never asked. Plus, until he declares it to the world, I can't say anything either. After all, I don't want others to think the ugly duckling is after the swan or the white dragon again, Chen Lin explained. Shouldn't the boys be the ones making this known to the entire world first? Su Junyuan gave Chen Lin a deep look. So you're not afraid I might fall for you? Ah, ha ha ha. Chen Lin chuckled awkwardly. Senior brother, please just ignore this little nobody. Haven't you seen the looks from those beautiful sisters around us? They're practically shooting daggers. Thankfully, I have thick skin and a coarse nerve system. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare sit here so calmly. Otherwise, I'd have fled long ago. Upon hearing this, Su Junyuan looked around. Let's leave this lounge room. My junior sister dislikes noise. To make way for a single junior sister, Su Junyuan drove out every flirtatious woman. Those who didn't see Chen Lin envied her greatly and wished to sneak a peek inside the lounge room, just to glimpse the face of Su Junyuan's junior sister, lest they accidentally offend her in the future. Chapter 34, An Ambiguous Photo. Upon learning that Su Junyuan had cleared out an entire lounge just to get Chen Lin Anran to eat, wasn't Su Junyuan aware that he had driven away the daughters of prestigious families in the capital city, each of whom had family wealth hundreds or even thousands of times greater than Chen Lin's? Jiao Rui was so envious that she almost stared a hole through the wall of the lounge. Chen Lin was inside. Chen Lin was actually inside. A group of people began pointing and whispering about Jiao Rui. Blue school uniform, bright pink high heels, who would come up with such a ridiculous idea? Her looks are average at best, yet she has the audacity to try to seduce Master Su? I say she's nothing but a toad aspiring after a swan. Infuriated and embarrassed, Jiao Rui retorted, I am not the toad. The one inside is. Realizing no one agreed with her, all she could see were disdainful glances. With a shriek, Jiao Rui covered her face and ran out. How could she possibly stay in such a situation? Chen Lin didn't hear the commotion outside the lounge. She was discussing another matter with Su Junyuan. Though Su Junyuan was deeply calculating, for the sake of their future base, Chen Lin decided to bear it. Senior brother, I want to establish a high-tech zone in Yunqi City. With you and our teacher leading the project, we will hire some top scientists and researchers to build a hub for cutting-edge technology, concentrating expertise in electronics, design, science, medicine, and more. This is a long-term plan. There might not be short-term benefits, only costs. I'm personally investing 2 billion. Upon hearing this, Su Junyuan couldn't help but be surprised. Such a high-tech zone, if successful, wouldn't belong to any specific individual. It might be something belonging to the nation, perhaps even the world. How could Chen Lin think so far ahead? The truth was, what Chen Lin wanted to create wasn't really a high-tech zone. She simply intended to gather scientists like Jin Ruihai there first, making it easier to transfer them later to Yunqi Mountain when the time came. Regardless of whether things unfolded according to her plans in the future, she had to do her best to arrange these matters now. The post-apocalypse would eventually pass. If scientific and technological advancements were not preserved, and these talents weren't retained, human civilization would regress by centuries. She, Chen Lin, wasn't omnipotent, but this time, she wanted to give it a try, because she wanted to bring the people she cared about into survival. One tree cannot make a forest, and she understood this principle. By establishing a solid rear base in advance, it would be an encouragement for those struggling to survive during the post-apocalypse. She no longer wanted to be a lonely queen nor choose death. Su Junyuan looked at Chen Lin with a gentle smile. This kind of project, though distant, benefits the country and its people. I assume, my dear junior sister, your purpose aligns here as well. Rest assured, I will handle this together with the teacher. Funding won't be an issue. As for the location, why exactly Yunqi City? That's selfishness on my part, Chen Lin smiled. I've built a snow mountain resort on Yunqi Mountain. In the future, I'll spend more holidays there, and if the zone is close by, it'll be much more convenient. Her entrusting Jin Ruihai to buy land on Yunqi Mountain was no secret, and Su Junyuan surely knew about it. And, Chen Lin paused briefly, the air and environment there are excellent. Actually, it's more of a feeling. Premonition? Su Junyuan interpreted this as Chen Lin's foresight toward future events. From buying stocks to the ideas Chen Lin had presented, it was evident she had great insight into the future. They often say a woman's sixth sense is quite accurate. Chen Lin shot him a glance. Girl. Su Junyuan corrected himself immediately. Indeed, I have always heard that women have a powerful sixth sense. Now I finally understand it firsthand. Senior brother, I'm full. Chen Lin stuffed the last bite of food into her mouth, patting her stomach. I absolutely won't fall for your tricks again. You've nearly made me burst. He pointed to the lemonade. Drink some lemon water. It aids digestion greatly. No, I can't drink another drop. Chen Lin pressed her hand against her stomach. The food you brought is too delicious. Chen Lin had eaten a large amount indeed. Su Junyuan was a deep thinker, and pretending otherwise wouldn't accomplish much. Instead, revealing her true self was better. She was naturally forgiving to those around her. Even with how her friends treated her, if they hadn't gone too far, she would still tolerate them. Just like seeing delectable food, Chen Lin wouldn't avoid eating for fear of gaining weight. If she loved it, she'd enjoy it without hesitation. So, shall I walk you back? Walking helps digestion. Su Junyuan smiled at Chen Lin. Otherwise, if you report to the teacher that I bullied you, I wouldn't be able to take the responsibility. Going for a walk is a good idea. Chen Lin picked up the napkin and wiped her mouth. Senior brother, actually, there's something I want to ask you too. Su Junyuan kept his expression unchanged on his face while guessing. Was Chen Lin trying to find out his identity? After knowing each other for so long, it was about time she became curious about his background, right? I will definitely answer all your questions truthfully. That's good, Chen Lin said. Su Junyuan accompanied a girl with an ordinary appearance out of the lounge. Keep having fun. I'll send my junior sister back to the Imperial University first. Many girls looked jealously at Chen Lin standing next to Su Junyuan. Chen Lin seemed completely unaware. After the two walked out of the hotel, Su Junyuan asked, "What do you want to ask?" Chen Lin paused for a moment. Senior brother, did my friend Jiao Rui show any interest in you? If she did, I hope you can give her a clear response whether you like her or not. Otherwise, she will keep daydreaming and won't focus on her studies. I know I might be overstepping, but if I don't say anything, continuing this way will only hurt herself. Yes, she has shown strong interest towards me, Su Junyuan replied, but I have no feelings for her, so I haven't responded. Hearing what you said, I understand now being ambiguous is worse than cutting things off clearly. I've been wondering why she obviously doesn't seem to like you. Friends are friends, not lovers, Chen Lin casually replied. During my school days, I was just a bookworm and had only Jiao Rui as a friend. Even if she doesn't like me, I don't mind. I'm not marrying her after all. Hearing this, Su Junyuan couldn't help but smile. As you wish. Far away in a military camp, Long Yang received several photos on his phone. Chen Lin and a boy sitting shoulder to shoulder looking rather close. Chen Lin and Su Junyuan chatting happily in a room while eating. Chen Lin and Su Junyuan strolling side by side. Did you guys know what Su Dao did? Long Yang directly questioned Ling Jiang and Du Yuan. He knew they had received a letter from Su Dao not long ago. Ling Jiang handed over the saved letter to Long Yang. We only got one letter from him. After reading the letter sent by Su Dao, Long Yang's expression turned serious. Why didn't you tell me? Du Yuan said. We thought it was nothing significant. When I left, I entrusted Su Dao to look after Linlin. Long Yang lifted his phone to show them. I meant look after, not constant surveillance. To manage to capture such an angle, it must have taken some effort. Chapter 35, A Race Against Time. Ling Jiang carefully explained as he identified the phone number of the person who sent the picture. Su Dao, his intentions were good. After all, you've only known Chen Lin for a short while, and he just wanted you to get to know her better. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong? When he threw away the package I sent to Chen Lin and made her rummage through the trash bins, was that considered understanding? Long Yang coldly said, you'd better not let me find out that you were also involved in this. Du Yuan quickly responded, Long Yang, do you really think we're those kinds of people? We didn't even reply to him. How could we possibly respond to such a letter? Moreover, what happens between you and Chen Lin is private business. We are brothers, but even brothers can't meddle in such matters. Of course, some appropriate advice is inevitable. Long Yang glanced at the two men closely. Seeing their straightforward gazes, his expression softened slightly. Linlin is different from what you imagine. She is an independent, self-reliant, capable girl. Su Dao discarded the package without telling me. It was a kind-hearted person who sent me a photo of Chen Lin scavenging through the garbage bins that I found out. And what I sent to Chen Lin was merely some stones I picked up outside the camp area. She managed to retrieve them from the trash. His voice deepened. It's because I'm chasing her. I've shamelessly clung to her. Don't misinterpret our relationship. As for Su Dao, I want to see what he plans to do. Long Yang, perhaps, maybe Su Dao has feelings for you that he shouldn't have, Ling Jiang steeled himself to say, but it's not like he has any malicious intent. How twisted. Long Yang frowned disdainfully. Pretend that you don't know about my receiving the photos. If Su Dao contacts you, let me know. At that moment, Chen Lin was studying under Jin Ruihai. After the class, Jin Ruihai beamed with happiness, exuding as much kindness as possible. Xiao Lin, next week at the same time for the lesson. I'll ask your senior brother to pick you up. Chen Lin calculated her schedule. She would fly to Licheng tomorrow morning, stay there for 2 days, and return to the capital on Wednesday. All right, teacher. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, senior brother. In the early hours of Sunday morning, a meteorite landed on a mountain somewhere in Licheng. She had to collect the meteorite before the state did. Compared to the state, her advantage was that she knew the exact landing spot and, furthermore, she had a special space where she could discreetly collect the meteorite without anyone knowing. While Su Dao was scheming ways to trouble Chen Lin had already booked her flight to Licheng and arrived there, immediately changing her outfit into that of a mountain climber upon arrival. Sunglasses, bandana, mountaineering gear, and cap, she was fully equipped. Even if her own father stood in front of her at that moment, he wouldn't recognize her. A group of climbers passed by Chen Lin. One of them asked, "Friend, are you going to watch the sunrise at Wangqing Cliff? We can go together. I'm heading to Yunqi Mountain to see the Crescent Bay." Chen Lin pulled out her electronic map and showed them. "Our destinations are opposite. Be safe, fellow climber." Hearing the voice of a young girl, the speaking climber kindly reminded her. "Thank you, hope you all enjoy yourselves and witness the most beautiful sunrise." Chen Lin replied. "After the apocalypse, there won't be any more beautiful sunrises. At that time, the night will be as black as ink, and the daytime will be filled with dim skies, clear weather being rare, so seeing sunrise or sunset as beautiful scenes will no longer exist." The other climbers waved to Chen Lin. "Be safe." The meteorite was set to land inside Crescent Bay. Chen Lin checked the time. It was almost time, and after bidding farewell to the group of climbers, she hastened toward Crescent Bay. Crescent Bay was a scenic spot known for moonwatching, and every evening, many climbers and travelers gathered here. This was information Chen Lin found online. Thanks to her experience from her previous life, Chen Lin knew the exact landing location. The reality of Crescent Bay was every patch of land suitable for tent camping was full, with several campsites having bonfires lit, groups of people singing and dancing happily. Chen Lin circled around the crowds, hiding behind a rock, staring intently at the sky. Before the meteorite hit the ground, it was visible as a shooting star, and its dazzling streak across the night sky was unmistakable. The crowd below began to stir with excitement. "Look, there's a shooting star. Quick, make a wish." This shooting star didn't bring good luck, but disaster. With pity, Chen Lin looked at the group of people who were still making wishes. The apocalypse was brought by these meteors falling to Earth. They slowly affected the surrounding animals, plants, and humans. Those who could evolve became Psi-energy users, while those who couldn't became zombies. The shooting star hit the ground and turned into a meteorite. A loud rumble came from behind the hill where Chen Lin was hiding. "Here it is. My meteorite." Before the people below realized what was happening, a figure had climbed up the hill under cover of darkness. A deep pit appeared on the hilltop, and inside it lay a pitch-black meteorite. Without hesitation, Chen Lin stored the meteorite into her space, checked for any fragments around the area, then quickly left the mountain peak. "The shooting star has fallen. Let's go see the meteorite." Meteorite. The people only saw an empty deep pit. They didn't find the so-called meteorite. Some even jumped into the pit, frantically searching through it, but found nothing. While Chen Lin had already embarked on her journey back to the city. Having obtained a complete meteorite, Chen Lin was excited and wanted nothing more than to quietly study it somewhere. She was already a space Psi-energy user, and the meteorite wouldn't cause her to mutate. There were still 6 more meteor showers before the apocalypse, and she intended to collect as many as possible. Chen Lin didn't realize yet that her greedy little act had once again changed the apocalypse. 2 years later, the end of the world would have followed the same trajectory as in her previous life, but Chen Lin didn't know this yet. Taking away this black meteorite resulted in disrupting the evolution process of the monstrous flora and fauna during the apocalypse. By the time Chen Lin returned to Licheng, dawn had already broken. Licheng was bustling with activity. Many people had rushed here from all over the country upon hearing about the meteorite. In a quiet corner, Chen Lin changed out of her mountaineering outfit and into her student uniform, heading to a breakfast stall. "Boss, why are there so many people on the street?" "I heard that yesterday, a huge star fell from the sky," the boss said mysteriously. A young man stepped forward. "Dad, that's called a meteorite. If a meteorite falls from the sky, isn't it just a star transformed?" The boss defended himself. However, Chen Lin's gaze landed on the face of the young man. "Xiao Wenkai, Moon Goddess Team, Water Element Psi-energy user." The boss said to Xiao Wenkai, "Go check on Xiao Xiao's house later. Her mom is sick." "What does her mom being sick have to do with me?" "Send her to the hospital. I'm not a doctor." Xiao Wenkai's face was full of disdain. "Forget how she looks, and now her mother is always sick too. What kind of baggage is this? I hate useless burdens most of all." Xiao Wenkai despised useless burdens. Chen Lin thought this was the norm in the post-apocalyptic world, but seeing Xiao Wenkai before the apocalypse made her realize her memories from her previous life must be false. She had never known Xiao Wenkai. Chapter 36, Farewell, My Moon Goddess. Chen Lin quietly remembered the location of this breakfast stall, paid for her meal, and followed Xiao Wenk. Xiao Wenk zigzagged through several alleys until stopping in front of a cafe. A fashionably dressed teenager with expensive brands stood at the entrance, covered in glittering jewelry. Upon seeing Xiao Wenk, The girl cooed softly as she flung herself into his arms. Luo Lian, member of the Moon Goddess team, Wind Elemental, only 17 years old when the apocalypse began. These two were already together before the apocalypse. Luo Lian should only be 15 right now. Chen Lin couldn't make heads or tails of this situation, but finding Xiao Wenk meant finding Luo Lian. Chen Lin immediately turned around and headed to Wencheng. She remembered that Li Haizhu was a construction worker there. Li Haizhu, Wood Elemental, during the apocalypse, when there was no food, he grew plants. When Chen Lin found Li Haizhu at the construction site where he once mentioned, he was playing cards with some of his workmates. Old Wang, old Gao, when are you guys bringing your wives over? Losing to me just means spending one night. I won't eat you. Haven't you slept with my wife too? That upright and honest Li Haizhu, she must have mistaken someone else for him. Chen Lin felt nausea rising in her chest and quickly turned to leave. And then Shen Haixia, Liu Yuan, Shan Qing, Ji Hongjie. Chen Lin searched for each of them one by one. Her values were shaken repeatedly. The Moon Goddess team that she had depended on was filled with scoundrels, all except for her, the lone fool. After being reborn, she still wanted to find these people again. But they were opportunistic and selfish, thinking only of themselves. How could such people, if not for their survival instincts, how could they have lived to reach Yunqi Mountain? Li Haizhu controlled the entire team's food supply. To prevent starvation, everyone protected him. Without water, everyone would die anyway, so the water elemental was also under special protection. Shan Qing, a spatial elemental user who had reached level 7 at the time, Chen Lin's heart sank even more. She was now only level 3, her space being 100 by 100. The space of a level 7 elemental user would be much larger. Shan Qing always said that the space was empty. It was all lies. It was foolish of her to believe him all this time. She thought about the deceased members of the Moon Goddess team. Over time, nearly 20 teammates had died. And Chen Lin realized that she could not recall the names, faces, or abilities of those dead teammates. Chen Lin felt wretched inside. How could her Moon Goddess team consist of such people? These people who needed protection somehow managed to survive without it and make it all the way to Yunqi Mountain. Those 20 dead teammates, the protectors. Chen Lin always felt like she was missing something, but her mind was muddled, and she couldn't think clearly. She knew one thing for sure, she could never walk the same path with these people again. Moon Goddess team. There will never be a Moon Goddess team again. When Chen Lin found the last member of the team, she saw him abusing his parents. Silently, she reported him to the police, and only left after the police arrived. Without the Moon Goddess team, even if she was alone, she had to take the people she cared about to Yunqi Mountain. Chen Lin turned resolutely and left. She returned to Shicheng to gather warehouse supplies. Liline, why did you come home? Chen Zhihai was surprised to see his daughter appearing at the warehouse. Shouldn't you be at school? Chen Lin replied, I just came back to check. Is Dad doing all right with work? Too idle. Except for restocking and shipping out goods, no one comes around. I've been watching movies here every day. Chen Zhihai pointed to his desk, where a shiny new laptop computer was placed. In that case, continue watching your movies. I'll go take a look inside the warehouse. Chen Lin walked into the warehouse. It had been renovated. 4 warehouses were combined together with only one large entrance for convenience in management. Chen Lin took a small portion of things from each warehouse. Even so, her storage space was filled to less than a tenth. What she had collected would be enough for her family to live for a long time. The current warehouse she stood in was merely 50 meters wide, 10 meters tall, and 100 meters long, a size equivalent to a level 1 storage. Just imagine how big Shan Qing's level 7 storage might have been. This life, she would no longer allow herself to be manipulated by others. At the end of the previous life, she had blindly trusted Shan Qing and every single teammate, and only now did she fully understand what a fool she truly was. In this life, she would never tolerate being toyed with again. Liline, what's so interesting about the warehouse? Chen Zhihai followed in, surprised to see the warehouse. Hey, wasn't there stuff here? Where did it go? Chen Lin said, there's no stock left. I'll call someone to restock immediately. Don't worry, your daughter is your boss. Lin, stop teasing Dad. How could you be my boss? Chen Zhihai worriedly looked at the missing section of supplies. I'm sure there was a pile of things here. Dad, I took them. Chen Lin raised her hand, and suddenly a pack of instant noodles appeared in her hand. This is called an ability. Huh? Isn't this just like on TV? Chen Zhihai instantly forgot about the idea of his daughter being his boss. That's magic. Teach Dad so I can entertain Mom. Chen Lin couldn't help but laugh through her tears. Dad, listen to me. She pulled Chen Zhihai to a stack of bottled water. Dad, watch closely and don't be surprised. She waved her hand over the water bottles, and the towering stack disappeared before his eyes. Then, when she thought about releasing them, the same pile reappeared in front of him. Chen Lin braced herself for her father to treat her as some kind of monster, given what would come in the future. The next second, Chen Zhihai anxiously looked around. Lin, don't let anyone know about your magic tricks. If they find out and think you're a monster. Dad. Chen Lin threw herself into her father's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. In her past life, she had always believed that as a daughter, she didn't gain the affection of her grandparents or parents. But now she realized how much they all truly loved her, she just hadn't understood before. Dad, I have so many secrets. Brace yourself. Chen Lin's voice was laced with humor despite her teary eyes. I really am your boss, and you can take anything from here freely. You're joking again. Chen Zhihai patted his daughter's short hair. After work, let's head home, and I'll make braised pork ribs for lunch. Great. Chen Lin pressed her face against her father's shirt. Dad, continue watching your movies. I'll call people to replenish the stock. And I need to take some things away. Chen Zhihai watched as his daughter expertly took out her phone and started calling suppliers. 10 tons of bottled water. Quick-drying clothes and pants. Climbing ropes. Compressed rations. Soon, delivery trucks kept arriving one after another, and Chen Lin collected 2/3 of each item. Chen Zhihai was already stunned. Lin, stop taking more. This will cost a lot of money. Chen Lin gave him a sweet smile. When the deliveries are done, we can call it a day. Then she dialed Hu Jiao. Jia, I've signed off on the supplier invoices. Just settle the bill accordingly. I need to restock heavily for the new branch. The warehouse side will be handled by Chen Zhihai. Chapter 37. It wasn't until this moment that Chen Zhihai believed his daughter was really his boss. Chen Lin told her father about how she had started a tutoring class and earned fees for tutoring, as well as about her stock trading adventures, leaving Chen Zhihai completely speechless. Linyan, now that our family has money, you shouldn't waste it recklessly, understand? Chen Zhihai calmed down and warned his daughter. Also, don't flaunt wealth outside, do you understand? I know, Dad, why are you more nagging than Mom? Chen Lin held out her hand. Dad, give me your phone. I'll set up a small device so that if someone enters our warehouse, you can immediately report the incident with your phone. Chen Zhihai knew his daughter studied computers, so he handed his phone to her. Wouldn't that make things easier for me? I wouldn't even need to patrol anymore. That's right. Chen Lin took her father's phone, walked over to the desk, and operated something on the computer. You just have to remember to turn on the surveillance camera and switch to backup power after work, then everything will be fine. Although the theft prevention patent had been sold, the family could still use it. Chen Lin stayed at home for 2 days. When she left, she took another batch of supplies from the warehouse. However, she still hadn't found time to study the meteorite, because her grandmother and grandfather kept her glued to the TV for 2 days. Chen Lin discovered that the meteorite she had collected and the fragments she had picked up outside the military camp were not of the same kind. The last meteorite fragment contained energy, which, upon entering her space ability, upgraded her space ability from level 2 to level 3. The complete black meteorite, after being absorbed into her space ability, remained exactly as it was before. If it weren't for the fact that Chen Lin could still feel the energy contained within the meteorite, she would definitely think that she had made some sort of mistake. The next meteorite would fall in Lian Lake. This meteorite fell directly into the lake from the sky. After the incident at Lian Lake, almost within a few days' time, another meteorite fell. Chen Lin enthusiastically traveled back and forth between school, Lian Lake, and Hongchuan Town, disguising herself as a tourist each time. She managed to collect 2 meteorites. The structure of the third meteorite was very peculiar. It fell from the sky and almost shattered upon hitting the ground. Luckily, Chen Lin possessed a spatial ability, allowing her to gather all the visible meteorite fragments. Much to Chen Lin's disappointment, neither of these meteorites enhanced her spatial ability. Chen Lin wanted to collect as many resources as possible before the apocalypse, and upgrading her space ability was necessary to do so. Even though the third-level space seemed large, there were still many things she hadn't collected: fresh meat, fish, seafood, vegetables, fruits, and plant seeds. Vegetables and fruits could be collected, and collecting seeds worked the same way. As long as her team had a wood elemental ability user, the seeds could become plants. Unfortunately, she couldn't assemble her team. She knew the people in her Moon Goddess squad had many unsavory past deeds before the apocalypse, and even in the post-apocalypse world, each person in her small group harbored selfish motives. There was no way she could get along with them anymore. Who could have guessed that Qing Shan's 7th-level spatial ability, which she helped him upgrade, turned out to deceive her? After 3 consecutive meteorite drops, they were snatched away by others, leaving the National Celestial Research Institute in an uproar. Who did this? Investigate. Even if you can't find them, keep investigating. These must not fall into private hands. The consequences would be catastrophic. These meteorites possess extremely strong radiation. If we don't recover them, the results would be unimaginable. No matter how thoroughly the researchers investigated, they couldn't determine who had taken the meteorites. Satellites could only see the location where the meteorites descended. They couldn't detect what specifically happened on the ground. Coincidentally, each of these recent descents occurred at night, cloaked by darkness, making it impossible for high-altitude satellites to observe conditions on the ground, especially in dense mountainous areas covered with thick forests. Director, this is the latest satellite cloud chart report. Another asteroid has entered the atmosphere. The man referred to as Director waved his hand. This time, we'll go by plane. I want to see who is capable enough to snatch 3 meteorites in a row. At that very moment, Chen Lin was rushing toward the site of the 4th meteorite descent. The sound of rotor blades hummed through the air. Chen Lin quickly crouched behind a clump of short bushes and looked up, watching several helicopters fly towards the meteorite landing site. The country is indeed the country. It seems that my first strike approach won't work this time. There were also a few other helicopters performing unknown tasks, circling around nearby. Chen Lin remained hidden among the bushes, staying still. A group of hikers walked by. With so many helicopters, can we still find the rain frog? Ribbit. A small creature near Chen Lin's foot poked its head out. Perhaps because Chen Lin hadn't moved for a long time, the little animal mistook her for part of the scenery. It really does make noise, Chen Lin sighed helplessly. There's a rain frog call. The group that had already walked away returned when they heard it and saw Chen Lin squatting on the ground, holding her phone. The leader-like hiker whispered, "Is it a rain frog? It's emerald green all over, with 3 orange spots on its back." Chen Lin described the little creature. Yes, it's a rain frog." A few people got excited. "Young girl, don't move. Let us take some pictures too." The rain frog jumped up to Chen Lin's head in a couple of bounds. Cameras with various lengths zoomed in on her, forcing her to pull up her scarf. This annoying little thing, why did it jump onto her head? It seemed like it was deliberately opposing her. She wanted to dig a hole and hide deeper. The hikers snapped pictures non-stop as Chen Lin stayed completely still, truly becoming the backdrop. The rain frog, barely bigger than a thumb, remained motionless atop her head, occasionally letting out soft gurgles. "Brothers, sisters, does this little thing plan to build a nest on my head?" Chen Lin asked. "Can I move?" The hikers laughed kindly, and one tried to shoo the frog away, but it evaded the hiker's hand, hopped a few times, and returned to Chen Lin's head. As the helicopter blades drew closer, Chen Lin grabbed the rain frog and thrust it into the hands of the leading hiker. "I've finished taking pictures too." The leader carefully placed the frog back on the tree, and Chen Lin smoothly joined this group of hikers. They hadn't walked far when Chen Lin felt something light settle on her shoulder. Turning her head, she saw that the little rain frog had leaped back onto her. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Chen Lin pocketed the rain frog, thinking that in the post-apocalypse world, animals and plants would mutate and gain intelligence. Could this rain frog have the potential to mutate? The helicopters circled above their heads once and then flew away. These helicopters were searching for someone. Chen Lin suddenly stiffened with realization it was looking for her. She wouldn't even dare to think about the meteorite this time. She looked regretfully at the direction where the helicopter disappeared. Chapter 38, A Lively National Day Holiday. Chen Lin had a little pet that went goo-goo. This rain frog was very obedient, staying inside Chen Lin's pocket and never coming out unless it was hungry, in which case it would be taken out to eat. Ever since getting the rain frog, mosquitoes, flies, spiders, and other insects disappeared from Chen Lin's dormitory. Sometimes even the snacks of Gao Bingyang, Han Fang, and Li Jiao vanished. The other 3 people in the dormitory somehow hadn't noticed Chen Lin keeping a small pet. Han Fang also had a boyfriend and was leaving early and returning late every day. Li Jiao and Gao Bingyang didn't know what they were busy with either, but they too left early and returned late every day. The day before the National Day holiday, Gao Bingyang and Li Jiao took leave and left school while Chen Lin returned home. Long Yang was practicing shooting at the target range when Du Yuan called him out. "Su Dao is here. Arrange for him to stay at the guest house," Long Yang said, and then turned back to return to the target range. Su Dao also brought Gao Bingyang and Li Jiao along. Du Yuan added, "Ling Jiang is arranging their accommodations. Let's all have lunch together." From Du Yuan's tone, Long Yang understood that Chen Lin wasn't there. She should still be at school as it wasn't officially the holiday yet. "In that case, let's have lunch together." After thinking for a moment, Long Yang agreed. Su Dao hadn't mentioned anything about them coming to the military camp, neither to himself, Du Yuan, nor Ling Jiang. What does he intend to do? "Brother Long Yang." Seeing Long Yang, Gao Bingyang happily ran over and tried to hug his arm. "I'm in uniform. Pay attention to my image." Long Yang pulled Ling Jiang and placed him between himself and Gao Bingyang. After months without seeing Long Yang, he looked even more handsome than before. Gao Bingyang could barely keep her eyes off him, glued tightly to Long Yang's figure. "Brother Long Yang, did you receive the package I sent you? Do you like it?" "Not opened," Long Yang said indifferently. Su Dao chuckled. "That was something I helped Bingyang pick out for you. You'll definitely like it." He thought he knew Long Yang's preferences well, so he wouldn't choose something wrong. "Thank you." Long Yang neither said that he liked it nor disliked it. Gao Bingyang felt disappointed. "Brother Long Yang, I talk to you on QQ every day, but you don't reply." Long Yang hummed, "I'm not online. You can leave messages too, just like how you left messages for Chen Lin. You could have done the same for me." Gao Bingyang complained with a look of willingness. "We've grown up together since childhood. Why do you treat a girl who isn't even familiar with you better than me? Let's eat first. We've come such a long way. After eating, we'll go back to the guest house to rest." Su Dao broke the tension, saying that if Chen Lin wasn't around, things could be the same as in the past. "Long Yang, soldiers like you have National Day holidays too, right?" Long Yang didn't speak, and Ling Jiang answered for him. "Yes, but our break isn't as long as yours. The vacation starts today. After lunch, we still have to train." Originally, Gao Bingyang wanted to spend more time with Long Yang, but hearing Ling Jiang's words made her face fall with disappointment. "Brother Long Yang, which day will you have time? Let's go out and play together. Brother Su Dao says this place has nice scenery. We can climb mountains." "In a few days." Long Yang exchanged the date of his vacation with someone else. "How long are you staying here?" "That goes without saying," Gao Bingyang said matter-of-factly. "I came here to be with you." Li Jiao spoke up. "Senior Long Yang, hello, I am Su Dao's girlfriend. You and Bingyang are both Lin Lin's roommates." "I know," Long Yang interrupted Li Jiao. "Su Dao started dating a girl, and he never told us. Isn't this exactly the reason we brought her here?" When Long Yang referred to Chen Lin as Lin Lin, Su Dao quickly showed a fleeting expression of displeasure. "All the girls in affectionate Su Dao's dormitory have found boyfriends, each one being better looking than the next, but Lin actually ended up with Su Jun Yuan, and only Bingyang remained boyfriendless." "Brother Long Yang." Gao Bingyang revealed a shy face. "We've grown up together, like childhood sweethearts. I've finished eating, I'm going back to train. You guys can slowly finish your meal." As Long Yang stood up to leave, his indifferent face revealed a hint of cold severity that inspired fear. Su Dao didn't see the expression, but Du Yuan and Ling Jiang did, and they couldn't help but secretly reproach Su Dao because they had no idea that after Long Yang called out Lin Lin, Su Dao would dare say bad things about Chen Lin right in front of him. How much Chen Lin likes Long Yang, neither Ling Jiang nor Du Yuan knows, but they are clear that Long Yang plans to marry Chen Lin. Moreover, they all knew that Long Yang had even swapped holidays with someone else to wait for Chen Lin to come over. On the first and second day of the long National Day holiday, Chen Lin did not appear, and Su Dao was quite satisfied. Bingyang, be gentle with Long Yang and don't throw tantrum. No boy would dislike a beautiful and gentle Bingyang. Encouraged by Su Dao, and with Chen Lin not showing up, Jiao Bingyang was full of confidence. Don't worry, brother Su Dao, I know what to do. Next, on the third and fourth day, Jiao Bingyang wanted to wash Long Yang's clothes and fetch his meals, but Ling Jiang and Du Yuan eagerly took over those tasks. Su Dao unhappily said to Du Yuan, you and Ling Jiang should give Bingyang a chance. They are such a well-suited pair. Su Dao, can't you see what Long Yang means? Du Yuan cast a deep glance at Su Dao, ignoring him as he took Long Yang's clothes and went to the laundry room. Jiao Bingyang chased after him. Du Yuan, let me wash them, let me. There was a ruckus in the dormitory. Seeing Long Yang pass by the window, Jiao Bingyang immediately dropped her act and hurriedly followed after him. Brother Long Yang, where are you going? Wait for me. Long Yang walked straight out of the camp area, and Chen Lin appeared from a side road with a backpack. He quickly approached her, taking the backpack from her shoulder and placing it on his own. I figured you'd arrive about now. Chen Lin looked towards Jiao Bingyang, who was panting behind Long Yang. Am I coming at an inconvenient time? Since school hadn't let out for the holiday yet, Jiao Bingyang and Li Jiao were nowhere to be seen, which meant they must have come here. So, Su Dao is also here? While thinking this, Su Dao appeared in Chen Lin's line of sight. Seeing Chen Lin, Su Dao's gaze darkened. How could that be? They arrived the day before the holiday, and today is the first day I'm off. Long Yang walked beside Chen Lin. I didn't know they were coming either, prior to this. No need to explain, Chen Lin's tone was level. But Long Yang hastily called out, I'm not lying, really. Jiao Bingyang glared at Chen Lin resentfully. Brother Long Yang, weren't you supposed to take me out to play? Long Yang frowned, but then his hand was grasped by someone. Looking down, he saw Chen Lin's small hand, and his frown immediately relaxed. Yes, I'm supposed to take you all out to play. Just wait for me here for a moment while I change my clothes. Ling Jiang tugged on Du Yuan. We want to play too. Why don't we all go together? The more people, the more lively. Sure. Chen Lin didn't mind. In the previous life, during the apocalypse, couples living in desolate areas couldn't help themselves and almost engaged in public indecency. Men and women trading their bodies for food wouldn't care about the location, lying down on the ground to start. Ling Jiang had been observing Chen Lin's expression. Chen Lin's eyes were profound, and he couldn't tell whether she was angry or not. Chapter 39, Proposal. Long Yang handed Chen Lin's backpack to Ling Jiang. Help Lin Lin carry it. Du Yuan, go to my father's place and get the tent and some snacks. After giving out the instructions, Long Yang left. After Long Yang had gone, Su Dao looked at Chen Lin darkly. Chen Lin, did your parents know you've come so far alone? No, I just told them I would be out playing for a few days. Chen Lin's hand was in her pocket, holding the rain frog tightly as she played with it, treating it like a plastic toy that she could squish around however she liked. Chen Lin, don't you worry about running out of living expenses if you go out and play like this. Li Jiao said sarcastically. Chen Lin hummed once. I'm not worried. Long Yang's savings are enough for me to play. Shameless. What makes you think you can take brother Long Yang's savings? Give them here. I am the only one qualified to help him keep them. Jiao Bingyang nearly cried after hearing this. How could Long Yang give his savings to Chen Lin? Lin Huan has no qualifications, neither do you. Long Yang was wearing casual clothes. Du Yuan was behind him, carrying a bunch of bags and a tent. Jiao Bingyang moved closer to Long Yang, trying to hold his arm. Long Yang dodged her, held Chen Lin's hand instead, and took her bag from Ling Jiang with his other hand. Let's go. There's a nice place up the mountain where we can camp. We can stay there for 2 or 3 days without any problem. Brother Long Yang. Realizing Long Yang had avoided her touch, Jiao Bingyang stomped her feet. Li Jiao hurried forward and held her hand. We should go to the camping spot first before discussing anything else. Chen Lin casually glanced at Li Jiao and Jiao Bingyang, who were wearing flat-heeled sandals. The last time she and Long Yang walked for 2 hours. This time, they wouldn't make it 4 hours. But Chen Lin wasn't worried. Less than half an hour later, Li Jiao and Jiao Bingyang were already unable to continue walking. Their small backpacks were all on Su Dao now. Seeing Chen Lin holding hands with Long Yang and strolling leisurely as if nothing happened, Su Dao's face became even more unpleasant. Chen Lin, do you have extra shoes? No, Chen Lin said. She had plenty of supplies in her space, but there was no need for her to take them out. Who carries extra shoes when climbing mountains? We'll be there soon. Long Yang smiled slightly at the corner of his eyes. They hadn't even covered 1/4 of the journey yet, and the road ahead would be much harder. Lin Huan, if you get tired, I'll carry you. Li Jiao quickly turned her tearful eyes towards Su Dao, pouting and cooing. Su Dao, my feet hurt. Jiao Bingyang's little face had become crumpled. Brother Long Yang, look at how fine Chen Lin is. Why don't you carry me? I can't walk anymore. If you can't walk anymore, then let's head down the mountain. Long Yang spoke sternly. It's very close to the lodge here. Having no choice, Jiao Bingyang looked pleadingly at Ling Jiang and Du Yuan. They were both burdened with numerous heavy packages and continued following Long Yang without glancing at her. By the time they reached the waterhole area, Li Jiao and Gao Bingyang almost wanted to collapse on the ground. Chen Lin was merely breathing slightly faster. Tired, right? Long Yang pulled Chen Lin's head close and kissed her forehead. Don't sit down yet. Let me spread out the moisture-proof pad first, and then lay out the bedsheet. Upon seeing this scene, Gao Bingyang's eyes bulged nearly out of their sockets. She pouted and coaxed cutely, Brother Long Yang, I want to drink water. Long Yang bent over to spread out the moisture-proof mat, and Du Yuan handed over a bottle of mineral water to Gao Bingyang. Drink it. I want Coca-Cola. Gao Bingyang pushed Du Yuan's hand away. Brother Long Yang, I want Coca-Cola. There isn't any. I only bought mineral water. If you want drinks, go back down the mountain and buy them yourself. After laying out the moisture-proof pad, Long Yang took out the bedsheet from Chen Lin's backpack and laid it down, pulling Chen Lin to sit next to him. Sit down and rest for a bit, then we'll pitch the tent. Su Dao clenched his teeth as he began assembling the tent. Since I have nothing to do anyway, let me do it. If he didn't find something to occupy himself, watching Long Yang flaunt his affection towards Chen Lin would drive him mad enough to kill someone. Long Yang, on the other hand, lay half-tilted beside Chen Lin, quietly watching Su Dao pitch the tent. Du Yuan and Ling Jiang spread the remaining 2 moisture-proof pads. Li Jiao immediately sprawled herself unceremoniously onto one of them. I'm exhausted. I have something to announce. Long Yang stood up and wrapped an arm around Chen Lin's shoulder. Lin is my girlfriend. I disagree. Gao Bingyang jumped up instantly, pointing at Chen Lin. Why should she be able to? Long Yang said calmly, because I, Long Yang, like Chen Lin. Do you have any objections? Gao Bingyang was filled with jealousy. Brother Long Yang, she isn't pretty, her family background doesn't even compare to mine, and we've been childhood sweethearts. In which aspect can she possibly match me? It seems you didn't catch my meaning. Long Yang released Chen Lin, stood up, and coldly stared at Gao Bingyang. I like Chen Lin, I love her. Long Yang, you two have only known each other for a few months. How could that even amount to love? Su Dao pushed Gao Bingyang towards Long Yang. Xiang has always liked you, you know that very well. Long Yang shot a cold gaze at Su Dao. I like Chen Lin, don't you also know that? When I sent her packages, you threw them away. Who gave you the nerve? Su Dao was speechless. He wanted to lie but Long Yang's sharp eyes fixed on him, leaving him unable to utter a word. His heart was full of indignation. Why does Chen Lin deserve this? Brother Long Yang, what's so good about Chen Lin? When you're not around, she goes after every guy around campus, Gao Bingyang said. Don't believe me? Ask Jiao. Long Yang's expression grew colder as he glanced at his old friend Su Dao. Suddenly, he turned to face Chen Lin, pulled out a red ring box from his pocket, opened it, and knelt down on one knee. Lin, when you graduate, will you be my bride? The image of a cool and handsome man truly belongs only to a distant memory, as Chen Lin smiled, extending her hand. I do. Long Yang slipped the ring onto Chen Lin's finger and gently kissed the back of her hand. If you don't like this plain ring, my card is yours to use freely. Other than that, I won't control you. But if you buy rings, they must come from my card. Su Dao stared blankly at Long Yang. Long Yang, don't you want to reconsider this? No need to reconsider. My parents and grandfather all agree. Long Yang lay down beside Chen Lin, immediately hugging her shoulders. Lin, when will you let me meet your family? I look good, have a good family background, good education, and a bright future. Chen Lin suddenly turned and kissed Long Yang on the lips. Her round almond eyes brimmed with moisture. When you take your next leave. Shameless. Gao Bingyang seethed with envy. No one paid her any attention, including Li Jiao, who was stunned. Ling Jiang then said, Chen Lin, conditions here are rudimentary. This is the best brother Long Yang can offer you. Chen Lin laughed. But I think it's already perfect, it just needs one more thing. Missing what? Long Yang looked at Ling Jiang and Du Yuan, both shook their heads, then he turned to Chen Lin with confusion. Lin, tell me, what's missing? Chen Lin pointed to a cluster of purple flowers by the water pit. We're missing a bouquet. Long Yang chuckled, affectionately gazing at Chen Lin. Of course I'll fulfill your wish. As the dashing Long Yang, heir to an excellent heritage, who looks handsome and excels academically, actually picked flowers, this again redefined everyone's perception. Gao Bingyang glared at Chen Lin in envy. You're so ugly, why should you deserve this? Chen Lin gently touched the plain platinum ring on her finger. Because I'm Chen Lin. Chapter 40, Su Dao's expression was remarkable. Du Yuan never expected Chen Lin to reply so dominantly. He paused for a moment, then gave her a thumb up. Chen Lin, you're really something. Not only am I dominant, but I'm also very bossy. Chen Lin looked at Long Yang who was bending over picking wildflowers. Long Yang, you belong to me alone, did you hear that? Upon hearing this, Long Yang smiled, and holding a bunch of wildflowers, walked to Chen Lin's side. I heard it, boss. Su Dao had no words. The person most suited for Long Yang was Gao Bingyang. This was something everyone knew. They had grown up together since they were kids, and never had they seen Long Yang give a warm smile to any woman. He had even assumed that Long Yang liked men, which secretly delighted him for a while. He stood there dumbfounded, disbelieving, and frustrated. At this point, the expression on his face could be described as quite remarkable. Chen Lin was also taken aback. Su Dao toward Long Yang, would he? Ling Jiang subtly blocked Su Dao's path. Chen Lin, with your physical condition being this good, not enlisting in the army would be such a waste. I prefer reading books and surfing the net. Chen Lin shook her head. I'm rather lazy. She was an ability user. Her body had surpassed ordinary people by far. Gao Bingyang cried out loud. I want to go home. I don't want to stay here. I can ask Du Yuan and Lingjiang to take you down the mountain. Are you sure you want to leave now? Long Yang showed no expression. Originally he still had some childhood friendship feelings towards Jiao Bingyang. Now that he had a girlfriend, what shouldn't be anymore. I will leave immediately. While crying, Jiao Bingyang stole a glance at Long Yang. Brother Long Yang, could you escort me please? Long Yang simply turned his head away. Li Jiao pulled Jiao Bingyang to sit down on a moisture-proof pad. Let's rest a bit before we talk about going down. We don't know the way, she whispered into Jiao Bingyang's ear. Why rush? There'll still be chances. Chen Lin was speechless. She pressed her face into Long Yang's chest. Sometimes, having good hearing was really a curse. With so many people here and Long Yang keeping close watch on her, how could Li Jiao find any opportunities for Jiao Bingyang? Hearing this, Jiao Bingyang sat down on the moisture-proof pad, resentfully glancing at Long Yang again and again. Unfortunately, Long Yang's eyes were solely on Chen Lin. They wouldn't leave her for a second. In her heart, she cursed viciously. How come Chen Lin doesn't die already? The rain frog in Chen Lin's palm began to squirm anxiously. Among the 7 people present, someone was hostile towards her. Ever since this mysterious rain frog followed her without reason, it had always been obedient until someone harbored specific hostility towards her, at which point it became restless. Chen Lin slowly turned her head to look at Su Dao, Li Jiao, Jiao Bingyang. All 3 had varying expressions. She couldn't tell exactly who held hostility towards her. This hostility only appeared after Long Yang proposed marriage. So, therefore, it absolutely couldn't be Du Yuan and Lingjiang. Chen Lin gently tapped the rain frog with her thumb, calming it down. As if understanding her intent, it quickly quieted. She buried her face back into Long Yang's chest, a tiny sense of satisfaction growing within her. In a past life, somehow Long Yang found her house, proposing to her parents. Her parents didn't even bother to consult her opinion, they just agreed to Long Yang's proposal. At the time, she directly sought out Long Yang, saying that she hoped Long Yang would call off the engagement. Long Yang did as she wished and called off the engagement. Later, during the apocalypse, when she met Jiao Rui, she learned that Long Yang actually liked her a lot. Are you cold? I'll get my jacket for you. Long Yang extended his hand toward Lingjiang. Lingjiang handed a backpack to Long Yang. I can start a campfire. A campfire? I'm freezing. Jiao Bingyang hugged her shoulders. I need a jacket too. Long Yang took out a men's jacket from the backpack and draped it over Chen Lin's shoulders. I only brought one. There are trees everywhere. We cannot start a fire. Li Jiao shivered slightly. She noticed that after the sun gradually set, the night temperature dropped nearly to 0 degrees. Visible hot breath could be seen exhaling. She and Jiao Bingyang dressed lightly for the summer. I'm going into the tent. Jiao Bingyang hugged her shoulders with a pouting face. Brother Long Yang, when I return to the capital city, I will tell your grandfather that you have privately engaged yourself to another. He will definitely not approve of your recklessness. Long Yang's gaze was sharp as he grabbed Chen Lin's finger and held it high. This is the engagement ring my parents gave me, personally handed over by my father. There are 4 characters inside the band, destined for life. If you want to report this, go ahead. My grandfather was a soldier, my father is a soldier, and so am I. Soldiers don't wear jewelry, which is why we only have a women's ring in our family. What? Jiao Bingyang, who had been about to enter the tent, rushed over to Chen Lin in disbelief. This is the ring, your family heirloom. Destined for life. Chen Lin stared at the silver plain ring. Heirloom, I like it. Chen Lin, give me the ring, you're not qualified to wear it. Jiao Bingyang reached out to grab the ring from Chen Lin's finger. Lingjiang grabbed her shoulder. Bingyang, don't upset Long Yang. Your words earlier were already inappropriate. Lingjiang, who are you to boss me around? You're just Long Yang's flunky. Jiao Bingyang struggled in Lingjiang's grip. Lingjiang's expression remained unchanged, but Du Yuan wasn't pleased. Bingyang, you were wrong to start with. You too. You're just another of Long Yang's flunkies. Jiao Bingyang spoke without thinking. When she saw Long Yang's cold look, she immediately regretted it. Brother Long Yang, I didn't mean it that way. If you keep acting up, get lost, Long Yang said coldly, refusing to even glance at Jiao Bingyang. Jiao Bingyang whimpered, Brother Long Yang, but I'm freezing. What she truly wanted was the ring on Chen Lin's finger, the seemingly ordinary ring that had been passed down through 3 generations. From Grandpa Long to Dad Long, she hadn't expected it to end up in Chen Lin's possession. She always thought she would be the future Mrs. Long. Su Dao had also heard about the heirloom ring of the Long family. He never imagined that Long Yang would so readily give it to Chen Lin. But seeing Lingjiang and Du Yuan's calm expressions, he wisely chose not to say anything further. Li Jiao tugged on his sleeve. It's getting colder, let's go into the tent. Chen Lin looked at Lingjiang and Du Yuan. You brought more than 1 tent, bring some food in, and join us in the tent. You've got a sharp eye. We did bring 3 tents, Du Yuan said, but 2 big guys can't snuggle together for warmth. Lingjiang had already taken out the other 2 tents and set them up with Du Yuan. Isn't it all over the internet that men love men? Just make sure your target isn't Long Yang. Chen Lin smiled. Inside the tent, Li Jiao cuddled close to Su Dao. Is Chen Lin mentally unstable? She barely knows Lingjiang and Du Yuan, yet she makes jokes like that. Su Dao's expression flickered uncertainly. How outrageous. Brother Long Yang actually gave the ring to Chen Lin. On what grounds? Jiao Bingyang rubbed her arms. I'm freezing, it's awful. Hush, do you really want to get kicked off the mountain now? Li Jiao quickly shushed Jiao Bingyang. Chapter 41. The ugly son-in-law comes home. Jiao Bingyang reluctantly closed her mouth. Outside the tent, only Long Yang and Chen Lin remained. Long Yang held Chen Lin's hand, lying next to her. There are only 3 more days until the National Day holiday. How about it? Do you have any thoughts on bringing me home? Regular soldiers aren't allowed to fall in love. Chen Lin poked Long Yang's chest with her finger. Do you want to violate military discipline? Sweetheart, how could that be? Long Yang couldn't help but burst out laughing. I'm a non-commissioned officer. Don't you know that the state offers preferential treatment to college students who join the army? He leaned over to Chen Lin's ear and whispered softly, Are you tired? Chen Lin's face turned red. Don't even think about it. There are so many people here. The smile in Long Yang's eyes deepened. What I mean is, let's go down the mountain now and leave them behind. You take me home, alright? A huge misunderstanding. Chen Lin was so embarrassed she wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. She thought Long Yang was suggesting they sleep together. Lin Yun, Long Yang picked up Chen Lin's backpack and pulled her hand. You agreed silently, which makes me very happy. How come I never noticed you had such a thick face? Chen Lin's face turned red as she allowed Long Yang to hold her hand. Disgusting. You made me misunderstand. I thought. Shush. Long Yang pulled Chen Lin away from the water pit. After dawn, Lingjiang and Du Yuan would know what to do. The 2 of them left the mountain quietly, and Long Yang took Chen Lin onto the night bus to Shicheng. What if your family gets scared when they see me right now? Chen Lin rested her head on Long Yang's shoulder. Are you afraid my parents might not agree? I will win them over. Long Yang squeezed Chen Lin's fingers hard. You've already put on my ring, the heirloom of our Long family. Anyway, there's no way you can run away from me. Last time, I regret not completely having my way with you. If we had done everything properly, my in-laws definitely wouldn't oppose. They may scold me a bit, or beat me up a little. Long Yang must have been replaced by someone else. Chen Lin pinched the soft flesh around Long Yang's waist. He had an excellent figure, not a trace of excess fat. Chen Lin tried to pinch him but couldn't find a place. I'll beat you now. Long Yang grabbed Chen Lin's hand, laughing even more happily. Think about it. Tomorrow when Jiao Bingyang and Su Dao realize we've disappeared, what kind of expression will they have? Does Su Dao really like you? Chen Lin immediately forgot her previous embarrassment and thought about this question. Long Yang's face darkened. Don't mention this person to me. Chen Lin responded with a hum. She thought about what expressions her grandma, grandpa, mom, and dad would have if she brought Long Yang home. When the night bus arrived in Shicheng, it was already bright outside, breakfast time. The Chen family was gathered around the table eating breakfast. Chen Lin walked into the house with Long Yang. Lin Yun. Chen Zhihai saw Chen Lin and called her. Come quickly and eat. Seeing Long Yang, he hesitated. Your classmate? Chen Lin stood confidently by the table and brought Long Yang in front of the whole family. Grandpa, grandma, mom, and dad. His name is Long Yang, my boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaomai looked at Long Yang with surprise. Young man, you're not that stupid looking either. How come you fell for our foolish girl? Are you also a bookworm? This was absolutely her own mother. Chen Lin hurriedly called out, Mom, I'm not finished yet. Please don't rush. She may not have others cunning, but she wasn't dumb enough to be beyond saving. Chen Sheng, however, watched Long Yang with satisfaction. This young man has good judgment. Grandpa, grandma, uncle, aunts, you might not have met me before. Long Yang smiled and said, I met all of you at the beach. My mom drowned, and it was Lin Yun who saved her. Later, we coincidentally went to the same school, so I know Lin Yun quite well. She is a kind and capable girl, not stupid at all. Chen Zhihai couldn't contain his astonishment. Could our Lin Lin possibly have a boyfriend? Young man, our Lin Lin isn't easy to get along with. She's rather dull. Can you still accept her? Dear Dad. Chen Lin raised her hand and showed the ring on her finger. As a matter of fact, I brought Long Yang back, not to introduce my boyfriend to you, but because I want to get married. He wants to marry me. Long Yang quietly stood aside, waiting until Chen Lin finished speaking. Then he said, My family has a long history in the military. I am currently serving. Lin Yun and I deeply love each other. We ask for your approval, grandpa, grandma, uncle, aunts. As long as Lin Lin agrees, we have no objection either. Young man, shouldn't your parents be involved in such matters? Chen Sheng asked. Long Yang replied, My grandparents and parents, due to professional reasons, cannot leave their posts arbitrarily. I've come here with the agreement of my family. Chen Zhihai pulled his daughter aside. Lin Lin, what are your thoughts? I have no objections. Chen Lin stood by Long Yang's side. From now on, he will be part of our family. Hearing from Chen Lin that he was already considered part of her family, Long Yang's handsome brows softened into a smile. Lin Lin, I am so glad. On the side, Chen Zhihai said to Song Xiaomai, Our daughter isn't a bookworm after all. Look how excellent her choice is for a husband. Take a seat first and have breakfast. Chen Sheng kept observing Long Yang while asking anxiously, Young man, does your family agree? Yes, grandpa, my parents, they all have a good impression of Lin Lin. Long Yang politely said, I came here today just to meet all of you, so that when my parents visit later, it won't seem too abrupt. Apologies, we traveled straight from the military camp without any gifts, please forgive us. We're going to be one family soon, why be so formal? Grandma smiled and said, When your parents are free, let's have both families meet. Breakfast did not become awkward because of Long Yang's sudden addition. On the contrary, the Chen family was very curious about Long Yang and asked him many questions. Long Yang patiently answered every one of them. After breakfast, Chen Zhihai told his daughter to take Long Yang for a walk around the town. At the campsite on the mountain, everyone was up except for one tent that still showed no movement. Jiao Bingyang complained unhappily. How lazy can Chen Lin be, still not getting up? She looked around but didn't see Long Yang, only Du Yuan and Ling Jiang. Where's my brother Long Yang? Hasn't he gotten up yet? Long Yang didn't sleep in the same tent as us, Du Yuan explained. Previously, he didn't find Jiao Bingyang particularly annoying, but since yesterday, he understood why Long Yang didn't look favorably upon this childhood friend. Jiao Bingyang acted like a whimsical, spoiled young lady. Long Yang's personality would never suit someone like her. Brother Long Yang? Brother Long Yang? Jiao Bingyang called out toward the third tent. Get up and eat breakfast, we're heading down the mountain today. The tent remained still. Ling Jiang glanced at the ground and noticed Chen Lin's black backpack was missing. Long Yang and Chen Lin have gone down the mountain. Impossible, I don't believe it. Jiao Bingyang took a step forward and pulled open the third tent. The tent was completely empty, showing no signs that anyone had slept there last night. That hateful Chen Lin, she must have nagged brother Long Yang to go down the mountain. Chapter 42, Ruthless Moves. Jiao Bingyang's first act after returning to the capital was going to the Long family's residence with Su Dao. Auntie, I went to see brother Long Yang at the military camp. Jiao Bingyang pouted unhappily. A shameless classmate of mine also followed him there. And Yonglin asked, upon hearing this, Chen Lin? It's her. Jiao Bingyang didn't notice the odd tone in Yonglin's voice and continued. She even took brother Long Yang's card. That girl is so greedy for fame. Auntie, you must ask brother Long Yang to take his card back or she will spend all of it. Bingyang, you've misunderstood. That girl is brother Long Yang's fiancée, and Yonglin said, you'll have a sister-in-law soon. What? Auntie, I like brother Long Yang. Haven't you once said that you hoped I would become your daughter-in-law when I grow up? Jiao Bingyang exclaimed after a few seconds of reaction. And Yonglin looked at Jiao Bingyang. Bingyang, I like you as my daughter. Yang has always treated you as his younger sister. I thought you'd be happy for brother Long Yang, who found a good girl. How could such an ugly girl match brother Long Yang? Jiao Bingyang stood up angrily. I'm going to find Grandpa Long. With that, Jiao Bingyang stormed out, and Long Shan walked out from the study. I can hardly believe this child is from the Jiao family. I wonder if Chen Lin has been wronged, and Yonglin said, Father, when you and Uncle Long Gang have time, we should settle matters between these two kids soon. Some people shouldn't have ulterior motives. And you're worried about little Chen Lin being wronged? Long Shan couldn't help but laugh. Your son already visited her parents' house. The rogue. Snatched by a mere girl. And Yonglin said in a resentful manner, Father, when his 2 years are up, quickly order Yang to be discharged, then let Chen Lin give birth to several children. Serving in the army to protect the country is a citizen's duty. Long Shan nodded. This matter, I agree with you. He added with a shift in tone, but your son joined the army at his wife's request. Do you think what I say can override his wife's influence? And Yonglin felt frustrated. Father, you're just painting me false hopes, isn't it? The old man crossed his arms behind his back. Not at all. It's fun. And Yonglin was utterly speechless. Then you just look forward to your granddaughter-in-law giving you more grandchildren soon. As Jiao Bingyang came out from the Long family, she encountered Su Dao. Brother Su Dao, where are you going? To brother Long Yang's place. Su Dao pointed toward the distance. I must tell grandfather Long that the scheming girl, Chen Lin, is unsuitable for brother Long Yang. Grandfather Long isn't here, Jiao Bingyang said since she hadn't seen Long Shan in the Long residence. I'm also looking for grandfather Long, let's go together. I absolutely cannot sit by and watch brother Long Yang get deceived by such a materialistic woman like Chen Lin. After knowing that Jiao Bingyang had just come out from the Long residence, Su Dao asked, is Auntie in home? Yes, speaking of Auntie and makes me even angrier, Jiao Bingyang pouted, Auntie in already treats Chen Lin as her daughter-in-law. Su Dao narrowed his eyes, then don't visit grandfather Long anymore. I have a way to make Chen Lin leave on her own. Jiao Bingyang's eyes sparkled. What method? Destroy her reputation, Su Dao said cruelly. Since she doesn't know her place, I'll lend her a hand. Jiao Bingyang looked at Su Dao with concern. Brother Su Dao, will it cause trouble? My meaning is, won't brother Long Yang know that it's something we did? Su Dao slightly shook his head. If the plan he devised were to succeed, how could Chen Lin ever again show her face to Long Yang? Leave it to me, you needn't worry about anything. Focus on studying, and do not let Chen Lin catch on to anything. I won't bother with her anyway. Jiao Bingyang still had some worries deep in her heart, but thinking about how Chen Lin would leave Long Yang, she decided again that she wasn't wrong, it was Chen Lin's own fault. Long Yang never belonged to her in the first place, and those who coveted what they shouldn't have were bound to receive punishment. Seeing that his idea gained support from Jiao Bingyang, Su Dao turned around and left. He knew a few guys in society who could easily handle such small errands for him. Chen Lin, being a girl from another city, wouldn't raise a fuss if something happened to her. Regarding the fact that his previous attempts to harm Chen Lin had failed, Su Dao conveniently ignored them. Chen Lin and Long Yang spent 2 very pleasant days in Shicheng. On the 3rd day, Long Yang was called back by the military, while Chen Lin returned to school. In the dormitory, everything looked exactly the same as before. Jiao Bingyang, Li Jiao, and Han Fang were ignoring her, each busy with their own tasks. Yet, Chen Lin could sense an unusual atmosphere. As soon as she entered the dormitory, the rain frog in her hand jumped around uncontrollably. Someone in the dormitory harbored immense hostility toward her. The rain frog couldn't make sounds, but its thrashing varied in intensity, which made her guess that it was responding to the differing levels of hostility directed at her. Right now, the rain frog was jumping wildly, almost escaping from her palm. She calmed it for a long time before it quieted down. How great must the hostility be to cause such a reaction from the rain frog? Chen Lin quickly arranged her bed. Pretending to look at her notebook, she observed her 3 roommates under the cover of her laptop. All 3 of them were doing their own things, and nothing seemed out of place. Han Fang put down her phone and asked Chen Lin, "There are no classes tomorrow. Would you like to accompany me to buy some stuff?" Chen Lin thought for a moment, "Sure, but I'm not buying anything." In the previous life, whenever Li Jiao and Jiao Bingyang wanted to do something, they never acted directly. Instead, they had the brainless Han Fang take the first step. Though Han Fang lacked brains, over time, she was actually easier to get along with because when she wasn't being used as a pawn, she was quite simple-hearted. Upon hearing Chen Lin's agreement to go shopping the next day, Jiao Bingyang secretly rejoiced. Hiding under her blanket, she sent a message to Su Dao. Once again, Chen Lin observed the reactions of her roommates, but unfortunately, she wasn't particularly good at reading people and failed to notice anything. If it weren't for the fact that the rain frog continued to appear restless, she might have thought that she and her roommates would peacefully spend the last calm days before the end times. Han Fang got up early and pulled Chen Lin out of the dormitory. "I need to buy cosmetics. Let's hurry back so we don't miss our class this afternoon. You can buy it on the weekend." Chen Lin kept observing Han Fang and noticed that she led her to a very secluded area. "Which way is this?" "It's a shortcut." Han Fang seemed somewhat uneasy. Hurry up, hurry up. I don't want to miss out." Chen Lin allowed herself to be pulled by Han Fang as they went further and further away from the main road. Buying cosmetics doesn't have to feel like being reborn. Is it really that urgent? Or are you trying to mess with me? Who wants to mess with you? Han Fang retorted, "Anyway, you're just better at studying. What else do you have that's better than me?" "That's true." Chen Lin withdrew her hand from Han Fang's grip. The end of this small road led to a remote back entrance of a park, a spot commonly used by couples for dates. Chapter 43, Call for Me. Han Fang deliberately lagged behind Chen Lin. "Since I'm the one buying things, why are you running so fast? If I don't walk faster, how would I give you a chance to run?" Chen Lin didn't turn around. "Han Fang, aren't you going to run?" The sound of Han Fang's footsteps faded in the distance, and 3 figures appeared behind Chen Lin. Chen Lin turned her head, and 3 young men who looked like gangsters were leering at her. "You may be ugly, but your figure isn't bad." One of them rubbed his hands. "For free play, brother doesn't need to be picky." The other 2 all laughed. Ugly faces, and yet dreaming of good things. Chen Lin's palms slowly began to sweat. She had never imagined that her good roommate had prepared such a gift for her. 1 against 3, she was somewhat nervous. But there was a hint of madness in her heart. This place had few people during the daytime, and there were no cameras. The 3 gangsters slowly approached Chen Lin. "Little sister, we may not look too good, but it's enough for you. Besides, what you need isn't our faces but something magical. It spits saliva and can do magic tricks." "Sucks." Chen Lin looked with disdain as the 3 gangsters got closer. "Disgusting." 2 of the gangsters were about to grab Chen Lin, while another undid his belt. Quickly, let me go first." "I can't wait." Chen Lin coldly watched the gangsters' movements. When the 3 people were very close to her, she suddenly stepped forward, grabbed the shoulder of the gangster who had taken off his pants, and kicked him hard. "This feeling is also pleasant. I'll let you enjoy it slowly." "Ah!" A cry of pain rang out. The gangster's pants dropped to his ankles. He bent over, his face red, tears streaming down his eyes. "Damn it, catch her, ah." The other 2 gangsters lunged at Chen Lin's arms. Chen Lin neither dodged nor flinched. Instead, she smiled at the gangsters. "Sorry, you're going to meet the same fate as your brothers." She quickly turned left, lifted her leg, and the second thug started hopping on the spot in agony. Hey. Broken. The other gangster couldn't evade either. The 3 thugs were ordinary people, while Chen Lin was a 3rd-level space energy user. Such gangsters, even if they came in a crowd, she could still fight them, let alone her combat experience from her previous life. The 3 gangsters were bizarrely jumping around in the spot. Chen Lin searched the ground in a circle and then retrieved a baseball bat from her space hidden under the bushes. "Lads, here comes your reward." Chen Lin swung the baseball bat down wildly towards the gangsters. "Do you feel good, lads? Do you feel good? Auntie, please spare us. We will never dare to do bad things again," one thug cried as Chen Lin hit him with the baseball bat. "Beg you to let us go. We won't dare anymore. Don't hit us anymore. Tell you who wants to harm you." Chen Lin didn't care who wanted to harm her. She completely ignored the gangsters' cries. 3 normal people couldn't possibly dodge the attacks from this 3rd-level energy user. "Call out loud for auntie. Whoever screams the most pleasurably gets to leave first." Chen Lin gave a gentle smile. "Is my request too high? Close to death already, yet still being asked to scream pleasurably?" The 3 gangsters felt deeply helpless, trembling and shouting according to Chen Lin's requirements. "You're screaming oh, incorrect." Chen Lin struck the lower leg of the gangster who screamed oh heavily. "You haven't learned the vowels? Shout more convincingly. You should scream like when you enjoyed yourself after bullying some girl. Hurry up." The 3 gangsters truly cried. Chen Lin returned to the dormitory refreshed and smiled gently at Han Fang. "Not a bad idea, just too few people. Next time, get a few more." Han Fang avoided Chen Lin's gaze and cursed in her heart. "Fool, 3 men weren't enough." She feigned ignorance. "I don't know what you're talking about." Did she think Chen Lin was a moron? Chen Lin sneered disdainfully at Han Fang. If Jiao Bingyang and Li Jiao were there at that moment, she really wanted to see their reactions when they found her perfectly fine. When Su Dao was preparing to take photos of Chen Lin's wretched appearance, Chen Lin had already gone. He only saw blood everywhere, and the 3 gangsters whose legs were broken, crying out in agony. Seeing the injuries of the 3 ruffians clearly, Su Dao's legs began to tremble. Who beat you up? Who did this to you? One thug hugged his broken leg. Damn, that chick you found is insane. She made us scream in bed for an hour. Damn, you have to pay the medical expenses. Did Chen Lin do it? Su Dao looked at the bloody scene but was unwilling to believe it was Chen Lin's doing. Impossible, right? She's just a student from out of town, with no connections here. Another thug tossed the baseball bat that Chen Lin had left to Su Dao. This bat, it's steel, damn steel, and she bent it. Are you blind? Do you think we were into self-torture for fun? Looking at the deformed steel baseball bat, Su Dao muttered, looks like I need to come up with another plan. Chen Lin hadn't originally intended to deal with these ruffians. She needed to show her attitude to whoever had instructed them. She, Chen Lin, was not someone to be trifled with. While Su Dao was still brainstorming new ideas, Chen Lin had already packed her things and left school. She wasn't skilled at playing mind games. Someone was constantly plotting against her in secret, so she figured avoiding the conflict would be better for now. What she should focus on was preparing for the end times, not wasting her energy dealing with these small-time troublemakers. When Gao Bingyang and Li Jiao returned after class, Chen Lin's bed was already empty. Chen Lin had asked Su Junyuan to find her a temporary place to stay. Su Junyuan came to DI University to pick up Chen Lin, and seeing that she only carried 1 suitcase and a computer bag, he was surprised. Little sister, how can you have so little stuff? Girls usually move with loads of luggage, right? That's ordinary girls. Chen Lin sat in the passenger seat. Big brother, I'll give you the rent later. What rent are you talking about? That house is mine, and I don't even live there anyway. Su Junyuan laughed. It's fantastic that little sister wants to stay over. We'll find each other more convenient. My place isn't far from yours either. Big brother, if someone finds me because I broke some legs, will I get into trouble? Chen Lin said, I hate troubles the most. You beat people? Su Junyuan couldn't help slamming on the brakes, staring at Chen Lin in disbelief. If you'd had a good plan, I'd believe it. But you beating someone up? Not convincing. Alright, stop teasing me, big brother, Su Junyuan said. My house hasn't been lived in for ages. Let me find a few people to help tidy up a bit. I'm serious. Chen Lin held up her finger. 3 thugs. I made them recite vowel letters for an hour. Upon hearing this, Su Junyuan believed her even less. Chapter 44, No Chance to Act. Su Junyuan lent Chen Lin a high-end apartment, more than 100 square meters in size. Shall I ask Lin Man and Shen Man to come over and keep you company? Chen Lin shook her head. I like it quiet. Suit yourself. You can also bring your young boyfriend here to live, Su Junyuan said. Complete privacy, guaranteed no disturbance. He's in the military camp, who knows when he'll have leave, Chen Lin said. Senior brother, I was thinking about setting up my own resort by the seaside. How about that? That snowy mountain villa of yours is already built, but you haven't even visited it yet. Are you building another one? Su Junyuan said, I think you won't go there often. I have a seaside villa, I can give it to you. Don't bother. I can afford one myself, it's just that I don't see the need, Chen Lin said. The main reason is, every year I provide time for my employees to travel and vacation. If I have my own seaside resort, it would be convenient for me, and the employees can also relax and enjoy themselves without worries. Your employee benefits are practically out of this world, Su Junyuan joked. Why don't you hire me directly? I can't afford to hire you. You're richer than me, Chen Lin said. She wanted to build a resort by the sea so that people wouldn't suspect her reasons for constructing the Snow Mountain Villa in the future. She certainly didn't want to become some mysterious specimen for the Astronomical Research Institute. I know several good beaches, Su Junyuan said. I will handle this matter for you, but it's not free. Little sister must come up with some good ideas to help me make money. Of course, no problem. I love making money, Chen Lin smiled. The last time, Su Junyuan himself suggested building a batch of underground buildings under the science park in Yunqi City. He said they could be converted into warehouses or underground rest areas, etc. She took the opportunity to suggest to Su Junyuan to create an underground warehouse-style supermarket, which would be convenient for people in the science park and could also attract more foot traffic. Su Junyuan agreed. Chen Lin liked Yunqi City more because Yunqi City had a large logistics park, and long after the apocalypse began in the previous life, that logistics park still had unused supplies. Before leaving, Su Junyuan told Chen Lin, Su Dao was looking for her. If Su Dao found her, it wouldn't be for any good reason. Chen Lin didn't even want him to find her. She still needed to prepare before the apocalypse. Unfortunately, her space had no more capacity left, otherwise, with the amount of money she possessed, she could buy a lot more things. Without extra space, how should she prepare for the apocalypse? Chen Lin moved out of the dormitory, and Su Dao couldn't find her despite trying every possible method. Those 3 ruffians ended up with their hands and feet broken, and a few ribs shattered too, costing Su Dao quite a bit of money. Because of this, he absolutely had to find Chen Lin. Didn't the 3 of you even see Chen Lin moving out of the dormitory? Standing beside Chen Lin's empty bed, Su Dao seethed with anger. When Chen Lin moved, school classes were in session. Even if he blamed Li Jiao or Gao Bingyang, it would be useless. Big brother Su Dao, don't get mad, Gao Bingyang said. If we can't find Chen Lin, then maybe Professor Jin can. Isn't she Professor Jin's student? I've asked, but Su Junyuan absolutely refuses to tell me anything. Su Dao gave the empty bed a harsh kick, and the iron bed emitted an unpleasant sound. How come everyone helps such a cunning and vicious woman? Hearing Su Dao's evaluation of Chen Lin, Han Fang curiously asked, what can that bookworm possibly do? Su Dao irritably replied, she severely injured 3 men. Damn it, she ran away, forcing me to shell out a big sum of money. Didn't she say 3 men weren't enough? Why did they end up severely injured? Han Fang was even more confused. Li Jiao exclaimed, Chen Lin meant that the 3 men weren't enough for her to fight against. What a crazy woman. A single woman managed to injure 3 men seriously. If it were me, I'd run too. Su Dao's face grew darker. Seeing that Li Jiao made him unhappy, she quickly changed the topic. If we can find Professor Jin, surely we can find Chen Lin. Doesn't she want to graduate? Do you think Professor Jin is easy to locate? Su Dao felt as if a giant rock pressed against his chest, making it hard to breathe. In the past, with Long Yang at school, he almost ruled the place, getting whatever he wanted. Now, Long Yang has joined the military and developed a rift with him. All this was because of Chen Lin. Gao Bingyang said, if the school organizes a group activity, surely Chen Lin wouldn't dare not to participate. Good idea. Su Dao waved his hand. You guys quickly think about what kind of group activity would force Chen Lin to come back and participate. Autumn outing. Han Fang raised her hand and said. As soon as she finished speaking, she was immediately looked down upon by Gao Bingyang and Li Jiao. Please, we are college students, not kid. Then, watching movies definitely won't work either. Han Fang continued to offer suggestions with all her might, but her ideas were rejected. For example, the world programming contest that's about to start, the school is organizing closed training. Li Jiao said, I don't believe Chen Lin would dare not come back. Su Dao happily looked at Li Jiao. Judge, you're really smart, this plan is great. The school's notification of the closed training session was handed over by Su Dao into Su Junyuan's hands. Chen Lin didn't even know that Su Dao and Su Junyuan had a layer of familial relations. Honorable cousin, you must pass the notification on to Chen Lin, Su Dao instructed. I will relay it. After Su Dao left, Su Junyuan shredded the notice in a paper shredder. If Chen Lin wanted to participate in the world programming competition, he could easily take her directly to the arena. With Chen Lin's capabilities, she didn't need such closed training at all. However, Su Junyuan still informed Chen Lin via text message. Chen Lin straightforwardly declined Su Junyuan's suggestion. The prize for this world programming contest was a 1-week international trip, which, for Chen Lin, was practically useless. If it was cash, she would definitely be interested. She had already preemptively copied a lot of things from 1 year later. Participating in such contests was unnecessary. There was no such training in her past life, so she didn't want to waste time dealing with a rival in love. Su Dao arrogantly awaited Chen Lin walking straight into his trap, completely unaware that due to the unattractive prize, Chen Lin wasn't planning to attend this world programming competition at all. By the end date of the closed training camp, Chen Lin never showed up. Damn it, damn Chen Lin, I'm going to kill you. After waiting for several days without seeing Chen Lin appear, Su Dao became extremely angry. Have the guts not to let me find you, or else I'll kill you. At that moment, Chen Lin was busy thinking about how to collect more supplies. She had no idea that Su Dao was almost driven crazy. After racking her brain, she managed to get a logistics warehouse distribution map from Su Junyuan. Warehouse equals supplies, equals survival opportunity. Chen Lin drooled as she looked at these warehouses scattered across the country. She wished she could put them all into her space. Unfortunately, her space was only level 3, limiting its capacity. Chapter 45. What a photo sparked. Chen Lin was idly browsing the computer at the apartment provided by Su Junyuan, surfing websites and reading blogs to pass the time. An online photo caught her attention. Among green mountains and trees, there was a stooped figure walking awkwardly with an exposed face, neck, and arms that were visibly turning blue. This was a zombie in the midst of mutation. The clothes on the zombie's body had been pixelated. But Chen Lin immediately recognized it as a military uniform. She downloaded the photo from the internet, carefully analyzed it, and determined that it was indeed a genuine photograph. There were lively discussions in the comments section online. Some people asked, is this fake? Is this a screenshot from a TV show or a movie? Cosplay? It's pretty convincing. Chen Lin looked through the photo again carefully before sending a message to Long Yang. Seen the message, respond quickly. There were numerous comments online about this photo. She noticed that the photo had only been posted a few minutes ago, but when she returned after reading the comments, the photo had already been censored by the forum moderator. This was undoubtedly an act of self-deception. Chen Lin thought for a moment, then uploaded the photo she had downloaded herself under the original post and left a comment. As far as I know, this is a real photograph. If you see such a monster, don't attempt to save it, destroy its head. When she re-uploaded the moderator-censored photo, chaos broke out in the forum. Does he think this is Resident Evil? Idiot. Crazy person, watching too much TV. The moderator swiftly came to censor the photo and comment Chen Lin had posted. A few minutes later, however, the photo and comment remained visible on all reader screens, constantly displaying without failure. The censorship attempts failed. Photo removal failure, comment deletion failure. As the moderator couldn't delete the photos or comments from the post, this scene quickly went viral online. A video titled "So Strange" was uploaded by someone. The moderator couldn't censor the photo, couldn't delete the comment. This drew even more attention to the photo. Some thought it was fake and scoffed at it. Others thought it was publicity for a new movie or TV series. Still others began searching for the location where the photo was taken. This isn't Ling City. These trees are unique to the south. Not Hu City trees. Eventually, the forum thread with the zombie photo and Chen Lin's comment was temporarily shut down, with the forum citing ongoing maintenance. However, the photo and comment posted by Chen Lin had already spread like wings, faster than she had ever imagined. Shortly thereafter, Chen Lin's computer was attacked, causing her laptop screen to turn black, rendering any operation ineffective. Though Chen Lin had some basic computer knowledge, she was not a hacker and was helpless against such attacks. With her computer unusable, she left the device, slung her bag over her shoulder, and exited the apartment borrowed from Su Junyuan. After Chen Lin had left, several men dressed in police uniforms arrived at the front door of the apartment. But by this point, Chen Lin was already gone. She hadn't realized she was in trouble but had merely left to buy a new computer, as working without one made many things inconvenient. When Chen Lin returned with a new computer and entered the apartment building, she glanced at the parked police cars outside the entrance, wondering what case had occurred in this apartment complex. When she climbed the stairs to the floor where her apartment was located, she immediately saw deep blue-clad figures moving in the hallway. Police were looking for her. She quickly retreated back into the stairwell. Su Junyuan's apartment was on a high floor, and apart from using the elevator to go downstairs, she usually climbed the stairs to exercise. Chen Lin took out her phone, opened the video function, and cautiously extended her hand to record the corridor situation. While watching the video she was recording, she started heading downstairs. 2 policemen were guarding the elevator exit, and though the door to Su Junyuan's apartment seemed tightly shut, through the video she could see scattered debris on the ground. The door had been forcibly broken open. Without having prepared for the apocalypse, Chen Lin had inadvertently become the focus of police attention. Helpless, she decided that under no circumstances could she allow herself to be captured by the police. Rumor-mongering was punishable by detention of over 15 days depending on the severity of the offense, and in the most serious cases, appropriate sentencing would apply. She wasn't about to welcome the end times from behind bars. Leaving the apartment, she called Su Junyuan. "Master brother, I've gotten into a bit of trouble." Su Junyuan couldn't believe it. Laughing, he teased, "Did you break our tap or burn down the kitchen?" "Master brother, I'm not kidding with you. Today, I went online and saw a photo. I'm sure it's real. In order for more people to see it, I did a little tampering. Now, the police are after me," Chen Lin said. "Can you smooth things over? If you can't, I'll hide out in Stone City for a few days." Hearing this, Su Junyuan's smile froze on his face. "Sister Chen, you're not playing tricks on me?" Chen Lin was known for her audacity. If what she described as a little tampering had drawn police attention, it must have been something significant. "How could I?" Chen Lin hurriedly replied. "Just tell me, can you fix this? I really don't want to get arrested." "What kind of photo is it? Tell me so I know what we're dealing with." Su Junyuan reassured her. "I'll definitely help you." Chen Lin explained. "It's a photo of a possible zombie. I've compared it carefully, and it isn't from any movie or TV show, it's an authentic real-life photograph. My comment was, if you see such a monster, do not attempt to treat it, destroy its head." "That's no big deal," Su Junyuan said confidently. "Where are you now?" "I'll come find you. I'll get you set up somewhere else. Right below your apartment building." Holding her laptop, Chen Lin was busy configuring her new computer while keeping an eye on the police cars at the entrance. The safest place is often the most dangerous one, right? So I'm staying near the police cars. Just look for the cop cars, you'll spot me. You're truly fearless. Su Junyuan couldn't help but admire her. Even though the police had already tracked her down, Chen Lin wasn't hiding away. To Chen Lin, who had long grown accustomed to life and death situations during the apocalypse, this small confrontation didn't faze her at all. What truly frightened her was not having enough time to prepare adequately for the coming end. "I'll take that as a compliment," Chen Lin said. "I backed up the photo, I'll show you shortly." She glanced at her phone but hadn't yet received a reply from Long Yang. When Su Junyuan pulled up to the building, he caught sight of several police officers leaving the premises. Unbothered, Chen Lin rose as if nothing were amiss, walked over, opened the car door, and got inside. "These are the cyber police. I told you I got into trouble, but you wouldn't believe me." Pulling out her phone, Chen Lin showed Su Junyuan the photo. "This is it. It looks very real too. I analyzed it thoroughly, and it's clearly from a real-life scene." Su Junyuan took the phone, looking confused as he examined the image. "Let me see." Chapter 46. Su Junyuan has psychic powers. Su Junyuan let out a sound of surprise. "This feels very real. Could this be the real-life shooting for someone else's new character?" Despite acting completely normal as he usually did, Chen Lin's heart sank a little. "So these are really photos. Isn't it overblown to involve police breaking down doors just for a movie prop?" "True." Su Junyuan handed his phone back to Chen Lin. Chen Lin couldn't keep calm anymore. She had noticed an unusual flicker of emotion in Su Junyuan's expression earlier, realizing that Su Junyuan was indeed a fire-type psychic. In his past life, Su Junyuan was also a fire-type psychic. It turned out that his survival up to Yunqi Mountain wasn't merely due to his family's influence but also because of his own formidable strength. He had possessed psychic abilities even before the apocalypse, and they were strong fire-based powers. "Don't worry, I'll take care of this matter for you. I'll find you a place to stay right now." Su Junyuan started his car. "When do you want to visit Yunqi City's high-tech park?" "I'll go with you." Chen Lin managed to suppress her emotions and said calmly, "You go ahead with the teacher. I need to check on my grandpa and grandma first." Even the completed high-tech zone can invite relevant personnel to move in. I don't have the kind of favor you do. I'll tell the teacher to head there first, Su Junyuan said. The dividends from your last few ideas are coming in. I need to collect them first. You just wait and count your money. Big brother, don't forget about my seaside resort. Chen Lin clasped her hands together. I'm waiting for you to finish it so we can all go and play. Zombies have already appeared, so she guessed the resort wouldn't be built. I offered you a seaside villa, but you refuse. Su Junyuan was observing Chen Lin as well. Do you regret it now? No regrets. Chen Lin shook her head and then pleaded, villas may be good, but they're inconvenient. Really inconvenient? You don't understand, big brother. Please drop me off at the station, and please don't make me a fugitive. You're still afraid of something? Su Junyuan curiously asked. You left messages online and didn't run when you saw the police. How come you're scared of becoming a fugitive? I left those comments because I was speaking the truth. I didn't run away because I thought telling the truth isn't wrong. Running would only look suspicious, Chen Lin said. Besides, big brother and the teacher will definitely help me. Su Junyuan drove Chen Lin to the station, bought her a ticket, and helped her board the bus. After getting on the bus, Chen Lin watched Su Junyuan turn around and leave before exhaling deeply. If things went according to her memories from the previous life, the apocalypse would break out in more than a year. If she prepared herself properly, she should have plenty of time. But after discovering that Su Junyuan also had psychic powers before the apocalypse, she became unsettled. She didn't believe that Su Junyuan, by sheer coincidence, got a brain core that triggered his powers like she did. Chen Lin considered many possibilities during her train ride. She even speculated that perhaps Su Junyuan might be reincarnated like her. Eventually, her thoughts drifted toward the Astronomical Research Institute, which was always gathering meteorites in both lives. She reached a conclusion: Su Junyuan must have a connection to the Astronomical Research Institute. The Astronomical Research Institute was infamous in the post-apocalypse world. Many psychics, mutated animals, and plants, as well as zombies, became their research subjects. Chen Lin had even witnessed the horrifying state of the test subjects inside the institute. In her mind, the Astronomical Research Institute was not a benevolent place. Considering how calculating Su Junyuan could be, and that he had connections to such a place, one could only imagine how terrifying he truly was. Working with him was out of the question. Otherwise, a person as incompetent as her would surely be devoured by him, leaving not even a bone chip behind. Returning to Shichou City was Chen Lin's instinctive way to avoid Su Junyuan. When Chen Lin arrived home, she found no one there. She called Chen Jihai. Dad, where did you take Mom, Grandpa, and Grandma? Who brought the employees and their families for skiing on the mountain? So I took your mother, grandfather, and grandmother along, said Chen Jihai. It's called Snow Resort, too cold. Who in the world built such a frigid estate? I'm almost frozen to death. Chen Lin was momentarily confused. Dad, that person who built it is actually your daughter, me. Chen Jihai was silent for a moment on the phone. Kid, don't waste money just because you've got some. Building a mountain villa here, I think your wealth has gone to your head. Land here might be cheap, but it'll never appreciate. My silly girl. It's not purchased. Dad, just let it go and enjoy yourselves. Chen Lin hung up, feeling quite dizzy after being called sick by her own father. She knew that once the apocalypse broke out, her father would thank her for having such a secure place. Chen Lin didn't hear back from Long Yang but received a call from Su Junyuan instead. Su Junyuan told her the issue had been resolved. For Chen Lin, this was an inconsequential matter. Regardless, she had already confirmed from the photo that over a year before the apocalypse, zombies already existed along with psychic abilities. Chen Lin spent 2 days at home, then went to check on the progress of the seaside resort construction. No one at the site recognized her, so she simply turned around and left. During these days, she kept paying attention to the incident involving the zombie photo. Initially, there were still people discussing the photo and zombies, but later all mentions disappeared completely. This process took merely 3 days. Subsequently, Chen Lin discovered that typing zombie or monster into forums or social platforms automatically replaced them with ***. There was no way to warn netizens anymore. Even though Chen Lin wasn't altruistic, she believed that enough people should have seen the earlier episode. She quickly set this matter aside and headed to Yunqi City. Yunqi City was located under Yunqi Mountain. The high-tech park was almost completed. The first floor and basement were built as warehouse-style supermarkets and storage rooms, while the second floor and above were working areas. The basement levels 2 and 3 were designated as research zones. This was what Su Junyuan told Chen Lin. When Chen Lin arrived, she immediately lost her way in the maze-like network of interconnected passages. After circling around several times, she prepared to pull out her phone and ask Su Junyuan for help, but changed her mind. She heard footsteps. Since there was someone to ask, why bother seeking help from the calculating Su Junyuan? Without hesitation, Chen Lin followed the sound of the footsteps toward where they came from. A figure briefly flashed at the end of a nearby corridor, causing Chen Lin, who was about to speak, to suddenly cover her mouth. It was someone from the Astronomical Research Institute. The high-tech park in Yunqi City hadn't existed in the previous life. How could they appear in this place? Chen Lin instantly abandoned her doubts and walked toward where the figure disappeared. Suddenly, chaotic footsteps approached. Chen Lin looked around, slipping into a dark corner. The 4th underground level must have anti-theft devices installed soon. Su Junyuan's voice carried over. We will officially announce only 3 underground levels. The camouflage work must be done well. Confidential materials are stored here. Master, rest assured, I'll get it done promptly, another person's voice replied. Although the voice was unfamiliar, Chen Lin felt a chill run down her spine. It seemed like she had heard this voice somewhere before. Chapter 47, How to Repay Me. Su Junyuan was truly reliable. Chen Lin had been speculating before that he might have a connection with the Celestial Research Institute, and he promptly proved it. This man was indeed terrifying. He never told Chen Lin that he would be in Yunqi City. Even when she received his call earlier, she thought he was still in the capital. As the footsteps faded away, Chen Lin continued to hide in the dark corner without moving. If it weren't for her getting lost here, she probably wouldn't have known that there were 4 underground levels here. Chen Lin tiptoed toward the direction where the person wearing the uniform of the Celestial Research Institute disappeared. Shen Man, I had no idea you were a freak, came a weak voice. The voice was feeble but didn't prevent Chen Lin from recognizing it as Lin Man's voice. During Su Junyuan's birthday banquet earlier, when she first met Lin Man, she was curious why someone so accomplished like Su Junyuan wasn't familiar with Lin Man's name. It turned out that even before the apocalypse started, she had already been captured by people from the Celestial Research Institute and used as a lab rat. It turned out Su Junyuan's friend was also from the Celestial Research Institute. Lin Man, hand over the things you've hidden. Shen Man's voice was no longer as gentle as Chen Lin remembered. Instead, it was sharp, even somewhat sarcastic. I'm right here. If you want anything, search me yourself. Lin Man refused to cooperate. Shen Man was furious and slapped Lin Man several times. You bitch, what does it matter that Su Junyuan likes you? Aren't you still personally delivered by him? Don't nag. Give me back what you made disappear. It's an important item for the laboratory. Lin Man has a space ability. Chen Lin now felt even more reluctant to leave easily. Shen Man unleashed a new round of abuse on Lin Man occasionally. Lin Man would retort, but mostly remained silent. She bit her lips hard, enduring the pain. Bitch, Shen Man slammed the door and left. Chen Lin waited until Shen Man left, then carefully approached the door. Shen Man had unlocked it. Through the gap between the doors, one could see Lin Man chained to the wall, far from the beautiful woman she once was, barely alive, curled up on the ground. Inside the room, besides a few tables, there were some cabinets, and the trapped Lin Man. After careful observation, Chen Lin found no one else besides Lin Man, and the place really had no surveillance equipment. Without hesitation, she entered the room. The sound of the opening door made Lin Man stir slightly. Chen Lin looked closer and saw that a thumb-thick iron chain was firmly embedded into the wall. The rest of it wrapped around Lin Man's wrists, and a shiny lock held the chain tightly. This chain was unbreakable by Chen Lin alone. Chen Lin tried pulling the chain. The chain didn't budge at all, yet the metallic clang awakened Lin Man. She opened her eyes and saw Chen Lin examining the chains and weakly said, "Don't waste your effort, it can't be broken. It's made from the metal inside meteorites, specifically designed for bundling prisoners like me. Lin Man, if I manage to get you out of here, how will you repay me?" asked Chen Lin while studying the chains. If Lin Man agreed to follow her, her spatial ability could collect a lot of useful things. I don't know. Lin Man stared at Chen Lin and recognized her. After observing for a long time, Chen Lin spoke. There are 2 methods. 1, I break down the wall. But probably before I finish, Su Junyuan will come. Tell me the second method. Lin Man seemed to see hope. Maybe feasible. Cut off the hand. Chen Lin said. The wristband was Lin Man's left one. Losing a hand wouldn't affect her life significantly. It would just be a little inconvenient, but much better than being kept here as a guinea pig 100-fold. But, Lin Man widened her eyes. I can't stand the pain. Footsteps echoed again through the corridor. Shen Man returned. Chen Lin quickly hid herself. Thankfully this room had plenty of cabinets. Shen Man, who walked into the room, picked up the bag she'd forgotten on the table, slung it over her shoulder, and as she was about to exit the room, coldly hummed, "I'll go on a date with Su Junyuan now, you slut. When I return, I'll take good care of you. Go to hell." Lin Man cursed loudly, "You're the slut, and your whole family is nothing but slut." Since Shen Man went on a date with Su Junyuan, no one would likely visit soon. Chen Lin took out a saw. Despite claiming that she couldn't endure pain, Lin Man fainted upon seeing the saw. Chen Lin tugged hard at the iron chain with both hands. As a level 3 anomaly user, she was still unable to break the chain. However, pulling it out from the wall, that was worth trying. A small creature named Yua climbed out of her pocket, perched on her shoulder, and made gurgling sounds in its throat. Chen Lin pulled hard at the iron chain but it didn't budge an inch. Yua hopped onto the chain in 3 or 4 quick jumps, opened its mouth to spit out a glob of sticky liquid onto the wall. The wall quickly corroded, forming a large hole. Good job, you're truly intuitive. Chen Lin was delighted as she grabbed Yua and put it back on her shoulder. She then grasped the iron chain and gave another strong tug. Contrary to her expectation, the chain didn't come out entirely. Instead, after pulling out half a meter, a metal ball about the size of a human head appeared at the end of the chain, apparently made of the same material as the chain. The metal ball touched the sticky liquid spewed by Yua, yet it wasn't corroded. Lin Man, who had fainted in shock, slowly opened her eyes. Is my hand gone? It's still there. Hurry up and get up. If you faint again, Shen Man will be back, and neither of us will have any chance to leave. Chen Lin said, and look at this. Chen Lin picked up the metal ball about the size of a human head, and since she was a level 3 anomaly user, carrying it was effortless. Lin Man saw her hand was still there and lifted the metal ball. I can carry it, let's leave here first. Before leaving the room, Lin Man exclaimed, wait a minute. There are some things here I want to take with me. She took a few steps and turned around to face Chen Lin. Don't be afraid, I'm not a monster. I'm not afraid, Chen Lin replied. If I were scared, I wouldn't have waited for Su Junyuan to leave before coming to save you. Lin Man turned back into the room and gathered everything in the cabinets, tables, files, instruments, and whatever else was inside. How much can your space hold? Chen Lin asked. Space? Lin Man looked confusedly at Chen Lin. Isn't it an anomalous ability? Chen Lin was momentarily speechless, more or less. Come with me. When leading Lin Man out, Chen Lin discovered she somehow didn't lose her way and arrived directly at the entrance where she originally entered. How do you know this place so well? Don't you have a good relationship with Su Junyuan? Why would you rescue me? Lin Man, walking behind Chen Lin, voiced her confusion only after they exited the underground 4th level. You're his childhood friend. Chen Lin replied, his what kind of person? You know better than me. That you're found alive is just your luck. I had no idea there were 4 underground levels built here. I accidentally walked in because I got lost. Now tell me, how do you intend to repay me? Are we going our separate ways right now, or are you planning to follow me later? By following me, I mean living and dying together, being chased by people together. Chapter 48, I don't know. Lin Man was holding a metal ball in one hand, panting heavily. I think now isn't the best time to talk about this. If Su Junyuan catches us, you won't be able to escape either. Chen Lin pointed at a nearby high-tech park. If you choose now, I'll consider whether to leave you here and return you to Su Junyuan or take you with me. You know better than I do how powerful Su Junyuan is. He's my senior apprentice brother. To me, you're just an acquaintance. Lin Man, cradling the metallic sphere, revealed a deep agony on her beautiful face. I was given to Su Junyuan by my parents, and now I have nowhere else to go. Her parents had thought Su Junyuan harbored affection for her, allowing their family to ascend by connecting with the Su clan, never expecting him to be worse than a demon. I choose to go with you. Live together, die together, be chased together. Chen Lin stared at Lin Man, her almond eyes utterly cold. Her expression remained solemn. In the future, if I discover you've betrayed me, I will personally kill you. At that time, the torment you'll experience will surpass what you endured today 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Chen Lin, I believe you. Can we go now? Lin Man anxiously glanced around. I don't want to get caught by Su Junyuan again. Chen Lin glanced at Lin Man's blood-splattered clothing and tossed her a set of clothes. Put them on first, or you'll freeze to death after walking just a few steps. She also pulled out an outdoor backpack. Lin Man fixed her gaze on Chen Lin's actions. You also have extraordinary abilities. Goodness. How did you manage not to be discovered by Su Junyuan? She paused in realization and mockingly added, of course, if you were found out, you wouldn't still be moving freely outside like this. I'm just not as smart as you. The moment I realized I had extraordinary powers, I immediately told him. I'm not smart, but I do understand that standing out invites destruction. Chen Lin hesitated, deciding not to tell Lin Man it was because she had lived through this life before. Without that prior knowledge, she too might have acted foolishly like Lin Man, sharing her most secret matters with someone she fancied. After all, Su Junyuan's face was incredibly convincing. Clad in thick clothes, Lin Man with her backpack resembled a mountain climber. So did Chen Lin when she changed into a new outfit. But there was no way to hide the iron ball in Lin Man's hand, so she tucked it inside her clothing, appearing pregnant. Your baby mustn't fall out. Chen Lin tapped Lin Man's belly lightly with a teasing remark. We'd better hurry up. You have no idea how terrifying Su Junyuan is. Lin Man urged them forward. She wasn't in the mood to joke with Chen Lin. If both of them were caught, the outcome would only be more disastrous. How horrifying Su Junyuan truly was, Chen Lin didn't fully understand. But she knew exactly how inhumane the Celestial Institute could be. Lin Man, don't betray me. I'm very afraid of being betrayed like you were. You wouldn't subject me to the same experiences you've gone through, right? Lin Man shook her head. Right now, I can't promise anything, Chen Lin. I can't answer your question. I don't know how I would react under threat or temptation, but in this exact moment, I'm truly following you, and I can only follow you. Do I really have any other options? This response left Chen Lin uncertain. Don't let me or my friends fall into the same predicaments you faced. Beyond this, regarding matters involving benefits or threats to our lives, decide as you see fit. You're indeed realistic. Lin Man clutched her pregnant belly as she followed Chen Lin, saying, my credentials, money, everything's in Su Junyuan's possession. I have money, Chen Lin asked. Given a house like the one earlier, how much could your ability absorb? Lin Man answered unsurely, around 7 or 8 items. Only useful for storing small things, doesn't seem very practical. However, storage spaces could prove invaluable in the end times. Realizing Lin Man's space ability was roughly level 2, Chen Lin shifted topics. How did you discover your own extraordinary abilities? I don't know, Lin Man responded. It happened suddenly. Would you believe me? It's your personal matter. Lying to me does neither of us harm nor good, Chen Lin explained. I'm just curious. The two walked onto the street where Chen Lin hailed a taxi and left Yunqi City. Back in Shicheng, her first action was to bring Lin Man to a warehouse. Throw away anything useless from your space and fill it with food and water. Lin Man took out what she had stored on the empty ground. A transparent cabinet caught Chen Lin's attention. She hadn't seen such a cabinet where Lin Man was held. Her interest peaked further when she saw what was inside. It was a large fragment of a meteorite. When did you stash this rock? The rock, it's what Su Junyuan is looking for, but I refuse to give it to him, Lin Man grinned smugly. Seeing him go crazy yet unable to do anything about it satisfies me. Let's fill up your space with food and water as much as we can. Chen Lin crouched in front of the items Lin Man had taken out. I'll store away this rock first. If Su Junyuan finds it, this might even become a bargaining chip. Lin Man, help me smash this cabinet open. Lin Man, holding the metallic sphere, smashed the cabinet open. I'll break all of these open for you. They're made from special materials. Can I just store anything from this warehouse? Wouldn't the owner report to the police? I'm the owner here, Chen Lin said as she put the meteorite into her space. She flipped through the contents of other cabinets which were mostly documents and samples. Lin Man, do you know what these are? No idea. But they're all treasures of Su Junyuan's, Lin Man remarked. I remember your name, Chen Lin. It seems like your family isn't doing too bad either. My family is quite ordinary. Chen Lin paused, sensing that after putting away the meteorite, her abilities didn't change. So, this wasn't the meteorite fragment from Longyang's military camp. Not recognizing other things in the cabinet, she decided to store them all. Do you plan to let me live in the warehouse? Lin Man noticed a simple military bed by the wall. No, I intend to keep you close, and you will be my first henchman, Chen Lin stated. I need to find my boyfriend, I can't leave you behind. Henchman. Lin Man bitterly laughed, holding the metallic ball. And this thing? If not for the chain length, I couldn't even wear clothes. I can't break this metal, Chen Lin replied. Maybe use it as a weapon? It could probably stop bullets. Lin Man rolled her eyes. Sister, this chain and ball weigh around 50 kilograms. You want me to carry this around? You can ask my senior apprentice brother for the key, Chen Lin continued, but I wouldn't dare to ask him for anything. I wouldn't dare to either. Lin Man responded. After speaking, she tucked the iron ball into her clothing. I heard from Su Junyuan that your boyfriend is Longyang? Lin Man, getting more familiar with Chen Lin, started chatting more. It can't possibly be true, right? Do you still have feelings for my senior apprentice brother? Hearing Lin Man constantly mentioning Su Junyuan, Chen Lin interrupted unhappily. If you do, I suggest you dismiss them early. My senior apprentice brother doesn't possess personal emotions, he acts only for the ultimate benefit. Upon hearing this, Lin Man, who originally had some desire to chat, fell silent, her bright face dimming down. I've known him for over 10 years, yet I see less clearly than you who have only known him for a few months. Do you know how long I was confined there? Since the 4th underground level was built, I was there. Lin Man's expression changed from sadness to calmness. Shun Man tortured me daily, except for my face, there wasn't a single spot on my body that was unharmed. It wasn't until I met you that I managed to escape from the internet police through Su Junyuan. Now for your sake, I must avoid Su Junyuan. Chen Lin added, I hope you understand, some partners are those you share life and death with. Chapter 49, The child almost fell. Chen Lin always had the word partner hanging on her lips. Over time, Lin Man also noticed, I feel like I've been led astray by you. Chen Lin was indeed luring Lin Man. In the previous life, there was no Lin Man, she must have died early. After interacting with Lin Man for a few days, she found that Lin Man was a straightforward and quick-tongued person. If you asked her to keep a secret, she would spill it all without hesitation, without even being asked. If I were going to harm you, there would be no need for me to risk offending Su Junyuan. Lin Man, first, don't betray your partner. Second, I don't want you to take anything out of your space. Don't take anything out, that's all I ask. Can you do that? Yes, Lin Man readily agreed. After all, everything here belongs to you, you're the owner. Chen Lin slowly furrowed her brows. You agreed too easily. Lin Man was confused. Then how should I answer? Chen Lin didn't know either. Compared to Chen Lin's inner conflict, the most distressed person wasn't her. In Yunqi City, at the high-tech zone, Shun Man returned to the 4th basement level intending to vent her anger on Lin Man. However, as soon as she entered the room, her smile disappeared. Lin Man was gone. Not only was there a hole in the wall, but the room where Lin Man had been detained was completely empty. She had even taken the tables and chairs. To make matters worse, there were no surveillance cameras installed in the high-tech zone. Upon hearing about this incident, Su Junyuan flew into a rage. No matter how furious he got, Lin Man had vanished without a trace, and no one had seen her. Not only had he failed to retrieve the items stolen by Lin Man, but he had lost even more valuable things. Some of these materials were classified, and he had to get them back. The very items he so desperately wanted to retrieve were currently hidden in Chen Lin's dimensional space. Due to not knowing their true value, she had entirely forgotten about them. Had they not been retrieved from the 4th basement level where Lin Man had been held, Chen Lin might have simply discarded those paper documents as waste. Aside from the meteorite fragment, the rest of the items were utterly useless in the post-apocalyptic world. While Su Junyuan frantically searched for Lin Man, Chen Lin hurriedly took her to the military camp. Longyang hadn't responded to messages for half a month now, which greatly unsettled Chen Lin. She feared losing him again. This worry made her overly anxious. With Chen Lin distracted, Lin Man noticed something amiss. What's wrong with you? Got a splinter under your butt? Something like that, Chen Lin vaguely replied, continuously checking her phone. The closer they got to the military camp, the heavier her uneasiness became. She couldn't even explain why. Sister, is it because Longyang is cheating? There's no one else in his life. Lin Man consoled her, and besides, Longyang is a stubborn guy. Even if every man in the world cheats, he wouldn't. Chen Lin was speechless. What worried her wasn't whether Long Yang was unfaithful. If it was just infidelity and willingly so on Long Yang's part, she would let go without hesitation. But now, the problem was that Long Yang was missing. Seeing Lin Man's sincere attempt to comfort her, Chen Lin said, whenever Long Yang had spare time, he would reply to my messages, either text or QQ. If he really didn't have the time, Uncle Long would respond to me with a message. If even Uncle Long was busy, Du Yuan or Lingjiang should still send me a word. But none of them did. Upon hearing this, Lin Man paused. Sorry, I can't help with that. I once liked Su Junyuan. Look, she shook her wrist, making the metallic shackles inside her sleeve clink audibly. Chen Lin grabbed her hand. Since we've left that place, stop thinking about it. Things aren't that bad yet, she smiled meaningfully. Worse things were yet to come. Thinking about the photo she had seen online, a sudden thought flashed through her mind. Perhaps the worst was coming sooner than expected. Outside the military camp, Lin Man asked, will they search us? Am I considered dangerous cargo? Can't you just stay quiet for once? Chen Lin stopped Lin Man as she walked toward the soldier standing at the entrance to the camp. Excuse me, may I see Long Yang? I'm his fiancé. A soldier stepped forward and blocked Chen Lin and Lin Man outside the warning line. Never heard of Long Yang. Is there anyone else you could contact? How was it possible that no one in this camp had ever heard of Long Yang? The commander of this base was Long Gang, Long Yang's father. How could they not know his name? Long Gang. Rank, Colonel. Chen Lin provided the rank of Long Yang's father. To their surprise, the soldier on guard shook his head again. Chen Lin knitted her brows, about to say it was impossible. Another guard said, were they from the previous batch who rotated out? Hearing this, Chen Lin immediately dismissed the thought. Sorry for disturbing. Do you happen to know where they were redeployed to? Both guards shook their heads. Thank you. Chen Lin pulled Lin Man away. Have we come so far just to leave like this? Lin Man pointed at her big belly. I'm about to die of exhaustion. As Chen Lin led Lin Man further away, she said, stop pretending. This thing weighs dozens of kilograms, yet you carry it effortlessly. Caught me. Lin Man showed no embarrassment upon being exposed. So what, are we really leaving just like that? No. Chen Lin looked back at the mountain behind the military camp. I still want to go there. Can't find your man, and now you're venting by climbing a mountain? Ingenious, Lin Man muttered with a complaint but had no choice but to climb along while cradling her protruding belly as they followed Chen Lin. Chen Lin's expression was exceptionally serious. The army usually didn't rotate unless something happened. She recalled Long Yang's unexplained silence. If it was just an ordinary troop rotation, Long Yang wouldn't have kept it from her. In what kind of major situation would there be a troop rotation? Do you know? Serious training accidents, infectious diseases, disaster relief elsewhere, Lin Man considered for a moment. If they rotated out, wouldn't they go back to the capital, to his home? I can't figure why you're up for climbing mountains instead. Chen Lin wouldn't tell Lin Man that she had once seen a picture of a zombie online, and she suspected that photo was taken in the mountain behind the military camp. He proposed here. Now that I've come, there's no way I'm not going to check it out. This reason was faultless, and Lin Man didn't inquire any further. Chen Lin, however, was deep in thought. Why would they rotate? Neither she nor Lin Man noticed that Lin Man, as a frail woman carrying nearly 100 kilograms, didn't seem fatigued at all. Lost in thought, she subconsciously made her way toward the water pit. Suddenly, two figures jumped out from behind a thicket. What nonsense are you two up to, Du Yuan and Lingjiang? Chen Lin was spaced out, but Lin Man was startled and scolded unhappily. Do you know scaring someone can scare them to death? You almost scared my child out of me. Chapter 50, we're waiting for you. Lin Man, stop playing jokes. Du Yuan glanced at Lin Man's stomach. I'm not in the mood to joke with you right now. Chen Lin, something serious has happened. Almost instantly, Chen Lin felt her unease grow into a crack when she saw Du Yuan and Lingjiang. She should have guessed that her unease came from Long Yang. It was Long Yang who was in trouble. Her lips felt dry, her throat tightened. What happened to Long Yang? It's like this. Lingjiang stepped forward, blocking Lin Man behind him, lowering his voice. Long Yang suddenly developed special abilities and was taken away. We're here specifically waiting for you. Having special abilities can only mean he's been taken to the Celestial Research Institute. Chen Lin didn't say anything, but Lin Man, with her sharp hearing, had already heard what Lingjiang said. She exclaimed in shock, I never want to go back there again. What kind of special abilities does Long Yang have? Do you know? Chen Lin's mind was swirling. How could Long Yang have any special abilities? His latent abilities were activated. Du Yuan shook his head. How reliable is this talk of special abilities? Didn't they say on TV before that it was all a scam? Lin Man sneered. Du Yuan, you're such a frog at the bottom of a well. I was just. Lin Man, if you don't keep your mouth shut, I'll send you back where you came from. Chen Lin was feeling frustrated. How dare Lin Man bicker with Du Yuan? Lin Man quickly covered her mouth with the hand that wasn't supporting her belly. We don't know who took him. The level of confidentiality is high. Lingjiang continued. We're even here because of Uncle Long. Du Yuan, you explain it. Du Yuan looked at Lin Man's belly once more. No one noticed his unusual expression. A while ago, near the military camp, I took a photo. A picture of a monster. After posting it online, soon a group of people came. They demanded I delete the photo and never let anyone see it. Nut Forum, right? I saw that photo too. It was a zombie, exactly like the ones in Western zombie movies. As expected, her guess was correct. Indeed, the clothes on that zombie were military uniforms. Chen Lin asked, what about Long Yang? How did they discover he had special abilities? Long Yang had a fever. After being quarantined by those people, we never saw him again. Some people said that he was taken because of his special abilities. We are also guessing. Uncle Long said that even Grandpa Long couldn't find out where Long Yang was. Ling Jiang said, Chen Lin, what do we do now? Upon hearing this, a strange calmness gradually settled over Chen Lin's heart. If Long Yang really had awakened his latent ability, he would be fine for a short time. She only needed to find him in time. Do you believe in an apocalypse? Chen Lin didn't answer Ling Jiang's question, instead asking a question herself. Believe it, the person who turned into a monster, we knew him. After he transformed, he began eating people, impossible to kill unless shot in the head, Du Yuan said. Ling Jiang and I both saw it, those bitten, their bodies were even carried away. Their blood splatter was also collected, which is very abnormal. Chen Lin, stop wasting time, just tell us, what should we do now? No matter what, I'm going to find Long Yang, Chen Lin said. Du Yuan, if there really is an apocalypse, take Uncle Long to Yunqi Mountain. If that's not possible, wait for me in Yunqi City. After hearing Chen Lin's words, Du Yuan almost jumped. What Chen Lin said was practically impossible to achieve. If Long Gang glared, he and Ling Jiang would definitely shrink back. Me? Chen Lin, aren't you making things difficult for us? Uncle Long is our superior, also our elder. Where do you get the confidence that we can persuade him? Chen Lin replied, bring Lin Man along, she has something that will make Uncle Long follow you. Lin Man couldn't help but roll her eyes. It's just a bottle of ether, why so mysterious? She pulled out a small bottle and threw it directly to Du Yuan. Lin Man, Chen Lin warned her, do you think I won't send you to the Celestial Research Institute? Lin Man immediately shut up. Recognizing the writing on the little bottle Lin Man threw, Du Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. Now I understand, if those kinds of monsters increase, I'll take Uncle Long to Yunqi Mountain. And me. Chen Lin told you to bring me along. Lin Man said quickly, I'm useful. Glancing at Chen Lin, she added awkwardly, you mentioned two things, I haven't forgotten. Du Yuan and Ling Jiang are childhood friends of mine. Since I saw they were close to you, I didn't think too much about it. I'm straightforward, not stupid. Hearing this, Chen Lin said, hopefully I overthought this. Anyway, no matter what, we'll prepare for the worst and make sure everything is ready. If the world's fate followed the path of her previous life, the apocalypse would still need over a year. But at this moment, Chen Lin had a strong feeling that the end times were already here, it was just being concealed by whoever took Long Yang. Something like this could not be hidden forever, an outbreak was only a matter of time. Chen Lin looked at the other three people. In fact, she preferred to keep Lin Man close by her side. If circumstances permitted, their spatial ability ranks could improve together so they could gather more supplies. Lin Man, call home in 2 days and tell them you're coming back. In 2 days, don't forget. I won't go with Du Yuan anymore. I'll follow you to find Long Yang, Ling Jiang said. How can you do it alone? Looking at Ling Jiang, Chen Lin did not refuse, taking his offer as silent consent. Rescuing Lin Man from the incomplete 4th underground level was pure luck, and no one has good fortune forever. Then come with me. 2 days later, Lin Man called home. Su Junyuan would definitely wait patiently near the Lin family house. With such a large meteor fragment, there was no way Su Junyuan wouldn't take it back. Chen Lin hadn't considered that Su Junyuan wanted the data she carelessly tucked into her space storage. The data contained highly classified information that couldn't be leaked under any circumstances. Ling Jiang trailed behind Chen Lin. Where should we look for Long Yang? Do you have any leads? What's this Celestial Research Institute Lin Man mentioned? Her reaction seemed pretty intense, like she resists that place. You ask too many questions. Chen Lin only knew that the Celestial Research Institute was interested in people with special abilities. Without seeing Long Yang, all the rest were just her guesses. I don't want to answer. I can find Long Yang on my own. Why did you tell Lin Man to call in 2 days? Are you trying to attract someone? Ling Jiang continued. Is Lin Man even pregnant? Lin Man's belly was too round, not bulging out like a pregnant woman, but heavy and drooping toward the ground. It looked very strange. After a brief silence, Chen Lin responded coolly. We aren't that familiar, and I declined to answer. Du Yuan and Ling Jiang were Long Yang's friends, and she hardly knew them at all. Having gone through the apocalypse once, it was hard for her to trust others now. This was also why she wanted to keep Lin Man close, within her sight. She could minimize unexpected incidents. Chapter 51, Anonymous Warning. The army unit Long Gang belonged to was reassigned to a more remote mountainous area. If Chen Lin were there, she would realize that this place is not far from Yunqi City. Just before arriving at their new base, Du Yuan could no longer contain his curiosity. Lin Man, is the baby in your stomach Su Junyuan's? Hey, ha ha ha, finally someone dumber than me. Lin Man couldn't hold back all the way and burst out laughing. This laugh ruined everything. The carefully hidden child fell to the ground with a crash. Chen Lin wasn't as cheerful as Lin Man. After leaving the military camp and entering the county town, her expression became heavily enough to be frightening. What's wrong with you? Ling Jiang asked curiously. To him, there seemed to be nothing abnormal on the streets of the county town. Don't give me some excuse. Aren't we friends or even alumni? Look, there. Chen Lin stopped and pointed to a hospital they had just passed by. There was a new sign at the entrance of the hospital, Fever Clinic, 50 meters ahead. From time to time, people guided patients into the hospital gates, adults leading children, some with cooling patches on their heads, walking alone. Inside the hospital gate, it was crowded with people waiting to see the fever clinic. Why are so many people having fevers? Ling Jiang said, There doesn't seem to be an epidemic disease recently. Idiot. Chen Lin muttered. You forgot how Long Yang was taken away before? Fever for 3 days. So many people with fevers, this is not a good thing. Hearing this, Ling Jiang lowered his voice. Do so many people have special abilities? Are you dreaming? Chen Lin targeted a young man who came to the hospital alone and approached him. How many days have you been feverish? The young man responded weakly. 2 days. Just go see the doctor quickly, Ling Jiang suggested. With so many people, it will take a long time to wait in line. The young man slowly nodded and moved toward the hospital gate. Chen Lin saw clearly the skin exposed outside the young man's clothing had turned bluish-gray in several places, although it wasn't very obvious. This confirmed for Chen Lin that this young man was not experiencing triggered abilities but rather beginning to become a zombie, similar to what happened in the previous life where feverish people either activated special abilities or tragically turned into zombies. While Chen Lin was lost in thought, more people came one after another, all heading towards the fever clinic. Chen Lin noticed something strange about that young man, and Ling Jiang also caught it. He seems a little odd. Should we stop him and ask if he needs help? Do you remember that photo? He's about to turn into a zombie. Chen Lin retracted her gaze and prepared to turn around. Let's go. But Ling Jiang refused to leave, his face full of concern. If they transform like that, we must issue a warning. Wouldn't this save a lot of people? Saying that, he took out his phone and was about to call. Hold on. Let me explain first. Chen Lin stopped him. Are you not afraid that you'll get arrested for issuing a false warning? Like spreading rumors or disrupting public order? Anyway, there are plenty of charges. You know them better than me. If you get yourself arrested, I'll have to find Long Yang alone. Deal with it. Ling Jiang pointed to the hospital's office building. We'll report this to the hospital leadership. With so many people running fevers, they should already notice something abnormal. Chen Lin rolled her eyes. Can you show some common sense? Didn't you see only people going in but none coming out? She grabbed Ling Jiang's hand and dragged him away. I knew this was going to be troublesome. I should have told you to go with Du Yuan. Ling Jiang looked down at Chen Lin holding his hand, his face flushing red. Hey, stop grabbing my hand. Chen Lin pulled Ling Jiang to a public telephone booth. See? A public phone. Call the epidemic prevention station. Don't use your real name. Is it necessary? While picking up the phone, Ling Jiang still murmured under his breath. But seeing Chen Lin staring at him, he said, Hello, my name is Jiang Dao. I've noticed something unusual about the patients with fevers. Their skin turns bluish-gray or sometimes white. Let's go, Jiang Dao. Chen Lin handed over 5 yuan to the boss of the public phone booth. Then, dragging Ling Jiang's hand again toward the bus station, she said, We need to find people immediately. Ling Jiang's face burned as he tried hard to break free from Chen Lin's grip. However, he found that Chen Lin was surprisingly strong, and there was no way he could free himself. I'm Jiang Dao now, and what about you? What fake name do you plan to use? I'm Chen Lin. Young lady, young man, an elderly person called out to Chen Lin and Ling Jiang. There's a severe flu going around lately. Would you like to buy a pack of masks? They're not expensive, only 1 yuan each. Ling Jiang took out some loose change and bought several. This should be enough. They can last a long time. The elder looked kind-hearted. It's just for peace of mind. Wouldn't it be uncomfortable if you caught a cold? Granny, you won't make much money from this. You should go home. There are too many people on the street, which increases the chances of catching a cold, said Chen Lin. Older people have weaker resistance than us younger ones. Ah, it's no trouble, the old woman smiled. You see, so many people have fever and colds, but I'm perfectly fine. Hearing this, Chen Lin couldn't help but feel secretly sorry for the elder. In the early days of the apocalypse, those with fevers would fall into 2 categories, zombies or individuals with special abilities. Then there were those who didn't get fevers. They wouldn't initially activate their powers unless through zombie brain nuclei stimulation. These people often died the fastest during the apocalypse. Ling Jiang pulled out a mask and put it on, offering one to Chen Lin. Let's go. Ling Jiang noticed that when Chen Lin wore the mask, it almost covered half her face, leaving only her beautiful almond eyes visible. See, now no one recognizes you. If you had to give yourself a fake name, what would it be? I'd call myself Jing Xinyu, Chen Lin replied. Happy now? It's not like we're playing dress-up games. Interesting, your chosen name incorporates both your name and Long Yang's, Ling Jiang commented. Now I understand why Long Yang was so sure about you. You are quite unique. You figured that out already? Chen Lin thought Ling Jiang sounded childish, boring. As they walked far away, Chen Lin couldn't help herself and turned back to glance at the elderly woman still selling masks by the roadside. She wasn't a saint, but the thought of such a kind elder dying in the apocalypse left a heavy ache in her heart. Ling Jiang also followed Chen Lin's gaze and looked back once. Will calling the epidemic prevention station do any good? Maybe. Chen Lin answered vaguely, though she knew the answer was negative. At the epidemic prevention station, the staff member who had received the phone call pointed at the phone and told a colleague, some lunatic just called saying something's wrong with the fever cases. But look at me, I've got a fever too, and I'm completely fine. His colleague stayed silent, unmoving. The restless staff member pushed his colleague lightly. Say something. The motionless man slowly opened his eyes, clouded with a bluish-grey hue, emitting a hoarse chuckle as he slowly turned his head, grabbed the staff member's hand, and bit down. Chapter 52, The Driver's Transformation. Chen Lin and Ling Jiang were in the county town, where they saw more and more fever patients rushing to the hospital and small clinics. The small county had no railway station or airport, so the two of them bought long-distance bus tickets at the bus station to go to Sioux City. The long-distance bus slowly drove out of the county town. In the rearview mirror, the county was slowly moving away from them. Now you should tell me why we're going to Sioux City, right? Ling Jiang could no longer hold back his curiosity. How are we going to find Long Yang? I guess Long Yang might be in Sioux City due to the matter of special abilities. Chen Lin thought for a moment and said, special abilities, or simply powers, are something a department in our country has always been studying, strange and mystical events. This place is called the Celestial Body Research Institute, and we are heading to one of its branches. I'm not sure if Long Yang is there, but I will search one by one until I find him. Isn't the Celestial Body Research Institute supposed to study celestial bodies? Ling Jiang asked like an inquisitive child. Chen Lin now had enough patience to explain to him. Any component in the universe is considered a celestial body, including people, stars, meteorites, ghosts, monsters. Bang! The bus collided with a tree by the roadside with a bang. Chen Lin's body jolted forward, and Ling Jiang immediately grabbed her. Hold on. All the passengers were shocked. Driver, do you even know how to drive? This is dangerous. You could kill someone. Do you realize that? The driver remained motionless, hunched over the steering wheel. Get up already. Are you dead or something? Damn it. An impatient passenger rushed to the driver's side, reaching for his collar. The driver moved, tightly gripping the passenger and biting into his shoulder. This scene terrified the passengers. Don't bite people. Drive faster, we're in a hurry. Something was wrong. Chen Lin stood up. You stay put, I'll check. Ling Jiang stopped Chen Lin from moving forward. He himself stepped up, bending down to pick up a mop used for cleaning inside the car. He shoved the wooden stick into the driver's mouth, allowing the passenger to break free. On the passenger's shoulder was a chunk of flesh torn off by the driver. The driver was chewing on the flesh, blood all over his mouth and face, and lifeless eyes now locked onto Ling Jiang. The driver had turned into a zombie. Chen Lin stayed seated, wanting to see how Ling Jiang would handle this situation. The zombie driver shakily stood up and stretched out his hand toward Ling Jiang. The surrounding passengers began to panic. This is a monster. The passengers started becoming restless. Open the door, I want to get off. I'm not riding in this vehicle anymore. The bitten passenger cursed. Bad luck, it's like I've been bitten by a dog. People bitten or scratched by zombies turn into zombies within a few hours, while those lucky ones may gain powers, but they are very rare. During the early days of the apocalypse, zombies are all low-level initial zombies, without any brain nuclei. If bitten or scratched by an initial zombie, one can only pray for good luck from above. The bitten passenger kicked the driver viciously, causing the driver to fall. When he got up again, his neck was broken, hanging limply on his shoulders. His ashen grey eyes looked at everyone, seeming almost glowing. Run for your lives. It's a man-eating monster. Someone opened the door and rushed off the bus. The zombie driver seemed to have targeted Ling Jiang. Ling Jiang pushed the zombie forcefully with the wooden stick from the mop, preventing it from advancing closer. Die. A male passenger kicked the zombie driver out of the driver's seat. Who knows how to drive? Run over this guy. I do. As Ling Jiang prepared to say he'd take the wheel, Chen Lin had already taken the seat. If you want to ride, get on quickly. If not, we're leaving. Since the zombie driver couldn't get on the bus, it started chasing those who had gotten off earlier but hadn't gone far. Originally, those people didn't plan to get back on the bus, but seeing themselves now becoming the target of the driver, I'm getting back on. I am too. Wait for me, don't crowd. The previously eager rush to leave was matched just as quickly by their return to boarding. The male passenger who was bitten stood by the door waiting for the last person to get on, then slammed the door shut. Run him over, let's see how he bites us then. Chen Lin first familiarized herself with the long-distance bus driver's cabin, turning the key to start the engine and ramming the zombie driver who was slowly beating on the bus, running it over as it fell. The long-distance bus jolted a little. Damn, it hurts like hell. Can anyone help me check my wound? The male passenger's shoulder was a mess of fresh blood, soaking half his clothes in red. None of the people around dared to look. When he spoke, they all recoiled slightly. What are you afraid of? I'm not going to bite anyone, the male passenger said irritably. As he moved, fresh blood gushed from his shoulder. Someone, fearful of the smell of blood, covered their nose and turned away. Another person whispered, who knows? What if you do bite someone? This made the short-tempered man so angry that he almost punched him. If I did bite, I'd bite you first. Chen Lin was driving while paying attention to this man's injury. After being bitten, it would take at least 5 or 6 hours for any transformation. Be quiet. I'm unfamiliar with this road already. If you keep making noise, I'll stop driving and let you deal with it yourselves. The bus grew silent. The male passenger glared at the one he argued with a few times to express his resentment but didn't act further. Ling Jiang observed for a moment and, seeing how steady Chen Lin drove, walked over to the man. Let me see. He pulled up the man's shirt, revealing an ugly and horrifying wound. It's pretty serious. We need to clean it and bandage it. Where in this middle of nowhere is there a hospital? The male passenger grumbled gloomily. Just tell me, am I gonna die from blood loss? That won't happen. Chen Lin glanced at the man's shoulder wound. The blood was bright red, the bite marks around the wound were clear, everything seemed normal. But there was still uncertainty about whether this person might undergo some sort of mutation. The journey to Sioux City would take 8 to 10 hours. Good enough. The male passenger pulled out a cigarette and placed it in his mouth. Got a lighter. Mine must have fallen somewhere. Chen Lin asked, aren't you scared of that monster? Earlier, it was this impetuous man who kicked the zombie driver off the bus, guarding the door until everyone was inside and closing it before trapping the zombie outside. She sincerely hoped that he wouldn't turn into a zombie, wanting more people like him to survive longer in this apocalypse. What's there to fear? The man glanced around, disappointed when no one took out a lighter. He brought the cigarette to his nose and sniffed it hard. Some things just need to be done by somebody. If we relied on these cowards, we'd all be dead. The man slapped Ling Jiang on the shoulder not too lightly, causing him to stumble a bit. Young man, except for yours truly, you're the only real man in this bus. Hey. Ling Jiang clutched his shoulder and steadied himself. Take it easy, uncle, you've got quite some strength there. Chapter 53, Traffic Collapse. The man looked curiously at his own palm. I didn't use any strength, young man. It's just your body is too weak. As he spoke, he slapped the handrail beside him. A man with no muscle can't protect a woman. Snap. The stainless steel handrail was broken by the man's slap. This man's strength had mutated. Chen Lin knew that he wouldn't turn into a zombie. Uncle, this could be a special power, Ling Jiang said. An ordinary person cannot break stainless steel like that. Huh. What's it good for? The man looked at his palm. Now I've got so much strength. Does that mean I have to work like an ox? We already have tractors in our fields. It's better to be strong. Next time if such a biting monster shows up again, you'll crush them all in one punch, Chen Lin pointed out calmly. She wasn't a saint, but she would still offer help within her ability. That's right, the man chuckled. The surrounding passengers looked at the man as if he were a monster. Is he going to eat people next? So scary. Let's keep our distance. Ling Jiang, worried that the man might get angry, hurriedly asked, Uncle, are you from Sioux City? I'm here to purchase medicine in Sioux City. Many people in our village have fevers and it's not convenient to go to the hospital. The man pointed to a distant mountain. My home is there. Hey, girl, why did you stop the car? In front of the road, a chain reaction car accident had occurred. Crisscrossed vehicles blocked the way of the long-distance bus. Some people moaned by the roadside, others held their phones calling insurance companies. Chen Lin pointed ahead. There's absolutely no way we can drive through. The road is blocked dead. The man stood up anxiously. Then what do we do? The villagers are waiting for me to bring back the medicine. Chen Lin opened the car door and jumped out. Before getting out, she casually grabbed a steel pipe from beside her seat. Drivers always put self-defense tools under their seats. She also found a homemade machete made from steel plate under her seat and didn't hesitate to take it. It'll take some time to walk ahead and see if there's a car heading in the same direction. Chen Lin told a white lie kindly. The chain reaction car accident seemed endless, and on the highway, there were not only injured people but also zombies appearing. Traffic had completely collapsed. Ling Jiang saw what Chen Lin was holding. What are you going to do with that? Chen Lin shoved the machete into Ling Jiang's hands. If there are zombies again, do you plan to block their mouths with your fists? She walked ahead holding the steel pipe. The man and other passengers got out of the car and had no choice but to follow behind Chen Lin and Ling Jiang. An injured person tried to pull at passers-by. Help me, help me. Somebody was shouting into the phone furiously. Hurry up and send a car, an ambulance, an ambulance. There are monsters, they eat people. Someone was crying over a blood-soaked corpse. In some cars, zombies were brazenly gnawing on the bodies inside. Perhaps those bodies had once been their loved ones. Ling Jiang couldn't bear to look and quickly took a few steps forward. Seeing that Chen Lin looked unfazed, he asked, You don't feel scared? So what? Chen Lin glanced at Ling Jiang. Did you not see me screaming in terror or bawling my eyes out? You're just not used to it. She had already experienced the end of the world once. This time it was just a repeat performance. She was completely numb. We won't be able to reach Sioux City just by walking. Ling Jiang tried to change the subject. You're not really thinking about us walking there, are you? There's a gas station up ahead. Chen Lin had checked the navigation system of the bus earlier and had a rough idea of the roads around here. Walking there means Long Yang will die. And that's something I will never allow, not in this lifetime. So domineering, aren't you? Ling Jiang heard Chen Lin's words clearly and misunderstood the meaning. Does Long Yang know how domineering you are? Chen Lin realized she had let something slip after speaking, and hastily covered up. Because I care, I'm domineering. When you have someone you care about, you'll understand. You'd be willing to trade your life for their well-being. He knows, and I'm afraid he dies. You two are incomprehensible. Ling Jiang looked at Chen Lin's mask whose lips kept fluttering, and felt a strange sensation. If I were your friend, would you care about me so much? Nonsense, of course. My friends are people I care about. If you're worth me risking my life for, then I will. Chen Lin quickened her pace. With the car unable to move, and still a long way from Sioux City with no clear idea of Long Yang's whereabouts, Chen Lin was in turmoil but forced herself to appear calm. Chen Lin's phone rang. It was her father, Chen Zhihai calling. Liney, where are you? Dad, where are you? Hearing her father's voice, Chen Lin's heart began to tighten. The apocalypse had come too fast, and she realized she'd been neglecting her family in the chaos. We're in Dak Town, said Chen Zhihai. They say there's an issue with the railway tracks and they're repairing it. He continued, many people on the train have fevers, so the conductor has isolated those with fever from those without. We're fine, but a few colleagues have been quarantined. From inside the call came Song Xiaomei's complaints. This town is so small, there isn't even a proper place to buy local specialties, only a tiny convenience store. Dad, stay in Dak Town. There's a monster outbreak outside. These monsters eat people. Chen Lin hurriedly instructed. Dad, if any such creatures show up there, remember not to get bitten or scratched. Brat, aren't they just zombies? What monsters? Replied Chen Zhihai. It's already all over the news with instructions on how to deal with zombies. You be careful. If things turn bad here, we'll go to Yunqi City. If that doesn't work, we'll retreat back to the mountains. Speechless, Chen Lin thought about how in the previous lifetime, everything had been peaceful until the apocalypse hit without any warning measures from the government. In this lifetime, the apocalypse had come more than a year earlier, and methods to fight zombies had already been broadcasted on TV. I'm fine, don't worry about me. As long as you two are safe, I will be fine too. If her family and Long Yang were lost again, her previous suicide would have been in vain. Alright, nothing more to say now. I'll take your mom, grandpa, and grandma to check into a homestay, said Chen Zhihai, with some unease reminding his daughter, don't forget Dak Town. If we're not there, we'll head to Yunqi City or else. Since the town and Yunqi City weren't densely populated, Chen Lin felt oddly reassured and focused on finding Long Yang. After hanging up, Chen Lin suddenly noticed Ling Jiang staring at her. Do you want to call your family? Ling Jiang turned away. No need. Perhaps realizing he sounded too harsh, Ling Jiang went on to explain himself. Du Yuan and I are orphans. To be precise, we're children of martyrs. It was Grandpa Long who brought us to the Long family and let us grow up with Long Yang. Grandpa Long sent us to school and military service together with Long Yang. The three of us are like brothers from different surnames. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin made a sound of understanding. That explains why you joined the military together. That explains why you're different from Su Dao. Su Dao. They, the Su family, are all so devious, outwardly one way, inwardly another, Ling Jiang said. Su Xiaoxiu, Su Qi, Su Shan, Su Chen, Su Chenyu, Su Zhenyuan, every single one of them. Chapter 54, Su Cheng. As Ling Jiang listed names one by one, Chen Lin heard a familiar name. Are Su Dao and Su Zhenyuan from the same family? Seems like they are cousins. Why? Didn't Su Zhenyuan tell you? Ling Jiang paused, seemingly incredulous. I heard from Long Yang that you two have a pretty good relationship, as master and disciple. Your point is meaningless. Just because we're master and disciple means our relationship is good. If Su Zhenyuan had told her, would she still be asking? Irritated, Chen Lin walked towards the gas station where several cars were queuing to refuel. We're going to Su Cheng. Can you give us a ride? Our car is full, no room. Several cars rejected Chen Lin's request outright. Some even rolled up their windows without giving it a second thought. A nearby SUV with a deformed hood honked its horn. A tattooed arm popped out of the window, beckoning at Chen Lin and Ling Jiang. It's just me inside. Are you coming? Yes. Chen Lin jumped into the vehicle as she opened the door. Ling Jiang, get in. The male driver, wearing sunglasses, was covered in tattoos which made him seem quite intimidating. Without saying a word, he started the car. I didn't steal this car, but there was a car accident before. Everyone in the car died. Blood everywhere. Aren't you scared? You don't seem to be scared either. Chen Lin glanced back briefly. The interior was spotless except for some damage on the front of the car. Just joking, the driver revealed a set of pearly white teeth after taking off his sunglasses. This is my car. It was hit by someone blind not too long ago. I just finished repairing it. Chen Lin's heart was stirred by the memory of a name surfacing, Duan Chaoyang. She remembered seeing this man in her previous life. His arms were covered with intricate tattoos, a dragon on his left and a Kailin on the right. He was once a powerful warrior who met an unfortunate demise during a zombie outbreak. Although the exact details of his death were unclear to Chen Lin, she knew that his ability level in the last life was higher than hers, yet he still perished. I've seen you before, actually. I've read a news report about you. Chen Lin reflected on her past memories of Duan Chaoyang, organizing her thoughts before speaking. You saved a drowning child near Xiaozang Mountain Reservoir but got extorted by the child's parents. Ah yes, saving that ungrateful little devil. Duan Chaoyang chuckled nonchalantly. They accused me of being the bad guy with my tattoos, blaming me for making their child drown. I gave them both what for and sent them to the hospital, landed myself 3 years in prison. Are you scared? Scared? Not a chance. Chen Lin's heart raced more with delight than surprise. Here was a rare powerhouse of the apocalypse world. She needed to think how she could recruit him. By the way, Brother Duan, where do you plan to go? First, to Su Cheng, see what's happening, then I'll wander around, Duan Chaoyang said. After being locked away for 3 years, I just want to walk freely. Don't the news say that there are reports of zombies all over? Asked Chen Lin. Why not look for a partner to travel together? I am used to being alone, Duan Chaoyang smiled wistfully. Determined to convince this future powerhouse of the apocalypse to join her, Chen Lin said, Brother Duan, if you ever feel bored or tired of being alone, come find me. My name is Chen Lin. If anyone else asks you to join a team or choose partners, will you pick me? Duan Chaoyang burst into laughter. Little girl, did you take a liking to me? Stop teasing, Brother Duan. I already have a boyfriend, replied Chen Lin. Please, Brother Duan, can you promise me? Ling Jiang sitting in the back seat interrupted upon hearing their conversation. Chen Lin, if he doesn't want to, don't force it. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin replied, Thankfully, you're not my boyfriend. If you were holding me back like this, I'd beat you. Duan Chaoyang turned around to look at Ling Jiang. If he isn't your boyfriend and you're traveling with him anyway, why is that? My boyfriend has gone missing. We are searching for him together, explained Chen Lin. In that case, I have other places to visit. I will wait for you 3 days in Su Cheng, then maybe give you another ride later, said Duan Chaoyang, who still refused Chen Lin's request but offered to help in this small way. That works. Thank you, Brother Duan. Chen Lin was extremely pleased. As long as Duan Chaoyang wasn't planning to leave right away, she still had a chance. In her previous life, when she became the strongest expert of the apocalypse world, she once thought, if only Duan Chaoyang hadn't died back then, maybe the number one expert wouldn't be her. How Duan Chaoyang died in the previous timeline still remains a mystery. But in this lifetime, since he had appeared before her, Chen Lin would definitely try to recruit this future expert by all means. Upon entering Su Cheng, Duan Chaoyang stopped the car. 3 days, just 3 days, I won't stay a minute longer. I will wait for you here. Good. After getting out of the car, Chen Lin waved to Lingjiang. Give me the machete. Lingjiang handed the chopping machete made of steel plate to Chen Lin. Look, where are there people on the street carrying such things? Aren't you too nervous? Chen Lin ignored Lingjiang and placed the steel-made machete by Duan Chaoyang's feet. Brother Duan, zombies can only be killed by decapitation. Take care of yourself. Oh my, you little girl, so nagging, Duan Chaoyang said. 3 days, don't forget. He drove off towards another direction. Chen Lin turned around and pointed in one direction. Lingjiang, let's go there. That was the direction of Su Cheng University, where a branch of the Celestial Research Institute was located. She hoped to find Long Yang there. Will Duan Chaoyang really wait for us? Why should we make him wait? Lingjiang asked curiously. I think you're being overly friendly with this uncle. Can't the two of us handle zombies? You alone could do it. Chen Lin rolled her eyes and didn't bother to explain to Lingjiang. Zombies at the moment were indeed slow-moving, but these were merely zombies, beginner-level zombies. It wouldn't be long before they advanced in power. I haven't said anything wrong, have I? You're really being too close with this tattooed uncle. You're not that close to Long Yang, Lingjiang commented in puzzlement. Anyway, your attitude is very strange. He's a good person, I can feel it. Chen Lin's confidence came from the rain frog. The rain frog remained peaceful in her pocket, feeling lethargic. Added to her knowledge of Duan Chaoyang from her past life, she trusted that Duan Chaoyang wasn't a bad person. After driving a certain distance, the tattooed uncle stopped his car, returned with the machete, and happened to hear Chen Lin calling him a good man. He couldn't help but smile wryly. He, this tattooed uncle, indeed considered himself a good person. Chen Lin and Lingjiang found their way into Su Cheng University, which had already closed down. They climbed over the school wall and didn't take long before the tattooed uncle with the machete also scaled the wall to join them. At this time, Lin Man in the military camp dialed home as instructed by Chen Lin. Su Junyuan in Yunqi City immediately took a plane back to the capital. Students carried wooden sticks, chair legs, mops. Various items they held ranged wildly in type. With masks on, Chen Lin and Lingjiang easily blended into the crowd among the students. Nobody noticed when Chen Lin grabbed a steel pipe. The campus loudspeaker kept looping. Feverish students, please voluntarily isolate in the quarantine area. Non-feverish students, please don't leave the dormitory complex without permission. It's best for each class to return to their respective classrooms or stay in the dormitories without going out to prevent infection. Duan Chaoyang looked at his own tattoos and grabbed a security uniform not yet fully dry from a low bush, putting it on. He trailed far behind Chen Lin and Lingjiang. Chapter 55, A Basement Full of Zombies. Lingjiang followed Chen Lin to an underground parking lot, which was dimly lit with only a few emergency exit indicator lights shining. Follow me. Chen Lin signaled Lingjiang to walk quietly. Don't let anyone find us. Lingjiang was very confused. They had come here to look for people. How come after Chen Lin took over, it seemed like they were doing something illegal? When Lingjiang saw Chen Lin close at hand, he took a step forward to get closer to her. The two moved quietly in the empty underground parking lot. The vast underground parking lot had no vehicles parked there. Their movements went unobstructed. A sound came from somewhere. Tap tap tap. It sounded like something scraping against the ground or something being rhythmically beaten by the wind. Just as Lingjiang was about to speak, a big hand instantly covered his mouth. Instinctively, Lingjiang was ready to throw the person over his shoulder, but then he heard Duan Chaoyang's voice. Someone is coming, Duan Chaoyang extended his other hand, grabbing both Chen Lin and Lingjiang, pulling them to stand by the wall. Don't make a sound. Big brother Yang. Chen Lin couldn't help but whisper in surprise. It was Duan Chaoyang, and Lingjiang relaxed. At that moment, Duan Chaoyang also let go of him. He was curious why Duan Chaoyang covered his mouth instead of Chen Lin's. Could it be because he, as a guy, might scream like a girl? Hurry up. Two hurried figures entered the parking lot from the entrance, walked through it, and headed toward the other side. The tap-tap sound was replaced by their footsteps. Another voice spoke up. Why did you take so long to come? Stop talking nonsense and transfer the important data first, a deep male voice replied. The top secret information from Yunqi City has been stolen. Even the young master got angry. We cannot afford to lose this information here. It was that person, the one they'd heard on the 4th underground floor of the science park. He mentioned the young master, Su Junyuan, whose voice Chen Lin always felt familiar with but couldn't remember where she had heard it before. At least it wasn't lost by us. Stop talking nonsense and pack the boxes quickly. The car is waiting outside. Not long after, the three returned with several small boxes in hand. After the three left the parking lot, Chen Lin couldn't help but ask first. Big brother Yang, how did you get here? Stop chatting, let's find the person first. Duan Chaoyang didn't want to talk much. He acted on his moods. He thought these two youngsters, Chen Lin and Lingjiang, were great, so without any second thought, he just came over. Chen Lin pointed to where the three had just emerged from. That's it. Holding a steel pipe, she quickly approached, pushed open the hidden door, and it revealed an office. Inside the office now lay empty file cabinets, even the safe had been opened, its contents taken away. Did those people care so much about the stolen files? Chen Lin remembered that her space contained many things, weren't those Su Junyuan wanted? Luckily, she hadn't discarded them as waste paper, and she planned to find a place later to study them. Just an office, unlikely someone would hide here. Ling Jiang glanced around the office. Chen Lin, isn't this office too small? Long Yang wouldn't be here, right? Du and Chaoyang touched the walls and pushed the cabinets. Young lady, not even your boyfriend can fit inside this cabinet. Chen Lin pulled herself back to reality, no longer thinking about the documents in her own space. She looked around and asked, is there a door behind these cabinets, or perhaps a basement? She clearly knew there was a hidden door behind one of the cabinets leading to the real branch of the Celestial Body Research Institute. Upon hearing this, Du and Chaoyang didn't think much and forcefully moved each cabinet until one was finally shifted, revealing a small door. There really is a door. But Ling Jiang thought Chen Lin seemed quite familiar with this place, almost as if she already knew about the hidden door. After Du and Chaoyang opened the secret door and took a step inside, he cursed, damn it. There are monsters that eat people everywhere. Young lady, what kind of place is this? Is your little boyfriend also a monster that eats people? Big brother Yang, stop joking around, quickly check if there are any survivors inside, Chen Lin said, my boyfriend isn't a zombie. As she spoke, she stepped into the room as well. The room was surrounded by rows of shelves. Each shelf had a zombie tied down, tubes inserted into their bodies connected to various machines. Chen Lin, look, all these zombies are students from Sucheng University. Ling Jiang identified the zombies' identities by their clothes. If so many students disappeared, wouldn't the school's teachers tell the parents? Could it be that no parent knows their child is missing? Nonsense. If they knew, wouldn't they have started searching for them already? Chen Lin followed Du and Chaoyang and looked around. All she saw were zombies. There was no sign of Long Yang. She let out a small sigh of relief, but another worry rose in her heart. If Long Yang wasn't here, where could he be? This was the branch of the Celestial Body Research Institute closest to the military camp. Du and Chaoyang glanced around. Do you want to keep looking? There's only so much space here. There shouldn't be any place left to hide people. He isn't here, said Chen Lin. The zombies tied to the racks groaned faintly in their throats as they struggled incessantly. The racks clanged loudly. Damn, do you still want to eat me? Du and Chaoyang picked up his machete and swung it at a zombie. Its head rolled off with a thud and stopped moving. Du and Chaoyang kicked its severed head. Disgusting. Ling Jiang asked, Chen Lin, what is this? Inside an apparatus similar to a life support system lay a small black object, about the size of a fist. Chen Lin approached and took a closer look. It's a meteorite fragment. We'd better take it out first. Surprisingly, the instrument contained fragments of a meteorite. Chen Lin grabbed the piece of meteorite and felt a faint energy emanating from it. She placed the stone in her backpack. Ling Jiang dismantled the other instruments and removed all the stones inside. Chen Lin put them all in her backpack, using the bag to store them into her spatial storage. These fragments of meteorite were identical to the ones she had found during her first encounter. They could enhance the level of psychokinesis. Du and Chaoyang urged them, let's go, if someone finds us, it won't be good. Chen Lin said, Big brother Yang, cut open each zombie's head and check if there's anything inside. Little girl, what kind of good stuff could possibly be in a zombie's head? Du and Chaoyang said, let's just leave. Chen Lin naturally wouldn't tell Du and Chaoyang that she suspected these zombies might have developed brain nuclei. Yang Ji, give me the knife, I'll do it. I'll handle it. You're just a girl. I really don't know what's so interesting about splitting a zombie's head. Du and Chaoyang split the zombie's head upon seeing Chen Lin's persistence. Chen Lin picked up a ballpoint pen from the ground and probed the zombie's brain matter, stirring it around but finding nothing. She dropped the pen, full of doubts. Could she have guessed wrong? Chapter 56, The Security Guard's Hearing Loss. As Chen Lin persistently split the heads of every zombie open and stirred them with a ballpoint pen, Ling Jiang couldn't bear to watch any longer. Chen Lin, stop playing around, they aren't even tofu pudding. Du and Chaoyang spat in the corner. Are you two deliberately trying to make me nauseous? Will I still be able to eat tofu pudding in the future? It's not me, it's him. Chen Lin stood up, throwing the ballpoint pen aside, her face full of innocence. I'm done. If you're done too, can we go now? Du and Chaoyang wiped his knife on a zombie corpse. Let's go, my car is still by the roadside. There's no telling if it's still there. It will definitely still be there, Chen Lin affirmed. Du and Chaoyang's car had its hood crushed, yet he somehow managed to drive it all the way to Sioux City without stalling halfway. As the three walked out of the underground parking lot, they found the atmosphere outside was off. Students were scattering in panic. Run quickly, there are zombies. Zombies bite people. To the rooftop, go to the rooftop. In the crowd running for their lives, a few awkward silhouettes swayed unsteadily as they pursued the students. Is this necessary? Du and Chaoyang stepped forward and kicked the zombie down, readying his knife to chop off the zombie's head. A boy peeked from afar, yelling, What are you doing? Committing murder. Do you know I could call the police? Chen Lin and Ling Jiang looked at the boy with expressions like they were watching an idiot. Is it still human? Du and Chaoyang pointed his knife at the zombie rising from the ground and moving towards him. He said to the boy, Take a good look. He is our classmate. He's just sick, the boy argued. I warn you, killing someone is illegal. We are here, everyone's seeing, so we'll all be witnesses. Big bro Yang, leave his classmates to him. Chen Lin tugged on Duan Caoyang's security guard uniform. It was still wet, indicating that he likely grabbed it from somewhere on his way into the school. Oh, here you go. Duan Caoyang reached out and grabbed the zombie's belt, hurling it toward the boy with a thud. Take good care of your sick classmate. Sir, I'm not waiting around for you. You ungrateful fool, idiot. The remaining few zombies wobbled towards the three, and Ling Jiang pushed over a couple of zombies while pulling Chen Lin along. Let's go. One of the toppled zombies got up and kept chasing after a girl who wouldn't save herself but instead cried in a coquettish manner. The security guard, come quick. Save me, there's a monster, it's disgusting. With the zombie almost upon her rear, she didn't try to rescue herself but rather continued to act coyly. Chen Lin rolled her eyes secretly. If this were her from a previous life, she might have rushed to help this girl right away. But now, looking at this girl, all Chen Lin saw was an image of sanctimonious purity above her head. Primary zombies moved extremely slowly. If one truly wished to escape, it should be possible. That girl circled a small flower bed less than 2 meters in diameter countless times already. Her cries successfully drew a few more zombies once again. Don't these morons have weapons? Duan Caoyang looked at the panicked students running around in disarray, filled with confusion. You guys are about the same age as them, why such a huge difference? Chen Lin, glancing back at the chase unfolding not far behind them, calmly said, for example, I think Big Brother Yang is a good person, but others would surely disagree. Upon hearing this, Duan Caoyang's gaze darkened somewhat. Instead of focusing on the screaming students, he said to Chen Lin and Ling Jiang, these kinds of people don't deserve wasting my strength on them. Among the group of students, Duan Caoyang, wearing a security guard uniform, stood out remarkably. Though he didn't want to deal with them, someone sharp-eyed noticed him, shouting, security guard, a few classmates are sick. Take them to the hospital. Not only did Duan Caoyang not turn around, he quickened his steps instead. I'm deaf. No matter who calls, I won't care. Brother Yang, Brother Duan, Chen Lin deliberately called out. Duan Caoyang replied irritably, I'm deaf. Chen Lin chuckled, Big Brother Yang, join us. Duan Caoyang acted completely deaf. The three climbed over the wall of the university compound and still witnessed the repetitive cycle of pursuit. Students held things like chair legs or mops, but these all became useless props. When being chased by zombies, some students even dropped the things they were holding. These are zombies, they eat the living. If you insist on keeping them around, then make sure to block their mouths. Chen Lin cupped her hands around her mouth like a megaphone and shouted loudly at the students, if you can't fight, just run, you moron. A stubborn student insisted, they are our classmates, they're only sick. You're really twisted. Chen Lin, who was trying to help but was instead labeled as a pervert, became infuriated. Whatever, you don't appreciate kindness, it's your own damn fault if you die. Angrily, she turned away and followed Duan Caoyang, refusing to look back at the students, leaving them to their fates. Ling Jiang suggested, why don't you and Brother Duan go ahead first, I'll stay and help them. Chen Lin replied unhappily in a cold tone, fine, we part ways here. Perhaps we'll meet again someday, farewell for now. Bye. You really? Ling Jiang didn't know what else to say about Chen Lin. He was certain that Chen Lin wouldn't wait for him, and compared to these people, Long Yang was more important. He glanced back at the students, steeled his heart, and also turned away. The three of them who left, none looked back. In the crowd, a boy had a girl standing beside him, her head bowed, long hair disheveled across her face. No one noticed the girl's abnormal behavior. Slowly, she lifted her head. In an instant, her black pupils turned grayish-white. She reached out with both hands and grabbed the boy next to her, opening her mouth and biting down hard on his face, tearing off a piece of flesh. The boy screamed in pain, are you crazy? Shit. Let go quickly. Ah. Qin Mengting is eating someone. The students let out even louder screams. Some of them who knew the girl cried out her name. A few of the braver boys tried to separate the girl from the boy, but this thin and frail-looking girl was holding onto the boy as if her arms were welded to him. No matter how much the boy struggled or others tried to pull her away, she wouldn't let go. Until a man who looked like a teacher picked up a mop from the ground and stuffed it into the girl's mouth. Tie her up. Immediately, several boys tied her up using bedsheets from somewhere in a dormitory. A few other zombies were caught by security guards and tied to tree trunks. The bitten boy's face was covered in blood. Clutching his wound, he sucked in air through clenched teeth. That crazy guy said earlier might have been right, they aren't just ill, they've turned into zombies. The man who looked like a teacher remarked, the news said it all. When encountering these man-eating monsters, decapitating them is the only way. Aren't you kids watching the news? Important national issues, real-time happenings, they're all announced on the news. All the students shook their heads. Seeing this, the teacher-like man took a cautious step back from the bitten boy, increasing the distance between them. It's on the news too. Bites or scratches can lead to infection. After hearing this, the students who had gathered immediately scattered like a flood receding, leaving the injured boy completely alone. Several students with traces of blood on their bodies slowly moved away from the crowd into a corner. Nobody noticed them. Chapter 57, Parting Ways. Duan Caoyang's broken-down car was still there, and he sat in the driver's seat. Next, where are you going? Jiqing, Chen Lin said. The nearest Jiqing to Suqing also had a branch of the Celestial Research Institute. Jiqing is to the east, I want to go to Jiaqing, which is to the west. Duan Caoyang scratched his head, his nearly bald scalp remaining motionless. Or, would you like to come with me to Jiaqing? It seemed that trying to persuade Duan Caoyang had failed. Chen Lin felt sorry but was resolute. We need to go to Jicheng first, then head north to the capital to find our friends and families. In that case, there's nothing I can do, young girl. It's not that Brother Duan isn't keeping his word, but it's better for me to be alone, Duan Chaoyang said as he attempted to return the machete to Chen Lin. Take it for self-defense. Chen Lin held on to Duan Chaoyang's hand, refusing to take back the knife. Brother Yang, take care, if we meet by fate again, don't refuse me. Duan Chaoyang, gripping the steering wheel, looked at Chen Lin's round almond eyes. All right. Hearing this, Chen Lin smiled, her round almond eyes turning into crescent moons. Brother Yang, take care. Lingjiang, let's go. Lingjiang followed behind Chen Lin, while Duan Chaoyang turned his already dented SUV and left Suqing. Chen Lin looked at the direction the SUV departed with some regret. Actually, elder brother Duan is really a nice person. Let's not talk about whether your tattooed uncle is a good man. Lingjiang quickly caught up and walked alongside Chen Lin. He tilted his head and looked at Chen Lin, who was half a head shorter than him. Why are we going to Jicheng? Actually, he had many questions to ask Chen Lin, but seeing Chen Lin's reaction, he figured asking would be pointless. Curiosity killed the cat, Chen Lin said. I'm not your encyclopedia. This girl refuses to answer. How do you know where the Celestial Research Institute branch is located? Lingjiang ignored Chen Lin's refusal and continued to press. Someone like Grandpa Long couldn't even find out. And as far as I know, your family background is ordinary, so you shouldn't know such a top-secret place either. I won't tell you. Let's find a vehicle. Chen Lin kept walking and checking around. When they entered the city earlier, it was still in the state before the apocalypse. But after leaving Suqing University, the streets of Suqing were magically transformed, with only a few scattered pedestrians rushing about. Isn't Suqing reputed to be one of the most prosperous cities along the coast? Why does it look similar to the county town we came from? Lingjiang now noticed the eerie surroundings too. This Lingjiang was such a chatterbox. Chen Lin had a terrible headache. If you call me brother, will you shut up? I can't answer your questions. Why are there so many whys? My only goal is to find Long Yang, survive. You're Long Yang's fiancé, Lingjiang, and I should call you sister-in-law. We too are older than Long Yang, Lingjiang said. What nonsense. Chen Lin rubbed her forehead, speechlessly glanced at Lingjiang, and quickened her steps. What I said is true, I'm several months older than Long Yang, Lingjiang explained to Chen Lin. Du Yuan is only a month older than Long Yang. Just when Chen Lin was extremely annoyed, a stumbling figure rushed into Lingjiang's arms. Help, help, save me, there's a monster chasing me. A young woman, wearing a red tight dress, part of her chest had been torn off, revealing large patches of white skin. One high heel had already fallen off, and the remaining one had its heel broken. The woman with disfigured makeup pointed behind her. It's a monster, a monster. Behind the woman, a fat zombie moved clumsily, a piece of red cloth hanging from its mouth. Lingjiang blocked the woman behind himself. Hide behind me. The woman clung tightly to Lingjiang. I'm scared. Chen Lin gave a quick glance at the woman's chest. On the exposed area where a piece of cloth was missing, there was a clear tooth mark, with dried blood. It wasn't clear when she had been bitten. Let go. How am I supposed to fight the monster if you hold on so tightly? Lingjiang's movements were restricted by the woman. Chen Lin, holding a steel pipe, took a step forward and forcefully drove the pipe into the fat zombie's eye socket. The zombie fell to the ground with a thud. She killed someone. The woman in the red dress hugged Lingjiang tightly. I'm so scared. Handsome man, protect me. Lingjiang, with only his eyes visible under a face mask, was nowhere near looking like a handsome man. Chen Lin mocked silently in her heart but continued to pull the steel pipe out from the zombie's eye socket, lifting up a splash of black fluid. The woman let out another scream of terror and wished she could shrink herself down into Lingjiang's arms. Chen Lin wiped off what clung onto the steel pipe on the fat zombie's body, then glanced at the two people who were stuck together like conjoined twins, leaving without a word. Lingjiang quickly shook off the woman's arms. You're safe now. Go home. The woman continued chasing after him stubbornly. Young man, don't go. Stay and protect me and I'll give you money. How can you leave a beautiful lady alone when there's a monster that eats people around? This woman should pair up with Lingjiang. Chen Lin reached to scratch her ear as she looked at Lingjiang catching up and said, feels soft and warm, doesn't it? Too bad you didn't want to let go. Didn't that aunt almost scare me to death? Am I right? Lingjiang's face turned red slightly, though unseen under the mask. Thankfully you helped out, or I might have been bitten by the zombie along with her. I've done you a life-saving favor, haven't I? Chen Lin asked abruptly. Lingjiang froze for a moment, then nodded stupidly. That's true. Remember that you owe me a life. Chen Lin originally wanted to use this as leverage to ask Lingjiang to stop bothering her, but she gave it a second thought and decided not to. Two zombies swayed out from a small alley, smelling the scent of living beings. They changed direction, heading toward Chen Lin and Lingjiang. I'll deal with these two. Lingjiang took the steel pipe from Chen Lin's hand, knocking one zombie down. Mimicking Chen Lin, he plunged the pipe into the zombie's eye socket and pushed down hard. One zombie soon stopped moving, so Lingjiang kicked it down and jabbed again into the eye socket. Done. Ah, help. A high-pitched scream rang out. The voice was familiar. Chen Lin and Lingjiang exchanged a glance, and both hastened their steps in unison. After the two had left, in a nearby alleyway not far away, the red tight dress woman appeared even more disheveled than before. Her red dress was now tattered, revealing large patches of skin, her remaining high heel also gone. Barefoot, she stumbled while running, with several child zombies trailing behind her. Chapter 58. They watched her die without lifting a finger. Help! A group of zombies is chasing me. Come and save me. I have money. The robust shouts seemed to deliberately attract zombies, truly a recipe for suicide. Chen Lin turned her head and saw the zombies behind the red dress woman. You have enough strength to shout like that, why don't you fight the zombies? Let's speed up. You're sick. Ling Jiang also glanced back. Damn, she really is insane, surrounded by just a few child zombies. The two walked further until they could no longer hear the woman's cries. Chen Lin asked, why didn't you help that woman if I didn't? Actually, I wanted to, Ling Jiang said. She was like a drowning person who would cling onto even a straw. I couldn't save her without risking myself. You didn't want to rescue her either, did you? I saw her being bitten by a zombie. Chen Lin smirked. If she got lucky and developed special abilities, then there'd be no need for me to save her. If she wasn't lucky and turned into a zombie, she wouldn't need my help anyway. I can't argue with that. Ling Jiang didn't mention to Chen Lin that he had noticed the wound on the woman's chest. Let's talk, let's find a car quickly. Chen Lin walked forward, looking around everywhere. She needed a car to go to G City. There were several private cars parked by the roadside, and Chen Lin immediately went over to check. As soon as she touched a car, the alarm sounded, followed by alarms from nearby cars as well. Are you two thieves? Trying to steal a car in broad daylight? Furious, the woman stormed over and pushed Chen Lin away. Can stealing be so blatant? Now wearing a school uniform coat, her messy long hair was tied carelessly into a ponytail. Beside her stood several similarly disheveled people, students from Sucheng University. Ling Jiang looked at those students, asking, is there trouble at the university? A female student replied, many classmates have become zombies, biting everyone. We left because we thought the school wasn't safe. Chen Lin continued to inspect the next car. I'm talking to you. The red dress woman chased after Chen Lin. Not only do you not help someone in danger, but you also attempt theft. She pointed at both Chen Lin and Ling Jiang. It was them who watched me die without helping. These two are no good. Hearing this, Ling Jiang became irritated. Wasn't it us who saved you when a fat zombie was chasing you? Song Li, let's go already. Those students grew impatient. We should find a safe place to hide. These cars have nothing to do with you. Chen Lin, however, wasn't about to remain silent any longer. The injury on the woman's chest was now hidden beneath the school uniform. Though the students might not know what happened, she certainly did. So she intentionally stared at the woman's chest area. How long has it been since the zombie bit you? Upon hearing this, the students accompanying the woman immediately took several quick steps backward as if avoiding venomous snakes or scorpions. A male student questioned Chen Lin, did Song Li really get bitten? Song Li pulled nervously at the hem of her school uniform. Nonsense, I haven't been bitten. If you haven't been bitten, why are you so nervous? Chen Lin remarked, we'll know within a few hours. Do whatever you want, but don't block us. The lone female among the students closely observed Song Li for a moment. Disliking how Song Li had tried to flirt with the male students earlier, she suddenly grabbed the school uniform Song Li was wearing. Whether you were bitten or not, we'll find out upon inspection. What are you doing? Song Li attempted to evade but failed. Her shirt was forcibly torn open by the girl, revealing an expanse of snowy white skin, with a clearly visible blackened tooth mark right on her chest. The bite is already turning black. She's transforming. Pushing Song Li away, the girl returned to stand beside the boys and grumbled, see? I told you not to rescue her, but you didn't listen. When has there ever been an adult unable to outrun kids? It's because she was pretty. And what if she's just cowardly? Impossible. Song Li fixed her clothing, pointing accusingly at Chen Lin. They even tried to steal a car and did nothing while I was dying. I was bitten, all because of them. Give me back my clothes. The girl held onto the school uniform Song Li was wearing. These are my clothes, give them back. Liu Minute, was she really bitten? A boy still doubted the girl's words. Song Li, tell us, were you bitten? Just look yourself if you want to see, Liu Minute responded irritably, letting go of Song Li's hand. Chen Lin paid no attention to the group of people creating a farcical scene. She leaned on the window of a small van. Ling Jiang, break the glass. Ling Jiang swung his steel pipe and smashed the car window, opening the door to sit in the driver's seat. Chen Lin sat in the passenger seat. Let's go. The van drove off, leaving those few people still gawking at each other behind. It was only when zombies appeared in the alley that they left. It seems like you're the only one who takes zombies seriously. Look how casually they acted, Ling Jiang said as he drove the van. The old van was making noises all over, but it was still running. Chen Lin thought this car shouldn't break down on them. Chen Lin, you haven't answered my question yet. Ling Jiang repeated his question. Chen Lin said, that's because they don't know how terrifying the zombies are. You don't find zombies terrifying either, right? They're not that terrifying. Poke them with a steel pipe and they're gone. Ling Jiang truly didn't find zombies terrifying. He felt zombies were easier to deal with than living humans. Alright, you win. Chen Lin was thinking about the data in her space and said, if we can't reach G City today, we'll spend the night in Han City. Han City was only a few hours' drive from Su City. Chen Lin, turn on the navigation and check the route. Ling Jiang asked, I'm not familiar with the road. My phone doesn't have a navigation system. Chen Lin took out her laptop, pressed it, but there was no response. The computer is out of power. Ling Jiang looked at Chen Lin again and couldn't help but be surprised. Where did your laptop come from? Space, what you call special abilities. Chen Lin put the laptop in her hand, then took it out again, like this. Chen Lin, Ling Jiang quickly recovered his normal demeanor, hiding his surprise. Rest assured, I won't tell anyone. You're my sister-in-law. Since I couldn't protect Long Yang, I will protect you. Thank you. Chen Lin didn't argue with Ling Jiang anymore. Actually, special abilities are not that rare, you just don't know. I call it superpower. Su Junyuan and Lin Man both have superpowers. Lin Man was someone I accidentally rescued from a branch of the Celestial Research Institute. So, I suspect Long Yang was taken to another branch of the Celestial Research Institute. I understand, I won't ask unrelated questions anymore, Ling Jiang said. Long Yang is their only son, our younger brother. My desire to get our brother back is no less than yours. The van hadn't driven far before it couldn't move forward anymore. In the direction leading out of the city, there were a group of zombies wandering around. The noise from the van caught the zombies' attention. Almost simultaneously, the zombies turned their heads, their greyish-white eyes staring at the dilapidated van. Chapter 59, Too Optimistic. The zombies slowly and clumsily approached the van. Ling Jiang firmly gripped the steering wheel with one hand and a steel pipe with the other. I'll get out and take them down. About a dozen zombies were blocking their way, wearing the blue and white striped hospital gowns of patients, clearly having just run out of the hospital. There were also several doctors in white coats among them. Now, there was no difference between the doctors and patients, they all had lifeless eyes, vacant expressions, ashen grey skin without vitality, and stiff movements. No need, Chen Lin stopped Ling Jiang. As the group of about a dozen zombies slowly approached the direction where the van was parked, Ling Jiang became anxious. If we don't act now, when do you plan to? They're already close. Low-level zombies were extremely easy to deal with. Chen Lin put away her laptop, grabbed the handle next to the passenger seat, and succinctly said, run them over. Ling Jiang stared at her incredulously. Sis, this is a broken-down van that might stall at any moment, it's not a tank. Useless talk, Chen Lin said. If it were a tank, I would have told you to crush them instead of ramming them. The zombies moved slowly, getting closer and closer to the van. Seeing the situation, Chen Lin said, you move to the back, let me drive. In her previous life, she had seen many more zombies than this. A mere dozen low-level zombies weren't enough to make her nervous, and anyway, they had a vehicle. Back and forth, the zombies had already reached the front of the car. At this point, changing positions would only give the zombies time to surround them. Ling Jiang started the van, pressing the gas pedal all the way down. The engine roared strangely as its speed was forced to the limit. Parts of the vehicle that had been making noise before got even louder, and some quiet parts began making sounds too. I hope you bring luck, don't let it stall. Ling Jiang gripped the steering wheel tightly and pressed on the gas pedal. With a whoosh, the van sped forward. The nearest zombie to the front of the van was slammed off and landed a few meters away. Ling Jiang didn't slow down but continued at high speed. Occasionally, loud bangs were heard from the front of the car, as bodies of zombies were flung into the air, black blood splattering everywhere. Dozens of zombies were thrown off, and the van had already driven out of the city. The zombies that were hit crawled back up and continued to follow the van, but Ling Jiang didn't stop and drove directly out of town. We've made it out, but what if others want to leave? There's more than one route out of the city. Not many people will likely be heading for G City like us, Chen Lin said. We're running out of time. With Ling Jiang driving, Chen Lin took out a stack of documents and began flipping through them. These documents were collected by Lin Man from the 4th underground level, which she hadn't yet read. Most of the documents pertained to studies on strange things, phenomena, or extraordinary abilities, none of which were useful to Chen Lin. However, one particular document drew her attention. It was a record concerning a meteorite. After reading the record, Chen Lin realized that her memory of 8 meteorite incidents was incorrect. During 2 of these times, 2 meteors fell simultaneously, making a total of 10 meteorites that fell to Earth. These meteorites had already been gathered by the government. The document also included photos of the 10 meteorites descending rapidly through the sky. One meteorite mainly consisted of an unusual type of space metal, very hard, which had been used to create special handcuffs and items to restrain certain special prisoners. The metal chains and balls on Lin Man's wrists were made from this kind of metal. The fragment of the meteorite Lin Man stole from Su Junyuan was a part of that metallic meteorite. After finishing the documents, Chen Lin put them back into her storage space. How much longer until we reach Han City? I estimate about 3 hours. If you're tired, sleep in the car, Ling Jiang said. In the car, you still wear a mask, aren't you suffocated? Chen Lin shook her head slightly. You should wear one too. What if the zombie virus spreads through the air? The zombie virus couldn't spread through the air. Chen Lin believed that covering her face would ensure even if she encountered acquaintances, they wouldn't recognize her. She was sick and tired of people who thought they could rely on her connections and hoped for her care and protection. She'd acted as a nanny long enough, and she no longer wanted to. In this lifetime, she absolutely didn't want to be tricked into acting foolishly. You make a good point. Ling Jiang didn't think much about it. He honestly put on the mask. With Chen Lin and Ling Jiang setting an example by driving and ramming zombies, a few other vehicles followed suit, colliding with the zombies and leaving Sioux City. Song Li followed Liu Minute and a few others to hide in a residential community. Song Li cursed and swore that she was perfectly fine, insisting on following the group of students. In an unclaimed resident's home, the group settled down, all thinking they were safe. Deep into the night, Song Li underwent a transformation. None of Liu Min's group knew, they were fast asleep in their rooms. She stood up stiffly, sniffed at the air, and walked towards someone who was still alive. On the road, Chen Lin didn't beat around the bush with Ling Jiang. I'll take a nap in the backseat. If you're tired, wake me up so I can take over. Ling Jiang said, sleep soundly. By the time you wake up after a short nap, we'll be there. Chen Lin lay down in the backseat and ignored Ling Jiang. Individual heroism was useless in the apocalypse. People like that often died quickly. She pondered how to help Ling Jiang adapt to life in the post-apocalypse as soon as possible while lying in the backseat. Being too kind would make one seem like a saint, but saints often die quickly. Ignoring others' pleas for help would label one as cold-blooded. Chen Lin wasn't a saint or cold-blooded, she simply wanted those she cared about to survive until the end of the apocalypse. Call me if you get tired, Chen Lin said, we aren't on vacation. Proper rest is essential for conserving energy. You probably haven't noticed yet, but people with fevers either develop special abilities like Long Yang, or more commonly, become zombies. When bitten by zombies, the bitten also turn into zombies, creating an endless, unsolvable cycle. Ling Jiang consoled Chen Lin, don't worry. The country will soon develop a vaccine. Chen Lin was speechless. This was the early stage of the apocalypse, and everyone still felt disconnected from its reality. In the mid to late stages, all governments, organizations, agencies, and institutions across the globe would cease to exist. Her Yunqi base was established 7 years after the apocalypse began. At that point, all the world's mutants and survivors would gather under Yunqi Mountain. Chen Lin asked, what if there's no vaccine? Don't worry, it will definitely come out, Ling Jiang continued. Back then, H1N1 was said to be so deadly and claimed many lives, but the country quickly developed a vaccine, didn't it? After hearing this, Chen Lin put a hand to her forehead and sighed. Seriously, stop imagining such perfect outcomes. Let's think about this. What do you imagine the scenario would be if the country fails to develop a vaccine? Chapter 60, Inconvenient. Chen Lin, having no way to counter Ling Jiang's argument, simply closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. After all, he would understand later, so there was no need for her to waste her breath. The minivan rattled from head to toe with every part making some kind of noise, preventing Chen Lin from falling asleep. Annoyed, she sat up again. This broken car is driving me crazy. Su Cheng should have been a densely populated big city. Why did we not see many people just now? Ling Jiang noticed Chen Lin wasn't sleeping anymore and started chatting with her. I didn't see any police or soldiers. You're the one who doesn't know much about the military, how am I supposed to know? Chen Lin said. It's probably like Su Cheng University has been locked down. In the past, there were several widely spread infectious diseases, so lockdowns without travel were not uncommon. Is this an epidemic? Ling Jiang asked. Something like that. When we find somewhere to stay later, I'll show you something. Chen Lin climbed onto the front passenger seat and took out some materials she had previously read from her space. I hope after you've seen it, you can keep your promise not to ask me any questions. Ling Jiang was rendered speechless. He had promised himself he wouldn't ask Chen Lin any more questions but still couldn't help himself. Han Cheng was even quieter than Su Cheng. On the streets of Su Cheng, at least they could see a few people. Han Cheng felt like a ghost town, with only a few scattered zombies walking on the street. There's a hotel over there. Ling Jiang plowed through a group of zombies with his car, parking in front of the hotel. The glass revolving door of the hotel was already half shattered, with the other half barely hanging off its hinges. Just as the two entered through the hotel doors, the remaining half of the door crashed to the ground and shattered completely. There was no one at the reception desk, and the floor of the lobby was a mess, covered in mottled bloodstains everywhere. The computer at the reception desk was still on, indicating that someone had used it not too long ago. Is anyone here? Ling Jiang shouted. No one responded. Instead, a security guard zombie with its head cocked awkwardly was attracted by the sound, dragging its feet, hobbling forward. Ling Jiang picked up the steel pipe and knocked it down with one hit. Is anyone here? Still, there was no response. 2 more zombies emerged from the adjacent security room. Your voice isn't loud enough, Chen Lin reminded him. The hotel should have a broadcasting room. You should use a loudspeaker. If you do, I guarantee you'll invite every zombie in the city to come and check into the hotel. Chen Lin looked around and found a building internal layout map on the wall. Let me help you find the location of the broadcasting room. Ling Jiang, feeling quite embarrassed, quickly moved forward and killed the zombies. Chen Lin, I find it infuriating how good you are at being annoying without even using foul language. But what I say is the truth. Chen Lin walked to the reception desk and found the body of a receptionist lying on the ground, her head separated from her body. She ignored the still blinking receptionist's head and leaned over the computer, taking a look. Above the 16th floor, there are still vacant rooms. She searched around the computer area and found a set of electronic keys, shaking them in front of Ling Jiang, to the 16th floor. All right. Ling Jiang approached the elevator entrance and pressed the open button. Before Chen Lin could stop him, the elevator dinged and the door opened. A crowd of zombies poured out from inside. Wow, how are there so many zombies? Ling Jiang was genuinely startled. Haven't you ever watched TV? Elevators are generally places where zombies have their meals. Don't bother with them, follow me to take the stairs. Seeing that Ling Jiang was about to be surrounded by zombies, Chen Lin quickly located the stairwell. Ling Jiang had already swung the steel pipe, killing several zombies. Seeing that Chen Lin had already gone into the stairwell, he immediately followed. A pack of zombies rushed in after them. As they climbed higher, the number of zombies following them decreased. Help! Help! Is there anyone? A cry for help came from a room on the 9th floor, with several zombies scratching violently at the door. In a room with its door wide open, a television was still playing. If while wandering outside, you're lucky enough not to be discovered by the zombies, please stay quiet and leave quickly. Investigations have shown that zombies discover live beings mainly through hearing and smell. If you encounter zombies, please do not panic. Zombies move slowly, and you can absolutely escape. Chen Lin glanced at it and continued climbing the stairs. Ling Jiang hesitated for a moment but didn't stop either. He lowered his voice. This broadcast seems to be on a loop. SSH. Chen Lin shushed Ling Jiang. There were sounds in the corridor on the 10th floor. It wasn't a human sound but rather the slow, clumsy footsteps of zombies. Her hearing was better than Ling Jiang's, so she heard it clearly. When the two reached the 11th floor, the door on the 9th floor had been broken down by the zombies, and a woman's scream echoed through the building. The zombies on the 10th floor were attracted by the woman's scream and moved toward the 9th floor. Chen Lin clearly heard the footsteps of the zombies from the 10th floor heading downstairs. The woman's cries soon ceased, replaced by the voices of several men. The elevator moved. There was definitely someone here, but are they not coming to rescue us? Chen Lin did not pause her steps at all upon hearing this. These male voices came from the same room with the television where they deliberately left the door open to lure the zombies. The 16th floor was quiet. Chen Lin took out an electronic keycard and opened a door. As soon as she entered, she plugged her laptop into charge. In the early days of the apocalypse, electricity and communication still functioned properly before eventually breaking down. It was as if overnight, humanity had regressed to a primitive and backward state hundreds of years ago. Ling Jiang looked around cautiously before stepping in and closing the door. Upon entering the room, he immediately turned on the TV. Let's see if there's any news. Chen Lin connected her laptop to the charger and then opened the fridge. There's food here, help yourself. There's nothing new on the TV. Every channel was looping the same safety announcements that they'd heard before. Ling Jiang turned off the TV and asked, "Can I look at your computer?" This is the presidential suite. Each room has its own computer. Chen Lin refused to let Ling Jiang use her laptop because it contained chat logs between her and Long Yang, along with photos of Long Yang. She didn't want to share her private space with anyone. Ling Jiang grunted and started looking for a computer. Chen Lin finished a pack of instant noodles and lay down on the couch. Finally, I can sleep in peace. If you're tired, there are plenty of beds, you can pick one. After hearing this, Ling Jiang said, maybe I'll just find another empty room outside. Must you make things so complicated? Chen Lin said irritably, are you afraid I'll seduce you or something? Ling Jiang's face flushed bright red. It wouldn't be convenient. What kind of logic is that? Chen Lin rolled her eyes. If zombies continue to multiply in the future, having moments like this might become a luxury. It's just about staying in the same room and sleeping separately. It's not like we're sharing a bed, Chen Lin added. Ling Jiang hesitated, stammering after some time, you're the younger brother's wife, we should avoid suspicion. In her previous life, she had seen countless couples making out in public without ever being told it was inappropriate. Chen Lin smirked dismissively, I've already held your hand, so why don't you bring up male and female shouldn't touch nonsense? Hurry up and go to sleep, we're only resting for the night and leaving immediately. Staying in the same room makes it easier for us to gather later. Consider this an order. Chapter 61, Su Junyuan went crazy. You're not my superior, and you're also my sister-in-law, so you should listen to me, Ling Jiang said as he saw Chen Lin remain completely nonchalant, still feeling uneasy. He stood at the door of a bedroom. Didn't you say you had something to show me? Chen Lin took out a stack of files from her dimensional pocket and casually tossed them onto the coffee table. After you finish reading, go to bed. You'll get used to it later. Ling Jiang picked up the stack of papers and started reading. After finishing, his expression turned solemn, and he immediately sat in front of the computer, turning it on. A quick search brought up pages filled with terms like zombies and apocalypse, causing his brows to furrow even more tightly. The forums and Tiebar were full of photos of the kind of zombies he had killed, along with someone having created a guide, calling it an apocalypse game. Military camps have no internet access. I must give Du Yuan a heads up. Please, Chen Lin yawned, you'd better sleep quickly. Since people started getting fevers, it's already been 4 days. Those who got bitten should have already transformed. Not making a phone call might at least leave some hope that they're all fine. What you said makes perfect sense, and I'm speechless once again. Ling Jiang retreated back into the room, closing the door. Chen Lin slept on the couch outside, and he always felt strange. No matter how awkward it was, it couldn't compete with sleepiness. After struggling for a long time, Ling Jiang eventually fell asleep. He woke up hungry in the morning. As he stepped out of the room, Chen Lin had already woken up and was eating breakfast. On the coffee table was another bowl of steaming instant noodles and a packaged loaf of bread. Come and eat, then we leave after you're done. In the corridor, a man sniffed the air forcefully. Someone cooked instant noodles. I said yesterday that someone came, but you didn't believe me. Where is the person? Another man said, Liu Quan, find them quickly. Let's gather more people, we can set off together. Here. The man called Liu Quan pointed at a door. This place smells the strongest. Bang bang. The men outside roughly banged on the door. Is there anyone alive inside? Open the door. I'll go check. Ling Jiang got up to open the door. 3 men entered. Hey, come with us later. Strength lies in numbers. The woman doesn't count. You come with us. Chen Lin, chewing on the bread, remained silent. Ling Jiang firmly refused. I will go with her. We're heading to G City. One of the big men spat on the ground. Women are troublesome. They just scream around and can't do anything. Another big man opened the fridge and swept all edible items into a backpack. If you don't want to come, fine. We 3 are enough anyway. 1 extra person is just 1 extra mouth to feed. Another quiet big man, seemingly the leader among the three, looked at Chen Lin. Young girl, we can't bring you. You would only drag others down. The three of you go. Chen Lin, feeling full and refreshed, put on a mask. You deliberately caused the woman next door to be bitten by zombies. Following you would only mean dying sooner or later. What did you say? One big man lunged forward viciously trying to grab Chen Lin's shoulder, but before his hand could touch her, Lingjiang grabbed his arm and threw him over his shoulder, tossing the man out the door. Go away, I won't go with you. Another big man rushed forward to teach Lingjiang a lesson, but the leading big man stopped him. Let's go. If this guy dies because of that woman, it's his own fault. The three big men turned and left, one of them kicking the door in anger as if venting. Damn, so ungrateful. The footsteps of the big men stopped in front of the elevator. Chen Lin heard them enter the elevator. It was unknown which floor they went to. Chen Lin placed the fully charged laptop into her dimensional pocket. Let's go. There were already a few stray zombies in the stairwell, but the two of them made it out of the hotel without much trouble. The old minibus was gone. Shit, even such a broken down car got stolen? Lingjiang circled around. There was no trace of any cars anywhere nearby. Chen Lin looked around. We'll look for a car place as we walk. Surely, there'll be cars there. What does that mean? Look. Walk and look. Lingjiang was momentarily speechless and admitted, I thought the broken car wouldn't be stolen, so I didn't lock it. In the capital city, the Su family residence, Su Juanyuan's face was grim. He had waited for 3 days at Lin Man's home, but she never showed up. She had played him, and no one had ever dared to do that to him. Shun Man's cheek was a bruised purple. Juanyuan, don't be angry anymore. Maybe something came up and delayed her, or maybe she's dead outside somewhere. Seeing Su Juanyuan's terrifyingly dark expression, she trembled and quickly added, hasn't transportation been affected? Perhaps she got stuck on the way. Su Juanyuan swung his hand and slapped her hard. Look what happens when you can't even keep an eye on someone properly. Useless. Juanyuan. Shun Man covered her face in pain, pleading, I know I messed up, but please don't be angry, okay? I'm not angry. No, I'm not. Su Juanyuan gripped Shun Man's chin harshly and throttled her throat tightly. Get your family to find her for me, alive or dead. Now get out of my sight. Choked by the grip on her throat, Shun Man couldn't breathe. Just as she thought Su Juanyuan might kill her, he flung her away roughly. After shoving Shun Man out, Su Juanyuan gradually calmed down as his phone rang. What have you found? The man on the phone replied, Young master, we discovered someone looking up meteorite information online. When we investigated further, we found the files you were looking for. What about the person? Where's the person I want? Su Juanyuan asked urgently. Where is Lin Man? She left with a man. Their destination hasn't been confirmed yet. Find them. You must bring them back. Su Juanyuan shouted. And that man too, bring both of them back. Chen Lin, who had acquired a new car and driven away from Han City, had no idea that Su Juanyuan mistook her wearing a mask for Lin Man. Chen Lin had initially planned to pick up several more new cars, but unfortunately, the meteorite she obtained from Su City wasn't enough for her spatial ability to upgrade, so she reluctantly abandoned all the easily accessible new cars. This new car is such a comfort to drive. Lingjiang stroked the leather steering wheel cover. I've always wanted to buy one after saving up once I started working. You're driving it now, aren't you? Chen Lin leaned back, relaxing in the reclined passenger seat, and continued, cars are just means of transportation. I really can't see what's so appealing. It's probably like why girls like buying clothes, Lingjiang said and then remembered that he was sitting next to a scholar who didn't shop casually. Forget I said that. Lingjiang hadn't driven long before he saw 3 big men kicking a minibus by the side of the road, and he chuckled, karma is a funny thing. We drove all this way without issues, ha. They barely made it out of the city before breaking down. He deliberately drove past the 3 men in his flashy new car, honking his horn ostentatiously. One of the big men pointed at Lingjiang. Bro, damn, look it's that guy. Chapter 62, Misfortunes. Lingjiang playfully whistled. A large man bent over to take off his shoe and threw it at the speeding car. You have guts, why don't you come back here? The shoe landed on the road, and he hopped on one foot to pick it up. How could they steal such a broken down car? If it breaks down on the road, they'll only get what they deserve. Lingjiang rolled up the car window and turned on the navigation system. There are traffic jams in multiple sections of the highway. There's a shortcut nearby. Do you have any objections? No, Chen Lin shook her head slightly. I just care about whether we can find Long Yang. As Lingjiang was driving, he couldn't help but complain to Chen Lin. Tell me, I was serving as a soldier just fine. How did I end up in the apocalypse all of a sudden? It feels like I traveled through time to the wrong place. If I hadn't actually seen zombies, I would have thought someone was playing a prank on me. A once thriving city became desolate overnight. People who used to crowd the streets were gone without a trace. Mysterious fever outbreaks transformed people into the same kind of zombies seen only in TV shows. They ate people. If I hadn't seen the information you gave me, I might never know this is the apocalypse. Nobody wishes for things to turn out this way, said Chen Lin, gazing at the scenery outside the car window. If it weren't for the apocalypse, she should be together with Long Yang, their 2 families should meet, arrange the engagement, and live happily ever after. Why did the supposed apocalypse, which was predicted to occur more than a year later, happen earlier? Lingjiang drove onto a narrow road, and the journey became bumpy. Closest to them on the highway, a chain collision blocked most of the road surface. A black van flipped over in the middle of the road. The driver was dead, while the passenger sitting beside him was devouring the corpse of the driver. In the rear part of the van, there were cages. One cage door had been opened, and a zombie was crawling out. In the other 2 cages, however, there were still people locked inside. Long Yang, can you open these doors? Chen Yuqing asked. My wind vortex is too weak to break it. I'll give it a try. Long Yang forcefully pulled at the cage, his arms turning golden. He gradually widened the gap in the cage to the point where one person could squeeze through. Once free, Long Yang immediately helped Chen Yuqing escape. The partially trapped zombie clawed furiously at Long Yang and Chen Yuqing, its claws almost touching Chen Yuqing's clothes. After escaping, Chen Yuqing quickly killed the zombie in the car. Long Yang, we don't need to go to G City anymore. So where do we go now? Long Yang climbed out of the car, looking around. I'm going to Shicheng. I need to pick up my fiancé's family. In that case, I will go home to check things. Chen Yuqing said. Long Yang, let's part ways here. Take care. Take care. The 2 parted ways, heading in different directions. Meanwhile, Chen Lin and Lingjiang had already arrived in G City. The city gates had become the worst area of congestion, overrun by zombies, abandoned cars, broken corpses everywhere. Unable to drive further, Lingjiang and Chen Lin abandoned the vehicle and proceeded into the city on foot. Lingjiang carried a steel pipe, and so did Chen Lin. Unlike Xiqing, there were quite a few people on the streets of Jicheng. These people, holding bags, baskets, shopping carts, desperately looted items from the shops along the street. Occasionally came the sound of shop windows being smashed. Lingjiang looked toward the source. A group of young men resembling hoodlums were smashing a jewelry store. With such chaos and no law enforcement, isn't anyone managing? You could go deal with it. Chen Lin glanced at Lingjiang. Go ahead. Lingjiang looked at his casual wear, then looked around again. Seems like it's normal now. If I go there, I think they'd all team up against me. I think if you interfere, you'd probably just get spat on, and nobody will pay attention to you. Chen Lin finished speaking, ignoring Lingjiang thereafter. In her previous life, she hadn't come to G City. This city had a branch of the Celestial Research Institute, which she learned from a rescued energy user. That person mentioned it briefly, so her memory was somewhat vague. Saddened, Lingjiang muttered only 2 words and didn't really jump in to manage the situation. A half-body zombie tumbled off a car, using its arms which barely had any flesh left to crawl toward Chen Lin. It dragged itself behind, leaving a black mark in its trail. Chen Lin took a step forward, lifting the steel pipe and struck hard. With a loud bang, the zombie's head caved in significantly. But it still wasn't dead. After a brief pause, it continued crawling toward Chen Lin. Lingjiang swung the steel pipe, adding another blow. You stay behind me, and I'll go in front. The growl of a few zombies approaching from behind him, and Chen Lin interrupted his words. Never mind the zombies, this way, said Chen Lin. Help me find a 5-story grey building constructed on top of a parking lot. It looks really out of place. The city is all planned out, how can there be something that doesn't fit? Do you know how many parking lots are in one city? Lingjiang asked. Try again. Is there any other distinctive feature? That person had told Chen Lin the same details in her previous life, but she didn't have any knowledge of other landmarks. If I knew, I would have gone directly, wouldn't I? Why would I bother asking for your help? Lingjiang pointed to the tallest building not far away. Let's go to the hotel, find a room, and use the internet. A 3D map will be much more clear than us blindly searching like flies without heads. You're the most reliable when you say things like this after knowing each other for so long, said Chen Lin. Thank you for the compliment, Lingjiang replied, completely missing the eye roll Chen Lin gave him from behind. He carefully guarded Chen Lin with the steel pipe, immediately eliminating any nearby zombies. Chen Lin barely lifted a hand. This time, Lingjiang had learned his lesson. As soon as they entered the hotel, he quickly eliminated all the zombies wandering in the lobby. Chen Lin casually grabbed a handful of keys from the front desk. Did you find the key? I did. Chen Lin waved a bunch of electronic keys at Lingjiang. Stairs or elevator? Elevator, faster. Saves energy, Lingjiang replied. The stairs might be safer, but aren't we in a hurry? Yes. Every minute delayed in finding Long Yang meant another minute of torture for him. Chen Lin pressed the button for the elevator. The elevator descended from the 7th floor and dinged open. Lingjiang had prepared for battle, but when the elevator doors opened, it was empty inside. No zombies. Good timing. Blood stains and chunks of flesh covered the inside of the elevator, evidence that the zombies had already feasted within before either being destroyed or relocating their dining spot. Chen Lin pressed the button for the 8th floor. Stay alert. There might be a horde of zombies waiting just outside when the doors open. You stay behind me. Lingjiang reached out an arm to shield Chen Lin. I'll protect you. Chen Lin brushed his arm aside and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. There's no need for anyone to be protected. Let's do this together. You're truly uncute. A trace of discomfort flashed across Lingjiang's face. Anyone else would have been happy to be protected. As the elevator approached the 8th floor, Chen Lin gripped the steel pipe tightly, chuckling insincerely twice. Sorry, I won't. Chapter 63, People Full of Malice. Ding. The elevator doors slowly opened. A few shadows moved in the gap. It wasn't clear if they were humans or zombies. Chen Lin tightened her grip on the steel pipe. Get ready. The elevator doors opened wider and wider. Everything inside and outside became clear. Chen Lin's hand was already raised. Stop, they're people. There were several people standing outside with weapons. Seeing there were 2 people in the elevator, they quickly shouted, Don't be nervous, we are also people. Ling Jiang and Chen Lin, who were preparing for battle, let out a sigh of relief. We're lucky you spoke up. Outside the elevator were 3 men and a woman. They were hotel guests. Upon inquiry, one of them was from Shicheng. The woman's name was Yi Ting, and the 3 men were respectively Qi Jun, Zhong Kai, and Qin Huaiwei. Ling Jiang pointed to Chen Lin. She is also from Shicheng. Chen Lin said unpleasantly, let's find a room first and get online. No need to look around, she couldn't find Long Yang anyway. The only woman among the 4 asked, how's the situation outside? Chen Lin opened the electronic key door. Ling Jiang explained, traffic has collapsed. If you want to return to your respective cities, you'll have to figure it out yourselves. One man asked, why don't the police come and rescue us? We've made many emergency calls, even to 119. How many zombies are outside? Are there many people on the streets? We don't know either. Ling Jiang, annoyed by the questions from those 4 people, said, you can look it up online, we're also here to go online. Chen Lin entered to find a computer after opening the room door, and the 4 followed Ling Jiang in. They didn't hesitate to open the fridge and grab some food once inside. Ling Jiang didn't want to answer any more questions and deliberately stood by the window to distance himself from those 4 people. The 4 ate without asking further questions. They communicated something through glances, but neither Chen Lin nor Ling Jiang paid attention to them, so none saw their small actions. Ling Jiang stood by the window looking out. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Xin Yu, come take a look. Is that the place you're looking for? Not far behind the hotel was a very conspicuous 5-story building, precisely the grey color Chen Lin had mentioned. Near the building, there was an equally prominent English letter P on the sign. It marked the parking lot. Let's check it out. Chen Lin abandoned the computer and immediately got up. The 4 closely followed the 2. Where are you going? Bring us along. Chen Lin subtly frowned. If you want to follow, then follow. The duo's group became 6 people. Together, they took the elevator down to the 1st floor. In the hall, several zombies inexplicably emerged from somewhere. Judging by the clothes on their bodies, they had been hotel staff before death, though no one knew how they all died. Yi Ting held an electric iron, hiding behind Chen Lin. Hurry up and kill these disgusting things. The 3 men accompanying her didn't move. Ling Jiang stepped forward and killed the zombies. Qin Huaiwei asked, where are we heading now? Department store, Chen Lin said, it's not far. Cross a street and a square, and we'll arrive. Ling Jiang led the way, followed by Qi Jun, Zhong Kai, Qin Huaiwei. Each of Qi Jun and Zhong Kai carried a fire axe. Qin Huaiwei had a large wrench seemingly found from somewhere unknown. Yi Ting closely followed behind Chen Lin, step by step. We should unite our efforts and leave the city. We just entered the city, and we're not leaving, Chen Lin told Yi Ting, tightly glued behind her. Can you walk normally? I'm scared, Yi Ting awkwardly smiled. They're all men, isn't it normal to stick with you? Almost like a koala hanging on someone. How is this considered normal? Chen Lin walked briskly to catch up with Ling Jiang, both tacitly quickening their pace. The 4 trailed behind the duo. Qin Huaiwei said, we want to leave the city, bring us out. After all, you came from outside and are more familiar with the situation. Chen Lin replied, we're leaving too, but we must do something first. If you can't wait, you can leave first. Qi Jun chuckled dryly, then, we'd better accompany you first. Chen Lin's heart was almost pounding out of her chest. Rain Frog was jumping incessantly in her pocket. These 4 people were entirely devoid of kindness and were even malicious. She and Ling Jiang only had steel pipes, while they possessed 2 fire axes. And there were 4 of them. Isn't that a waste of time? Qin Huaiwei said, the earlier we leave the city, the earlier we get home. Don't you want to go home? Of course we do. But we must pass by there first, our companions are over there. Chen Lin's palms were sweating as she gripped the steel pipe, fearing that the 4 people behind her might suddenly attack. Rain Frog had quieted down, and Chen Lin subtly sighed with relief. Jiang Dao, wait for me. She slightly increased the distance between herself, Ling Jiang, and the 4 people behind. At this moment, Rain Frog in her pocket began to grow restless again. Chen Lin abruptly shoved Ling Jiang forward and her own body lurched ahead too. A powerful gust brushed past her ear. Ling Jiang reacted faster, stabilizing his stance almost immediately, shielding Chen Lin behind him as he swung the steel pipe and collided with a fire axe with a loud clang. That's enough, enough. It was just a joke, Qin Huaiwei said. Calling someone's rear with an axe a joke. Ling Jiang glared darkly, holding the steel pipe across his front while grabbing Chen Lin's arm. Xin Yu, let's go. Chen Lin coldly glanced at the 4 people and retreated together with Ling Jiang. Qin Huaiwei's smile turned grim instantly. Don't let them escape. Subdue them and make them obediently scout the way for us. The way is something you'll have to find yourselves. Chen Lin firmly grabbed Rain Frog and pointed its mouth at the 4 people. Spray. Rain Frog opened its mouth and spat out saliva, causing the ones it hit to scream in pain while covering their faces. Bitch, what did you use? My eyes hurt so much. Qin Huaiwei's eyes remained fine. The spit from Rain Frog landed on his face, half of which quickly dissolved, soon leaving only white bones. He screamed in agony, rolling on the ground as the large wrench he held fell to the floor. Ah! Yi Ting covered her face and screamed wildly. I'm disfigured. Husband, kill her for me. Upon hearing this, Zhong Kai rushed forward. You 2 little bastards, die. His position had been behind Qin Huaiwei, so Rain Frog's spit hadn't reached him. You bastard. Ling Jiang had a military background and practiced martial arts since childhood. How could Zhong Kai possibly scare him? He wielded the steel pipe more than a meter long, making it hum as he swung it around. In a few moments, Yunqi was knocked to the ground. Yi Ting had long discarded the electric iron she held in her hand. Her face only had a small area touched by rain frog spit, eroding a shallow pit. Her frenzied screams attracted the surrounding zombies. Clumsy figures swayed nearby, drawing closer and closer to the group of 6. After all, Ling Jiang was not Chen Lin. He stopped once he'd subdued Yunqi. The fallen Yunqi clutched the axe, glaring maliciously at Ling Jiang. When Ling Jiang turned his back to him, Yunqi rose from the ground and swung the axe ferociously toward Ling Jiang's back. Chapter 64, Online Game Guides. Chen Lin had been on guard against such a situation all along. The U-Frog hadn't calmed down either, and she'd confirmed the malice of these 4 people. This was the end times. Morality no longer existed in this world of the end times. As Yunqi raised his axe, Chen Lin swiftly swung her steel pipe towards Yunqi in a blink of an eye. Fart. The steel pipe pierced into Yunqi's shoulder, blood splashing everywhere. The fresh blood excited the surrounding zombies who started sniffing in the direction from where the scent came. Bitch. Yunqi's axe froze midair, unable to descend. The intense pain made him drop the axe with a clang as he clutched his wounded shoulder. Chen Lin delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, knocking him down. Save your words for the zombies. She pulled Ling Jiang away through the gaps between the zombies. Of the 3 men, 2 were now blind, 1 had a shoulder injury, and Yi Ting, the only one uninjured, was solely concerned about her face, failing even to notice that a zombie was approaching her. You startled me back there when you pushed me, Ling Jiang said. How did you figure out they weren't well-intentioned? Where do so many questions come from? You'll get used to it later. Only your partners are worth your trust. Afterward, use your own judgment. Chen Lin took out the U-Frog from her pocket. Today I owe my life to this little thing. Without it, I would have died. The U-Frog obediently rested in Chen Lin's palm, looking like a jade carving. Ling Jiang glanced at it. I wouldn't have thought you liked jade. Perhaps Long Yang should send some to you. This isn't jade. Chen Lin gently stroked the head of the U-Frog. It's a U-Frog, which I brought back from the mountains. Zombies engulfed the 4 people, cries and curses followed, not least among them were curses directed at Jiang Dao and Xin Yu. It seems telling fake names does have its benefits. We feel nothing since they are cursing us. Ling Jiang shifted his attention from Chen Lin's small toy and changed the subject. What do you think? If you help them now, maybe it won't be too late, Chen Lin replied faintly. You don't need to be as cold-blooded as me. Should I go save them just to get killed by them? Ling Jiang gave Chen Lin a strange look. I saw a survival guide online during the end times. It says we're now in survival mode. Guide. Hearing those 2 words, Chen Lin felt as if thunder had struck. Surviving the end times sounds good, but this isn't a game. Chen Lin looked seriously at Ling Jiang. Life is not a game. I know. Ling Jiang responded. Everyone only has one life, right? But hearing this tone, Chen Lin knew Ling Jiang didn't take surviving the end times seriously. She put the U-Frog back into her pocket. What does your guide say? Ling Jiang said, it says zombies are divided into common zombies and special ability zombies, just like humans are divided into ordinary people and superhumans. Initially, it's ordinary people versus common zombies. You just hit their heads. Later, when the game level ups, zombies turn into special ability zombies and humans become superhuman. Bullshit. It's tricks like these that fool dumbass like you. Chen Lin smirked as she contradicted him. Were those 4 people from your guide earlier? Are those 3 big men in your guide? Ling Jiang remained silent. Had it not been for Chen Lin shoving him earlier, he might have been hurt by Yunqi. No. Does the guide tell you where food comes from or how to drive cars? Does the guide explain how to protect yourself? Does the guide say how to retrieve the people who've been taken away? A series of questions posed by Chen Lin left Ling Jiang embarrassed, and he straightforwardly admitted his mistake. Alright, I messed up. After devouring the 4 people, the zombies, perhaps satiated, didn't chase after Chen Lin and Ling Jiang. They quickly crossed the street and entered a narrow alleyway. To reach the grey building, they had to cross a bustling street. At this moment, the street was filled with aimlessly wandering zombies. We should have picked up an axe back then. Seeing practically a dense cluster of zombies, Ling Jiang instinctively gripped his steel pipe tighter. Wielding an axe consumes too much strength. Chen Lin raised her steel pipe. This saves strength. You take the left, I'll take the right. As soon as any live person approached, the zombies immediately gathered in the direction of the living beings. Chen Lin and Ling Jiang moved side by side, one covering the front left while the other held the rear right. With their 2 steel pipes, they rapidly carved out a path. Around the 5-story grey building, even more densely packed zombies encircled it. The duo had no time to catch their breath and charged straight into the group of zombies. Chen Lin's arms gradually grew sore and weak from continuously raising her steel pipe, thrusting, and pulling it out. As a level 3 mutant, her body was still frail compared to what she used to be in her previous life when all her abilities were at the highest level. Back then, she could easily handle these low-level zombies with just a wind blade. Unfortunately, in this life, she only had spatial mutation powers, and they were only at level 3. When encountering zombies, she could only kill them one by one with her steel pipe. This required constant physical exertion. Shoo shoo shoo. As Chen Lin was focused on fighting the zombies, several teenagers whistled at her and Ling Jiang. The whistling attracted more distant zombies over. Hey, you two, want to team up? One of the teens who seemed to be the leader held a machete in one hand and a shield made of some unknown material in the other. It's faster to fight monsters as a team. The others carried spears, hammers, and some even wore cosplay armor. Chen Lin covered her forehead, giving Ling Jiang a glare. These were kids who had clearly spent too much time reading online strategies. We're not grinding levels. You should leave now and don't get bitten or scratched by zombies. Mind your own business, said the boy with the hammer as he swung it towards a zombie. With a bang, the zombie barely flinched, but the hammer flew out of the boy's hand. Turned out, it was plastic. If they wanted to die, it wasn't worth saving them. Chen Lin turned away and continued toward the grey building. This isn't a game. If you can't run when you can't beat the zombies, you're idiots. Ling Jiang closely followed behind Chen Lin. What Chen Lin didn't expect was that the group of boys screamed and ran after them. Big brother, big sister, take us with you. We need strong people. More zombies gathered as the leader excitedly shouted at Chen Lin. Sister, you and this big brother join my squad. From now on, you two will be the main combat power of our team. I decline. Chen Lin refused flatly. I don't carry noobs. I'm not a noob. I'm a dragon slayer warrior. Look at my sword, it's a 1-to-1 replica, worth tens of thousands. The teen swung his sword against his shield. The crackling sound confirmed everything was plastic. It's truly surprising you haven't been eaten by zombies yet. Realizing their equipment, Chen Lin was utterly speechless. Zombies eat people. If you can't kill zombies, hide instead. We won't if you protect us, the boy continued. Why should we protect you? Ling Jiang couldn't help but ask. Because you're adults, and we're minors. Another teen matter-of-factly replied. What a pity. Chen Lin couldn't help but laugh. The corner of her mouth curved into a cold smile under her mask, which those kids couldn't see. I'm not Mother Teresa. Chapter 65, Naughty Kids, Secret Passage. You pay us to protect you. The leading young boy took out a big wad of cash. Chen Lin ignored him. She and Ling Jiang worked together to charge into the horde of zombies that had been attracted by several teenagers whistling loudly. These zombies blocked their way, forcing them to kill them. Chen Lin was so annoyed she ignored the boys. Her arms were sore, and she had nearly exhausted her strength, leaving her no energy to deal with them. Sure, they were teenagers, but honestly, they were just a bunch of naughty kids, acting as if the whole world owed them something, like everyone should revolve around them. Haven't you seen this much money before? It's no surprise. The boy put the money back into his pocket, laughing with the other kids. Don't worry, I'll hire more bodyguards to take us home. Chen Lin and Ling Jiang had carved out a path, and they were now beneath the peace sign. Ling Jiang asked, should we go to the grey house or down below? Down. Chen Lin glanced at the entrance of the parking lot and then at the small building. She wasn't sure if it was in the garage or inside the small building, but her instinct told her to enter the building first, though she ultimately decided to check the underground parking lot first. Hey, bodyguard, wait for us. The rowdy kids chased after them. Ling Jiang growled deeply, shut up. All of you, shut up. You're the bodyguard, you don't have the authority to tell us what to do. One of the children pointed arrogantly at Ling Jiang and said, you go and kill the zombies behind us. The underground parking lot was pitch dark, without even an emergency exit light. Chen Lin pulled out her phone, intending to turn on the flashlight, but one of the kids pushed her suddenly without warning. Her phone fell to the ground, the screen flickered, and then went completely black. Chen Lin didn't see the number that flashed before her phone's screen turned off. When she picked up the phone, the screen was already dark. If you don't shut your mouth, all of you can go straight to hell, because I'm not serving you anymore. Ling Jiang, seeing Chen Lin's broken phone, took out a small flashlight. Use this for now, we'll figure out how to find another phone later. One of the boys pushed Chen Lin. Hey, bodyguard, why don't you go fight the zombies behind us? Caught off guard, Chen Lin's phone dropped, broke the screen. Chen Lin didn't see the last flash before the screen went black, and when she picked it up, it was already off. If you don't shut up right now, all of you damn brats better disappear or I'm done with you. Seeing Chen Lin's broken phone, Ling Jiang took out a small flashlight. We'll use this for now, we'll try to find another phone later. A kid reached out and shoved Chen Lin. You smelly bodyguard, who gave you permission to boss us around? Chen Lin, despite having a good temper previously, was not about to be someone's fool again. She grabbed the child and slapped him several times. Get lost. Bad woman, let me go. Let me go. The child squirmed under Chen Lin's firm grip. Other kids tried to hit Chen Lin with whatever objects they had, but Ling Jiang blocked them with a steel pipe, his face darkening. Leave now. What did these kids fear about Ling Jiang? They totally ignored his words and exchanged glances with each other. With the approaching sound of zombies becoming louder, one older-looking child rushed over and gave Chen Lin a hard shove from behind, pushing her into the group of zombies. Evil woman, you deserve to die. After completing this action, he called the others. Let's go. Damn it, I should have killed them. Watching the kids run far away, Ling Jiang had no time to chase after them. He quickly moved forward to help Chen Lin. It's probably for the best that they're gone. Do you really think you could get rid of them? Chen Lin said calmly. You'll soon see them coming back with a herd of zombies waiting for you. Are you serious? Ling Jiang looked towards the entrance of the parking lot. The children had already disappeared from sight. They are still kids after all. Chen Lin didn't respond. She turned on the flashlight, searching for a hidden door in the parking lot. No hidden door found, she discovered another exit instead. Ling Jiang, let's go up from here. The two came out from the exit and were immediately drawn by a series of sounds. Following the noise, they saw the same gang of children using small stones to lead the zombies toward the underground parking lot. Are they not scared? Ling Jiang, upon seeing the scene, was speechless. Do they not value their lives? Have you never heard of fearless kids? Chen Lin crouched low, using the short trees in the greenbelt to hide her form as she sneaked towards the grey house. Ling Jiang mimicked her actions, following closely behind Chen Lin. A joyful child exclaimed, "So many zombies will surely bite them to death." Another added, "But if they die, who will take us home? We have GPS, we'll make our way back home ourselves." Inside the small building, Chen Lin peeked out of the window at the children. These naughty kids were unafraid of zombies, relying on their slow movements. They still played and made noise among them. They truly have no fear of death. "I'm actually afraid they'll continue to bother us." Ling Jiang crouched low. "Let's deal with our main task first." Chen Lin murmured her agreement. Long Yang was making a call from a public telephone booth to Chen Lin. Her phone only connected once, after which it was always busy. He worried if something had happened to her. After some thought, he reassured himself. Chen Lin, who cared so much about her own life, would surely take good care of herself. He muttered, "I'd better go check out Stone City first. Lin, you must not run around recklessly." Long Yang set off for Stone City. Chen Lin and Ling Jiang were searching in the grey house for Long Yang, who had been taken away. After thoroughly checking every corner of the grey house, Chen Lin discovered a secret passage in the basement. To be precise, it was Ling Jiang who found it. He was shining his small flashlight to illuminate for Chen Lin when he accidentally touched a wall, unexpectedly opening a very concealed small door. Ling Jiang took the flashlight from Chen Lin's hand and shone it into the secret passage. "You stay behind me this time. You do as I say." "All right." Chen Lin didn't want to argue with Ling Jiang here. She took the jade frog from her pocket and placed it on Ling Jiang's shoulder. "Ling Jiang is my companion, protect him well." Ling Jiang originally thought it was strange that Chen Lin brought out a jade toy frog, but then he felt something leave his shoulder, only to press down on his head. Something grabbed his hair. "Your frog is alive. Not jade." "Duh." Chen Lin lowered her voice. "Or should I go first?" "Still me." Ling Jiang held a steel pipe horizontally in front of him, shielding Chen Lin behind him. The secret passage was over a meter wide, with rough walls. It wasn't clear when it was built. After walking about 100 meters, Chen Lin heard some voices and tugged on Ling Jiang's clothes. "Stop, there are people ahead." The warning came too late. Right in front of Ling Jiang was the exit of the secret passage, and someone had already spotted him. A man shouted loudly, "Who's there? Come out." There were sounds of metal clashing, along with several footsteps. Ling Jiang stepped out of the passage, immediately surrounded by a few people in white coats, one of whom held a gun. Chen Lin hadn't yet emerged from the secret passage when Ling Jiang acted without hesitation. "Xin Yu, run. Don't worry about me. There's another one. Come out, or I'll kill him." The man in a white coat holding the gun pressed it against Ling Jiang's forehead. "Come out." Chapter 66, Young Lady, Stay and Contribute to Humanity. The rain frog that had originally been perched on Ling Jiang's head and hung onto the back of his neck, unseen by the man in the white coat holding the gun. Such a clever little thing, it knows how to hide. Chen Lin took a step forward and caught the rain frog in her hand, aiming at the man with the gun. She said quickly, "Spit." The rain frog spat out a mouthful of saliva, not as much as the four people in Handan did, barely enough to reach the hand and the gun of the man holding the gun. In an instant, the man's gun was corroded and deformed into a lump of scrap iron. "Shit." The man yelled loudly and quickly tried to shake off the gun, only to find that the gun had fused with his hand and was gradually melting away. "What the hell is this?" Ling Jiang seized the opportunity, kicked the man flying outwards, pointing at the other few men with his steel pipe. "Back up." The remaining men in white coats had no weapons in their hands. They retreated backwards. "Who are you? Do you know where you are?" "Shut up all of you." Ling Jiang said. "Xin Yu, go check. I'll hold them back. Be careful." Seeing Ling Jiang already controlling the situation, Chen Lin immediately began inspecting the area. If she were alone, she would have killed everyone here. Only she knew what the Celestial Research Institute was really like in the apocalypse. Unfortunately, Ling Jiang was present. Those men in white coats continued to question Ling Jiang. "Do you know, you've caused trouble? What are you doing? This is a research facility." The man who was kicked by Ling Jiang looked at his melted hand, glaring at Ling Jiang darkly, slowly getting up without drawing attention to himself, suddenly hooking Ling Jiang's neck. "Boy, who sent you?" His hand, which could no longer be called a hand, touched Ling Jiang's face, mixing spit and flesh on Ling Jiang's mask. The mask was rapidly corroded. The several men in white coats closely watched Ling Jiang. Ling Jiang realized something was wrong when he saw their eyes, feeling a burning sensation on his face. "Hurry up and help, grab him," shouted the man strangling Ling Jiang's neck. Ling Jiang's face felt like it was burning with pain, but at that moment, he had no time to look at what happened to his face, delivering an elbow strike directly to the man's abdomen. Before the others could come and catch him, Ling Jiang had already knocked down the man with the gun. Chen Lin just passed a row of shelves filled with lab equipment when she heard the noise behind her. By the time she rushed over upon hearing the sound, she saw Ling Jiang's now unrecognizable face and was greatly startled. "Jiang Dao, your face? This bastard did it." Ling Jiang angrily kicked the unconscious man he'd beaten down. The man was already knocked out and showed no reaction to Ling Jiang's kick. "I'm fine, you keep looking." One of the white-coated men picked up a cotton swab, staring wildly at Ling Jiang. "Give me a sample, I only need a tiny bit." "Go to hell." Ling Jiang was usually easygoing, but now with the burning pain across his face, his patience had completely run out. In Handan, he had seen those people whose faces were destroyed. His own face was likely ruined too. The man who was rejected aimed at his fallen companion. "Xiling, give me a sample." The man called Xiling had already been knocked out by Ling Jiang, The gun hand he previously had was now eroded down to just bones. Ling Jiang delivered a powerful kick, sending this Xiling to the wall. Anyone making rash moves, I'll kill you. We won't move, we won't move. The several white-coated men immediately crouched down next to Xiling, who saw what that girl was holding. With such strong corrosive power, it must be some kind of chemical agent. Hey, where's that girl? One of the white-coated men got ready to stand up and look for Chen Lin, but seeing Ling Jiang's somber face, quickly squatted down again. We're not moving. While Ling Jiang kept his eye on these men, he also closely monitored the secret passage they had entered through. Chen Lin, noticing Ling Jiang didn't seem concerned about the injury on his face, gave him a deep glance before continuing to search for Long Yang. It was similar to the basement at Sucheng University. There were many bound zombies here as well. Chen Lin found a few small pieces of meteorite fragments on the instrument and unceremoniously put the meteorite fragments into her space. After combining the fragments she had received at Sucheng University with those here, Chen Lin was delighted to discover that her level had reached grade 4. Her space had doubled in size. Containing her excitement, she carefully inspected the area again. No sign of Long Yang. Did you find him? Ling Jiang asked. No. Chen Lin felt a wave of disappointment. There had been no trace of Long Yang in Jicheng either. So where could he be? As Chen Lin was about to turn and leave, a zombie caught her attention. This zombie was different from the beginner-level zombies outside and also distinct from the other zombies here. The other zombies were bound with chains on their hands and feet, tied to racks, but this zombie's mouth had been specifically sealed. There was something unusual about this zombie. Chen Lin stood before the zombie, looking it up and down. Her actions caught the eye of the white-coated individuals who pretended to be observing Xiling. They began sneaking frequent glances at her. This made Chen Lin even more certain there was something wrong with this zombie. What makes this zombie so different? Chen Lin furrowed her brow. If it was a level 1 zombie, there should be an energy fluctuation. If it was a mutated zombie, there should at least be some distinguishing feature. Since there's nothing, let's go. My face hurts. Ling Jiang urged. Chen Lin responded with a nod and then simply pulled the zombie along with its rack into her space. Let's go. At this point, one of the white coats no longer feared Ling Jiang. He earnestly appealed to Chen Lin. Young girl, is that a special ability? Please don't go. Stay behind and perhaps contribute to humanity. Chen Lin acted as if she hadn't heard. The Celestial Research Institute was the most inhumane and heartless organization of the apocalypse. They had caused countless deaths and by the end of the apocalypse had still not managed to produce any concrete result. In fact, what Chen Lin wanted to criticize even more was this, go screw yourself. Were they really expecting her, stupid and full of, knowing absolutely nothing, to impulsively sacrifice herself for humanity? Hurry, report what happened here to the higher-ups. I'll chase them. A white-coated man pursued them into the secret passage, not forgetting to remind his companions, that young girl has a space ability that can store things. By the time he chased out of the secret passage, Chen Lin and Ling Jiang were nowhere to be seen. Where are they? How could they run so fast? Coincidentally, a few unruly children mistook the person coming out for Chen Lin and her group, and led the zombies over. That white-coated man found himself surrounded by zombies. He didn't even see how the zombies got so close. He had poor eyesight and had forgotten his glasses when he rushed out. Sometimes, people are just this unlucky. Meanwhile, Chen Lin and Ling Jiang weren't far away. They were crouching low in the nearby bushes. Ling Jiang was trying hard to endure. Xinyu, my face really hurts. Chen Lin looked at his face, grabbed his hand, and said firmly, follow me. Chapter 67, Call me Jiang Dao in the future. The other doctors had already informed Su Junyuan of the entire incident. Su Junyuan thought that Lin Man was in G City, so he immediately personally led a few people to rush to G City. Chen Lin and Ling Jiang entered the parking lot from another entrance of the underground parking lot. After crossing the street, they returned to the hotel. In the hotel room, Chen Lin took out a large bucket of purified water to help Ling Jiang deal with his wounds. Ling Jiang, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I didn't expect things would turn out this way. Chen Lin knew that the rain frog had a deadly poison, but she had no antidote. Ling Jiang may not have been as handsome as Long Yang Shuai, but he could still be considered a sunny man until now. His face was completely ruined, pitted everywhere, and where was the shadow of his previous appearance? You could have run away on your own. Ling Jiang endured the pain and looked calmly at Chen Lin, who was just within reach. The other side has guns, we only have steel pipes. All things considered, you saved me. We are partners. How could I possibly run first? Chen Lin said, there is no such thing as saving each other. In the apocalypse, only by supporting each other can we survive. Sorry, ultimately, it's still my fault. At this moment, she began to miss the full-level abilities of her past life. If she had one of those attack abilities, she wouldn't have used the rain frog's venom to save Ling Jiang. But unfortunately, in this life, she has a spatial ability that has no offensive power before level 5, for which she had once rejoiced over having it. And she was only level 4 now, far from reaching level 5 in the spatial realm. Ling Jiang turned his eyes away, enduring the intense waves of pain spreading across his face, changing the subject. What did you take from that place? They wanted you to stay and serve humanity. As soon as Ling Jiang mentioned this, Chen Lin replied, a zombie. Hey, Xinyu, you're amazing. Ling Jiang gave Chen Lin a thumbs up, even taking zombies. Chen Lin got up, opened the door of the hotel room, looked around left and right, came back inside, and locked the door again. If it were an ordinary zombie, why would I take it? This zombie is different. Let's take a look together. Ling Jiang gripped the steel pipe. Take it out, if something seems off, I'll kill it first. Chen Lin took out the zombie from her space. The zombie was tied to a rack. Ling Jiang took a look and prodded the zombie with the steel pipe. Oh, it's tied up, made me worry for nothing. This zombie doesn't seem any different, does it? Chen Lin touched the zombie's head. As long as you see its brain, split its head open. Ling Jiang stood up. You move aside a little. Let me do it. He looked at the steel pipe in his hand. This isn't suitable. Do you have anything else? Yes. Chen Lin handed him an axe. Is your face still hurting? If it's too much, let me do it. It's just the face hurts. The face hurts. Ling Jiang aimed at the zombie's head and struck forcefully. Whether I can or not, it will be up to my sister-in-law to decide later. Realizing what Ling Jiang was talking about, Chen Lin felt extremely awkward, gritting her teeth and saying, rest assured, when you have someone special, I will always care about your physical health. For example, direct inquiries, probing questions, listening devices, eavesdropping. I will prepare all these for you. Ling Jiang laughed heartily, suddenly feeling that his face wasn't hurting so much anymore. The axe split the zombie's head into 2 halves. Chen Lin picked up the steel pipe and stirred the brain with the cerebrospinal fluid. The steel pipe touched something hard. There, it's this. In front of Ling Jiang's incredulous gaze, Chen Lin didn't mind the disgust, putting her hand into the zombie's cerebrospinal fluid, digging out a shiny small thing. A brain core. An earth element brain core. For Chen Lin, who urgently needed attack skills, with this earth element skill, she could do a lot of things, but she didn't eat the brain core herself. She was pondering, give it to Ling Jiang? Should I give it or not? After giving it to Ling Jiang, will he betray her like Shan Qing did before? Chen Lin really thought a lot at that moment, and after seeing the scars on Ling Jiang's face, her hesitation disappeared instantly. We'll leave future matters for later discussions. At least for now, she decided not to do anything she might regret. She extended her hand to Ling Jiang. Eat this. What is this? Ling Jiang held the earth element brain core covered with cerebrospinal fluid in his hand, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Absolutely a good thing. Those people must have raised zombies for this. Chen Lin's face showed a cold smile. In the past, she didn't know exactly what the Celestial Institute had been doing, assuming it was just inhumane experiments. But after obtaining the brain core, she finally realized that from the beginning of the apocalypse, those people had already started breeding zombies. I know they have several places like this. Since they are not righteous, I, Chen Lin, will take what is offered without further ado. Can you really eat this? Ling Jiang held up the brain core, examining it carefully from different angles. Is it edible? Seeing Ling Jiang going into chatter mode again, Chen Lin sighed and rubbed her forehead with pain. If this wasn't a good thing, would someone have chased after us? Come on, can you be more decisive? You're a man, why are you so fussy? Trust me, stop fussing. It was bloody and mixed with brain matter. Putting this in your mouth was truly a great challenge. Holding the brain core tightly, Ling Jiang closed his eyes, preparing to put it into his mouth. Suddenly, a hand snatched the brain core away from him. What? Don't need to eat it then? Ling Jiang asked. Chen Lin wiped the brain core clean with a tissue and tossed it back to Ling Jiang. At least clean it first. Are you okay with eating zombie brain juice? Ling Jiang stared at the object in his hand, now crystal clear. So, I still need to eat it. Stop fussing, hurry up. Seeing Ling Jiang dragging his feet, Chen Lin urged him. Are you afraid of taking medicine or do you need someone to feed you like a baby? Let me tell you, I know how to force feed ducks. I'm not joking around. Ling Jiang placed the brain core near his lips. Xin Yu, in the future, call me Jiang Dao, not Ling Jiang anymore. Otherwise, every time I look in the mirror, I'll only remember my face. The real reason he didn't reveal to Chen Lin was deeper. In his heart, Jiang Dao was born alongside Jing Xin Yu. He felt he had found another family member besides the Long family and Du Yuan. After finishing his statement, he put the brain core into his mouth. Chen Lin was speechless. Ling Jiang's excuse sounded like an escape attempt. Regardless of what he called himself, the scars would remain with him forever. However, since it was Ling Jiang's own decision, she naturally wouldn't object. Do you feel any difference? Consuming the brain core activates superhuman abilities immediately in some cases but may take a few days in others. No change. Ling Jiang looked at his hands and touched his face. It seems the pain in my face has lessened. Look at this. Chen Lin pointed to the iron rack tied around the zombie. There's writing on this. Come and see. When she brought out the zombie earlier, she noticed that the rack holding the zombie had a plaque attached. Apparently, these people had already understood much about the powers of both awakened individuals and zombies, but they hadn't disclosed this information publicly. Chen Lin grew even more interested in the other branches of the Celestial Institute. Finding Long Yang alone wasn't worth the trouble unless there were unexpected bonuses, and she certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Chapter 68. Thrilling. Ling Jiang went to check the plaque. Chen Lin tore the zombie's clothes apart and examined it up and down again. As it turned out, her luck was pretty good. This unique zombie had its heart's position hollowed out, and inside was embedded a meteorite fragment as big as a fist. Chen Lin was overjoyed. What she needed most were these meteorite fragments. If she collected a few more, her special ability would easily upgrade to level 5. She directly dug out the meteorite fragment and stored it in her space. After Ling Jiang finished checking the plaque, he looked at his hand. It says it's an earth-based ability that can attack with earth. Look, I can conjure this much. He extended his hand toward Chen Lin, and in his palm was a meager pile of dirt, looking less like an ability and more like a random pinch from the ground. This. Chen Lin stared at Ling Jiang's palm dumbfounded. You're not pulling my leg, are you? Look. Ling Jiang blew away the dirt in his palm and immediately conjured another pile, this one slightly larger than the last. At the sight, Chen Lin said, with more practice, skills will improve through repetition. Ling Jiang now possessed an ability, so Chen Lin said, I want to go outside and find a few cars, then pick up anything else useful. Pick and leave right after. Ling Jiang hesitated for a moment, but I still think we need to find Long Yang as soon as possible. Let me make a call first. Ling Jiang picked up the phone in the room, pressed a few buttons, then checked the line. We can't make a call, the communication must have been cut off. I don't think this is a good sign. Chen Lin quickly took out her laptop, but there was no network signal. This shouldn't happen, it was fine yesterday. Not only did the apocalypse arrive over a year early, but the communication lines also got cut ahead of schedule. Now, aside from vehicles and electricity, they had regressed entirely into primitive society. In that case, Ling Jiang said, I'll grab you a few PSBs later. Chen Lin couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Thanks, but I've never played them. Let me clarify first, I'm not a net addict. The internet's purely for gathering information. No communication means phones are useless, the internet's over, and we're cut off from external information. Ah, you're worried about that. Ling Jiang walked around the room once, but just like you said before, let's go scavenging, maybe we'll find a way. Chen Lin nodded, taking a sheet from the bedroom and covering the zombie. I have some masks here, do you need one? Ling Jiang paused as he walked to the door, touching his face and laughing bitterly. No need for a mask, probably no one could recognize me anyway, huh? Chen Lin pulled out a mask and forced it onto Ling Jiang. All your wounds are on your face, wearing a mask adds a layer of protection. Both Long Yang and Du Yuan are your brothers, they wouldn't care what you look like. My name is Jiang Dao. Ling Jiang adjusted the mask himself. If they can still recognize me after this, I'll acknowledge them too. Chen Lin paused for a moment, sensing something off about Ling Jiang's emotions. In the apocalypse, being alive was good enough, no one cared about looks, they'll definitely recognize you. Ling Jiang tightened his grip on the doorknob, hopefully. Chen Lin smiled and hurried after him. How about this, if we find them, I'll wear a mask, pretend to be mute, and let you talk to them. A test. These words originally meant to comfort Ling Jiang, but even Chen Lin didn't expect that later she'd choose to keep pretending. Ling Jiang glanced strangely at Chen Lin. Sounds fun, but aren't you afraid the results might disappoint you? If our ultimate wish is that we all live well, then that's the best result, Chen Lin replied, so it doesn't matter whether we're disappointed or not. Just as they stepped out of the room, two wobbly zombies approached from the other end of the corridor. Before Ling Jiang could act, Chen Lin rushed forward, quickly piercing one zombie's eye socket with a steel pipe, then killing the other. What Chen Lin called picking things up, she wasn't randomly picking stuff off the streets. She only wanted functional new cars. Now her storage space was at level 4, with double the capacity of before. When it was level 3, the volume was about 100 meters by 100 meters. Now, it was approximately 200 meters by 200 meters. This refers to length times width, the height could not be estimated. Chen Lin guessed that her upgraded space might still remain cubical. Ling Jiang felt a bit confused by what Chen Lin said. Do you know G-City well? Do you know where we can find some usable cars? Kind of. Chen Lin answered vaguely. G-City was a small city. Even if she didn't know exactly, circling around would inevitably lead her to some answers. Chen Lin took Ling Jiang around the streets and found a car dealership, securing only 2 good cars. Isn't this just picking stuff up? She threw the keys to Ling Jiang and sat in the passenger seat. G-City is too small. Ling Jiang started the car. Where do we go next? Chen Lin massaged her temples. I really need to think about it. Further north was the headquarters of the Celestial Research Institute, the imperial capital. As far as she knew, there were no branch offices of the Celestial Research Institute between G-City and the imperial capital. Let's head to Ling City first, and collect something. Chen Lin and Ling Jiang drove away from G-City in a brand new car, while Su Junyuan led a few cronies heading towards G-City from the direction of the imperial capital. At that moment, several zombies wandered into the grey building through its unshut door. Sniffing the air and moving slowly, they stumbled upon the entrance to a secret passage. A few aimless sniffing, wandering zombies accidentally ventured inside. When Su Junyuan arrived, what he saw was a group of zombies having a feast in the grey building, and the person who had called him was already eaten down to half a head. At this moment, Chen Lin, whom Su Junyuan mistakenly pursued as Lin Man, was walking on a completely opposite road with Ling Jiang. The highway had been cleared by someone, creating a narrow path that could barely accommodate one vehicle. Cars crashed and abandoned along the side of the road dotted the side. Through the window, out of the corner of her eye, Chen Lin noticed them speeding past in a blur. Audis, BMWs, Mercedes-Benzes among various minivans and lesser-known cars had all become part of a pile of metallic garbage. A black van with its 4 wheels pointing skyward was trapped among the heap. If Chen Lin could see closer, she'd definitely recognize it as one of the Celestial Research Institute's vehicles. Ling Jiang, driving, fiddled with the objects in the car. He turned on the car radio, releasing a string of crackling noises. Chen Lin perked up her ears. Stay home as much as possible, reduce the chances of going out and getting infected, avoid getting injured, especially bites or scratches from zombies. Don't leave home, don't go out. The signal's terrible, and it's on repeat, it's useless. Ling Jiang adjusted the radio but every station was fuzzy, though they could barely make out the repeating broadcast content. Then let's turn it off, save the battery. Chen Lin tilted her head back in the passenger seat. If you want to call yourself Jiang Dao, then lose the Ling surname as well. Isn't that improper? Hearing this, Lingjiang clearly paused. Don't you know? Lingjiang and Du Yuan are our given names. Ling and Du aren't surnames. We were adopted by the Long family when we were very young. That meant they were all surnamed Long. Suddenly understanding Lingjiang's previous mention that the three of them were actually brothers, Chen Lin said, I wonder how Grandpa Long and Aunt and Uncle Long and Du Yuan are doing now. The imperial capital was largely unaffected at the start of the apocalypse, and Long Shan and Yonglin were well protected, but Chen Lin worried more about Long Yang and her own family. Stop the car. Give us a lift for a bit. Several figures ahead of the car frantically waved their hands at Lingjiang and Chen Lin. Recognizing the voice instantly, Chen Lin's temples throbbed. Don't stop. Speed up. The ones trying to hitchhike weren't others, they were those troublemaking kids. Seeing that Lingjiang didn't want to stop, or perhaps because the kids planned it anyway, each one grabbed a rock and hurled it at the car's windshield. Chapter 69, I'm not hitting you. The oncoming object on the highway was no less than a bomb. It could be deadly, just like a flying bird suddenly colliding head-on with an aircraft in mid-air. Brake. Chen Lin reacted quickly, shouting at once and swiftly leaning forward to grab the handbrake. Lingjiang slammed his foot on the brake pedal all the way. Even so, the stones thrown by those unruly kids shattered the windshield. With a screech, the car swerved and stopped crookedly in the middle of the road. The group of mischievous kids jumped around joyfully. Serves you right. Why didn't you stop for us? Chen Lin felt her heart leap into her throat. For a moment, she even had the urge to kill these brats. Xinyu, what do we do? Lingjiang slowly released the steering wheel. His shoulder and arm were injured by the stones thrown inside by the kids. One child opened the car door arrogantly, only to freeze in shock. Why are you here, evil woman, evil bodyguard? What? Ah, it's you. Chen Lin grabbed the child instantly, pulling out a rope and throwing it to Lingjiang. Grab the other four over there. The child struggled fiercely against Chen Lin, kicking and stomping wildly. Bad woman, let me go, let me go. Chen Lin was a fourth-level abnormal individual, and the child's actions felt like tickling. If you don't behave, I'll chop you up and feed you to zombies. Nah, you won't. The child made faces at Chen Lin. You wouldn't dare. Lingjiang bound the other four children like dumplings together. These four showed no fear toward Lingjiang, each spat at him as he hauled them over, looking quite disheveled. Seeing their comrade making Lingjiang miserable, the kid captured by Chen Lin laughed heartily. Chen Lin handed the struggling child over to Lingjiang. Tie him up. The five children were tied together like one big bunch. Together, they spat at Lingjiang. Pa. Bad guy. Release us now. What should we do with these children? Lingjiang retrieved a bottle of water from the car and washed his face. He was covered in the spittle and footprints of the five children. Chen Lin glanced coldly at each of the five children. I despise this kind of children the most, and even more so their parents who spoil them to become such unruly kids but lack the ability to teach them properly. She took out her steel pipe from the car, poking each of the children's chests. You would dare to hit us? You wouldn't. That's right. Nah. The five lawless children grew even more brazen. Little White rolled her eyes almost to the sky. Lingjiang angrily raised his hand pretending to strike them. Do you believe that I'll actually hit you? You wouldn't. Pa. One child spat at Lingjiang. Thanks to Lingjiang standing deliberately far away, the spit landed harmlessly on the ground. Chen Lin stared silently at the group of children, suddenly smiling gently in the sweetest possible manner. How could someone as ladylike as me beat people? She said to Lingjiang, pull their pants down to their knees and tie them securely onto the trunk. Make sure they don't fall off. The five children exchanged knowing looks among themselves. See? If we act tough, nobody dares to bully us. And adults have to yield to us. It's not just about walking around without pants, everyone has done it sometime or another. Chen Lin took out 5 large bottles of very cola and inserted straws. Drink up, don't be shy. Initially unsure what Chen Lin intended to do, Lingjiang gave her a thumbs up upon spotting the supersized soda bottles. Carbonated drinks bloat your stomach and induce frequent urination easily. Since Chen Lin secured them to the car, when they get the urge to pee and experience a bumpy ride, they'll find it incredibly entertaining, not least because it will make them feel like peeing in their pant. The kids giggled and didn't take it seriously. Chen Lin leaned closer to Lingjiang and whispered, tie their feet to the roof and secure their legs tightly. Have their heads facing the tail lights so they lie flat. Lingjiang looked oddly at Chen Lin. This wasn't inverted suspension, nor did it look particularly uncomfortable. Why let them lie down like this? Chen Lin smiled very amicably. We can still lie down, it's comfortable. Bring me the cola, I'll have another sip. I want some too. All right. Chen Lin held the cola, handing each of the mischievous kids another bottle of ice cola to drink. She placed the nearly empty bottles by the roadside. Jiang Dao, let's go. Bodyguard, I'm going to the capital. I'm heading to Su Lan Outer Island. Chen Lin smiled sweetly as if she hadn't heard a word. The two got into the car, and Lingjiang still had no idea what her game was. Just as he was about to ask, Chen Lin loudly said, driver, slow down a bit, steady as you can. Don't bump the children. Lingjiang became even more confused. Chen Lin didn't seem inclined to explain. Look, those stinking boys have fallen asleep. Lingjiang complained bitterly. Kids like these, I'd kick them all to death and still find it dirtying my shoes. Why do you treat them so well? Well, in this lifetime, except for my family, Long Yang, and my partners, no one else deserves such kindness from me. Chen Lin's gentle smile suddenly turned icy. She pulled out 2 pairs of noise-cancelling earmuffs from her space storage. putting one on herself and tossing the other to Ling Jiang. Step on it. Almost costing her and Ling Jiang their lives, these kids wanted to take a nap. That depended on how lenient she was feeling. Unfortunately, after being reborn, Chen Lin was no longer the naive do-gooder she had been in her previous life. She knew now how to be scheming, cold-hearted, and merciless. Even though the car Chen Lin had picked wasn't some fancy model, it was still a well-known domestic SUV capable of speeding at lightning-fast speed. Chen Lin adored this kind of car. Looking at the noise-cancelling earmuffs, Ling Jiang finally understood what Chen Lin had meant when she generously handed out the colas earlier. His earlier guess had been wrong. Putting on the earmuffs, he slammed his foot down on the accelerator. Vroom. The engine roared. The SUV shot off like an arrow released from a bow, racing swiftly toward the distance. The 5 unruly kids, bound only at the legs, experienced what it felt like to fly. Apart from their feet and legs which were immobile, they truly were flying, or rather, their upper bodies were flying. The SUV seemed to have sprouted 5 tails, swaying wildly in the wind and making noises. We're going to be thrown off. Crazy woman. Let us go. Help. Someone's abusing children. 5 sets of throats grew hoarse but went unanswered. There were no other cars on the highway except theirs, and the 2 inside the car acted as if they were deaf. One naughty child asked, "What if I need to pee? Our butts are bare anyway. Piss all over their car." Exactly, let's gross them out. I want to. As the saying goes, with the wind, your urine could reach 10 miles. Facing the wind, none of them had tried it before. The kids who had just agreed to pee together all opened their faucets simultaneously, and the next second, their smugness disappeared, and they stopped laughing. Droplets of warm water sprinkled all over their bodies, splashing onto their faces, hot and salty tasting. Chapter 70, Naughty Kids Behaved. After entering the Lingcheng area, most of the way was rugged mountain roads, and the bare-bottomed naughty kids started crying, jolting, turning, climbing uphill, going downhill. The bottoms of the 5 naughty children were quickly rubbed red. 5 bright red little butts left funny marks on the glass. We were wrong, we will never act recklessly again. During a stop to feed them cola, the children wailed. Bare bottoms weren't scary. Wet pants weren't either. The treatment of drinking cola for 2 days made them cower. As delicious as cola was, it couldn't withstand being drunk every hour. This pair of man and woman didn't beat or scold them, they simply brought them along. Thirsty? There's cola. Hungry? Still cola. Now at the sight of cola, their bottoms began to hurt. Chen Lin stood beside the naughty children. No one owes you anything. If you want to gain something, you need to learn to pay the price. Do you really know you were wrong? The 5 naughty children vied with each other to say, "Auntie, we know we were wrong. Never again. In fact, I could leave you in Lingcheng to be fed to zombies," said Chen Lin. "You've seen that when you do bad things, no one stops you. Likewise, if others do bad things to you, there's no one to protect you either. Auntie, sister, let us go, we won't dare anymore. We'll go home and find our mothers right now." The leader of the children pleaded through his sobs, "Please let us go." Ling Jiang stood by Chen Lin. "Do you really plan to release them? Are you not afraid they'll revert back?" Chen Lin observed these children's reactions. Time will be their best teacher, and this is all I can do for them. She opened the car and retrieved 5 backpacks. Ling Jiang released the 5 naughty children, who lined up surprisingly without running away. Ling Jiang marveled at these kids, who were unruly just 2 days ago. She knew, they're different from before. Chen Lin came out of the car holding the 5 backpacks. Children's nature is originally pure and kind, it's just that they haven't been educated properly. She placed the 5 backpacks on the ground. "Since the 5 of you are so united, go to Yunqi City together. After communication is restored, your parents can come to pick you up. There's some food and drink here, save it." One child picked up the backpack and handed it back to her. "Auntie, we don't lack food. Actually, there's an invisible house where we store lots of food and drinks." The 5 children also had spatial abilities. Chen Lin scrutinized each of the 5 kids. The youngest raised his hand. "Auntie, I'm Mingming." Chen Lin pushed the backpacks into the children's hands once again. "Don't let others know about the small house. Always fill it up wherever you go. You can choose not to help others, but you mustn't bully and harm people like you did in the past. Of course, if someone bullies you, you have the right to retaliate. If there are others around, eat what's in the backpack. Remember, Yunqi City." Mingming quietly said, "We understand, but we still miss our parents a lot." Chen Lin said, "Right now, the world is the same as G City everywhere. Go to Yunqi City. If your parents look for you, they will definitely go there. As long as they are alive." Ling Jiang looked at Chen Lin. If it were someone else, they might have killed these naughty children out of anger. But Chen Lin used simple methods to make these children behave. Whether they were truly subdued or pretending, they were at least pretty well behaved right now. Chen Lin's next words shocked Ling Jiang. "Come on, get in the car. I'll ask brother Jiang Dao to teach you how to drive. You can choose not to help others and even not stop for anyone you pass, but you must not be malicious." The eyes of the 5 children suddenly lit up, looking at Chen Lin with disbelief, hesitant to move. "Really teach us? Aren't you afraid we'll cause trouble?" "Not afraid." Chen Lin walked with her hands behind her back to the front of the car, a little distance away. Without the previous ill intent, she was willing to help them as much as possible. This is all she could do. In the apocalypse, the elderly and children are the weakest links in the survival chain. In addition to being killed by zombies and mutated animals and plants, they are also prey for some meat-eaters. Survivors who don't eat human flesh are called vegetarians. Survivors who eat human flesh are called meat-eaters. In the apocalypse, there are no rules. If there is one, it's simply to survive. Ling Jiang didn't like these naughty kids at all, but since Chen Lin had already made her stance clear, he gritted his teeth and taught them. Chen Lin herself wasn't entirely sure about the kids' change in attitude, she was testing them too. She deliberately stood in front of the car so if the kids had any ill intentions, she could react instantly. Thankfully, they didn't let her down. Not once did they hit her while learning how to drive. Chen Lin confidently let the children drive the car away. Watching the car, which reeked of urine, driven off crookedly by the 5 kids, Ling Jiang gave Chen Lin a thumbs up. Sis-in-law, I'm really impressed. A situation like this, only you could handle it. Ling Jiang made a gesture as if twisting someone's neck with his hands. I swear I'd kill them on the spot if it were me. Naughty kids become what they are not because of the kids themselves. No matter how bad they may seem, when they're born, they're like blank sheets of paper. It's their guides in life who failed them. Reality will be a good teacher for them. Chen Lin said, let's just get into the city, okay? I have no intention of becoming an educator. Okay, you're the boss. Ling Jiang conceded and stopped discussing the topic of the naughty kids with Chen Lin. Ling Cheng was now a full-fledged picture of the apocalypse, zombies wandering the streets, destruction everywhere, cars smoking, houses burning, bloodstains, and flesh chunks scattered all over. How did Ling Cheng end up like this? So many zombies. Ling Jiang looked bewildered. Didn't they know to run? Lying there and letting themselves get bitten? The zombies noticed Chen Lin and Ling Jiang, moving toward them en masse. Chen Lin eliminated the few closest zombies. You ask me, who do I ask? Let's find a car first. On the highway, one of the bear kids asked, are we not going to look for our parents then? Another kid replied, what if we go home and our parents come out looking for us? Wait in Yunqi City. But we don't know the way. A child reached toward a piece of paper pressed under a stone on the dashboard. What's this? It's a map. Chen Lin and Ling Jiang moved swiftly, leaving a large group of zombies trailing behind them until they quickly distanced themselves. From a window of a building on the side of the road, a head poked out. Hey, you two, get me some food. He threw down a bucket tied to a rope through the window. Chapter 71, Sister Yu is pretty busy. Upon arriving at Ling Cheng, something strange happened. Ling Jiang immediately looked up angrily and wanted to question the guy upstairs. How dare he make such a demand, ordering 2 random strangers on the street? Did they look like free laborers? I'll defend. Leave this to me. Chen Lin gestured for Ling Jiang to watch the zombies behind them. They had originally managed to distance themselves from the zombies, but because they stopped, the distance between the zombies and them was gradually closing. Ling Jiang was unhappy, wasn't Chen Lin? Hurry up, I'm starving. The man urged, your supermarket's right next to you. Get me canned luncheon meat, instant rice, 2 bottles of beer, and a pack of cigarettes. Kang Muang baby, it's just a 1-minute job. Your demands aren't too complex, huh? Is it enough? Chen Lin, suppressing her anger, smiled despite wearing a mask that hid her expression anyway. Enough, enough. My house doesn't have a fridge, any leftovers would spoil, the man said generously since Chen Lin seemed cooperative. Feel free to grab whatever you want for yourselves, no need to pay. So, does the supermarket belong to him? Ling Jiang had never met someone with such a thick face before. He almost laughed in frustration. Shit. Thank you so much. Chen Lin squinted her almond-shaped eyes into crescents. The man beamed all over, no thanks necessary, as if it weren't even his. Xinyu, why are you dealing with people like this? Ling Jiang frowned. He can go down there himself, right? We've got things to do. You forgot. How could Chen Lin forget what she needed to do? Her family was currently in Dak Town, cut off by communication failures. Their fates remained unknown. Long Yang was also still missing in action. She didn't know whether they were safe or not either. There was no way she'd sacrifice everything just to help an insignificant stranger. Young girl, hurry up, the zombies are coming closer. The man rushed them again. Don't get bitten. Thank you for your concern. Chen Lin smiled faintly and bent down to pick up something from the ground, placing it inside the bucket the man had dangled from upstairs. Ling Jiang hadn't noticed what Chen Lin had done until hearing the sound of the bucket being pulled up hard suddenly by the rope held by the man upstairs. Damn it, how dare you trick me, roared the furious man upstairs. He thought the young woman downstairs was easy to deceive, just say a few words and she'd fetch him the food he asked for from the supermarket. I wanted food, but instead, you give me a zombie head? #at. A torrent of curses followed. Sorry, but Sister Yu is really busy. Chen Lin tugged at Ling Jiang's sleeve. We'll make do. No payment required, no gratitude needed. Fuck you. The man threw the item in his hand fiercely. The bucket made a thud as it hit the ground. Shit, why did I throw away my bucket? It's all due to those dead girls. He stomped and cursed loudly near the window, hands planted on his waist. Bitch, may you die a painful death. Chen Lin acted as though she hadn't heard anything. Ling Jiang turned around and glanced at the bucket thrown down by the man, seeing inside a zombie head that continued to move its mouth, making clicking noises. Upstairs, you seem to have dropped your lunch accidentally. Fuck. The man yelled, you damn idiots, may you both rot. You're destined to remain a lifelong bachelor, while the other deserves not to find love. At these taunting words, the gentle smile disappeared abruptly from Chen Lin's face. She came to a halt. Seeing Chen Lin stop, the man demanded, quickly bring me the items I requested, or I'll curse you to hell. Chen Lin didn't care about insults hurled at herself, nor injuries. But she cared deeply about others' well-being. This foul-mouthed man had successfully provoked her anger. Hungry for food, eh? Fine then, she'd feed him all right. Walking over to the bucket, Chen Lin grabbed the zombie hair, aiming precisely at the room where the man resided, and tossed the zombie head through the window. Anyone faced with a dark object hurtling towards them would instinctively try to block it with their hands. Unfortunately for this man, while attempting to fend it off, his thumb conveniently slipped into the zombie head's mouth, and the jaws snapped shut. The man screamed like a child wailing, "Shit, why the hell did you throw it back?" Chen Lin shrugged innocently, "Sorry about that, but really, don't blame me. I was already leaving when you called me back. I should have stopped you from doing such a thing," Lingjiang said, "but seeing what you did, it actually felt pretty satisfying. It's his own fault." Chen Lin's smile vanished and her face turned expressionless. "Not my problem at all. Let's see how his luck holds up." Lingjiang didn't finish the rest of the sentence, but even without saying it aloud, Chen Lin understood exactly what he meant. The loud screams coming from upstairs suggested the man had likely been bitten. If bitten by zombies, one either activates some special ability with good fortune or turns into a zombie with bad luck. Originally, there were a few people on the floor above who wanted to benefit from others' work without effort. But after realizing that Chen Lin and Lingjiang weren't easy to mess with, they kept silent. Some knew better, but naturally, others didn't. From an open window on either the 7th or 8th floor of an office building nearby, two young women began waving frantically at Chen Lin and Lingjiang. "Are you here to rescue us? Hurry up and come up." Chen Lin rolled her eyes repeatedly, wondering why she hadn't met so many strange cases in her previous life. It had been several days since the apocalypse started, yet these people still didn't think of self-rescue. Either trying to gain something for nothing or sitting around waiting to be rescued. Survival in this world was dangerous, no one had time to save anyone else. Damn it, did I leave without checking the almanac today? Seeing the two figures below starting to move further away, the women shouted louder, "Hey, are you deaf? We're waiting for your help. Come quickly, we've got a zombie outside our door. There's a whole group behind us." Chen Lin rolled her eyes again. "Sister Yu is extremely busy, not rescuing. My superior will hear about this. I'll file a complaint against you." The woman's voice became shrill and cutting. "Hurry up and rescue me, and I can give you a good review." "Thank you so much, auntie. But I'm part of a civilian organization. I'm my own boss." Chen Lin laughed dumbly due to the woman's ridiculousness. "It's weird, how come I've run into so many bizarre cases today?" Lingjiang couldn't help laughing. "Your running commentary has somehow turned survival in this apocalypse into a comedy. Can you still laugh?" Chen Lin quickened her pace ahead while muttering, "Do you know how much I regret choosing Lingcheng now? Even if I'd gone slightly further to Jincheng, Jiading New Town, or Beicheng, it would have been better. If she didn't leave soon, she might end up engaging in a verbal battle with those odd ones." Lingjiang suddenly yanked her back. "There's a zombie ahead." Chen Lin had almost rushed straight into the arms of a zombie. Fortunately, Lingjiang reacted quickly and pulled her back just in time, using a steel pipe to take care of the zombie. Chapter 72, happened to be on the same road. "Bad review, absolutely bad review. Come save us. This is your job. Come back quickly. With all this energy, why don't you go deal with the zombies?" Chen Lin had completely lost her words to those few people. She had walked very far and could still hear their shout. "Watch out." Lingjiang handled the zombie in front of Chen Lin. "Don't rush into the arms of a zombie. If you want a hug, I can give you one, friendship hug, princess carry, spinning hug, anytime I can offer you. Zombies, let's not consider that." Chen Lin. If there was anyone she wanted to be embraced by, it would be Long Yang. It felt strange for Lingjiang to say this. However, Lingjiang clearly didn't intend to stop speaking. "I wonder how those few troublemakers are doing. I want to pick up cars, pick up cars." Chen Lin interrupted Lingjiang. Their goal in Ling City was to fill her space. Any other matters unrelated to her concerns, she simply did not wish to waste time on them. "I found it." Lingjiang looked at the billboard by the road. On a giant advertisement of a car, an unobtrusive place showed the address, number 1089 Dahuayan Road. Dahuayan Road, how are we supposed to find it? Chen Lin worried, if the network was still accessible, she could use an electronic map. But now, Lingcheng isn't small, it's difficult to find. Lingjiang looked around, observed the bus station platform nearby. Generally, there were maps of bus routes passing through at the bus platforms. "I'll go check that out." Chen Lin looked around, and from both sides of the road, many windows in buildings flickered with silhouettes, but it was unclear whether they were zombies or humans. A young man carefully pulled a girl out from their hiding place. The young man spoke softly. "You guys aren't from Ling City? Where do you plan to go? We can guide you." Chen Lin looked at the two individuals and couldn't calm down. The young man held an iron rod while the girl carried a sports bag with a steel rebar in her hand. Their weapons were stained with dark blood, names long forgotten by Chen Lin, Hu Xing, Sun Qing, early members of the Moon Goddess team. They had died early. As to how they perished, Chen Lin indeed didn't know. Memories about the Moon Goddess team from her previous life were gradually waking up. She contained her excitement. "Do you dare to kill zombies? Of course, we can't just be eaten by zombies, right?" The girl noticed Chen Lin looking at the steel rebar in her hand and shook it rather proudly. "I've killed several already. Hu Xing has killed even more. By the way, my name is Sun Qing." Lingjiang finished reviewing the map and shook his head toward Chen Lin. "The area we're looking for isn't shown on this map." It truly was Hu Xing and Sun Qing. Hu Xing was originally from Ling City. Chen Lin was both surprised and delighted. "We want to go to Dahelian Road Auto City. Are you looking to hitch a ride, or?" "I want to see Xiong River." My home is by Xiong River, Sun Qing said. I've been unable to contact my family since yesterday, when communications got cut again. That's a real coincidence. We actually planned to find a car to Xiong River. Chen Lin lied without missing a beat, not intending to go to Xiong River at all. Had she not met Hu Xing and Sun Qing, she wouldn't have remembered either how some of those team members who passed away earlier had died. Just moments ago, it came back to her, water ability seeker Mai Xiexie had once pursued Hu Xing but was rejected. Later, Mai Xiexie went on supply collection missions with Sun Qing and a few other team members. Afterward, Sun Qing never returned. Hu Xing then died in a base mission. That mission also included Mai Xiexie. Fantastic. Sun Qing was so excited that she almost jumped up. Sure. Hu Xing gestured for her to lower her voice. Sorry. Sun Qing hurriedly covered her mouth. Meeting you two feels like such good luck. Chen Lin was rather regretful. If Sun Qing went back to Xiong River, she'd discover that all her family had become zombies. As Ling Jiang walked over after hearing what Chen Lin said, he silently wondered when they ever planned to go to Xiong River. He had no idea about it, but he didn't spoil Chen Lin's lie. You're Hu Xing, right? You lead the way first. We need to walk and talk. Zombies are gathering over here. Follow me. Hu Xing tightened the grip on his iron rod and confidently walked ahead, fully exposing his back to Chen Lin. Chen Lin looked at his broad and solid back, truly filled with mixed emotions. Our names are already known to you. Sun Qing stood shoulder to shoulder with Chen Lin. What are your names? His name is Jiang Dao, and I will temporarily go by Jing Xinyu, Chen Lin said. We can't disclose our real names for now. I'll just call you Xinyu then. Sun Qing appeared very excited. We asked some people, but none of them are going to Xiong River. You two are the first ones we've met who are heading there. Actually, we're not even going to Xiong River either. Ling Jiang thought as he silently wondered what game Chen Lin was playing. One of our companions is missing, so we're heading to Xiong River to look for him, Chen Lin said. Hu Xing, Sun Qing, do you have abilities? Hu Xing tilted his head slightly. Yes, I am wood-based. Aside from being able to emit a thin vine, it seems rather useless. Hu Xing, wood type, just like in her previous life. I do too, but mine's this kind. Sun Qing extended her palm, and lightning sparks flickered between her fingers. Pretty fun, right? Sun Qing, thunder type, just like in her previous life. These two were just as easily trusting of others as they were in her previous life. It's no wonder that they would die. But Chen Lin felt ridiculous about herself. Who were those supposed companions she had in her last life at the foot of Yunqi Mountain? Full of schemes, selfish and harboring their own secret. Fake purity, manipulative hearts. She, Chen Lin, was utterly blind in heart and mind, the world's #1 idiot. Jiang Dao is earth-based, and I am space element. Space element? Sun Qing curiously asked, like the stuff in novels? A portable space pocket to carry many things and free your hands. Exactly, Chen Lin smiled. Now that you two know my secret, aren't you afraid I might kill you to cover it up? Hu Xing chuckled. Do you think we'd tell zombies your secrets? Would they even understand? Hey, that zombie, did you hear that? Don't be stupid, Sun Qing slapped Hu Xing. Let's get moving. There are more zombies coming. I'm already leading the way, Hu Xing replied without looking back. Let's hurry. It's a long way. Chen Lin had judged their personalities, two utterly innocent people. Her heart grew bitterer still. More than 20 teammates of the Moon Goddess team had died, all under strange circumstances. She needed to really reflect on herself. How foolish could she have been in her past life? Ling Jiang had no idea what Chen Lin was planning. He saw her frowning deeply. Why do you scare them? Chen Lin came back to her senses. I was just making a joke, trying to lighten the mood. Those weirdos earlier made me so angry. By the way, we both noticed before, Sun Qing said. You threw a zombie head at him, it was so cool. The other day, he always made Hu Xing fetch his food without even saying thank you. That infuriated me. Some people deserve help, some don't, Chen Lin said. Those who expect to live off others and get something for nothing don't deserve it. Chapter 73, Retrieving Former Companions. In Car City, Chen Lin collected a few nice cars into her space. Half of the spots in her level 4 space were empty now. She still needed to gather supplies and couldn't take too many cars. As she walked out of Car City feeling regretful at leaving behind row upon row of brand new vehicles, Ling Jiang was driving near the entrance to Car City. This place is great, there aren't many zombies. Unfortunately, Qingqing and I are heading to West River, Hu Xing said. Otherwise, I would also want to live here. Xinyu has come out. Seeing Chen Lin emerge, Sun Qing immediately leaned forward to open the door next to the passenger seat. Xinyu, get in quickly. A few zombies had walked in front of the car and started pounding on it. One had already reached the car door where Ling Jiang was sitting. Chen Lin climbed into the car. Drive, don't let us get surrounded. Can these few actually surround me? Ling Jiang started the car, directly knocking down and running over the zombies. The car jolted a little. Qingqing, check the map and guide us. I only have a national map. Chen Lin took out a map from her space and handed it to Sun Qing. I'll take a look. Qingqing can guide you all the way to the capital. Hu Xing pulled the map from Sun Qing's hands, letting someone who's a road illiterate lead the way. We might end up traveling around the world. Balderdash, if what you say is true, wouldn't I even be unable to find my own home? Sun Qing felt somewhat embarrassed as her boyfriend uncovered her secret. Don't make it sound like I'm some kind of idiot. I really can't drive, otherwise, we would have already traveled the world by now, Hu Xing continued teasing his girlfriend. Don't feed us your lovey-dovey stuff. I'm a single guy and I can't bear this, Ling Jiang commented. Watching the couple feeding each other dog food as they spoke, Chen Lin was entertained but, fearing that she would recall Long Yang whose whereabouts were unknown, interrupted them. Sun Qing exclaimed in surprise, so you two aren't actually a couple? Hu Xiong quickly tugged at her. Do we give you the impression that Jiang Dao and I are a couple? Chen Lin said as Sun Qing vigorously nodded her head. Jiang Dao is my fiancé's older brother. He wasn't comfortable with me going alone, so he's accompanying me. My fiancé has gone missing. I'm sorry, I didn't know. I didn't mean to bring up this matter, Sun Qing cried out. Xinyu, surely you will find him. I believe I will be able to find him, Chen Lin smiled. She believed that she could indeed find Long Yang since she had already been reborn, and many things had changed because of her reincarnation. In this lifetime, she wouldn't allow Long Yang to die again. By the way, Xinyu, where exactly is your home? Hu Xing asked. Your name is fake, but where are you from? There must be no reason why you shouldn't tell us. Stone City, Chen Lin answered. Hu Xing gave an acknowledging "oh" before continuing to look at the map. Sun Qing pinched Hu Xing's arm. Don't just say "oh." Quickly think about whether anyone we know is also from Stone City. It feels so familiar. Leave me alone, I'm reading the map. Hu Xing avoided her hand. Chen Lin said, the classmates in the university came from all over the country. It's not surprising if some of them were from my hometown. That's right, Sun Qing always felt like she had heard this city recently. There was even a foreign girl in my dormitory. Unfortunately, she couldn't survive the fever and became a zombie. She bit me too. Thanks to her, I gained supernatural abilities. Hu Xing was bitten by his roommate too. We originally planned to go to his house to wait and die together. But surprisingly, neither of us transformed, and instead, I gained special abilities. Unfortunately, none of Hu Xing's family members managed to survive through it all. Chen Lin couldn't help but ask, what about you? Have you thought about what might happen to you once you arrive at West River? Sun Qing's mood sank. I don't dare to imagine. Chen Lin clearly knew what Sun Qing would see when she got to West River. At this point, she didn't know how to console Sun Qing. Lying to comfort her would cause Sun Qing an even greater shock once the truth was revealed. At this moment, silence seemed to be the best option. I'll check if there's any network. Navigation without internet is truly inconvenient. Chen Lin took out her laptop. Good for you. Sun Qing leaned forward in envy. Having a space shore is convenient. Chen Lin remained silent. Upon opening the computer, she sighed disappointedly. Still no network. Sun Qing immediately saw the wallpaper on Chen Lin's computer screen and screamed, Ah, Xing, check it out. The person who said he was going to Stone City the other day, wasn't it him? Chen Lin's desktop wallpaper was Long Yang. Realizing this, Ling Jiang slammed on the brakes. Are you sure it's him? Chen Lin was filled with excitement. Sun Qing, did you get a good look? Sun Qing and Hu Xing were simple-minded and careless people, something Chen Lin had known from her previous life. But she never expected that they would have met Long Yang. Hu Xing, take a look quickly. Yeah, Sun Qing's head nodded repeatedly. I looked carefully, because he was so handsome I even glanced at him a few extra times. Can this be true? Is it such a coincidence that you're looking for him and he's looking for you? Hu Xing put down the map and stared at the laptop in Chen Lin's hands. Yes, it's him. He said he was going to Shicheng to pick up his girlfriend's family to go to the capital. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin was overwhelmed with joy. He's my fiancé. This fool, why didn't he call me? Ling Jiang reminded her. The kid broke your phone. My fault, my fault. Chen Lin took responsibility verbally but was actually extremely happy. Since Long Yang had special abilities, he could safely reach the capital. She could take the opportunity to search through the other several branches of the Celestial Institute and then meet up with Long Yang in the capital. Now everything is fine, nothing happened to him. That's great. Meeting you two must be fate. Fate made you bring me good news. It was fate that they appeared before her again. Sun Qing was touched by Chen Lin's emotion. If only my family could be so lucky. Hu Xing comforted her. They must be fine. Don't worry unnecessarily. I will always be with you. Sun Qing, we will also stay with you, Chen Lin said. We won't abandon you. Ling Jiang chimed in. Sun Qing has Hu Xing. What's your problem? Now that we know Long Yang is okay, but the communication is cut off, and there's no contact with the capital, and none with uncle either. I wonder how worried grandfather and uncle must be. How am I causing trouble? Chen Lin shot back, setting the stage to reunite with her old companions from the past. You stop meddling, you don't understand the world of girls. Upon hearing this, Sun Qing nudged Hu Xing. Switch seats with me, I want to whisper something to Xinyu. Can't I listen too? Hu Xing was surprised. When did you two become close enough to share secrets? You wouldn't understand the world of girls. Sun Qing forcibly switched places with Hu Xing, leaning close to Chen Lin's ear and quietly asking, Ling Ying, do you have little bread with wings? My time is almost here, and I couldn't find any in Ling City. I do, plenty of them. Chen Lin held back laughter, patting Sun Qing's shoulder. You can ask me anytime. Curiously, Hu Xing asked, bread with wings? Is it delicious? Sun Qing's face turned bright red instantly as she pinched Hu Xing hard. Are you stupid? Eat eat eat. How about some poop thunderbolts? Do you want to eat that? Isn't bread supposed to be eaten? Hu Xing had nowhere to hide from the pinch. Did I say something wrong? Ling Jiang felt that the thing Sun Qing wanted to say secretly was probably not the kind of bread he and Hu Xing imagined. Why did she need to whisper it? Blushing, Sun Qing instead pulled on Hu Xing's ear. I'm talking about sanitary napkins. Do you really want to eat them? Chapter 74, Running into a Buffoon on the Way. Hu Xing covered his head and begged for mercy. No, no. Alright, miss, at least give your boyfriend some face in front of our new friend. The bread with wings refers to that special tool. Ling Jiang's face turned red as he tried to cover up his embarrassment by randomly asking a question. Hu Xing, Sun Qing, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? No mistake, Sun Qing's eyes were filled with little stars. His looks are off the charts, long legs, and also a soldier brother, super handsome. I'd marry him if I could. Hu Xing was rubbing the sore spot caused by Sun Qing's pinch while whispering. Soldier brother said that this buffoon isn't wanted. Smelly Hu Xing, Sun Qing lunged at Hu Xing and they started wrestling. You're the real buffoon, I'm going to take you down. Chen Lin couldn't help but smile and shake her head. Two clowns. She noticed Sun Qing was pretending to be silly to entertain Hu Xing. Let's go. Are we still going to West River? Ling Jiang asked. Since they now knew Long Yang's whereabouts, there seemed to be no need for them to go. We need to gather some things. Chen Lin glanced at the two clowns sitting in the back seat. I once got a logistics map from Sujun Yuan. There are a few particularly marked locations on the map, one of which is not far from West River. It makes no sense not to check it out. Upon hearing the conversation between Chen Lin and Jiang Dao, Sun Qing stopped bullying Hu Xing. That's right. Xinyu, your fiancé has been found, why don't you go home to find him? You two don't have to go to West River. He will go to the capital, Chen Lin said. I will go to the capital to find him, but not now. Hu Xing and Sun Qing haven't decided to go with her yet, so she wouldn't leave. She would track down all her previous team members one by one to uncover the truth about the past. Don't delay your search for someone because of us. Sun Qing said. We can hitchhike along the way. It's not a delay. We still have other things to do, Chen Lin said. Hitchhiking won't work. Don't even think about it. As long as it doesn't delay you guys, Sun Qing leaned against the passenger seat. Otherwise, I'd feel guilty. What guilt? Who cares? Chen Lin said indifferently. When we reach West River, get me a bunch of local specialties from there. Haven't you forgotten that I have a secret space? No problem, Sun Qing readily agreed. There's plenty growing in my fields, I'll personally pick them for you however much you want. Chen Lin then said, there's nothing else to do in the car anyway, so you two might as well practice your abilities. Previously, Jiang Dao could only conjure a bit of sand, now he can release much more. What can this do? Hu Xing extended his hand, and a tender little sprout appeared from his fingertip, finer than half of a small finger. It seemed like a breath of air would break it. He retracted it for a moment, then brought it out again. If it's a wood-based ability, it definitely won't just manifest as a tiny sprout, said Chen Lin, who had been an all-round, level maximum ability user in the past. She knew best how these abilities worked and advanced. Otherwise, why wouldn't it be called plant-based or grass-based? Then why? Hu Xing stared at the young sprout on his finger and fell into deep thought. What about me? Sun Qing also extended her hand. Xinyu, what can mine do? Chen Lin directly tossed Sun Qing a middle school physics textbook. Me and you, both college students, might very well have learned lightning and electricity from the same book. Sun Qing took the physics book. There's a name on the cover, it's familiar, Chen Lin. Ling Jiang twitched his mouth. Middle school physics book, and you're carrying it around? Not only did you carry it, but you also wrote your name on it. Xinyu, isn't this your book? Sun Qing suddenly realized something. Isn't Chen Lin the top scorer in the national college entrance exam that year? Coincidentally, you share the same name. A thunderclap echoed through the heavens. Chen Lin slapped her forehead and confessed, alright, I'll come clean, I'm really called Chen Lin, I am that top scorer you mentioned. Hu Xing leaned in. Let me admire the genius scholar too. Chen Lin held her forehead. Scholar here is still alive. Oh yeah. Hu Xing chuckled mischievously. Xinyu, don't mind him. Sun Qing felt embarrassed and pinched Hu Xing again. He always talks nonsense. Hey, stop pinching me. With limited space inside the car, Hu Xing had nowhere to dodge. I warn you, if you pinch me again, I'll sit on the roof. Still alive, Chen Lin was left behind by the two clownish lovebirds. She shook her head helplessly. I truly admire their antics. I admire you more. Ling Jiang freed one hand and gave Chen Lin a thumbs up. After saying this, he took a deep look at Chen Lin. Since she had a middle school book in her space, she must have already had special abilities like Long Yang early on. What about Jing Xinyu? Chen Lin. She didn't want to expose herself either, but she couldn't directly tell Sun Qing how to use the lightning-based ability. Otherwise, if someone asked her how she knew, she wouldn't be able to lie convincingly. A person who isn't good at lying just won't lie. Chen Lin didn't want to lie, but she also couldn't disclose the truth, so she could only do this. In the middle of the highway, there was a car blocking the way. Two people were waving their hands furiously at Chen Lin's group. Stop. Stop. We need help. The road was blocked, and there was no way for the car to pass. Ling Jiang slowly stopped the car. Even if you need help, you shouldn't block the road like that. Sorry, our car broke down right here in the middle. The two men approached Chen Lin's group. Brother, can you fix cars? Take a look for us. He can't fix cars. Chen Lin opened the door. What's wrong with your car? I'll take a look for you. The young man leading the way laughed. Can a little girl like you fix cars? No, I'll just give it a try. Chen Lin looked innocent. We're all college students. We don't know how to repair cars. You're fooling around. The young man immediately pulled out a knife, pressing it against Chen Lin's neck. Get out of the car, all of you. I'm taking your car. Ling Jiang gripped the steel pipe tightly. Bastard. Sun Qing said. What should we do? Hu Xing was anxious, grabbing his hair. As Chen Lin was being held hostage, he felt helpless. Dao Ji, what about giving them the car? They can't hurt Xin Yu. Don't panic. Though Ling Jiang was angry, he wasn't panicking. Chen Lin was so calm, there must be a plan. He truly admired Chen Lin. Even though the other party intentionally blocked the road, she still wanted to assist. Get out, did you hear me? The man with the knife pressing against Chen Lin's neck spoke harshly. If you don't get out, I'll kill her. The other middle-aged man waved his knife towards the car. We just want the car, get out. Quickly. Su Xingming, didn't you say I'm your goddess? Chen Lin dragged out her tone meaningfully. How come you now want to kill your teacher? Goddess. Shit, oh my god. The man with the knife paused for a moment, then exclaimed joyfully. Are you Chen Lin? Chapter 75, Chue Ping Town. Intercepting cars on the road, this bad idea must have come from you. Chen Lin pushed away his knife-wielding hand and shot him an irritated glance. You really are something. Did you know? If I hadn't recognized you, I would have already driven right over you. There's a long story. Our car broke down, so we planned to hijack one. Su Xingming put the knife away and shouted toward the man. Dad, it's my classmate from Shicheng. Hurry over here. What's all the shouting for? The middle-aged man looked embarrassed. Child, what a bad plan. Ling Jiang lowered the steel pipe. Now I understand why she was so calm. Turns out she knows you. Sun Qing patted her chest. You scared me for nothing. Let me check your car. Chen Lin lifted the hood of Su Xingming's father's car and a cloud of smoke blew towards her face. The crankshaft is ruined. It's beyond repair. Can it be fixed? Seeing that Chen Lin seemed knowledgeable about car repair, Su Xingming looked amazed. You seem to know everything. My dad is an auto mechanic. Chen Lin closed the hood with some regret. It can be fixed, but not here. Su Xingming's dad panicked upon hearing this. Then what are we going to do? We need to go to Shijiang. Su Xingming explained. Our mother and grandmother are in a rural area of Shijiang. The communication lines are cut. We're worried about them. That's quite a coincidence. We're also heading to Shijiang, said Chen Lin. But we already have 4 people. There's no more room in the car. What should we do then? Su Xingming's dad fretted nervously. We can't possibly walk there. How hard could this be? Sun Qing lowered the window. Our car can pull theirs along. I'm eager to get home too. Exactly. What a great solution. Su Xingming's dad retrieved a tow rope from the trunk. Once we reach Shijiang, we'll proceed on our own. We won't cause any trouble as long as we get there. The SUV had sufficient horsepower. Towing another car wouldn't be an issue at all. Chen Lin nodded and agreed. No problem. Goddess, you're the best. It's just unfortunate you keep rejecting my advances. Su Xingming joked while helping his dad push the car to the side of the road. Otherwise, I could have brought my wife. Don't talk nonsense. I'm already engaged. Chen Lin showed off the ring on her finger. Stop wasting time. You better tie the tow rope quickly. Before night falls, we will arrive. Su Xingming glanced briefly at Chen Lin's finger and saw a flash of strange expression pass through his eyes. However, he remained silent. The odd convoy set off shortly after, with an SUV pulling another car. Su Xingming's dad breathed a sigh of relief inside the car. Thank goodness we met your classmate. Dad, rest for a bit, advised Su Xingming. We don't know what's waiting for us in Shijiang. Perhaps both of us will have to rush in. Looking into the rearview mirror, Ling Jiang noticed a look of relief on Su family father and son's faces. I thought you were planning to fight off the highway bandits. Ha ha ha, if they were real highway bandits, crashing into them would suffice. I am certainly no saint. Chen Lin chuckled dryly. The reason she got out of the car was that she recognized Su Xingming and his father. Her first fortune in this life was due to Su Xingming. In a sense, Su Xingming unknowingly helped her greatly. Chen Lin was not ungrateful, especially when it came at such little cost. Bossy yet charming, there's this aura around you. Sun Qing began, a king-like charisma. Sun Qing, this dimwit. Chen Lin was speechless. Sun Qing, are you even a college student? Please explain to me, where does it show that I resemble a turtle? Sun Qing stuck out her tongue. Slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue. What I mean is, the aura of a king, full of power and authority. And I admire you like crazy, okay? Sauce. Chen Lin raised an eyebrow and played along. Your choice, tomato sauce, chili sauce, pepper sauce, or sweet bean sauce. Xin Yu, you know I don't really mean sauce. Sun Qing nudged Hu Xing's shoulder with her head. Don't mess with me, I can never win against you. Hu Xing grimaced when Sun Qing bumped him. Are you messing with me? That hurt. Seeing those two squabbling again in the backseat, Chen Lin smiled happily. Sun Qing didn't want Hu Xing to feel sad, so she kept teasing and acted cute, while Hu Xing completely doted on her, feeding their relationship full of dog food. In their previous life, they were always like this until the day they died. If Long Yang were by her side, would that cold outside warm inside guy treat her similarly? I wonder what special ability he has now, and where he might be. Up ahead is Shijiang. Ling Jiang parked the car at a crossroad. As soon as the front car stopped, so did the one being towed behind. Su Xingming got out and hurried over. Chen Lin, why have we stopped? You came just in time. I'm going to Chueping Town with Jiang Dao. You drive the car, take them into the city. Chen Lin stepped out of the car. The clueless Sun Qing stuck her head out of the window. Remember our address. We'll wait for you. I'll pick you lots and lots of local specialties. Rest assured, for your specialties, I will definitely come, said Chen Lin. But you too, don't wander around. Be careful. Take care of yourselves. Su Shengming and his father were eager to go home. They didn't bother being polite with Chen Lin and drove off. Ling Jiang and Chen Lin headed towards Chuaping town, completely unaware that Su Shengming was fishing for information from Sun Qing and Hu Xing. Are you two close friends with her? Not really, replied Sun Qing. We also met her along the way, same as you guys, coincidentally heading in the same direction. It seems like you all get along well, Su Shengming said. I was wondering if anything interesting happened during your journey together. You're too idle. What's there to talk about except catching rides and fighting zombies? The world outside has withered to nothing. What interesting stories could there possibly be? Hu Xing cut in. That's true, Shengming, stop talking nonsense already. We don't know how your mother is doing yet. Su Shengming's father urged his son to speed up. I was just asking casually, Su Shengming muttered. He had a feeling he'd missed something important. Perhaps he should have gotten out of the car with Chen Lin earlier, but it was too late now. Ling Jiang and Chen Lin had already entered Chuaping town. There were more zombies here than anywhere else. It seemed like the entire town had turned into zombies, with not a single living soul left. Only ugly, fierce zombies sniffed at the air, trying hard to catch the smell. This place has become a dead town, Ling Jiang said. Not a single living person here. Even with such a dense crowd of zombies, anyone with half a brain wouldn't dare go wandering around. Chen Lin said, it's not entirely dead, there are people here, they're just hiding. Let's not talk about living people for now, Ling Jiang asked. Does this small town even have a logistics warehouse? I doubt it. This Chuaping town only had one shabby asphalt road. One end led to the highway entrance, while the other seemed to lead to fields. There was no sign of a logistics point. Chen Lin frowned at the sight of countless zombies. Amongst them, a zombie wearing a white coat caught her eye, making her look closer. Chapter 76, The Suspicious Logistics Map. The zombies surged towards Chen Lin and Ling Jiang. Among them was a zombie in a white coat. Ling Jiang picked up a steel pipe and easily pierced through the zombie's head. After gaining special abilities, I've found it much easier to deal with zombies. If using special abilities is for this, then what difference does it make whether one has them or not? Chen Lin didn't stop her actions. She was getting closer to that zombie in a white coat. The zombies are getting denser, let's rush forward. Ling Jiang tried hard to open a gap, but when he turned around, he saw Chen Lin among the zombies. Hurry up and break out. What are you doing? This white coat looks familiar. I have to check it out before I can give up, said Chen Lin. Ling Jiang glanced at it. This is a clinic coat. Come out quickly, let's go find the place you mentioned. Chen Lin had already rushed to the side of the zombie in the white coat. She smelled a whiff of cresol in the corpse's stench and felt a wave of disappointment. It really is someone from the clinic. Look at the chest pocket, there's a red cross mark, Ling Jiang said. How could you not know such a basic fact? Chen Lin. With the bloodstains all over the white coat worn by the zombie, it was almost black now, and she hadn't seen that tiny mark at all, right? I just didn't see it. Chen Lin forcefully jammed the steel pipe into the eye socket of the white-coated zombie, stirring it around and solving the problem of several approaching zombies as she caught up with Ling Jiang. This is the first time I realized you were also a sarcastic guy. Just feel that you shouldn't waste time, Ling Jiang said. Search the town first. Chuaping town was small. Ling Jiang and Chen Lin circled twice and still didn't find the logistics point marked on the map. In this town of only more than 100 households, there was a store, 2 hair salons, a clinic, an oil press shop, and a mahjong room. Take out the map and take a look. Ling Jiang killed the zombie walking towards them. Could the map be wrong? Chen Lin actually hadn't looked closely at that logistics map. At that time, that map was inserted between a pile of materials given to her by Su Junyuan. She roughly glanced at it, remembering every point on it. While Ling Jiang was defending, she took out the map. Chuaping town, correct, this symbol. Only then did she realize that this map had 2 different kinds of markings. If her memory served her correctly, one type of marking indicated meteorite impact points because there were only 10. The other markers should be the locations of the branches of the Celestial Body Research Institute, some of which overlapped with those she knew about in her memory. This wasn't a logistics map at all. Su Junyuan might have placed it casually inside a book and accidentally handed it to her. Or he might not even know that he gave her this map himself. In fact, Su Junyuan did look for this map, assuming Lin Man had stolen it. But from start to end, he never thought that he himself handed it to Chen Lin. With more than 100 households, even if 200, I'll search house by house, dig him out if necessary. Chen Lin put away the map, unable to hide her excitement. Ling Jiang looked at Chen Lin curiously. Is there treasure? Yes, indeed. Chen Lin nodded vigorously. If we're lucky, we might get a big harvest. Both brain cores and meteorites, whichever it was, she desperately needed them. So where do we start looking? Ling Jiang asked. The layout of the town was very simple. A town-level road split the town in half. Without hesitation, Chen Lin blurted out, the clinic. She couldn't forget that zombie in the white coat. She had a gut feeling, and her intuition wouldn't let her down. Then let's start with the clinic, Ling Jiang said. Fortunately, the town isn't too large, otherwise we wouldn't know where to start. Hang tight behind me, I'll lead the way. Ling Jiang protected Chen Lin as they reached the door of the clinic. He pushed the door, but it didn't budge. It's locked from the inside. Chen Lin knocked on the door. Is there anyone inside? We want to come in to look for some medicine. Inside the clinic, it was eerily quiet, without a sound. I'll do it. Ling Jiang kicked the door open with his foot. A shadow carrying strong winds fell directly towards Ling Jiang's head. He moved aside his body, dodging the shadow. It turned out to be a girl wielding a stick. After failing the first hit, she swung the stick again towards him. Ling Jiang grabbed the girl's hand. Don't panic, we're alive. You bandits. The girl forcefully retrieved her stick, gritting her teeth. I have no food here, you won't succeed. We have food, Chen Lin said. We can give it to you. The girl was full of suspicion and didn't believe her at all. Chen Lin took down her backpack, pulled out a few packages of instant noodles, and placed them on the table. We've come in to look for something, and we'll be gone soon. Seeing Chen Lin take out the instant noodles, the girl's suspicion decreased somewhat. There's nothing here, it's all been taken. You can look for whatever you want. There's nothing left anyway. Good. Chen Lin signaled to Ling Jiang, search carefully. Ling Jiang began tapping on the walls, and Chen Lin wasn't idle either. With over 100 households to search, it would take some time. Ling Jiang's actions were relatively quick. He entered other rooms, leaving only Chen Lin outside. What are you looking for? The girl asked curiously. Chen Lin smiled and swung the steel pipe before quickly turning around. Bang! The girl's stick smashed into the steel pipe with a loud sound. Have you been guarding against me? I haven't shown any weakness. Exactly, you still haven't shown any weakness. Chen Lin smiled as she looked at the girl. She knew the girl would make a move because Yua sensed the girl's ill intentions. Ling Jiang came out holding a steel pipe. I found it. How do you know the secret here? The girl's hand discreetly moved toward her back waist. Juqi, I advise you not to move recklessly. Ling Jiang stepped forward and took out a gun from Juqi's back waist. He pulled open the magazine, glanced at it, and stuck the gun behind his own waist. Juqi wasn't nervous. She slowly retreated with her stick in hand. I'm not Juqi, you've mistaken me. She raised her hand and threw a fireball at Ling Jiang. The distance was too close for Ling Jiang to dodge. A cruel smile appeared on Juqi's face that didn't match her young age. Die. Ling Jiang already felt the scorching heat and thought if he had a shield, he could block the fireball right at this moment. A not-so-high earthen wall barely blocked the fireball. It was dangerously close, just 1 second away from landing on himself. The earthen wall, that was what he released. Ling Jiang looked at his hand in surprise. That was close, almost got roasted. The fireball was blocked, the attack failed, and Mr. Mask was still alive and well. Juqi's smile froze. You actually have special abilities too. Everyone around Su Junyuan seemed to have gained abilities early. The fleeting surprise in Chen Lin's heart passed by. She only had one thought in her mind, Juqi must die. Otherwise, the secret of her raid on the Celestial Body Research Institute would be exposed. She grabbed Yua and swiftly lifted him. The little creature was very intuitive and didn't need Chen Lin to say anything. It opened its mouth and spat out a big mouthful of saliva. Accurately, it hit Juqi right in the face. You should just quietly die. Chapter 77, The Fool is Back. Juqi didn't have time to scream. Her body went limp like it had no bones and landed with a thud on the floor. Ling Jiang stepped forward and saw that half of Juqi's head had melted into liquid. She's completely dead. Chen Lin didn't look at the corpse. She stomped her foot on the ground, producing hollow sounds. The space under the floor is empty. Upon hearing this, Ling Jiang stomped his foot on the floor too. Your observation skills are impressive. Juqi told me. Chen Lin pointed to the body on the ground. This woman was pretty generous in a crucial moment. With Juqi dead, there would be no objections. Ling Jiang grabbed his pistol, held it tightly, and lifted his wrist. Follow me, the entrance is here. This way, I won't ever be defenseless with someone pointing a gun at me. Keep low, be careful if they have guns. What seemed like a secret passage turned out to just be a staircase extending downwards. After walking a few steps, they saw a small locked door with 3 glaring locks hanging prominently on it. Ling Jiang fiddled with the lock. Juqi must have had the key on her. Let me go up and find it. Chen Lin didn't say anything as Ling Jiang ascended to find the keys. She stood by the door, carefully studying the small door. If this was part of the Astronomical Research Institute, this should be some kind of lab. Why would it be locked? She tried pulling the door but only heard the 3 iron locks clanking against each other. Roar. The sound of Chen Lin pulling the door startled nearby zombies. Roars echoed one after another. Roar. Chen Lin pressed her ear to the door to listen. There were quite a number of zombies inside. Besides those tied to iron racks, there were slow-moving footsteps too. The keys aren't found. Ling Jiang returned empty-handed except for his gun. Chen Lin pointed at the lock rings. Are you good with your aim? Shoot this off. It shouldn't be a problem. Ling Jiang gestured for Chen Lin to step back. Stay far away, careful not to get injured by stray bullet. Chen Lin gripped the steel pipe tightly and stood behind Ling Jiang. There are all zombies inside. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots were fired from Ling Jiang's gun, and the 3 iron locks fell to the ground. He grabbed the doorknob while tightening his grip on the gun with the other hand. I'll go first, you follow. My goodness, don't tell me after going in, we'll split left and right. Chen Lin abruptly pulled open the door and rushed in. Ling Jiang was worried about her safety, so he always took the lead. But this was the apocalypse, not the time for chivalry. Inside the small door, 3 zombies in white coats walked around. They looked exactly the same as those Chen Lin had seen on the street earlier, wearing clinic white coats. These zombies growled deeply and moved toward Chen Lin. Ling Jiang followed Chen Lin and shot down the 3 zombies with his gun. Why are you so hasty? Don't you care about the danger? Now we're companions. We share the risks, Chen Lin said helplessly after rushing in without hitting any zombies. She could only focus her attention on the bound zombies. As soon as she looked, she brightened immediately, taking out an axe and handing it to Ling Jiang. Chop off these zombie heads and see what's inside. She added, all of them. Just like the branches of the Astronomical Research Institute elsewhere, there were many iron racks here, several times more than in other places. Moreover, there was an instrument beside every bound zombie, and in each instrument, there was a fragment of a meteorite. What a great discovery! Chen Lin gathered the meteorite fragments into her spatial storage unit. Who would have thought that such a small town's branch would have such a large scale? Ling Jiang chopped open a zombie's head. You're quite excited, huh? That's for sure. Chen Lin searched around the room and found a transparent cabinet in the corner of the room. Inside the cabinet were meteorite fragments cut into smaller pieces, each roughly the size of 3 or 4 basketballs. This was truly surprising. With these meteorite fragments, her spatial ability could upgrade to level 5, enabling her to use spatial blades. There's nothing inside these 3 white coat zombies' heads, Ling Jiang said while holding the axe and moving toward the bound zombies. Are you looking for the brain core I ate last time? Maybe not every zombie's head contains something. Duh. Chen Lin struggled hard to open the transparent cabinet and put the meteorite fragments into her spatial storage. But after waiting a while, she was extremely disappointed. Her space had absorbed all the meteorite fragments, but her abilities hadn't upgraded, still staying at level 4. So many meteorite fragments, and it wasn't enough. Chen Lin was incredibly frustrated. Xinyu, I've got it. Ling Jiang split open a zombie's head and fished out a blue brain core from its gooey remains. Out of all these zombies, I only found one. A water element brain core? Chen Lin couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. Early stage water abilities were barely better than her spatial abilities. Here. Ling Jiang wiped the brain core clean and handed it to Chen Lin. I thought every zombie would have one. I wasted so much time hacking at them. Xinyu, it says on this plaque that it's water element. If you eat it, will you gain water powers? Sure thing. Chen Lin tossed the brain core into her mouth. You're actually pretty smart. You're mocking my intelligence. Ling Jiang kicked a nearby rack. There's writing here. I recognize Chinese characters. I'm not making fun of you. Chen Lin scanned the room once more. We can leave now. The two exited the clinic. The zombies on the street seemed to have been lured away by someone, leaving the area in front of the clinic eerily clear of any undead creatures. Ling Jiang voiced his curiosity. Who was so kind as to lead the zombies away? Hurry up and go. Chen Lin had already noticed the approaching mass of zombies in the distance. Do you want the zombies to come back? Jiang Dao, Xinyu, are you there? Please answer me. I'm dying, came a panicked shout from the direction where the zombies were swarming. For heaven's sake. Chen Lin slapped her forehead. That fool. Why didn't they just stay home instead of coming here? And with that, she rushed toward the thickening crowd of zombies. Ling Jiang followed closely behind. Sun Qing, Hu Xing, why did you both come back? A group of zombies surrounded Hu Xing and Sun Qing. While combating the creatures, the pair shouted, we couldn't stop worrying about you. You two don't know this place well. What if you got lost? Guys, you've got some nerve. Chen Lin rolled her eyes skyward. Why didn't you just stay put at your house? Xinyu, come save us. Sun Qing cried, wriggling nervously. I can't handle them all. Hu Xing mocked her from the side. Ignore her, she hasn't even killed many zombies, it's all me doing the work. Seeing the two still bickering amidst the horde, Chen Lin relaxed. Feel free to keep fighting, you two level 1 ability users should be able to take care of basic zombies like these without issue. What a nice day for weather. Sun Qing rolled her eyes. Xinyu, we came here to rescue you. Chen Lin poked her ear and asked Ling Jiang, was it me who was screaming for help earlier? Chapter 78, Specialties of West River. Chen Lin ultimately decided not to continue watching the spectacle and rescued the two people surrounded by the zombie crowd. You two are really something, both acting foolish together. Alright, looks like we have to walk to West River now, Chen Lin said. Sun Qing made a face. Your classmate got off as soon as we reached West River. Hu Xing and I drove the car back. Do you even know how to drive? Chen Lin was almost on the verge of spitting blood. Suppressing her numerous questions, when she finally saw the new car she had driven before, she understood how these two managed to bring it back. The brand new SUV's hood was already dented all over. Steam was rising from the engine cover. All the windows were shattered. Chen Lin's heart suddenly moved. Sun Qing and Hu Xing didn't actually have to come back. You two have big luck. Here. Hu Xing smiled foolishly. Qing was driving. I wouldn't dare to drive. When Ling Jiang saw the car, the corner of his mouth twitched. Xinyu wasn't wrong. Your luck is really incredible. No wonder they say women drivers can be scary. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. Chen Lin checked the car. It still works. Let's go. I'll drive. Ling Jiang sat in the driver's seat and started the car. This car has good quality. Sun Qing said, driving isn't that hard, right? I consider myself able to drive now. From now on, I'll take you guys for joyrides. Don't. No way. The other three said in unison. The nearly new SUV had been driven to the brink of falling apart by Sun Qing. The fact that she and Hu Xing remained unscathed was already a miracle. However, miracles don't happen every time. Hu Xing, you should at least back me up. Sun Qing pouted. I also think I'm pretty good at driving. Didn't I get you here safely? Hu Xing tilted his head. I'm dead. I didn't hear that. Seeing the two fools about to argue again, Chen Lin hurriedly said, don't fight. If the car falls apart, we will really have to walk. We're not fighting. Sun Qing said, Xinyu, the specialties of our hometown are the best this season. Did you know? During this time every year, I always loved being home. The ground is covered with the fragrance. Sun Qing's face was full of longing, as if she were standing in her own field right then. Specialties, he. Chen Lin chuckled dryly. In the past, I thought West River only had food to offer. It seems there's more than just food. Hey, there's more. How would I not know? Sun Qing was surprised. I grew up here. What specialty could there possibly be that I don't know about? Yes, you're a specialty produced in abundance here. Chen Lin helplessly said. I never noticed before how foolish you can be. You've discovered it now, huh? Sun Qing laughed awkwardly. I'm just a little foolish, commonly known as lacking in brains. That last part was my mom speaking. Chen Lin sighed dramatically. How can she be just a little foolish? If she were just a little foolish, how would she dare to drive? Hu Xing clutched his chest. You don't know, my heart is still pounding wildly now. I thought I was going to see God. I also feel like I've mastered driving, Sun Qing mumbled softly. Seeing that Chen Lin was expressionless, her voice grew even softer. Xin Yu and Jiang Dao are unfamiliar with the place. What if they get lost? You claim you've mastered driving, yet you still can't manage? Hu Xing embraced Sun Qing. Today scared me to death. You're not allowed to scare me anymore. We still have a long time together. Blushing, Sun Qing snuggled into Hu Xing's arms. Chen Lin pinched her brow, looking ahead to the front of the car. In her palm was a small scoop of water, the clear water changing into different shapes in her hand. Ling Jiang quickly glanced at the water in Chen Lin's palm, astonished. Before, the water Chen Lin released was completely out of control, and now she had already learned to control it. Ling Jiang whispered, what's the specialty of West River? Chen Lin pointed at the two people in the back seat. Didn't we just say? The specialty is these two fools. Unexpectedly, Sun Qing didn't argue back. Chen Lin turned around to find that the two in the back seat were hugging each other, long asleep. They're great, Ling Jiang spoke softly. They truly went through a lot of trouble. They couldn't drive but still came to look for us. That's what they are, a couple of fools. Chen Lin laughed, a mix of helplessness and bitterness in her voice. The two fools were kind-hearted, enthusiastic, and always ready to lend a hand. Why had they died in the previous life? McCarthy she, what a McCarthy she. The smile in Chen Lin's eyes gradually turned into icy coldness. As she remembered one by one those people who had disappeared in the past, she suddenly realized that the deaths of those team members, to varying degrees, bore the shadow of McCarthy she or Shan Qing. And she, this big fool, only began to slightly notice after being reborn, because she could never have imagined the truth behind it all. Ling Jiang softly said, they're great, don't scold them. Chen Lin snapped back to reality. Calling someone a fool isn't an insult. I'm not ungrateful. On the contrary, I actually like those two. She liked them so much that no matter what, she had to take them along. Oh. Ling Jiang let out a simple oh, and concentrated on driving. Outside Shijiang City, there were parked cars scattered everywhere. Ling Jiang stopped the car by the side of the road, and Chen Lin woke up the two fools. Under the cover of night, the four walked toward the city. Sun Qing yawned. Let's find a place to stay tonight. I'm completely exhausted. Go home first and sleep. Chen Lin grabbed Sun Qing's hand and gently patted her face. Hold on a bit longer. If you're not worried about your family, I am. Qing, listen to Xin Yu. She's right. Hu Xing also yawned. It's just the suburb. We can get a car to go there. They found another vehicle in the city. Passing through the suburbs, a vast expanse of farmland appeared before them. At the end, clusters of residential houses came into view. The car came to a stop. Excitedly, Sun Qing jumped out of the car and ran towards those houses, shouting, Dad, Mom, Xiao Yuan, I'm home. Come out quickly. No one answered Sun Qing's call. An eerie silence hung over the house. Sun Qing immediately rushed inside. Dad, Mom, don't scare me. There would be no one inside the house, as Chen Lin clearly remembered that Sun Qing had mentioned her family had turned into zombies and were discovered in their field. Go check the fields. Chen Lin caught up. Maybe they went there. Sun Qing dashed to the fields behind the house. Dad, Mom, come out quickly. Several shadowy figures swayed in the field. As expected, these should be Sun Qing's family members. Chen Lin stood her ground, allowing Sun Qing to handle it herself. Hu Xing and Ling Jiang followed, and they too saw the swaying shadows in the field. Qing, she. Hu Xing looked at Sun Qing with concern. All her family members are here. I don't even know what to say. Chen Lin said, this is the apocalypse. Chapter 79, Successfully Kidnapped Two Idiots. Sun Qing left her family in the irrigation reservoir. This result, Chen Lin knew from her past life. Because she couldn't bring herself to do anything to her own family, the reservoir was 5 meters deep, and, primary zombies, absolutely couldn't climb out of it. But what she never expected was that Sun Qing said she would cry for a while and then would never cry again. In the end, she cried for 2 whole hours by the reservoir. Hu Xing was sleeping on the side. Ling Jiang and Chen Lin sat in the car, watching her cry all along. From sobbing loudly to whimpering, and after resting for a bit, she continued to wail. Ling Jiang looked dumbfounded. TSK, she sure can cry. Xin Yu, are you as fond of crying? I rarely cry. Chen Lin said, crying makes people feel vulnerable easily, so I don't like to cry. I don't believe it. Ling Jiang leaned back against the chair, with his hands behind his head. On the day Long Yang went to join the army, what did he tell Su Dao? Do you know? Chen Lin turned her head, eyes full of curiosity. Tell me. Ling Jiang recalled the scene at the time and couldn't help but smile. Even I thought it was ridiculous when he asked Su Dao to take care of you and not make you cry. Unexpected, right? It's really unexpected. A thread of sweetness welled up in Chen Lin's heart. The cold male in her past life was just a memory. This life only had warm-hearted Long Yang. Unfortunately, Su Dao failed his well-meaning efforts and gave me a lot of trouble. What else did he do besides throwing away the courier package? Ling Jiang asked. There was something strange about Chen Lin's tone. Su Dao must not have done only this one thing. Chen Lin lightly described it. He used some childish means, not worth mentioning, entrapping her into cheating, losing face while teaching in the Great Hall, and the public nudity were all minor issues. He found a female student in my dormitory, luring me to a secluded place, and found 3 thugs. Ling Jiang tightly clenched his fists and sternly ordered, "Stop talking. Do you think I got the short end of the stick?" "How could that be?" Seeing Ling Jiang's reaction, Chen Lin laughed very heartily. "I beat them until they screamed their heads off. After that, Su Dao always avoided me." She didn't have the heart to tell Ling Jiang that the gangsters she beat screamed the 5 vowel letters soulfully for an entire hour. Upon hearing this, Ling Jiang quietly took a breath of relief. "You scared me with that pause," he thought. The car door was pulled open. Sun Qing's eyes were swollen like peaches, and her voice hoarse. "I've finished crying." Chen Lin handed her a bottle of mineral water. "Here, hydrate a bit." "Thanks." As soon as Sun Qing got into the car, she shrunk into the corner, and her hoarse voice carried another tearful note. "Before coming back, I actually considered various results, but I never expected that none of them managed to survive the fever. Except for Little Yuan, they all caught a fever." Little Yuan was Sun Qing's younger brother, who was only 8 or 9 years old. He didn't catch a fever and was bitten to death by Sun Qing's mutated family members. This was something Chen Lin already knew from her previous life. "Alright, stop crying. Look, you still have Hu Xing, me, and brother Jiang Dao," she softly consoled Sun Qing, taking the mineral water from Sun Qing's hand and opening it for her. "Drink some water, your voice is hoarse. We'll be with you." As Sun Qing drank the water, she nodded her head through tears. She had no idea that she had been skillfully deflected by Chen Lin. At the same time, Long Yang violently broke into Chen Lin's home in Shicheng. The Chen family was nowhere to be found, nor were there any zombies. It seemed as if this family had simply gone out for fun. Standing in Chen Lin's room, he saw an item in her room which reminded him of something she once told him. If she ever had money, she would certainly buy a piece of land under Yunqi Mountain to escape the apocalypse. Now that the apocalypse has truly arrived, where are the Chen family? After much deliberation, Long Yang decided it would be best to go back to the capital city first to fetch his grandfather and mother before trying to find Chen Lin and her father. Seeing Sun Qing hugging her legs, shrunken inside the car, no longer crying, Ling Jiang got out of the car and called Hu Xing. "Wake up, your wife has finished crying." Hu Xing didn't budge. Ling Jiang pushed him slightly. "Wake up." "Ah." Hu Xing finally reacted, taking out 2 cotton balls from his ears. Seeing Ling Jiang's gaze fall upon the cotton balls in his hand, he put his finger to his lips and made a gesture. "When Grandma Qing passed away in the past, I once saw Qing Qing cry, and I am most afraid of her crying." Ling Jiang glanced meaningfully at Chen Lin. "I should thank heaven I'm still single." Chen Lin was too busy comforting Sun Qing to notice Ling Jiang's glance. Before leaving, Sun Qing had picked a large pile of specialties from her family's field and handed them over to Chen Lin. A huge pile of corn that would last until next year. "Let's find a hotel in the city and stay for a night," Chen Lin said. "Jiang Dao and I have already planned the route. We'll show it to you soon, so if there's anywhere you'd like to go, let us know." When did they plan any route? Ling Jiang glanced at Chen Lin quickly. In truth, Chen Lin had no plans for a specific route. She was going to raid all the other branches of the Celestial Research Institute first and then head to the capital, taking advantage of the poor communication system, ensuring Su Junyuan wouldn't discover her actions. Hu Xing wrapped an arm around Sun Qing. "Qing and I don't really have any particular plans. It's all the same wherever we go. There's always a place for both of you with us." Chen Lin swiftly cut Hu Xing off before he could finish his sentence. "We'll stand together through life or death. Are you scared?" "Not scared." Sun Qing croaked out, her voice raspy as she nestled into Hu Xing's embrace. "Lini, you're so good you didn't abandon us." Hearing this, Chen Lin felt a lump in her throat. She had shamelessly taken advantage of Sun Qing when the latter was at her weakest moment. These two never realized she'd actually been subtly manipulating their situation behind the scenes all along. What about those 2 idiots who don't even know how to drive, but still insisted on coming to save me and Jiang Dao? Hu Xing patted Sun Qing's head. "Xin Yu, just tell us your plan directly. Let us do some tasks, it will help distract our minds. Plan 1. Rest well at the hotel after we arrive because we're going to be extremely busy later." Chen Lin smiled beneath her mask because zombies were only going to become more numerous. The 4 found a hotel and checked in. Hu Xing gathered everything edible from the hotel room onto the coffee table. "Soon, I'll collect the food from the other rooms and store it in Xinyue's space." "I'll help," Sun Qing said. To be honest, Chen Lin didn't even look twice at these supplies anymore. She remarked casually, "My space is approximately 100 meters wide, 100 meters long, and about 100 meters tall. Wow, that's enormous. It can fit so many things in here." Sun Qing was captivated. "We could fit several whole buildings inside this. So, I think we should leave the hotel food for future people who come here, and search for some larger warehouses instead." Chen Lin grew prouder of her audacity, realizing that even though she had lost interest in the small amount of food in the hotel, she framed it as an altruistic decision. "Right," Sun Qing nodded in agreement. "Xin Yu has a point." Her girlfriend's intelligence clearly wasn't online at the moment. Hu Xing tenderly touched Sun Qing's head. "I found hot water in the hotel. And the bathtub in the room is quite large. Aren't you fond of bathing? I'll run you a bath. How does that sound? Chen Lin added, not only is the tub big, you can swim in it. Ching, I brought my swimsuit. Ling Jiang suddenly understood why Chen Lin always chose suites on high floors. Swimming in the bathtub? That was something only Chen Lin could come up with. Chapter 80, Candles 2. Chen Lin indeed took out 2 swimsuits. In the bathroom, Chen Lin took off her mask, changed into a swimsuit, and soaked in the bathtub. It's great to have hot water. If there was no electricity later, it would be hard to soak in hot water at the hotel again. Sun Qing changed into her swimsuit. Xinyu, your family. I haven't heard you mention them. My family is in Dark Town, Chen Lin explained. They are fine, just that they don't have superpowers. Oh, Sun Qing splashed a handful of water on her face. That's really good. At least they're all together, but me. Hearing Sun Qing's voice turning tearful again, Chen Lin asked, didn't you promise me that you wouldn't cry anymore? Sun Qing sniffed hard. No, I'm not crying, you got it wrong. I just miss them so much, especially my younger brother Xiao Yuan. He's still so young. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin sat next to Sun Qing and gently nudged her. Crybaby, you cried for 2 hours last time, like an ancient hour period. How come you didn't dehydrate into a dried up old lady? Go away, I'm not dehydrated vegetables. Sun Qing, realizing Chen Lin was teasing her, blushed and sniffled. I don't cry often, it's just when I encounter something extremely sad. My younger brother is still so small. I understand. Chen Lin sympathized with Sun Qing's sorrow. In her previous life, she had no family left, just herself alone, while Sun Qing was much luckier. Both in her past life and present life, Hu Xing accompanied her, truly standing by each other through life and death. Chen Lin found herself envying her, envying the pure love between Sun Qing and Hu Xing, clean and without impurity, precisely the kind many people yearn for. Not knowing how long they had been soaking, the water temperature started to cool down. Sun Qing was reluctant to get out. It feels so comfortable to soak. Chen Lin climbed out of the bathtub, took off her swimsuit, and put on dry clothes. She took out a set of clean clothes and placed them nearby. The 2 of them haven't soaked yet. Let's go back to our room to sleep. Okay, Sun Qing stood up. You go to sleep first, I'll change the water for them. Sun Qing, though occasionally silly, was always considerate. The steps of Chen Lin, about to walk out the door, instinctively paused. Family, lovers, true companions. In this life, as long as Chen Lin was here, she wouldn't let them die easily or senselessly. She swore. After a night of rest, the 4 people were full of energy and walked out of the hotel. Not far ahead of the 4, there were a few people sprinting through the zombie crowd. Hurry up, they discovered a department store warehouse. If we're late, we won't get any loot. Hu Xing pointed to the direction those people were running. Why do they feel like NPCs in a game? As soon as we plan to find something, they immediately give us a clue. As the saying goes, coincidences make books, said Chen Lin. Let's follow them. Since there's a department store warehouse, there must be a food warehouse nearby. This was based on Chen Lin's experience from her previous life collecting supplies. Even if it was entirely a building materials warehouse zone, it often uniquely possessed several food warehouses, places usually overlooked by others. Chen Lin had also discovered them occasionally while being chased by zombies. However, by then, mutated rats had already appeared, and discovering a food warehouse often meant encountering swarms of mutated rats. The West River Market is divided into sections for department stores, building materials, flowers, birds, insects, and fish, but the market is mainly focused on building materials. The discovered department store warehouse was surrounded by a crowd of people. It feels like old ladies rushing to buy rice, completely overcrowded. Hu Xing peeked from outside the crowd, jumping on his feet to look inside. There were layers upon layers of people, and he couldn't see what was inside the warehouse. However, looking at the items people held who had succeeded in looting, Chen Lin and her group felt utterly speechless. What everyone risked their lives fighting over were socks, gloves, towels, and even large bundles of candles. Xinyu, should we also rush in and grab these? Ling Jiang asked. As long as Chen Lin said the word, he and Hu Xing would lead the way forward. No need, Chen Lin shook her head. Before long, those who looted these items would realize that they wouldn't save their lives in the apocalypse, and would lose interest. Then these items could almost be picked up anywhere. Sun Qing rolled up her sleeves, ready to dash at any moment. Then isn't this trip wasted? Xinyu, you stay still. I'll rush in and grab a pack of candles. With that, she bowed her head and prepared to charge inside. Can candles be eaten? What a ditz. Xinyu, with quick reflexes, grabbed Sun Qing before she could charge in. Don't get so worked up, follow me. Since they were at the warehouse already, there was no way they'd leave empty-handed. Don't hold me back. If we're late, everything will be gone, Sun Qing urged, concerned. These are daily necessities, things we can use regularly. I know. Xinyu pulled on Sun Qing's hand and gestured to Ling Jiang and Hu Xing. Follow me, let's check around. A few people outside the crowd overheard Xinyue's words and silently mocked her group. What good fortune could they possibly find in a building materials market? If there were useful items, wouldn't everyone have grabbed them already? Despite their mockery of Xinyue's group as idiots, no one bothered to warn them about the situation. And as the 4 left, it also meant 4 fewer competitors for them. The commotion of the crowd had attracted some scattered zombies nearby, but people were too busy rushing into the warehouses and didn't notice the danger approaching. Meanwhile, Xinyu and her team had just turned into a quiet corridor. A few zombies walked past them unnoticed. Neither the humans nor the undead spotted each other. Xinyu, Ling Jiang glanced around this slightly secluded area where a row of neatly locked warehouses stood. There's no one here or any zombies. Maybe these warehouses are all empty. Let's try our luck. Xinyu already knew which warehouses might store food. She carefully examined each one until she stopped at a warehouse with visible tire tracks. Jiang Dao, Huxing, open this one. It has been used recently. Ling Jiang nodded and stepped forward to pry the lock open with a steel pipe. As a level 1 ability user, he opened the lock effortlessly. Huxing pushed the door open, his eyes drawn to the countless stacked boxes inside. Wow! They were all filled with food. Sun Qing quickly covered his mouth before he could say more. Dummy, if you yell like that, will there even be any left for us? She looked at Xinyu, whose spatial storage capacity was substantial. This food wouldn't even fill half of it. Xinyu gave Sun Qing a thumbs up and whispered, Qing, your reaction was spot on. Ling Jiang swiftly closed the door again, leaving the four standing in the dim light of the warehouse. Sun Qing suggested, see, now isn't this when we need candles? We've got flashlights. Xinyu took out her flashlight and illuminated part of the room. This place is packed with food. Don't waste time, each of us should take a little bit. Also, in order not to reveal my special space, no one else must know about it, alright? Alright. Sun Qing agreed immediately, remembering something. Your classmate has been indirectly asking us about you, but we haven't said anything. You did the right thing, Xinyu praised. In the apocalypse, people couldn't be judged by normal standards, especially when Xinyu herself barely knew Su Shengming. Chapter 81, Big Men Can Be Cowardly Too. Sun Qing urged Chen Lin, there's no one else around now. Quickly, store it in your space. Don't rush. Chen Lin took out a few backpacks and tossed them to them. Fill them up. She walked to the wall of the warehouse, reaching out to absorb most of the cartons into her space. Whenever we reach a new place and find food, don't take it all. Leave some for those who come later. Sun Qing filled her backpack, stuffing every pocket on her body full. Ah, that's right. We can't be so selfish. Ling Jiang filled his backpack as well, holding an entire box in his arms. Don't grab puffed snacks, they take up space and don't fill you up. Grab bread, sausages, and if there are compressed biscuits, then take only those. I just grabbed a little bit of snacks. Sun Qing pointed at her pockets. Just a little, really. Grab whatever you want. Anyway, soon there will be nothing left. Chen Lin couldn't help but glance at Ling Jiang. He adapted to the apocalypse quickly, and she was even beginning to suspect if Ling Jiang had been reborn. Pack up well. Let's go see if there are other warehouses. The answer was negative. She just wanted to check whether Ling Jiang had been reborn. Ling Jiang opened the door of the warehouse, and Sun Qing screamed in surprise. There is food here, a whole warehouse full of it. Her voice was high-pitched, but no one came over. A sweet smell of fresh blood lingered in the air. Not good, something's wrong. Chen Lin immediately took out her steel pipe and headed toward the previous department store warehouse. In the early stages of the apocalypse, although food isn't scarce, finding food that hasn't been looted is nearly impossible. Ling Jiang and Huxing placed the cartons on the ground, picked up their weapons, and followed behind Chen Lin while Sun Qing walked alongside her. In such a short time, it shouldn't be anything serious, right? Hard to say, because it was eerily quiet, and the smell of blood in the air was far more than what could be left by just one or two people. Chen Lin's expression grew grim. There were neither mutated animals nor a herd of zombie animals, and there shouldn't have been so many zombies. What happened to those people? What exactly happened while they were inside the warehouse? The dense, bustling crowd disappeared. Several zombies were feasting on a few unfortunate victims, and the ground was littered with discarded items. Upon understanding the situation fully, Chen Lin was utterly speechless. Nearly 100 people had fled in fear from just a few zombies. Do you know what happened? Ling Jiang stepped forward and killed the zombies that were feasting, casually smashing their heads open and stirring them. Chen Lin covered her forehead, completely unable to bear the sight in front of her eyes. What else could happen? They were scared off by the zombies. It had been almost a month since the apocalypse began, and survivors still hadn't gotten used to killing zombies. Chen Lin felt exasperated. I've changed my mind. Anywhere I, Chen Lin, tread from now on, nothing will be left. Not even a blade of grass for those coming after us. I support whatever you do. Sun Qing was like a brain-dead fan of Chen Lin. As soon as Chen Lin finished speaking, she immediately pulled her towards the direction of the previous warehouse. Let's go, hurry. Even an iron miser will lose some feathers this time. I don't have the ability to pluck the feathers of an iron miser, Chen Lin said. That task is for you. When the four returned to the previous warehouse, the scene before them nearly drove them mad. The cartons Ling Jiang and Huxing had left on the side of the road were gone. A few men had hung a large lock on the door of the warehouse where the food was discovered. This is our warehouse. Everything inside belongs to us. Chen Lin's almond-shaped eyes narrowed dangerously. Is that so? In her previous life, this warehouse wasn't discovered until much later in the apocalypse by her team by sheer accident. In this lifetime, if it weren't for her, no one would have ever found this warehouse. She had kindly returned to save them, only to face this outcome, making her furious. Bullshit, we were the ones who found it first. Sun Qing was even angrier. Chen Lin's space was vast, and she didn't fill it all up. They were only away for a moment, yet someone had already claimed ownership. If it had an owner, it should be Chen Lin's. A man swung his keys boastfully. It's mine, mine. Chen Lin approached the group of men with her steel pipe. You were the first ones rushing to grab candles and gloves. Yet, when there were zombies, you ran the fastest. How courageous. Nonsense, we've been here all along. The eyes of 5 or 6 men flickered uncertainly. Shameless, Sun Qing kept close to Chen Lin. We found it, give it back to us. Without a word, Ling Jiang and Hu Xing launched into the fight. If even the easygoing Chen Lin was angry, how much more so for them? Why would they, two men, let a girl do the dirty work? Chen Lin swung her steel pipe at the man who was boasting with his keys. Just because she had a kind heart didn't mean she could be pushed around. Having already survived one apocalypse, she no longer gave in to weakness. She was kind, but only to specific people. Shit, you bitch, the man cursed before he couldn't speak anymore as Chen Lin shoved the steel pipe into his mouth. This steel pipe of mine has impaled countless zombies, people like you deserve to be with the zombies. She jammed the pipe further into his mouth. Damn, Ling Jiang tugged on Chen Lin, he doesn't deserve to die. She hadn't wanted to kill him, just scare him. Chen Lin pulled back her steel pipe. It's your lucky day that I'm kind-hearted. Kind-hearted? Good-natured? That man had almost cried from the steel pipe nearly going down his throat. His mouth burned painfully, salty with blood, and he mumbled, "We came here, thinking no one was here, we thought we were the first, we thought you came to steal." Shameless. Sun Qing spat. Ling Jiang took the keys from the man and unlocked the door. Chen Lin walked in and carried off more than half of what was inside. Seeing the contents of the warehouse shrink drastically, the other men dared not come close, since Ling Jiang had beaten all four of them until their noses were bleeding and their faces swollen like pig heads. Big brother, what do we do? They've taken so much. What can we do? Be thankful with what we have. The man with the keys clutched his mouth. He hadn't imagined 5 grown men would be defeated by 2 women and 2 men. You want more? I can take it all. Chen Lin said as she began packing up everything. The leading man, perhaps intimidated for the first time in his life, awkwardly stepped forward. Miss, please leave us a little bit. We only wanted to get more things for our families, so we acted this way. Phut, we aren't even 20 yet. Do we look like old grandmothers with wrinkles? Sun Qing planted her hands on her hips. Look carefully, we're full of collagen. The rest of the bulky men immediately grinned obsequiously. Miss, the sight of 5 or 6 big burly men, faces purpled and bruised, smiling sycophantically was truly unbearable to look at. Even Chen Lin couldn't help but twitch her lips. Despicable. She withdrew her hand and turned to leave. Sun Qing unapologetically hoisted up a cardboard box. Mine. Yours, yours. The men practically begged the small deviants to leave quickly, needing to move the items before anything else happened. With that, Chen Lin, Sun Qing, Ling Jiang, and Hu Xing departed. Chapter 82, Brother Long Yang, I'm so worried about you. Though there was a little hiccup, it didn't dampen the joy of their bountiful harvest. On the road away from Shi River, Chen Lin took out a piece of paper. This is my planned route. From Shi River to Yuan Water City, Tian City, Jichuan City, Yongjia, Dingbei City, Suhai, Shicheng, and then all the way north to the capital. Along the way, Chen Lin's space successfully upgraded to level 5, filled with supplies. Her water-type ability remained at level 1, as did Ling Jiang, Hu Xing, and Sun Qing's abilities. The rain frogs that were once finger-sized had grown to fist-sized. Zombies evolved into level 1 and 2 zombies. At the final stop, in Chen Lin's hometown of Stone City, they even encountered a level 3 zombie. By this point, Ling Jiang's Earth-type ability had advanced to level 3, while Chen Lin and Hu Xing's abilities had progressed to level 2. Sun Qing's Lightning-type ability was still at level 1. It had been 3 months since the apocalypse began, and Chen Lin had plundered every branch of the Astronomical Research Institute she could find. Finally, we can go to the capital. Long Yang is there. I just feel like you're actually thinking about the headquarters of the Astronomical Research Institute. Ling Jiang said, or else you wouldn't have emphasized that Long Yang is there. Caught red-handed. Chen Lin laughed calmly. Of course, if I can find their headquarters, I definitely won't let it go. In fact, she knew where the headquarters was located. However, Su Junyuan should be there now, and she wasn't going to walk right into his crosshairs. Fortunately, all communications were cut off, and information from various locations couldn't reach Su Junyuan on time, otherwise she wouldn't dare act so boldly. Counting it up, it's been 4 months since I've seen Long Yang, Chen Lin said. As per our previous agreement, once we enter the capital, I'll pretend to be mute. In fact, you don't have to go that far. I'm already used to it. Ling Jiang patted his own face. His face was covered with scars, his past sunny exterior completely gone. This is something I promised you, Chen Lin said. Hu Xing, Sun Qing, remember, I am a mute without any special powers, and my name is Jing Xinyu. Ling Jiang was silent. After months of interaction, he discovered that though Chen Lin appeared ordinary on the outside, she had a strong, kind heart. She handled problems calmly and intelligently. Long Yang had good taste, and Ling Jiang found himself slightly jealous. Meanwhile, at the moment, in the capital, Long Yang returned here after a dusty journey. Order in the capital was orderly. Except for fewer people on the streets than usual, everything seemed normal for being in the apocalypse era. As soon as Su Dao heard that Long Yang had returned, and alone at that, he immediately sought out Jiao Bingyang. Long Yang has come back. Let's go to his place. Really? Long Yang came back. Jiao Bingyang was nearly excited enough to jump but then thought of Chen Lin. Chen Lin must have become some sort of monster. Long Yang returned alone. Bingyang. You've got to seize this opportunity, Su Dao said. Based on Long Yang returning by himself, Su Dao guessed that Chen Lin was probably dead. That annoying woman would finally be out of the picture. Su Dao's mood soared high into the sky. That's great. Big brother Su Dao, I'll get ready. Jiao Bingyang hadn't seen Long Yang in months and couldn't wait to rush to him. When Long Yang arrived home, and Yonglin shrieked with joy and ran to her son, checking him up and down. Dad, Dad, Yang is back. Long Gang rushed out of the study in 3 quick steps. Seeing that Long Yang was safe and sound, he nodded lightly. Good. Grandpa, Mom, Long Yang called them one by one. There were only his grandpa and Mom at home, so it looked like Chen Lin hadn't come yet. Disappointment flickered in his star-like eyes. Yang, and Yonglin covered her mouth, unable to hold back tears brimming in her eyes. Her son was back, but her husband and Chen Lin were still missing. Yang, your timing is perfect, Long Gang said. The Su family and several others have decided to abandon the capital and relocate to a military safe zone. If you'd been a day late, we might already have left. Grandpa, you and Mom go first. I will stay in the capital to wait for Dad and Chen Lin. Du Yuan and Lingjiang haven't returned either. Long Yang said, once you're there, I won't have to worry about your safety anymore. Upon hearing this, Long Gang was about to agree when Yonglin loudly opposed. No, how could you stay behind? Do you know? Once we leave, the security defense in the capital leaves as well. It will be dangerous. Mom, listen to me. I traveled alone from Jicheng to Shicheng and back, and nothing bad happened to me. I even have a superpower now, Long Yang demonstrated by turning his palm golden. Look, I'm really strong. But that doesn't change anything. We still haven't heard from your dad. How can I possibly let you stay behind? And Yonglin refused to accept her son's plan. I don't care if you agree or not. I need to wait for them, Long Yang said. Actually, he planned to wait in the capital for 1 month, and if they didn't show up, he would go find them. Long Gang cleared his throat. Yonglin, come help me pack. Yang stays. Dad and Yonglin was on the verge of tears. After 3 months, she finally got her son back after waiting so long, but it seemed like they were about to separate again. Long Gang turned his back and walked into the study. Long Yang whispered, Mom, I promise I will return safely to find all of you. What use is your promise? And Yonglin wiped her eyes as she grumbled at her son. You ungrateful pig, I regret raising you. Tap tap tap. The door was knocked upon. Could it be Lin? And Yonglin rushed to open the door. Outside stood Su Dao and Gao Bingyang. Gao Bingyang immediately approached Long Yang, looking tearfully into his eyes. Big brother Long Yang, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Could her mother, standing right there, just be ignored? Long Yang felt annoyed. He stepped back slightly, avoiding Gao Bingyang and stepping behind Yonglin. Bingyang, it looks like you're doing fine. As soon as we heard you were back, we came to visit immediately. Su Dao noticed there was no sign of Chen Lin, which greatly improved his mood. He couldn't explain why exactly. Gao Bingyang reached out for Long Yang's hand. Big brother Long Yang, it's wonderful that you're back. My parents mentioned you just the other day. Come over for dinner tonight? No, I've just arrived and want some rest. Long Yang avoided Gao Bingyang's hand while coldly looking at Su Dao. Please leave, and let me rest. Su Dao said, in that case, I'll take Bingyang home. No, I won't go home. I've waited so long to see Big Brother Long Yang. Gao Bingyang tried clinging onto him desperately. Big Brother Long Yang, could I stay and have dinner with you tonight? Or, I could stay all night. Not happening. Before Long Yang could answer, and Yonglin cut Gao Bingyang off, Yang has just returned from Shicheng and needs to rest. Upon hearing the mention of Shicheng, Su Dao and Gao Bingyang exchanged a glance. Hadn't Long Yang gone to Shicheng to look for Chen Lin? Gao Bingyang probed further. Did you return alone? Long Yang responded with a curt, I see yes. The guards protecting the capital were part of Su's family power network. As soon as Long Yang got home, Su Dao showed up. Whether he had returned alone or not should already be clear to Su Dao and Gao Bingyang. So what about her? Gao Bingyang thought maliciously to herself, that ugly woman deserved to die a long time ago. I'm going to rest now. Long Yang turned around, leaving Su Dao and Gao Bingyang behind, then ascended the stairs with an aloof expression. Su Dao and Gao Bingyang exchanged glances, both unable to hide their joy at Long Yang's reaction. It appeared that Chen Lin was truly dead. She wouldn't cause trouble anymore. Chapter 83, the start of a dramatic performance. Achoo. Chen Lin rubbed her nose. Why do I sneeze as soon as I mention going to the capital? Who could be thinking of me? Probably someone misses you, Sun Qing said. Your fiancé? Or your parents? Maybe. Chen Lin rubbed her nose again. She had only found 2 of her team members, with over 10 more yet to be found. They would appear in about a year at the place they had met before. It might also be my cute rivals. Rivals can be cute. I really don't get how you think. Sun Qing hugged Hu Xing's arm. My Xing has only me, no rivals, no third parties exist for us. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin fell silent. In her previous life, Sun Qing and Hu Xing had died because one of Hu Xing's pursuers hadn't been able to win him over. This time around, she was determined not to let such a thing happen. Aren't you worried about your family? Ling Jiang suddenly spoke up. After their communication broke 3 months ago, he hadn't heard Chen Lin actively mention her family since then. It's impossible not to worry, but it's not as much as you think, Chen Lin said. At the start of the apocalypse, my family and my employees were on the way back from skiing in the snow mountain. You have employees? Sun Qing immediately perked up upon hearing this. You're roughly my age. Hu Xing gently patted Sun Qing. Don't interrupt. Let Chen Lin talk. Chen Lin said, I own a large supermarket. That big warehouse in Stone City belongs to me. As for wealth, I won't mention it now. Let's focus on my family. Before the communication lines broke, the train they were riding on had some malfunctions and got stuck in Dak Town. Dak Town is near Yunqi City. There aren't many people there. Even if zombies appeared, it wouldn't affect my family. They've seen TV shows. They know how to deal with zombies. Ling Jiang nodded in understanding. The place they chose is good. If they had been traveling elsewhere, who knows what the consequences would have been. Yes, I originally planned for them to go to the seaside. But my seaside resort wasn't finished building yet. Now, though, it seems like not finishing it turned out to be a good thing. Up ahead, an off-road vehicle appeared followed by a convoy heading towards the capital. Ling Jiang slowed down to stay behind them, and not long after, several cars followed behind them as well. You also have a seaside resort? I want to visit. Sun Qing looked at Chen Lin's nape full of admiration. I really want to go. I want to go. Afterward, if the zombies are gone, I'll definitely invite you, Chen Lin said. Before the apocalypse, I went to check it out. It wasn't completed at all, only the foundation and general outline was there. That's too bad. Sun Qing sighed and leaned against Hu Xing. Still want to go. The vehicles ahead suddenly stopped. Ling Jiang followed suit, and Hu Xing asked, why are they stopping? Sun Qing pushed him lightly. Go check. Got it. My lady. Hu Xing got out of the car and headed toward the front to see what happened. People from the other few cars were getting out too. Why did the cars ahead stop? Is the road damaged? There hasn't been any earthquakes recently, right? Hu Xing walked all the way to the front of the convoy and returned after a long while. He dropped into his seat in the car. The cars ahead took a detour. I heard them say something about heading to some kind of safe zone. Chen Lin frowned, listening while quickly thinking through things in her head. Only 3 months into the apocalypse, and there's already a safe zone. Suddenly, she realized where it was, the safe zone in the capital. Let's hurry up and keep going. The capital has been abandoned. Impossible. How could the capital be abandoned? Ling Jiang instinctively objected. Don't talk nonsense. For a nation, the capital city holds extraordinary significance, but this was a worldwide apocalypse, not just their country. Chen Lin didn't bother arguing with Ling Jiang. Are you so dumb? Don't we find out once we get there? In her past life, when she arrived at the capital, it had already become a ruin, no different from other cities. Ling Jiang spoke solemnly. Hold on tight, I'm stepping on the gas. Sun Qing hugged Hu Xing tightly. I feel safe. Speed up. Watching those two start being lovey-dovey again made Chen Lin think of Long Yang. Would he recognize her, pretending to be mute? Would his heart change without her by his side? She started to lose confidence. Compared to Long Yang's admirers, she felt like an ugly duckling. Ling Jiang sped up the car and reached the capital before nightfall. Convoys of vehicles were leaving the capital under the protection of the police and the military, heading west. The sight before them silently confirmed that Chen Lin's words had been correct. Ling Jiang slapped the steering wheel. How could this happen? The capital covers too vast an area. It's hard to protect everything effectively. Chen Lin offered a reason Ling Jiang could accept. Ling Jiang was the child of a fallen hero, raised in a military family, and his feelings toward the capital were different from those of her, an ordinary college student. It's possible that this apocalypse is unprecedentedly severe, and only by reducing the scope of jurisdiction can the people be protected. Don't you agree? People are the foundation of a country. Don't give me lectures, I'm not stupid, Ling Jiang said. Should we follow them or enter the city? Enter the city, Chen Lin said. If Long Yang had returned, he would definitely be waiting for her in the capital. And all sorts of hypocrites and manipulative women would also be there. The dramatic performance awaited her, the main character, to start. But was Long Yang really in the capital? We won't know where they're going unless we follow, Ling Jiang said. I suggest following. Fine, go ahead. I'll get out. Chen Lin opened the car door and got out. She desperately wanted to rush to the Long residence to see if Long Yang was there. We'll follow Xin Yu. Once we enter the capital, she has to pretend to be a mute without any special abilities, so we need to take care of her and protect her. Hu Xing and Sun Qing also got out of the car and followed behind Chen Lin. Ling Jiang forcefully slapped the steering wheel. You guys are impossible. You all want to go, but how could I miss out? Besides, Chen Lin was pretending to be mute for him. Wait for me. A mute and still such a bad temper. Get lost. Me. Chen Lin rolled her eyes dramatically. Jing Xinyu, mute, no special abilities, don't forget that. Sun Qing gave Chen Lin an okay sign. As soon as they stepped into the capital, Chen Lin took a deep breath. Her life as a drama queen was about to begin. Ling Jiang walked beside Chen Lin. Actually, you don't have to do this. I've already gotten used to your current appearance. I'm not overly concerned. You're still concerned, Sun Qing interjected. I support Xinyu. It's been months since we've seen each other, and this is a good chance to test whether her fiancé has been faithful or not. If he's been unfaithful, she gestured with a pair of scissors. If he's been fickle, let him become a civil servant in ancient times. Hu Xing made a scared expression to match, and Chen Lin shook her head humorously. Long Yang wouldn't be fickle, but unfortunately, others didn't think the same. Chapter 84, Reunion. Long Yang stood by the roadside, watching the convoy drive away. Jiao Bingyang stood next to him, saying considerately, Big brother Long Yang, I haven't left either. I will stay and keep you company. Long Yang coldly gazed into the distance, his eyes stopping on Su Junyuan who was walking with a pretty girl. He recognized that girl as Chen Lin's close friend. Big brother Long Yang, speak up, Jiao Bingyang urged. Will you let me stay with you? Ignoring Jiao Bingyang, Long Yang walked over to Su Junyuan. Long Yang, you didn't leave too? Su Junyuan asked. Seeing you alive makes me very happy. Long Yang responded with a nod, his eyes landing on the girl next to Su Junyuan, asking earnestly, Jiao Rui, if you're in the imperial capital, do you know where Chen Lin is? After finally breaking free from Chen Lin, how could she want to be associated with her penniless friend? Jiao Rui's eyes flickered with disdain. We don't go to the same school. My junior sister should be in Yunqi City, Su Junyuan said. The last time we communicated, she went to the seaside to check the construction site of her vacation villa, and said she would go to Yunqi City. Previously, I invited her to visit the high-tech zone construction. Hearing this, Long Yang said, I will stay in the imperial capital for a month before heading to Yunqi City. I also plan to set off a month later. Su Junyuan laughed. There's a warehouse-style supermarket under the high-tech zone. If my junior sister really is there, it would be ideal only she and the workers know about the supermarket. Big brother Long Yang, did you hear that? She's doing well, so stop worrying about her. Jiao Bingyang reached out to hug Long Yang's arm but he dodged her. Cousin, what are we doing in the imperial capital? Su Dao, seeing no one paying attention to him, tried to regain presence. Without any guarding forces, we should have followed the main group. I have another plan. Su Junyuan raised his hand to stop Su Dao. I believe the apocalypse is exactly the time for us young people to take action. What do you think, Long Yang? Long Yang neither confirmed nor denied it. All he wanted was to find Chen Lin and bring her back to her family, not letting her repeat the tragedy from his dreams, watching her commit suicide helplessly. Su Junyuan continued, both me and Rui possess special abilities. You all should have them as well, right? Yes. Long Yang replied. Big brother Long Yang, I have special powers too, Jiao Bingyang coaxed in a sweet voice. Mine is water-based. What's yours? Long Yang's gaze shifted toward 4 individuals approaching not far away. On your way here, did you encounter a girl named Chen Lin? Chen Lin, pretending to be mute, almost lost her composure. This was Long Yang, always straightforward. Her eyes welled up with tears upon seeing him right in front of her. He was still alive. We came from West River. Hu Xing shook his head. We didn't meet anyone like that. Ling Jiang deliberately deepened his voice, making it sound coarse. Are you forming a team? We 4 can join, right? Jiao Bingyang tightly scrutinized the masked person, presumably Chen Lin. You cover your face. Do you have something to hide? In response, Ling Jiang's eyes flashed with cold light as he reached to remove his own mask. Chen Lin stopped him with a gesture, shaking her head slightly while signaling with her other hand. Jiang Dao, don't remove your mask, please, Sun Qing immediately interjected. No problem. Ling Jiang had already pulled down his mask, revealing his scarred face, speaking roughly. Satisfied now? Long Yang's eyes briefly passed over Chen Lin's face. The person I am looking for also has you in their name. He then turned to ask Su Junyuan, if these 4 join, I will join too. I am part of the gold element. Because a stranger wearing a mask happened to share the character you in her name, yet gained favor so readily, jealousy surged within Jiao Bingyang, her bright eyes glaring at Chen Lin. Take off your mask, let me see how ugly you are. While saying this, she reached to tear off Chen Lin's mask. Masked Ling Jiang swiftly blocked Jiao Bingyang's hand. So what if she's ugly? Are you offering her rice? Sun Qing stretched out her hand, releasing an electric spark. Try again and I'll fry you like roasted pig. Big brother Long Yang, did you see that? How can such people deserve to be with us? Stomping her foot, Jiao Bingyang protested with a coquettish tone. Junyuan big brother, drive them away. Traveling from West River to the imperial capital was practically crossing half the country. Su Junyuan wouldn't let others disrespect his authority easily. If you want to join us, naturally, we welcome you. But shouldn't each of you introduce yourselves first? Jing Xinyu, no special abilities. Ling Jiang introduced Chen Lin first. Mute. An ugly girl and also a mute. Jiao Bingyang immediately snorted. Ugly freak. Ugly mute. Chen Lin's mouth twitched. That's really me. I didn't expect you to think of me like that. I wish you could see my face when you realize I'm still alive. Sun Qing, electrical powers. Hu Xing, wood-based powers. Jiang Dao, earth-based powers. Chen Lin's eyes swept over Jiao Rui who was clinging onto Su Junyuan. In the previous life, Jiao Rui had wood-based abilities, and in this life, it should be the same. Su Junyuan, wood-based powers. Su Junyuan introduced himself. Chen Lin slightly narrowed her eyes. Su Junyuan had double elemental powers, he had fire-based ones too. What a scheming guy. Jiao Rui, my girlfriend, fire-based powers, Su Junyuan stated. Interesting. Chen Lin was instantly glad she hadn't revealed her identity yet. In her past life, Jiao Rui was wood-based, and there was no way she could forget this. Dear, Jiao Rui lifted her chin arrogantly. No one without special powers is welcome. Taking in a mute, for him getting 3 ability users, Su Junyuan clearly wasn't happy with this trade-off. What nonsense are you talking? Lena's safety will be our responsibility. Sun Qing disliked Jiao Rui intensely. Give us an answer. Do you want us 4 to join or not? I've seen you guys in Ling City before. I remember you. We even asked for directions. Long Yang nodded slightly at Sun Qing. His attention was more on Jing Xinyu. For some reason, she seemed familiar. She had the same big almond-shaped eyes as Chen Lin. Sun Qing's eyes sparkled with stars. Long-legged handsome man, you're stunning, I want to marry you. Chen Lin held her forehead, hopeless case. Hu Xing quickly pulled Sun Qing away. He has a fiancé. Big brother Long Yang, what are you staring at her for? Maybe she's just another ugly freak. Jiao Bingyang pouted. We don't want ugly freaks in our group. Sun Qing grabbed Chen Lin and started walking away. Ling Jiang immediately followed behind. You all shouldn't rush, strength lies in numbers, right? Su Junyuan stopped Jiao Bingyang. Bingyang, no more nonsense. If you keep misbehaving, I'll send you back to your parents. I understand, I haven't been messing around, Gao Bingyang pouted while maintaining her sweet smile when facing Long Yang. Big brother Long Yang, now we can be together every day, I'm so happy. Su Dao said, alright, we have plenty of time later. Thinking she was already dead, Chen Lin gave a look of mockery in her eyes, then tugged Sun Qing, making a gesture that she wanted to sleep. Sun Qing reached out to grab Long Yang's sleeve. Long-legged hunk, we know you, do you have a place where Lina can rest? My fiancé is also named Linlin. Long Yang's gaze fell on Jing Xinyue's face. The more he looked, the more she felt like Chen Lin. Come to my house. Big brother Long Yang, you didn't invite me to go to your home but instead invited a group of strangers. Gao Bingyang retorted, I am going too. Sun Qing said, alright, future brother-in-law, there's plenty of time. Really thinking she was dead, a flicker of ridicule passed through Chen Lin's eyes as she pulled Sun Qing and made a gesture indicating she wanted to sleep. Sun Qing reached for Long Yang's sleeve. Handsome long legs, we know you, do you have somewhere for our Lina to rest? My fiancé is also called Linlin. Long Yang's gaze was on Jing Xinyue's face. However much he looked, she felt more and more like Chen Lin. Come to my house. Big brother Long Yang, why aren't you inviting me to your home, but rather inviting complete strangers? Gao Bingyang complained, I'm coming too. Chapter 85, to recognize or not to recognize. Tomorrow morning, we'll go to your place to discuss the specific details. Su Junyuan put his arm around Gao Rui. Today, it's already late. Xiaoxi and I have something to do. Gao Rui emitted a playful laugh and gave Su Junyuan a light punch on the chest. You're so bad. Chen Lin turned her eyes away. In this life, because of her rebirth, too many things had changed. The two people who were originally supposed to mix together after 1 year had hooked up a year earlier, but in this life, her family was still here, and Long Yang hadn't died. This was what she wanted. Long Yang's house was a 2-story duplex with very simple interior decoration. Chen Lin was visiting Long Yang's home for the first time, so she glanced at it a few more times. This was where Long Yang grew up. As soon as Gao Bingyang entered the Long household, she immediately spoke in the tone of the host. The guest room is downstairs, and my room with brother Long Yang is upstairs. Long Yang frowned, I'll sleep downstairs. Jiang Dao, you and I will share a room. Bingyang's sister. Gao Bingyang stomped her foot. There are so many rooms upstairs, why do you want to squeeze together with an ugly duckling? You're the ugly one, your whole family consists of ugly ones. Sun Qing puffed out her chest and shoved Gao Bingyang. The long-legged handsome man isn't familiar with you. His fiancé is called Chen Lin. Are you Chen Lin? Just because you have big breasts doesn't make you superior. After Gao Bingyang said that, she quickly glanced at Long Yang. Brother Long Yang, am I prettier than Chen Lin? Say it. Long Yang coldly shot her a look. Linyan is my fiancé, your sister-in-law. She might be dead already, Gao Bingyang muttered quietly. If she's dead, then it's over. Why are you so insufferable? Sun Qing stepped forward, ready to slap Gao Bingyang. Chen Lin stopped her with a gentle shake of her head. Today was just the beginning, there would be plenty of days ahead. She was happy with Long Yang's reaction. This is my brother Long Yang's house, I'm the real host. Gao Bingyang proudly raised her chin. If you dare to hit me, I'll ask brother Long Yang to throw all of you out. Long-legged handsome man, let's go. Sun Qing wrapped her arm around Long Yang. You'll definitely find your Linyan eventually, but before that, let's take care of our own Linyan. Xinyu is tired. In the future, we will all be on the same team, let's get to know each other better first. Brother Long Yang, Gao Bingyan's sweet call caused Long Yang to frown. Where will I sleep? Sun Qing groaned, shivering all over with goosebumps falling everywhere. That's disgusting. Long Yang felt like someone was watching him. When he followed the gaze, he saw Ling Jiang turning away. Does he know me? While Long Yang looked at Ling Jiang, Chen Lin was also watching him. 3 months without seeing him, Long Yang had become emaciated, his cheeks slightly hollowed out, the green stubble on his face showing his exhaustion. Seeing this, Chen Lin felt a lump rise in her throat, wanting to cry. Should she just stop pretending? She looked at Ling Jiang, whose eyes were full of encouragement. He nodded at her slightly, meaning to recognize him. After some thought, Chen Lin finally shook her head slightly. In the previous life, she only learned about Su Junyuan a year later. Back then she thought Su Junyuan was the best business partner they could have to develop their base better. However, their premature meeting in this life had unexpectedly revealed things she didn't know from her previous life, such as the infamous Celestial Body Research Institute actually being connected to Su Junyuan, and how Su Junyuan was already a dual elemental ability holder when the apocalypse started. Yet in the previous life, though she herself became an omnibus elemental user, now she was only a spatial and water elemental ability holder. A trace of doubt flickered in Ling Jiang's eyes as he looked questioningly toward Chen Lin. Chen Lin had already diverted her gaze. Long Yang pulled his arm out of Sun Qing's embrace. Your couple pair is about to eat each other alive. They wouldn't, you aren't an outsider either. Sun Qing made a face at Gao Bingyang. Be mad if you want, look, your brother Long Yang, I can hug whenever I want. Brother Long Yang, why don't you let me touch your hand? Gao Bingyang glared at Sun Qing with hostility. Isn't she just a little bigger in the chest? Long Yang allows Sun Qing to touch him because Sun Qing has Hu Xing. Another reason is that Sun Qing is straightforward. Watching the large hand close by, Chen Lin apologized silently. Sorry, Long Yang, we can't reveal ourselves just yet. Long Yang, actually, Seeing Chen Lin's pleading expression, Ling Jiang couldn't stand it anymore and decided to expose the truth. Chen Lin slapped him lightly and gave him a glare. Long Yang was right here. Delaying recognition for a moment wouldn't lose anything. Actually, I want to sleep alone. Ling Jiang quickly changed his words. That voice sounds very much like Ling Jiang, but that face isn't Ling Jiang's. Long Yang said, there are plenty of rooms. Brother Long Yang, I'm afraid of the dark. Could I sleep with you? Gao Bingyang continued to act cute. Gao Bingyang had been sleeping by herself since she was 5. Long Yang looked at Chen Lin and Sun Qing. She's afraid of the dark. Maybe you guys can share a room. I don't mind. I'm happy to take care of this sister who's suddenly scared of the dark. Sun Qing immediately agreed. On the way to the capital, Xinyu mentioned how popular her fiancé was. She'd never seen anyone as fake before. Had it not been for Xinyu holding her back just then, she would have slapped this pseudo-lily tea drinker across the face. Long Yang belongs to my Xinyu. You. Being referred to as someone who's suddenly afraid of the dark implied she was faking it. How annoying is this Sun Qing? Gao Bingyang couldn't help feeling furious. Stop meddling. Brother Long Yang and I grew up together. I fell in love at first sight with the tall handsome man too. MPF, Sun Qing wasn't going to be outdone. The handsome man belongs to Lin Lin, not you. Chen Lin, that ugly duckling, died long ago. Brother Long Yang belongs to me. Gao Bingyang finished speaking, only to find Long Yang's expression turning gloomy. She hurriedly tried to amend. Brother Long Yang, I didn't mean it, it's just because she made me so angry. Long Yang gave a faint smile and spoke softly to Chen Lin. Xinyu, are you tired? Seeing Chen Lin nod, he raised his finger to point at a room below the stairs. There's a bedroom there, prepared by Mom for Lin Lin, haha. But Lin Lin has gone missing without a trace. Brother Long Yang, what about me? What about me? Gao Bingyang pressed on. Chen Lin walked quickly past. Sun Qing followed closely behind, turning around to Long Yang. Thanks big handsome man. We're off to sleep. Chen Lin felt the corners of her eyes go moist as she stepped into the room and instinctively covered them. Sun Qing quickly shut the door. Why don't you just come clean already? It's strange watching you two meet without recognizing each other. And that Bingyang, seeing her drool over your long-legged handsome guy makes me want to beat her up, you know? Hush, Chen Lin lowered her voice, whispering to Sun Qing, if we were alone, sure. But those few people we saw today aren't ordinary folks. It's better they don't know I'm here. Leaning close to Sun Qing's ear, she continued, all those places where we dealt with zombies, they all belonged to Su Junyuan. He had his abilities before the apocalypse, not the wood element he claimed earlier, it's fire. I know his secret, which is why I cannot recognize Long Yang. I am afraid Su Junyuan will kill to silence me. Ah, so the stuff we took was his. Sun Qing was startled, covering her mouth and lowering her voice. What do we do now? Should we sneak away with your man? Chapter 86, Not So Empty City, 1. Sneaking away? That kind of idea would only come from Sun Qing. The headquarters of the Celestial Institute was right in the capital city, and Chen Lin wouldn't leave without results. She had already stolen all the meteorite fragments from Su Junyuan's branches. One more theft wouldn't matter to her. She also took Lin Man and stole his top-secret documents, discovering the secrets of the apocalypse. Once Su Junyuan found out, there would be no way he'd let this slide. Xinyu, tell me quickly, is it feasible? Sun Qing urged anxiously. You said that guy would silence us permanently if given the chance. I'm scared. We won't sneak off. Chen Lin patted Sun Qing's back reassuringly. Don't worry. But Sun Qing looked troubled. What if I accidentally spill the beans? That'd be disastrous, right? I trust you won't. Chen Lin pressed a finger against Sun Qing's lips. Xingxing, me, Jiang Dao, Long Yang, and your little life depend on keeping your mouth shut. Ah! Sun Qing clapped her hands over her mouth and mumbled. Then what should I do? You explain to Hu Xing and Jiang Dao to not slip up, Chen Lin advised. Tomorrow when Su Junyuan comes, we'll wander around the capital city and avoid them. Sun Qing nodded reluctantly. Alright, anyway, I'm already on your boat with you now. Gao Bingyang looked at the tightly closed door of Long Yang's room, her eyes flickering uncertainly. Seeing no one nearby, she leaned toward the door crack and whispered softly, Brother Long Yang, I'm coming in, alright? When Sun Qing came out of the room, she heard a voice upstairs. Hey tall hunk, come see, there's a thief in your room. At the sound, Chen Lin walked out of her room. Long Yang, Hu Xing, and Ling Jiang also stepped out of their rooms and looked upward toward the upper floor. Gao Bingyang froze in place. How could Long Yang possibly be downstairs? She never expected him to actually not be in his bedroom and immediately pouted, complaining pathetically, I feel lonely sleeping alone. Long Yang's face darkened slightly as he muttered coldly, all the upstairs rooms have the same layout, sleep wherever you like. Since Chen Lin hadn't found Su Dao, he didn't want to see Gao Bingyang daily hovering around like a shadow, always irritating him. If you don't sleep soon, go back home. No, I want to stay with you. Gao Bingyang glanced at Long Yang plaintively. When she saw Long Yang turn away from her, she stomped her foot and selected an empty room. Long Yang returned to his own room. Beside his bed was a photo. He gently touched the smiling face in the picture, muttering softly, Linyan, today I met a girl whose eyes look very much like yours, and even her name contains a U. Isn't that such a coincidence? I wish so much that she was you. Where are you really? Chen Lin was just next door to him. Whether Long Yang slept well or not, Chen Lin didn't know. But Chen Lin herself rested quite soundly. When she woke up, Su Junyuan had already arrived with Gao Rui, Su Dao, and a few others. Among his people, one named Ju Qi was missing. In the previous lifetime, Ju Qi was a capable captain of a team under Su Junyuan. But in this lifetime, she had already died by Chen Lin's hand. Of course, Su Junyuan still didn't know about this. Chen Lin wondered how Su Junyuan would react if he knew she dismantled his core group. Good morning, Su Junyuan greeted Ling Jiang cheerfully as he exited his room. Upon seeing Jing Xinyu, who possessed no superpower, come out, he added, "Morning, everyone's up right on time. We've brought some food." Ling Jiang responded, "Thank you, but we four haven't been to the capital before, so we're going out for a stroll. We'll be back soon." "What's there to see in the capital?" Gao Bingyang sneered sarcastically. "Country bumpkins are country bumpkins after all. Are you asking for a beating?" Sun Qing waved her fists menacingly. "I love hitting women." Gao Bingyang darted behind Long Yang, jeering, "Savage country bumpkin." Though Sun Qing threw a punch her way, she didn't chase after her seriously. "It's fine to go out for a walk, but..." Su Junyuan interjected, "You're unfamiliar with the roads here. Shouldn't we arrange a guide for you?" "Absolutely not. If Su Junyuan assigned a guide, how could they go to their intended destination?" Chen Lin quickly pulled a map from her bag and handed it to Ling Jiang. Ling Jiang glanced at the map and remarked confidently, "We have a map, guaranteed not to get lost." Sun Qing raised her hand solemnly and assured them, "We're just sightseeing, we won't wander too far. If it comes to distributing zombie fighting duties, please assign all four of us together. Lin Yin doesn't have powers, but we're used to looking out for her." Upon hearing this, Su Junyuan said, "The capital has no zombies, so there's nothing for us to do at the moment. You can enjoy yourselves. There are a few scenic spots worth visiting." Chen Lin pulled Sun Qing's hand and wrote a few words in her palm. As she read them aloud, Sun Qing said, Thank, Captain. Lin Yun says thanks to the captain." Su Junyuan laughed even more heartily. "Then I'll gladly accept it." He hadn't expected that a mute would help confirm his position as captain, making him look increasingly favorably upon Jing Xinyu. "Don't worry about not having abilities. Maybe you will have them someday." Was he trying to win them over or hint at something? Chen Lin nodded, indicating she understood. Gao Bingyang snorted disdainfully. "It's just that Brother Junyuan has a good temper. If it were me, I wouldn't want this mute without any abilities." Ling Jiang's eyes immediately flashed with anger. "Shall I test if my level 2 earth element can take you out?" Chen Lin tugged on Ling Jiang's sleeve, pointing to one of the scenic spots on the map, then pointing toward the door. She half-dragged, half-pulled him away. Gao Bingyang always provoked others. Besides Chen Lin herself, the other three wanted nothing more than to beat her up. Su Junyuan watched as Ling Jiang and the others walked out, deep in thought. "Bingyang, didn't you promise me something?" "Brother Junyuan, I didn't say anything." Gao Bingyang replied. Su Dao quickly gave Gao Bingyang a warning glance. "Don't upset Brother Junyuan." Su Junyuan valued those three individuals with their extraordinary abilities greatly. "I didn't do anything to make him unhappy," Gao Bingyang continued arrogantly. "Brother Junyuan probably doesn't care for that ugly, powerless person anyway." Since the group had already walked far enough, Long Yang stayed silent. Su Junyuan only said, "Don't say things like that in front of people. Jiang Dao is a level 2 ability holder." Su Junyuan then spoke, "Long Yang, I know you're very capable. Even though I'm the captain, you might be displeased. How about this, let you be the formal captain and I'll take the deputy role. Let's make some achievements during the apocalypse." Long Yang responded, "I don't aspire to be the captain." Su Junyuan fixed his gaze on Long Yang, pondering whether his words were true or false. "I only want to find Lin Yun," Long Yang stated. "You go ahead and be the captain." Hearing these words from Long Yang, Gao Bingyang complained, "All you think about is Chen Lin. She has." Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Su Dao quickly clamped a hand over Gao Bingyang's mouth, preventing her from uttering the unspoken words, "Don't provoke Long Yang. Do you really want to get kicked out?" Gao Bingyang immediately deflated. "That's right, don't irritate Long Yang," Su Dao commented. "Long Yang, don't get mad. Bingyang is just like this." Impatiently, Long Yang retorted, "Why should you explain her attitude?" Then he addressed Su Junyuan, "I know you don't trust me, but I only have one wish, to find Lin Yun. You could ask me to lead any charge, and I'd comply." Su Junyuan responded, "My younger sister is highly likely in Yunqi City. It's just that communication has been cut off, and I have no way to prove it to you." Beside them, Gao Rui heard how tenderly Long Yang mentioned Chen Lin's name. Both Su Junyuan and Long Yang called Chen Lin little sister, which made her jealous, so she huffed, "Are we done talking yet? If so, let's leave. I didn't sleep well last night." Chapter 87, The Empty City is Not Empty, 2. Su Junyuan left with Gao Rui, Su Dao, and others. Only Long Yang and Gao Bingyang were left at the Long family residence. Gao Bingyang volunteered enthusiastically. "Long Yang Brother Junyuan brought a lot of food. I'll cook for you." Long Yang responded with an affirmative hum. "All right." As long as she wasn't clinging to him, anything was negotiable. "I'll be reading in my grandfather's study. Knock on the door when the meal is ready." "Okay." Gao Bingyang gave a thumbs-up gesture. She took out instant noodles and sausages that Su Junyuan had left behind and walked into the kitchen. Gao Bingyang poked her head out of the kitchen, confirming that Long Yang had entered the study. Then, she tiptoed into the room where Long Yang had stayed the previous night. As soon as she entered the room, Gao Bingyang almost exploded with anger. There, on Long Yang's bedside, was a photo of the ugly Chen Lin. In a few swift steps, she grabbed the photo, tore it into pieces with rage, and then started stomping on it while cursing, ugly freak, I curse you to die 10,000 times. Unbeknownst to her, Long Yang had been standing by the door all along. Get out of my house. Gao Bingyang immediately adopted an aggrieved tone. I didn't mean to. I just lost my temper. Oh. My fiancé's picture made you angry? It's my first time hearing this. Mockery flashed in Long Yang's eyes. His voice deepened. Get out of my house, don't make me repeat myself. No. I won't go. Despite Gao Bingyang's attempt to wheedle, Long Yang remained unmoved. He grabbed her collar and tossed her outside. Chen Lin led 3 people into the park. Sun Qing looked around. There wasn't a soul or even a zombie in sight. Xin Yu, are we really here just to visit the park? Of course, Chen Lin hadn't come here just to tour the park. There's a place I desperately want to visit, but I'm hesitant. What? That so-called headquarters? Ling Jiang said, let's just go, we've visited plenty before, what's one more? Where is it? Chen Lin pointed her lips toward a direction. Sun Qing saw it right away. It was only a short distance away from the park, just a single building. Why not just go already? This is the capital, and Suzhanyuan is nearby. We can't act rashly. Chen Lin took out a pair of binoculars, had a quick glance, and handed them over to Ling Jiang. Do you think we have a chance to succeed? After observing for some time, Ling Jiang remarked, there are hidden sentries, at least 11 of them. Hearing this, Chen Lin's lips twitched slightly. Fortunately, she had been cautious enough not to agree with Sun Qing's impulsive idea of charging straight ahead. Last life, when she had come here, the place only housed white-coated personnel and detained superhumans. Hence, she breezed through it easily. For at least 11 people to be guarding it, it demonstrated how much importance was placed on this location. Let me take a look. Sun Qing snatched the binoculars from Ling Jiang. Why can't I see anyone? Jiang Dao was in the military. They have a subject called counter-reconnaissance. If we can't see them, it means they're experts, Chen Lin explained, taking the binoculars back from Sun Qing and handing them over to Ling Jiang. Can we get in? Without alarming them, it's impossible. Unless we shoot them with guns, Ling Jiang replied, we don't have any guns, and the handguns only have 3 bullets. Seeing the disappointed expression on Chen Lin's face, Ling Jiang rephrased, but it's not entirely without a way. Before Chen Lin could say anything, Sun Qing and Hu Xing spoke simultaneously, then spit it out quickly. We'll rob the rich to help the poor, and do justice on behalf of heaven. You weren't supposed to sneak away quietly. Chen Lin looked incredulously at Sun Qing. You've changed your mind too fast. Hu Xing chimed in. Yesterday, we discussed what you said. If we leave this place for Su Junyuan, his group will become stronger in the future. I don't think that's a good thing. Exactly. You call him captain, and he smiled like a chrysanthemum flower. Sun Qing pouted. Earlier, upon hearing that you lacked abilities, he didn't even want to bring you. Hearing this, Chen Lin just gave a faint smile. He was tactful enough about it, and I'm not at all mad. Jiang Dao, tell us your plan. I'll find their electrical distribution room and cut off their power, Ling Jiang suggested. Xin Yu, find a way to flood water into the place, and then we'll electrify it. Sun Qing snapped her fingers. I like it. Ling Jiang turned to Chen Lin. The key is Xin Yu's water. Xin Yu, any questions? No. Chen Lin didn't even want to bother thinking. She intended to storm in directly. Give me a rough idea of the hidden sentries' positions. Sun Qing will go with me. If they don't die from electrocution, you stab them one more time. They're all inside the building. Ling Jiang pointed at the windows with people. 9 on the first floor, 2 upstairs. Once the electricity flows, I'll take them down with my gun. What about me? Hu Xing asked. You all have tasks, but I have nothing to do. Ling Jiang said, you're responsible for signaling Xin Yu according to my gestures. Only you can do this. Let's see if we're in sync. If worse comes to worst, we'll just rush in hard, Chen Lin said. Don't leave anyone alive. Others didn't know how insanely cruel the Celestial Research Institute could be, but she did. In its lab, she had seen those in white coats slicing off limbs of superhumans and replacing them with zombie arms, watched as internal organs were removed while the subjects were still alive, and saw the researchers place these organs into zombie abdomens. There was a moment when a superhuman begged her to end his life. Every time Chen Lin thought about the Celestial Research Institute, she would remember that superhuman. It seemed his cries for help echoed constantly in her ears. Ling Jiang silently nodded in agreement without any questioning. Sun Qing and Hu Xing were somewhat confused. Xin Yu, must we really kill them? Chen Lin said, if you knew and personally witnessed that the Celestial Research Institute turned live humans into zombies before the apocalypse, would you let them go? There were dozens of school-uniformed zombies in the underground parking lot of Sioux City University. Can I understand this as, the apocalypse being man-made? Sun Qing wasn't dumb, even though sometimes she acted like it, she got straight to the point. Ling Jiang nodded. Pretty much. Those people discovered something that causes human mutation, but instead of warning others, they secretly experimented on live humans. The apocalypse being man-made is entirely correct, and it was actually completely avoidable. Chen Lin tacitly agreed with Ling Jiang's opinion. The slow process of change caused by the meteorite around humans wouldn't have triggered the apocalypse so quickly without the Celestial Research Institute pushing things forward. So there's no doubt left in our minds. They create zombies, they are less than zombies themselves, Sun Qing said. Killing bad people is doing justice on behalf of heaven. Yes, it's doing justice on behalf of heaven. Destroying the Celestial Research Institute and taking the meteorite would make it difficult for Su Junyuan to rebuild it easily. Chen Lin made a gesture. Let's follow Jiang Dao's plan first, and then adjust accordingly. The principle remains the same. Apart from us, don't leave anyone alive. The four of them moved simultaneously with perfect coordination. Su Junyuan, who was fooling around with Jiao Rui in his villa, suddenly paused. Why do I feel uneasy? Chapter 88, Citywide Power Outage. Chen Lin found a vent window. If she released water here, it could flood the first floor and the basement completely. Sun Qing was covering her mouth and giggling behind her. Will they jump around like people on TV getting electrocuted? Shush. Chen Lin replied while releasing water and gave Sun Qing a light tap. Do you want to alert the people inside? No. Sun Qing quickly covered her mouth again. Someone inside the small building spoke. Go check if the water pipes are leaking. Call the people upstairs to come down for dinner. Shit, why's there no power? I've only shaved half of my beard. Chen Lin gave Hu Xing an okay sign. Hu Xing received Chen Lin's signal and immediately conveyed it to Ling Jiang. Inside the small building, several muffled groans arose, followed by the sound of heavy objects falling into the water. You are. A short scream of agony sounded, and then all noises inside the small building ceased. A strange smell began to waft out. Huang tilted his nose towards the air, sniffed hard. What smell is that? It smells quite fragrant. Electrocuted human flesh. Anyone hungry? Chen Lin deliberately lowered her voice in a sinister tone to scare Sun Qing. Sun Qing licked her lips. I'd rather go vegetarian. Before Chen Lin could give Hu Xing another signal, a flash of electricity lit up, and the wires released an unpleasant burnt smell. At the same moment, darkness enveloped Su Junyuan's villa. Su Junyuan, who was getting dressed, stopped his action. Power outage. Jiao Rui got out of bed and hugged Su Junyuan, worrying over nothing, right? Power outages aren't uncommon. Yeah. Su Junyuan thought about it, feeling he might be overly anxious. He turned and hugged Jiao Rui. Baby, don't you seem to dislike my junior sister a lot? Jiao Rui huffed. I can't stand how despite being the ugliest and poorest, she still has so much pride. Su Junyuan's eyes gleamed in the dark. If she is still alive, try not to show it too clearly. She is very capable. Okay. Although reluctant, Jiao Rui still agreed. She couldn't afford to upset Su Junyuan. Chen Lin didn't know their little move had caused a citywide power outage. And she also didn't know that she had fried Su Junyuan's most cherished equipment and experts. Chen Lin put her ear against the door to listen. No more sounds came from within the building. She signaled Hu Xing with a wave. Hu Xing promptly motioned to Ling Jiang. The four cautiously entered the small building. An unusual scent of meat mixing with a burnt odor greeted them. In ankle-deep water, several charcoal-like figures floated. Sun Qing analyzed. Household current is 220 V. How can this level of voltage turn humans into such a state? At least 1000 V would do that. Ling Jiang said, I saw a wire connecting the small building to a distribution cabinet outside, which seemed labeled AA or AH. I didn't get a good look. Damn. High voltage electrical box. You're lucky you weren't zapped. Hu Xing slapped Ling Jiang hard on the shoulder. Do you have any idea what happens when someone gets caught by high voltage? He pointed at the charred bodies in the water. Ling Jiang shrank his eyes, a sense of dread rising as he realized how close he'd come to danger. Too close. He hadn't thought anything pressing the switch moments ago. Phew. Flashlight. Chen Lin, eager to find the meteorite inside the building, urged impatiently. Quickly. It was pitch black inside the building. Even the emergency lights were not functioning. Ling Jiang took out a flashlight and handed it to Chen Lin. Watch where you step. Sun Qing accidentally stepped on something, causing a sharp cracking sound. Xing xing, xing xing, quick, see what's on my foot. Chen Lin rushed over with the flashlight and shone it on the ground. You just crushed some unlucky soul's chest. You, gross. Sun Qing carefully pulled her foot away. She fished out her mobile phone and used its flashlight feature to illuminate the area. Sorry, it wasn't intentional. My bad, my bad. Chen Lin rolled her eyes. After killing so many zombies, never once did you apologize. Sun Qing stuck her tongue out. They were zombies, those are corpses. Not the same thing. Ling Jiang suggested. Yeah, let me walk ahead. We don't know what's in there. 1000 V wouldn't leave any zombie alive, Chen Lin remarked. There probably won't be any survivors. Thank heavens you weren't electrocuted yourself. As they walked into the laboratory, neat rows of iron racks lined up in an orderly manner. Several lab coats, their genders indistinguishable, soaked in the water. The place had a very low elevation. Stepping in, the water would rise to knee level. Check for survivors and other exit. Chen Lin said as she walked along the rows of iron racks. In her wake, both the racks and zombies disappeared. The laboratory's safe was open, as if someone had just opened it to retrieve something. Chen Lin extended her hand into the safe and emptied its contents. Hu Xing remarked, this room is probably intact except for the zombies, the iron racks, and the walls. Lin, look, there's a big rock here. It's different from the one you showed us before, and this zombie is also unusual, Sun Qing called out loudly to Chen Lin. Chen Lin hurried over to find a whole meteorite embedded in the wall with a zombie tied to it. As Chen Lin approached, the female zombie opened her eyes, cloudy and slightly bloodshot, staring directly at Chen Lin. Holy crap, she's still alive. Hu Xing raised his weapon to stab the zombie. Chen Lin grabbed Hu Xing's arm and placed her hand on the meteorite, pulling both the zombie and the meteorite into her space. 1000 V of electricity didn't kill it, so save your strength. Is there anything usable left here? If not, let's go. I don't want anyone ambushing us here. The four checked the small building thoroughly. As they stepped out moments later, a group of people entered the building. An hour later, Su Junyuan received the news. The space zombie had escaped with the meteorite and all the test subjects. Damn it. Su Junyuan was furious. He had planned to stay in the capital for a month specifically for the brain core of that zombie. He guessed that the zombie had both electrical and spatial abilities, otherwise, the deaths here couldn't be explained. The Long family's door was tightly shut. Ling Jiang took out the key and unlocked it. Long Yang stood inside, holding a candle, watching him silently. Since you've returned, Ling Jiang, why don't you recognize me? He had noticed the voice resembled Ling Jiang earlier, but if it hadn't been for the sound of the key unlocking the door, he might not have recognized Ling Jiang at all. His face was completely ruined, bearing no resemblance to what it used to be. Ling Jiang stared at Long Yang under the candlelight, his face appearing eerily abnormal. Let's talk once I'm inside. Long Yang moved back to make way as the four walked in. Chen Lin closed the door behind them. Where's Dad? Where's Du Yuan? Do you have Lin Lin's whereabouts? Long Yang fired off a string of questions. Du Yuan is with Uncle. I came out looking for you. Ling Jiang removed his mask. Even grandfather's rank couldn't locate you. Uncle and we felt something was off. I don't know about Lin Lin, but your sister-in-law did say she was heading to Yunqi City. Su Junyuan wasn't wrong. These three are the partners I met while searching for you. They accompanied me throughout our journey from the military camp, through Su City and Ji City, all the way to the capital. The person half seen earlier, Jing Xinyu, wasn't Lin Lin. Long Yang explained, our car overturned on the highway going to Ji City. The driver was bitten by a zombie, and after my fellow soldier and I managed to escape, we went straight to Shi City. Chapter 89, Watching Someone Else's Husband Bathe. Chen Lin suddenly remembered the car from the Celestial Institute she saw on the roadside when encountering a troublemaker. Her chest tightened, realizing that she had been so close to Long Yang. Just because she chose a shorter route, they missed each other. Turns out you two know each other, that's wonderful. Sun Qing looked around but didn't see Jiao Rui. Is that troublemaker not here? Seeing Long Yang nod, she said with relief, tall and handsome, can we use your bathroom? We want to take a shower. Long Yang smelled a strange odor on the four of them. Go ahead. He continued asking, Ling Jiang, why are you calling yourself Jiang Dao now? Sun Qing dragged Chen Lin to look for the bathroom, while Long Yang didn't bother paying attention and let them wander around his house freely. It's a long story, if you trust me, don't ask, Ling Jiang told Sun Qing. The bathroom is in the farthest room upstairs. Sun Qing waved her hand. You catch up, we'll find it ourselves. Hu Xing said, you guys hurry up and wash. I also want to bathe, it's foul. The smell of corpses all over my body. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized he had said something awkward. I deserve punishment. Ling Jiang replied, Long Yang won't pry into it, he's not one to ask too many questions. Long Yang's thoughts were focused on Ling Jiang, so he didn't hear what Hu Xing said. Are Dad and Du Yuan safe? Yes, Ling Jiang answered. In the future, if you meet Su Junyuan, don't reveal my identity. Su Junyuan has hidden a lot from you, don't be deceived by him. I won't get involved in those things anyway, Long Yang said. Grandpa and Mom are very safe right now, Dad and Du Yuan are safe too. It's just Lin Lin who's missing at home. Ling Jiang patted Long Yang. Your wife is smart and capable, she will surely live better than us. Don't worry. You're just trying to console me, Long Yang frowned. Today that girl, Jiao Bingyang, actually tore up Lin Lin's picture. I almost wanted to kill her. Why has that girl become so hateful? Ling Jiang asked. All four of us were so angry we wanted to beat her up. How would I know? Long Yang replied. Now, whenever I see her, I feel annoyed. Just glad to see you haven't changed your feelings. Lin Lin is such a good girl, Ling Jiang remarked. Don't fail her. What nonsense. How could I ever fail her? Long Yang hugged Ling Jiang's shoulder and showed a rare smile he hadn't displayed in quite some time. It's great that you're back. Let's go find Lin Lin together. Ling Jiang responded. Whatever needs to be done, I won't hesitate. There's instant noodles at home, we can cook and eat them. Long Yang pulled Ling Jiang towards the kitchen. Ling Jiang said, you eat alone, we've already eaten outside today, and I want to bathe. Stinking all over. That strange smell was again detected on Ling Jiang. Long Yang patted him. Rinse off in the yard, then change into clean clothes. I'm going too. Hu Xing quickly followed Ling Jiang. Is there enough water for both of us? Plenty, there's a whole pool of water. Long Yang said, let's soak together, and chat while we're at it. Water splashed in the yard, as Chen Lin peered through the window and saw the three boys bathing together, appearing quite harmonious. Lingling, what about that live zombie in your space? Sun Qing, after changing into clean clothes, watched with Chen Lin toward the yard. Wow, a view of handsome men bathing. Her voice was loud and boisterous. The boys in the yard raised their heads simultaneously to locate where the sound came from. Getting caught red-handed sneaking a peek once, Chen Lin covered her eyes. Perverted woman, did your modesty get eaten by a dog? Sun Qing giggled stupidly while drooling and said, my mom didn't give me any modesty, wow. Whatever, we're getting dressed. Hu Xing climbed out of the pool, drenched water dripping from his soaked clothes. Wow, little star, you actually have abs. Sun Qing blew kisses to Hu Xing. Husband, Mua. Chen Lin dragged her back. Go to sleep already, your husband isn't running away. Come here. Handsome men. Sun Qing was dragged back inside by Chen Lin. I haven't seen enough yet. There aren't many chances to openly watch others' husbands. After hearing this, countless black lines appeared on Chen Lin's forehead. I have a perfect plan to openly sneak peek at many other people's husband. Sun Qing immediately brightened up. Great, great, tell me quick. Chen Lin rolled her eyes. Preschool teacher. You even peek at other people's wives. Kill me now. Sun Qing slapped her forehead, then showed a look of sudden enlightenment. I know, you're jealous. Ha ha ha. Chen Lin quickly covered the fool's mouth. We'll be traveling with Su Junyuan and them soon. If you can't hold your tongue, they might, she made a gesture of slicing her neck, shut you up permanently. We've completely cleaned out their base. Chen Lin didn't realize that she hadn't just cleaned out everything, but also taken away Su Junyuan's most valued treasure. Lingling, don't worry, Sun Qing patted her chest to assure her. I value the lives of us few. Your fiancé isn't a stranger either. Oh yeah, what level was that zombie who didn't get electrocuted? Chen Lin gestured a 6th level? Sun Qing was shocked with wide eyes. How could we possibly kill a 6th level zombie? At least 6th level. Chen Lin stopped speaking. That zombie must have developed some sort of psychic ability, worth it for Su Junyuan to invest such a big piece of meteorite into its growth. She glanced into her personal space. The meteorite hadn't been absorbed by her space, but the zombie tied on it had redder and redder eyes. This was an 8th level zombie. With only her 5th level space ability and Lingjiang's 3rd level earth attribute power, they'd only end up being eaten by this thing. Let's wait and see later. Chen Lin lay in bed, touching her nose tip with her fingers, thinking, the apocalypse has just begun for a few months, yet Su Junyuan had already raised an 8th level zombie. He obviously aimed at that 8th level brain core. Do you think, if that guy went there and found no iron racks left, would he go crazy? Sun Qing nudged Chen Lin. What do you think? Su Junyuan is a hunk. Why haven't I seen you drooling over him? Chen Lin noticed Sun Qing had different attitudes towards Su Junyuan and Long Yang. That guy may be good looking, but his face reeks of calculation and scheming. Sun Qing said, I dislike him. Actually, I'm quite afraid of him, especially after hearing you say he eliminates people who know too much. Chen Lin hummed, so you're not acting stupid right now? Great. I'm never stupid. Sun Qing leaned closer to Chen Lin. I might be a bit clumsy at most. You're not a bit clumsy, you're very clumsy. Chen Lin distanced herself from Sun Qing. Don't come near me, it's hot. If you want a hug, go hug your star. Sun Qing shrugged. Even if I hugged him, he'd just obediently keep his distance. Hugging him might as well be hugging a lamppost. Chen Lin asked menacingly, are you saying my figure is as flat as a lamppost? No, absolutely not, Sun Qing responded quickly. I just said lampposts won't respond to me. Chapter 90, Departure from the Capital. Su Junyuan spent the whole night searching around the small building. In the morning, when he arrived at the Long family's residence, his face was visibly upset. Long Yang, Jiang Dao, you're here, which is good. I want to discuss with you that I wish to leave earlier as I need to look for my junior sister. I also have to find my teacher and my parents. I just received some news, but there's still no lead on my parent. Upon hearing this, Long Yang replied, even if you didn't come, I would have sought you out. Jiao Bingyang tore Lingling's picture, and it has left me uneasy. Lingjiang lowered his voice slightly in agreement. Jiao Bingyang poked her head out from behind Su Dao. It wasn't intentional. Long Yang ignored her and continued talking to Su Junyuan. I have 5 people here. I can fit them all in one car. But you have over 10 people, so you'll need 3 cars, right? This is not a concern of yours. I've already prepared, Su Junyuan said. Let's pack up and depart. As they were about to get in the car, Jiao Bingyang approached and pushed Chen Lin. You dumb girl, go sit in another car. I want to be with brother Long Yang. Long Yang firmly said, the captain has agreed to let Xin Yu join us. She's our teammate. There are exactly 5 of us in my car. You switch vehicles. Hearing Long Yang confirm his position as the leader, Su Junyuan said, Bingyang, you and Rui will ride with me. I don't want to sit with any of you. I want to sit in the same car as brother Long Yang. Long Yang pulled out his family's jeep. Lingjiang opened the passenger seat and got in. Hu Xing, Sun Qing, and Chen Lin sat in the back. Long Yang then took the driver's seat. Jiao Bingyang pointed at Chen Lin. Get out, let me switch with you. Chen Lin kept her gaze forward, as if she hadn't heard. This life, she had no intention of giving Long Yang up unless he fell for someone else, in which case, she'd willingly step aside. You're mute, not deaf. Jiao Bingyang forcefully tapped on the car window. Su Dao quickly pulled her away. Isn't it the same which car you sit in? We're going together anyway. Jiao Rui added, Ice Beauty, even though younger brother Yang doesn't have an ability, he's still our teammate. Finally, the 5 cars set off. Chen Lin noticed that none of the cars carried much luggage. It seemed the people around Su Junyuan didn't plan to bring food or anything either. Apparently, among their 16 members, there was at least one space manipulation ability user. Hey Longlegs handsome, your sister is such a nuisance, may I punch her? Sun Qing cracked her knuckles, seeing her makes my hands itch. Long Yang responded, feel free to hit her, she's not related to me. Upon hearing this, Sun Qing rolled down the window and gestured a fist toward Jiao Bingyang who kept glancing over. If you dare insult Lin again, I'll knock your teeth out. Chen Lin handed Sun Qing a pair of pliers. Sun Qing waved the pliers at Jiao Bingyang. Jiao Bingyang puffed up in anger. You bastards, all of you are bastard. Long Yang smiled faintly. My name is Long Yang. We'll be partners from now on, just call me by my name. Chen Lin pulled out a baseball cap and put it on, covering her eyes. If in the past life, Long Yang had gone with Su Junyuan, why did he die? Was his death related to Su Junyuan or not? In another vehicle, Gao Bingyang grumbled angrily, did you see that? So arrogant, it drives me crazy. Gao Rui commented, not having abilities makes it easy to die. Soon, there will only be 4 people in that car. Su Junyuan frowned, what nonsense are you saying? Brother Junyuan, what Sister Rui said is true, Gao Bingyang said, so I hope that Mute dies soon. There was unease in the backpack, and Chen Lin picked it up to soothe the rain frog, as someone had just harbored ill intentions toward her. Seeing her actions, Sun Qing asked, what's wrong with your little pet? Chen Lin pulled Sun Qing's hand over and wrote a few words, it's scared. Both Lingjiang, Sun Qing, and Huxing knew she had a pet. She raised the window and took the rain frog out of the bag. Long Yang glanced back through the rearview mirror, you keep a frog as a pet? Few girls actually like frogs. Though Chen Lin wasn't fond of pets, this particular rain frog inexplicably favored her and wouldn't leave her side. She placed the rain frog back into the bag. A streak of silver caught Long Yang's attention. It was named Linlin, and it wore a ring, making Long Yang eager to pull over, wanting Jing Shinyu to take off her mask so he could see her face. Chen Lin also noticed Long Yang's gaze and looked down at the ring on her hand, silently smiling. Based on this ring, Long Yang had recognized her. By the time Long Yang looked again, Jing Shinyu had already taken off the ring. Overjoyed, he realized that she was Chen Lin. It was indeed Chen Lin. If it weren't for Chen Lin, she wouldn't have removed the ring, which also showed her determination not to reveal her identity. What exactly happened that made Chen Lin unwilling to acknowledge him? Long Yang didn't rush to expose Chen Lin's identity but decided to ask Lingjiang instead. He deliberately slowed down the car and dropped to the back of the convoy. Jiang Dao, Long Yang resisted the urge to reveal Chen Lin immediately. Now can you explain? Why did you lie? Lingjiang hesitated and instantly understood the implication of Long Yang's question. He replied, your wife, my sister-in-law, learned a secret she shouldn't have known and took something she wasn't supposed to take. Her life is literally in your mouth, no, more precisely, in the hands of all 4 of us. Upon hearing this, Long Yang asked, Su? Lingjiang nodded, I'll tell you when the time is right. Long Yang glanced at Chen Lin through the rearview mirror, who was wearing a baseball cap. Though he couldn't see her face or expression, he knew Chen Lin was paying attention. Sun Qing gave Long Yang a thumbs up, tall legs and good looks are really smart, catching on quick. No wonder Linlin is determined to find you. Long Yang chuckled. He'd heard Sun Qing mention several times that he belonged to Linlin but hadn't understood her meaning until now. Clearly, Sun Qing was aware of the connection between him and Chen Lin. Naturally, she's my fiancé, Long Yang said with pride, behaving like a standard show-off husband. Chen Lin, wearing a mask, couldn't help but smile at the corners of her lips. Long Yang, he was hers. The convoy left the capital and drove along the highway toward G City. Chen Lin thought, Su Junyuan must want to reap his rewards in G City. She wondered if he would cry when he found out there were only zombie corpses left. This way leads to G City, Lingjiang said, we don't know yet what Su Junyuan plans to do. Chen Lin understood clearly that Su Junyuan was planning to inspect the city. It was a small basin, where setting up a base would make it easy to defend and difficult to attack. It had been Su Junyuan's base in the previous life. However, Chen Lin didn't know what Su Junyuan had done before establishing the base, but she could feel that this journey would not be peaceful. At the very least, she, being a burden without any special abilities, was someone Su Junyuan and his group intended to abandon. A blatant abandonment might disappoint those who followed Su Junyuan. As Su Junyuan was always skilled at putting on a facade, he wouldn't directly drive her away but would rather let her die conveniently. That was the best way to deal with a liability. Finally, he could shed a few crocodile tears and win over a large number of people's hearts. Chapter 91, Sneaky. The convoy stopped on the highway, and Su Junyuan personally ran to Long Yang's car. I plan to go to G City first. Do you have any other plans? No. Long Yang rolled down the window, follow your plan. I don't have any objections. If we encounter any living people, we can stop and ask about Chen Lin. What if someone has met her? Okay. Su Junyuan said, then there will be no more stops after this. We'll go straight to G City and stay there for the night. Su Dao handed a package of food to Long Yang. Bing Yang prepared it for you. Oh, thank her. Long Yang rolled up the window without even taking the package. Su Dao's face turned alternately pale and red. Long Yang. Are you blind? Su Junyuan glanced at him. Is Long Yang alone in his car? But, this is what Bing Yang gave to Long Yang. Su Dao had a hard expression but still insisted. I didn't say anything wrong. It's almost time to arrive at G City. Nobody will starve. Su Junyuan took the bag from Su Dao, turned back to his own car, and threw the bag to Gao Bingyang with a loud thud. If you try to break the unity again, then leave the team. Junyuan GE. I didn't do anything bad today. Gao Bingyang pouted unhappily. I just gave Long Yang Gij some food. I was worried he might be hungry. Su Junyuan said, though it's true that when a woman pursues a man, it's like breaking through a layer of gauze, but Long Yang is not single now. Remember that point. Gao Bingyang said resentfully. I hope that ugly girl has no special abilities and gets bitten by zombies or run over by a car. Su Junyuan glared at Gao Bingyang. She immediately shut her mouth. Su Dao frowned, absent-mindedly lost in thought. The convoy set off again. Before the apocalypse, it took 5 hours to travel from the capital to G City, but after the apocalypse, this time no longer mattered as they would frequently encounter broken-down cars or car accidents on the road. By the time they arrived at G City, it was already midnight. A journey that originally took 5 hours took their team 18 hours. The convoy parked at a location some distance away from G City. Su Junyuan said, "We'll camp here for the night and continue traveling tomorrow. Ju Xiong, distribute the food and water from our car to everyone. Hey, take out the tents." Su Dao carried a tent from the car. Actually, Chen Lin really wanted to ask him where Li Jiao had gone, because in her previous life when she saw Li Jiao at Su Junyuan's base, Li Jiao was not dead. So at least, Li Jiao should be alive and well now. As soon as Jiao Bingyang had some spare time, she immediately approached Long Yang. "Long Yang Gij, can I share the same tent with you tonight?" "Not good." Long Yang said, "Why do you always crowd near me? Go squeeze with your brother Su Dao." "No way." Jiao Bingyang cooed while twisting her body to act cute. "I just like being with you. But unfortunately, I don't like being with you." Sun Qing hugged Long Yang's arm. "Handsome brother, our tent is ready, let's sleep together." "Oh, gross." Jiao Bingyang scowled as Sun Qing mimicked her tone. Sun Qing swayed her head. "Cooing is something everyone can do, handsome brother, Chen Lin covered her mouth and chuckled silently. Jiao Bingyang noticed Chen Lin's action and rushed forward, pointing at her. "You mute bitch, laugh again and I'll beat you up." Chen Lin laughed until her almond-shaped eyes curved, and she slapped her hand across the other's face. There was a smack sound. Everyone who was setting up the tents or chatting turned their attention over. Jiao Bingyang went berserk and charged toward Chen Lin. "I'm going to kill you, kill you." Long Yang pulled her and swung her backward. Jiao Bingyang rolled away. Su Dao quickly went over to support her. "Long Yang, why did you hit Bingyang? She got hit. So pitiful, you're not helping her. You help the outsider bully her. Here, everyone's teammates. Ask Bingyang yourself what she did. Should I call the captain to settle things?" Long Yang's face remained emotionless. Even if he didn't know that Jing Xinyu was Chen Lin, he wouldn't sit idly by and watch Jiao Bingyang bully others, especially not Chen Lin, who traveled across half the country looking for him. Su Junyuan rushed over upon hearing the commotion. "Bingyang, you'll sleep alone in the car tonight until you think things through. All right, hurry up and camp. She hit me, and none of you helped me." Jiao Bingyang stomped her foot and walked toward the capital direction. "I should have gone with Li Jiao and Han Fang to the safe base." As Su Dao was about to follow, Su Junyuan said deeply, "Keep setting up the tent." Jiao Bingyang walked a few steps before Jiao Rui caught up with her and pulled her back. "All right, stop making a fuss. Staying in the car is actually more comfortable for you." "What's so comfortable?" "I'll suffocate." Jiao Bingyang was pulled back by Jiao Rui. "Tell me, which aspect of mine isn't better than that ugly Chen Lin? My family has as high a position in the military as the Longs and Sus. We're perfectly matched." Jiao Rui's eyes gleamed briefly, and a smirk appeared on her face. "Well, who can predict the future accurately? Just bear with it now. If Long Yang focuses on one person, it means he won't change his heart, right? Once we're sure Chen Lin is dead, won't you still have a chance?" I'm furious. Why do I always have to endure this?" complained Jiao Bingyang, but deep down, she acknowledged what Jiao Rui said. "I understand, isn't it enough that I'm willing to endure?" Jiao Rui glanced toward where Long Yang was, and the meaning behind her gaze remained her secret. "I dislike Chen Lin just as much, I hate how she behaves. Sister Ruiri, you must help me." Jiao Bingyang begged. Though irrational when it came to Long Yang, she wasn't unintelligent. "Of course I will help you," Jiao Rui replied. After all, anything that made Chen Lin uncomfortable brought her great joy. She could not forget how humiliated she had been on Su Junyuan's birthday when Chen Lin had caused her to lose face in front of everyone at the hotel. That embarrassing moment continued to gnaw at her even now. Chen Lin sat inside the tent watching Jiao Rui and Jiao Bingyang chatting with each other. Times might have changed, but these two were once again walking along the same path as they had in their previous lives. Together with Li Jiao and Han Fang, Jiao Rui formed a tight trio. Su Junyuan said, "Everyone get some rest early. There are no zombies here, it's very safe." The army tents were spacious, easily accommodating 10 people. Sleeping bags were placed inside, and Ling Jiang pulled the curtain of the tent closed. "Do we need to patrol?" "Probably not." Long Yang said, "If there's no mention of patrolling, let's not bother." In the middle of the night, several individuals crept toward G City. Rain frogs were highly sensitive to the surrounding movements. As soon as the rain frog moved, Chen Lin woke up immediately. Sitting up, she saw Long Yang peeking out through a crack he'd opened in the tent. He heard the noise behind him and turned to signal quietly for silence. Chen Lin lay back down, already knowing without looking that Su Junyuan had entered G City. Seeing Chen Lin's gesture, Long Yang laid back into his sleeping bag and tilted his head to look at Chen Lin, who wore a mask even while sleeping. "Sleep. We might set off early tomorrow morning." Chen Lin raised her hand and pointed outside the tent, where a stealthy shadow was attempting to open their tent. The moonlight cast the silhouette of a young girl onto the tent. Chapter 92, Guessing. Long Yang didn't speak and looked at Chen Lin. The shadow outside the tent became clearer. Chen Lin nudged Sun Qing. Sun Qing opened her eyes drowsily. Facing the entrance of the tent, she saw a pair of hands pulling aside the curtain and reaching in. Sun Qing turned around and saw that all 5 people were still there in the tent. She jumped up and kicked, shouting, "What the heck, there's a thief." A muffled groan came from outside the tent. Chen Lin and Long Yang exchanged glances. It wasn't Jiao Bingyang. Ling Jiang and Hu Xing were woken up by the noise. They rushed out, but the girl had already disappeared. "What the devil is going on?" Sun Qing also ran out. The other 4 tents were quiet. It wasn't clear which one the person came from. Let's go back to sleep. There shouldn't be any more thieves, Ling Jiang said. Chen Lin smiled faintly. Others may not have recognized the groan as coming from Gao Rui, but she did. In the middle of the night, while Su Junyuan was absent, Gao Rui tried to sneak into their tent. What was she planning to do? Chen Lin was baffled. Yet after all this commotion, no one bothered to check what was happening. This made things even more intriguing. There probably won't be any more trouble, right? Sun Qing glanced around. My kick wasn't light, yet that person managed to run so fast. Maybe they went to the bathroom in the middle of the night and returned to the wrong tent, Hu Xing said. Go back to sleep. Sun Qing questioned dubiously. Is that true? If so, should I apologize to them? As the fool who just lay down got up to offer an apology, Chen Lin quickly held her back. If this fool actually went out, only to find that all of Su Junyuan's group weren't in camp and that only Gao Rui, Gao Bingyang, and their own tentmates were present, it would be embarrassing. In Jiqing, Su Dao said, hasn't Lin Man looted this place already? Why are we here? Upon mentioning Lin Man, Su Junyuan spoke sternly. That dead woman Lin Man, I absolutely must catch her. We're here to get something. Su Dao asked, Big brother, don't you think Jing Xinyu looks a bit like Lin Man? Jing Xinyu has been to Jiqing too. Jing Xinyu? Su Junyuan narrowed his eyes, remembering, she's shorter than Lin Man, so it definitely isn't her. If he were suspicious, he'd prefer to suspect Jing Xinyu was actually Chen Lin. But given how well he and Chen Lin got along, it seemed highly unlikely. Still, Su Dao thought Jing Xinyu was most suspicious. But why does she act so sneaky, causing others to doubt her? You'd better shut up unless you want me to treat you like a mute. Su Junyuan said, tell Shen Man to make sure those staying behind in the capital keep watch over her tightly. Capture Lin Man if she appears. I need whatever she carries on her. Su Dao stretched his hand toward a young woman. Bai Xiaoyan, give me the satellite phone. Bai Xiaoyan pulled out the phone and handed it to Su Dao. After dialing several numbers, Su Dao listened carefully. The satellite phone signals also gone. What terrible luck. Su Junyuan took the phone, glanced at it, then threw it to the ground. That disaster bringer Lin Man. Su Dao quickly picked up the satellite phone and handed it back to Bai Xiaoyan. Big brother, do you think all branches have been visited by Lin Man? Shut up. Su Junyuan cut Su Dao off. If that's the case, I'll turn you into a zombie. Quietly, they left the temporary camp and quietly returned. Chen Lin caught the rain frog jumping near her head and stuffed it into her backpack. That group led by Su Junyuan had returned. If it were zombies, they wouldn't be so quiet. When dawn broke, the aroma of food filled the temporary camp. A young man by Su Junyuan distributed boxed breakfasts to everyone. We'll eat on the move, Su Junyuan said. The longer we delay, the more zombies there will be, and the more time we'll lose traveling. Ling Jiang and a few young men dismantled the tents. Su Dao sidled up to Su Junyuan. Why are we in such a rush to leave? Isn't eating together enough for us to see Jing Xinyue's face? Su Junyuan gave him a strange look. You moron, go back and find your Li Jiao. I'm not interested in Jing Xinyu. Su Dao said, I truly think. While eating her box meal, Gao Bingyang commented that Jing Xinyu has a pretty decent figure. She probably isn't ugly, but alas, she's mute. If you can seduce her, I'll swap places with her. Bingyang, stop adding to the chaos. I've got Li Jiao. Su Dao quickly cut in as he realized what Gao Bingyang was implying. Don't sacrifice my happiness for your own gain. What if she's an ugly duckling? Su Dao Ge, if you won't help me with such a small thing, Gao Bingyang pouted. I want to sit in the same car with Long Yang. Su Junyuan said, until we've confirmed whether my younger sister is alive or not, don't even think about Long Yang. If you continue to act frivolously, you're not allowed in my car either. I'm not being reckless. I'm discussing this with brother Su Dao. Gao Bingyang's voice became quieter and quieter. Alright, I'll behave, okay? Gao Rui said, Bingyang, good things come to those who wait. Su Junyuan glanced at Gao Rui. Stop giving Bingyang the wrong advice. The relationship between our two families is very good. Long Yang is capable. For either of them, I wouldn't want to offend him. Long Yang, as usual, drove at the rear of the convoy. Liling, you can start eating now. Chen Lin placed the lunchbox on her lap, scooped up a mouthful of rice, lifted a corner of her mask, and fed herself. In the rearview mirror, Long Yang still couldn't see Chen Lin's face. Based on the exposed features, it was indeed Chen Lin. However, her refusal to acknowledge him made Long Yang's handsome face betray his disappointment. After hastily finishing her meal, Chen Lin saw the look of disappointment on Long Yang's face and couldn't help but laugh softly. How could this guy be so adorable? Sun Qing tilted her head. Long Yang, stop trying to flirt with our Liling. You are taken. Long Yang responded, when it comes to feelings, I am very serious. Once I commit, it's for a lifetime. A lifetime. Chen Lin was deeply moved and took out the ring, slipping it onto her finger. Since Long Yang already knew it was her, deliberately hiding from him didn't make sense anymore. Chen Lin's tiny gesture did not go unnoticed by Long Yang. That sparkle reassured him greatly. I forgot to ask where Su Junyuan and his group were heading. If they're going to Yunqi City, they shouldn't take this road. Ling Jiang asked, when we met you guys that day, didn't the captain say something about doing something big during the apocalypse? Where do you think he would go? Long Yang said, to avoid dense areas filled with zombies, one should head west. But if he aims to build an empire, he will move eastward. In my opinion, he'd likely choose a coastal city. How clever. Chen Lin couldn't help but secretly give Long Yang a mental thumbs up. In the past life, Su Junyuan had chosen a city under inspection. In this lifetime, barring any unforeseen events, he would also pick a similar city. Su Junyuan insists on calling me the deputy leader, yet he hasn't revealed his purpose to me, Long Yang said. It means I'm outside his inner circle. I want to leave the team. Chen Lin wrote some words on Sun Qing's palm. Not yet. Chapter 93. Even fighting zombies can stir up some trouble. Lingjiang held a map in his hand. Judging by the direction, it's about the same as what you've predicted. Going east from here, the population density is high. Presumably, there won't be fewer zombies either. Long Yang nodded slightly. Just as he had guessed, Su Junyuan never intended to go to Yunqi City. Chen Lin leaned forward and took the map from Lingjiang's hands. From Jicheng continuing eastward, it was indeed Xuancheng. Between Jicheng and Xuancheng, starting from the next city to arrive Lancheng, Sangcheng, Shucheng, Hailin City, Jingju, Mocheng, Jingju including Xuancheng are all large cities with dense populations. More survivors mean more zombies too. The convoy came to a stop. In front of the convoy, there was a vast sea of zombies, completely impossible to evade. Everyone picked up their weapons and got out of the vehicles. As soon as the scent of living humans appeared, the zombies immediately caught the fresh smell of blood and wobbled towards the direction where the living were located. Su Junyuan said, split into 2 groups. One group kills zombies, the other cleans up the bodies. After half an hour, switch. Gao Bingyang quickly moved behind Long Yang, shoving Chen Lin who was closely following Long Yang aside. Brother Long Yang, you have to protect me. Chen Lin, who lacks any special abilities, Gao Bingyang with her primary level water type ability, Su Dao, Lingjiang, Hu Xing, Sun Qing, and Long Yang were assigned to the first group. Lingjiang used a wall of earth to block the zombies, leaving only their heads exposed while the rest attacked the heads of the zombies. After killing a portion of the zombies, the second group swiftly split open the zombie heads, extracted brain cores, and threw the zombie corpses off the roadbed. Gao Bingyang killed a few zombies and then complained while rubbing her wrist. Brother Long Yang, my hand hurt. You haven't killed a single one yet, said Sun Qing, also a level 1 ability user, showing no sign of fatigue after continuously killing several zombies. Do you think everyone is like your roughneck self? Gao Bingyang waved her wrists and pouted. My hand really hurts. Go take a break if you're tired. Su Dao approached Long Yang, killing zombies faster than Long Yang did. Long Yang, aren't you tired? Both you and Bingyang go rest in the back. I'll cover this gap. This scene was observed by Su Junyuan, who cursed under his breath, a failure. I'm not tired. Long Yang refused Su Dao's offer. He moved closer to Chen Lin. Jing Xinyu, let me help you. Seeing this, a shadow of anger flashed through Su Dao's eyes. Was it because she was called Jing Xinyu? This must be Chen Lin, and he absolutely had to pull down her mask at all costs. In Chen Lin's backpack, the rain frog was jumping furiously. Someone harbored hostility toward her. Who could it be? Chen Lin didn't have time to dwell on who was being hostile towards her. She quickly removed her backpack and placed the rain frog inside her sports uniform. If she didn't handle it, the frenzied jumping backpack would lead to the discovery of the rain frog. Brother Long Yang. Gao Bingyang pouted. She realized that her coquetry had gone unnoticed by Long Yang, so she quickly killed a few zombies. Look, I killed some zombies. Can I stand next to you? Once again, Gao Bingyang squeezed herself between Chen Lin and Long Yang. Ugly duckling, stay far away. You're forbidden to stand near my brother Long Yang. Chen Lin kept up her act of being mute but inwardly scoffed. How could someone have such thick skin? Can't she see Long Yang ignoring her? Gao Bingyang, weren't your hands sore? Long Yang asked sternly. Gao Bingyang's eyes sparkled immediately, taking the cue. Brother Long Yang, my hands are sore. Rub them for me. Chen Lin on the side barely managed to hold back her laughter. Wasn't Gao Bingyang boasting of being noble and a lady of good breeding? And now she acted shamelessly. Would her parents even know? If your hands are sore, then go rest in the back. Long Yang grabbed Gao Bingyang by the collar and mercilessly threw her onto a pile of zombie corpses behind him. Brother Long Yang. Gao Bingyang let out a cry of alarm. I fell. Su Junyuan frowned. Get lost, don't make a spectacle of yourself. Gao Bingyang got up begrudgingly from the pile of zombies. My clothes are dirty now, all covered in the foul blood of zombies. They stink horribly. Look what you've done, brother Long Yang. Aren't you disgusting enough? Sun Qing said, if you enjoy being disgusting, please do so far away. Who asked you to care, you bumpkin? Gao Bingyang quickly stepped aside and used her water-type ability to clean herself. I've known brother Long Yang since we were kids. I've always spoken this way. Chen Lin glanced at Long Yang with a smile, and Long Yang said, before the apocalypse, she was quite normal. You'll have to ask Su Dao what he has instilled in Bingyang. Now, every time I hear her speak, I feel like hitting her. Su Dao protested innocently. I never taught Bingyang to speak like that. Maybe she watched too many romance dramas. Switch to the second group. Su Junyuan signaled to Gao Rui, keep an eye on Gao Bingyang. If she causes any trouble, lock her up. Why? Gao Bingyang had already cleaned herself and changed into fresh clothes from the vehicle. I haven't done anything wrong. Gao Rui hurriedly pulled Gao Bingyang aside. After killing zombies for so long, you must be tired. Come and rest for a while. I'm not tired. Gao Bingyang looked utterly confused. Gao Rui, seeing how stupid Gao Bingyang was being, wanted to sew her mouth shut. The second group handled the zombie corpses. Su Dao swiftly split open zombie heads, extracted the brain cores, and placed them in his pocket before continuing on to another corpse. Ling Jiang and others threw the zombie bodies off the roadbed. Chen Lin kept secretly observing Su Junyuan. Originally, Su Junyuan had planned to stay in the capital for a month until the Celestial Research Institute could no longer be stripped of resources. Yet, Su Junyuan didn't show even a hint of emotion after leaving Jiqing, and Chen Lin hadn't detected any emotional changes in Su Junyuan. Su Junyuan was truly a frightening person full of scheming. If they stayed with such a terrifying person, they'd eventually be eaten down to the bone without a trace. Chen Lin no longer wanted to investigate the cause of Long Yang's death in his past life. What she desired now was to leave Su Junyuan's team as soon as possible. Gao Bingyang remained quiet for a short while. She took out a bottle of water from the car and ran over to Long Yang enthusiastically. "Brother Long Yang, you're sweating. Here, have some water. I'm not thirsty." Long Yang refused. Su Dao took the water from Gao Bingyang's hand and handed it to Chen Lin. "Drink water. Let's see if you take off your mask." Thank you, you are so nice. My husband and I have been wanting to drink water." Sun Qing snatched the water from Su Dao's hands, opened it, and gulped down several large mouthfuls before handing it to Hu Xing. "Husband, drink water." By the time Su Dao realized it, his hand was empty. Looking around, he saw that the water that had been in his hand just moments ago was now in Sun Qing's possession, and more than half of it had been consumed. That woman, Sun Qing, was really getting in the way. "How dare you, it wasn't for you to drink," Gao Bingyang muttered under her breath. Then she got an idea, clasping her hands together to form a ball of clear water in her palms. "Brother Long Yang, will you drink this water?" Chapter 94, Nungzwa. Bingyang. Su Junyuan called out threateningly, "There's no water in the car?" Sun Qing sarcastically chimed in, "Captain, if you don't discipline your little Bingyang soon, I will start hitting people. She's always coming to flirt with my long-legged stud, acting as if she has never seen a man. Do you want me to ask my star to strip naked, so you can get an idea of what a man's body looks like?" Disgusting. Gao Bingyang turned around and huffed. "If I wanted to look, I would look at Brother Long Yang. Bingyang, I only see you as a younger sister. Even without Chen Lin, I wouldn't like you. If you continue this nonsense, I will immediately leave the team." Long Yang's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. "Junyuan, keep an eye on your cousin." "I mean it. Long Yang, it's also true that my cousin has liked you since she was young," Su Junyuan said. "So don't be angry, I'll try to keep an eye on her." Gao Bingyang pouted, casting a mournful glance at Long Yang. I haven't been causing trouble." Long Yang didn't say anything and turned back to killing zombies. Chen Lin killed a few zombies and then stopped. It seemed like Chen Lin was tired. Long Yang and Ling Jiang stepped forward without discussion, placing Chen Lin behind them. Seeing this, Gao Bingyang angrily pointed at Chen Lin. "I'm tired, and none of you care about me. She's just a mute, and yet all of you protect her." Long Yang just walked away. Hu Xing quickly pulled him back. "What's wrong? Gao Bingyang hasn't said anything offensive. Come on, aren't you supposed to see her as a younger sister? It's normal for younger sisters to be spoiled." That settled, Su Junyuan personally handed Long Yang a bottle of water. "For my sake, don't be mad. Next time if Bingyang is naughty, feel free to hit her." "Big brother Junyuan." Gao Bingyang screamed. "Why can he hit me freely? Is hitting you fine?" Sun Qing snapped her fingers and gave Gao Bingyang an evil smile. "Do you know, I've wanted to hit you since we were in the capital. Now that the captain has spoken, Mim." Gao Bingyang shrieked in fright. "What are you doing? Get away, get away." Others might not dare to actually hit her, but Sun Qing, this woman, definitely wouldn't hesitate. Hu Xing wrapped his arms around Sun Qing's waist and dragged her back. "Stop being troublesome, all right? Don't stop me, I'm going to beat her." Sun Qing lunged towards Gao Bingyang with flailing hands, while Hu Xing struggled to hold her back. "Are you still not satisfied from killing zombies? Once we enter Land City, I'll take you there to kill enough." Su Dao stood to one side, continuously staring at Chen Lin. He was thinking whether if he rushed forward, he could rip off Jing Xinyue's mask. That sense of hostility directed towards her reappeared. Chen Lin tightened her grip on the rain frog in her arms and remained alert. This time, she realized who it was. Su Dao. Why was this guy always against her? Chen Lin moved past Ling Jiang and positioned herself on the other side of Long Yang. She noticed Su Dao kept staring at her, and the hostility continued to deepen. Could it be that Su Dao had discovered her identity? "Departure, once we arrive at Land City, I can arrange a place for you guys to fight to the death, no problem." Su Junyuan was also very frustrated with Gao Bingyang. This girl lacked any sense of teamwork. After restarting the journey, Su Junyuan deliberately arranged it so that Long Yan's vehicle was sandwiched between others in the convoy. Long Yang looked at the vehicles ahead and behind him. "Do they think I'll run away? If I wanted to run, there really would be no one who could stop me." Chen Lin suddenly remembered something. Before the apocalypse, Long Yang already had special abilities. Su Junyuan couldn't possibly not know about this. In the previous life, even after reaching the Yun city base, Su Junyuan never abandoned his research into psychics and zombies. And now, Su Junyuan still had at least 2 meteorites on him. She couldn't stay in this group anymore. Su Junyuan was too dangerous. Chen Lin grabbed the rain frog in her hand and glanced around. "These are all insiders. Is there anyone who wants harm against them? If there is, let's have the rain frog lie down on its back." The rain frog suddenly laid down in Chen Lin's hands, showing its belly skyward. Sun Qing quickly shielded the rain frog. "You shouldn't worry about being spotted by manipulative men." Upon hearing Chen Lin's voice, Long Yang couldn't help but call out, "You." Once we reach Land City, the 5 of us might be separated. Now wasn't the time to reminisce with Long Yang. Chen Lin cast an apologetic glance at him. I have a way to enrage Jiao Bingyang, so she expels me. When Jiang Dao comes chasing after me, you 3 can use this as an opportunity to break away. No problem. Sun Qing gave an okay sign with her hand and then grinned mischievously at Long Yang. Your cherry blossom-like younger sister, will you let her go? Ha! She has nothing to do with me, Long Yang said. In the past, I still regarded Jiao Bingyang as a little sister, but now I don't. I think Su Dao's look at Long Yang is also weird. Hu Xing voiced his opinion. How observant. Chen Lin gave Hu Xing a thumbs up. Whoever Long Yang talks to, that person looks like they're ready to eat them alive, Hu Xing said. I'm sure I didn't see it wrong. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Long Yang's handsome face. It can't be. Hu Xing did not see it wrong, Chen Lin said. Later I will tell you what Su Dao has done to me. First, we need to leave the group. Through the rearview mirror, Long Yang seriously looked at Chen Lin's features and judged that she had already made up her mind. We can separate even before entering the city. Sun Qing and Jing Xinyu can pretend to need a bathroom break. Ling Jiang and Hu Xing can go find them, then I'll chase after them. Will they, being more in number, manage to catch us? Sun Qing worriedly said, if we get caught, it won't be fun. This is the apocalypse era, not normal times. It's not like they want to catch us and they can. Chen Lin was sure that Su Junyuan wouldn't waste much time trying to catch them. However, this could be considered forming enmity with Su Junyuan. The next time they meet at Yunqi City, would they end up in a confrontation? Even if it wasn't the apocalypse, he wouldn't easily catch people out here in the wilderness, Chen Lin added. That's how it is. Qing drank too much water, everyone saw that, Hu Xing said. It's too suffocating here. If I stay any longer, I'll surely become insane. Long Yang stopped the cars behind quickly slammed on their brakes, the driver stuck his head out. Why did you suddenly stop? Nearly caused an accident. Long Yang lowered his car window. I forgot I'm not in the last vehicle anymore. Sun Qing pulled Chen Lin's hand, jumped down from the embankment, and walked towards the distant woods. Su Junyuan looked at this scene. Rui, Bingyang, do you want to go to the restroom? No, I haven't taken someone else's water. Jiao Bingyang refused outright, failing to notice Su Junyuan's darkening expression. Jiao Rui said, if I were to go, it'd be too obvious. Plus, it's normal for them to take a bathroom break. The two were gone for quite some time without returning. A few people ran out from Land City direction, and behind them was a large crowd of zombies. Damn, Su Junyuan's attention was immediately drawn by the zombies, having no time to care about Jing Xinyu and Sun Qing. They had just cleared one group of zombies, and this group was even larger than the previous one. Those people whooped and whistled, and when they neared the convoy, they hurled whatever they used to attract zombies towards the vehicles. Chen Lin and Sun Qing lay flat in the forest. Sun Qing asked, what did those people throw? Fresh blood and flesh, Chen Lin simply explained. Most likely human flesh and blood because she saw some big chunks resembling human limbs. How come they 3 haven't appeared yet? Sun Qing became anxious. With so many zombies, if we get surrounded, it won't be fun. Chen Lin slapped Sun Qing. Don't tempt fate. Let's continue moving into the woods. Long Yang and the other 2 are coming. Chapter 95. They escaped. The few people who had lured the zombies out of the city jumped off the embankment and ran toward the forest. Long Yang, Ling Jiang, and Hu Xing were in pursuit. Chase them. Su Junyuan ordered immediately upon seeing this. The 5 vehicles were splashed with blood by those individuals, covered with pieces of corpses and meat fragments. Driving the cars was impossible now. Catch those people to fight against the zombies. Don't be so hasty, cousin, Su Dao said maliciously. If we wait a bit longer, we might get rid of Jing Xinyue's burden. I agree. Jiao Bingyang said, if there's an empty seat on brother Long Yang's car, I could go sit in it, then he'll have no way to reject me. Su Junyuan ignored the brainless Jiao Bingyang. Less chatter, hurry up and chase. With 5 fewer people, facing even more zombies than before, Su Junyuan decided to retreat into the forest first, catching those individuals while waiting for the zombies to disperse. It seemed that the few people who lured the zombies out of the city were not doing this for the first time. Once they entered the woods, they immediately changed direction and ran toward Land City. The 3 people chasing behind, Long Yang included, soon lost track of their direction. Over here. Sun Qing poked her upper body out from behind a tree. Hurry. Seeing Sun Qing and Chen Lin, Long Yang sped up. Su Junyuan is coming after us. Let's move faster. The 5 quickly gathered together without any delay, instantly sprinting in the opposite direction of Land City. When Su Junyuan and his group pursued into the woods, they had completely lost Long Yang's group's whereabouts as well as the several individuals' trail earlier. Where did Long Yang go? Su Dao became anxious upon not seeing Long Yang. Jiao Bingyang said, Long Yang brother, come back quickly. Su Junyuan replied, Long Yang went to find Chen Lin. When he finds Chen Lin, he will return. His parents, Long Yang's grandfather and mother, were all together. It was impossible for Long Yang not to return. What about Jiang Dao and the others? Su Dao asked. Long Yang took them away. As long as they eventually come back, let's enter the city first. Su Junyuan said, there are benefits to Long Yang not being here. I don't want him dividing my stuff. Su Junyuan was absolutely sure that Long Yang would come back. Jiao Bingyang didn't give up and insisted on finding Long Yang. Brother Junyuan, isn't brother Long Yang lost? Can we look for him? Su Junyuan, whose path had been blocked by the zombies that were led over, had already had a bad mood since Long Yang's group had run away. None of you should block her, nor help her. If you want to search, you do it yourself. Brother Junyuan, Jiao Bingyang got agitated and stamped her feet. Brother Longyang has no food or water, how can he survive? He won't die, Su Junyuan stated. Longyang had traveled alone from Ji City to Shi City and returned to the capital. He possessed gold elemental abilities, so how could he possibly die easily? Jiao Bingyang's incessant chatter drove him mad, and he turned his head towards Lan City. He personally hoped that Longyang would find Chen Lin. With his good relationship with Chen Lin, it would indirectly mean controlling Longyang. Looks like they haven't chased over, should we rest a bit? Longyang asked, Lina, don't you have special abilities? Chen Lin removed her mask, revealing the same radiant smile she usually had. How is that possible? Have you seen this? She took out a level 1 space brain core. Looking at the white square stone in Chen Lin's hand, Longyang asked, didn't I give this to you? Yes, what you gave me was the space brain core. Chen Lin magically took out a few bottles of water and handed them to a few people. I'm a space ability user. This is all thanks to you. Longyang was surprised but smiled shortly afterward. That you possess special abilities is truly great news. He grabbed Chen Lin's hand. You've kept this hidden from me for so long. Chen Lin said, all the people you took with you have ties to Su Junyuan. Before the apocalypse began, Su Junyuan was already cultivating zombies. He's too dangerous, I couldn't afford not to guard against him. Upon hearing this, Longyang's eyes became as deep as the night sky. What you're saying is, Su Junyuan had special abilities before the apocalypse. And he also knew the secrets of the apocalypse. Lingjiang said, we managed to obtain some top secret information belonging to Su Junyuan earlier, and it was exactly what you just said. No wonder he always guarded against me. Longyang immediately figured out why Su Junyuan had been suspicious of him. Then where do we go next? There are a few places we need to visit, but ultimately, our destination is Yunqi City. Chen Lin said, I wonder if Du Yuan and Lin Man have successfully brought Uncle Long there. Why didn't Su Junyuan chase us anymore? Sun Qing wondered. Chen Lin replied, no matter where Longyang runs, he has to go home eventually. All Su Junyuan needs to do is keep an eye on Long Yi and the others. He can wait for Longyang like a rabbit in a trap. Truly insidious, Sun Qing commented, if only we had taken Grandpa Long and the others with us. I assure you my grandpa and the others are safe. Let's find my father first, as well as Lingling's family. Longyang tightened his grip on Chen Lin's hand. This time, I won't let go of you, no matter what. TSK, it was clearly you who lost me. Chen Lin gave Longyang a sidelong glance. Let's drink some water and then continue on. What if Su Junyuan suddenly changes his mind and comes after us again? If Su Junyuan realized that one of the missing level 8 zombies was actually with her, they'd surely be dragged back at all costs. Finally, I don't have to suppress myself. Hu Xing gulped down the water and carelessly threw the bottle away. Sun Qing quickly picked it up. Do you want to expose our location by sending signals to that cunning man? Ling Jiang silently stuffed his bottle back into his backpack. Sun Qing's right. Hu Xing hastily justified himself. It's not like that. I just did it out of habit. Me. Sun Qing shot him a stern glare. I've found out. You have the potential to become a traitor. Wife, by heaven and earth, I am loyal to you alone. Hu Xing immediately turned into a silly little puppy. Since entering the capital, they'd all been on edge until now. The five set off again. Longyang kept holding on to Chen Lin's hand. How did you find out that I'd been taken away? Chen Lin said, there's a high-tech zone I invested in within Yunqi City, which also involved Su Junyuan. When I went there to inspect the project, I unexpectedly discovered another basement floor beneath the originally planned 3. That's when I uncovered the connection between Su Junyuan, the Celestial Research Institute, special abilities, and this apocalypse. After leaving Yunqi City, I found your communication cut off. When I went to the military camp looking for you, I learned that Uncle Long's unit had been reassigned. There's much you still don't know about, but I'll tell you gradually later. Upon hearing this, Longyang furrowed his brow. Being able to commandeer the garrison troops, it's beyond even my grandfather's permissions, but within Su Junyuan's grandfather's reach. What exactly does the Su family intend to accomplish? As for what the Su family wants to do, I don't know, nor do I care. The only things we can control are our own legs and mouth. Chen Lin wondered how Longyang could still worry about these useless matters amidst such a long-lasting apocalypse. Those people who were playing political and military games would lose control eventually because zombies couldn't be controlled, they were merely attracted by the smell of fresh blood and flesh. Chapter 96, The Way South. After leaving the forest, a winding and tortuous river lay before the 5 people. Longyang took out a map. This river is called Lan City River, an artificial moat that intersects with the Qingjiang River. Lingjiang said, we are not strategizing military affairs here. Just tell us how much longer we have to walk to find a road. Sun Qing massaged her legs on one side. I've never walked so much in my entire life. If only we had a boat, Chen Lin remarked. Going down the river would be faster than driving. Longyang looked at the map and suddenly noticed a place name. Do you want to go to Hu City? I haven't thought about it specifically, Chen Lin replied, but I want to form my own team of special ability people like Su Junyuan did, then head west to investigate the military camp location, and finally reach Yunqi City. Then let's head south. Longyang finished, glancing at the other 3 people. Lingjiang added, I don't mind. We also agree. Wherever Lingling goes, we will follow, Sun Qing said. My brother and I have no family left. Whatever she says represents me. Hu Xing glanced back at the nearby forest. I remember there were axes in Lingling's stuff. Let's make a sturdy raft. Isn't that just like a boat? These words woke up everyone else. Chen Lin nodded repeatedly. I didn't think of that. Yes, I do have axes. Can you guys make the raft? Long Yang looked at Ling Jiang and saw a helpless look in his eyes. Let's try. If not, each of us can hug a tree and let the current take care of the rest. Blasphemy. Chen Lin imagined holding onto a tree trunk in her mind and realized she couldn't do it. Here are your axes. She took out 2 axes and nylon ropes as well. The 3 men entered the woods to chop trees. Ling Ling, I don't know how to swim. Sun Qing anxiously twirled her fingers. Do you have lifebuoys? It doesn't matter if you don't. Do you have balloons? It doesn't matter either if you don't have them. Do you have waterproof assault jackets? Without those, even Titi could help. Speaking of which, I remember something now. Chen Lin took out 4 deflated plastic rings. I have toy lifebuoys, but they're not inflated yet. I'll blow them up. I have big lung capacity. Sun Qing took the 4 plastic rings and began inflating them with all her might. Chen Lin dragged the trunks cut down by the gentleman onto flat ground. Sun Qing inflated 4 lifebuoys. 2 for me, 2 for you, just in case. What about me? Hu Xing emerged from the forest dragging a log and heard Sun Qing distributing lifebuoys. I'll hold on to you, and if you drown, I'll drown with you, Sun Qing said. 2 fools. Chen Lin said somewhat helplessly, why don't you try? This river is very shallow. You'd have to squat yourself down to drown. I was just saying, Sun Qing remarked, I don't want to die. None of us should. Hu Xing returned to the forest and dragged out more logs. Ling Jiang and Long Yang came out sweating profusely. It should be enough now. Let's try assembling it. Chen Lin suggested, make it sturdy. There's plenty of rope. Together, the 5 of them spent half the day and successfully tied a wooden raft over 3 meters long and 2 meters wide. Let's directly put the tent on top of the raft. Chen Lin pulled out a tent. It's going to be dark soon. The tent on the raft serves both to keep dampness out and prevent bugs. Once it's light again, simply push the raft into the water. The tent was quickly set up. Before entering the tent, Sun Qing made a sound of surprise. Everyone, is there anything we've forgotten? Seeing the others still puzzled, she hurriedly explained, paddles. Are we supposed to use our hands tomorrow? Ling Jiang picked up an axe. I'll go chop another tree. I'll go with you. Long Yang went along with Ling Jiang. Chen Lin pulled out food. Ching Ching, thanks to your careful nature, otherwise we'd really be using our hands once we hit the water. Sun Qing laughed heartily. Don't mention it, Ling Ling. That image is too beautiful to contemplate. Ling Jiang and Long Yang came back with 2 paddles. Hey handsome ones, come eat. They're all treasures collected by Ling Ling. Sun Qing vigorously waved to the 2 men. Hurry, eat early, sleep early. Sun Qing, this isn't mocking me, is it? Look at my face, none of its past glory remains. Even the brothers who grew up with me couldn't recognize me, Ling Jiang bitterly joked. Sun Qing enthusiastically approached, grabbing his arm. You will eventually meet a girl who will truly like you. Ling Jiang gave her a wry smile. With your way of talking, you could even bring the dead back to life. He stole a glance at Chen Lin, the girl he secretly liked. For this lifetime, she would never like him. He was late in the pursuit of love. Come and eat. There must be something you'll like. Sun Qing handed over a tin of braised fish to Ling Jiang. Daoji, look, braised fish. Ling Ling has a lot of canned food. Long Yang inconspicuously glanced at Ling Jiang, a trace of helplessness passing through his eyes. He was fully aware of any changes in his brother who had grown up together with him. So, you've been eating canned food all along? Not really. To save time on our journey, we've been munching on instant noodles, Sun Qing explained. With good luck, Ling Ling even gives out sausages. Chen Lin shot Long Yang a glance. It's already quite good to have this. After the apocalypse began, there's only consumption without production. Food is bound to become scarce. Eat. Long Yang selected some braised pork from the tins Chen Lin had taken out, and handed it to Ling Jiang. Here, it's your favorite. Ling Jiang hesitated for a moment before accepting it and placing it into his bag. We should conserve it. I'll eat it during my next meal. Long Yang patted Ling Jiang's shoulder. From now on, we can sleep in the same tent again just like before. The raft is big enough for sleeping. Chen Lin quickly finished her food. Let's go to bed early. Tomorrow marks the start of our 5-person raft adventure. Excited, Sun Qing kept rolling around inside the tent. Ling Ling, do you think drifting will be fun? Yes, Chen Lin pressed Sun Qing onto the raft. If you keep rolling around, I'll make you roll outside on the grass. It's spacious enough there, and if you roll into the river, don't expect us to hear your cries for help. I won't do that. Sun Qing leaned closer to Chen Lin. Why don't you share a quilt with your man? Long Yang couldn't help but curl his lips upward. My quilt keeps me warm. Ugh. Chen Lin blushed profusely. Are you implying that I let Hu Xing sleep in my bed? If you want him to join, by all means, use ether, I'll supply it to you. Hey. Sun Qing buried her head under the blanket. Can you whisper about that when they're not around? Hu Xing went to pull Sun Qing's blanket. Leave me alone, I'm dying of embarrassment. Muffled sounds escaped from Sun Qing's blanket. Chen Lin smirked slightly. What's embarrassing? Such natural matters are common between humans. Considering that everyone else here are partners, the 2 of you are lovers and also the closest people to each other in this world. Why separate while love is still strong? Do you intend to wait until old age brings regrets, or one of you dies to regret it? Sun Qing slowly peeked out from under the covers, her eyes rimmed red. That's exactly what I think. I don't want to leave this world with his regrets or vice versa. Suddenly embracing her tightly, Hu Xing said, Ching Ching, silly. Chapter 97, My 1111. Long Yang reached his hand into the blanket. Just talking about others, how about us? Chen Lin slapped Long Yang's hand away. Go to sleep. Hu Xing voluntarily hugged Sun Qing. Nothing happened that whole night, yet their relationship became closer. Inside the tent, the breathing sounds of the 5 people interwove with each other, completely devoid of any romantic tension. Ling Jiang lay awake in the dark, staring at the top of the tent. His mind was in turmoil because one small thought of his had been seen through by Long Yang. This made him nervous and ashamed, causing him to feel uncomfortable inside the tent. It wasn't because he felt redundant in the team, it was guilt. He had grown up in the Long family, who treated him as a brother, but after 3 months of interaction with Chen Lin, he had developed inappropriate feeling. He couldn't help but sigh quietly. The morning bird calls brought light into the tent, and nearly everyone woke up simultaneously. Sun Qing fastened 2 life rings around her waist and gave another 2 to Chen Lin. Safety first. Chen Lin took off the life ring. Let's eat first. Don't get too excited. The raft won't drift too fast, so we can float on the river for 1 or 2 days. After eating, the 5 worked together to push the raft into the water. The raft floated smoothly on the river surface, slowly drifting along the current toward Qingkang River. Sun Qing quickly adapted to the unsteady feeling on the water. She thought the life ring was cumbersome and handed it back to Chen Lin. Feels quite good actually. She stood at the edge of the raft, dramatically spreading her arms wide. Such magnificent scenery. This is the best view here. Help! Help! Came a woman's scream. A woman who could not swim in her previous life swam to the raft side. Save me, I can't swim. Chen Lin wished she didn't know this woman. In her previous life, Hu Xing and Sun Qing had indirectly died because of her hands. She didn't expect that even with so many changes in this lifetime, they still ended up meeting. Not only did it happen much earlier than last time, but also under such circumstances. No one on the raft moved. Hu Xing shouted, "Did you get bitten by a zombie?" "No, hurry and pull me up, I can't swim." My 1111 stretched out her hand to Long Yang. Quickly, Ling Jiang helped my 1111 onto the raft. My 1111 was drenched from head to toe, her wet clothes tightly clinging to her well-proportioned figure. She flicked her hair and flashed Long Yang a flirtatious smile. "Thank you. My name is my 1111. Seeing her behavior, Sun Qing handed my 1111 a paddle. "We won't save you for free, now start paddling." My 1111 bit her lips, looking at Long Yang with an infinitely pitiful expression. "I don't know how." "If you don't know how, forget it, let me do it." Ling Jiang took the paddle from my 1111. "You go sit somewhere." Long Yang looked to Chen Lin for help, but Chen Lin intentionally glanced elsewhere. In her previous life, my 1111 had pursued Hu Xing. After failing, the result was the deaths of both Sun Qing and Hu Xing. In this life, her target seemed to be Long Yang. "Thanks for saving me." My 1111 sat down at the edge of the raft. "I don't even know your names yet." "My name is my 1111, I'm a wood-type psychic." "The water is only waist deep, and you drowned, impressive." Sun Qing gave her a thumb up sarcastically. "Do you know, if you want to jump into the river to commit suicide, you should at least stay submerged." "I can't swim, and when I panicked, I lost control of myself." My 1111 looked utterly helpless. "I don't want to be like this either." If she couldn't swim, how did she dog a paddle from the riverside to the center just now? Chen Lin masked the mockery in her eyes as she introduced herself. "My name is Chen Lin, the one who just saved you is Ling Jiang. This is Sun Qing, Hu Xing, they are a couple, and this, Long Yang, he is my fiancé." "Hello, everyone." My 1111 smiled sweetly. "Where are you all going?" Chen Lin held the rain frog to prevent it from jumping. She knew that my 1111 had hostility towards her, and she found it no surprise at all. She still remembered how Hu Xing and Sun Qing met their end in her previous life. "We're just floating downstream, wherever we land is where we'll be." 1111, how did you end up here all alone? "I've been following the river, I saw you guys and tried to shout but then fell into the water," my 1111 said. "I'm truly so unlucky." All 5 of them shared a common thought. They had only just gotten into the water. Ling Jiang spoke gently. "You're lucky you ran into us." My 1111's smile was sweet. "Yes, it's really great meeting all of you." In the evening, there was one more person in the tent. The 3 men slept on one side, and the 3 women on the other side, making it a little crowded. My 1111 looked uneasy. "Will we be alright just drifting along like this?" "We will be fine, rest assured," Chen Lin reassured her. "The section where Lancheng River flows into Qingkang River is very stable." Suddenly, the rain frog leaped violently under Chen Lin's blanket. Its movements were far more vigorous than before. Chen Lin curved her lips into a smirk. "Ah, my 1111, you couldn't resist my man since day one? Then don't blame me for being cruel." In the previous life, she had been blind, leading a group of troublemakers to the Yun city base. In this life, she would leave the riffraff on the way. The wooden raft, which had been floating steadily on the water surface, suddenly started to shake violently. Chen Lin said, "Maybe we've reached the confluence. I'll take a look. Are we entering Qingkang River?" My 1111 quickly followed Chen Lin out of the tent. Ling Jiang was about to go after them, but Long Yang gestured him back with a wave of his hand. Just as my 1111 reached out behind Chen Lin shifted direction. "Looks calm here. Why is the raft shaking so hard?" "I don't know. Maybe there are hidden currents." My 1111 kept glancing at the tent entrance while stealthily walking closer to Chen Lin from behind. "This isn't the sea. How could there be hidden currents?" Chen Lin spun around abruptly, colliding with my 1111. "Ah!" My 1111 staggered and almost fell into the water. "Why did you suddenly turn around? You almost pushed me in." "It wasn't on purpose." Chen Lin grabbed my 1111's wrist. "Steady yourself. Everyone inside the tent saw my 1111's actions clearly. Long Yang clenched his fists tightly, but Sun Qing gripped onto him firmly. Sure what, sure? People like her should be kicked out directly. Hu Xing raised his voice, and Sun Qing immediately jumped up and covered his mouth. If you ruin Chen Lin's plan, see if I even bother speaking to you again. Outside the tent, Chen Lin held my 1111's hand. Do you want to sit by the edge of the raft or head back into the tent? You look pale. You seem a bit scared. I'm fine. My 1111 pulled her hand away from Chen Lin. Do you have any supernatural powers? Chen Lin replied, no, I don't have any abilities. What's wrong? My 1111 leaned in close to Chen Lin and whispered, if you don't have any powers, you're useless, and you should die. Then, she suddenly pushed Chen Lin forcefully. Liney. Long Yang could no longer stand it and rushed out of the tent, pulling Chen Lin into his arms. My 1111's outstretched hand froze awkwardly in midair. I was just messing around with Chen Lin. Chen Lin smiled. It's okay, no need to get tense. She subtly squeezed Long Yang's arm. She had been about to release the rain frog, only for Long Yang to ruin her plan. Long Yang whispered, I promise not to meddle next time. Really? Next time he saw Chen Lin in danger, however, he feared he still wouldn't be able to stay calm. Sun Qing enthusiastically dragged my 1111 into the tent. We three ladies should sit in the tent while they paddle the raft outside. We mustn't let ourselves get sunburnt. Chapter 98. Not yet. Before entering the tent, Chen Lin looked back and gave Long Yang a nasty glare. If it weren't for Long Yang's excessive worry, she should have buried my 1111 in the Lancheng River by now. Never mind, let her live a few more days. She'll find another chance to kill her later. People like this troublemaker absolutely cannot be kept around, and she doesn't want to bring anyone like this with her to Yunqi Mountain again. I know, I was wrong. Long Yang helplessly rubbed his nose tip. I misjudged you all. Who would have stood where you two did and looked like? Really looked like? My 1111 couldn't let Long Yang finish that sentence, so she quickly said, it's fine. Since it's just a misunderstanding, we've made things clear. Seeing my 1111 pretending as if the others were fools, Chen Lin inwardly rolled her eyes. Perhaps it's not others who are fools but herself. This false lily flower my 1111 had dared to attack her at their first meeting. How on earth could they have coexisted in the same team in the previous life? Chen Lin just couldn't figure it out. Sun Qing lightheartedly remarked, it's only you caring about your wife, and she knows how to swim. Don't worry. Long Yang clenched his fists outside the tent. Ling Jiang gently pulled him. Are you intentionally showing off your couple love to torture me, right? Am I, the bachelor, supposed to suffer? Who said that? Long Yang relaxed and pulled Ling Jiang down to sit on the raft edge, handing him a paddle. Come on, take a paddle for a while, then we'll drift into the river. One of you can take over once you're tired. Hu Xing said, let me stay inside the tent for a bit. My 1111 widened her watery eyes, appearing completely innocent as she gazed at Chen Lin. That was just a misunderstanding earlier, right? You're not mad, are you? How could I be? Chen Lin replied smilingly. The tent was tied onto the raft with cracks all around, making it unclear where my 1111's confidence came from. Did she think no one saw her little tricks? That's wonderful. My 1111 seemed relieved. Otherwise, I'd feel really guilty. Sun Qing climbed next to my 1111 and hooked her arm around her shoulder. We already said it's okay, stop bringing it up. Are you planning to do something about it? I wouldn't. My 1111 turned to look at Chen Lin in despair, hoping for some support from the naive Chen Lin. Chen Lin acted as though she hadn't understood, but she was deep in thought. How could she kill my 1111 naturally without her family, friends, or partners seeing her cruel side? Seeing Chen Lin daydreaming, Sun Qing gave my 1111 a silent gesture. Play by yourself. I'm off to find my man. Hu Xing opened his arms wide, and Sun Qing jumped into them. Xing, let's cuddle under the same blanket tonight. It feels damp and cold when floating on the river surface. I didn't sleep well last night. With that, she yawned inside Hu Xing's embrace. Don't fall asleep yet. I need to go out and help paddle the raft soon. Hu Xing pulled over a blanket to cover Sun Qing. You rest here, and I'll stay with you for a while. Bang! The raft collided with something, swaying violently, leaving the 6 people unsteady. Ling Jiang and Long Yang were thrown into the water. My 1111 was terrified, collapsing to the ground. Is the raft going to flip over? What happened? The raft might not overturn, but it definitely hit something. Chen Lin paid no attention to my 1111's feigned alarm. She rushed out immediately. Both Ling Jiang and Long Yang were soaking wet, having already climbed back onto the raft. The dam across the river has been opened. We can no longer use the raft to drift downstream. We must land and proceed along the riverbank. Get ashore, said Chen Lin briskly. Exiting the tent, she spotted the towering concrete dam blocking the path in front of the raft. That collision had been the result of the raft hitting one of the dam's cement pillars. The barrier across the river is built to prevent flooding during the rainy season from affecting the farmlands on both sides of Lancheng River. Every year during the flood season, it gets open. Walking beside Long Yang, my 1111 couldn't take her eyes off his handsome posture. How could there be such a handsome man in the world? Standing tall and upright, his face handsome with sharp features, his eyes like painted brushstrokes. Full of righteousness and vigor, he also exuded warmth and brightness. She especially liked the warm, inclusive, and affectionate looks Long Yang often gave to Chen Lin. Of course, what she preferred even more was when those eyes belonged solely to her rather than Chen Lin with an average appearance and no supernatural abilities. Chen Lin turned to talk to Long Yang. My 1111 immediately averted her gaze and pretended to be looking elsewhere. Chen Lin asked, Longyang, which city is closest from here? The map is with Jiang Dao, Longyang replied. I'll ask him for it. Chen Lin quickened her steps, catching up with Ling Jiang. Take the map out and check it. Ling Jiang took out the map, and Chen Lin leaned over. Show me our current location. Let us take a look too. Sun Qing and Hu Xing also leaned over. Walking is tiring. We want to hitch a ride. If we find a city, we can get a vehicle. While no one was paying attention to her, My 1111 continued to admire the handsome Longyang. A woman like Chen Lin without any supernatural abilities and average looks absolutely didn't deserve someone like Longyang. You see, this thin blue line here is the Lancheng River next to us, and we're in this area right now. Ling Jiang pointed to a section on the map. The nearest city is about 50 kilometers away. There's a town 17 kilometers from here where we should be able to find transportation. 17 kilometers? Sun Qing yelled with frustration, jumping onto Hu Xing's back, refusing to come down. Man, carry me. Hu Xing was a level 3 wood-based supernaturals, and carrying Sun Qing, who was a level 1 lightning-based supernaturals, was very easy for him. Really can't do anything with you. Hu Xing supported Sun Qing's legs and caught up with the group. Longyang held onto Chen Lin's hand, watching the couple beside him and smiled faintly in his eyes. Linyan, do you want me to carry you? Chen Lin rolled her eyes inwardly. She was a level 5 space supernaturals user with the highest grade among the 6 of them and had the best physical endurance. How could she possibly need to be carried? No thanks. My 1111 bit her lips as she gazed longingly at Longyang holding hands with Chen Lin. Longyang's hand shouldn't be holding Chen Lin's hand, it should be holding hers instead. I can't walk anymore. Just hang on, Ling Jiang said. 17 kilometers is not far at all. Longyang gave Chen Lin's fingers a light squeeze, and Chen Lin saw a hint of a smile on his face. She then remembered her own lack of supernatural's ability. I can still walk, but when I get tired, don't expect me to hold back asking for help. I'll carry your backpack for you. Ling Jiang turned and stretched out his hand to Chen Lin. Chen Lin placed Rain Frog inside her clothes and handed her backpack to Ling Jiang. Thanks, Dao Ji. What's there to thank? Ling Jiang hastily threw Chen Lin's backpack over his shoulder. We're not outsiders. Dao Ji, what about my bag? Sun Qing handed her little backpack to Ling Jiang. Dao Ji, please help carry mine as well, since Starry is carrying me. Ling Jiang accepted Sun Qing's backpack. My 1111 stood empty-handed. She ran forward. Dao Ji, let me carry one of these for you. No need, Ling Jiang refused My 1111 outright. You just take care of yourself. With 3 backpacks on his back, he walked ahead of everyone. Chapter 99, Calculating Each Other. In Hui Shui Town, there weren't many zombies on the streets. Several people used ropes to tie up the zombies and drag them to the fields. In the fields, there were already many tied-up zombies roaring and struggling, trying to break free from the ropes. Why aren't they killed by the zombies? Sun Qing slid off Hu Xing's back and asked, can the rope really tie up the zombies? Ling Jiang said indifferently, these zombies are their relatives. They probably can't bring themselves to do it. Longyang gently asked Chen Lin, are you tired? Chen Lin pursed her lips and glanced at him, a little, but I can bear it. Ice Cube, stop it. I'm not a kid. She was leaning on her knees. After walking continuously for 17 kilometers, she was exhausted. Let's, huff, go into the town and find a place to rest, huff. I'm about to die. You're the one who deserves all this trouble. A glint of joy flashed in Chen Lin's eyes. Don't kill the zombies when we enter the town. We'll rest in a yard without zombies. Sun Qing exclaimed, if we don't kill the zombies, how are we supposed to get in? These zombies aren't as slow as those from before. It's better not to kill the zombies. They stink and are disgusting, she said, we'll just run faster. The zombies won't be able to keep up with us. Upon hearing this, Sun Qing couldn't help but ask, could it be that you've never killed a zombie before? Who said that? Shi's voice became smaller as she felt guilty. I've killed them before. Otherwise, how could I have survived this long? That made sense theoretically, but only heaven knew what exactly happened. Chen Lin pointed to a distant building. There, fewer zombies. We'll run over there. Dao Ji will use mud walls to conceal our movements. Only a few zombies. Let's just kill them, Sun Qing gestured. Are we saving these zombies for the new year? Listen to Chen Lin. If she doesn't tell us to kill them, there must be a reason. Hu Xing quickly held on to Sun Qing. She asked, then, why not kill them? Chen Lin indicated to them, looking at the townspeople who were using ropes to control the zombies in the fields. Do you want to be driven out of the town? Haven't you noticed that they'd rather be bitten than kill the zombies? In the past life, the villages and towns her squad passed through usually had everyone turning into zombies, becoming genuinely dead towns. The survival rate in villages and towns was the lowest because the surviving humans refused to kill the zombies. When Chen Lin saw people tying up zombies with ropes, she immediately remembered the past. Countryside folks are truly ignorant, she whispered, isn't this just harming others and themselves? There's nothing we can do about it. Chen Lin nodded at Ling Jiang, start. Ling Jiang released a person-high earth wall to cover the 6 people's rapid movement. He continuously created earth walls behind them as they disappeared and released new ones immediately. By the time the 6 people reached the small courtyard that Chen Lin designated, almost no zombies had noticed them. Probably by tomorrow morning, there won't be any zombies left. Rest well tonight and find a car tomorrow. Chen Lin held the steel pipe and walked towards the house. You 3 girls stay in the yard. I'll go in with Dao Ji and take a look. Longyang pulled Chen Lin aside and went in first, opening the door. Inside the room was quiet. Ling Jiang rushed in and came out shortly after. No zombies. You can come in. The moment my she entered the room, she sprawled on the sofa. I'm so tired. So exhausted and hungry. The others scattered around the room. Chen Lin was attracted by a picture frame beside the bedroom bedhead. Seeing the people in the photo, Chen Lin couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. She never expected that her random pointing would actually lead to Li Guozhu's home. Is there a problem? Long Yang walked next to Chen Lin and took the photo frame from her hands. Very simple rural couple. Chen Lin pointed at the man in the photo. I've seen this person before. He played cards with others, and the loser gave his wife to the winner to sleep with. And now, are you still calling him simple? Ling Jiang, Sun Qing, and Hu Xing also gathered around. What are you guys looking at? My she lied on the sofa for a long time, didn't see them coming back, and thus searched them out. The host couple's photo, Sun Qing rushed to say, it's a very simple couple. My she showed a look of disdain. They're just a pair of country bumpkins. What's so interesting to look at? I'm about to starve to death, aren't you hungry? I'll go find some food. Where's the kitchen? My she went to find the kitchen. Sun Qing made a grimace and rubbed her stomach at Chen Lin. Chen Lin quickly shoved a compressed biscuit into Sun Qing's hand and pressed her fingers to her lips in a gesture of shushing. Hu Xing puffed his cheeks out and teased Sun Qing. Aren't you ashamed? Not at all. Sun Qing glanced outside the window while hastily opening the cookie packaging, biting off a large chunk, mumbling unclearly, it's not just her who's starving, I'm about to die from hunger too. Not only was Sun Qing hungry, but the others were also famished. Chen Lin chose to claim she had no special abilities, so they reluctantly complied. I found some rice, along with some pickled vegetables. My she walked in holding a basin, but I don't know how to cook. I can make porridge, let me do it. Hu Xing took the basin from my she and was about to head toward the kitchen. The courtyard gate of the bungalow was pushed open as a tall man walked in. Li Guozhu was indeed alive. Chen Lin immediately identified him when the man walked in and confirmed his identity. The landlord has returned. Seeing several strangers in his yard, Li Guozhu paused in surprise. Are you travelers? You haven't been bitten by zombies, have you? The caught-off-guard group felt a bit awkward, none of them expecting the landlord to still be alive. Chen Lin felt uneasy and conflicted, unsure of what to say. Of course not. Sun Qing spun around and clutched her stomach. Uncle, we're starving, and we're about to cook using your rice. Oh, no problem, no problem. Li Guozhu flashed his signature naive smile, his gaze subtly scanning the faces of the three girls, lingering on my Shishi for the longest time. Chen Lin had been observing Li Guozhu closely, noticing his glances. She suddenly thought, my Shishi and Li Guozhu would definitely make an interesting couple. I'll do it, Li Guozhu said. How can we eat only pickled vegetables? My neighbor has some dried meat, I'll fetch it. Thank you, uncle. My she lit up with a beautiful, gentle smile upon hearing about the dried meat. Li Guozhu chuckled naively. Don't call me uncle. I'm not that old. Call me Brother Li. Brother Li. My she said, we'll go with you. What if there are zombies over there? Chen Lin, shall we go with Brother Li? Chen Lin, guessing that my she probably shared the same intention, smiled faintly. It's just next door, you two go ahead. Chapter 100, Self-Inflicted. My she wanted to change her mind, but Li Guozhu had already cheerfully said, sis, we'll just go and be right back. Li Guozhu took my she out. Will my she be in danger? Sun Qing's heart was kind. Though she didn't like my she didn't want my she to get hurt either. The villagers are simple and honest. If my she doesn't harm others, then they should thank the heavens for Brother Li. Hu Xing disgustingly replied, didn't you see her trying to push Chen Lin into the water? Ling Jiang and Long Yang stayed silent. Chen Lin said, Qing, we don't have time to worry about strangers. Sun Qing responded with an oh, I understand. She stretched out her arms, one hooked onto Chen Lin, the other onto Hu Xing. I know what to do. The my she who went out with Li Guozhu suddenly became afraid. Big Brother Li, let's not bother getting the dried meat, we can eat something else. We don't mind at all. TSK, it's nothing. The smile on Li Guozhu's face deepened. My neighbor's family met with misfortune, they're all dead. Don't waste good food. So where is the dried meat? My she grew increasingly nervous. A pair of large hands pressed against her shoulders, in the cellar. Don't be scared, follow me. Without waiting for my she's objection, Li Guozhu pushed her into the cellar. In the cellar, chains clanked loudly. Several naked women were bound by chains, their bodies covered with bruises and contusions. Seeing Li Guozhu, every face displayed fear as they retreated to the corner. Big Brother Li, let's go back. My she wanted to retreat from the cellar, but the iron grip of Li Guozhu's strong hand tightly restrained her shoulder. You came here, so there's no going back. Here you'll find plenty of food and drink, and each day will feel like living a godly life. Li Guozhu's seemingly naive look transformed into something sinister, and this life is what many yearn for but cannot obtain. Help! Save me, Chen Lin, Long Yang. This man is a psycho. Stop calling for help. Li Guozhu's hands began to grope across my Shishi's body. They won't hear you. See? All these sisters, just like you, sought shelter at my home. And now I've kept them all. If you want meat, I'll provide it immediately. My she regretted her little greediness. If she hadn't heard about the dried meat, she wouldn't have suggested coming along with Li Guozhu. Originally, she planned to use this opportunity to push Chen Lin towards this countryman, never expecting that Chen Lin wouldn't come. She had already completely realized what Li Guozhu meant when he spoke of meat. In a place where crying to the heavens or shouting brought no help, amidst a crowd whose eyes were filled with both fear and numbness, she was violated by Li Guozhu and tied up together with those women. There was worse awaiting her yet. She still didn't realize how monstrous the demon she had fallen into the hands of was. Li Guozhu left the cellar with a satisfied heart. Upon leaving, he picked up a piece of smoked meat from somewhere. That girl over there said she's not following you anymore. Tell her not to blame her. So quickly handled Shi. Chen Lin was full of astonishment. She saw a trace of satisfaction on Li Guozhu's face, a feeling which she couldn't quite describe, something she'd never seen before. Brother Li, everyone has their own path, we understand. That's good, she was worried you would blame her. Li Guozhu again revealed his innocent smile. I'll cook for you all. Tonight I've got poker dates arranged with a few card buddies. Li Guozhu headed to the kitchen to prepare food. Ling Jiang asked, is it alright to leave Shi behind? Long Yang patted Ling Jiang's shoulder. She can't endure hardship. Walking even a short distance makes her unable to bear it. Perhaps staying behind might be better for her. It was Shi herself who decided to follow. Sun Qing hadn't witnessed the most horrifying events of the apocalypse. She even wanted Linlin to come too. If Linlin had gone, she probably wouldn't have returned either. I'm not sympathizing with her, Ling Jiang said. People like her don't deserve sympathy. But somehow I feel we came together. Leaving without her seems improper. Chen Lin remarked. Afterwards, those who walk the same path as us and share brief moments will always eventually part ways. Do you remember Uncle Duan? Ling Jiang of course remembered the tattooed uncle. I understand now. Finding our uncles and Du Yuan is more important than worrying about them. She had tried to kill Chen Lin. Not only did Long Yang harbor resentment towards Shi, he hated her intensely and wished to kill her with his own hands. No matter his despicable thoughts, Linlin is his sister-in-law, partner, and friend compared to Shi, a stranger. He knew who he should protect. Li Guozhu cooked a meal but didn't eat it. Instead, he made an excuse about playing cards and left. He and his several poker buddies entered the cellar in the neighboring yard. After eating, the group of 5, including Chen Lin, quickly left Li Guozhu's home. Chen Lin faintly heard a woman's cries, as if coming from beneath the ground. When she tried to listen again, the sound disappeared. Even if she had recognized Shi's screams, Chen Lin wouldn't go save her. For someone who wanted to kill her on their first meeting, Chen Lin wouldn't show any mercy. She wasn't a saint. Chen Lin hadn't expected to get rid of Shi so easily, and even more effectively tie her with Li Guozhu. It was so smooth that it felt almost impossible. Shi herself didn't want to leave. It's not our concern. Long Yang's deep voice interrupted Chen Lin's thoughts, reaching out to hold her hand. We still need to think about what we're going to do tonight. Was he trying to comfort himself? Chen Lin looked at Long Yang with confusion. What was there for her to be comforted about? This was the apocalypse, and her first priority was survival. Her second priority was ensuring those she cared about lived together. Let's leave the town. In the cellar, Li Guozhu brought a chair and sat at the entrance of the cellar. Today, 5 pieces of cured meat each, all fresh. I've tasted it already. They're gorgeous women, feisty and explosive. Superb quality. Hearing Li Guozhu's words, Shi's tear-streaked face expressed shock. This man, seemingly honest, was trading her for cured meat. Freak, bastard, let me go right now. The poker buddies peeked over at Shi, naked as the day she was born, with eyes full of wickedness. Not bad figure, 5 pieces of cured meat worth it. One of them eagerly tossed the 5 pieces of cured meat to Li Guozhu, rubbing his hands as he approached Shi. Sis, ha ha ha, can't wait, huh? Already undressed yourself. A few other men also swiftly handed over their portions of cured meat. Get away, freak. No matter how much Shi screamed or cried, no one paid attention. Her pale, tender body was roughly groped and pinched by several rough hands, full of calluses. Li Guozhu put the cured meat into his space pocket, calculating. These women were of good quality. He should bring them to big cities where there are more people, more money to be made. Leaving those men to mess around in the cellar, Li Guozhu returned to the yard to tinker with his box truck. Chapter 101. The Foolish One Isn't Stupid. Outside of the town, Chen Lin took out her car. Lai City is only over 30 kilometers away. Let's stay overnight in Lai City. Seeing Chen Lin's action, Long Yang couldn't help but smile. It seems I should treat Lingling well in the future, or else I might not have food to eat. You deserve that. Chen Lin pushed Long Yang. You drive today. Ji Dao will show you the way. In less than an hour, they arrived at Lai City. 5 people were killing zombies on the streets of Lai City. Li Guozhu was driving his van truck with his capital for a better life, passing through Lai City heading toward Jingju. So many second-tier zombies, why aren't there any lightning-type ones? Sun Qing complained while smashing zombie heads. You all have advanced levels, only I am still level 1. The rarer it is, the more powerful it is. Don't you see that spatial brain cores are also rare, said Chen Lin. Her water element ability had already reached level 3. Sun Qing pouted and reluctantly nodded. That is quite powerful. When the car battery dies, you use me as the power source. Chen Lin couldn't resist laughing. A power source is nothing. Fans, fridges, air conditioners, rice cookers, hair dryers, all of them can use your energy. Ah. Sun Qing stupidly pointed at her own nose. So, am I like a human-powered generator? Seeing Chen Lin nod, and the others laugh too, she stomped her feet yelling, no way, I refuse to be that. The zombies from afar were attracted by Sun Qing's shouts. Hu Xing quickly killed the approaching zombies. If you shout again, we won't be able to sleep tonight. Sun Qing pouted, glanced at Hu Xing, then ran slyly to Chen Lin's side. Lin, I don't want to be a human-powered generator. It's fine. You can give a level 1 lightning brain core to your star. Once he gets the lightning element power, you'll be freed. Chen Lin handed Sun Qing over a dozen level 1 lightning brain cores. Originally, she wanted to accumulate a certain number to trigger her lightning ability. Can it really work? After receiving the brain cores, Sun Qing's eyes started rolling around, then she happily skipped to Hu Xing's side. Star, here's something delicious from Lin. Who says foolish people must be dumb? While pulling the steel pipe out of a zombie's head, Chen Lin raised her hand to wipe her forehead and said, Sun Qing, this fool not only isn't dumb, but once she grows some fur, she'll be sharper than a monkey. Hu Xing broke into cold sweat. Lin, can you just eat anything? Ling Jiang spoke up. Yes, we've read a report before. A person could have multiple abilities. Did you forget that besides space, Lin also has water abilities? Long Yang looked at the fire-red brain core in his hand. From the Celestial Institute research reports? Chen Lin nodded. Unfortunately, I lost it somewhere. I forgot to pick it up. Otherwise, I could let you take a look. Long Yang wiped the brain core clean and handed it over to Chen Lin. I don't doubt you. I'm just thinking about what Su family's doing with these experiments against humanity. You should think about when we're going to sleep. Chen Lin pointed towards the hotel direction. Our destination is just a few hundred meters away. Long Yang lowered his voice suggestively. How about if we share one room tonight? Go away. Chen Lin nudged Long Yang with her elbow. Your mind is full of filthiness. Bastard. Long Yang smiled broadly and rubbed his ribs. Do you want to murder your own husband? That's not fair. Sun Qing clenched her fists and growled. Lin, you use me like a heating rod. I demand water from you. Charge forward. Aim for the presidential suite. I want to swim in the bathtub. Several hundred meters away, the glass doors of the hotel were completely shattered, with a few zombies wandering inside. As soon as Chen Lin and her group entered the hotel, the zombies gathered around. Don't bother with them. Go straight upstairs. There are no zombies in the elevator, we've cleaned them out already, came a man's voice over the hotel speaker. We're on the 5th floor broadcasting studio. There are 3 of us. Ling Jiang asked, should we go to the 5th floor? Long Yang responded, of course, we need to check it out. What does Lin think? Chen Lin had no objections. Since someone extended the olive branch, she wouldn't refuse. At the door of the 5th floor broadcast room stood a young man waving to Chen Lin's group. Hurry up and come in, don't attract the zombies over here. Once all 5 entered the broadcasting room, the young man immediately closed the door. We've seen you guys kill zombies upstairs earlier but didn't dare to call out using the broadcast, afraid of drawing attention from the zombie. I'm Zhuan, and his Chen Jie, one of the 2 other young men in the broadcasting room said. My name is Lin Sheng. Chen Lin scrutinized the 3 young men meaningfully. Do your powers allow you to see in the dark? Zhuan was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter with his 2 companions. Don't you know that there are binoculars with night vision functionality? He pointed at a pair of binoculars on the table. We found them in a military enthusiast store. Chen Lin awkwardly said, I thought your powers let you see in the dark. Where are there such abilities? Lin Sheng chuckled. We just got here today. Let's go upstairs together, clean out some rooms, and then spend the night. Before the apocalypse, Lai City had some kind of event and this hotel was fully booked with guests. Now it's crammed full of zombies. I'll fill you in on these details later. Long Yang bent down and whispered in Chen Lin's ear, if you want to know anything, I'll teach you. Chen Lin glared at Long Yang irritably. I'm not a military enthusiast. Zhuan, if the 3 of you could make it here, why didn't you go upstairs and clear out the rooms? Zhuan replied, we originally intended to stay here for the night. 3 people would fit just fine. But now that there are all of you as well, we might as well go up together and clear the rooms. This way, everyone can sleep more comfortably. Chen Lin hummed, then let's get moving. We're so tired. Faced with 3 people who seemed full of lies, Chen Lin found herself lacking any good feelings towards them. As soon as they arrived, they were already looking out through night vision binoculars while guarding the broadcasting room. Yes, our target is the top floor presidential suite, Sun Qing exclaimed excitedly. A flicker of unease passed through Zhuan's eyes, and Lin Sheng and Chen Jie also appeared uncomfortable. There are plenty of empty rooms upstairs, don't be picky. This isn't like usual times. That's true, Sun Qing remained excited. Guys, sisters, let's move. I want to wash myself properly and have a refreshing sleep. Seeing Sun Qing stop talking about the presidential suite, Zhuan regained his composure. The 8th and 9th floors both have double-sized rooms. You 5 can comfortably stay there. Then let's head to the 8th floor. Chen Lin yawned. It's exhausting after having killed our way all the way here. Seeing this, Long Yang immediately stepped forward. Let me lead the way. 8th floor it is. Zhuan, Chen Jie, and Lin Sheng followed behind the group of 5 as they entered a room on the 8th floor. We'll clean another room randomly. Good night. Good night. Sun Qing waved to them without any second thoughts. Sweet dreams. Chapter 102, Uninvited Guest. Hu Xing pulled Sun Qing into the room and immediately closed the door. Linning, don't you feel something's off? Sun Qing pointed upstairs. They deliberately didn't want us to go to the top floor. True, Chen Lin nodded. Those people, full of lies. But they mean no harm, it's strange. Forget about them, we're only staying for a night. Long Yang hooked his arm around Chen Lin's shoulder. Let's rest. I won't take a shower unless we stay in the presidential suite. Sun Qing lay down on the sofa. I'll sleep here. Chen Lin lay down on another sofa, one hand holding onto a steel pipe, the other gripping a frog. I'll keep watch, you all sleep. Let me keep watch instead. Long Yang squatted next to Chen Lin. You've been tired all day. What a fool. So warm-hearted. Chen Lin sat up halfway, her eyes shining. Silly, I'm not really keeping watch, it is. She lifted the little frog. This little thing is very spiritually connected. Lining. Long Yang said tenderly, isn't it bad for a few big men like us not to keep watch but asking you to do so? Chen Lin moved closer, giving Long Yang a peck on his face. Idiot, just go to sleep. Isn't whoever among us keeping watch the same? We're all exhausted. Long Yang's handsome face turned slightly red. You keep watch in the first half of the night, and I'll keep watch in the second half. That's settled. Ling Jiang silently observed their interaction and said, go to sleep quickly, whoever wakes up first will switch with Ling Ning. Hey, all of you can sleep soundly, there's me too. Sun Qing waved her arms. You need to drive tomorrow, and you three put the most effort into fighting zombies. Let us keep watch. Xing, remember to eat well. I don't want to use heating rods, I rely on you. Xing felt in his pocket where he kept more than 10 level 1 brain nuclei, sighing helplessly. Thank you. Sun Qing jumped up instantly. Eat now, quickly. If you have electrical powers, then our car will have air conditioning tomorrow. Okay. Xing swallowed the brain nuclei one by one. When he got to the third one, he sighed gloomily. Qing, your wish has come true. He reached out, and between his fingers crackled electricity. Yeah, fantastic. Sun Qing happily hugged Xing, bouncing up and down. The heavens truly favor me. Ling Jiang was surprised. It actually works. Long Yang said, we can try too. Xing immediately split the brain nuclei in his hand. Yang Ji, Dao Ji, give it a try. Long Yang handed what he had directly to Ling Jiang. Let Dao Ji try first. If there's any left, I'll give it a try. You go ahead. Ling Jiang declined. My earth powers, I haven't researched thoroughly yet. That settles it, I won't try either. Long Yang handed the brain nucleus to Chen Lin. When we have more brain nuclei later, there will be plenty of chances. It's time to rest. Sun Qing pulled Xing to the balcony. I have a bit of insight regarding electric powers, look. She released her abilities, grabbing the metal railings, gesturing for Xing to observe. Ah! Outside the balcony came a scream of agony. A man let go with his hands and nearly fell down. Xing promptly entangled the person in time with tree vines. Wow, honey, your reaction is fast. Sun Qing hugged Xing's neck and gave him a peck on the cheek. Xing said, stop fooling around, there's still a person outside. Quickly pull me up, we can talk things through. The man noticed the couple bickering affectionately and completely ignored him, causing him to panic. The others in the room were originally about to lie down. Upon hearing the sounds from the balcony, they all walked over. Chen Lin said, Dao Ji, seal the door with earth walls so we're not disturbed when questioning the prisoner. Ling Jiang nodded, walking to the door, releasing directly a level 3 earth wall. Bring me in first, this is the 8th floor, falling would kill me, the man urged. Whatever, let's talk after. Alright. Want to come in? Sun Qing made a funny face at the man. No chance, you'd better enjoy the view of the 8th floor outside. Seems like there's a song that goes, a dumbass hanging on the 8th floor sways back and forth. Everyone got annoyed. Pull him in. Chen Lin said, Qing, lock the balcony properly, to avoid more unexpected visitors. Xing pulled the man hanging outside the balcony into the room. The man struggled fiercely but couldn't break free from the tree vines. You're of the wood element, so am I, why can't I escape your vines? We are more curious about what you were doing climbing through the balcony. Chen Lin said, don't tell us you came to the wrong door. If your answer doesn't satisfy us, we'll throw you back out where you came from. The man shivered. I was here to steal. What was there to steal from the 5 of them? Chen Lin smirked mockingly. You won't learn unless you hit a wall. Xing, show him out. By your command. Xing lifted the man as if he was about to throw him out the window. Hey, let me explain, the man stammered, scared to the point his pants grew cold. Xing held him suspended outside the balcony. Speak up quickly and don't try any trick. I'll speak, the man hurriedly said. We have no ill intent. We merely want to recruit suitable people to join our team. Strength in numbers, that's all. Is this the truth? Xing shook his tree vines. Terrified out of his wits, the man almost lost his soul. It's true. There came regular knocks at the door of the room. Zhuan's voice sounded, friends, we mean no harm, could you please release our teammate? We're willing to apologize sincerely. Xing glanced at Chen Lin, Long Yang, and Ling Jiang. Sun Qing said, as if we would be so easily deceived. Never. Sister, Zhuan replied helplessly, if we were up to no good, wouldn't it have been better for us not to let you know we were in this hotel? Let him go, Chen Lin said, they truly meant no harm. Lining, you're always kind-hearted and naive, Sun Qing retorted, pointing at the man tied by Xing. Look at him, shifty eyes, like a born villain. Qing. Chen Lin massaged her forehead and patted her pocket. Did you forget my treasure? Seeing Chen Lin's gesture, Sun Qing stuck out her tongue. Fine, let him go then. Anyway, we have nothing to fear from them. Xing put the man down. Ling Jiang dismantled the earth wall, and the man smiled apologetically. We truly meant no harm, really. Ling Jiang opened the door, revealing Zhuan and Lin Sheng standing outside. Seeing Chen Lin's group release their comrade, they both sighed in relief with smiles. Thank you, sorry to disturb your rest. Apologies. The man rushed out immediately and hid behind Zhuan. Captain, that girl is too scary, she scared me into peeing my pant. Indeed, there was a noticeable smell of urine. Lin Sheng glanced disdainfully at him. Aren't you ashamed of being scared to pee by a girl? Chapter 103, Rejection. Zhuan smiled and said, all of you, aren't you going to invite us in for a chat? We have no ill intentions. Lin Sheng spread his hands. We are very friendly. But Chen Lin really just wanted to sleep, she complained silently in her heart. Seeing Chen Lin didn't oppose, Long Yang nodded at Ling Jiang. Since there is no malice, please come in. Ling Jiang stepped aside. Please enter. The man who had previously climbed through the window stood outside without moving, looking rather awkward. I'll go change my clothes, I won't come in. Upon hearing this, several people inside looked at the man. His pants were stained with a large patch of water. Sun Qing behind Huxing couldn't stop laughing. Why so serious? We haven't done anything bad to you. The man laughed more awkwardly. Zhuan sat down on the sofa opposite Chen Lin. Do you know which one of you is the captain? We are not a team, Chen Lin replied. Whoever speaks doesn't matter. Just state your purpose directly. For example, what do you want to discuss with us? Hearing that these 5 weren't part of a formal squad made Zhuan's eyes light up. My team already has 9 members, none of you 5 seem to be ordinary people. Why don't you consider joining my team, and we can explore this apocalypse world together? Ling Jiang gestured toward Huxing and Sun Qing. There are 2 beds in the room, let's rest first. Huxing sleeps with you. I'm taking an entire bed, Sun Qing stated. Let's negotiate once we get into the room. Huxing pushed Sun Qing along. They need to discuss matters, we should go enjoy life. Lin Sheng chuckled. If you're not a team, can you 2 represent the other 3? Ling Jiang and the other 2 walked straight into the bedroom without looking back, and closed the door behind them. The action of these 3 departing demonstrated that they did not want to join any team. Understanding this, Zhuan figured out, these 5 people weren't a squad but already had the outline of a squad structure. You 5 are too few, it will be tough in the apocalypse era. If you join us, 9 plus 5 makes 14. He glanced at Long Yang, whose demeanor was extraordinary among these 5. He seemed like a leader. Zhuan was addressing Long Yang. If Long Yang was the leader, he would respond. Sorry, we decline. Chen Lin said, our goals differ from yours, so we can't travel together. But everyone needs to survive in the apocalypse, how could our goals be different? Zhuan thought all along that Long Yang would speak up. He had never paid much attention to Chen Lin before because she appeared to be the most ordinary among the group. You're heading to the capital, we are traveling south, Chen Lin said. We 5 wish to tour and eat along the way, would your 9 prefer this as well? Looks like. Zhuan deeply regretted, it's truly unfortunate that we're heading in different directions. We'll stay on the top floor for a few days. If you change your minds, you can find us anytime. I don't want to disturb your rest. Zhuan got up and bid farewell. Lin Sheng followed Zhuan out. Captain, are you letting them go? Their skills are not bad at all. When someone shows interest in you but not vice versa, Zhuan sighed. What else can we do? Would you force them to follow us? Captain, who exactly is their leader among those 5? Lin Sheng glanced back at the room where the 5 resided. I couldn't figure it out. I think it might be the man from earlier. Zhuan still felt Long Yang resembled more of a leader. Hey, never mind, they're not with us anyway. Why bother so much about it? Lin Sheng spoke. Long Yang sat beside Chen Lin. Chen Lin glanced at Long Yang. Why are you sitting next to me? What's up? How do you know they're heading to the capital? Long Yang naturally extended his hand and wrapped it around Chen Lin's shoulders. It's a guess. Most people head north because everyone thinks the capital is the safest place. In Chen Lin's previous life, most teams headed north. Hardly any teams like theirs took the opposite route south, only her moon god team. And even now, it was still just her. Would you like to lie down on my lap and sleep? Long Yang said, I want to be with you. It's hard to have time alone together. There are 2 sofas, you sleep on one, and I'll sleep on the other. Chen Lin gently pushed Long Yang. Aren't we together every day? We will be in the future too. The road ahead is long. Long Yang refused to let go. He extended his other arm around Chen Lin. Then let me hold you for a while. Chen Lin snuggled into Long Yang's arms. Alright, but only for a little while. We need to rest well. There are still so many zombies to kill. Long Yang hummed, tightening his arms around Chen Lin, his breath brushing her ear. Liney liney. Chen Lin slightly curled her lips. In this life, she would hold on to Long Yang and never let go. She wouldn't let him die. After holding for a bit, Long Yang voluntarily released Chen Lin and lay down on the other sofa. Good night. Good night. Chen Lin quietly opened her eyes to look at Long Yang. Long Yang was sleeping on his side, facing her. His handsome features were as if painted in a picture. Why does this guy have to be so handsome? He just got rid of Gao Bingyang and my 1111, who knows how many more women will throw themselves at him. After observing for a long time, Long Yang didn't open his eyes. Chen Lin closed her eyes. As long as it isn't Long Yang changing his heart, she will never let go. Hearing Chen Lin's breathing gradually become even, Long Yang also fell asleep completely. The rain frog climbed out of Chen Lin's pocket, guarding her like a sentry. When dawn came, the 5 of them had yet to get up when there was a knock on the door. Outside, Lin Sheng's voice called out, Everyone, we're going to gather supplies in the city. Would you like to join us? Chen Lin sat up, grabbed the rain frog and placed it back in her pocket. We won't collect supplies, you guys go ahead. Understood. Lin Sheng turned and spread his hands to Zhuan. They're not coming. This shows that they have a space ability user among them, which explains why they didn't want to come with us. Zhuan said, let's go by ourselves then. Sun Qing emerged from the room yawning. Who is it? Being so annoying, knocking at the door so early in the morning. Long Yang opened his eyes and sat up, smiling tenderly toward Chen Lin. Good morning. Morning. Chen Lin took out an electric kettle, filled it with water, and handed it to Sun Qing. Ching, instant noodles for breakfast. Huh. Sun Qing held the kettle, pouting. Sister, can you stop making me your instant heater all the time? Certainly. Chen Lin nodded toward the bedroom. Get your man to be the heater. Hu Xing and Ling Jiang happened to walk out of the room just then. Sun Qing shoved the kettle into Hu Xing's hands. Xing, we're eating instant noodles for breakfast. Chen Lin took out the instant noodles and put them on the coffee table. Multiple flavors, pick freely. Sun Qing stretched lazily. Hehe, liney, finally I don't have to be the instant heater anymore. Chapter 104, Level 4 Zombies. While Chen Lin and others were searching through a pile of instant noodles for their preferred flavors, Su Juanyuan's group encountered trouble in Shu City. They came across 2 Level 4 enhanced zombies. Shu City was a densely populated large city, where the evolution rate of zombies was much faster than in smaller cities. When most other cities had only Level 2 or Level 3 zombies, Shu City already had Level 4 ones. Level 4 zombies lacked elemental powers but boasted far greater physical strength and speed compared to Levels 2 and 3, making them quite challenging to deal with. Enhanced zombies were even more difficult to handle within their respective levels. During the battle, several people accompanying Su Juanyuan were killed by the enhanced zombies, and Su Dao's cheek was scratched by one of the zombies' claws, leaving several deep cuts that revealed bone. It wasn't until Su Juanyuan stepped in that they managed to eliminate the enhanced zombies. If Chen Lin had been there, she would surely have noticed that Su Juanyuan's wood and fire abilities had already reached level 5. Burp. Sun Qing let out a loud belch, patting her bloated stomach. Damn it, eating a pack of instant noodles makes me feel like I'm pregnant. If you're still hungry, I've got other flavors. Chen Lin offered a few more packs of noodles from her stash. Want some? Yes. Sun Qing took the noodles Chen Lin handed over and stuffed them into her backpack. I'll eat them when I'm hungry later, and we shouldn't reveal your space. Hu Xing patted Sun Qing's belly. What a pity. You can't give birth to a son, just poop. Sun Qing slapped Hu Xing's hand away. Go away quickly, we've only shared a few kisses. Have you ever heard of someone getting pregnant just from kissing? A faint smile appeared on Ling Jiang's face behind his mask. Stop feeding us dog food. Be careful not to trip up this lonely man, or I'll rely on you forever. Brother Dao, Sun Qing laughed and leaned against Ling Jiang's shoulder. We're a family, and a family should stick together forever. Forever. Ling Jiang's gaze briefly fell on Chen Lin and Long Yang. Watch out that your stars doesn't get jealous. What jealousy? Sun Qing shrugged it off carelessly. Long Yang put Chen Lin's backpack on his shoulders while she was looking around the room for something. Lin, shouldn't we be heading out soon? What are you looking for? The tree frog. Chen Lin scanned the surroundings. The little thing has gone somewhere hunting. Before the apocalypse, tree frogs fed on insects, and this was its first time leaving her since then to search for food. Goo. Just as Chen Lin finished speaking, a colorful shadow darted over and jumped onto her shoulder. Little one, what are you running around for? As Chen Lin picked up the tree frog, she saw that it had a level 2 zombie brain core in its mouth. Are you still eating this stuff? Goo. The tree frog called out once and swallowed the brain core. After eating the brain core, the tree frog seemed to have shrunk a little, but its colorful skin became shinier. Now we can leave. Chen Lin placed the sleepy little creature in her pocket. The tree frog isn't my pet, it's also my partner. It has saved me and brother Dao many times. Ling Jiang glanced at Chen Lin and chuckled. I reckon you might be the only one who regards a frog as a partner. It likes to follow me. Chen Lin grabbed a steel pipe and walked toward the door. In the late stage of the apocalypse, animals, plants, and insects will all mutate. It's no surprise if pets end up being frogs, or even if an energy user carries a mutated giant cabbage in their arms or rides a fish with legs. But these are future changes. Chen Lin couldn't share what she knew with anyone else. Zhuan's 9-person squad was battling zombies not far from the hotel, observing the hotel as they fought. Half a day had passed, yet those 5 individuals hadn't come out yet. Lin Sheng leaned close to Zhuan. Captain, since they won't come out to fight zombies, should we talk to them again? Their wood-type energy user is already at level 3, and the rest aren't much lower, perhaps even higher. Their stance is pretty clear. Zhuan considered for a moment. They won't stay. Should we? Lin Sheng made a throat-slitting motion. Maybe they've got good things on them. Zhuan squinted his eyes. He couldn't gauge the true strength of the last male and female. Let me think about it. At that moment, Chen Lin and her 4 companions walked out of the hotel, heading in another direction. Captain and a team member reported. They've come out. Lin Sheng urged. Captain, make a decision fast, or they'll get too far away. At the mention of this, the rest of the group also crowded over. Captain. Chen Lin suddenly turned around and gave Zhuan a meaningful smile. Those people had been observing them all along. Although their actions seemed to be fighting zombies, their attention was always on the 5 of them. The distance was too far to determine if they had malicious intent, but Chen Lin was familiar with that kind of gaze. She'd seen enough of it in her previous life. Upon meeting Chen Lin's gaze unexpectedly, Zhuan felt as though his little schemes had been uncovered. Don't make a move yet, keep fighting the zombies. Hearing this, Lin Sheng and the other team members silently spread out. Chen Lin kept an eye on their movements from the corner of her eye, and only when she saw them disperse did she shift her focus back. Lining, do you think those people have ill intentions? Sun Qing asked. You're seeing bad people everywhere now. Chen Lin turned back with a usual smile on her face. To you, everyone except our own group is bad, and your suspicion isn't wrong. They're not chasing us. let's quickly leave the city. Long Yang glanced back briefly. He noticed that those people were sneakily stealing glances at them, so he stayed alert all the while. The 5 of them quickened their pace, and their actions naturally caught the eye of someone who was watching. Lin Sheng cursed, "Shit, they've been wary of us all along. They're so cunning." A wave of zombies surged out from a nearby residential area, heading toward the 9 people. Among them were 2 particularly tall zombies. If Chen Lin hadn't left, she would have recognized these as level 4 zombies. Basic zombies didn't possess brain cores, moved slowly, and reacted sluggishly. Starting from level 1 zombies, the undead advanced in strength by gaining brain cores and elemental powers, with both speed and physical durability increasing per level. Level 5 was a critical threshold, where the zombies could wield elemental powers. An energy user swung his knife at the head of the largest zombie, only for the blade to get stuck in the skull. "Boss, this zombie's head is so hard." The zombie let out a low growl from its throat, its deathly white eyes fixed on the energy user as it grabbed his arm and tore it off, stuffing it into its mouth and chewing voraciously. The smell of blood excited the surrounding zombies. "Ah!" the energy user screamed in agony, but before he could call for help, a blackened zombie claw pierced through his chest. More zombies swarmed over, devouring him completely. Chapter 105, Let's Run. At this moment, Zhuan also saw the towering zombie with a knife stuck in its head and noticed another tall zombie. It might be level 4. "Everyone, be careful. Clear out the lower level zombies first, and finally, everyone should team up against those 2. Chen Lin and her group were about to leave the city when they also encountered a group of zombies. Sun Qing pointed at a relatively tall one among the zombie group. "Lin, look, that one should be level 4, right?" "Yes," Chen Lin replied. "If it's a level 4 lightning type, will I reach level 4 if I eat it?" Although Sun Qing was only level 1, she had been constantly talking about leveling up. Now seeing a level 4 zombie, she looked at it as if it were a treasure. "Eat and try, then you'll know," Chen Lin said. Eating a level 4 brain core would advance a level 1 ability user to at most level 3. They'd need another level 4 brain core to reach level 4. However, using a level 4 brain core to activate abilities had a much higher success rate than using a level 1 brain core. Chen Lin added, "Lightning types are rare. You don't need to rush." Sun Qing said, "The zombie is already level 4 while I'm still level 1. How can I not be anxious? I don't want to be a burden to all of you. Let's kill it first." Ling Jiang, who already reached level 3 with his earth-type ability, quickly summoned an earth wall and continuously released earth spikes. "We'll figure out the rest slowly." Long Yang gathered a golden cleaver in his hands, wood type to surround, thunder to cooperate. Lin, you provide support." Chen Lin originally wanted to try her level 5 spatial blade but, hearing Long Yang's words, obediently threw water orbs instead. Level 4 zombies have thick skin and immense strength. This method isn't efficient. The level 3 earth wall was effortlessly destroyed by the level 4 zombie's claws just after it was released. Ling Jiang kept releasing earth walls as the level 4 zombie continued to get closer to them. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, soaking the edge of his mask. "I'll hold it off. You guys run further away. I'll catch up with you." He wanted to sacrifice himself for his companion's survival. Hearing this, Sun Qing burst into tears. "I don't want the level 4 brain core anymore. Let's run together, brother Dao." Was it really necessary? Even if level 4 was strong, there were 4 level 3s and she even had a level 5 ability. Chen Lin rolled her eyes. Level 4 is difficult to deal with, but it's not invincible, one wanting to sacrifice himself, and the other already crying, "Please." Long Yang's golden cleaver could only fight at close range. He took advantage of Ling Jiang releasing earth walls to slash the zombie, leaving only some deep and shallow marks without causing any real damage. Lin, how do we handle it?" "My method doesn't work. Dao keeps summoning earth walls, Qing and Long Yang take out the other zombies first." Chen Lin suggested, "If you run out of abilities, swallow a level 1 brain core to replenish. Huxing, you release vines to bind the zombie's neck. Slow down its speed at critical moments." There was half a sentence she didn't say. She would handle the main attack. "Is it like this?" Huxing released vines, binding the zombie's neck and pulled backward forcefully. The approaching level 4 zombie was unexpectedly pulled down by him. "What should I say about you, idiot?" Chen Lin didn't know what to comment. As soon as the level 4 zombie fell, the actions of these 2 idiots made Chen Lin roll her eyes so hard. Strange Sun Qing directly ran over and dragged Huxing forward. The level 4 zombie was being dragged along the ground by the 2 of them as they shouted, Lin, what should we do now?" The level 4 zombie couldn't even crawl up, but these 2 dimwits were dragging the zombie around while circling the group. "You guys are amazing." Chen Lin gave them a thumbs up. "Sister, come up with an idea quick." Huxing started panting from running. "This zombie is heavy, I'm about to lose my grip." Ling Jiang said, Lin, can your little pet help?" "What can that little frog do?" Long Yang curiously looked toward the pocket of Chen Lin. "Take it out. Those 2 are about to wear themselves out." Its species is called rain frog, technically not a regular frog. Chen Lin grabbed the rain frog and tossed it onto the level 4 zombie. "Go. Qing, Huxing, move aside to avoid injury." The rain frog reluctantly cooed and tightly clung to the top of the zombie's head, its 4 small legs grabbing the hair of the zombie, and then opened its mouth, stretching its long tongue and licked the zombie's skull. Almost instantly, the head of the level 4 zombie melted, creating a small hole. Not too big, not too small, just the size of a brain core. The rain frog extended its tongue, poking into the hole and swirling it around, retrieving a soil yellow brain core. The level 4 zombie stopped moving. Was it really that simple? Sun Qing went over and kicked the zombie. You scared me so bad, my heart was pounding, I thought we were goners. Chen Lin extended her hand, and the rain frog jumped onto it, spitting out the brain core right into her palm. Throw it away quickly. Long Yang had seen how the rain frog retrieved the brain core. Your rain frog is highly toxic. The rain frog turned its eyes, as if giving Long Yang a contemptuous glance, then it leaped onto Chen Lin's shoulder and looked at Long Yang with an air of showing off. Not poisonous. Chen Lin had been worried about the frog's toxicity earlier, but when she saw the rain frog directly spit the brain core into her hand, she was shocked. She just had this feeling that the rain frog wouldn't harm her. It seems like it can distinguish between friend and foe. Sun Qing leaned over with her hands on her waist. Ah, earth type. Chen Lin released her water ability to wash the brain core, then handed it to Ling Jiang. Eat it. Now we'll have a level 4 expert in our team, and next time, we won't be as flustered. Ling Jiang placed the brain core in his mouth. Since I'm the tallest, protecting you all is only fitting. Hearing this, Long Yang patted Ling Jiang on the shoulder. Such a pretentious tone, even though you're not much older than me. Older by a day still makes me your big brother. Ling Jiang lightly punched Long Yang on the shoulder. Call me Brother Dao and I'll give you my lunch sausage. Seeing that Ling Jiang, who rarely acted like a chatterbox, was teasing Long Yang, Chen Lin chuckled mischievously. Brother Dao, you owe me 3 sausage. Sun Qing joined in. Brother Dao, I want one too. Ling Jiang rummaged through his pocket. No sausages here. But Brother Dao has one, are you interested? Yes. Sun Qing clung to Ling Jiang's arm, a level 4 ability user. Why would I pass up on such an opportunity? Honey, Hu Xing came over with the brain cores collected from other lower level zombies. There's no second level lightning type, but there are several first levels. Seeing Sun Qing's action, he thrust the brain cores into Chen Lin's hand and ran over to cling to Ling Jiang's other arm. Brother Dao doesn't belong to you alone. Like 2 koalas, they hung on either side of Ling Jiang, leaving him speechless. I admit defeat, you two weigh over 200 jin together, almost 300 jin. Have you ever considered how my thin arms and legs could bear the weight? Chapter 106, Yunqi Squad. Long Yang hooked his arm around Chen Lin's shoulder and stood to the side. Could it be that Hu Xing is feeling jealous? They're often like this. Too. Absolutely not. Chen Lin swatted Long Yang's hand away. This guy has a long reflex arc. Other people's jealousy has evaporated before they even realize the sourness. The real culprit. Long Yang hooked Chen Lin's head and patted her slightly messy hair. I'm terrified of you as my husband. Is this the essence of second-hand stuff? Chen Lin incredulously surveyed Long Yang, her hand mercilessly twisting his face. Are we swapping? Long Yang's face was pulled painfully. He helplessly said, when I saw the ring on your finger, I realized Jing Xinyu is you. What do you think about that? It hurts. So sentimental. This was even less like Long Yang. Chen Lin loosened her grip. You go find a car that can drive, let's go. Long Yang took the opportunity to hold Chen Lin's hand and gently squeezed it. At your command. After letting go of Chen Lin's hand, he began searching for a drivable vehicle among those parked by the roadside. Hu Xing and Sun Qing surrounded Ling Jiang and continued to horse around for quite some time. It wasn't until Ling Jiang went to help Long Yang find a car that the two finally stopped. Sun Qing and Hu Xing cleared off the gradually approaching zombies nearby while Chen Lin joined in the search for a vehicle too. Zhuan and those few others were too cunning. She didn't want them to discover how vast her space was, where she could actually store a car. Fortunately, the teammates also showed teamwork, and no one mentioned her spatial abilities or the matter of the car except for. Chen Lin looked at Ling Jiang, who was also looking for the car. This guy had previously been such a chatterbox when he searched for Long Yang with her. Why was he so quiet now? This made her feel strange. However, she didn't give it much thought. In both lifetimes, she wasn't someone particularly charming, so it never occurred to her that during their months-long interaction, Ling Jiang had developed different feelings for her. There's a working car over here. Ling Jiang waved to get everyone's attention. While excavating brain cores, Sun Qing held a mass of zombie brain tissue in her hands. Inside it was a shiny brain core, level 2 lightning type, level 2 lightning type. We're rich. You can just take the brain core directly. Seeing Sun Qing's actions, Chen Yu remarked helplessly. Do you plan to eat it as tofu pudding? I'm too excited. Sun Qing presented what she had in her hands to Chen Lin. Linny, look, it's level 2 lightning type. Do you think we should give it to Stars or I should eat it? Stars has a level 3 wood-based ability. I only have lightning type, which is still level 1 up till now. You eat. You eat. Hu Xing and Chen Lin almost spoke simultaneously. Long Yang walked to Ling Jiang's side and helped him tidy up the car. Discuss after we get in the car. Linny, some water please. Sun Qing clutched the brain core in her hand, laughing as she approached Chen Lin. In the future, if you want to mess with anyone, just splash them with water. Splashing water will be our signal, then I'll zap them. Hehe, tastes extremely refreshing. This will be our combo skill from now on. Linny releases water, be it me or Stars. Upon seeing it, immediately follow up with electricity release. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin gave Sun Qing a thumbs up, praising, combo skills, good idea. Let's practice more later, experimenting with combining different types of abilities. By the time her team reassembles again, various ability users will appear within the group. Linny, Sun Qing shoved the brain core into her mouth, indistinctly suggesting, let's form a team as well? And come up with an extremely epic name. After pulling Sun Qing into the car, Chen Lin lightly tapped her on the head. Tyrannosaurus Squad, does that work? Speaking of forming a team, the first one that came to mind was the Moon Goddess Squad. but considering those people from the past, she did not wish to follow in Moon Goddess's footsteps anymore. People like Shan Qing and Li Guozhu, this lifetime, there was absolutely no way she would recruit them into her squad. No. Sun Qing exclaimed, it sounds like our squad is full of dinosaurs. Let's think again. It must be epic, and sound nice. Chen Lin pretended to think hard. Pterodactyl? Stegosaurus? Tyrannosaurus? Sun Qing covered her face. Sister, Tyrannosaurus Rex is still a T-Rex. Do you think I'm dumb? You're not dumb, you're just silly. Hu Xing fondled Sun Qing's head, eyes brimming with affectionate indulgence. My little goofball. However, the warmth and indulgence in Hu Xing's eyes didn't last long, as Sun Qing suddenly turned around and pounced onto Hu Xing, scratching all over his body. You're the one who's silly, you're the silliest. Chen Lin rubbed her forehead, taking out her visor hat and covering her face. We were discussing serious matters, yet these two turned disrespectful in a moment. Watching them mess around carelessly, it doesn't feel like the end of the world anymore. Ling Jiang glanced back from the rearview mirror. I think they're really something, and so are you all, making people envious. How about Yunqi squad? Long Yang suggested. We'll watch the clouds rise and gather, though we may not focus on saving only ourselves, we will create little ripples in the apocalypse and seek a unique place of tranquility. The playful Sun Qing interjected, it aligns with where we're heading. Though it's not imposing, I think it sounds pretty good. Chen Lin lifted the brim of her visor hat and looked at Long Yang oddly. Could this be the big ice block from the previous life, spouting elegant phrases? She felt it was becoming less and less like him. Seeing Chen Lin's movement in the rearview mirror, Long Yang couldn't help but laugh. Isn't it obvious that I'm both handsome and talented? I've seen self-praise before, but never someone as shameless as you. Chen Lin sat up and leaned over Long Yang's shoulder. You smell bad boy. Without missing a beat, Long Yang quickly turned his face and planted a kiss on Chen Lin's cheek. Looks like you agree with our team name. As Chen Lin glared at him, he turned seriously to ask Ling Jiang, Dao Ji, do you have any objections? As if it wasn't just him who had sneakily kissed Chen Lin. That's too unlike Long Yang's style. Chen Lin gave Long Yang an intense glare and bit his ear fiercely. You're definitely not the real person. By royal decree. Demon, reveal your true form. Sun Qing grabbed onto Chen Lin's clothes and shook her forcefully. Demon, release my handsome guy. In the future, when we find another car, we need one with 6 seats or more, so we can isolate these two troublemakers. Chen Lin sat back in her seat, pulling Sun Qing's small hands off herself and placing them on Hu Xing's thigh instead. Go molest your man, Long Yang is mine. We must teach your Hu Xing how to drive. Long Yang rubbed his burning ear innocently and said, I am who I am, don't believe me? Ask Dao Ji. I'm usually very gentle, easygoing, and kind. Ling Jiang nodded in agreement. That's right. If I wasn't like this, how could your sister Jiao Bingyang not be afraid of you? There's no one in our dormitory who gets more love letters than you. Don't bring up Jiao Bingyang, hearing her name gives me a headache. Long Yang pinched his temples slightly and raised his voice a bit. Let's finalize a decision. In our team, Lin Lin will be the captain. Any objections? Chapter 107, Been Teased. Chen Lin was appointed as the captain of the Yunqi team, unanimously approved. In her previous life, she led the Moon Goddess team, and in this life, she leads the Yunqi team. Chen Lin couldn't help but say, you guys trust me so much? I might not be a good captain. I'm not smart, not great, and not kind. Long Yang glanced at Chen Lin through the rearview mirror. He heard uncertainty, confusion, and lack of confidence in her voice. This wasn't the Chen Lin he knew, it was more like the Chen Lin from his dreams, which made him heartache. Silly, you're in charge of our meals. We need to ingratiate ourselves with you. Sister, do you have a fever? Sun Qing reached out to touch Chen Lin's head, then touched her own forehead after checking. No fever? The sadness that Chen Lin had in her heart disappeared when Sun Qing's warm hand touched her. Punishment for you, no food. Sun Qing laughed happily. I'll eat Hu Xing's. Let him starve. No problem. Ling Jiang held up a thumb towards the backseat passenger. She is the real daughter-in-law. Hu Xing pinched his cheeks. I'm too fat. As soon as those words came out, Chen Lin burst into laughter at his joke. Are you fat? Your so-called daughter-in-law would find it uncomfortable holding you. Even zombies wouldn't want to chew on you due to how rough it feels. A person stumbled onto the road in front, waving their arms desperately. She was covered in dirt and bloodstains, her dress torn to shreds. Stop. Please give me a ride. Chen Lin's eyes swept over the woman, instinctively saying, don't stop. Sun Qing quickly added, don't stop. That's what Lin Lin said. That woman rushed out from a nearby grove of trees. Ling Jiang took out a pair of binoculars from his pocket and handed them to Long Yang. Long Yang picked up the binoculars and looked toward the forest. There are quite a few people lying in ambush. He handed the binoculars to Ling Jiang. Lin Lin, choosing you as our captain was the right decision. If not for Chen Lin's slightly altered shout, he and Ling Jiang might have really stopped the car. It was her experience from her past life. Chen Lin said, here, there's neither village ahead nor behind, and suddenly someone pops up. It reminds me of a section from Outlaws of the Marsh, titled The Intelligent Seizure of the Birthday Tribute. Isn't Yangji foolish? In the middle of nowhere in the forest, where tea and wine suddenly appear, shouldn't he feel something is wrong? Truly worthy of being a top scholar. Long Yang's heart settled back in place as Chen Lin returned to normal. Speed up. Ling Jiang stomped on the accelerator, and the car sped past the woman. Hey, you, bastards. The woman lowered her hands, stamping her feet in anger and cursing. Bastard. I am a woman. Sun Qing turned back to look. Just then, she saw that woman jumping around in rage. Lin, that woman seems to be cursing us. Let her be. Chen Lin's attention was also on the forest. Far away from their vehicle, a few men appeared from the forest. One man ran up to the woman and slapped her across the face. Whore, tell me, how many groups have you let go today? If my brothers don't have food, they'll eat you. The woman cowered a bit. You all hide quickly, surely someone will come shortly, and I will definitely stop them. Through the rearview mirror, both Ling Jiang and Long Yang witnessed the scene on the road. Ling Jiang again gave a thumbs up. Captain is captain, I respect. Talkative one, Chen Lin patted her backpack. Drive quickly, we can enjoy instant noodles with beer tonight if we get to the city early. Called talkative by Chen Lin, Ling Jiang laughed and said, actually, I'm not usually very talkative, but I wanted to ease your anxiety, giving you some relief. Over the last few months, Ling Jiang and Chen Lin had been constantly together. It was possible that only Chen Lin didn't realize Ling Jiang's feelings. No matter how well Ling Jiang hid them, how could Long Yang fail to notice? Anything else, he might have let go to Ling Jiang or Du Yuan, but unfortunately, this matter, he could not concede. What a pity, I never got to personally see how flustered Lin could get. Will I ever show an anxious expression? Never. I'll remain composed even if Mount Tai collapses before my eyes. After experiencing an apocalyptic world that left her family and Long Yang lost once, growing from a little ability user to the first full system ability user in the Endworld scenario, what could possibly still cause her worry or panic? The answer was no. Chen Lin blinked. I intend to be a calm captain. There are people stopping cars again ahead. Sun Qing pointed to the front of the car. Lin, look. Upon seeing the person in front, Chen Lin was speechless. I don't believe that you couldn't see that it's a zombie. With just half a shoulder left, the head hanging limply on the chest, and the entire body decayed, could it be anything but a zombie? Hee. Sun Qing said with a smile. Just kidding. Ling Jiang didn't stop the car but directly rammed into the zombie, running it over. The car bounced slightly. Sorry, no passengers allowed in this vehicle. It was rare to see Ling Jiang act playful once, and Sun Qing chuckled happily. If it were a handsome zombie, there'd be a seat for sure. Hu Xing puckered his lips. Am I not handsome? Handsome. You're the most handsome, Sun Qing pointed at her own eyes. Others are just good looking in my eyes, while you're my male Westlake beauty. Ling Jiang's cheeks hurt from being stuffed with dog food by Hu Xing and Sun Qing, so he could only speak up. Think about our brother Dao, who's still single. Any little move you two make, I can see from here. Sun Qing made a ghost face at Ling Jiang. Nah. You didn't see it. The second idiot's IQ was offline again. Chen Lin helplessly reached out to pat second idiot's head. Don't worry, brother Dao won't see your little ghost face. No wonder everyone says female drivers are scary. I never understood before. Does making a ghost face have anything to do with being a female driver? I don't even know how to drive, Sun Qing said. With brother Dao and Star around, I don't need to learn. I thank the zombie on behalf of him. Chen Lin's lips twitch. Long Yang saw Chen Lin struggling to suppress her exasperation and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Linyan, why do you thank Sun Qing on behalf of the zombie? I don't get it. This guy was doing it intentionally. Chen Lin gave Long Yang a glare. She believed that Long Yang could see the expression on her face. Thanks to Sister Qingqing not knowing how to drive, we've preserved the zombie's ration. Long Yang's smile deepened on his face. I agree, we should look for a car with 6 seats or more in the future. Hearing this, Chen Lin extended her hand forward, reaching Ling Yu's waist. What do you want? Are you trying to avoid driving? Let brother Dao drive alone. Long Yang had such solid muscles on his waist that Chen Lin couldn't even twist him. This guy still had such a great body. Long Yang raised his hand and pressed it on Chen Lin's hand, his fingers brushing lightly across her hand. What are you planning to do under broad daylight? No way. Was this guy flirting with her? Chen Lin pulled her hand back angrily. Nothing. Just misplaced it. Long Yang's amusement showed clearly in the corners of his eyes and lingered faintly on the edges of his mouth. Chen Lin, sitting behind Long Yang, caught the smiles in his eyes and at the corner of his mouth. Is this guy alright? He's so happy just because I touched his hand. When we were stranded in the mountain as a man and woman alone, I didn't see him being this happy. Chapter 108, Robbers. At the highway exit, the roadblocks had been lowered by someone, blocking numerous vehicles. More than 10 people stood behind the barricades with guns. One of them, looking like the leader, held a megaphone and shouted, if you want to enter the city, 1 second-level brain core per person. Half of the supplies in your car will be taken. The first vehicle in line was a white minivan. The driver yelled, this is robbery. We won't pay. Not paying. That's fine too, the man sneered menacingly. You can either go back the way you came or charge through here. With that, he cocked his gun loudly, waving it around recklessly. The passengers in the minivan fell silent. Despite their discontent, the driver, still wary of the guns, asked hesitantly, can we negotiate? Maybe a little less. We need to survive too. Chen Lin's group's car was further down the queue. Everyone got out of the car and muttered near their hood, a bunch of thugs just because they have guns. It's not their city. Too bad we don't have a tank, otherwise, we'd smash through that roadblock. Ling Jiang and Long Yang had served in the military before, and they recognized the weapons. Long Yang said, all AKS. I wonder if they're real or fake. We don't have those kinds of weapons domestically. This isn't the time to discuss this. Chen Lin found Long Yang and Ling Jiang's focus utterly baffling. If you guys want to crash through, be my guest. But let me tell you, our roadblocks are well built. The current robbery operation could be considered somewhat civilized. Unlike earlier tactics involving bait and deception, methods often preferred by flesh-eating predators. Now being early into the apocalypse, supplies hadn't become scarce yet. It wasn't the time when specialized cannibals had emerged. Still, many favored this quick method of highway robbery for securing resources. No rush, Long Yang turned to Chen Lin with a sly smile. We don't have any supplies in our car. Do you think they'll suspect us of having a space ability user? Hey handsome, Sun Qing yawned while nestled in Hu Xing's arms. Linyan has stocked quite a bit in the trunk. Chen Lin poked Sun Qing's head. You sly fox. How did you find out? Sun Qing grabbed Chen Lin's hand. Sister, stop teasing me. I saw you stash the goods but I swear I haven't eaten any. Here, we seven. The driver of the white van handed over brain cores. One of the armed men came up to the car, searched through it, took half of the supplies. Alright, you can go. Seeing the first car comply, several other vehicles behind followed suit. It was soon Chen Lin's turn. Chen Lin locked eyes with the armed man, her expression shifting instantly. Long Yang noticed Chen Lin's change and quickly tilted a baseball cap over her face. Go back to sleep, we'll handle it later. One of the armed robbers knocked hard on the car window with the butt of his rifle. Your turn. Ling Jiang rolled down the window and handed over 5 brain cores. Our supplies are in the trunk, let me open it. Ling Jiang stepped out of the car and opened the trunk. Half only, don't take more, we have 5 mouths to feed here. Half is half. Even one extra package of instant noodles, we wouldn't touch, the man responded. Ling Jiang watched as the man took half their items before closing the trunk. Once the car started moving again, they drove away from the sight of those armed men. Chen Lin immediately sat upright and looked back. I recognize those people. They're Su Junyuan's men, Long Yang and Taoge. We can't let them reunite with Su Junyuan. We must kill them. In her previous life, these were the same people who accompanied Su Junyuan to the Yunqi base. Back then, their weapons were AKS-2. Long Yang asked, are you saying the Su family might be involved in something illegal? Are you too righteous? This is the apocalypse, anything goes. Chen Lin turned around and shoved his face. It's pointless to investigate what happened before the end times. I want to kill. Sun Qing raised her hand. Agreed. If they know Su Junyuan, our relationship with Linlin will be exposed. Besides, Taoge already went AH once, why not AH again? AH? Long Yang was puzzled. What does that mean? High voltage. Hu Xing said. Generally, the English abbreviation is indicated on high voltage power distribution boxes. Chen Lin saw that Long Yang was about to ask further questions, so she said, the day we went to your house, we took some things from Su Junyuan. A regular small building, with over a dozen concealed lookouts. Before we entered, we used some tricks. Long Yang immediately understood what AH once meant and couldn't help but smile. You guys are clever, using me as bait to steal Su Junyuan's stuff? He is unkind, I don't have to be righteous. Chen Lin still glanced back at the highway entrance. I said killing them, what do you think? Long Yang's sense of justice made her uncertain whether he would agree with her suggestion. I have no objection. We don't either. Long Yang said, illegally holding guns and daring to rob, if they dare to rob, they dare to kill indiscriminately, such people can't be spared. You're right, Chen Lin listened. Here comes Long Yang's sense of justice. Today we cooperated well. Those people with guns robbing will absolutely not use them just for intimidation. What if someone doesn't cooperate? AKS aren't something just anyone can afford. In the previous life, Long Yang's excessive sense of justice following Su Junyuan might have been one of the main reasons for his death. But it was unclear what exactly happened when Jiao Rui said Long Yang died because of her. Ling Ling, Long Yang sat in the passenger seat without turning his head. I'm not that rigid, nor am I that foolish. Times are different now. I know what to do, for you, for all of us. Chen Lin sighed with relief. This guy was too smart, immediately understanding her meaning, but it was better this way, so neither she nor Long Yang would have disagreements over killings. Xiaoyan, Ling Jiang said, you haven't seen how cruel Su Junyuan's lab experiments are. Students go missing frequently from Su City University. Do you know where they go? Right in the underground lab under Su City University. Even before the apocalypse began, they were turned into zombies. Upon hearing this, Long Yang could only say helplessly, Dao Ji, our Yunqi squad is a whole team. I know what needs to be done. Sun Qing nudged Chen Lin gently. You need to work on him more, it's the apocalypse, he seems like he's not fully into it yet. Long Yang truly laughed bitterly. He merely asked a few extra questions. Was he worried Chen Lin would kill innocents? I'm sorry, okay? I shouldn't question the captain's decision. The leader's goal is based on the survival of the team. I just habitually asked. There's no other meaning. I absolutely listened to my wife. Chapter 109, Retreading Old Ground. After the 5 drove into the city, they found a building with a good view and hid there. Lingjiang was holding a telescope, looking towards the entrance of the city. Those guys have returned after plundering the vehicles waiting in line to enter the city. 2 cars without headlights on were coming from afar. They turned on the main street and disappeared. Dao Ji, where did those guys go? Sun Qing crawled to Lingjiang's side. Why can't I see where these 2 cars went? Look where the zombies go, that's where they are. Upon seeing the direction those 2 cars went, Chen Lin had only one guess. If my guess is correct, they've gone to the branch of the Celestial Research Institute. They knew exactly what was in that direction before going to the capital. Long Yang's hand wrapped around, hugging Chen Lin's waist. The 4 of you know Haicheng very well, it seems like only I know nothing. Chen Lin gently leaned her head on Long Yang's shoulder, but she moved away just a few seconds later. We came to Haicheng when we were looking for you. You just have to think about it, let's chase them. Chen Lin was the first to rush downstairs. Lining. Long Yang quickly followed behind. Don't run so fast, stay behind me. Dozens of men sitting in 2 vehicles scattered the zombies on the road. The yet-to-consolidate zombies perfectly pointed out the direction for Chen Lin and her group. A small building with a very ordinary exterior. Several vehicles were carelessly parked in front of the building. Chen Lin had been here before and knew that the basement of this place was filled with zombies. Lining, your guess is right. They must be people of Sujunyuan, Sun Qing said. Why didn't we see them last time we were here? This question, even Chen Lin could not explain. Hai Cheng still has electricity. Look for the power box near the small building. I'll go find it. Lingjiang already searched once. He had experience. You 4 watch out and stay hidden. For people crouched under short trees. Hu Xing asked. We cannot see where they are spread out. What to do? Elimination method. The 5-story building didn't have many rooms. Together with the basement, it totaled 6 floors. With their intent against others' unawareness, couldn't these dozen-odd men match them? Chen Lin said, like last time, I will start flooding from the 1st floor. They will surely come out to check. After speaking, she immediately corrected herself as she was no longer a level 1 abnormal ability bearer. I will start releasing water from the 3rd floor. The moment Dao Ji turns on the power, everyone below the 3rd floor won't survive. We will just need to clear out the 4th and 5th floors. There's still the rooftop. Long Yang pointed at the roof. Our being up there observing doesn't mean others wouldn't be. Chen Lin gave Long Yang a thumbs up. Great point, almost missed that. Let's get started. She crouched down through the low shrubs toward the window under the 1st floor. Long Yang followed closely behind her. Lining, what should I do? Watch out for surrounding zombies and the live ones inside the building. If any are getting close or haven't expired yet, deal with them immediately, Chen Lin explained. Controlling her abnormal ability, she aimed at an open window on the 3rd floor and poured water inside. From a room on the 2nd floor, came a man's mumbling. What the heck, why is my quilt wet? Where's the water from? Winter Z, did you wet the bed? Just sleep, we will block another day tomorrow, then stop, said the same man at the highway entrance. Satellite phone isn't working, can't contact the young master, I want to find her. Chen Lin was a level 5 abnormal ability bearer. Her hearing was better than others. She heard the young master these men referred to, a title she wasn't hearing for the first time. But now hearing it, she had only one thought. These people cannot be left alive. Because she knew the young master they referred to was Su Junyuan. Su Junyuan was indeed terrifying. Chen Lin thought more and more that it was wise for their group to separate from Su Junyuan's team early. The man complained again in coarse voice. Damn, aren't you done urinating? Footsteps sounded from the basement. Where is the leak upstairs? At this moment, Chen Lin signaled Hu Xing, who passed the signal to Lingjiang. After a series of crackling sounds, the wires around the small building flashed with sparks, and moments later, the lights in Haicheng gradually dimmed and went dark. I finally understand how the capital lost its power, Longyang said. On the 4th floor, someone shouted, why is there a power outage? Is something downstairs burned? Damn, you guys are secretly roasting meat down there and didn't tell us. The sound of 4 or 5 people going downstairs could be heard. Still alive. Lin Chen looked at Sun Qing and Hu Xing, gesturing for them to go. Hot rods, it's your turn. Lin Chen had not forgotten that these guys had AK-47s. If they were just ordinary abnormal ability bearers, she might have already rushed in. After beckoning Sun Qing and Hu Xing, Lin Chen smacked her head, realizing she had forgotten something important. Dark night was a great time to try out Spatial Blade. This was such a good opportunity where no one would see her little trick. It wasn't that she didn't trust these few people around her, she just believed keeping a small secret was beneficial for everyone. The 2 hot rods grabbed the railing on the 1st floor with their hands together. A few muffled groans could be heard, followed by several people falling into water. Damn, which place is leaking electricity? I can't move. Boss, Dongzi. Lingjiang approached, squatting beside the group. Can we go in now? There are still some alive, Lin Chen said. They have guns, we should still be cautious. Their team's levels were too low, none of them were speed anomaly bearers, nor body-strengthened mutants. If shot in the vital spot, they could die easily. They're knocked out with electric shocks already, Sun Qing muttered as she released her abnormal energy, while swallowing a level 1 brain core to replenish her energy. Sister, if we don't go in, they will wake up again. Just as Lin Chen was about to stand up, Long Yang pushed her down. Let me go in and check. Lingjiang silently handed him a pistol. There are 3 bullets, make sure to aim well. My shooting skills are good. Long Yang reached out to push the door of the building open. Da-da-da-da. A string of gunshots rang out. Bullets hit the cement wall. Long Yang instantly dropped down. There's still someone moving. Did you see his position? As soon as he finished speaking, another series of gunfire erupted. No, Lingjiang made a gesture toward Lin Chen. The shooter was hiding in a blind spot where Long Yang couldn't see him and vice versa. He estimated a few places where someone could hide, and called Lin Chen to determine. How come this guy survived unscathed? Sun Qing asked perplexedly. We zapped him together, he should have been electrocuted unconscious by now. Do you even know what an insulator is? Lin Chen pressed Sun Qing down lower. Probably he got lucky, didn't touch metal, and also didn't get into contact with water. Or maybe he's also a lightning element anomaly bearer. Chapter 110, Long Yang is injured. The only place where one could shoot at Long Yang's location would be from the 2nd floor or below, near the basement exit. Chen Lin deduced that the person might be in one of 2 places. She reached into the 1st floor window and threw 2 spatial blades in the direction she estimated. Hearing no sound from inside the small building, Sun Qing let out a surprised Lini, something's not right. Why hasn't your man made a sound? I'll go check on him. Ling Jiang bent over, slowly approaching Long Yang. Xiaoyan, are you alright? Long Yang lay motionless on the ground. Chen Lin anxiously looked toward Long Yang's location. Was he hit by that gunman? Upon realizing Long Yang might have been injured, she was shocked by her own calm reaction. Most people would rush over crying if their boyfriend got hurt, but she was still composed. I'll also go check on your man, Sun Qing said. Lini, your eyesight's better. Hurry up and spot that damned shooter. Just as Sun Qing was about to crawl forward, Hu Xing grabbed her. I'll go, don't move. If Long Yang was injured, Sun Qing, being just a girl, wouldn't be much help to Ling Jiang. Chen Lin's gaze fell on the dark shadow by the entrance of the small building. Even though she couldn't see clearly, she knew Long Yang was there. Be careful. Let me deal with that last rat. Her voice was low but firm, showing her determination. I'll electrify them again. Sun Qing stretched out to grab the railing. In case those guys wake up. A few jumps of Yuwa in Chen Lin's pocket reminded her of the little creature. She took it out. Qing, stop. I've got an idea. From Chen Lin's hand came Yuwa's cooing calls of endearment. Sun Qing retracted her hand. There are 4 or 5 living ones. Can it handle it? It's so tiny. It will. Chen Lin patted Yuwa's head. Not a single one in that building must survive. Yuwa called softly, as if saying, trust me. It bounced gently on Chen Lin's palm, leaped onto the windowsill, and disappeared into the dark interior of the small building. Ah! What's biting me? The man's voice became intermittent. Ling Jiang and Hu Xing carried Long Yang over. He's been hit in the abdomen by ricochet bullets and has passed out. We need a doctor, Sun Qing replied. Where do we find a doctor now? Chances are they've all turned into zombies. Asking a zombie to heal this handsome guy would just be offering them a meal. The doctors and nurses can wait, Ling Jiang said. Let's find a safe place to settle down first. The blood on Long Yang's body will attract nearby zombies. Stop the bleeding first. Chen Lin pulled out a brand new sheet and tore it into strips. The smell of blood from Long Yang was so strong it was already noticeable even to her. We'll carry Long Yang with us. I saw the hospital isn't far from here the last time. Ling Jiang lifted Long Yang's shirt to reveal a bloody wound on his left waist, which was oozing blood. He took the cloth strips prepared by Chen Lin and tied them around Long Yang's wound. Blood quickly seeped through the makeshift bandage. We must get hemostatic agents and suture the wound. We can't stop the bleeding. Drive their car. Hu Xing pointed to the car parked in front of the building. Drive fast. Ling Jiang placed Long Yang's arm over his neck and forced him upright. Go. Dao Ji. Long Yang opened his eyes weakly. I can walk myself. Are those guys dealt with? They're done. Chen Lin put Yuwa back in her pocket. Though small in size, Yuwa's venomous bite was certainly lethal. Get in the car. Both wood-based and water-based abilities have healing capacities, but only at level 5 or above. Unfortunately, Chen Lin's water ability was only at level 3, and Hu Xing's wood was also at level 3, thus, they were of no use. I'll drive. The zombies around detected the scent of fresh blood and gathered closer, moving stealthily in the pitch-dark night. Chen Lin rushed to sit in the driver's seat. Ling Jiang attempted to help Long Yang sit in the rear seat, but Long Yang shrugged him off and sat in the front passenger seat. Through and through wound, not severe, just lots of bleeding. I can still fight zombies. Showboating again, Ling Jiang caught Long Yang's hand and placed it over the wound. Press the wound. He, along with Hu Xing and Sun Qing, got into the rear seats. Chen Lin glanced at Long Yang. The hospital is very close, don't pass out. I thought I might hear some concern from you, but instead, I got this. Long Yang's somewhat pale face showed a look of helplessness. Can't you show some concern for me? Sun Qing leaned in closer to Long Yang. Big handsome guy, I'm concerned about you. Hush, hush, a touch and it won't hurt anymore. Chen Lin gripped the steering wheel tightly. I don't need to care about you. Because, nothing will happen to you. Long Yang covered his wound with his right hand, placing his blood-covered left hand on Chen Lin's hand gripping the steering wheel. Heartless woman, but I still like you. This guy, even injured, he still has the strength to flirt with her. Chen Lin started the car, slamming her foot on the gas pedal as the car shot forward. 2 zombies in front of the car were flung far away. The zombies wobbled as they rose, chasing after Chen Lin and the others. Along the way, Chen Lin didn't know how many zombies she had crashed into. One zombie managed to grab onto the car door somehow and was dragged all the way to Haicheng Hospital. Half its rotting flesh disappeared, leaving only white bones. In the hospital courtyard, cars were parked haphazardly everywhere, and zombies dressed in patient gowns, as well as zombie doctors and nurses, roamed about. Look, they're all zombies. It seems we'll have to rely on ourselves. Sun Qing grabbed her trusty steel rod and got out of the car, stepping on a zombie leg that had turned to just bones upon exiting. The zombie let go of the car door, using its hands to brace itself against the ground, then lunged at Sun Qing with its mouth wide open. Sun Qing kicked the zombie's head sideways. Go away, your grandma is busy. Ling Jiang helped Long Yang out of the car while Hu Xing guarded in front of Long Yang. Qing, stop fooling around, hurry up and get into the hospital. Chen Lin held a steel pipe to guard Long Yang on the other side. Why are there still so many zombies here? Hasn't anyone cleaned up the zombies in Haicheng? Hospitals were the hardest hit areas in the apocalypse. When the world ended, all feverish patients who could move crowded into hospitals. One mutation led to a group of mutants. Zombies surrounding the area were drawn by the scent of living humans and blood, gradually gathering together. Lini, that's the inpatient building, that's the outpatient building, where should we go? Every time a zombie came near, Sun Qing used both hands and feet, kicking them down first, then delivering a final blow with her steel rod. The inpatient building was on the left, the outpatient building on the right, and in the middle stood a gong character-shaped emergency building. We're not going to either, we're going to the emergency department, Chen Lin said. From the outpatient building, zombies kept spilling out endlessly, while the zombies in the emergency building seemed fewer. And Chen Lin remembered from TV shows that the emergency buildings always had specialized pharmacies and operating rooms. Chapter 111, a group of level 4 zombies. Below the emergency department, a few zombies were moving slowly and clumsily, looking like they were only level 1 or 2. As Chen Lin and others approached, the zombies moved towards them. Take care of you guys later. Sun Qing used a steel rod to drive the zombies away. After the 5 people entered the emergency building, Hu Xing guarded the rear and locked the emergency building door from the inside. Long Yang was being supported by Ling Jiang, his face turning increasingly pale. There was already a lot of blood on Ling Jiang's body, and when the smell of blood reached the zombies' nostrils, they became energized, violently ramming against the big door of the emergency building. The pharmacy is over there. Hu Xing's sharp eyes saw the floor signage indicating where it was. Go to the pharmacy. There were no zombies on the first floor of the emergency building. The place was littered with broken corpses, the stench mixing with the hospital's unique smell, making it even more unbearable. With no zombies around, everyone relaxed slightly. Chen Lin was holding a steel pipe at the back of the group. We'd better hurry. I have a strange feeling about Haicheng Hospital. I feel the same, Ling Jiang said, but for Long Yang's sake, even if something was off here, they still had to proceed. At the medicine window in the pharmacy, a zombie's head got stuck there. Every time someone approached, its mouth opened wide trying to bite. Sun Qing poked it in the mouth with her steel rod. Bite me if you can. Hu Xing quickly pulled Sun Qing aside. Don't be reckless. This isn't the time for games. I'm not playing. Sun Qing shot out a bolt of lightning, striking the zombie dead. Solved. Other than the zombie that Sun Qing had electrocuted to death, there were no other zombies in the pharmacy. Ling Jiang helped Long Yang sit on a chair, quickly find anti-hemorrhagics and surgical suture kits. After saying this, Ling Jiang rushed to the medicine cabinet, while Sun Qing and Hu Xing searched through other cabinets. Chen Lin stood guard by the pharmacy's entrance, uneasy. It's too eerily quiet. Normally, there shouldn't be so few zombies in the emergency department, leading her to hypothesize that some zombies had learned to consume each other due to a lack of food. Coagulation factor. Will this work? I see it's used for severe gynecological bleeding. Sun Qing held up a bottle of medicine. Yes, we don't care about male or female departments now. Anything is helpful. Ling Jiang undid Long Yang's wound and applied the medicine Sun Qing had found. Sun Qing also discovered a large pile of bandages. With the help of hemostatic agents, Long Yang's wounds gradually stopped bleeding. Lin, is there any more room in your storage space? Grab some commonly used medicine, Ling Jiang suggested. Getting injured or sick while outside is inevitable. There's space. After upgrading her storage space to level 5, Chen Lin hadn't filled it yet. She grabbed plenty of trauma medications and bandages from the cabinet. With water-based abilities and wood-based abilities reaching level 5, they both could treat wounds, making these medicines superfluous. No supplies for suturing the wound. Hu Xing looked through a set of cabinets, most of which contained family planning items. Wrap more layers with bandages. Long Yang suddenly spoke up. I also think something's wrong here. Let's get out fast. That's all we can do. Ling Jiang wrapped the wound in bandage circle after circle. Outside the door, more and more zombies gathered, then stopped attacking once the scent of blood dissipated, gradually dispersing. On different floors of the emergency department, unbeknownst to Chen Lin and her team, a small cluster of zombies started moving towards the first floor. Hush, footsteps in the hallway. Chen Lin's spatial ability had upgraded to level 5, enhancing her hearing compared to others. In the silent corridor, footsteps echoed, reverberating. Thud. Thud. It has to be a human. As Sun Qing was about to call out, Chen Lin quickly covered her mouth. No, they're zombies. Get ready to fight. It was a group of zombies, all of them at least level 4. Chen Lin was ready to reveal her space blades. Ling Jiang handed Long Yang a bottle of saline solution. Drink. He then opened a bottle of glucose. Drink this fast. Replenish your strength. None of us are professionals. We can't give you a blood transfusion. The sound of the zombie steps grew closer. The thuds weren't from 1 or 2 zombies, but from a whole crowd. Several zombies squeezed towards the dispensing window, rotten arms reaching in, trying to grab anyone inside. More zombies clawed at the pharmacy doors. These zombies seem different from the ones we've seen before, Sun Qing noted. Hu Xing gave her a headbutt. Dummy, zombies are just zombies. What's the difference? He grabbed the steel rod that Sun Qing often used and stuffed it into her hands. Prepare for battle. The drug dispensing window was being squeezed by several zombies. The door could no longer withstand the impact of the zombies. Ling Jiang released a wave of earth wall to hold the door steady. All 5 people together released their unique abilities toward the small dispensing window. Long Yang had a wound on his left waist. He formed a golden short spear in his right hand and jabbed it into a zombie's eye socket. The zombie's head swayed and the golden short spear slipped out of Long Yang's grasp, hanging loosely from the zombie's eye socket. I actually missed. He again condensed another short spear. Ling Jiang kept releasing earthen spikes. Zombies were pierced through but didn't fall. Hu Xing and Sun Qing unleashed lightning. The zombies only slightly paused. With a splash, the room's door broke open. Lingjiang's earth wall held back the zombies. They're all level 4 zombies. Seeing her assessment correct, Chen Lin quickly released her space blades. A slash of space blade flew out, hitting a zombie's head, causing it to fall off. Dao Ji, continue using the earth walls and spikes to slow them down. Leave the attacks to me. As soon as a zombie's head appeared, Chen Lin immediately hurled her space blade. A loud sound followed. The dispensing window was ripped off by the zombies. Zombies started crawling inside. Chen Lin continuously released space blades. Level 5 space blades cutting through level 4 zombie heads felt like slicing watermelons. Lin, come on, there aren't many left. Sun Qing pinned the zombie heads rolling into the pharmacy onto the ground with her steel rod. Xing, use your level 3 vines to bring over the zombie head. We'll cut them all at once. After casting more than a dozen space blades, Chen Lin's powers were depleted. She took 2 level 1 brain cores and put them in her mouth. It was thrilling, but we managed without much harm and gained something nice. There were 21, Sun Qing excitedly said. Lin, come chop. Ling Jiang walked outside the door and warily looked around. There's none outside. Sun Qing pulled Chen Lin to the pile of brain cores. Lin, quickly see if there's any level 4 thunder ones. Level 1 skills are so useless. Long Yang showed a look of helplessness on his pale face. I'm no good too. Haven't helped at all. Afraid Long Yang might overthink it, Chen Lin smiled and said, if you weren't injured, we wouldn't have gotten these brain cores. You're right, Sun Qing added. Exactly, handsome dude. Quick pray for a level 4 thunder core. Thunder cores, golden cores were extremely rare. Chen Lin wanted them too. Stop waiting and check our luck. Chapter 112, One Living Person. 21 zombie heads were tied up by Hu Xing with tree vines. Sun Qing anxiously shouted, I want lightning-based powers. Lightning. Lina, quickly use that skill you just used to strike them. Long Yang retrieved a short spear from one of the zombie's eye sockets and let it vanish in his palm. My power doesn't have much offensive strength, but its only advantage is that it can be recycled. Relax. Chen Lin said, any power, level 1 or 2, won't carry much force. That's why I'm anxious. Sun Qing almost started jumping around. Lina, sister, please hurry up, I can't wait any longer. Chen Lin pressed her shoulders, pretending not to understand what Sun Qing meant. With a playful grin, she said, don't worry, I've got plenty of diapers and baby formula here. Sun Qing froze for a second, realizing what was implied. Her face turned bright red as if about to burn up. That's not what I mean. Chen Lin explained, this skill of mine is called Spatial Blade. I spent a long time figuring it out. She had almost traveled all over the country to upgrade her power. Before the apocalypse, Su Junyuan and his team had already researched the usage of superpowers. However, exactly how they did it, you guys need to figure it out yourselves. If they could do it, we can too. Sister, Sun Qing hugged Chen Lin and pleaded, I'll definitely study hard in the future, and I'll make sure Star does too. Just cut these heads quickly. Seeing this, Long Yang held his waist and laughed. Lina, stop teasing her. With both hands clasped together, Sun Qing begged, sis, hurry up. Chen Lin stopped playing around with Sun Qing and used her spatial blade to split each of the zombie heads open. Ha, I'm here. Sun Qing rushed forward and scooped out all the zombie brain nuclei. Chen Lin rinsed them with water, revealing the brain nuclei coated with zombie brain matter. 1 grade 4 Golden Series brain nucleus, 6 grade 4 Water Series brain nuclei, 4 Wood Series, 9 Earth Series, and 1 Space Series. Sun Qing was deeply disappointed. Lightning Series are way too rare. Not even one here. Chen Lin handed 1 Wood Series brain nucleus to Hu Xing and said, each type of superpower has its own unique characteristics, so study well. Don't worry, I'm not like Qing who's so lazy. Hu Xing swallowed the brain nucleus. There's 1 Gold Series. Chen Lin showed the Golden Series brain nucleus in front of Long Yang. The attack power of the Gold Series can be compared with the Lightning Series. I get your meaning. Long Yang took the brain nucleus from Chen Lin. Captain, I will certainly study my power carefully. Chen Lin swallowed the Water Series brain nucleus. Exactly, that's what I meant. No way, I need more than just the first level Lightning Series powers. I don't want to be stuck on that. Sun Qing again looked expectantly at Chen Lin. I also want other types of powers. Earth, wood, water, space. You can choose whatever you like, Chen Lin suggested. I suggest you go with Water Series or Earth Series. Water is the source of life, extremely important, and remember, Dao used the Earth Series to block the zombies and bought us some time. I picked the Earth Series. Although Sun Qing actually wanted to try the Space Series brain nucleus, there was only one, and she feared failure might waste an opportunity. Chen Lin shoved all 9 Earth Series brain nuclei into Sun Qing's arms and gave her 5 Water Series brain nuclei as well. Go try. While swallowing the brain nuclei, Sun Qing mumbled, yeah, Mr. Big Shot now has the 4th level Gold Series. He's already a master, while I still have only 1st level, such a pity. After consuming 7 Earth Series brain nuclei, Sun Qing sighed in relief. Success, I have the Earth Series powers now. She returned the remaining brain nuclei to Chen Lin. Lina, thank you. Chen Lin took out a 4th level Earth Series brain nucleus and handed it to Sun Qing. Eat this, and you'll be a 4th level superpower user. Wooda, like a little dog, Sun Qing opened her mouth wide and directly bit off the brain nucleus from Chen Lin's hand. Level 4, haha. Long Yang once again tested on the grade 4 zombie with his short spear, which easily pierced through the zombie. You're right, Lina. It was just because my level was too low before. He retracted his short spear. If only you'd kept those documents back then. Chen Lin rolled her eyes. I needed supplies, supplies, supplies. Important things need to be emphasized 3 times. Those few pieces of paper are merely part of Su Juanyuan's research data. Even if we took them, they wouldn't be useful to us. Now, survival is the key. Having these documents in hand is utterly useless. Chen Lin had read those documents. Although the Astronomical Research Institute accelerated the progress of the apocalypse, they didn't have much research on powers. Xiao Yang, come here, let me rebandage you. Ling Jiang saw blood seeping through the bandages around Long Yang's waist. You're bleeding again. It's no big deal. Long Yang lifted his right hand and shook it. I just made a large movement earlier and tore open the wound. Help, me. A weak cry came from somewhere unknown. Rescue, me. Chen Lin said, you stay with Long Yang, I'll go take a look. Ling Jiang reached out to stop Chen Lin. Let's go together. It's weird here. How can there still be living people when a group of level 4 zombies are running around? It is strange, but let's check anyway. Chen Lin said, if we encounter level 4 or 5 zombies, it will be beneficial for us. Only level 10 zombies have language abilities. There cannot be level 10 zombies now. Even the one in her space was only level 8. However, Chen Lin judged that the cries earlier were definitely from a human. She just didn't know where this person was. Chen Lin looked at Long Yang. Do you need a rest? No need, I'm not that fragile. Long Yang gathered a golden short spear in his hand. Let's go together. The 5 of them walked out of the pharmacy and followed the weak cries until they found a massive door. The heavy door was covered with scratch marks, tooth marks, and bloodstains. The weak cries were coming from inside. Open the door, we're humans. Chen Lin kicked the heavy door with her foot. The voice inside sounded slightly stronger. The door can only be opened from the outside. I've been locked in here for several days. Huxing pointed at the password device on the wall. We don't have the password, we can't open it. 6 zeros, 6 zeros. The weak female voice trembled with excitement. If you hadn't come, I would have starved to death here. Huxing entered the password, and the massive door opened. A thin woman fell out from inside. Sun Qing quickly supported her. You're so lucky we came. The woman could hardly stand up. She tried her best to open her eyes and look around. Did you see Yun Sarun? He's a male doctor with glasses. No, Chen Lin replied. We came in to find medicine. You're the first living person we've seen. She took out half a bottle of water from her bag, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to the woman. Drink some quickly. Chapter 113, The Woman Full of Lies. I'm not thirsty. The woman pushed her hand away. I am a water-based mutant. These days I've been drinking water all the time to keep myself alive. By the way, my name is Du Xiaomai. Sun Qing took out a pack of instant noodles from her backpack and handed it to her. Eat something first to pad your stomach, then we will go look for food later. Chen Lin touched the heavy door. No wonder the zombies couldn't get in, it's steel. This is a precision instrument storage room. Du Xiaomai started wolfing down the instant noodles. I am the custodian. Yin Xian is a doctor at our hospital. Neither of us dared to go out, so we hid here. Normally, we didn't lock the door for fear of being locked inside forever. Several days ago, when he left, he said he'd be back soon and then locked the door. But alas, he never came back and I almost starved to death. High City had lost power, but the hospital had its own independent power system, so the electronic password lock still worked. Chen Lin understood, but she didn't believe Du Xiaomai that this door couldn't be opened from the inside. To collect Su Juanyuan's meteorite and brain core, she had traveled across every branch of the Celestial Research Institute on that map, breaking into the main headquarters as well. She had encountered more electronic password doors than Du Xiaomai had ever seen. Can you walk? Sun Qing asked. Yes, Du Xiaomai struggled to get up, but her body gave out, causing her to fall to the ground. Sun Qing, standing beside Du Xiaomai, quickly helped her up. Captain, she probably can't walk in this condition. I'm sorry. Du Xiaomai apologized to Sun Qing with regret, then looked at everyone else. I've been starving for several days. How about rest for the night and leave tomorrow? Seeing that no one responded, Du Xiaomai guessed who the leader might be while saying, this big gate is very sturdy, we are safe hiding here. Chen Lin glanced at the thick steel door, hesitating. You rest for a bit and see if you can walk afterward. Personally, I prefer staying at a hotel. Huxing stood by the door and looked inside. It would be great if this were a food warehouse. If it were a food warehouse, would I have starved like this? Du Xiaomai pointed self-mockingly at her face. I don't even know how lucky I am to be a water-based mutant. Otherwise, if I was earth or wood-based, I'd have to gnaw on the foundation. I'll take a look inside, Ling Jiang said, and see if there are any instruments worth taking along. We could place them in the car. With that, he slipped through the steel door. Wait for me. Sun Qing ran in after him. Brother Dao, wait for me. Long Yang stood behind Chen Lin, staying at a hotel. If zombies approach, we won't notice. I think here is safer. That's right, Du Xiaomai added. This door is super sturdy. Zombies can't break in. Ling Jiang walked out and shook his head. All kinds of instruments I've never seen before, none of which we need frequently. They're useless. Captain, I think there are some large freezers over there. They seem pretty useful. Sun Qing gestured as he spoke. They also come with wheels. If we attach them to the back of the car, isn't it perfect for freezing meat or even vegetables? When Sun Qing mentioned the freezer, the rain frog in Chen Lin's pocket moved, and she quickly covered it with her hand. We'll discuss that when we leave. Sun Qing said, let's check the supermarket or the cold storage. If we find frozen meat, we'd hit the jackpot. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin felt an urge to pat Sun Qing on the head. She had space within her, and thus didn't really need a refrigerator. But before, all she needed were life-saving supplies. She hadn't considered having frozen meat. Alright, let's drag a freezer along when we leave. The hostility from Du Xiaomai diminished somewhat. Just the idea of an empty freezer caused her such a strong reaction. Chen Lin thought only one thing, they had met a carnivore. Du Xiaomai did everything possible to avoid leaving and wanted them to stay. Clearly, she viewed them as her reserve food supply. Du Xiaomai, go inside first and hide, we'll search for some more food, Chen Lin said. If we don't have enough food, all 5 of us will starve. Qing, help Du Xiaomai into the room. She grabbed Du Xiaomai's arm first. Sun Qing stepped forward to support Du Xiaomai's other arm. There is a big supermarket 300 meters west of the hospital. Du Xiaomai tugged at Sun Qing's hand. Would you stay with me? I simply cannot bear being alone anymore. Sun Qing turned to look at Chen Lin. Lin, what do you think? We'll be back in an hour or two. Chen Lin wasn't about to leave Sun Qing behind, the ditzy one. Du Xiaomai, you're too weak right now. If we take you with us, it will just be inconvenient. Once we come back with food, you can rest for a day, and by tomorrow you should definitely be ready to set out with us. Chen Lin and Sun Qing escorted Du Xiaomai back into the room. Along the way, Du Xiaomai attempted to break free from their grip, but Chen Lin didn't let her. I know you're eager to stay with us, but your stamina is too poor right now. What you need to do is recover. Without waiting for Du Xiaomai's response, Chen Lin pulled Sun Qing back out. Sun Qing swiftly shut the heavy steel door. Chen Lin gave Sun Qing a thumbs up moments before she had called her a foolhardy bimbo, but hadn't expected Sun Qing to have picked up on her meaning so quickly. In a low voice, Sun Qing said, your pet's moving. I see that. Ling Jiang, Long Yang, and Hu Xing were standing nearby. They could all see Chen Lin's pocket moving. Ling Jiang gestured at Chen Lin. Linen, there's movement inside. She's entering the password, Chen Lin said. Qing, brother Dao, use a dirt wall to block the door. Chen Lin was familiar with the sound of the password being entered like the back of her hand. Didn't she say this door can't be opened from the inside? Hu Xing asked curiously. But if you enter the password, won't it unlock? She thinks we're all idiots. Chen Lin took out a long unused laptop. What a pity, it's modifying passwords I'm best at. Having spent 2 years in the same university, there was no way she could not be proficient, especially after living 2 lives where she was always the super scholar. She grabbed a screwdriver, unscrewed a piece of iron below the keypad, and connected 2 wires to her laptop. Her hands rapidly moved across the keyboard. What are you doing? Opening the door. Du Xiaomai shrieked, all traces of her former weakness gone. Open the door. What are you trying to do? You said this door can't be opened from the inside, didn't you? Chen Lin slammed her laptop closed, tucking it away in her storage space. Auntie grants your wish. Crazy witch. Bitch. Do you want me to starve to death? Du Xiaomai screamed loudly, pounding on the door furiously. Let me out. Chen Lin leaned close to the door, pausing briefly. That doctor you're looking for, isn't he already inside you? At these words, Sun Qing gasped sharply, covering her mouth. The 3 men's faces turned grim. For a moment inside the door, there was silence. Then Du Xiaomai's voice rose again shrilly. You're making things up. You're making things up. I'm a doctor, how could I eat people? Am I making things up? Chen Lin chuckled slowly. When did the hospital cold cabinets become precision instruments? Chapter 114, From Angel to Demon. Du Xiaomai continued to scream hysterically. You're crazy. I will kill you all. Frozen in the cold cabinet. All of you. Gah, I just opened the cold cabinet. Sun Qing covered her mouth and had a bout of dry heaves. I even imagined it full of popsicles. Even if it was full of popsicles, I couldn't bear to eat them now. Chen Lin stood up straight. Who has objections? You can speak now. I could still let her out. Ling Jiang pointed towards the pharmacy. I'll go check. Decide after seeing. Hu Xing moved out a few chairs from the nearby doctor's office. Dragon brother, sit quickly. Dao brother and I will go check. Just in case we encounter zombies. Hu Xing rushed off to chase Ling Jiang. Lin, Long Yang said, sit next to me. Do you want to lecture me? Long Yang held Chen Lin's hand. No, I got injured, and you didn't care about me at all. I'm asking for concern. Seeking concern? Would Long Yang actually do such puppy-like behavior? Chen Lin couldn't believe it. She felt like a thunderclap hit her. Long Yang, is this really you? It hurts. Long Yang shook Chen Lin's hand slightly. His adorable little puppy demeanor was revealed without any doubt. But he was a cool and dark man, not truly a small puppy. Chen Lin had known him through 2 lifetimes. When Chen Lin looked into Long Yang's eyes filled with laughter, words became redundant. With Long Yang always by her side, family waiting for her, and teammates around, she didn't need to wish for more. Chen Lin lowered her head and kissed Long Yang's lips. Hey, sis, this scene is inappropriate for kids. Sun Qing covered her eyes dramatically, calling out, you guys should pay attention to your influence. Bitch, slut, you leave us to die, all of you deserve it. Du Xiaomai's voice was ignored by the 3. I will kill you. Not the first kiss, but each time it felt different. In Chen Lin's eyes, there was only Long Yang, and in Long Yang's eyes, similarly only Chen Lin. What started as simple kisses now intertwined them into each other's lives. Not long after, footsteps echoed in the corridor, and Chen Lin and Long Yang quickly parted. Ling Jiang and Hu Xing returned, their faces graver than before. Ling Jiang said, there wasn't much flesh left on those level 4 zombies. Upon hearing this, Long Yang spoke sternly, we should leave, or else the hotel won't have rooms. Du Xiaomai, in madness, kept smashing things against the door she'd never be able to open her whole life. Let me out. You can eat those valuable precision instruments, Sun Qing loudly remarked outside the door before they left. Nobody cared what Du Xiaomai was saying afterward as the 5 people walked out of the emergency building, leaving the crazy woman's screams completely behind. Dao brother, what exactly did you and Hu Xing see? Sun Qing couldn't help but ask. Your expressions were so grave, I almost dared not ask. Hu Xing responded, you shouldn't ask. I'm sure you don't want to know. I'll tell you, Ling Jiang interjected, it's better for team members to understand what happened, because it represents the captain's decisions. It's probably better we tell you, Chen Lin agreed. In my previous life, I've seen too many carnivores, they usually eat everything edible. Those not eaten were discarded. The ones chosen as food didn't even get a chance to become zombies. As Ling Jiang killed the zombies with earth spikes, he continued, some zombies' arms and thighs were entirely meatless. One of them even had a name tag, the one she mentioned called Yin Xian. Shit. Sun Qing's chest churned, nearly making her vomit. How could that woman be so cruel? Isn't she supposed to be an angel in white? The distance between an angel and a demon is just an apocalypse, Chen Lin reasonably summarized, having seen too much, hence feeling no surprise. Sun Qing pointed to her own nose. Then what are we? Warriors seeking self-redemption? Survivors, replied Chen Lin. Lin, Long Yang gripped a golden short spear in one hand and his waist with the other. I think our plan to go to the supermarket and the cold storage facility is feasible. Isn't it said there's a supermarket a few hundred meters away? Let's take a look and see what we can collect. Popsicles, snacks, frozen meat. Sun Qing had forgotten what Du Xiaomai used the cold cabinet for. Take anything you can find. We won't go to the supermarket. You're injured and everyone's tired after the journey, Chen Lin said. Tomorrow we'll directly look for a cold storage. After hearing that, Sun Qing clicked her tongue, regretfully saying, the power is out today. If we don't go now, the popsicles will melt. Ling Jiang added, the 2 large cold cabinets at the hospital are commonly found in supermarkets. When I went in earlier, I saw the price tags of the supermarket on the cold cabinets. Dao brother, Sun Qing stretched out her tone, blaming him. You've successfully ruined my beautiful thoughts about the supermarket. I didn't mean to. Ling Jiang looked utterly innocent. I was just speaking the truth. As he spoke, he couldn't help but smile. The 2 lively ones in the team brought him joy, diluting a certain inappropriate emotion within him. He gradually learned to bury his real feelings deep inside, untouched, fully blending into this new collective. Ching, you'll end up eating like a little pig, Hu Xing teased from the side. Have pity on me, your boyfriend. I can barely carry you anymore. Sun Qing swung her fist at Hu Xing, gritting her teeth. Don't you like how heavy I am? Tonight, I'll use my absolute weight advantage to crush you. Implied meaning being to overpower Hu Xing. Everyone got the hint, except for Hu Xing, who blushed and muttered softly, I don't know you, I don't know you. Such a hilarious scene left Chen Lin unamused. She thought, in this lifetime, without my Xiaoxi, these 2 lovers might be able to be together, right? She secretly vowed that in this life, any disharmonious factors unfavorable to the Yunqi squad and her family would not be met with leniency from her, even if others couldn't understand. All she needed was a clear conscience. From the trip to the hospital, the average strength of Yunqi squad rose significantly. Their speed at killing zombies also increased quite a bit. By the time they reached the hotel building, they had cleared a vacuum zone free of zombies. They'd harvested quite a few brain cores. In the hotel room, they counted their spoils and found there were actually many level 1 and level 2 spatial brain cores, as well as 1 level 2 thunder brain core. Sun Qing's thunder type advanced to level 2, level 3, for still seemed far away. Chen Lin piled the level 1 and level 2 spatial brain cores on the table. The chances for the first ability to trigger are the highest, the second and third will exponentially increase in difficulty, but luckily we have a lot of brain cores. If we can't successfully activate it, we'll smash the abilities out with brain cores. Chapter 115, A Feast of Brain Cores. Chen Lin placed a pile of space brain cores on the coffee table. Next, we'll focus on collecting supplies. But my space is limited, so I can't carry much. Everyone, give it a try. Sun Qing raised her hand high. I want my space filled with ice cream. You'd better fill your space with brain cores, Hu Xing said as he grabbed a handful of brain cores and handed them to Sun Qing. Stop dreaming. You need to activate your spatial ability first. Holding the brain cores, Sun Qing's eyes darted around. But I don't want to eat brain cores, I want to have real meals. All 4 of you, if any one of you can activate the spatial ability, we'll have meals. Chen Lin deliberately frowned. Otherwise, no one will have food today, only brain cores. Long Yang held his waist. Injured personnel protests. Protest overruled, Chen Lin explained. What if we find supplies and there's no space left? With more spaces, we can carry a lot of things, such as cars, portable outdoor steel houses, stoves, coal, etc., etc. Let's add furniture, bedding. Sun Qing shouted another series of nouns. Rice, flour, oil, and salt. Lin, you can't keep feeding us instant noodle. As far as she knew, none of them knew how to cook. If someone did know how to cook, Chen Lin wouldn't have just taken out instant noodles. Chen Lin shrugged. Anyway, I can't cook. Who among you can? Long Yang replied. Xing and Dao brother can barbecue, but only limited to cooking meat well. Sun Qing raised her hand. I can boil eggs in water. Does that count as knowing how to cook? I'm done. Chen Lin covered her face with her palm. Compared to you, Long Yang and Dao brother are master chef. It seems we're destined to eat instant noodles. Sun Qing resignedly grabbed a brain core and stuffed it into her mouth. I hope our future teammates are all chefs. No chefs, no deal. This request, Chen Lin continued to cover her forehead, speechlessly saying, you can dream about having gourmet meals. I cannot find real-life chefs for you. Perhaps zombie chefs though. Or, I'll step aside and let you be the captain. Sun Qing crammed her mouth full of space brain cores. Sister, I was wrong. From now on, whatever you give me, I'll eat. I promise not to be picky anymore. I'm completely and utterly useless except for being foolish, Sun Qing sighed. Both she and Hu Xing were constantly showing their affection. Having space means you can carry a lot of things, not only benefiting the team, but also yourself. Seeing Chen Lin trying to convince Sun Qing, Long Yang popped brain cores into his mouth one by one. It looks like Hu Xing activating the lightning ability was easy. Isn't spatial ability similar? This is a matter of probability. In short, it depends on luck. Chen Lin raised her thumb. You only gave me one space brain core back then, and I still activated my spatial ability. Lin, I've activated the spatial ability, Ling Jiang announced, opening his palm where he took a brain core into his space and brought it back out. Sister, Dao brother has activated spatial ability. I want to eat. With the brain cores still unswallowed in her mouth, Sun Qing mumbled unclearly before making a strange expression. I've activated my spatial ability too. Add sausages please. She shoved all the brain cores in her hands to Long Yang. Handsome man, hurry up, only you and Hu Xing are left. Mercy. Hu Xing waved his hands continuously. I won't try anymore, already close to throwing up brain cores. Ching having spatial ability equals me having it. Looking at the brain cores forcibly shoved into his hands, Long Yang helplessly remarked, Sun Qing, you sure know how to worry about Hu Xing. Now you've given it all to me because you want mercy. Wife. This guy, was this a wine? Chen Lin was flabbergasted. Long Yang, can you speak properly? What happened to coming from a military family, iron-blooded youth, cold and stern handsome men, cool as ice blocks? Yes, Long Yang pulled Chen Lin onto his lap. There's also tenderness amidst toughness. Coldness is only for outsiders, not insiders. After hearing Long Yang's words, Chen Lin was speechless. She paused for a moment and said, even if we don't eat today, we'll have to eat later. Long Yang hugged Chen Lin tightly, acting coquettishly, then let's eat later. I'm injured now. And injured people have privileges. Chen Lin reached out and took away the brain cores from Long Yang's other hand. She then took out second level and third level brain cores, throwing one each to Ling Jiang and Sun Qing. There's only one fourth level brain core left now. Once we get another one, I'll distribute it. Let me see. Sun Qing swallowed the second level and third level brain cores. My space is about 50 meters by 50 meters, which can hold a lot of things. Give it to Dao brother first, and I'll take the next one. I also have a third level space, but it's bigger than yours. How come the same level leads to different sizes? Ling Jiang asked. Mine is approximately 75 meters by 75 meters, and we haven't even mentioned the height. It should be able to fit this hotel room. Then give it to Dao brother first. Chen Lin took out the fourth level brain core and tossed it to Ling Jiang. Her own space was around 100 meters when it reached the third level. We'll rest tonight and find a cold storage tomorrow. Hopefully there will be good stuff, Sun Qing continued. Our demand isn't high, just fill up our spaces and backpacks. Everyone coughed simultaneously. A 50 by 50 space, with an estimated height of 25 meters, would result in over 600,000 cubic meters in volume, equivalent to holding over 60,000 tons of water. And that's just a low estimate for a third level space. In terms of survival supplies, these could support a large group. Hu Xing gave Sun Qing a big thumbs up. This requirement really isn't high. Sun Qing made a face at Hu Xing. Yes, we are surviving in the apocalypse, but we shouldn't abandon dreams, right? My dream is to fill my space with snacks and ice cream. Snacks and ice cream won't make you full, they'll only make you fat, Chen Lin teased. Even a big fridge won't fit a fatty. Ling Jiang spoke up. Lin Qin, take out some bandages and medicine so I can rewrap Xiaoyon's wound. Chen Lin pulled out a pile of bandages. Is this enough? No need. Long Yang, seeing the enormous amount of bandages in Chen Lin's hand, got up to stretch and indicated his wound had stopped bleeding. After my metal affinity upgraded to the fourth level, my body's recovery ability became stronger. Look, it's almost healed. Ling Jiang insisted on checking Long Yang's wound and untied the cloth around Long Yang's waist. The wound was no longer bleeding. It may not be bleeding now, but it's still best to wrap it up again to prevent it from reopening. Sun Qing yawned. There's only one bed in this room, which will go to the injured person. I'll sleep on the carpet. She lied down on the carpet and fell asleep instantly. Good night, everyone. Seeing this, Chen Lin took out instant noodles and sausages and waved them near Sun Qing's ear. Aren't you hungry anymore? Hungry. Sun Qing tightly closed her eyes. For being skinny, I'll endure. Chapter 116, In Peril. Sun Qing, determined to be thin, woke up hungry early. Sister, it's morning. Handsome guy, it's morning. Daoji, stars. It's not light yet. Chen Lin sat up from the carpet and took out a few bowls of instant noodles. I think you're just hungry. Come on, wash up and have breakfast. The rest of the group were yawning. Hu Xing helplessly said, Lady, the cold storage won't fly away. But if we go late, there won't be anything. Sun Qing anxiously said, Can we have breakfast in the cold storage? You jumped from the coffee table onto Chen Lin's shoulder and softly chirped a few times. Chen Lin took out a brain core and fed you. We need to eat well to have the strength to kill zombies. Besides, it's been months since the apocalypse began. We don't even know what the situation with the cold storage is like. That makes it even more urgent. Sun Qing scratched her head anxiously. Once we get there, we'll know. Hu Xing handed a bowl of cooked noodles to Sun Qing. It doesn't take long for a bowl of noodles. Long Yang quickly washed up. He picked up a bowl of noodles. There's a good chance we'll find something valuable. Space ability users aren't that common after all. I hope we hit the jackpot. Chen Lin put you into her pocket. She ate very fast, finishing the instant noodles in a few bites. But first, we need to figure out where the cold storage is, right? Sun Qing also quickly finished her meal. Newsstands generally have maps. No one in this post-apocalyptic world will fight over such things. The five left the hotel. There still weren't many zombies on this street. Not far away, they found a newsstand and obtained a map. Excitedly, Sun Qing shoved the map into Ling Jiang's hands. Dao Ji, quick, where's the cold storage? You're so impatient. Ling Jiang glanced at the map. There are 2 cold storages in Haicheng, both located in the same place, separated by only one street. Hearing about 2 cold storages, Sun Qing excitedly took out a steel pipe and started waving it. Dao Ji, which direction? Which direction? Go straight forward. Ling Jiang pointed at a direction. We need to cross through the downtown area and a large residential zone. Charge. Sun Qing rushed ahead. If there were zombies, she first unleashed earth spikes, and for any remaining undead, she finished them off with the steel pipe. Huxing followed behind, collecting brain cores. Slow down. Don't go too far from us. Not going far, Sun Qing didn't even turn her head. As she spoke, a large wave of zombies emerged from all directions. Sun Qing stepped back. Holy crap, where did so many zombies come from? They should be people who were shopping originally, Chen Lin said. Don't you see their outfits? Some zombies still have shopping bags hanging from them. And look at that, following Chen Lin's finger, there was a zombie missing half its face, with a clothing price tag still dangling from its mouth. Haha, throw it fast. Voices sounded from the rooftops on both sides of the street as several people threw objects downward. Firebombs. Upon recognizing what they were throwing, Long Yang's expression suddenly changed. They were surrounded by zombies on all sides, and there was no place to hide. Ling Jiang urgently asked, what do we do? Firebombs landed on the zombies, but how would they know fear? They carried flames on their bodies and continued advancing toward the 5 of them. There are people below, Sun Qing shouted loudly. Stop throwing. No response came from the rooftop. More firebombs rained down. There are people below, Sun Qing shouted louder. Don't shout. They're doing this on purpose. Chen Lin stopped Sun Qing. Use the zombies to shield our own bodies. The buildings were about 10 meters away. Those throwing the firebombs were either on the 6th or 7th floor. Chen Lin couldn't see exactly how many people there were, only their continuously waving hands. Her spatial blades couldn't reach them. Everyone, be careful. First, break through the zombie horde, then deal with them. How can these people be so evil? Sun Qing released a wall of earth. Ling Jiang added another horizontal wall of earth atop Sun Qing's. Let's hide for now. Once they run out of firebombs, it'll be our chance. The firebombs struck the wall of earth, producing loud crackling sounds. I saw them, they're on that building. Long Yang pointed at a building. Maintaining the earth walls requires 2 people. We've got 3 who can fight. With this many zombies, it'll be overwhelming for us. I suggest we charge through. Captain, Xiao Yang is right. My previous suggestion was too negative. Ling Jiang said, we do have brain cores, which can support our consumption, but this kind of consumption is unnecessary. If anyone catches fire, just extinguish it with your water ability. Won't that be fine? Looking at the densely packed zombies on fire, Chen Lin said, Long Yang, use your gold element to form 5 umbrellas, or 5 shields, and we will have our hands free. Long Yang's eyes gleamed. My wife is the smartest. He quickly condensed 5 metal sheets. Make do with these. Upon receiving the metal sheets Long Yang had condensed, Chen Lin rolled her eyes. So ugly. Sister, stop being picky. Sun Qing held the metal sheet over her head. If you think it's ugly, I can give you a piece of an earth wall. Then I must be sick. Chen Lin bent the metal sheet into the shape of a hat and wore it on her head. Please, when you have time, study what a shield looks like properly. I want petal-shaped shields. Sun Qing remarked. I can store them in space. Are you ready? Chen Lin glanced at the rooftop where those people were hiding, her voice cold. Let's go. Those people wanted to gather all the zombies around them so as to wipe them out completely. They never intended to let them live. Chen Lin's main goal was to stay alive at all cost. The 5 people covered by 5 golden metal sheets ran through the crowd of zombies toward the building. The people hidden on the roof cursed, damn, they're not dead. What lousy aim. 5 people, don't hold back when it's your turn. The 7-story building was originally an office building, with the first floor occupied by zombies. The group charged in, releasing their abilities wildly to carve out some open space, then rushed straight for the stairwell. It was all part of Chen Lin's theory, climbing stairs was the safest option. A few men were stationed at the stairway exit, each having a pile of finished firebombs beside them. The leading man picked up a lighter, grabbing a firebomb in his hand. Throw one when we hear footsteps, keeping them from coming up. We've got plenty of firebombs. We don't need to climb upstairs to take your lives, Chen Lin said coldly. Long Yang clutched a golden spear. Let me go up there. Chen Lin pulled him tightly and shook her head, indicating there was a better way than risking his life. Haha, little girl, you've been lucky so far, the man sneered, but you will never get up here. Try if you want. Chen Lin reached into her pocket. I already said, even without going upstairs, I can still take your lives. You, help me bite those bastards. A streak of colorful light shot out from her hand. Chapter 117, only regretting the small space. The rooftop soon fell silent again. You were returned to Chen Lin's hand, saying, there should be no living people up there. She stood up and Long Yang moved even quicker. Let me go check it out. You're being overly cautious. Chen Lin stroked Yua's head and said, this little guy started eating brain nuclei and has become more toxic. Those bitten by him have no chance of survival. She followed Long Yang upstairs. On the roof lay several severely damaged bodies. She approached one by one to check them. See? No survivors. Sun Qing looked around and only found a pile of wine bottles. She picked one up. Could this be a Molotov cocktail? Ling Jiang glanced at what was in her hand. That's right, it is a Molotov cocktail. How many did they make? Sun Qing squatted down, examining the differently sized bottles in her hands. Such a waste. Take them with you. Put them into your space, Chen Lin said. Maybe we'll use them later. No wastage here. Sun Qing stored the Molotov cocktails in her space. Captain, I've finished. Let's continue on our journey. I'm anxious. Her hand moved over her chest. It feels like a bunch of rats are scratching their way inside. Hu Xing leaned closer, placing his ear near her chest. Is there an elephant? A rabbit? A little deer? Sun Qing looked pitifully at Chen Lin, only to find a furry head suddenly stick close. Annoyed, she pushed Hu Xing away. Get off me. Do you think my insides are a zoo? Long Yang, with an arm around Ling Jiang's shoulder, turned and went downstairs. Lin Yun's pet is pretty useful. I wonder if other animals can be as spiritually aware. Chen Lin, with sharp ears, heard Long Yang's words. She wanted to tell Long Yang that in the future when animals and plants mutate, not only will some animals possess spiritual awareness, but many plants will also be friendly and fight alongside humans. But now wasn't the time for such talk, so she held her tongue. The sound of the Molotov cocktail explosion attracted nearby zombies. There was nobody else along the road aside from the zombies bothering Yunqi team anymore. They just killed zombies on their way without much time wasted, reaching the cold storage soon enough. Is this a cold storage? There isn't even a sign anywhere. Sun Qing looked left and right, how she couldn't possibly imagine that the yard full of cars could resemble a cold storage. In the center of the courtyard, an open-air fresh food market emitted the stench of rotten seafood. Several zombies kept moving back and forth within narrow passageways. Did you see that? Those two spots which look like parking lot entrances, they're actually cold storage entrances, Ling Jiang said. Let's go take a look. But Sun Qing ran towards one entrance while muttering, it doesn't look like a cold storage. If it were, wouldn't there be people? You couldn't recognize it as cold storage, and neither would others, Hu Xing said. It's impossible for cold storage to go unnoticed. The minimum capacity is tens of tons, while some hold thousands of tons, which isn't something one or two spatial anomaly individuals can carry off. The underground passage was pitch black. Ling Jiang took out a flashlight and shone it around, finally settling on a thick door. The lock is still hanging there, no one has come by. If no one came, that's great. Sun Qing reached out to pull the door, but it didn't budge. How do we open it? Long Yang took out a gun. Stand back a bit, I'll blow the lock. He aimed at the lock loop with the gun and fired twice. The lock dropped with a clink onto the ground. Long Yang and Ling Jiang worked together to push open the heavy door. A blast of cold air emerged from inside. Piles of boxed seafood and frozen meat filled the space. At first glance, whole pieces of pork, entire pig legs, boxes of frozen chickens, lamb chops, and beef. Sun Qing rushed forward. They haven't defrosted, rock-hard frozen ones. Can I collect them? Collect. You gather part of each kind, Tauga gets part, and the rest I'll handle, Chen Lin said. Next time we encounter another cold storage unit, we'll do this again. I'll grab chicken, it's good for roasting. Get some mutton too, we can grill it. Sun Qing specialized in collecting these two items. Level 3 spaces are so small, collected a little randomly and it's already half full. Ling Jiang allocated evenly, collecting part of each variety. Captain, should we leave some for others? There's no power here, leaving any will be a waste, Chen Lin said. I could leave some dry rations and water. Speaking, she took out a stack of instant noodles and bottled water. These can last long. If no one takes them, the next time we pass through here, we can reclaim them. These frozen goods are different though. Without electricity, they will spoil very quickly. Chen Lin stored the remaining items into her space. The gunshot sounds had lured a few zombies from the small market, and Ling Jiang and Hu Xing both acted almost simultaneously, killing the zombies. The door to another underground cold storage had already been opened. Near the door inside the cold storage, many frozen goods were missing. Sun Qing picked up some things and stored them into her space, muttering, Sis, we haven't checked out the cold storage across the street yet, but my space is already full. Level 3 spaces are just too small. Ling Jiang replied, next time we find a level 4 brain core, it's yours. Don't be in such a rush. I am in a rush. My space is full, and I haven't even collected any snacks, Sun Qing said. If I upgrade one more time and fill it with snacks, I'll die laughing in my dreams. Chen Lin also left some instant noodles and bottled water in this cold storage, saying, if you want to upgrade, the zombies have to cooperate. Otherwise, I can't help. Let's go to the cold storage across the street. On the other side of the road, the cold storage was actually a fresh produce refrigeration warehouse filled with chilled vegetables and fruits. A few people were busy moving boxed vegetables and fruits outside. Upon seeing the 5 members of Yunqi team, someone said, these things won't last long. Hurry up and take them. If you can't eat them all, dry them so nothing goes to waste. Chen Lin commented, that's a good idea. Lin Yun, there are others here. Sun Qing whispered quietly, we can't act rashly. Just collect part of it. Chen Lin nodded at Ling Jiang. Collect. Ling Jiang moved silently forward and took away more than half of the boxes. When done, he simply said, all right. Seeing that Ling Jiang had a spatial ability, those who were carrying items onto a cart looked enviously at him. Chen Lin walked to the deepest corner of the fresh produce refrigeration warehouse, choosing an inconspicuous spot to store a portion of vegetables and fruits. She then said, "Let's go." Vegetables and fruits weren't worth occupying space for because in the future, plant-based mutants could catalyze seeds and grow whatever they needed. However, adhering to the principle of not wasting or overlooking anything, Chen Lin still collected some vegetables and fruits. Leaving the cold storage, Sun Qing sighed regretfully. "It's such a pity we couldn't take everything." "Cut it out," Chen Lin remarked, "space is limited. Instant noodles are more useful than vegetables and fruits. Though vegetables and fruits taste good, they don't fill your stomachs as much. Compressed rations would be better, but unfortunately, we can't get them." "I know where some are." Long Yang reached out and held Chen Lin's hand. "A few food processing plants specifically produce these foods for the military. Want to check them out?" "Of course, I do." Chen Lin estimated the capacity of her space, asking, "Where? Is it far?" Chapter 118. Hu Xing, are you hungry? Sun Qing's eyes lit up at the mention of a food processing plant. "Besides dry rations, is there anything else?" "There are canned goods, only two kinds, beef and pork," Long Yang said. "But we don't know what the situation is there." Chen Lin remarked, "It's not difficult, I'll mark it on the map. If it's on the way, we'll take a look. We can collect supplies if they're there, but won't be disappointed if not. One issue now is that Qingqing's storage space is full, Dao's is also full, and mine's nearly so. Even if we find supplies, we can't carry much. I certainly can't throw away all the instant noodles and bottled water." Long Yang grinned at Chen Lin, understanding her meaning. She wanted him and Hu Xing to try activating spatial abilities. Chen Lin glanced at him and mouthed silently, "You're sneaky. You won't escape this time." Long Yang held Chen Lin's hand tightly. "Perhaps we might find a high-level spatial brain core later." Hearing this, Sun Qing was inspired and stared pleadingly at Hu Xing. "Xing Xing." Hu Xing placed his hand on his chest. "In broad daylight, what do you intend to do?" "Let me tell you, I will never surrender." "Surrender your ghost?" Sun Qing retorted, "I just asked if you were hungry." "Hungry?" Hu Xing moved his hand to his stomach. "I'm starving." Qing really understands. Unexpectedly, the next second, Sun Qing rushed in front of Chen Lin. "Lingling, quickly, quickly. Xing Xing is hungry. Give him the spatial ability brain core." Before Hu Xing could open his mouth to say he wasn't hungry, Chen Lin had already taken out the brain core, and Sun Qing forced it into his mouth. Long Yang commented, "Is it possible that no matter how many brain cores someone eats, they can't activate any power?" "There probably is." Chen Lin wasn't certain either, as she hadn't encountered such a case in her past life. Back then, she had reached full level across all types of powers by eating brain cores. "Let's test again when we rest," Long Yang said. "It's quite painful seeing supplies and not being able to collect them." "You're smart." Chen Lin intended to let Long Yang try eating another brain core. Hu Xing was forced by Sun Qing to eat a handful of brain cores. "Looks like I'm one of those who can't trigger an ability even after eating brain cores. Hundreds already, and nothing happened." Upon hearing this, Sun Qing dejectedly responded, "Then what?" "Xing Xing didn't trigger any power." "Lingling, should we give him another try?" Chen Lin replied, "The ones we had have been eaten up, we need to collect more." "Ah!" An angry Sun Qing pinched Hu Xing's waist flesh. "How useless. All my hope in you wasted." Yes, I'm useless." Hu Xing winced in pain. "Auntie, it hurts, it's meat." "Because you're useless." Sun Qing bitterly scolded. "Seeing supplies we can't collect, letting them go to waste, is your conscience not pained?" Hu Xing was almost dying from pain, managing to squeeze out, "I am sorry to the people." Dragon Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Hu Xing, your repentance has been heard by the people. A bunch of clowns. Look over there." Chen Lin pointed at a row of car dealerships nearby. "Seeing all these new cars sitting there, unable to store them in our spaces, does your conscience not hurt?" "It hurts." Sun Qing released Hu Xing. "Hurts, but what can we do? This guy's useless." Hu Xing mumbled under his breath. "One person with one ability is already God's blessing, yours is just greed." "Shut up." An unsuccessful Sun Qing glared fiercely at Hu Xing. "You'd better learn to drive." Hu Xing could only nod, and Sun Qing finally let him go. "I checked, it's a van," Ling Jiang said. "I'll get one. While it's still early, we'll leave High City." Sad. Chen Lin walked a few steps with Ling Jiang. Where would one easily find a high-level spatial brain core? In her memory, Shanqing's space upgraded to level 7 when they were almost at Yunqi Mountain. To upgrade, she had collected countless meteorite fragments and barely managed to upgrade once to level 5. She had long been searching for the part of the meteorite that grants upgrades but hasn't found it yet. She suspected Su Junyan had already used it. The abilities of him and those around him must be much higher than she had known. Her decision to leave Su Junyan's group had been the right one. Ling Jiang drove a van out, and with 9 seats, the space inside increased significantly. Sun Qing and Hu Xing sat in the front passenger seat while one sat in the second row learning to drive from Ling Jiang. Long Yang patted the empty seat beside him. "Lingling, sit here, let's have a chat." "About what?" Chen Lin sat over, immediately being wrapped in Long Yang's arms. "You should take some time to rest." "I rested well last night." Long Yang looked into Chen Lin's almond-shaped eyes with a smile. "Didn't you want to check out the food processing plant?" "Let's discuss its feasibility." This guy, knowing very well that everyone's storage space was limited, even if they went, how could there be any feasibility to study? Chen Lin lightly nudged Long Yang's waist with her elbow. Unless our 3 spaces can upgrade or you and Hu Xing can activate spatial abilities, otherwise, there's no point in discussing it. Long Yang tightened his arm around her. Do you think, Frog having eaten so many brain cores, would it also have space? No, Chen Lin answered without hesitation. Abilities were exclusive to humans, zombies, and zombie animals. Variations in plants and animals evolved for survival adaptation. These diverse abilities were not considered special powers. Frog already shows spiritual awareness and I use it as a projectile in emergencies, which is already remarkable. Upon hearing this, Long Yang responded with an "oh," gently patting Chen Lin's back while saying, I wonder how your parents are doing now, along with your grandparents, and where my father and Du Yuan are. We will meet up with them soon, Chen Lin said, as long as they arrive at Yunqi City as agreed. Do you not worry about Auntie Long and Grandpa Long? For some reason, she thought of Jiao Rui and Jiao Bingyang who wouldn't leave her alone, and Su Dao with his grim demeanor. They would cross paths again, but what scenes might unfold then? Estimating the time, Su Junyan should be nearing Jingju by now. Without any unexpected events, Su Junyan would establish a base as he did in his previous life. They're in the safe zone, which is in the desert, no zombies there, it's very safe, Long Yang explained. The environment is harsh, but it's still bearable. Chen Lin didn't know how to tell Long Yang that the so-called safe zone wasn't actually safe, it would soon be destroyed by zombies. For now, it still seemed secure. There's no truly safe area now, zombies follow the living. Once they can't find food in cities, they'll spread outward. With higher levels, smarter zombies emerge, leading other zombies in packs, forming zombie hordes and zombie waves. Chapter 119, Mountain Clear, The Dishonest Merchant. The minivan hadn't driven far when a few blood-soaked young men ran in front of the vehicle. Are you leaving High City? Give us a ride. Upon hearing this tone of assumed entitlement, Sun Qing became extremely annoyed. Drive your own car. There's no room for you in ours. Chen Lin, who was cradled in Long Yang's arms, heard a familiar voice, and a shadow crossed her eyes. They can drive and follow behind us. One of the young men pointed at the empty seats in the van. If we squeeze, we'll fit. With all the new cars back there at the dealership, why would you want to crowd into our van? Said Sun Qing irritably. If you want to go with us, take a car and follow us from behind. Otherwise, forget about it. Another young man glanced at his companions. She does have a point. I'll go get a car. The half-dozen young men warily watched their surroundings, instantly killing any zombies that came near. Chen Lin noticed clearly. In her past life, Shan Qing, a 7th-level space elementalist, had used wind blades. Her mind churned with thoughts. Was it because of her reincarnation as this butterfly that so much had changed, or had Shan Qing been deceiving her from the start? If the latter was true, then she must have been an utter fool. None of the young men around Shan Qing looked familiar to Chen Lin. In fact, she couldn't even remember how they'd met last time. But what she did recall vividly was that originally, when Shan Qing had joined her lunar goddess squad, it was under the guise of a space elementalist. Not long after, the young man who'd gone to fetch a vehicle also drove out a minivan. The several young men got into the car and followed behind the Yunqi squad. How could Long Yang not notice Chen Lin's days? He quietly appraised the young men. Do you know them? Recalled from her thoughts, Chen Lin shook her head. I'm just thinking about how best to expand our team. It's essential to only accept people with good morals. We can't tolerate disorderly types. After a pause, Long Yang asked, what about those 6 from earlier? What do you think? They work well together. Chen Lin instinctively excluded Shan Qing, but my first impression of them isn't great. Yes, added Sun Qing from the front seat. Just by the way they acted like they were entitled to hop into our van, I already dislike them. They're covered in human blood, not zombie blood, and none of them are injured. As for the bloodstains on these individuals, Chen Lin really hadn't paid attention. She had merely recognized the familiar voice. I didn't check. Ling Jiang commented, as long as they're not scheming against us, we don't need to concern ourselves with them. We have many more places to go. No time to tangle with them. Long Yang glanced at the rearview mirror, noting the distance between the minivan following them. It didn't seem suspicious yet. One should always be cautious. Upon hearing this, a hint of a smile flickered across Chen Lin's features. Long Yang had now fully adapted to this post-apocalyptic world, and he no longer let misplaced righteousness get in the way. Thinking of the growth he had made thanks to prior events, Chen Lin genuinely felt grateful, because otherwise, she wouldn't have known how to help him adapt to this world. Compared to the cold cruelty awaiting in the later stages of the apocalypse, the early days still felt merciful. With zombies leveling up and ability users maturing, the middle phase of the apocalypse was approaching rapidly. Lowering his gaze, Long Yang caught sight of Chen Lin's laughter on her face, and leaned down to kiss her. What has you laughing? To both kiss her and ask a question simultaneously, did he expect her to respond, or was it rhetorical? Lightly returning his kiss, Chen Lin gazed into his star-like eyes, feeling as if time, air, and everything else around them had frozen until their lips parted. Chen Lin's cheeks turned rosy. I was laughing at you. I thought you'd feel too sorry for them and offer help, no matter what happened. Hugging Chen Lin tighter, Long Yang teased, so in your eyes, I'm that stupid. Sitting in the driver's seat, Ling Jiang seemed distracted while teaching Hu Xing and Sun Qing to drive. An invisible envy, loneliness, and a tinge of melancholy clouded his expression. Hu Xing broke the awkward silence in the car. Captain, we've been driving continuously for hours, and there's still no sign of entering the city. Shall we camp out in the wild? Dao brother must be exhausted too. I'm hungry, said Sun Qing, clutching her grumbling stomach. Dao, find a place suitable for camping and stop the car. Chen Lin took out vegetables, rice, pots, pans, and stove, placing them on the last row of empty seats. Ling Jiang acknowledged with an all right. Sun Qing gazed longingly at Chen Lin. Lin, can we have a barbecue? It's not just our Yunqi squad, there are strangers too, Chen Lin reminded her, pointing at the rear of the van. With other people around, you need to conceal your space abilities. Sun Qing was extremely disappointed. These guys really showed up at the wrong time. Chen Lin understood Sun Qing's frustration. After such a bountiful haul, they couldn't flaunt it. Anyway, in our storage space, it won't go anywhere. At the next city, maybe we can collect more from freezers. Right now, what you should worry about is that our storage capacity is limited. Hearing Chen Lin's words, Sun Qing became even more dejected. Hu Xing is useless. He ate so many spatial brain cores, yet hasn't triggered any spatial abilities. Regarding the issue of triggering mutant powers, Chen Lin couldn't offer much insight as it was heavily influenced by luck. Seeing the vehicle in front stop, the few young men also halted their car. Why aren't you moving? We're camping here. Ling Jiang began digging a makeshift stove to prepare a stir-fry. Sun Qing hugged the electric rice cooker and started cooking the rice. We have rice, vegetables, fruits, what do you have to eat? Shan Qing brought out a piece of cured meat. Use this to cook with, it'll add some flavor. He was at least dual-abled. Chen Lin stared at the cured meat in Shan Qing's hand. Do you have a lot of cured meat? We can trade rice, vegetables, and fruit for it. We have several tons, but I'm not interested in what you offered. What I want are brain cores. Shan Qing's eyes gleamed with desire. Second-grade brain cores will do. Chen Lin hesitated. How do you plan to exchange? The other young men accompanying Shan Qing moved closer. I'm water elemental. I can release water to wash the vegetables. I'm fire elemental. Shan Qing mentioned a number. Chen Lin did not overlook the cunning look in his eyes. The cured meat could be traded or left alone. She suggested the deal not genuinely for the meat, but to figure out the level of Shan Qing's storage space. Sun Qing, holding the rice cooker, interjected. That's too expensive. You're robbing us. Those things we can gather ourselves after spending a bit of time. Brain cores can also be acquired over time. Why waste each other's time? Shan Qing was smooth as silk. Besides, zombies are multiplying, while supplies are dwindling. Are you sure that when you go collect, there'll still be cured meat waiting for you? Chapter 120, Hidden Agendas. Sun Qing, a glutton and a fool, haggled with Shan Qing and managed to cut the price by 2/3. She ended up purchasing about 10 tons of smoked meat, ham, and the like. That night, the two groups each pitched their own tent. Chen Lin lay on the grass unable to sleep, continuously pondering about Shan Qing's space abilities. He effortlessly took out nearly 10 tons of meat products, which led her to estimate that his space must hold at least 3 times that amount. Therefore, Shan Qing's space ability should be at level 3. Smoked meat, sausages, dried sausages. Chen Lin strained to recall her memories of Shan Qing from her previous life. In her past life, Shan Qing also brought out many meat products. After thinking for a while, she finally remembered, Shan Qing was an employee at a meat processing plant. Before joining the Moon Goddess team, he had formed a small team. Later, due to unforeseen circumstances, all members of his team died except him. In this life, it seemed Chen Lin encountered Shan Qing much earlier. What she saw was another side of Shan Qing, cunning like a fox. Suddenly, an arm slipped around her waist, startling Chen Lin. What are you thinking about? Long Yang quietly moved closer and hugged Chen Lin tightly, teasing her for being restless like maggots. Maggots? I haven't moved at all. Chen Lin bit down hard on Long Yang's arm. You're the maggot. Seeing Long Yang embracing Chen Lin, Sun Qing blinked her eyes and snuggled into Hu Xing's sleeping bag after pulling away the covers. Hu Xing was in deep sleep and didn't even notice the extra weight in his arms. Inside the tent were 2 pairs and a half. Ling Jiang, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, sat up. I'll go watch the car. Dao Ji, no need to stay awake, Chen Lin said. She pointed to the Yuru resting beside them. It will keep guard. Ling Jiang paused slightly. All right. He feared losing control over his feelings for her when close to her, but every word of hers was impossible for him to reject. Hearing Ling Jiang lie back down, Long Yang helplessly shook his head. Ling Jiang was deliberately avoiding them. Only Chen Lin hadn't noticed the changes in Ling Jiang's feelings for her. Thinking of this, Long Yang's arms tightened unconsciously. This guy is trying to smother me. Struggling for breath, Chen Lin forcefully broke free from Long Yang's embrace. Are you trying to kill me? Then I would meet Karl Marx. Long Yang chuckled softly and pulled her back into his arms again. Don't think about any other men besides me. The sound of Sun Qing laughing from Hu Xing's arms broke through the night air. Lin, don't worry, your handsome guy won't let you meet Marx. You two go to sleep. Chen Lin turned and pinched Long Yang's soft spot on his waist, pretending to look fierce. What if I want to think about my father or grandfather? Am I not allowed? In-laws and my father-in-law do not fall under other men. For example, Du Yuan and Dao Ji are both brothers, family. Although unseen in the dark, Long Yang's face lit up with unrestrained laughter as he grabbed her hand. You've worked hard today, go to sleep. Though it astonished Chen Lin that Long Yang could say something so sweet, she still felt a ripple of sweetness inside. With her parents, grandparents, and Long Yang around, nothing could be better. She hugged his strong, muscular waist and drifted off to sleep peacefully. Both in her previous life and this one, Long Yang had been engaged to her twice. Yet, this was truly the first time they slept together like this. Though it lacked sensuality, The moment was more profound than sensuality. An unspoken warmth enveloped the two as their breathing, heartbeats, and scents gradually merged. This was a spiritual clash and fusion. Ling Jiang got up early. People in the other tent heard the commotion and also stepped out. Shan Qing addressed Ling Jiang. Yesterday was too tiring, we haven't formally introduced ourselves yet. We are the hero squad. I'm the captain, Shan Qing, wind and space dual elemental wielder. He then pointed to the other young people following him. These are my teammates, He Ku, earth element, Jin Qi, fire element. Sure enough, they were the hero squad. Chen Lin quickly glanced at Shan Qing's teammates. In her past life, all of them perished in an accident. Should she intervene and save these unlucky ones in this life? It turned out that Shan Qing mistakenly thought Ling Jiang was the captain of their 5-person team. Not bothering to explain, Ling Jiang roughly introduced his squad. He only mentioned that Chen Lin has a spatial ability, Sun Qing has thunder ability, Hu Xing has wood, Long Yang metal, and himself soil. Not once did he reveal that among the Cloudrise squad, there were actually 3 spatial ability users. Our team is going to Gan City, what about you guys? Shan Qing was trying to rally some members of the Yunqi squad, thinking it might be good if he could recruit at least one. We are heading further south, Ling Jiang said, and eventually to the Yunqi city. Shan Qing continued, I heard that Gan City has established a safe base. Since there's a safety base, why don't we all head to the base together? Ling Jiang declined Shan Qing's invitation. We still need to look for people along the way. At this point, Chen Lin found their conversation amusing. Before she had time to lure over the unlucky ones near Shan Qing already had his eyes set on the Yunqi squad. Shan Qing persisted in persuasion, but then a young man from the hero squad interrupted, Captain, since they're not interested, let's stop wasting our time. Noticing other teammates sharing the same thoughts, Shan Qing stopped and said, alright, 4 hours from now, there will be a small town. Then we wish you all the best. We'll be turning at the upcoming highway exit. Take care. Upon hearing the news of Shan Qing's group leaving, Sun Qing happily waved goodbye. Green mountains remain, rivers forever flow, hope you take care as well. She practically wanted to say, go ahead and leave quickly, we don't want you here anymore. Shan Qing led his crew in another van towards the highway exit. Chen Lin watched their car disappear and then signaled with her hand, let's get moving. They promptly packed up their tents and set off. Gan City had not established any base. Though Shan Qing currently bore no ill intent towards them, he would certainly have ulterior motives sometime in the future. To avoid having Shan Qing's group turn back and catch up with them, Chen Lin decisively decided to set off. She wasn't a saint, she too was just an ordinary person harboring her own little plans. Long Yang asked, are we really driving to the town he mentioned? No, Chen Lin slowly pulled out a national map. The town he mentioned is Helei Town, here, but our destination is here. She pointed at Kang City on the map. Helei Town was merely a small township close to Kang City. Finally, those guys left. Sun Qing was the first to sigh in relief. That Shan Qing looked sneaky. I wouldn't even pay attention to him if it weren't for his smoked meat. Chen Lin gave Sun Qing a look of disbelief. You're the typical type who throws someone away once they've served their purpose. You got so much smoked meat, yet you don't speak well of him. Sister, you're mistaken. The smoked meat we bought wasn't free, we paid for it fair and square, Sun Qing argued fiercely. We didn't gain any advantage over him. One thing he did say made sense, the zombies are everywhere, and resources won't just sit waiting for you. Chen Lin felt that Shan Qing was plotting something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared in front of them for nothing. She had a hunch that she and Shan Qing would meet again. Chapter 121, Jingle's Message. Initially, Sun Qing didn't feel much about what Chen Lin had said. But when she saw the supermarket in Kangcheng, she became upset. There was no room in her space to store supplies. Life is truly painful for not having supplies and also painful even with them. Lining, let's kill a wave of zombies. This time without stars, have your tall handsome parent try. Thank heaven you've finally let me go. I'm actually very satisfied with my dual abilities. Hu Xing clasped his hands together, a look of relief on his face. Most people usually get lucky and trigger dual abilities. If they're lucky, they can have more than 3 abilities. Chen Lin recalled her experiences from the previous life and said this conservatively. In her past life, she was an all-around ability user except she lacked spatial abilities. Isn't it true that most people have no abilities or just one? Long Yang asked. As always, he hit the nail on the head with just one sentence, and Chen Lin nodded, yeah. Surviving the apocalypse sometimes has a lot to do with gambling on luck. Ling Jiang parked the minivan at the city entrance. Shall we start killing our way in here? When we get tired, we'll need to find a place to camp. Let's stay at a hotel. Sun Qing pointed at the high-rise buildings in the city. Why camp in the city? I still want to take a hot bath. For a bath, I'd willingly be the heating stick. There weren't many zombies at the city entrance, only a few wandering around. Many abnormals were moving around the city. Some were killing zombies while others piled up the corpses, dousing them with gasoline and setting them ablaze. A strange stench filled the air. Wow, there are no zombies here. What am I supposed to kill? Sun Qing looked left and right, the street cleaned thoroughly by the abnormals. One abnormal said, we've cleared the nearby streets. In the east, north, and west parts of the city, including the central area, there are plenty of zombies. Sun Qing happily waved at the abnormal, thanks. Where are you from? Another abnormal dragged a zombie while asking, we heard that Jingju established a safe base. Did you hear anything about it? It seemed that Su Junyuan indeed built a base in Jingju this time. Chen Lin was sure he wasn't reborn. Nope, we didn't come from there. Jinju was far to the east. Long Yang remembered Su Junyuan heading over there. He exchanged a glance with Ling Jiang. If there's a base in Jinju, why haven't you gone? It's too far, and we're undecided. The abnormal who was dragging zombies stacked them up. Stand back, I'm going to light it. He took out a bucket of gasoline from his space and poured it over the pile of corpses. Sun Qing muttered, what's good about going to a base where there aren't any zombies? Captain, should we go east, north, west, or south? East. Chen Lin chose a direction. To the east of Kangcheng lay a university, 2 middle schools, a primary school, and large residential areas outside. Zombies would absolutely be abundant there. After parting ways with those abnormals, Long Yang said, how come I feel like Su Junyuan established the Jingju base? I remember they were heading in that direction. Ling Jiang replied, I remember too. If Su Junyuan built the base, then we definitely shouldn't go. If he finds out we've robbed his nest, he'll probably. Sun Qing made a gesture cutting across her neck. That guy's creepy and isn't a good person. Regardless of what happens in Jingju, let's go find zombies. Chen Lin hooked her arm around Sun Qing's. This time let Long Yang try. As long as he can awaken spatial abilities, we'll have another third-level spatial abnormal. Hearing this, the 5 of them quickened their pace unanimously, leaving the cleaned-up streets behind. Before their eyes appeared a dense group of zombies. Sun Qing ran into the horde with joyous excitement like a husky, screaming, brain cores, big sister's here. Qing, don't run too far. Huxing quickly followed after her. Long Yang conjured golden short spears, solving each zombie with a thrust. Don't disperse too much. There are plenty of zombies. The 5 fought against zombies together, quickly collecting a good number of brain cores. Suddenly, the window of a residential building opened, and a young man dropped down a rope. Skillfully climbing down rock climber style, he carried a backpack on his back. Can I join you guys fighting zombies? There are just too many of them. I fear I'll get surrounded alone. Meng Mion. He was indeed in Kangcheng, and Chen Lin suppressed her joy as she said, of course you can. Meng Mion, an outdoor sports enthusiast, was one of the early members of the Moon Goddess team who joined, always eager to help his teammates with almost any request. In a mission, he went out and never returned. My name is Meng Mion, I love outdoor activities. Meng Mion swung a mountaineering knife left and right, chopping at zombies. I'm an ice element abnormal, though only at level 1. The ice element ability was a variant of the water element. Chen Lin had gathered quite a few level 1 and 2 ice element brain cores, thinking that once she accumulated enough, she would awaken an ice element for herself. We 5 are a team called Cloud Rising Squad. Chen Lin introduced the squad's members to Meng Mion, Long Yang, Dao Ji. Those 2 are a couple. Meng Mion said enviously, I've been alone here for several months and haven't seen many people like you. There are some survivors here who refuse to go out and fight zombies. I watched TV that says zombie brain cores can upgrade abilities. Unfortunately, I didn't get any ice element ones. Chen Lin said, I have a level 2 ice element brain core, but it's not free. What kind of brain cores do you have? I can trade with you. I have quite a lot of brain cores collected during this time. Meng Mion took off his rucksack and threw it to Chen Lin. You check inside and see what you want. I'm very much looking for a level 2 brain core. With a heavy bag of brain cores tossed over, Chen Lin couldn't help but glance at Long Yang and Ling Jiang. Aren't you afraid we'll just take your brain cores and run away because we're so many? Meng Mion laughed heartily. The ground is full of zombies. If my cores are taken, I'll just collect them again. Maybe after you guys take them, I'll find an ice element one. Long Yang said, since you're alone anyway, why don't you join our team and follow unified management? We go wherever we decide, and you tag along. He saw how much Chen Lin wanted to recruit this Meng Mion into the team. Generally, when encountering strangers, Chen Lin never proactively introduced her team situation. Upon hearing this, Meng Mion curiously asked, I'm still a stranger to you all. Are you just going to let me join like that? Is this guy beyond saving or what? Chen Lin held up the climbing pack. You trust us, and we trust you. She pulled out a second-level Ice Series brain core and tossed it to Meng Mion. Catch it. Your bag, I'll keep it first. When we rest later, I'll pick out the brain cores I want. Okay. Meng Mion popped the brain core into his mouth. You're different from everyone else I've met. I'd be happy to join your squad. I'm alone and don't have family. Teammates are your family. Chen Lin put Meng Mion's backpack into her spatial pocket. All you need to do is cooperate with your teammates and trust them. Chapter 122, Flying Everywhere. The 5-person team became a 6-person group. Although Meng Mion's psychic ability was only level 1, he showed no hesitation when killing zombies and quickly won the affection of his teammates. Sun Qing had already started calling Meng Mion Brother Meng. Brother Meng, is there a hotel nearby? We're planning to stay at a hotel tonight. Not far from here, there's a hotel that is still under renovation and unoccupied. Meng Mion pointed in a direction. I often stay there at night. I don't want to deal with the people in this residential area. Before Meng Mion finished speaking, a few windows on the residential building opened. Save us, come quick. We're starving to death. Do you have food? Can you give us some? Meng Mion frowned. After I started staying here, these guys would shout like this every time they see a live person, even though they have abilities but refuse to fight zombies. They need to help themselves, not be saved. Chen Lin was extremely familiar with such voices. She could remain unmoved. If they were truly in trouble, we would extend a hand if necessary. Meng Mion, lead us toward the hotel. Seeing the 6 people below completely ignoring their shouts, those individuals became frantic. Come back. We're about to starve to death. You can't just leave us to die. After reaching level 2, Meng Mion no longer used his machete but instead formed an ice pick using his powers, imitating Long Yang by thrusting it into the zombie's eye socket. I don't get how these people are still alive now. I'm also curious, Chen Lin asked curiously. You could have left Kang City all by yourself, why didn't you? My home is here, and I don't have any other place to go, so I didn't know where else to head. Meng Mion suddenly stabbed an ice pick into a zombie's eye socket, which shattered with a snap. This zombie is at least level 3, I can't handle it. Ling Jiang's earth spike and Long Yang's short spear struck simultaneously, impaling the zombie with the earth spike. Long Yang regrouped his energy to form a new short blade, swiftly splitting the zombie's skull and expertly retrieving its brain core. Snap! A mysterious package fell from above, hitting the ground. A foul stench emerged. Upon closer inspection, Chen Lin realized that the package contained excrement. Shit, since you won't save us, eat poop then. Malicious curses echoed from upstairs. The pack of feces narrowly missed Sun Qing's head. Sun Qing immediately cursed, since you have so much energy, keep your crap for yourselves and enjoy it. Swish, swish, more packs of excrement were hurled down. Though they didn't hit them, falling from the sky, the bags burst upon impact with the ground or the zombies, splattering the waste around. With the already putrid smell of decaying zombies compounded by the foul odor of feces, everyone felt nauseated. Damn bastards, dirty trash, damn fools. Curses rained from above without stopping as one pack after another of excrement was thrown down. These people will never stop. If we don't leave soon, we'll suffer. Lingling, quick, think of a solution. Long Yang conjured several ugly metal pieces and handed them out. Though negligible in terms of damage, the psychological effect is 100%. Chen Lin hummed in agreement. I'm thinking. She held one of Long Yang's metallic pieces above her head. Waving her hand, she released a spatial blade, severing part of a zombie's head. I get it, you want to throw the zombie heads at them. Sun Qing bent over and grabbed the hair of a severed head, lifting it up. Don't throw it, this contains a level 3 brain core. Do you want to give them brain cores? Chen Lin stopped Sun Qing promptly. What should we do? We can't let them get away with this. Just as Sun Qing finished speaking, another package descended. Meng Mion, with lightning-fast reflexes, pulled Sun Qing and Hu Xing back. The package exploded on the ground into a flower of shit, splashing all over the clothing and pants of the three. Sun Qing nearly threw up. Lingling, hurry up. Chen Lin lifted the body of a headless zombie and threw it towards the window from where the excrement came. It's rude not to return favors. Go take that. Crash. The entire window shattered, and the few people originally standing near it were struck by the zombie corpse. Fuck. Damn it. The cursing intensified but no one dared approach the window anymore. Lingling, do it again. Sun Qing clapped her hands. Let them enjoy slowly. I was thinking the same thing, Chen Lin said calmly. She planned to give them something different. In the group of zombies, she spotted a slightly stronger one compared to the others, a level 4 mutated enhanced zombie. Even a level 4 psychic would find dealing with it somewhat challenging. This is the one. For level 5 psychic Chen Lin, catching a level 4 mutated enhanced zombie was effortless. She kicked the zombie down, grabbed its leg, and swung it into that window. No need to thank me, sister you. Enjoy your blessing. In her past life, she might have really helped those people. But after experiencing one apocalypse, she had already realized that some people would take her kindness for granted and keep exploiting her. This kind of manipulation was even more terrifying than moral coercion. Long Yang smiled as he looked at Chen Lin. What's special about the zombie you deliberately chose just now? It's probably level 4. Chen Lin continued killing zombies while glancing at the window. No one threw anything out anymore, and there was no sound from there. Originally, those who intended to throw things at Chen Lin and her group were now subdued after seeing her action. Level 4. Meng Mion sucked in a breath. They're dead for sure. They won't die if they run fast enough. Chen Lin was indifferent to their fate. We can finally focus on killing zombies quietly. If that level 4 zombie needed to be dealt with by Yunqi team, even the other 4 members would find it difficult without her intervention, let alone those upstairs who refused to fight zombies and wouldn't improve. Sun Qing pointed at the shit stains on her clothes. Lingling, I want to take a shower. What if I give you some water now? Chen Lin teased. You can wash from head to toe. No way, that's not giving me a bath, it's making me look like a drowned rat. I'm not falling for it. Sun Qing waved her hands hastily. Let's kill more zombies first. I can endure it for a while. Zombies are so disgusting, and I can still bear them. What's a little crap? But tossing that zombie was so satisfying. Chen Lin patted the 2 soldiers beside her. They aim better, but unfortunately, they don't want to. Guess bad guys have to be me. Ling Jiang sighed helplessly. I thought you'd only toss zombie heads, but who would have guessed you'd go for the whole body? Long Yang declared brazenly. It makes no difference whether my wife throws or I do. Thick-skinned, Chen Lin shot Long Yang a big rolling eye. If you dare to say any mushier words, I won't need dinner tonight. Chapter 123, Sharing a Room. Long Yang of course wouldn't get any more mushy, because there was no time. After the interlude, more and more zombies were gathering around. The 6 people were killing zombies while extracting brain cores, and by the time they reached the hotel lobby, all 6 were dog-tired. There were no zombies in the hotel lobby, so as soon as they entered, they collapsed onto the ground. Meng Mion closed the main door, wiping sweat as he said, let's head straight to the rooftop and rest there. All rooms up there are luxurious suites. Sun Qing was almost panting like a dog. I'm exhausted. Let me lie down for a bit. Hu Xing, through dragging and persuading, managed to get Sun Qing up, Each one of us gets a luxurious room where you can have a good wash. A bath together. Sun Qing's eyes sparkled. Who needs separate rooms? I'll share with you. Lin Lin can share with her significant other. Brother Meng can bunk with Brother Dao. Long Yang smiled at Chen Lin. I approve. Approve my ass. Chen Lin's face heated up, glaring at Long Yang. Does Meng Mion agree? He can speak up if he has objections. We're not practicing captain authoritarianism here. I accept the arrangement. Besides, I'd also like to get familiar with my teammates. Meng Mion wasn't bothered. He opened the elevator, and the 6 people stepped inside in sequence. The top floor of the unfinished hotel only had 5 rooms, each a suite with a small garden. Sun Qing grabbed Hu Xing, who looked nervous, pointing at room number 1. We'll go in this one. Hu Xing awkwardly said, Lady, where is your modesty? My modesty's been eaten by dogs. Sun Qing firmly held onto Hu Xing, warning him, if you dare run again, I'll chase after Brother Dao and immediately dump you. Hey. Ling Jiang raised his hand, don't involve me in your couple stuff. I'll share a room with Brother Meng. Everyone back to their respective rooms to rest. We'll eat dinner at 8 o'clock in my room. Chen Lin finished speaking and took out a few sets of clothes. Each person pick a set. Dirty clothes can be discarded. Long Yang roughly inspected the clothing Chen Lin handed over. All sizes fit well. Meng Mion, you and Brother Dao have similar builds. He threw 2 sets to Meng Mion. You choose the rooms. We'll take room number 2. All the suites had the same layout. Meng Mion selected it without objection from Ling Jiang. That leaves us with room 3. Long Yang tossed another 2 sets of clothes to Hu Xing. Kang Cheng hasn't lost power or water yet. Remember, 8 o'clock. Just as Hu Xing gripped the clothes Long Yang handed him, he was pulled into the room by Sun Qing, who only managed to shout out, help, before the door slammed shut. Chen Lin pushed open the door to room number 3, and Long Yang followed behind her. Shall we take a bath together? In your dreams. Chen Lin closed the door. We have important matters to attend to. Do we? Long Yang grinned, pulling Chen Lin into his arms. I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to what? Chen Lin forcefully broke free from Long Yang, retrieving a zombie from her pocket space. I mean this. If they could extract the brain core of this 8th level zombie, their squad would definitely gain an ultimate expert. How disappointing. Long Yang noted that the zombie was tied up, leaning down to give Chen Lin a fierce kiss on the head. You've already tied it up, not killed it or collected it for later. Chen Lin rolled her eyes. This zombie belongs to Su Junyun. It's level 8. I certainly don't have the skills to bind it. Level 8. Long Yang's playful demeanor vanished as he conjured up a short spear, stabbing it towards the zombie bound to a large rock. The zombie remained unscathed. My attacks are ineffective. Long Yang was only level 3. Chen Lin released a level 5 spatial blade, which left not even a trace on the zombie's body. I've craved its brain core for quite a while now. Looks like I'll just have to keep craving. Seeing Chen Lin's futile attempts, Long Yang suggested, put it back in the spatial storage for now, find a way later to get its brain core. For now, that's the only solution. Chen Lin returned the zombie to her spatial pocket. Really wish I could have its brain core. Level 5 zombies haven't appeared yet. How does Su Junyun have a level 8 zombie? Long Yang took hold of Chen Lin's hand. There's still much I don't know, Madam Wife. Should you enlighten me? Chen Lin looked up at him. Is the answer important? Long Yang hugged her tightly. Not really, but sometimes curiosity gets the better of me. Burying his face in Chen Lin's already longer hair. Wife, you smell terrible. Annoying, Chen Lin pushed Long Yang away and took out 2 sets of clothes. I'll take a shower first, then it's your turn. With that, she tossed the clean clothes to Long Yang and spun around, slipping into the bathroom. This was an outright invitation. Long Yang chuckled, shaking his head. Let's shower together. He reached out to open the door but realized Chen Lin had locked it from the inside. Wife, you're so heartless. Hearing the sound of the door being pulled, Chen Lin suppressed her laughter as she filled the bathtub with water. Don't rush, I'll be quick. Was he anxious about who would shower first? Long Yang knew Chen Lin was intentionally misinterpreting his intentions. Sighing, he muttered, what a bad girl. As Chen Lin filled the tub with water, she wrestled with herself. Across both lifetimes, if she added up all the years she'd lived, she was quite old already. Should she maintain a pretense of modesty? She decided not to bother with it and opened the door. After much inner struggle, she chose to stay coy after all. The sound of running water came from the bathroom as Long Yang sat outside, gazing at the blurry silhouette imprinted on the glass. You're my fiancé, do you know that? La la la. What did you say? I can't hear you. Chen Lin lay in the bathtub, her mood absolutely splendid. Watching Long Yang's helplessness, the frustration she felt over not obtaining the level 8 brain core dissipated significantly. Long Yang knew Chen Lin had clearly heard him. He deliberately said fiercely, back on the hillside, I missed my chance, I regret it now, and I want to make up for it. That guy. Lying in the bathtub, Chen Lin gritted her teeth indignantly. There would be no making up for it. At most, she might add a boiled egg for him later. Chen Lin pretended not to hear Long Yang muttering and climbed out of the bathtub, changing into a fresh set of clothes. She prepared some change for Long Yang and opened the bathroom door. I'm done. It's your turn. Long Yang grabbed Chen Lin and acted stubborn. Let's shower together. I want to take a bath with you too. Stop fooling around. Chen Lin swatted his hand away and shoved him toward the bathroom. Aren't you tired after killing zombies all day? I am exhausted. Lining, Long Yang held onto the door. Tonight, we'll share one room. Afraid that Chen Lin would object, he quickly added, we should talk. This was an opportunity for them to spend some rare alone time together, and he didn't want to miss it. What could Chen Lin say? Even someone as proud as Long Yang was willing to humble himself, she simply couldn't refuse. Of course, I also want to discuss our future plans with you. Long Yang genuinely chuckled bitterly. You have no sense of romance at all. At least we can sit in the little garden, enjoy the moonlight, and exchange sweet word. Chen Lin's mouth twitched. This hotel wasn't even fully constructed yet, and the small rooftop garden basically only had dirt. Chapter 124, Level 5 Zombie My Xiexie. Chen Lin pushed Long Yang into the bathroom. Alright, go take a shower. Everyone will gather in the room soon. Do you want them to see you coming out of the bath? If you don't mind, I don't mind either, Long Yang teased. I do mind. Chen Lin rolled her eyes at Long Yang and shut the door for him. You know, I can be generous, but there's a limit to it. I'm only generous with my own people. Some things, I'm very stingy about. Don't you know what kind of character you have? Fine. In the bathroom, Long Yang was grinning from ear to ear after being scolded by Chen Lin. Alright, the wife is always right. In front of strangers, I'll wear a mask like Brother Dao. Don't be a wise guy, hurry up and wash, Chen Lin said in an intentionally fierce tone. Li Guozhu stumbled forward, running ahead, followed by several naked zombies. Holy crap, you've been chasing me for days. He ran down a road that had almost no zombies on it, heading toward the tallest building he could see, which turned out to be the hotel where the Yunqi team was staying. Chen Lin hadn't expected to encounter Li Guozhu under such circumstances again. Li Guozhu shouted as he ran to the ground floor, smashing the glass doors and dashing inside. The few naked zombies clung closely behind him. The group eating together in Chen Lin's room heard the commotion from the corridor and stepped out to check. It was actually Li Guozhu. The six of them didn't move. Meng Mian didn't recognize Li Guozhu, but seeing the peculiar expressions on the others' faces, no one made a move to save him. When Li Guozhu saw someone, he thought he'd found salvation, then paused upon realizing these were all familiar faces. Save me, quick. My Xiexie, that crazy woman, has become a level 5 zombie. Though Chen Lin wasn't afraid of a level 5 zombie, the news that my Xiexie had reached this level still shocked her. Now she could see the few naked zombies trailing after Li Guozhu, still shackled by iron chains. Besides my Xiexie, who was now a level 5 zombie, the other female zombies were not far behind in rank. Now that my Xiexie had become a zombie, Chen Lin felt she could finally relax regarding this woman. Seizing the opportunity, Li Guozhu darted behind the group. Save me, the brain cores are yours, I don't need them. Then he slipped aside. Zombies grow stronger by devouring others or humans, especially those with abilities. You're the one who turned them into zombies, Chen Lin quickly concluded, and you deliberately led them here. The rain frog tucked in her pocket had been silent for a long time, but when Li Guozhu appeared, it sent a warning, a strong sense of hostility. In haste, Li Guozhu explained, No such thing, it's just that these zombies moved too fast for me to shake them off. Each person knew Li Guozhu was lying, yet members of the Yunqi team had no time to dwell on it since the zombies were already approaching. Beware, they're powerful. Li Guozhu feigned fright and refrained from helping to fight the zombies. As the group fought against the chained-up zombies, their restricted movements allowed two slightly weaker ones to be eliminated first. Though Li Guozhu tried hard to conceal his scheming gaze, thinking no one would understand his plan. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Lin had been wary ever since his arrival. She feared that if Li Guozhu attempted something treacherous like seizing the brain cores, it might even mean he intended to feed them to the zombies. It couldn't be denied. Chen Lin hit the mark. Li Guozhu did intend precisely this. 2 more zombies were killed, leaving 3 remaining. Li Guozhu began muttering. How had these people grown so powerful? He wanted to act, but both Long Yang and Ling Jiang kept glancing sideways at him. Therefore, he dared not make a move. My Xiexie, though turned into a zombie, remained as beautiful as ever. However, her beauty now represented nothing more than a desirable brain core in the eyes of Chen Lin and the others. While everyone was on high alert, none paid attention to Li Guozhu. When only my Xiexie the zombie remained, Sun Qing freed his hands and spoke impatiently to Li Guozhu. You've already been saved. You can leave now. Li Guozhu, unwilling to walk away, pointed at my Xiexie. This woman consumed all my brain cores. I must reclaim them. His shameless behavior earned him a sarcastic remark from Sun Qing. Who was it that said he didn't want the brain cores earlier? Who was chased by zombies like a dog and screamed for help? Now that we're about to kill the zombies, you're just trying to take advantage of us. Never. These zombies originally belonged to me. I only asked you to save me. I never asked you to kill them. You need to compensate me for my loss. Li Guozhu's words became even more shameless. Meng Mian gripped an ice spike and yelled, Get lost. How could Li Guozhu fear him? He was sure these people wouldn't do anything serious to him. These zombies belong to me. Why should I leave? Give me back my zombies. He spoke so confidently, not showing the slightest hint of embarrassment upon being exposed. It seemed as if Chen Lin and her group were truly at fault. The 6 members of the Yunqi team involuntarily turned sour expressions. While others were contemplating how to drive away Li Guozhu, Chen Lin thought about how she could possibly kill him. My Xiexie was dead, their squad had one less troublemaker, but Li Guozhu and Shan Qing, who might still show up at any time, were still issues she needed to deal with. Even though my Xiexie had become a level 5 zombie dragging along 6 other chained zombies, her movements were greatly delayed. When she attacked, she resembled a clumsy bear. The elevator emitted the sound of operation. Someone was coming upstairs. Without hesitation, Chen Lin immediately gathered my Xiexie and the remaining 6 zombies into her dimensional space. Meng Mian, Brother Dao, come back. The 6 of them formed a defensive circle, alert to both Li Guozhu and whoever might step out of the elevator. Ding! The elevator opened. It was the hero squad, led by Shan Qing, claiming they were going to Gan City. Shan Qing laughed slyly. Guozhu, I'm not too late, am I? Our zombies have been stolen by them. Li Guozhu pointed at Chen Lin. She put them in her dimensional space. Sure enough, she encountered Shan Qing again. Her premonition wasn't wrong. Her former teammates in the previous life met her again in this lifetime, but now, they had transformed from partners into opponent. Li Guozhu somehow joined the hero squad under Shan Qing, bringing its number up to 7. Shan Qing pretended to notice Chen Lin just then. Oh, it's you guys. Looks like there's been a misunderstanding. Give our zombies back, and we'll pretend nothing happened. Do the zombies we killed become yours simply because you say so? Sun Qing was even stingier than Chen Lin. There are zombies everywhere on the street, why don't you try claiming all of them? Call them, will they listen to you? A trace of gloom appeared on Shan Qing's usually smiling face. We have 7 people, and you have only 6. If we fight, no one will come out unscathed. I advise you to see reason. Long Yang remained calm. Captain, we can't keep this stalemate going on forever. The moon will set before long. Meaning, don't waste time. What was the point of beating around the bush? Shouting fight when it came down to it wouldn't harm anyone. Chen Lin quickly glared at Long Yang and instantly replied, then let's see whether you die or we do. Before her words had fully left her lips, she swiftly released 2 spatial blades, one aimed at Shan Qing's hand and the other toward Li Guozhu. Chapter 125, The Hero Squad is annihilated again. Chen Lin made her move, and the other 5 didn't fall behind. However, the captain didn't aim for the vital spots of those 7 people. Their attacks also avoided fatal areas. The 6 members of the Yunqi squad attacked together. The hero squad was thrown into chaos. Chen Lin's attack was almost invisible. She was dead set on killing Shan Qing and Li Guozhu. Shan Qing's arm was severed by Chen Lin's spatial blade, and Li Guozhu let out a shout as he fell to the ground, his leg chopped off. What kind of ability is this? Ah, my leg. The members of the hero squad had no idea what happened when Shan Qing's arm and Li Guozhu's leg were severed. Unlike Li Guozhu who screamed and yelled, Shan Qing stayed silent. Staring at his severed arm on the ground, he couldn't care less about the pain as he looked at the 6 members of the Yunqi squad in shock. He was already level 4, but some of them were stronger than him. Li Guozhu could no longer run, and he certainly didn't want to die. Without thinking twice, Shan Qing turned around and fled. The other young people saw this and their eyes showed despair. Captain. Shan Qing dared not look back. He clutched his injured arm and ran even faster. Want to run? Long Yang chased after a few steps. Come back obediently and await punishment from our captain. With one grab, he twisted Shan Qing's arm and dragged him back. Li Guozhu with his broken leg couldn't escape. The captain who tried to run got brought back. The remaining young men gave up their resistance. You can do whatever you want, kill us or beat us. Tell me, how have you been feeding zombies? Originally, Chen Lin had considered helping the fools of the hero squad, but now she realized how naive she had been. Li Guozhu had lost too much blood and passed out. Shan Qing's face was pale, and he was barely standing. What do you want to do? In Chen Lin's eyes, Shan Qing was already dead. She ignored him and just stared at the other young people. One youth said, those zombies were brought by Li Guozhu. We didn't feed them. Li Guozhu insisted on bringing the zombies along, and the captain didn't refuse. Another youth said, we just wanted to rob some brain cores. That's why we agreed to let Li Guozhu take the zombies out looking for living humans. He always finds a way to find live target. So we pretend to be a step late and rob them. Captain, don't listen to them. They're all in it together, Sun Qing spoke up. When she saw Li Guozhu, she wanted to kick him. Ma Xian was still alive just a few days ago. How did she become a level 5 zombie? She didn't like Ma Xian, but Ma Xian was at least alive. I feel like they're telling the truth. Chen Lin frowned deeply. Starting today, the hero squad will be disbanded. You 5, leave. Upon hearing that, Shan Qing immediately forced himself to stand up. You're letting them go, but what are you leaving me and Li Guozhu here for? Earlier, Shan Qing had tried to escape alone. Those 5 young people weren't courteous either. The first one to speak now turned his head and asked Chen Lin while glancing at the others, can we really leave? Of course. Chen Lin nodded slightly. Our country is big, but the world is small. You 5 better not do bad things again and encounter us. What about me? I didn't do anything wrong either. Shan Qing's shout woke up the unconscious Li Guozhu. Li Guozhu trembled and said, you robbed my brain cores, you won't have a good end. The 5 young men turned around and left without looking at Shan Qing. Shan Qing's earlier actions chilled their hearts. Lock Shan Qing and Li Guozhu in room 4. Chen Lin said to Long Yang, the rest of the matters, leave it to me. Come back. Shan Qing shouted loudly, don't leave me behind, I am your captain. But the 5 young men's steps didn't waver. Shan Qing turned around and saw the contempt on Chen Lin's face. We have no grudges between us, right? The deception from the previous life and the plotting in this life, could they really say there were no grudges? A colder look entered Chen Lin's eyes. Long Yang and Ling Jiang pushed Shan Qing and Li Guozhu into room 4. How could 2 injured people resist? They cursed aloud, spewing filthy words, clearly realizing that the handling Chen Lin mentioned wasn't going to be a pleasant end. As for Chen Lin who had said she would handle the remaining matters, she didn't move at all. A streak of colorful light shot out from her hand and darted into room 4. Come to my room. Chen Lin turned around, and the rain frog had already returned, jumping into her pocket. clear out a space in the living room. We're going to deal with the level 5 zombie. Shan Qing was dead, Li Guozhu was dead, Mai Xian had become a zombie. The former Moon Goddess Squad members Shen Haixia, Liu Yuan, Shan Qing, Ji Hongjie, Xiu Wenkai, Luo Lian, Zhong Jijun, Bai Huahui, and others. In this life, your fates will be swapped with those like Hu Xing and Sun Qing who died in the previous life. Chen Lin thought this deeply in her heart. The 6 of them worked together, and soon a space was cleared in the living room. Chen Lin took out Mai Xian and the other 6 already slain zombies. The level 5 zombie struggled fiercely, attempting to bite and scratch at the living people nearby. The iron chains on her body rattled loudly. Chen Lin released her spatial blade, severing the level 5 zombie's legs and arms, then decapitated it. Ling Jiang and Long Yang split open the heads of the other 6 zombies. Using the spatial blade, Chen Lin cleaved the head of the level 5 zombie neatly in half. A level 5 water core, a level 4 wood core, 2 level 3 earth cores, 1 level 3 fire core, 1 level 3 space core, 1 level 2 water core. Long Yang tallied up their spoils. Not bad. Chen Lin handed over the level 4 wood core to Hu Xing. Study your abilities when you have time. Only 1 space core, let Meng Mion try. Long Yang wouldn't argue with Meng Mion. Whatever decision Chen Lin made, he supported fully. Meng Mion held the space core and said curiously, I'm ice-based, this won't do me any good. Try if you can activate the space ability, Sun Qing urged impatiently. Quickly, quickly. Meng Mion looked at Chen Lin and seeing her nod, placed the core in his mouth. A moment later, he shook his head. It didn't activate anything. Oh, you're just as useless as Hu Xing, Sun Qing expressed her disappointment. So unfortunate, Meng Mion sighed regretfully. I've wasted it. Ling Jiang patted him reassuringly on the shoulder. No one blames you. There are plenty of cores left. Anyway, we'll let the zombies keep them for now. Sun Qing still looked discouraged. There's only Dashing Handsome Guy left to try. Come on, Dashing Handsome Guy, don't let us down. Long Yang smiled warmly. There's nothing we can do about that, it's all luck. Without the space ability, I'll just develop another series of powers, still great. I'm at level 4 water-based power. This level 5 water core is mine, needing to test other cores now since she had reached dual series level 5. Still, Chen Lin wasn't greedy and pulled out a handful of colorful brain cores. Anyone else want to try? Hu Xing pulled Sun Qing away. It's getting late. See you all tomorrow. Sun Qing stared at Hu Xing's back, eyes bright. Right, it's a long night ahead. Hu Xing instantly felt a chill run through him, covered in goosebumps. Chapter 126, Meteorite, Zombies, Level 9 Space. Hu Xing and Sun Qing, these 2 clowns, ran off, but Chen Lin didn't bother with them. They would have other chances to experiment later. I'll try. Meng Mion said right after. Chen Lin returned Meng Mion's previous backpack. I've taken what I need. Your collection of cores seems quite complete. You can try all of them and see if you can activate additional abilities. If not, these lower tier cores could replenish your powers after exhaustion. As he lifted the bag, Meng Mion realized Chen Lin hadn't taken much from it. Captain, you took some, I know that. Let me carry all this, I might even hide it myself. These are heavy, and I fear being robbed. Alright, I'll store most of them for now. Just ask me directly when you need more. Chen Lin reached into Meng Mion's backpack, taking away most of the cores and replacing them with many compressed biscuits. These are food reserves. When outsiders are present, we should avoid showing our space storage. Seeing that Chen Lin had arranged everything properly, Ling Jiang said, I'm not trying anymore. Meng Mion and I will return to rest. You all should also get some sleep. My brain core hasn't been tested yet, Meng Mion mentioned. Is it dangerous to take randomly? I think it would be safer to consume them in front of the captain. There won't be any danger. Ling Jiang hooked Meng Mion's shoulders, leading him out of the room. Let's not stay around being an annoyance. I promise you'll be safe. Once again, the room was left with only Chen Lin and Long Yang. Long Yang spoke. You take the bedroom, I'll sleep on the couch. Chen Lin said, I'm not going to sleep. I still have some things to look at. When she had seen the level 8 zombie earlier, she noticed the meteorite behind it and recalled that there were a few meteorites in her spatial storage. I'll stay up with you, Long Yang offered. Anyway, I'm not very sleepy either. Chen Lin glanced at the door, and Long Yang caught her meaning. He got up and locked the door behind them. See how considerate I am. A single glance from you, and I get it. Everyone knows how precious the long night is, but here you are. Chen Lin shot Long Yang an icy glare. I need to think further ahead. How can we advance, father? In the previous life, she was alone, unencumbered by others and surrounded by self-centered hypocrites, manipulatives, and outright villains. Although they all made it through to the end together, Chen Lin had no joy whatsoever. Long Yang stopped arguing back and silently stood next to Chen Lin. We'll figure this out together. Good. Chen Lin nodded and immediately took out the level 8 zombie. How can we handle a zombie like this now? Why did you bring it out? Long Yang was puzzled. They'd already examined it recently. Given their maximum ability levels of 5, they certainly couldn't kill a zombie of such power. The female zombie's gaping mouth emitted a clicking sound as its blood-red eyes fixed on both Chen Lin and Long Yang. I didn't take it out to watch the zombie, but rather this. Chen Lin pointed to the meteorite attached to the zombie. I don't understand why Su Junyuan bound the zombie to the meteorite. Long Yang circled around the zombie and the meteorite. This meteorite looks quite similar to the one behind our camp area. It's not the same one. Chen Lin was sure about that. If it had been the same one, when she brought it into her space, it should have been absorbed instead. Unfortunately, it wasn't. You've mentioned before that this apocalypse was man-made? Long Yang shifted his gaze to the female zombie. Do you think the zombie virus originated from this level 8 zombie? The meteorite turned her into a zombie, then those people you spoke of spread the zombie virus. Long Yang's analysis was spot on, making Chen Lin want to commend him. The fall of the meteorite triggered the apocalypse, which was indisputable fact, close to the truth indeed. Chen Lin placed her hand on the meteorite. This meteorite held no energy within it, she felt nothing, and it was impossible that Su Junyuan would waste a meteorite merely to bind a zombie. He had said before that they needed to wait a month before leaving the capital, but what exactly were they waiting for? Within the headquarters of the Celestial Institute, the most valuable items were the meteorites and this level 8 zombie. Chen Lin walked around the zombie twice, finding nothing suspicious. What are you looking for? Long Yang asked her. You've gone around several times. I'm wondering why Su Junyuan specifically tied this zombie to this meteorite. Chen Lin found nothing peculiar on the meteorite itself, so she focused her attention on the zombie instead. Could this zombie be special? As she observed more closely, Chen Lin was both startled and delighted. In the months since the level 8 zombie had entered her space, its level was slowly increasing. It had become a level 9 zombie. It seemed the meteorite could accelerate the mutation of zombies, even enhancing their levels. She could also start cultivating zombies in her space. No longer did they need to eat humans or brain cores. This is a level 9 zombie, and I'm even more interested in its brain core now. Level 8 is beyond our current abilities to handle, let alone level 9. Long Yang supported Chen Lin's shoulder. Put it away. The rain frog hopped nimbly onto the head of the female zombie, croaking several times as if trying to catch Chen Lin's attention. Little thing, do you want to eat it? Chen Lin extended her hand toward the rain frog. It belongs to me. The rain frog evaded Chen Lin's reach and spat out a glob of saliva, then squeezed its body again and spat out another mouthful. The level 9 zombie's head began dissolving under the frog's saliva, eventually dropping a white brain core. A level 9 spatial brain core. Chen Lin couldn't contain her excitement, turning it over and over in her hands, elated. You have such a clever little pet. Long Yang saw Chen Lin's happiness and smiled involuntarily. Even I feel like getting a pet now. The rain frog proudly leaped atop Chen Lin's head, croaking happily. Here's your reward. Chen Lin placed a level 3 brain core on her palm. In one go, you've solved my biggest problem. You know, I've been eyeing its brain core for a long time. The rain frog swallowed the brain core and kept croaking, resonating with Chen Lin's joy, its own croaks carrying a note of happiness. If you eat it, will your space become level 9? Long Yang asked. Can it hold more things? That's for sure. Chen Lin said. Her current level 5 space was already large. If it upgraded to level 9, she wouldn't know how to describe it. The matter of the level 9 space, only you and I should know about it, not intentionally hiding or deceiving them. They knowing less benefits both them and us. Long Yang chuckled as he patted Chen Lin's head. I'm not stupid. Chen Lin supported the level 9 brain core and teased. Then I won't be polite anymore. Little fool. Long Yang patted her head again. Go ahead and eat. I'll handle this zombie. The zombie had been half dissolved by the rain frog's saliva and slid off the meteorite. Long Yang grabbed its foot and threw it out of the window. Chen Lin stared at the level 9 brain core but didn't rush to swallow it. In her previous life, the largest space she'd seen was Shanqing's level 7 space. Rumor had it that a level 7 space was several times bigger than a level 5 space, so what about level 9? Swallowing the level 9 brain core, Chen Lin's eyes widened more and more. The size of the level 9 space left her speechless. Chapter 127, Her butterfly has changed too much. Originally, her level 5 space was full of items, but now they only occupied a tiny corner in the level 9 space. How much can this actually hold? Chen Lin had already begun to calculate the supplies she could collect along the way. The apocalypse has already begun, things probably can't get any worse. Should we just forget about that meteorite? Long Yang interrupted Chen Lin's reverie. We can't let it go. If the Celestial Research Institute gets a hold of it, who knows what evil deeds they'll do with it. Chen Lin put away the meteorite and took out another one, collected by herself. There were still a few more in her space. These meteorites wouldn't be absorbed by the space, and she didn't know their effects on the post-apocalyptic world yet. Long Yang looked as Chen Lin pulled out one meteorite after another. Are these all meteorites? All from the Celestial Research Institute. Unfortunately, there's no information in their data about them, said Chen Lin uncertainly. They're stuff from the Celestial Research Institute anyway, mostly not good things. I'd rather store them in my space and waste my own space than return them. You seem to really hate the Celestial Research Institute. Long Yang thought that Chen Lin's attitude toward the Celestial Research Institute was a bit too aggressive. You definitely didn't pay enough attention to that female zombie earlier, Chen Lin replied. There were no wounds on her body, yet she mutated. Don't tell me you can't figure out why. When Ji and I were looking for you at Sucheng University, we saw with our own eyes how the basement research lab under the university was filled with missing students all turned into zombies. They've all been artificially turned into zombies. This wasn't the first time Long Yang had heard this story. He hugged Chen Lin tightly. I don't doubt your word. Back then, I always thought, as a soldier, I should do more. But over time, I realized that just surviving, just keeping going, is already so hard. At first, I couldn't understand when I saw you killing people. Now, whatever decision you make, I'll support unconditionally. He already understood why Chen Lin had asked those people earlier how they fed the zombies. My 1111, under the control of Li Guozhu, wouldn't transform into a zombie by herself or suddenly evolve into a level 5 zombie. Out of the 7 people, Chen Lin only killed Shan Qing and Li Guozhu, which showed she wasn't killing indiscriminately. From this point forward, Long Yang would no longer question Chen Lin's decisions. Yang, do you know? This is just the beginning. It will get even harder in the future. Chen Lin buried her face in Long Yang's chest, her voice muffled. In the absence of food, humanity itself will erode. The mutation of animals and plants, and the upgrading of zombies, will further complicate survival for survivors. Chen Lin didn't know at this moment that the places she'd passed through had already started seeing animal and plant mutations. This butterfly who had returned from rebirth had already profoundly changed many things. Long Yang didn't know why Chen Lin was so sure, but he remained optimistic. As long as we're together, everything will be fine. Chen Lin also knew that Long Yang was comforting her. Only she knew that the future would indeed become harder. Zombies eating humans, plants eating humans, humans eating humans, animals eating humans. Humans had become the lowest link in the food chain. The two spent the night talking in the bedroom and embraced each other until sleep came. In the morning, Meng Mion sighed dejectedly. I ate a lot of brain nuclei, none of them work. Awakening powers depends on luck, said Chen Lin. Having one power isn't bad, it's better than having none. My plan today is to kill zombies along the way and check the cold storage in Kangcheng to see if there are any resources. I remember Kangcheng has a large logistics warehouse. At the mention of supplies, everyone became excited. But as soon as they thought of space, Sun Qing immediately grew deflated. No room left in my space. I'm a level 5 space holder, equivalent to several level 4 spaces, said Chen Lin. One level 5 space was worth at least 10 level 4 spaces, plus her space was significantly larger than the average at its level. I can still store some items. If necessary, I can give up some instant noodles and bottled water. Sun Qing cheered right away. What are we waiting for? Leave the instant noodles and water to others. Those without water abilities will need it. To everyone's surprise, Meng Mion turned out to have great culinary skills. Sun Qing took frozen meat, vegetables, and fruits out of her space. Meng Mion made green pepper stir-fried meat, sautéed mushrooms, vinegar-cooked cabbage, an oyster mushroom soup, and finally a fruit salad. There was yogurt and salad dressing in Chen Lin's space. The members of Yunqi squad lay sprawled on the couch in Chen Lin's room, holding their bellies. They cried out one by one without any dignity. Meng Ji, you little troublemaker. Getting stuffed is a kind of happiness too. Finally, we don't have to eat instant noodles every day. Even Chen Lin, who had never cared much for culinary delights, ate an unusually large amount. Today, there's an extra task. We'll need to go to the supermarket to collect some cooking utensils. I only have chopsticks and bowls. Our leader has already given permission, Meng Mion suggested. Besides myself, you know, Meng Mion is also a chef. Agreed. Sun Qing patted her belly, looking pathetic. I need digestive medicine. Zombies are your digestive medicine. Chen Lin rejected Sun Qing's suggestion. Her water-based ability had already reached level 5 with curative abilities. Come on, let's go digest. Long Yang instinctively took Chen Lin's hand as they left. Sun Qing tried to grab Hu Xing's hand, but he dodged. Stop fooling around. We're about to fight zombies. This made Sun Qing glare at him. There are no zombies right now. Sun Qing tried grabbing several times but failed. With a huff, she hooked Ling Jiang's arm instead. Gij Dao, let's go digest together. Ling Jiang sighed helplessly. Hu Xing, don't be jealous, I'm innocent here. Hu Xing quickly pulled Sun Qing back, hesitantly stretching out a hand toward her. We agreed. Let go when we fight zombies. I'm not stupid, but I'm not dumb either. Sun Qing happily grabbed Hu Xing's hand and flashed a V sign at Chen Lin. Chen Lin covered her face. She simply didn't know how to respond to Sun Qing anymore. Being this excited over holding hands. They'd been college sweethearts who must have held hands countless times before. When they stepped out of the hotel and spotted zombies, Sun Qing immediately let go of Hu Xing's hand and moved closer to Chen Lin. Captain, have you and your man done the deed yet? Chen Lin slapped Sun Qing's head. What did you say? Always thinking about such things, go do it with your Hu Xing. Sun Qing clutched her head, muttering softly, but we haven't yet. After hearing Sun Qing's words, Chen Lin knew this would be the result, but she could do nothing about it. How can something like this be helped? Sun Qing's voice wasn't low, and Hu Xing heard it while killing zombies. He looked flustered and could only pretend not to hear. Chapter 128, Where Chen Lin Goes, Instant Noodles Are Left Behind. With Meng Mion, a local, leading the way, they quickly found the cold storage. Kangcheng's cold storage was large, divided into 4 sections: beef, lamb, and pork, poultry, seafood, frozen food. When Yunqi squad arrived, outside the doors of the beef, lamb, and pork warehouse, meat products were scattered everywhere, abandoned. The stench was only slightly better than that of zombies. It seems we're too late. Long Yang and Ling Jiang worked together to open the door, and it became clear that a lot of the meat inside had already been taken away. We're not too late. If we take just a little bit from each city, in total, it'll be a mountain, Sun Qing said. Her 3rd level space and Ling Jiang's 4th level space contained enough meat and vegetables to feed a huge group of people for years. Not to mention Chen Lin's 9th level space. Captain, sister, Sun Qing dragged out her tone. Hurry up. Hurry. Seeing Chen Lin moving slowly, she anxiously pulled her. Sister, the meat. Don't rush. Even if Kangcheng is gone, there's still the next city. Chen Lin was calm, knowing clearly what they would encounter on their journey because she had lived through it all in her previous life. There will be no shortage of food for you. Hurry up and take out some instant noodles, Sun Qing urged. Before collecting things, Chen Lin always took out a part of her supply of instant noodles and bottled water to make room. Seeing Chen Lin pulling out tons of different flavored instant noodles and bottle-packed water, Long Yang couldn't help but ask, "Lining, how many instant noodles have you brought?" "More than you can imagine. I was worried about running out," Chen Lin said, having purchased a great deal of supplies, including plenty of instant noodles, sausages, bottled water. Before the apocalypse, she had assets worth several 100 million yuan, in short, a lot. Watching as Chen Lin cleared away more than half of the remaining frozen meat, Sun Qing pushed her, poultry meat, seafood, seafood, frozen food, frozen food. If it was so much as to be unimaginable, everyone visualized Chen Lin's space filled with nothing but instant noodles, while the poultry meat, seafood, and frozen food were largely untouched, filling entire warehouses. Chen Lin cleared away more than half of each warehouse, also leaving behind a heap of instant noodles and water. "Captain, shall we go check the seed bank and grain warehouse?" Meng Mion suggested. "Such places are usually untouched, and perhaps we could gather a lot of grain." "Yes," Chen Lin decided immediately. Seeds don't last forever even if they aren't stored in a space. It's unclear how long the apocalypse might last. Without seeds, food would become humanity's biggest challenge in the future. In the seed bank, Chen Lin collected quite a number of various kinds of seeds, leaving a small amount of instant noodles and bottled water. Grain stores were essential: rice, flour, oil. Chen Lin gathered a lot, leaving behind a pile of instant noodles and an abundance of bottled water. "Captain, before meeting us, did you collect mainly instant noodles?" Watching as Chen Lin continued pulling out stack after stack of instant noodles, Sun Qing felt like going crazy. "Pretty much." Chen Lin gave a vague answer. Naturally, she collected whatever food she could get her hands on, but she tended to take out the instant noodles since nobody around her knew how to cook, which made instant noodles convenient and saved time. Sun Qing put her hands together. "Thank goodness there's something else besides instant noodles in this world, or if I had to eat instant noodles every day, I'd probably transform into an instant noodle alien." "Being able to eat anything at all is a luxury," said Chen Lin, who had experienced one end of the world scenario and deeply understood the value of food. "You'll eventually miss the instant noodles I abandoned for you guys." However, the Yunqi squad wouldn't face concerns over food shortages. Even ignoring their numerous trips to collect from cold storages, the stockpile of instant noodles in Chen Lin's space was enough for everyone to eat for a very long time. "Don't talk about food yet. Captain, tell us the next task. Quick, quick," Sun Qing said. "For bread, toast, and ice cream, I'm willing to sacrifice stars and become a human power generator." Hu Xing was once again thoroughly betrayed by his girlfriend. Meng Mion added, "Puff pastries, cakes, cookies, there's nothing I can't make." Upon hearing that, Sun Qing's eyes lit up, exclaiming loudly, "Wow, I want to marry." Hu Xing hurriedly covered Sun Qing's mouth. "You're drawing zombies towards us. You're scared I'll marry Brother Meng." Sun Qing slapped Hu Xing's hand away. Narrow-minded man, there were barely any zombies along this road. Whether they had been lured away or cleared, they didn't know. Chen Lin quickened her steps to leave Sun Qing behind, lest she be caught and teased. Apart from tents, what other accommodation tools are there for outdoor use? Something like a yurt. Caves. Long Yang finished his sentence. Chen Lin gave him a withering look. "Can caves be moved? Try moving one for me." "RVs," Long Yang suggested. "We can drive RVs in the future." "RVs aren't practical. It's fine for 1 or 2 people, but it becomes inconvenient with more," Chen Lin said. "I'm thinking about something that can be stored in a space and taken out conveniently." Meng Mion thought for a moment. "There indeed is such a thing, but I don't know if it can fit into a space." Upon hearing this, Chen Lin became interested. "How would you know without trying? Tell me, what is it?" "Steel factories must have movable steel houses." Meng Mion pointed in a direction. "In the direction we're heading, there are several large steel factories." "I see." Chen Lin was familiar with steel houses, but they were optional compared to the warehouses they were going to visit. "If we cannot collect steel houses, we can live in containers." Tents were too thin to deal with the upcoming winter, and the apocalypse winter was much colder than normal. Many survivors dodged zombies but failed to survive the cold winter. 2 teammates of the Yushan team froze to death back then. At that time, to take care of Shan Qing and Li Guozhu, all their warm clothes were given to those ungrateful people, leading to their frozen deaths. Now, Shan Qing and Li Guozhu were already dead, so they should not repeat their fates from the previous life. Chen Lin had no certainty about encountering them, as too many things had changed since she was reborn. The logistics warehouse was located in a remote suburban area, where few people came even before the apocalypse, so naturally, there weren't many zombies here after the world ended. The surroundings were empty, just warehouses everywhere. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 zombies, only at level 1 or 2, which couldn't pose any threat to Yunqi squad. "So many warehouses, all locked, we need to pry them open one by one." Ling Jiang roughly looked around. "Pry slowly. If necessary, we'll stay here for the night." Chen Lin clearly knew which warehouse they were looking for, but it would seem too unbelievable if she revealed it since she was supposed to be visiting Kangcheng for the first time. The men were assigned the task of prying locks, while Sun Qing held a steel rod, keeping an eye on the surroundings with Chen Lin. "There aren't many zombies. I wonder what I'm supposed to watch out for." "In the apocalypse, humans are scarier than zombies," Chen Lin succinctly stated. As someone who experienced it firsthand, she deeply understood this. But the others didn't have the same experiences, thus unable to appreciate her remark. Chapter 129, Jingju Base. While the Yunqi team was searching for supplies at the Kangcheng logistics warehouse, thousands of miles away, the patrol city, Jingju Base, was under intense construction. People who had rushed to join the base after hearing news were actively involved in the construction efforts. Su Junyuan stood with a group on the city wall. I wonder where Ju Qi is now. If she comes back, I will have another great general by my side. Jiao Rui, upon hearing this, knew that Ju Qi was a girl's name. Her tone turned somewhat sour. Is she your close female friend? Don't talk nonsense, Su Junyuan gently consoled Jiao Rui. Don't you know who's around me? Whether it's at school or now, apart from you, have I paid attention to anyone else? Unless you consider someone like Chen Lin. Upon recalling Chen Lin, Jiao Rui felt an oppressive surge of anger in her chest. You treat your disciple differently. Su Junyuan would not tell Jiao Rui about Chen Lin's abilities. Nor would he inform her that his friendship with Chen Lin meant controlling Long Yang. That idiot Jiao Bingyang couldn't even approach Long Yang after all these years, so he could only rely on maintaining his relationship with Chen Lin. Chen Lin was generous and accommodating. As long as he made her feel like a good elder brother, she'd listen obediently. A disciple is akin to my younger sister. Haven't I been just as lenient and tolerant with Jiao Bingyang? You don't think Long Yang has found Chen Lin, do you? Jiao Rui hugged Su Junyuan's arm tightly, her eyes gleaming slightly. She wanted to snatch Long Yang away and make Chen Lin cry with nowhere to turn. Why should that ugly person get everything best? She goes to the best school, gets taught by the best teachers, has you as a senior brother, and also has an excellent man like Long Yang. He probably hasn't, Su Junyuan said. Although Chen Lin said she would visit the high-tech zone of Yunqi City, during the time the apocalypse started, she should be at the construction site of her beach resort. It depends whether they click or not. Jiao Rui thought maliciously. I hope that ugly person doesn't have any special powers and dies at the hands of zombies. Long Yang and I have chemistry. What does that ugly person Chen Lin matter? Jiao Bingyang climbed up the city wall and unhappily added after hearing Jiao Rui's words. Su Junyuan's brow furrowed with impatience. If Long Yang and Chen Lin come back and you still say things like this, I won't be gentle with you. You are my cousin. Jiao Bingyang screamed. Chen Lin is an outsider, don't mix things up. Su Junyuan scanned the surroundings, giving Bai Xiaoyan a glance. Bai Xiaoyan immediately turned and soon brought Su Dao over. Su Dao led Jiao Bingyang away using persuasion and coercion. A disgraceful thing, Su Junyuan glared at Jiao Bingyang who was being pulled away reluctantly. If it weren't for the fact that she is my cousin, he left the rest unsaid. Even if she was his actual cousin, if she ruined his plans, he wouldn't hesitate. Seeing this, Jiao Rui quickly interjected. Don't get angry, building the base is important. Although she pays too much attention to love affairs, she hasn't ruined your plans yet. The slight trace of gloom on Su Junyuan's face did not dissipate because of Jiao Rui's words. Dao, why are you dragging me? I haven't finished talking to Brother Junyuan. Jiao Bingyang struggled in Su Dao's grip. Let me go. I need to find Brother Junyuan. Do you really think, with your current level 3 abilities, you can find anyone? Su Dao held on to Jiao Bingyang firmly, only releasing her when they reached a deserted corner. We're on the easternmost edge of the country while Long Yang went to the far west. Even if you start chasing him, it will take you 1 or 2 months to reach Yunqi City. Besides, you lack storage abilities. What will you eat or drink on the way? What will you do if you encounter zombies? Jiao Bingyang clung to Su Dao's clothes. Then what shall we do? I want to find Long Yang. Wait a little longer. When the research lab finds a medicine against zombies, I'll apply to the base leader for a small team to escort you in finding Long Yang. In Kangcheng, Chen Lin leaned against the wall watching Ling Jiang and Meng Mian pry open locks. It's already been a long time, should we take a break? After finishing another row, the remaining ones would all be supply warehouses, blankets, winter clothing, outdoor gear and labor protection items, unshipped grains and oils, instant foods, etc. No, Ling Jiang was sweating profusely, there aren't many left. Let's finish before taking a break. This way, you two pry open this row, and Long Yang and I will handle the next one. If there's any discovery, let Hu Xing or Sun Qing call me, Chen Lin said. I'm idle and nervous. I need to find something to do. Ling Jiang reminded them. You two don't go too far. Long Yang said, don't worry, Dao. Lin is a level 5 water element user, and I'm at least level 3. We'll be fine. What danger could there possibly be? Sun Qing casually sat on a rock by the roadside. We've been prying for half a day. All this noise hasn't even lured a few zombies. Meng Mian wiped his sweat off with the back of his hand. I was here alone before, and with so many locked doors, I didn't have the slightest idea to pry them open. Now my thinking has changed. I hope that behind each door we open, there will be loads of supplies. It won't matter if there's plenty of stuff. If our storage space can't hold it all, it'll be useless, Sun Qing said. Meng, are the portable steel houses you mentioned sturdy enough? Can they withstand zombie attacks? At least they're sturdier than tents. Also, steel houses have another advantage. Meng Mian paused to think. When the weather is warm, tents work okay, but steel houses are different. They are double-layered with an insulating layer, capable of having air conditioning installed and include basic kitchens. The first warehouse Chen Lin and Long Yang pried open contained home appliances like kitchenware and bathroom fixtures, items such as toilets and massage chairs that were utterly useless in the apocalypse. Chen Lin simply gathered some of the smaller appliances Meng Mian mentioned, including air conditioners, refrigerators, and also a couple of bathtubs. You're collecting bathtubs too? Long Yang chuckled at Chen Lin. Out in the wilds, taking baths in bathtubs, only someone like you could come up with that idea. I have the space, water supply, and team members with electric powers. We don't need to inconvenience ourselves unnecessarily. Chen Lin reflected on the wear and tear of her items, then collected another batch of appliances and bathtubs into her space. Moreover, We have teammates and our respective families to think about. I feel like my space isn't big enough yet. Unfortunately, not everyone has a spatial ability. Chen Lin felt somewhat regretful. If everyone had a space, she wouldn't have to worry about supplies once she established her base. If no one gathers these things, they generally won't get damaged. Maybe when we come back next time, they'll still be here, Longyang said. We should collect as many consumable goods as possible. In the apocalypse, everything is considered a consumable item, for instance, toilet paper, something so common, but once the apocalypse hits and factories stop production, once it's all used up, people will have to resort to tearing leaves off trees to wipe their bottom. By then, plants would likely have undergone mutation as well. There probably wouldn't be a single tree that would let humans pluck its leaves willingly. Toilet paper, sanitary pads, and the like, Chen Lin had already collected more than a lifetime's worth before the apocalypse. But now, with her much larger space, if she came across any of these items, she wouldn't hesitate to add them to her collection. Chapter 130. Her requirements have always been simple. After Ling Jiang and the others finished prying open a row of warehouses, they came to help Chen Lin and Longyang. Except for the first home appliance and kitchen bathroom warehouse, every other warehouse yielded a big harvest. In the only food warehouse, Chen Lin left behind a large pile of instant noodles and bottled water. In the late stages of the apocalypse, there will still be others who find this place. Instant noodles and bottled water are durable in storage, so leaving them here is most suitable. Go around the logistics warehouse, walk a few more kilometers, and we'll reach the color steel factory. Meng Mian suggested to Chen Lin that they rest overnight at the logistics warehouse before going there. There are several large industrial zones over there with tens of thousands of workers. This is my conservative estimate. We don't know the situation there yet. We need to conserve our strength. Tens of thousands of workers mean tens of thousands of brain cores. Sun Qing excitedly clenched her fists. I hope we get many space brain cores. Let Brother Long try it. Chen Lin said. I agree with what Meng Mian said. Let's camp first. Upon hearing this, Sun Qing dived straight into the food-stored warehouse. We'll stay here, and I'm going to eat until I burst today. Ling Jiang, Long Yang, Hu Xing, and Meng Mian carried out several mattresses from a nearby warehouse. Mattresses and bedding had already been collected by Chen Lin earlier. Now that there were available ones here, she didn't take them out from her spatial pocket. Everyone rested on the mattresses, and the sound of big rat gnawing food occasionally reached their ears. Ling Jiang took out a map and shone a flashlight on it. At our speed, if we spend 1 or 2 days in each city, how long will it take to reach Yunqi City? At least 3 months. Chen Lin replied, Yunqi City doesn't lack supplies, and there won't be many zombies either, but it's uncertain if they can figure out how to collect resources. After we find them in Yunqi City, then we'll bring Grandpa Long and Aunt Long over too, and we'll build a base. The base she was talking about was the last safe human base from her previous life, Yunqi Mountain. It has a high altitude, low temperatures, and is covered with snow all year round. That was also where she committed suicide in her previous life. Long Yang reached out and held Chen Lin's hand. If we can know how to gather supplies, they won't have any problems either. They are sharp and have experienced much more than we have. This kind of comforting words seemed hollow to Chen Lin. She wasn't worried about zombies, but people. No matter how well she made arrangements, unpredictable human hearts in the apocalypse were beyond her control. A tiny rain frog climbed out from Chen Lin's pocket, jumped out of the warehouse after a few hops. Chen Lin knew it had gone to look for food, so she didn't bother with it. This little thing was the most spiritually aware. When Chen Lin gave it a brain core, it would eat it. If not, it would go out and find its own food, filling itself up. Sometimes, it would even bring back a few brain cores for Chen Lin. I'm full. Sun Qing, holding a bag of potato chips, climbed onto the mattress and nestled into Hu Xing's embrace. Here, stars, for you. I wouldn't eat this junk. Hu Xing disdainfully pursed his lips. Only girls like eating this. Who says girls must like it? I never eat it. Chen Lin leaned her head on Long Yang's arm. It doesn't fill you up, takes up space, and easily makes people fat. Qing Qing, take out a box of apples. Give everyone some. Sun Qing took out a box of apples and handed them out to everyone. I've wanted to eat them for a long time, but I didn't dare to without you telling me to. Chen Lin shot Sun Qing a glare. What you're saying makes me sound as domineering as if I'm running a tyrant regime. Let me restate this clearly. Our brain cores and supplies are unlimited and unrestricted among us. The sole requirement, and listen carefully to this, is that when outsiders are present, do not expose your spaces. Only expose mine. If there is an additional rule, remember that we will encounter many people in the future, not all of them require or deserve our help. The end times aren't normal times, sometimes we must steel ourselves against compassion. We won't harm others, but no one is allowed to harm us. Sun Qing took an apple and bit into it forcefully. Anyway, both stars and I follow your orders. Your decisions will never be wrong, and if you say someone isn't good, then he's not good. I don't care about eradicating Evilders. The others also expressed full trust. Chen Lin could sense their increasing faith in her. Be careful, I might sell you 2 fools. Unfazed, Sun Qing casually retorted, as long as it's not for instant noodles. Hu Xing tightened his arms. Idiot, Captain has already said that our Yunqi squad is 1 unit. Go to sleep. I know you're so stuffed you can't sleep, but you still have to sleep. Sleep. Long Yang's voice was extremely low. Tens of thousands of zombies, even if their ranks are not high, will still take a lot of effort to deal with. Chen Lin responded with a soft hum. No one knew how much time had passed when the rain frog returned from outside, spitting 2 brain cores into Chen Lin's palm. Awakened by this, Chen Lin looked at her hand under the moonlight and saw 2 5th-grade brain cores, 1 gold element and 1 wood element. She shoved the 5th grade gold core into Long Yang's mouth. What? Long Yang woke up due to Chen Lin's action. He swallowed the brain core instinctively. Go back to sleep, I'll tell you all when we get up. Chen Lin patted Long Yang, comforting him to continue sleeping. But she herself couldn't fall asleep no matter what. The rain frog had randomly brought back 2 5th grade brain cores. This made Chen Lin consider that the situation at the color steel factory might not be optimistic. For a moment, she contemplated retreating. They already didn't lack supplies, just picking them up along the way provided plenty. But if the majority of the zombies were rank 4 or 5, could it also mean there might be 6s? She wasn't afraid of high-ranked zombies, she could always kill them. What scared her was losing people. She swore to bring them to a different end than in her previous life. Long Yang, after being awakened, couldn't fall asleep again. He noticed that Chen Lin was troubled. What are you thinking about? I'm wondering, if right now I asked you to create a few shields for us, would they still be rusty iron pieces? A 5th grade gold element ability user should be able to control their abilities smoothly, if not, it would be a joke. When Long Yang swallowed the brain core just moments ago, he realized he had already become a 5th grade ability user. Then I'll have to practice more. Next time, you ask for shields, and I'll provide shield. Next time? This answer seemed too unreliable. Chen Lin said, if you're not going to sleep, get up and practice now. Sleep. Long Yang turned over and embraced Chen Lin. One of his arms became her pillow, and with only one hand free, he gently patted her back. It's still some time before dawn, so hurry up and get some sleep. In the darkness, Ling Jiang opened his eyes. He truly couldn't fall asleep. The longer he stayed around Chen Lin, the more his hidden feelings swelled as though enchanted. For a moment, he considered leaving the Yunqi squad. He couldn't control his emotions and didn't want his selfishness to make everyone uncomfortable. He didn't want to ruin the harmonious, family-like atmosphere nor hurt Long Yang, who regarded him as a brother. Leaving, perhaps, was the best option, and so, he kept pondering. Chapter 131, Harvest at the Color Steel Factory. After everyone got up, Chen Lin tossed the level 5 wood element brain core that Yue had brought back to Hu Xing. I estimate the zombies in the Color Steel Factory aren't low level. Everyone, don't get too scattered, stay coordinated. Hu Xing swallowed the brain core, level 5 brain core. Thanks, Captain. Don't be polite, everyone will have a chance, it's just a matter of timing. Chen Lin patted her pocket. You brought it back last night. I reckon it was from the Color Steel Factory since it returned quickly. We should aim for each person's ability to reach level 5 today. I think it won't be easy for me to hit level 5, Meng Mion said. I'm still only level 2, if I can make it to 3, I'd be satisfied. Brain cores with an ice attribute are indeed rare. After all this time, the highest I've collected is level 2, Chen Lin remarked. Don't rush. Let's eat first, then after lunch, we'll go to the Color Steel Factory to digest. The talented chef Meng Mion personally prepared a hearty breakfast. To avoid wasting food, the 6 of them shamelessly ate until they were stuffed. Everyone was ready to wade into the zombie crowd to work off their meals. Leaving the logistics warehouse, they immediately faced a group of zombies. Hu Xing abandoned his steel pipe, grabbing the wooden spikes he'd just summoned in one hand and releasing wooden vines with the other to ensnare the zombies, pulling them close before finishing them off with the wooden spikes. Our star is so powerful, Sun Qing said. Her earth element power was already at level 4, making skillful use of soil spears quite natural to her. Meng Mion, with his level 2 ice element abilities, found it more strenuous. His lower powered skills meant killing zombies was slow. Ling Jiang and Long Yang occasionally lent a hand from either side. I can handle myself, don't waste your strength, Meng Mion replied. You'll lose focus if you keep helping. Long Yang glanced at Chen Lin. It seems the overall level of zombies has generally increased. All the brain cores he and Ling Jiang had gathered were level 3 or 4. This indicates we must improve our own capabilities. Chen Lin realized clearly that zombie advancement came far easier than human development, which explained why some preferred cultivating zombies rather than exterminating them indiscriminately across town. These zombies couldn't possibly come from the Color Steel Factory. Many zombies were wearing work uniforms, grey ones, orange ones, deep blue ones. They should, as Meng Mion hacked down a zombie with his climbing knife while collecting its brain core, he added, deep blue ones look like instant noodle factory workers. Instant noodle factory? Absolutely not, Nex. Sun Qing hastily interrupted Meng Mion, fearing Chen Lin might suggest raiding the instant noodle factory. Chen Lin wasn't planning on collecting any more instant noodles anyway. She had plenty stocked in her space. The orange ones, those should be gas company employees, pointed out Meng Mion as his foot rested upon an orange uniformed zombie. Faintly visible on its chest were traces of markings indicating a certain gas company. Color Steel Factory workers don't wear uniforms, admitted Meng Mion, not knowing which factory these grey uniforms belonged to, there being no labels on them. Level 3 ice element, Ling Jiang extracted a brain core from a zombie's head and tossed it to Meng Mion. Here you go, Meng Mion. Upon seeing this, Meng Mion beamed with joy. Great. Level 2 skills versus level 3 or 4 zombies really takes a toll. Now that I've upgraded to level 3 ice element, I can kill level 3 and even level 4 zombies using my self-formed ice spears. All the zombies on the road were coming from the same direction. The speed at which the 6 fought against zombies quickened. As they got closer to the Color Steel Factory, the density of zombies increased. Among the level 3 and 4 zombies appeared a level 5 zombie. Now, there were 3 level 5 element controllers in the team. When a level 5 zombie appeared, instead of fear, excitement filled their hearts. Why is there only one level 5 zombie? Too few, with 3 level 5 controllers present. Slaying one such zombie was effortless, barely requiring much effort. Soon, the level 5 zombie's brain core ended up in Sun Qing's hands. Level 5 spatial brain core. Captain, here you go. Chen Lin declined. Give it to Brother Dao first. He has extensive combat experience, and his reaction speed is faster than ours. Giving him the brain core can enhance our fighting efficiency. It suits him best. Once we fight more, distribute according to everyone's elements. Ling Jiang's eyes momentarily lit up but soon dimmed again. Though only a flicker, Long Yang caught it. He patted Ling Jiang on the shoulder without saying a word. A sudden idea flashed through Ling Jiang's mind. His concealed intention had been exposed by Long Yang. A wave of unease and guilt surged forth. He felt his face burning, and if he hadn't been wearing a mask, he might have run away. However, Ling Jiang glanced at Long Yang, who was focused on killing zombies, seemingly not looking at him at all, as if the couple of pats on the shoulder were meant to encourage him. The spatial brain core that Sun Qing shoved into his hand felt scorching. Brother Dao, eat it quickly, don't be shy, Sun Qing said. We're a team, there's just a difference in who gets it first or later. Eat it. After eating you'll get a 5th level skill with spatial blades. My space talent is only level 3, I might not reach 5 after eating it, it'd be a waste. There are more and more zombies now, Brother Dao, what are you hesitating about? Long Yang urged, another 5th level user will give us a qualitative leap in team combat power. I'm thinking about what the captain said, how much bigger a 5th level space is compared to a 4th level one. We can collect many more things, Ling Jiang said while putting the brain core into his mouth. It melted instantly upon entering. His face continued to feel unbearably hot. Lying wasn't his forte. Sun Qing pulled a brain core from a zombie's head. Wow, a level 4 spatial brain core. Wow, my luck's good today. Don't wow anymore, you've attracted a huge wave of zombies. Chen Lin interrupted Sun Qing's self-indulgence quickly. We've fought for quite a long time, yet we haven't even entered the color steel factory yet. Sun Qing didn't care. A huge wave of brain cores, they're all ours. Captain, supplementing energy through level 1 or 2 abilities is too slow. When zombies are few, it's fine, but when they're many, it can't keep up. These brain cores are consumables, the more the better. Ling Jiang tried out his spatial blade several times. At level 5, the consumption isn't as high. Mainly below level 5, the efficiency of attacks isn't high enough. Continuous use of skills creates an illusion of insufficient abilities. The closer they got to the color steel factory, the fewer level 3 zombies there were, mostly level 4 zombies and an increasing number of level 5 ones. Meng Mion was deliberately or unintentionally shielded in the middle by everyone. He awkwardly said, I've become a burden. Level 2 ice element abilities aren't as weak as you think, Chen Lin said while throwing level 5 water balls to smash zombies. For example, look, my level 5 water balls may be level 5, but the damage isn't that high. You can freeze the zombies I hit, making their movements sluggish and shells brittle. All you need then is a hammer to extract the brain core. This is mutual compensation and cooperation between different powers. When we have free time, we should practice more on how to cooperate with each other. For instance, fire element, we studied physics before. You'll realize that something burned and suddenly doused with water breaks apart very easily. Also, take bricks which come from earth but are stronger than earth. Concrete is even stronger. Chapter 132, Meeting the Tattooed Uncle Again. After listening to Chen Lin's words, no one questioned how she knew this knowledge. Sun Qing admired and said, wow, these are all things from middle school physics that we have all learned, but no one among us has studied it as deeply as you. Lin Lin is not only the top scholar in her city, but also in her university. Long Yang smiled with his eyes full of laughter. This guy is not only a scholar, but also a money lover. Chen Lin replied unhappily, are you praising me or belittling me? If it's belittling, I won't accept it. Wealth is after all something external. If it weren't for the apocalypse, she might still be an undergraduate. Shit, I can't sleep well. A rough curse came from the color steel plant. Ling Jiang looked at Chen Lin. It seems to be that tattooed uncle. That's right. Chen Lin's eyes lit up, and she cupped her hand like a megaphone. Brother Yang, where are you? We will come to join you soon. The cursing paused for a moment, and then a man's voice filled with laughter was heard. Little girl, ha ha ha, good fortune follows me. I am on the roof, look here, here. Chen Lin looked up, and on the roof of the factory building, Duan Caoyang's t-shirt was torn to pieces. His arm, tattooed with a dragon and woman pattern, wildly waved towards her. Little girl, I'm here. Have you found your partner? I have. Early on, Chen Lin wanted to recruit Duan Caoyang into her team, but he refused her invitation back then. This time, Chen Lin would not let go of this end-of-the-world expert from her past life under any circumstances. Long Yang initially felt jealous when he heard Chen Lin's familiarity with the man, but later realized he had overthought it. Following Chen Lin's tone, he shouted, Brother Yang, hold on a little longer, I and Lin Lin will save you. Duan Caoyang held a slightly dull machete in his other hand, not because he feared too many zombies, but because the zombies were densely packed, making him very annoyed. Haha, alright. 6 people slaughtered their way to the base of the color steel factory's building. Duan Caoyang pushed off the roof, jumping directly down from 4 or 5 meters high. Brother Yang, didn't you go to Jiangcheng? Ling Jiang asked. Duan Caoyang casually wiped a sweat. Don't mention it, Jiangcheng is full of zombies. Every day it's just killing and more killing, I am thoroughly annoyed. Brother Yang, I am Sun Qing, this is my CP Hu Xing, and that is Lin Lin's CP Long Yang. Sun Qing handed Duan Caoyang a bottle of water. Brother Yang, do you have any superpower? Level 6 fire-based power. Du and Chaoyang twisted open the bottle cap, drinking a big gulp of water. Originally, I was only level 3. Here, I battled up to levels 4, 5, and 6 brain cores. Level 6 Du and Chaoyang elicited a loud cheer from Sun Qing. Wow, so cool. Our highest is only level 5. Brother Yang, have you not collected any brain cores despite fighting so many zombies? Chen Lin looked curiously at Du and Chaoyang's empty hands. Do you have space powers? Du and Chaoyang chuckled. How could I not collect brain cores? The problem is, a small thing swallowed them all. He took out a pink and chubby Dutch pig from his bulging pocket. A heavily tattooed man holding a pet Dutch pig, a highly contrasting scene, was extremely amusing. Seeing Chen Lin, the pink Dutch pig squirmed in Du and Chaoyang's hand. Do you want to eat again? I don't have anything edible for you anymore. You may as well eat me. Du and Chaoyang's head swelled with exasperation. Seeing the Dutch pig's actions, Chen Lin thought the little pig wanted to come to her side. She extended her hand, and the Dutch pig nimbly jumped from Du and Chaoyang's hands to hers. So cute. Sun Qing smacked his lips. Too small, not enough for even a single stir-fry. This cannot be eaten, Du and Chaoyang quickly stated. This little guy eats zombies, it almost wants to eat humans. You have space. Chen Lin supported the Dutch pig, realizing it had mutated just like her rain frog, right? The Dutch pig opened its mouth, puked out a brain core, and started showing off. Woof woof, woof woof. Then it swallowed the brain core it had just vomited. Space abilities. Now I understand why it ate my shoes and clothes. I thought it was trying to eat me. Du and Chaoyang burst into laughter. I originally planned to fatten it up and cook it. The Dutch pig turned its butt towards Du and Chaoyang and emitted a low hum, obviously understanding what Du and Chaoyang said and retaliating against him in its own way. Since you've recognized Brother Yang as your master, you should listen to him. He won't eat you. Chen Lin handed the Dutch pig to Du and Chaoyang. Brother Yang, do you remember the promise you once made to me? Join my team and stay with us. Du and Chaoyang said, if we can meet like this, what else is there to say? I'll join. By the way, this little pig, it's not proper for me to keep it. A big man like me doesn't suit carrying a pet. Then give it to me. A pet with space abilities is very rare, almost the most desired by all non-spaces and teams who don't have space power, yet Du and Chaoyang gave it away without hesitation. Chen Lin didn't know how to express her gratitude for Du and Chaoyang's generosity. She thought, however, that with such a character, even if he was strong, dying wouldn't be surprising. I have a pet. Chen Lin stuffed the Dutch pig into Du and Chaoyang's pocket. It has space ability, so how come you are still in such a terrible condition? Du and Chaoyang swung his knife to cut down zombies. How would I know? When I arrived at Jiangcheng, it followed me, ate all my brain cores and everything I collected. Now I find out it could actually throw them back up. In fact, the Dutch pig wasn't vomiting but releasing items from its space. Chen Lin was amused and speechless about Du and Chaoyang's experiences. It understands human nature, it just helps you store things. If you don't ask it to take them out, it won't. Hey, no wonder I got starved thinner. Du and Chaoyang awkwardly joked about himself. Seeing the Dutch pig swallowed his bag, he assumed the pig was hungry and never thought of it having space abilities. With the inclusion of a 6th level, killing zombies became much faster. This was still due to Chen Lin deliberately concealing her 9th level, only using 5th level water-based. The zombies on the roof chased after Du and Chaoyang's footsteps, splashing down like dumplings jumping into boiling water from the rooftop. After crawling up from the ground, they lunged towards the group of 7. Brother Yang, Sun Qing gave Du and Chaoyang a thumbs up. Still you're amazing, coming here from Jiangcheng without any supplies. I always manage to find food wherever I go, and eat my fill, Du and Chaoyang said. I also have some pretty good brain cores, which were previously swallowed by the little pig. I'll try to get it to take them out and give them to you. By the way, why did you come here? Chen Lin said. We plan to collect some movable color steel houses for accommodation in the wild. Hee hee. Du and Chaoyang laughed loudly. If you hadn't met me, your trip would have been in vain. All the color steel houses from this factory are now inside the pig's belly. Inside the pig's belly, Chen Lin. She wanted to say, Uncle with tattoos, are you shamelessly boasting or what? Chapter 133, Overall Team Power Increase. Chen Lin's expression of gloom was clearly written all over her face. Long Yang found it amusing and asked, Linyan, what are you thinking about? Grabbing food like pigs, Chen Lin said in a low voice. The others stifled their laughter upon hearing this, but one person didn't find it funny. Ah, Sun Qing burst into laughter. I promise I won't snatch. Du and Chaoyang spoke up immediately after seeing Sun Qing use her thunder elemental ability. I have a level 5 thunder brain core. I think I have all kinds of series of brain cores. Should I snatch? Or should I snatch? Sun Qing looked conflicted. In the end, she decided, let's snatch. Honor means less than survival. If my elemental power increases, I can kill more zombies. Her words were rough but sensible. No one ridiculed how quickly Sun Qing had changed her tune. On the contrary, everyone agreed with her. In this apocalypse world, if you want to survive, strength is the first priority. 7 people worked together to eliminate more than half of the zombies in the steel factory. Later, they focused only on killing level 4 or level 5 zombies and stopped wasting time on those lower than level 3. Chen Lin had been hoping to run into a level 6 zombie, but she never met one. By the time they almost cleared out all the zombies in the steel plant, their abilities had generally reached level 5 except for Meng Mion's ice elemental ability, Sun Qing's and Hu Xing's thunder elemental ability. There's a 2-story office building over there where we can rest. Duan Chaoyang pointed towards the back of the factory. Initially alone, as long as there were no zombies, he could sleep anywhere. But now with 2 girls in the team, he needed to take care of them. Long Yang and Huxing brought tables and chairs to block the doors and windows on the ground floor. They cleared a vacant room on the 2nd floor. Meng Mion was cooking at a corner of the room. Duan Chaoyang pulled out the guinea pig and grabbed its ear. Cough up the brain cores, quickly. The little pig grunted a few times and spat out a pile of brain cores. Sun Qing rushed over and rummaged through the heap of brain cores. Wow. A level 4 space brain core, a level 5 thunder series, amazing, and a level 4 ice series brain core. She pulled out a black brain core. What's this? Duan Chaoyang took a look. No idea, I've never dared to eat it. Initially, Chen Lin hadn't paid much attention to the brain cores Duan Chaoyang had taken out, but when she saw the black brain core in Sun Qing's hand, she almost blurted out, "This is mine, Mutant Thunder Elemental." This was an exceedingly rare variant. The lightning from Mutant Thunder carried corrosive effects. Even at level 1, the corrosion was enough to make anyone feel uncomfortable. It would also be highly effective against zombies far above one's own level. With such an ability, she wouldn't need to always rely on the rain frog. Take it. Sun Qing tossed the black brain core to Chen Lin. She herself swallowed the level 5 thunder and level 4 space brain core at once. Manga, here's the level 4 ice core for you. Meng Mion picked up the core just as Chen Lin interjected. Wait, start with the level 3 one. Below level 5, eating across levels was ineffective. One had to progress gradually, unless there were plenty of brain cores. Sun Qing then dug out a level 3 ice core from the pile that the guinea pig had coughed up, along with 2 level 3 thunder cores. Younger, I've made my selection. Take yours quickly. Duan Chaoyang didn't even bother checking his heap of brain cores but eagerly watched Meng Mion. Just grab whatever. I just want to eat now. Heaven knows what I've been eating every day. The guinea pig jumped to the ground, sucked in the pile of brain cores, and disappeared with them before running over to curl up beside Chen Lin in a gesture seeking affection. The rain frog had come to her on its own, yet this guinea pig, disregarding its owner, actively got close to her. What was going on? Chen Lin lifted the chubby guinea pig while wondering inside, could it be she has the ability to summon all beasts? How did she not know that? Little piggy, do you want to eat me? You're not pig feed, it doesn't eat that. Duan Chaoyang glanced back briefly between doing something else, adding, that's strange. This little thing has been with me for months, and I've never seen it so actively get close to anyone else. You're the first. Pig feed. Chen Lin's lips twitched. If this guinea pig wasn't friendly to humans, following its natural instincts as a mutated creature, humans themselves would have already been part of its food. She patted the chubby little bottom of the guinea pig. Go find your master. Ask him if he has any food. The guinea pig, after being pushed away by Chen Lin, twisted its plump little body and waddled back again. The rain frog peeked out from Chen Lin's pocket and gently cooed twice. Unexpectedly, the stubborn guinea pig, upon hearing the rain frog's call, seemed to be greatly frightened. It frantically scratched the ground with its 4 tiny legs and buried its head in Duan Chaoyang's arms, refusing to come out. No one noticed the guinea pig's actions except for Chen Lin, who understood the guinea pig was afraid of the rain frog. This was absolute rank suppression. Chen Lin stuffed the rain frog that had only stuck out its head back into her pocket. Don't scare it, it's also our partner. The rain frog obediently retreated. Sun Qing shoved 2 level 3 thunder brain cores into Huxing's mouth. Your thunder ability is only at level 1. Eating 2 level 3 cores should get you to level 3, right? From now on, refrigerators, electric fans, rice cookers, air conditioners, all depend on you. Thanks to your great grace. Huxing clutched the plug of the rice cooker. I will work tirelessly until I die. That's more like it. Sun Qing nodded in satisfaction. Exemption granted. No need to rise. I'm afraid you might knock over my rice. Seeing the 6th level fire elemental Duan Chaoyang, Ling Jiang once again contemplated leaving the team. They already had a 6th level Duan Chaoyang. His departure wouldn't likely have much impact on them, would it? He could go alone to find Uncle Long, Du Yuan, and Lin Man. This thought, once arisen, grew increasingly strong in his heart. Perhaps his leaving would actually be for the best. No one noticed Ling Jiang's distraction as Meng Mion finished cooking. The aroma of food erased everyone's fatigue. Duan Chaoyang held the bowl of rice under his nose and smelled it for a long time. A few days ago, my supplies were eaten by the pig, and I almost ate raw rice out of hunger. You guys actually have vegetables. He took a mouthful of rice and chewed slowly. If I had known this outcome earlier, I shouldn't have been so braindead as to go to Jiang City. If you hadn't gone to Jiang City, you wouldn't have met the little pig, Sun Qing bluntly spoke. Younger, you don't know how important space abilities are. I understand now. Duan Chaoyang, seeing them conjure up rice, an electric rice cooker, vegetables, and meat from their space, understood the advantage of space abilities. Fortunately, I met you guys. Otherwise, I might have starved to death without even knowing. This pig has a space ability. To this, Chen Lin nodded in agreement. If you starve because of a pig, I bet I'd laugh myself to death. Guarding a space ability but still getting hungry. Younger, you're something. Duan Chaoyang's dark face turned awkwardly red, then purple. Ahum, I didn't know, alright. Chapter 134, Chenju Base. With Duan Chaoyang's addition, the team has received a significant boost of vitality. Though he appears rough, this actually cute uncle with tattoos on his arms is not even 30 years old. Chen Lin knows that the 3 years in prison have aged a young man who should be full of youth and vigor by more than a decade. The incident at Xiaokang Mountain has become a shadow in Duan Caoyang's life. So, do you like Brother Yang that much? Long Yang leaned close to Chen Lin's ear from the backseat of the minivan and asked quietly. Brother Yang followed secretly behind me and Brother Dao to protect us when we went to Suzheng, Chen Lin whispered and recounted the events surrounding Duan Caoyang. He's a good person, I can tell at a glance. In fact, she still had memories from her past life. Duan Caoyang endured injustice for many years, and only after his death did the ungrateful family admit that the incident involved a child drowning while playing by the water. You don't worry about making me jealous, Long Yang gently squeezed Chen Lin's fingers. If I start feeling jealous, it's going to be something scary. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin rolled her eyes dramatically. When we get to the next city, I'll definitely find an acetic acid shop and collect some vinegar to give you as a snack. Phut, seriously, Sun Qing turned around from the front seat and said to Chen Lin and Long Yang, your two love confessions are really unique. Are you even a couple? Hey handsome, who are you jealous of, Xingxing? Brother Dao? Or Brother Yang? Ling Jiang, who was driving, felt his heart racing. He was afraid Long Yang would mention his name. In response, Long Yang said calmly, Rain Frog is always either in my wife's pocket or snuggling in her arms. Her chest, I haven't even touched it yet. At this, Chen Lin lacked the energy to roll her eyes again and found herself missing her previous life's cool ice king. She must have been reborn in the wrong place. Throwing dog treats everywhere. Ling Jiang felt relieved and joked with Long Yang, there are two single men sitting in the driver's seat and passenger seat. Where's your conscience? Long Yang retorted, even if I don't throw them, Qing will do so. That couple's got enough for a whole bucket of dog treat. I'd rather be the cooking bucket, Sun Qing replied, our Yunqi squad is one family. It doesn't mean much for us to throw dog treats at each other. What's important is food, clothing, housing, transportation, and all that stuff. This time, I'm on your side, Chen Lin openly supported Sun Qing, well said. We're one big family. The Yunqi squad finally became something it never was in her previous life. The highway presented a fork, one road leading to Chenzhou and the other to Zizhou. Ling Jiang stopped the car by the roadside. Lin, where are we going? Looking at the clearly marked road signs by the roadside, Chen Lin instantly recalled her memories from her past life. Passing through Zizhou could lead to Chenzhou and they could also reach Yuncheng from there, but she remembered that there was once a base established in Chenzhou, and two of her team members were from the Chenzhou base. After pondering for a bit, she pointed at the sign towards Chenzhou. To Chenzhou, let's see if we can find some useful things. Brother Yang's piggy has space, we shouldn't waste it. In reality, what she most wanted to do was to find those two team members. If they followed her, she would take them down a different path from her previous life. If they didn't show up or didn't want to follow her, she wouldn't force them. I wonder how large its space is. Duan Caoyang stroked the guinea pig curled on his lap. I encountered a lot of supplies along the way, but unfortunately, I didn't know it had space. There are plenty of supplies. Chen Lin wasn't worried about the things they missed on the road. Actually, her own space and those of Brother Dao, Sun Qing, and Lin Man already contained a lot of items, and there were still chances to gather supplies on their way to Yuncheng. I heard someone say that a base was built in Chenzhou, Duan Caoyang added. I originally planned to go check it out. We can go check it now, Chen Lin agreed. The Chenzhou base was one of the earliest bases established domestically but collapsed early due to poor management. Let's go see how others operated. Treat it as learning from their experience, and maybe someday we can establish our own base. To Chenzhou. To Chenzhou. Sun Qing called out, I remember Chenzhou's famous pastries, which are renowned nationwide. Then, realizing the current situation wasn't the same as before, she continued, if they're still around, then we collect. If not, just let me feel the atmosphere of the pastry capital. Smelling the aroma isn't bad either. It was probably unlikely that the city would be filled with the sweet aroma of pastries now, it would most likely carry the scent of zombies instead. Outside Chenzhou City, the fires were still smoldering in heaps, emitting thick black smoke that mingled with the putrid stench of zombies and the acrid odor from burning corpses. The minivan met no obstruction as it smoothly entered the city. The guards at the entrance merely gave them a quick once-over before letting them pass. Sun Qing rolled down the window and sniffed hard outside. All I can smell is the stink of zombies, gloom, disappointment, Chen Lin could do nothing about this foodie's reaction, and she pointed to Meng Mion who was sleeping nearby. We've got a versatile chef. Meng Mion was someone who could create variations with instant noodles. As Meng Mion himself had introduced in their previous life, cooking instant noodles was a basic skill for every outdoor enthusiast. Brother Meng, I want to marry you. Sun Qing stared admiringly at Meng Mion with glowing eyes. Meng Mion, who had been startled awake from his sleep, exclaimed, Ah? Please don't. I don't want to be hunted down by Hu Xing, and I only have a pitiful level 4 ability. Hu Xing quickly covered Sun Qing's mouth to stop her from saying anything more outlandish. Chen Lin looked at the base whose name she had only heard in her past life, and what they called a base bore no resemblance to one, just a city that had its zombie infestation eradicated. When a city runs out of food for the zombies, they would instinctively gather and move towards cities with humans, thus forming a zombie tide. How could such a rudimentary base survive a zombie flood? Chen Lin suddenly felt sorry for those who gathered in this city. Not building high walls will result in zombies easily overwhelming the base once there are too many of them. Before Chen Lin could finish, an irked man interjected, zombies have all been burned to ashes. There won't be any more zombies. Why don't you seem to wish the base good development? As survivors, I naturally hope the base thrives, Chen Lin replied, but I'm simply preparing for emergencies while times are good. Isn't this reasonable? The man was silenced by Chen Lin's retort that wasn't outright harsh but firm enough. You're just making excuses. A real man doesn't fight with women. With that, the man turned and left in hasty strides. Sun Qing doubled over laughing behind him. Scholar mode isn't even fully activated yet. Why are you running? When have I ever insulted anyone? Chen Lin lightly tapped Sun Qing on the head with a fingerknuckle. I only present facts and make sense. That person didn't give me the chance to explain. I don't think this city has supplies worth collecting, Long Yang commented. It'd be better to leave directly. Chen Lin thought silently to herself that 2 of her team members were still unaccounted for, but she kept these thoughts inside. Let's drive around and see. Maybe I can find a couple of compatible teammates. Ling Jiang drove slowly through the streets. In front of Chenju, the streets had been cleared, leaving them empty and desolate, with very few pedestrians. Occasionally, 1 or 2 people hurried by, giving off no vibe of a proper base. It resembled a deserted city awaiting revival. Chapter 135, 2 people. After going around the Chenju city and preparing to leave, the minibus suddenly broke down. Ling Jiang turned back. Out of gas. Who has collected gas? I have olive oil, blended vegetable oil, soybean oil. Chen Lin read out everything in her space that was related to oil. She had been collecting cars on this trip and never considered the issue of fuel. They almost changed vehicles every time they reached a city, so they hadn't encountered any problems with running out of fuel. So there is none. Ling Jiang also knew that Chen Lin had not collected any fuel. Hu Xing and Sun Qing's spaces were almost entirely filled with food, so it was futile to even consider them. Duan Zhaoyang pulled out a guinea pig from his pocket. I estimate it might have some. It has eaten a lot of random stuff, walking and eating all the way. But it usually ignores me, so I can't ask it for anything. Everyone in the car looked at Chen Lin. Chen Lin had once managed to get a brain core from the guinea pig. But we need to be somewhere where there is no one first. Chen Lin grabbed the guinea pig and stuffed it into her backpack while saying, I will store the car in my space. Let's walk out of the city first. Oh, what a cute guinea pig, I want it. A sweet-sounding female voice came through. Chen Lin did not stop her movements and directly shoved the guinea pig into her backpack. Just then, a man and woman approached her, the woman pointing at Chen Lin's bag. The guinea pig is in her bag. Sun Qing took out a mask and handed it to Long Yang. I'll buy your guinea pig. The man threw a level 1 brain core at Chen Lin's feet. Here's the brain core, hand over the guinea pig. Brother Yang, Duan Zhaoyang loudly said. Yang Ji, Chen Lin said, let's go. Unexpectedly, the man stepped aside to block Chen Lin. Who gave you permission to leave? Hand over the guinea pig. You want to rob us? You better have the capability. Sun Qing extended her hand, electric light flashing across her palm. Come on, come on. Auntie will turn you both into roasted pigs in minute. Sister Lan, I like you. We're compatible. Duan Zhaoyang laughed heartily. Though he appeared rough, his thoughts were actually more refined than anyone else's. When Chen Lin stopped him but didn't stop Sun Qing, it showed that she had other plans. Hee hee. Sun Qing grinned. If I don't act now, who will? Tiger Brother, the woman prolonged her voice, pouting and looking at the man called Tiger Brother, deliberately brushing against Tiger Brother's arm. She insulted me. Lightning abilities, trying to scare who? Tiger Brother sneered as he looked at the 7 of them, extending his hand, a fireball forming in his palm. Do you even know who Tiger Brother, Long Yang's face covered by the mask looked very displeased. There was a violent flame in his chest, seemingly about to erupt at any moment. He wanted to take action directly and eliminate these 2 people. Even though the little pig didn't belong to Chen Lin, the trouble caused to Chen Lin was still because of them. Captain, there are only 9 of us. This person finally realized something. Chen Lin was thrilled. Yang Ji, Dao Ji, open the manhole. Ching Ching, roasted pig. Electricity has a paralyzing effect. Under conditions where the levels aren't significantly different, the first one to attack wins. Just as Tiger Brother was about to release his fireball, 2 streaks of lightning shot out from Sun Qing. A series of crackling electrical arcs flashed, leaving that man and woman stiffened, convulsing uncontrollably. Level 4 fire before level 4 electricity doesn't stand a chance. I'll electrocute you to death. Sun Qing began discharging electricity repeatedly. You can't electrocute them to death. Their ranks are similar to yours, Chen Lin said. Ling Jiang and Duan Zhaoyang had already opened a manhole cover by the side of the road. Hu Xing and Meng Mian each carried one of the annoying pair, tossing them into the manhole. Duan Zhaoyang and Ling Jiang then closed the manhole cover. This was precisely what Chen Lin had envisioned. The team demonstrated excellent coordination. Chen Lin gave them all a thumbs up. Perfect cooperation, let's go. Since there was no one around, Chen Lin immediately brought out a brand new minivan. Duan Zhaoyang plopped himself onto the driver's seat. What nonsense base, I went through great efforts to come here, and upon arrival, all I got was frustration. Long Yang coldly said, next time we encounter people like that, just take direct action. If the situation is serious, show no mercy. If it's relatively mild, deal with them like we did today. All the others agreed. Exactly. That was too infuriating. Should have zapped them a few more times. What kind of people are these? Trying to snatch other people's things so arrogantly? These 2 were nothing but amateurs among robbers, and Chen Lin originally didn't plan to pay them any attention, because this is the end of the world, and the strong are respected. The end world had no rules, no restraints, everyone only had one purpose, and that was survival. And while surviving, those who were strong in the end world were respected. Before leaving Chenju base, Yunqi team went straight to Zizhou. Duan Zhaoyang frowned and said, Captain, when we build a base later, don't collect such disgusting stuff. Even if we do, I will drive it out once I encounter it. In the future, when we build a base, there will certainly be strict regulations, and we will follow these regulations, Chen Lin said. We'll have clear discipline, and situations like just now won't happen again. Yang Ji, since there's no one else here, don't call me captain. Every time you call me captain, my heart flutters with worry that your temper might make you leave us. No way. Duan Zhaoyang replied, unless you chase me away, I won't leave. As long as I'm around, no one will dare to bully you. He placed one hand on the steering wheel and raised a machete with the other. I swear by this knife. This machete was forcibly given to him by Chen Lin initially, and although it was now damaged and looked shabby, he still clung to it. Chen Lin recognized the knife. Ling Jiang also recognized it. Yang Ji, I never expected that after so long, you're still carrying this knife. Since it was forcibly shoved at me, how could I discard it? Duan Zhaoyang held the handle. After several months, I've already gotten used to using it. Even though I have special abilities and rarely use it now, I always carry it with me out of habit. There was loneliness and helplessness in Duan Zhaoyang's words, but Chen Lin cut him off. Qing, bring out some fruit for us to eat. If not now, when? Sun Qing brought out the fruit and distributed it to everyone. What kind of fruit do you want? I can exchange it. Cucumbers, tomatoes, I have them all. Long Yang gently squeezed Chen Lin's fingers and pointed at his face mask. Your Sun Qing reacts incredibly quickly. She saw a strange woman approach and immediately stuffed me with a mask. If Long Yang hadn't mentioned this, Chen Lin wouldn't have paid attention to it at all. Good job, Sun Qing. I didn't even think about covering Long Yang's face. We should recruit another Mai Xiexie or Gao Bingyang, and then I'd really want to kill people. Sun Qing munched on an apple. My eyes are very sharp. When I saw that woman, I knew she wasn't good news. And that man too, trying to buy our guinea pig with just a level 1 brain core. Does he know who he thinks he is? The space pig belongs to Yang Ji, and thus belongs to us. No one else can snatch it. I'm regretting now that I didn't throw a level 5 earth wall down there earlier. Even if it didn't kill them, causing half-body paralysis would have been good. Right, why don't we go back now, and I'll throw a fireball in? Duan Zhaoyang suggested, not enough to burn them to death, but enough to leave them barely alive. Chapter 136, Little Pig's Space. Do you guys not want to know what's in the little guinea pig's space? Chen Lin held her backpack in her arms. Rather than getting angry with that person, let's see how big the little pig's space is, what's inside it, and what we can collect in Zizhou. A pink little guinea pig poked its head out of Chen Lin's backpack. Its 2 eyes, like black beans, darted around, occasionally letting out a soft hum, as if responding to Chen Lin's words. Sun Qing handed the guinea pig an apple she'd been eating halfway through. The little pig clumsily held the apple and gnawed on it. Bro Yang, look. This is how the little pig eats. Duan Zhaoyang glanced back through the rearview mirror, his face flushing red. Heh. It's very cute, isn't it? He now understood the difference between how guinea pigs ate food and how they collected materials. He felt embarrassed about being hungry for the entire trip, almost starving to death. The adorable tattooed uncle awkwardly changed the subject, but it only added more charm, and no one laughed at Duan Zhaoyang. They simply found him interesting. Yeah, it's very cute. Meng Man leaned over behind Chen Lin and teased the guinea pig, asking, Captain, can space psychic spaces collect live creatures? No. Chen Lin replied, if they could collect live beings, wouldn't that be absolutely insane? If they could, she would have started preparing before the apocalypse began. Unfortunately, they couldn't. After the apocalypse began, almost all animals disappeared. By the time they reappeared, they were either zombie animals or mutated animals. That's really too bad, Meng Man lamented. If you could collect live beings, gathering some chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep would give us meat, milk, and eggs, just amazing. Listening, Sun Qing smacked her lips. Let's find a rural courtyard, grow some crops, and raise some livestock. It'll be amazing, not just enjoyable, but totally wonderful. Chen Lin sighed. Yeah, it would be amazing. But a rural courtyard was impossible. If surrounded by zombies, their group of hunters would end up as pigs locked in a pen for zombies. However, Meng Man's words reminded Chen Lin that her space still lacked dairy products, oil, gasoline for cars. Without gas, cars would become scrap metal, and there were even more things she needed. There's a small road over there, let's take it. Long Yang pointed to an inconspicuous path. First, check the guinea pig's space, then we'll plan accordingly. Duan Zhaoyang steered the minivan onto that narrow road. I think the little pig's space is enormous. Last time, I saw it eat an entire bus. Hearing this, Chen Lin put her forehead in her palm. It must be your imagination. I was thinking of importing one of those foreign recreational vehicles, which can drive, sleep in, even come with kitchens. Duan Zhaoyang found a hidden place and parked the car. Isn't this what I thought, a mobile prefab house? If it weren't for this, we might have missed it. This shows Brother Yang, you're destined to be part of our Yunqi team. This is fate. Chen Lin pulled the guinea pig out of her bag. Let's see what interests Brother Yang. Huxing made faces at Duan Zhaoyang. Brother Yang, have you collected a lot of inflatable girlfriends? That stuff is inappropriate for kids. Duan Zhaoyang frantically waved his hands. Absolutely not, no way. In fact, he himself didn't know what the guinea pig had swallowed. Though he denied it vigorously, his face turned red. Chen Lin smiled helplessly. If you have, so what? They are also life necessities. Haha. Sun Qing roared with laughter, pounding the ground. Impossible, I need to visualize Brother Yang carrying an inflatable girlfriend while fighting zombies. Cough cough. Du and Chaoyang hacked dryly. Sister Lan, don't let your imagination run wild. Socialites can also be pure-hearted, honest people. Bang. After a thunderous sound, the earth trembled, raising a large cloud of grey dust. Before Chen Lin could make the guinea pig vomit anything out, a massive thing appeared on the empty land. A Ferris wheel. All 7 people, including Du and Chaoyang, were dumbfounded. Boom. Bang. Bang. 4 or 5 dilapidated buses emerged. Each bus was filled with zombies. The zombies smelled the scent of the living and ran out from the buses. Wow, Brother Yang, you're amazing. Sun Qing screamed, jumping up. Truly amazing. Du and Chaoyang killed the zombies while stammering. I only saw 1 bus, I promise. Chen Lin also joined the fight against the zombies, with the guinea pig perched on her shoulder. It began spitting out compact cars one after another, totaling dozens of them. Dozens of backpacks. A large pile of color steel house components and prefabricated rooms appeared. Tables, chairs, beds, and zombies. Chen Lin sighed helplessly. Bro Yang, I admire no one but you, truly. Except for the backpacks that I collected, the rest was its own doing, really. Du and Chaoyang watched as countless zombies kept being released from the guinea pig's space, his face turning grim. Think about it, even if I were brain dead, I wouldn't collect zombies, right? Long Yang couldn't help but laugh. It's something to be happy about. This guinea pig space is at least level 3. Level 5. Chen Lin blurted out, able to contain skyscrapers, its space must not be lower than level 5. However, the number of zombies vomited by the guinea pig was more than they had encountered when invading the steel factory. Level 5, if full of zombies. They were in for a busy day. The guinea pig vomited out a pile of brain cores, department store goods, food, oil tankers, oil jugs, water sprinklers. Except for some standing ground, everything around them was what the guinea pig spat out, and there were the most zombies among them. How am I supposed to feel happy? Du and Chaoyang's voice sounded dull. I estimate that for a very long time in the future, I might keep being laughed at by all of you. Haha, I'm not laughing, seriously. Sun Qing's belly hurt from laughing. I'm not laughing, haha. Hu Xing deliberately kept a straight face, but he couldn't hide the laughter in his eyes. I'll hold off laughing until after we're done fighting the zombies. The guinea pig stopped vomiting things out. Chen Lin said, Piggy, collect brain cores, department store goods, food, color steel houses, backpacks, and bed. Long Yang, check if there's oil in the tankers. After checking several tankers, Long Yang reported, they're all full. The oil jugs are all full too. Collect. Chen Lin patted the guinea pig sitting on her shoulder. Oil tanker, oil jug. Bro Yang, haven't you lived near several gas stations? Just one. Du and Chaoyang made room while killing zombies and raised one finger. Really just one. I have no idea when this little guy collected these things. After they finished killing the zombies, it was already dark. Meng Man was breathing heavily. Bro Yang, first, I admire our captain. Secondly, it's you. Others use their spaces to collect supplies, but look at you. Water sprinklers, Ferris wheels, zombies, buses. Incredible. Hee hee. Sun Qing held a pile of brain cores. Lin Yang, here's today's harvest. Quick, collect it. Chen Lin picked out a level 5 earth element brain core and tossed it to Ling Jiang. I really admire Bro Yang. 9 out of 10 times, his space is filled with zombies and useless stuff. Chapter 137, Lun Lun. Du and Chaoyang was so embarrassed that he kept slapping the ground. My sister, please stop. If you keep going, I'll have to dig a hole and hide in it. This thing is like a pig. Even though it's a Dutch pig, it's still a pig. If it lived in ancient times, it would definitely be a relative of Dao Tai. Even though the Dutch pig collected a bunch of random things, Chen Lin still liked it a lot. Piggy, should I give you a name? Dao Dao. No way, it's the same as Brother Dao's name, Sun Qing said. Captain, this piggy is so cute. Can't you think of a cuter name? Like Doo-Doo or Little Cutie? Bargy. Chen Lin poked the Dutch pig's nose. Bargy is a famous character. Lin. Long Yang coughed lightly with his fist against his lips. Your ability to name doesn't match your reputation as a scholar. Chen Lin glanced at Long Yang. I think my naming fits the situation. You want it to be cute. Otherwise, just call it Piggy. After all, it is a pig. Humph humph. The Dutch pig squirmed in Chen Lin's hands a few times, clearly dissatisfied with being referred to as a pig. Not satisfied. Chen Lin pinched the chubby chin of the Dutch pig. Call you Ruru? No, hearing it makes me want to eat you. What about Lun Lun? Long Yang suggested. It's both cute and sounds plump. Lun Lun. Chen Lin scratched the belly of the Dutch pig. Lun Lun, Lun Lun. The Dutch pig rolled over its belly, allowing Chen Lin to scratch it. Du and Chaoyang dug his fingers into the ground. Sister Yu, what's the plan for tonight? Are we 7 people supposed to lie on the ground and forget about dinner? A tattooed giant man digging into the ground. This scene made Chen Lin rub her forehead. Du and Chaoyang's ruggedness somehow didn't fit the image of a rough country bumpkin scratching his foot. Rather, his action was too adorable, which made her speechless. Brother Yang, can't you stop acting like this? So contradictory. I don't feel confident anymore due to your laughter. Du and Chaoyang chuckled nervously, head hanging low. Lun Lun ate my bag, that I know. As for the rest, I had no idea. I can't stand it, I can't stand it. Sun Qing held her stomach, laughing so hard she couldn't catch her breath. Killing those zombies already tired me out, and now Brother Yang wants to laugh me to death. Ling Jiang let out a deep sigh and stood up. Lin, take out a few tents first. Let's make do and spend the night here. There were more zombies in that wave than there were at the color steel factory, and they weren't weak either. Everyone's exhausted. I'll prepare a simple dinner. Meng Mion raised his hand. Cook some meat porridge. I'll need water, rice, meat, a small amount of vegetables, and a bit of salt. There are ready-made color steel houses, so there's no need to set up tents. Chen Lin called out, Lun Lun, bring out a 2-story color steel house with a kitchen. The Dutch pig Lun Lun released a color steel house on the empty land. In the kitchen, Chen Lin brought out what Meng Mion needed, along with a full set of kitchen utensils. Besides the kitchen and a small dining area, this 2-story color steel house had 3 rooms. Chen Lin placed 3 bunk beds in each room, and 1 bunk bed in the corner of the dining area. At its peak, Moon Goddess Squad had nearly 30 members. Lin, we can also place a tent on the roof. Living on the roof would count as standing guard, Long Yang said. Even in uninhabited wilderness, we shouldn't lower our guard. Just because we don't see anyone or any zombies where we're looking, doesn't mean they won't appear once we fall asleep. We have single-layer small color steel houses. Placing them directly on top could turn 2 stories into 3. That would be great, and we'd have 2 more rooms. Meng Mion understood the color steel houses quite well. These steel houses are sturdy and have soundproofing, as well as an insulating layer. They're even stronger than common brick and concrete structures. Someone like Sun Qing, with such a loud voice, could shout anything without disturbing the neighbors. What do you mean by shouting anything? Sun Qing suddenly stammered. Meng brother, you dirty old turtle, dirty old turtle. Meng Mion laughed loudly first. Everyone got entertained again. While laughing heartily and slapping his thigh, Duan Chaoyang said, Sister Lan, I've finally taken my revenge, haha. Chen Lin was also laughing. Tired from their efforts, everyone turned into joke makers, amusing themselves. The atmosphere was harmonious and joyful, and they lost the feeling that they were living in the apocalypse. She climbed to the roof and observed the surroundings, placing a small color steel house on each side of the rooftop exit. Lun Lun, don't randomly collect useless stuff and occupy space, understand? Lun Lun let out a few hums, jumped off Chen Lin's shoulder, and ran away. When Chen Lin went downstairs, she saw the plump Lun Lun wriggling into Duan Chaoyang's arms, making a large bulge there. Brother Yang, what happened with the Ferris wheel? Duan Chaoyang feigned drowsiness, pretending not to hear, but his ears turned strangely red. Chen Lin knew he was embarrassed. Before she could tease Duan Chaoyang again, Meng Mion came out of the kitchen with a steaming pot of meat porridge, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Vegetables, meat, and porridge, nutritious and well-balanced, Meng Mion said, eat as much as you like, I made plenty. If we can't finish it, it can be stored in the fridge for tomorrow morning when I make pancakes or something for breakfast. Hu Xing, while drinking, gave Meng Mion a thumbs up, praising him lavishly. Brother Meng, having you around really is a blessing for our taste buds. But he didn't forget to flatter Chen Lin either. Still, our captain has a sharp eye, picking all these talent. Do you think you're indirectly praising yourself? Chen Lin wasn't about to buy that line. She could identify the strengths and characteristics of each person thanks to her memories from the previous life. Those memories weren't pleasant, and she certainly didn't take pride in them. On the contrary, she constantly reminded herself with those past experiences, resolving not to repeat her old mistakes. This life was simply heaven giving her a chance to make amends. Thinking about this, Chen Lin couldn't help but feel regretful she hadn't found the 2 teammates at Chenju base. It was all because of those 2 fools in the manhole who disrupted her plans. Hee hee. Hu Xing showed no embarrassment. Yunqi squad, an elite gathering. Yeah, your head. Chen Lin cut off the fool's self-indulgence. There are 2 single rooms on the roof. You and Sun Qing stay in one room, Long Yang and I will stay in the other. The rest of you can choose among the other rooms. If any of you have CPS later, I'll try to arrange single rooms for you. There were plenty of steel houses, but since they only had 7 people now, there was no need to bring them all out yet. Make sure all the burglar-proof windows in every room are locked. Don't forget to lock the front and back burglar doors. The design of this color steel house was simple, without bathrooms. To use the restroom, they would have to go outside, where fortunately there were plenty of obstacles like buses and water trucks. Chen Lin had just turned to go upstairs when Lun Lun darted out of Duan Chaoyang's arms and followed Chen Lin up the stairs. Long Yang smiled gently and also started up the stairs. It's hot upstairs, I want to. Hu Xing's sentence was cut short as Sun Qing jumped up and grabbed his ear, yelling loudly, follow auntie upstairs. Are you afraid I'm going to eat you? Or do you prefer men? Chen Lin, walking up the stairs, almost lost her balance. Chapter 138, The Kid Back Then. In fact, the 2 separate little rooms on the rooftop only had 1 bunk bed each, a temporary overnight spot. Chen Lin really hadn't put much thought into it. As soon as they entered the room, Lun Lun burrowed into Chen Lin's backpack and soon started snoring loudly. The rain frog, on the other hand, leaped onto the window to stand guard for everyone. I'll take the top bunk, you take the bottom. Long Yang pulled Chen Lin close and kissed her forehead. Sleep now, I can see how exhausted you are. After speaking, he let go of Chen Lin and nimbly climbed up to the top bunk, lying down. As a level 9 mutant, Chen Lin's stamina was actually better than all of them combined. Jing, there's no need for you to only use a spear in short-range fights. When the zombies gather in large numbers and there's open space, using a blade is most effective. Of course, you can alternate your weapons, either a blade in one hand and a spear in the other, or a shield strapped to your arm. Long Yang turned over. Understood, Captain. In the night, his eyes sparkled like stars, shining solely on the girl he admired. Do you want me to try again to trigger my spatial mutation ability? Even though they were on different bunks, this still counted as cohabitation. Chen Lin's heart raced under his gaze. No need. I've realized that if someone isn't the first to trigger their spatial mutation, it will be extremely difficult to activate any other abilities after triggering spatial mutations. When mentioning activating powers, she remembered the black brain core in her spatial storage and also recalled her past life when she was an all-around mutant. She suddenly had an impulse to try again, to see if she could once again become an all-around mutant like in her previous life. Lingling, I want to try triggering water-based powers, Longyang said. I've found that water-based powers can cooperate well with earth, fire, ice, and lightning abilities. Let me check. Chen Lin sat on the lower bunk and took out some brain cores from her spatial pocket. She seemed to remember collecting a wind-based core. After picking out several wind-based and water-based cores, she handed them to Longyang who was on the upper bunk. You know what? I almost forgot about testing our power combinations. Let's find some time for everyone to research. Longyang hummed softly. Whatever decision you make, I support you. Actually, I'm prepared mentally to eliminate the man and woman who tried to steal our guinea pigs, just give the order. Do you think I am such a person? That killing is my only way. Chen Lin rolled her eyes, realizing too late that Longyang wouldn't see her expression from the upper bunk. She picked up the black mutated lightning-type brain core, hesitated for a moment, then placed it in her mouth. She felt it, she would surely succeed. After swallowing the brain core, Chen Lin smiled. Sure enough, she succeeded. Black arcs of electricity flickered at her fingertips. Although the apocalypse has no rules, in my heart, I have my own moral code. Thank you for understanding and trusting me. I am your fiancé, and in the future, your husband, partner, and lifelong companion. Longyang paused for a while before speaking. If you're wrong, I'll point it out. If you're right, I'll support you. You gave me 2 brain cores, but only the water-based one worked. I triggered another power too, Chen Lin said. Consider it my secret weapon. If it's your secret weapon, then I won't ask any more. Longyang extended his hand from the top bunk. Do you have any higher-grade water-based cores? Chen Lin placed level 2 to 5 water-based cores into Longyang's hand. You're truly sappy. I don't get how you became the campus heartthrob with this dual-sided personality. No help for it. Your guy is handsome. Longyang chuckled quietly. He heard Chen Lin muttering insults at him softly and said, go to sleep. We still don't know what Jizhou looks like. We need to recover our strength quickly and prepare to break through. Though Lun Lun vomited countless zombies which left them exhausted, they were actually quite happy since they'd gathered a huge amount of brain cores. At an underground laboratory somewhere unknown to Chen Lin within Jingju base, Su Junyuan and several people were sitting around a table. In front of Su Junyuan was a piece of paper. Your point is that it's impossible to trigger multiple mutations? One of the older men replied, not impossible, just less likely. However, most of our experiments used level 5 or below brain cores. I've found that the chance of activating new powers after using level 5 or above brain cores is slightly higher than those below level 5. Slightly? How much slightly? Su Junyuan wasn't satisfied with the man's vague answer. Dr. Dong, I want something clearer. The man known as Dr. Dong said, about 30% relatively higher. Still, it remains dismally low. Why is this? Su Junyuan furrowed his brows, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. His gaze moved uncertainly among the other men. Can the abilities of psionics be transferred between each other? Can the powers of zombies be directly transferred to humans? What I mean is transplanting brain cores or limbs. You are scientists, I don't care about the process, I just want the result. The group of scientists glanced uneasily at one another, with excitement and madness flowing across each face. Meanwhile, far away in Zizhou City, Chen Lin still did not know that Su Junyuan had already started his horrific experiment, as some survivors and psionics began to mysteriously disappear from Jingju base, but the people there were still completely unaware. Outside the prefabricated house where the Yunqi squad stayed near Zizhou City, Meng Mion woke up early to make breakfast for the whole team, while Ling Jiang, who didn't know how to cook, helped by preparing ingredients on the side. There was a lot of leftover meat porridge from yesterday. Meng Mion called Hu Xing, the human generator, over to help and made a bunch of sandwiches. The leftovers were placed in the portable refrigerator in the car. Chen Lin and Longyang descended the stairs successively. Breakfast was already laid out on the dining table. How can there be sandwiches without milk? 1 carton of nutritious milk for each. She pulled out boxed milk and asked, where's Sun Qing? With food available, why isn't she enthusiastic? Sun Qing's voice echoed from the staircase. While yawning, she mumbled, what do you mean by not enthusiastic? For food, I sacrificed my little star last night. It was so enjoyable fighting zombies yesterday. We talked till very late before I could fall asleep. Du and Chaoyang said awkwardly, guess I'll be remembered for my Ferris wheel for quite a while. Sun Qing giggled and pounced onto Du and Chaoyang's arm. Brother Yang, you're absolutely adorable. If it weren't for my star, I would have married you. The last time you wanted to marry me, Meng Mion chuckled as he served the heated-up porridge, mocking Sun Qing. It hasn't been long since then. Hearing this, Chen Lin chimed in, apart from me, Qing wants to marry everyone else. Luckily, we're of the same gender, otherwise, I wouldn't escape her evil plans. Sun Qing stuck out her tongue. Eat already. Outside the steel house, voices approached quickly. A boy's urgent voice came through. Mom, come quickly, there are people living here. It's the smell of cooking that came from here. All heads turned toward the unexpected visitors outside. Du and Chaoyang's usually smiling face darkened immediately. Outside the door, a mother and son duo clung onto the security fence, peering inside curiously. The teenage boy shouted excitedly, it's right here. There's the smell of food. Mom, I'm hungry, I want to eat. Chapter 139, they are full of energy. Unwelcome guests were bad enough, but they were here tofu too. Eager eater Sun Qing grabbed a sandwich from the table and stuffed it into her mouth, muttering indistinctly, the weather's nice. Everyone hurry up and eat, then we'll go into the city for a walk after the meal. I want to eat. I want to eat. The boy was already in his teens, his eyes fixed only on the food on the table as he shouted loudly at his mother. Chen Lin thought this kid was very annoying. Instinctively glancing back, she immediately saw Duan Zhaoyang's darkened face. Duan Zhaoyang knew this mother and son pair. Since Chen Lin didn't give the order, no one went to open the door, nor did anyone offer food to those outside. When everyone looked at Chen Lin, they noticed Duan Zhaoyang. Bro Yang, do you know them? Ling Jiang asked aloud. He and Chen Lin were among the first to meet Duan Zhaoyang. Although Duan Zhaoyang had scary tattoos on his arms, he was actually very detailed and gentle, yet they had never seen him with such an expression before. That boy is the child who sent me to prison for 3 years. After a few years apart, he has grown, said Duan Zhaoyang slowly. I can recall their faces even with my eyes closed. Now they understood it was them. Realizing this, Chen Lin said calmly, everyone, sit down and eat. Afterward, we'll go into the city. Zhu Xiaoyan and He Nan saw that no one was paying attention to them. Zhu Xiaoyan started pounding forcefully on the door. Open the door. Open the door. My child is hungry. Their presumptuous tone made all of them resentful. Meng Mian served meat porridge to everyone. That's all the porridge we have, but there are still sandwiches. His sentence wasn't finished, but everyone understood that sandwiches would be unlimited. Mom, there's also milk. He Nan smacked his lips. I want to drink it. Duan Zhaoyang clenched his fists tightly, his whole body stiffened, clearly upset at seeing the people outside. Chen Lin placed a sandwich in his hand. Bro Yang, they're just two strangers. If you don't like them, we'll just get rid of them. Just. Sun Qing chimed in with her mouth full. They could harm you, and they could harm others too. These troublemakers. The rest agreed with Chen Lin's words. Duan Zhaoyang stuffed the sandwich fiercely into his mouth. I'm done being angry. Let's eat. The 7 people inside ate directly, ignoring the mother and son completely. Hey, are you deaf? Zhu Xiaoyan picked up a stone from the side and smashed it against the door. Open the door, let us in. You can't just enjoy yourselves while ignoring us. Mom, it's that sword woman who won't let them open the door. He Nan pointed his finger at Chen Lin. Long Yang felt a surge of anger. Go away. What's with the attitude? He Nan kicked the burglar-proof door. If there's food, why not give it to me? You can't be so selfish. I want a sandwich. I want some milk. Long, eat your meal. Chen Lin completely ignored the people outside. Save your strength, we're going to kill zombies. Swordwoman, open the door quickly, He Nan cursed, and together with Zhu Xiaoyan, they both started smashing stones at the steel house door. Pounding sounds kept echoing, followed by the endless curses from the mother and son. Chen Lin remained calm-faced. I really want to beat that rotten brat. Sun Qing burped after being well fed. He acts like we owe him something. Sword person. Ugly beast. Selfish devil. He Nan spewed vicious insults toward Chen Lin, every single word unique. Long Yang was furious, but upon seeing Chen Lin's serene face, he suppressed his anger. Why are people these days so disgusting? We only met 2 less than 24 hours ago, and now another pair appears. Chen Lin responded lightly. This proves that when we search for companions, we should only find those whose values align with ours, like us 7. In this lifetime, she absolutely wouldn't let herself be blind again. Zhu Xiaoyan turned her eyes around slyly. We'll trade brain cores. No sale. Sun Qing promptly conjured up a wall of earth right in front of the door. The captain speaks true. Duan Zhaoyang roughly voiced out, Sister Yu, our values fit perfectly together. Sun Qing, perplexed, questioned, from here to Ziju, walking should suffice. If they could reach here, why couldn't they walk further? These kinds of people's psychology, only heaven knows, or they themselves. Chen Lin was too lazy to guess what the hateful individuals were thinking. She found Long Yang, but it had been several months since she parted ways with her family. Though she'd always optimistically believed her parents and grandparents were safe in Dak Town, until she saw them with her own eyes, her heart was still filled with worry. Chen Lin went to the kitchen, packed up the fridge and appliances, leaving some cooking materials behind. After all, she wasn't heartless. If that mother and son pair were truly hungry, they could cook for themselves. We're leaving, Chen Lin said, and Ling Jiang opened the door. Holding a rock, He Nan rushed in immediately. Sandwiches, milk, sandwiches. Zhu Xiaoyan followed closely, as if not noticing there were 7 people already inside. Chen Lin brought out the bread van, and the group of 7 got in and left. Mom, there's nothing to eat. He Nan searched around and shouted angrily, Mom. Good boy, don't worry, Mom will check. Zhu Xiaoyan squeezed into the kitchen and saw the pots, pans, rice, etc. Good boy, don't worry, Mom will make you something right away. Is it a sandwich? He Nan demanded sandwiches and milk. At this point, Yunqi team had already arrived at Ziju. The streets of Ziju were full of zombies. They only acted when they encountered level 4 or 5 zombies. As for the low-level zombies, they intentionally left them for those coming later. If everything went as expected, the next ones to arrive would be the annoying mother and son pair. Where's the cold storage? Is there a logistics warehouse here? Sun Qing anxiously asked. Let's hurry up. Chen Lin was deeply moved. Foodies plus airheads were actually very disciplined in life. Sun Qing's space was filled with food, but unless it was mealtime or unless their captain Chen Lin gave permission, she never ate anything from her space on her own. There should be one. Didn't you see how many zombies there are in Ziju? It doesn't look like someone has cleaned them up. In fact, she knew that Ziju must have satisfying supplies because it was almost a ghost town. Even with Yunqi squad consisting of 7 people, 1 pig, and a little frog, with 2 level 5 spaces, 1 level 9 space, and even Lun Lun who had his own space, it was an unprecedented lineup. Not even Su Juanyuan's team would have such resources. While Yunqi squad was busily collecting supplies, Zhu Xiaoyan and Henan also reached Ziju. Henan growled viciously, "Mom, once we find those people, we have to kill them all. They bullied me, so they will die. Find them first, let's deal with the zombies first." Zhu Xiaoyan was unhappy too. She had never made her precious son feel so humiliated, watching others eat sandwiches and drink milk while her son only had plain rice and pickles. Whoever bullies my son, I won't forgive them. Even if Chen Lin knew this mother and son pair's attitude, she wouldn't care about it. With her level 9 ability, she was confident in completely suppressing her enemies. Also, since the moment she ordered the door to remain closed, she had felt the malice emanating from that mother and son pair. Chen Lin was waiting for this despicable mother and son pair to make their move. This way, they would get rid of 2 troubles, and they could also resolve Duan Zhaoyang's heart knot. Chapter 140, Unusual. People must not be unkind, but being taken advantage of because of one's kindness isn't Chen Lin's style. Duan Zhaoyang is now a part of the team, and she wouldn't let him carry any burdens from the past. In Lingjiang, Sun Qing, Chen Lin, and Luan each took a portion of Z-State supplies into their spaces. Sun Qing and Lingjiang's level 5 spaces were much smaller than Chen Lin's when it was level 5. After collecting around in Z-State, their 2 spaces were almost full. Luan hid in Chen Lin's backpack, with a slightly smaller rain frog sitting on its back, clearly treating Luan as its mount. But Chen Lin didn't witness this scene at that moment. After collecting the supplies, she suggested everyone clear out zombies. Brain cores are absolute consumables, no one minds having too many. Chen Lin also wanted to level up her secondary mutation lightning attribute. Meng Man's ice attribute was only level 4, Hu Xing's lightning attribute was only level 3. Actually, her main purpose was to meet that unpleasant mother and son pair. By sunset, they hadn't seen them. Consider them lucky, Chen Lin thought. Does everyone want to place a color steel house on the rooftop or find a hotel? The hotel is a bit far, but the color steel house is simple. Just climb to the top of a high building and it's okay. My opinion is we're all exhausted after a day. Hotel then, Sun Qing pinched his own clothes, haven't taken a shower for several days. Smell me, I'm already stinking. I don't care where you all go, I'll follow. Duan Chaoyang sniffed himself. We men aren't as delicate as you ladies. I just need a place to sleep. Meng Man said, Captain, there are residential areas nearby, same where we can shower, benefit is that there's a kitchen. Residential buildings can cook and shower, Chen Lin decided immediately. However, we have to break into the community. Zombies are here to give us brain cores. Lingjiang was determined to leave completely and felt much lighter. It would be best if there are level 6, level 7 brain cores. In that case, our team would be stronger. They will come. Level 10 zombies, level 10 anomaly individuals will exist, maybe even higher levels, though Chen Lin hasn't seen them yet. Not far from the 7 members of Yunqi team, there was a neighborhood called Quishong Yuan. The community gate was tightly closed, and zombie security guards in uniform were walking back and forth inside. If any living person approached, the zombie security would ram against the gates, producing clangs, attracting more zombies nearby. Among those zombies, some had faint red light in their eyes, confirming what Lingjiang predicted. There were level 6 or 7 zombies in the neighborhood. With a level 9 anomaly individual like Chen Lin, along with level 6 anomaly individuals such as Duan Chaoyang, level 6, 7 zombies were here to provide brain cores. While Yunqi team members were fighting zombies, Rainfrog riding on Luan climbed out from Chen Lin's backpack and leaped onto the ground, quickly vanishing. Except for Chen Lin, none noticed these 2 little creatures' movement. Rainfrog going out and coming back, Chen Lin wasn't worried at all about these 2 tiny beings not returning. Captain, this is for you. Duan Chaoyang extracted a water attribute brain core from a level 6 zombie, level 6. Great job, Chen Lin exclaimed happily. This trip to the residential area is worth it. By reaching level 6, she no longer needed to throw water balls one by one, akin to a gamer obtaining a group attack skill. Sun Qing continuously released level 5 earth walls. No wonder I couldn't break through. It's a level 6 one. Meng brother, Yang brother, Dao brother, hurry over. There are 2 I can't handle. Captain, stars, handsome man. Long Yang curiously asked, why do you intentionally put me last? Fear Captain would get jealous if I call you. Sun Qing's ability was ineffective against level 6 zombies, so he kept releasing earth walls to slow down the zombie speed, but if I don't call you, I fear you might overthink it. There. I would never misinterpret jealousy. I know what team friendship and partner sentiment mean. Chen Lin glanced lightly at Long Yang. As long as his heart doesn't change, there's nothing in this world that could make me jealous. Cheesy. Sun Qing deliberately shivered. This is our captain, indirectly declaring sovereignty, and without any awkwardness, Lingjiang placed an earth wall from another direction to block the zombies, spreading sweetness in front of me. Meng Man, young brother, does your conscience pain? Long Yang gave Lingjiang a strange look. He felt that Lingjiang seemed to have made some kind of resolution, unlike the previous period where he was filled with heavy thoughts. Could it be, he has resolved to confess? Just don't trip over the dog food. Long Yang smiled and said, I won't be inferior to you. I have to pull our Lin. Wow, golden series, like gold, it's really beautiful. Sun Qing saw Du and Chaoyang dig out the brain core and exclaimed loudly, Younger, quick, quick, before the big handsome guy eats it, let me appreciate it first. Is this 6th level or 7th level? It doesn't seem like 6th level, possibly 7th level, Chen Lin said. This zombie could even harm Du and Chaoyang's abilities, and she had simultaneously released space blades while Duan was throwing fireballs. Play well, big handsome guy, catch it. Sun Qing threw the brain core to Long Yang. There's a 6th level wood one, stars, for you. Are they all water, wood, golden, and fire series? There isn't even an earth one? That's what we need to ask the zombies. Chen Lin felt like she might have missed something. There weren't many zombies in the residential area, but most were 5th and 6th level ones, with quite a few 7th level ones. They retreated to the front of a high-rise apartment building, leaning on the door, killing all the zombies that relentlessly chased them. Meng Man opened the door. There's an elevator, let's go to the top floor first. Before Chen Lin and Lingjiang could stop him, Meng Man had already opened the elevator doors, and a group of zombies came out. The entire elevator was almost filled with 6th level zombies, making Chen Lin increasingly suspicious. Most zombies outside were 4 to 5 levels, and still mostly 2 to 3 level ones. How could there be so many 6th level zombies in this Qishong Yuan? And 7th level ones too? It was very unusual. Everyone else was cheering for their great harvest, but Long Yang looked worried at Chen Lin. He saw her furrowed brows, clearly indicating he also thought something wasn't right here. After killing the zombies that emerged from the elevator, the 7 entered the elevator. The residential building had 7 floors. Meng Man pressed the button for the 7th floor. Should we clean up the 1st to 6th floors as well? It would be a waste to leave them clean, Chen Lin said, wanting to figure out what exactly was happening. Sun Qing moved quickly to press the buttons for the 1st through 6th floors, but nothing happened after trying repeatedly. The buttons are fake, Du and Chaoyang said. What a load of nonsense. Why make fake buttons? This shows that this building we randomly picked is not ordinary. Chen Lin searched meticulously on the elevator walls. Long Yang also said he'd help her. Lingjiang ran his hand over the elevator wall until it stopped. Captain, there's a basement level. Chapter 141, Unexpected Harvest. Lingjiang pressed the button. The elevator had just arrived at the 7th floor, paused for a moment, then went down again. Be on guard. Chen Lin put the level 6 brain core in her mouth. The zombies here are of such high rank, there might be something powerful down there. The Astronomy Research Institute had already been raided by them. Was there any place she had missed? As the elevator descended, she quickly said, once the elevator opens, whatever approaches, hit it with your abilities, no need to be polite. Sun Qing immediately placed a wall of earth near the elevator doors. Lingjiang, Meng Mian, Hu Xing, and Long Yang stood in front of Chen Lin and Sun Qing, while Du and Zhaoyang got ready to attack at any time. A level 9 like me needing protection. Chen Lin helplessly said, it should be Meng Mian, Ji Dao, and Qing Qing who need protection. The elevator stopped, and the door opened. A cold wind blew towards everyone, and they all prepared to unleash their powers, but there was nothing outside. Only 2 soft grunts could be heard. Lun Lun came into the elevator with Yuwa, circling around Chen Lin's feet and making soft sounds. How did they get here? Long Yang and Ling Jiang remained alert. I don't know either. Chen Lin noticed something bulging in Yuwa's mouth. She bent over, grabbed the 2 small things into her backpack, and then Yuwa spit out 2 items into her hand. By touch, she could feel that they were 2 brain cores, but now wasn't the time to check. When we entered the community earlier, these 2 little ones ran off, otherwise, I wouldn't have chosen this neighborhood. Outside the elevator, a dark passageway led to the distance. Ling Jiang took out his flashlight and handed it to Long Yang. You go left, I'll go right. Watch your step carefully. The passage was long but safe. Chen Lin didn't even need to look as Yuwa hadn't given any warning. Younger's fireballs can be used as flashlights. You guys really don't need to be too cautious. Meng Mian saw that usually noisy Sun Qing was not surprised at all and asked curiously, judging by your expressions, you seem to have seen a lot. The zombies are eating people already, what else would surprise me? Sun Qing replied, if a pile of food appeared in front of me. Chen Lin added, and if there were a bunch of shirtless handsome men, she'd be amazed. Hanshou men are. Speaking of handsome men, Sun Qing's saliva started flowing. Seeing handsome men doesn't make me surprised. I would leap, 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 leap. Leap your head. Hu Xing blushed with embarrassment and slapped Sun Qing on the back of her head. This is no place for jokes. Can you please be serious? After walking for a long time, a slightly ajar door appeared at the end of the corridor, and dim light leaked through the gap. Accompanying the light were uneven zombie growls and the clear sound of chains colliding. Another place studying zombies. Chen Lin clearly remembered that Zizhou had no branch of the Astronomy Research Institute. Could there be something she didn't know about? Ling Jiang opened the door, and a massive hall appeared before everyone. Row upon row of racks held numerous bound zombies. This place rivaled the headquarters of the Astronomy Research Institute in the capital. Chen Lin's eyes narrowed. This place, this style, it was definitely the Astronomy Research Institute. On the ground lay several corpses dressed in white lab coats. One zombie also clad in a white coat gnawed on the body lying on the ground. Long Yang moved forward and killed the zombie, glancing down at the lab coat. What is this place? No idea, but it sure isn't a good one. Sun Qing began slaughtering the zombies tied to the racks. Quickly kill the zombies and harvest their brain cores, they're all ours. Ling Jiang warily inspected the surroundings. No living people. Captain, there are a few small rooms over here. Meng Mian and Du and Zhaoyang watched as Sun Qing and Hu Xing ignored everything else and directly slaughtered the zombies on the racks, so they joined in as well. I'll come take a look immediately. Chen Lin scanned the iron racks full of zombies and couldn't help but inwardly tremble. Almost all of them were level 6 or 7 zombies, with only an extremely few being level 5 zombies. Long Yang noticed some writing on the metal rack. He looked closely. Earth-type zombie, Zhonglan, 17 years old. Fire-type zombie, Zhu Jun, 19 years old. They're all students from school. Linny, is this the place you mentioned? Pretty much, Chen Lin replied. Long Yang, I know it may seem unbelievable to you, but facts are exactly what you see with your own eyes. I do not doubt you, it's just completely different to see with my own eyes than to hear from you, Long Yang hurriedly said. I believe you. Hurry up and take the brain cores, I'll go check on Ji Dao. Chen Lin noticed that 2 zombies' heads had been melted halfway, which was Yu was doing. These zombies didn't have meteorites, so how did they grow so fast? In a small room, there were various kinds of potions everywhere, and the computer on the table was still on. Chen Lin walked over and put the computer into her space pocket. Tell Younger to burn this place. Ling Jiang gestured for Du and Zhaoyang to come over. Captain, you go check the other room. He pointed at the next door to the small room. Too scary. Chen Lin went over and took a look. In the direction Ling Jiang pointed, it was a slightly larger room where several white-coated zombies were walking around inside. The door was locked inward. What Chen Lin cared about were the things next to those white-coated zombies, a large piece of meteorite fragment and a pile of colorful brain cores. What are these? Du and Zhaoyang asked loudly. Are they useful to us? They're not good stuff. Captain said burn them. Ling Jiang said, Younger, if I could set fire, I wouldn't call you. Du and Zhaoyang immediately threw several fireballs over. The captain said so, what else? Chen Lin let out a spatial blade to cut open the lock, rushed in. She wanted the meteorite, she also wanted the brain cores. The white-coated zombies charged towards Chen Lin, but how could they be a match for her? By the time Ling Jiang and Du and Zhaoyang came over to help, Chen Lin had already picked up the meteorite fragments and brain cores. Unexpected harvest. Hu Xing carried a backpack, all wiped out, some were tough. Captain. He handed the backpack to Chen Lin. 11 level 5s, 37 level 6, 7 level 7s. Strange, there is no earth type among the level 6 and 7s, but all 11 level 5s are earth type. Not surprising, targeted cultivation was exactly what the people of the Astronomy Research Institute loved to do, but why didn't the map show such a large-scale place? Chen Lin was full of doubts. Long Yang then walked over. I've checked, here is under the underground garage of the residential area, the place we came down from was the entrance. There is another exit. Isn't it the exit of the underground parking lot? Chen Lin blurted out without thinking. Seeing the surprise on Long Yang's face, she couldn't help but regret secretly. You pretend to be confused again, didn't I tell you before? These places all have one feature. Chapter 142, Artificial Mutant Beasts. No one knows why, but the people from the Celestial Research Institute seem to have a peculiar fondness for placing one of their exits in underground parking lots. Chen Lin had visited numerous branches of the Celestial Research Institute, and almost none were an exception. Captain's sister, Sun Qing said, there's a lightning type in level 6, but I didn't take it. Am I a good girl? You are. Chen Lin praised Sun Qing, it's placed with me, and it's also intended for you all. You'll get an upgrade soon. Interestingly, aside from Ling Jiang's earth type and Sun Qing's earth type, as well as Long Yang's metal type, everyone else's other abilities had risen by a level. Ling Jiang and Sun Qing's space type abilities reached level 6. However, it probably shouldn't be this simple. When Yunqi squad was about to leave, Chen Lin suddenly spoke up. Did you forget that the floor buttons from the first floor to the 6th floor were all fake? We've neglected such a huge space. Exactly. Du and Zhaoyang slapped his palm hard. We still can't leave. The others also agreed not to leave, and Long Yang delivered a fierce punch to the wall. Whoever is behind this place, we absolutely cannot leave anything once we've discovered it. The corpses of zombies, those aren't for us. Knowing Long Yang recognized the dozens of zombies as college students and feeling disturbed, Chen Lin continued, let's return to B1 and look for the entrance. She took out the computer she had stealthily picked up earlier. I'll check if there's anything else on their computers. As the elevator stopped, 7 people gathered together to look at the laptop. After some operations, Chen Lin managed to retrieve the recently used file records. She clicked open the files. Images of monsters appeared on the screen, looking like the creatures straight out of games, each one bizarrely shaped. Hu Xing, who played online games, felt these monsters looked familiar. It seems like they're from a game, I've definitely seen them before. While the rest just found the appearances of the monsters terrifying, Chen Lin was inwardly shocked beyond belief. These were mutant beasts. Not only had she genuinely seen them, but she had killed quite a few. In the past, she always thought that mutant beasts were animals that mutated, but now she could only let out a wry chuckle. Like zombies, these are man-made monsters. Look here, Chen Lin flipped through a text document. This contains details of the experiments, along with names. Next to a picture resembling a vampire, with bat wings, the label Red Wing Rat 2, created from bats and South American rodents combined with mutagenic serums extracted from abnormal energy beings, capable of bloodsucking, spreading the plague, nocturnal, living in groups, flying fast, and current natural predators unknown. She saw descriptions of hawk beasts, werewolves, split armor beasts, and more. From the usage record of the computer, she realized that the secret base below this housing estate had been established long ago. Originally, it was researching advanced weapons secretly, but after the apocalypse began, its research shifted towards zombies and mutant beasts. This entire neighborhood was a base for mutant beasts. Liney, these monsters must not be allowed to run rampant above ground. Long Yang's face was serious. There are already too few survivors left. If these monsters escape, humanity will have an even harder time surviving. Look again, are there places like this elsewhere? If there are, they must not be allowed to harm others. Duan Chaoyang asked, Captain, do such monsters really exist? Why didn't we see any when we went in just now? Guishong Yuan has 18 residential buildings. It's impossible for there to be just one entrance and exit point. Let's search more carefully. Chen Lin stored the laptop away, withholding information about something even more terrifying. Guishong Yuan in Zizhou had actually been in contact with Su Junyan all along. No one knew how Su Junyan and his group managed it, but the efficiency of Su Junyan was indeed frightening. If he could conduct experiments in Zizhou, it was likely that the experimental bases in Jingju would be larger and more sophisticated. What are you waiting for? Find the entrance. In the elevator, Sun Qing started tapping and knocking around. There was nothing inside the elevator, so she continued to knock and tap along the dark corridors. You should not make too much noise. What if someone is around? Hu Xing saw Sun Qing's actions and quickly stopped her. However, his stop came too late. Sun Qing accidentally touched something, and a crack appeared in the wall. An ugly claw emerged from the gap, instantly grabbing Sun Qing. Before the group could rescue her, Sun Qing couldn't even cry out and was dragged into the gap. Duan Chaoyang kicked open the crack with one foot, revealing a hidden door camouflaged as a wall. Before anyone could go save Sun Qing, they saw a strange-looking creature stuffing Sun Qing into its abnormally large mouth. Ching. Hu Xing's eyes turned red at the sight, and he rushed forward, using all sorts of strange powers. The big-mouthed monster swallowed Sun Qing whole, then belched. Sun Qing, hold on, we're coming to save you. Chen Lin, upon seeing the big-mouthed monster, relaxed somewhat. Although it had arms, it was actually a plant called a globecage grass. Though it looked terrifying, it didn't have much attack power. To be digested by the globecage grass would take at least 10 days to half a month. If you don't come to save me soon, I'm going to stink to death. Sun Qing's voice came muffled from inside the round, bulging belly of the globecage grass. Duan Chaoyang held a knife and circled around the globecage grass, unsure where to strike. The globecage grass had only its swollen belly, a large mouth, and 2 ugly arms, and he feared injuring Sun Qing, who was swallowed inside. Hu Xing was sweating profusely with worry. His level 6 wood-type abilities were useless against the globecage grass. Captain, please do something. Qing has been eaten. Chen Lin carefully observed that Hu Xing's eyes had turned red. She deliberately teased, now you know to panic. What were you doing earlier? I'll never be restrained again, Captain. I beg you, save Qing. Hu Xing was almost on his knees, as neither his wood-type nor thunder-type abilities seemed to faze the big-mouthed monster. Long Yang's metal type was at level 7, yet even he hesitated in attacking, raising his leg to kick the globecage grass's body. The globecage grass just shook slightly, but Sun Qing yelped, who's taking revenge for personal reasons? Kicking me here. Captain, what should we do? Duan Chaoyang had originally intended to try cutting open the globecage grass's belly, but hearing Sun Qing's cry, he dared not act. Meng Mion asked, what is this thing anyway? Such a huge mouth. Seeing Meng Mion, an idea sprang to Chen Lin's mind. Yang Ji, burn its base quickly. Plants inherently fear fire, and mutant plants are no exception. When the globecage grass caught fire, its spherical body convulsed, its big mouth opening wide and spurting out a foul-smelling liquid, followed by a person soaked to the skin being thrown out. Ooh! Sun Qing collapsed on the ground, retching violently. Hu Xing dashed over in joy, disregarding the horrible smell emanating from her as he tightly embraced her. Will you ever misbehave like this again? Sun Qing's chest felt as if tossed by waves, leaving her no time to respond. Seeing Sun Qing was unharmed, Chen Lin unleashed a space blade, cutting the globecage grass down to its roots, which immediately shrunk after disconnecting from the ground. With the massive globecage grass no longer obstructing the view, a staircase leading upwards appeared. Chapter 143, None Shall Remain. The ball cage plant didn't have high attack power, but it was an excellent guard plant. Chen Lin casually put the ball cage plant into her space. Then she led the way up the stairs. At the end of the stairs, there was another elevator. As Chen Lin was about to press the button to open the elevator, Long Yang reached out to stop her and protect her from behind. Don't rush blindly into the situation. Stay behind me. Long Yang. Chen Lin couldn't help but call his name softly. He clearly knew that she wasn't that fragile, yet he acted overly anxious. This is the captain's order. You should stay at the back and protect the teammates behind. Mission understood, Captain. Long Yang looked at Chen Lin with both pain and helplessness before retreating to the back of the team. When the elevator doors opened, it was empty inside. The buttons on the elevator walls, from B1 to 6F, were all lit up. Chen Lin pressed for the first floor. The first floor was a spacious hall. As soon as the 7 people stepped in, the elevator door closed automatically. Several dazzlingly bright lights flashed on all at once. The hall was illuminated as bright as daylight. Chen Lin used her hand to shield herself from the light and barely looked around. The hall was 3 stories tall, with the 2nd and 3rd floors transformed into stands, looking just like an arena. The 4 giant iron doors on each side opened simultaneously. Countless zombies poured out. Among them were not only zombie animals, zombie dogs, zombie cats, and several huge zombie bears. It seems we are going to have some hard work ahead. Chen Lin's focus was on the 2nd and 3rd floors where she felt someone watching them. This seemed to be an experiment using her Yunqi team. Soon, they would regret this. Long Yang quickly condensed 7 shields and distributed them among the 7 people. Form a circle and defend carefully. It feels like being transported into Resident Evil. Sun Qing set up several earth walls around the group of 7. Chen Lin said, Brother Dao, Qing, you too can use the space blade. Your abilities have reached the required level. Ling Jiang placed soil spikes outside Sun Qing's earth walls. I don't know why, but Sun Qing and I's spatial ability doesn't seem to form what you refer to as a space blade even though we've reached level 5. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin also looked a bit surprised since both had reached level 5 in their spatial abilities without utilizing the space blades, assuming they might have been concealing their powers. We'll discuss this later. Be cautious of the zombie animals. Zombie animals retained their instincts as animals. Like zombies, they did not feel fatigue. On the other hand, they possessed troubling speed. Just seconds ago, the large hall had been empty, but now it was overcrowded, the stench of zombie rot permeating the entire hall. A single strike from a zombie bear shattered one of the earth walls. Sun Qing kept casting new ones, while Chen Lin summoned her space blade and aimed at the neck of the zombie bear. Forget about brain cores for now, cut off their head. Ling Jiang's earth attribute was only at level 5, and his 6th level space attribute lacked offensive capability. Long Yang conjured a golden machete and handed it to Ling Jiang. Cut the necks, then collect the brain cores afterward. One zombie bear fell, another got decapitated by Long Yang and Ling Jiang working together. Sun Qing used lightning to electrocute several zombie dogs. Discharge electricity. Okay. Hu Xing stood alongside Sun Qing, discharging electricity while simultaneously using vines to gather the zombie heads chopped off by Chen Lin's group. Captain, store them in your space for now. We'll extract them when we have time. In less than 10 minutes, the swarm of tightly packed zombies, mostly level 5 or 6, was dealt with. Before the team could catch their breath, more zombies surged from those same 4 doors, and these zombies were much larger than the previous batch. Most were level 7. Behind this wave of zombies were several mutated beasts. Lightning, fire attacks, do not stop. Chen Lin started by throwing a water sphere. With level 7 fire and metal attributes, these zombies weren't too troublesome, but for the Yunqi team, the real challenge came from those few mutated beasts. However, for Chen Lin, those few mutated beasts weren't a problem. Her eyes slanted toward the 2nd floor. Yunqi team, follow my orders. Except for Yunqi members, no living beings shall remain, including humans. I said none will be left alive. She pulled out her rain frog and placed it on Long Yang's shoulder. If anyone who isn't from the Yunqi team approaches you, bite them. After finishing, she stomped on one of Sun Qing's earth walls and lunged towards the mutated beast. Simultaneously, a string of water balls was thrown from her hands towards the mutated beast, accompanied by 9th level space blades. You, don't be reckless. Long Yang hurriedly shouted. I've never been reckless. Chen Lin aimed at a door and rushed over. The mutated beast was killed by her, and the rest of the things could be handled by Yunqi team. She was very confident in her teammates. Captain. Long Yang wanted to chase after Chen Lin, but as soon as Chen Lin left, there was immediately a gap in their circle of 7 people. He had no choice but to use a shield to block the gap Chen Lin left behind, killing zombies with all his strength. Ling Jiang looked towards the direction where Chen Lin disappeared. Let's kill the zombies first, then regroup with the captain. Brothers, hurry up and kill them. I'm going crazy. Sun Qing kept casting earth walls and lightning, her powers quickly drained. Occasionally, she would grab some brain cores and put them in her mouth. Behind the 4 large doors were 4 rooms filled with huge cages. Behind the cages was a small door. When the 2nd wave of zombies was released, Chen Lin saw moving figures. She was sure there was a passage there. Bang! A white coat with a mask raised his gun and shot at Chen Lin. Chen Lin threw a water ball at the white coat's arm, and the sound of the water ball hitting made a clicking noise, causing the bullet to go astray. The white coat switched hands and tried to continue shooting at Chen Lin. Chen Lin threw a few water balls, knocking the white coat down on the ground. His limbs twisted. He looked at Chen Lin in horror. What level is your water power? There's no need for dead people to know. Chen Lin walked past the white coat and threw a water ball at his neck. Chen Lin rushed upstairs to the 2nd floor. Several white coats were scrambling to gather things on the table. Some were running fast toward another side exit. Thinking of escaping? Not that easy. Chen Lin had already had enough of the Space Institute's talk about benefiting humanity. She deeply hated those who treated humans as non-beings, so she didn't hold back at all. While chasing those people, she threw a 9th level space blade at those who were frantically tidying up. Luan came out from Chen Lin's backpack, jumped down and smelled around the laboratory, collecting some things. After finishing, it quickly caught up with Chen Lin, leaped several times onto her body, and dived into the backpack. Kicking away a corpse, Chen Lin patted her backpack. Didn't pick up anything you shouldn't, right? Knowing Luan couldn't speak, Chen Lin stepped onto the 3rd floor. Let's see what anti-human stuff they have cooked up. Going up from the 3rd floor was an even larger space where various mutant plants grew wildly. In the bottles of a few giant pitcher plants, there were several white coats wrapped inside. Some weren't dead yet, and seeing Chen Lin, they cried out, save me, I don't want to die. Chapter 144, Farewell. Chen Lin had originally had no good impressions of these people in white coats, but when they asked for help, Chen Lin could not remain indifferent. She stepped forward to take a look, and found that the person in the white coat was submerged in the pitcher plant's jar, with only the head remaining while everything below the neck had melted into liquid. Quick, save me. Save me. The man who only had his head left saw that Chen Lin wasn't moving and became anxious. I don't want to die yet. It's not that I don't want to save you, Chen Lin said, it's that I can't. The man looked at Chen Lin in panic, as if trying to ascertain whether her words were true. You just have to get me out. There was nothing Chen Lin could do about it. Even if this head were taken out, he wouldn't survive long anyway. He wasn't a zombie after all. Other members of the Yunqi squad also rushed over. Seeing the head in the pitcher plants bottle, Sun Qing cried out, just a head, and he still won't die? Ah! The man who had only his head left lowered his head to look down. Upon seeing the empty white coat, he panicked and screamed wildly. After a few cries, gurgling sounds came from his throat, his eyes rolled back, and he completely lost his breath. There. The sole survivor you scared to death. Chen Lin patted Sun Qing's shoulder. Impressive. Sun Qing jabbed a finger toward the head in the bottle. This isn't my fault. He just had that last bit of breath left. I just happened to be there. A solitary round head floated up and down in some unknown liquid. None of them noticed several green threads from the pitcher plant's fluid sneak into the brain of that head. After everyone ignored the head, the supposedly dead one slowly opened its eyes, and faint points of green light began to move around aimlessly in its pupils. Long Yang glanced at Chen Lin first. Are you alright? I'm fine. Chen Lin said, there are all kinds of strange plants here, so don't touch anything. She walked around the pitcher plants a few times and saw that they were all ordinary mutated plants without any collection value. Ling Jiang and Duan Chaoyang also took a few turns around. We can rest on the 7th floor now. You go clean up the room first. I'll go for a walk outside. Chen Lin wanted to check if other residential buildings had similar places like this. How could Long Yang possibly let Chen Lin act alone? I'll go with you. They left a few people to tidy up the rooms on the 7th floor. Chen Lin and Long Yang made a full circle through Tsuishan Garden. The other residential buildings turned out to indeed be regular apartments, though they were all vacant. Following me this closely, Chen Lin shot Long Yang an unfriendly glance. Do you think I'm gonna run away? Long Yang casually draped his arm around Chen Lin's shoulders. I need to keep a closer eye on you so you don't get abducted by someone else. Would she get abducted? Chen Lin gave him a huge roll of her eyes. The one likely to get abducted is you, Mr. Demon. I haven't forgotten about your sister Bing Yang. Long Yang forcibly suppressed the counter-question itching to escape his lips and refrained from asking Chen Lin if she knew Ling Jiang's secret crush on her. My conscience, before meeting you, I never thought about falling in love. When I met you on the beach, I've always had this question in my mind, am I really that ugly? Why doesn't this girl in the checked swimsuit look at me even once? And what kind of question is that? Chen Lin tried hard not to laugh. Well, then, I discovered that this girl actually goes to my school. Long Yang tightened his grip on Chen Lin's shoulders, grinding his teeth playfully with fake anger, so I decided to definitely ask her that question. Chen Lin laughed uncontrollably. And you ended up telling me to look in the mirror, didn't you? No, Long Yang hurriedly corrected. What I meant was, it's the first time in my life that someone told me to look in the mirror. So I vowed, right then and there, that I would marry that mirror and bring it home, look at myself day and night, and ask her, am I handsome or not? Wife, am I handsome? Chen Lin forcefully shoved Long Yang's hand off. Yes, so handsome it hurts to look at you. That answer. Right before entering the camp setup inside the residential building, Long Yang pulled Chen Lin close and pecked her lips fiercely. My husband is not satisfied with that. Let's deal with it back in the room. Ooh. Chen Lin turned her face away, breathing heavily. Your kissing skills have certainly improved, huh? Have you been practicing? Long Yang's handsome face flushed red suddenly. Why must you always bring that up? Looks like more practice is needed. We should seal that mouth of yours. To others, Long Yang may seem aloof and dignified, but he looked quite adorable when he blushed. Chen Lin hooked her arm into his crooked elbow. That's a compliment. Chen Lin's movements greatly pleased Long Yang. We collected quite a few brain cores today, didn't we? Exactly. Chen Lin said, we did collect a lot of brain cores. I'll count them when we get back. In her storage space were still 2 8th level brain cores. She hadn't had the chance to check which series they belonged to. Speaking of the bountiful harvest, Chen Lin's eyes sparkled. Long Yang smirked. Little greedy one, let me see what you've obtained. Let you have a glimpse. Chen Lin took out the 2 brain cores. Look, they might be 8th level. One was a white spatial brain core and the other a black mutated lightning brain core. Long Yang glanced around quickly, then hastily closed Chen Lin's hand. Silly girl, put them away quickly. We can talk about it later when we're back. This place has been cleaned up, Chen Lin said casually. Other than me, you're the strongest. But soon, we'll have another 8th level powerhouse. Brother Dao or Hu Xing, who do you plan to give it to? Long Yang asked. They're both spatial ability users. Dao first, obviously, Chen Lin said without hesitation. You go aside with Brother Dao and give it to him. There were many rooms on the 7th floor. Long Yang immediately called Ling Jiang into the room. What's this secrecy all about? Ling Jiang saw Chen Lin in the room as well and assumed Long Yang wanted to reveal something about his feelings. Brother Dao, Chen Lin took out the 8th level spatial brain core. I called you here to give this to you. Let's keep this quiet for now. 8th level? Ling Jiang was greatly surprised. You are also a spatial ability user. You should use it first. If you find another, you can give it to me. Chen Lin didn't want others to know yet that she was already at 9th level. Everyone will have these eventually, just sooner or later. Take it. I see, I'll take it first then. Ling Jiang hesitated for a moment before saying, Xiaoyan, Lin, there is also something I want to discuss with you. With this 8th level brain core, I feel more confident. Was Ling Jiang planning to leave the team? Chen Lin blurted out, Brother Dao, do you want to abandon us? Long Yang hadn't expected Ling Jiang to say such things either. Brother Dao, give me a reason to leave. Our destination is Yunqi City. Ling Jiang quickly gathered his thoughts. I want to go check the camp. I'm thinking, what if they are still there? I could pick them up. With the 8th level brain core, you don't need to worry about my safety. I need to see to believe. Hearing this, Long Yang fell silent. His father and Du Yuan had always been in his thoughts. In that case, Chen Lin twisted her fingers together. The new residents of Dragon Gang's army wasn't in the same direction as where they were heading. It's my oversight. I thought Du Yuan and Lin Man would successfully bring Uncle Long to Yunqi City. Chapter 145. Why don't you persuade him? I'm already an 8th level spatial anomaly, Ling Jiang said while holding the brain core and waving it at Chen Lin and Long Yang. Aren't you reassured yet? Long Yang put his hand on Ling Jiang's shoulder. Of course not. You're alone. How can we possibly feel reassured about that? Ling Jiang's and Sun Qing's 5th level space abilities did not include spatial blades. Even though Chen Lin didn't know why this was the case, she understood that even if Ling Jiang consumed the 8th level brain core, in reality, he would still only be a 5th level Earth anomaly practitioner. Dao Ji, can't you wait a bit? Once we reach Yunqi City, if they aren't there, we can go look for them together. Captain, stop trying to persuade me. Ling Jiang looked at Chen Lin standing right before him. He recalled when Chen Lin had pulled him away, it might be best for him to leave and cool off, all the while finding Uncle Long and Du Yuan. It served multiple purposes. I can't bear to let Uncle Long and Du Yuan down. It's been months since I've seen them. I wonder how they are now. My spatial capacity holds supplies. With its upgrade to the 8th level now, I can continue gathering resources, seafood, delicacies, wild game, various types. That's decided then. See you at Yunqi City. Before Chen Lin could oppose it, Ling Jiang turned and quickly left the 7th floor. The sound of the door closing drew others' attention. Meng Mion curiously asked, where is Dao Ji going? His voice wasn't low, and Du and Chaoyang, Sun Qing, and Hu Xing all stepped out from their rooms. He must have had a long day and should sleep, so where else would he be running off to? Dao Ji is worried about his adoptive father and his friends. He wishes to set off first, explained Chen Lin. I and Long Yang persuaded him for quite some time. Let's all get some rest. We may still have a bunch of zombies waiting for us tomorrow. Long Yang stood by the window, his brows slightly furrowed. He was worried that Ling Jiang might confess to Lin Lin but also didn't want to force Ling Jiang to leave. Upon hearing the sound of the door, he turned around and saw it was Chen Lin. Why didn't you try to persuade him to stay? I tried, said Chen Lin. And weren't you there as well? You think it's my fault? No. As Ling Jiang walked away without looking back, his silhouette caused a lump in Long Yang's chest. It seems I couldn't persuade him. I thought perhaps you, being the captain, might exercise some authority. Nah, making it seem like I'm some dictator or something. Chen Lin shot Long Yang a scornful glance. Dao Ji is worried about Uncle Long and Du Yuan. If it were you who wanted to leave back then, I wouldn't have tried to dissuade either. Your abilities aren't bad and you can take care of yourselves. But I do think Dao Ji traveling alone stands a better chance. After all, with spatial ability, he won't run out of supplies along the way. If the Yunqi team hadn't been lucky to arrive at Zizhou Place. Then, Long Yang pinched Chen Lin's nose. You didn't have much confidence in me, huh? Yes, I'm afraid you might die, you know that. Suddenly, Chen Lin's eyes became red, but whether or not that's because of confidence doesn't matter. Long Yang squeezed Chen Lin's nose slightly tighter. Silly. I won't die, and neither will you. Mom and Dad, Grandpa, they're all waiting for grandchildren. Yi. Go ahead and bear one yourself. Chen Lin slapped Long Yang's hand aside. I'm too young anyway, old man. Little brat. Long Yang pulled Chen Lin into his arms, raising his palm to pat her firm bottom a few times. I need to establish my household rules properly. Pretty good feeling, huh? After struggling a little, Chen Lin gave up. The sensation truly is excellent. Long Yang lightened his hand movements. Tonight, will you join your husband-to-be for some sleep? I noticed, the bed in the room is quite large. This guy always goes too far. Chen Lin rolled her eyes, breaking free from Long Yang's hold. You, a respected young lord, become a complete thug whenever you're with me. Because it's you. Though Long Yang didn't say it out loud, he wrapped an arm around Chen Lin's shoulders and kissed her forehead lightly. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Go to sleep soon. You sleep first. I'll sort through what I've gained. Chen Lin planned to consume the 8th level mutated thunder-type brain core. Before sleeping, Long Yang patted Chen Lin's head gently. You little greedy bug. I'll sleep first. Just sleep early, and I promise not to misbehave. Ever since deciding to be with Long Yang, Chen Lin never feared him behaving lewdly. On the contrary, it was her taking the initiative. She said, we're fiancés. If I really cared, I wouldn't be sharing a room with you in the first place. I'm more open-minded than you think. Mountain fire. Upon being reminded by Chen Lin, Long Yang remembered the first night they spent together alone outdoors. Do you regret it? Chen Lin answered, not possible. You'll regret it slowly. Anyway, we have all the time in the world. Chen Lin took out the 8th level brain core and put it in her mouth. I believe Uncle Long will be fine. There was a level 3 anomaly practitioner, Lin Man, by Long Gang's side, so Chen Lin thought that Long Gang would absolutely be alright. At the beginning of the apocalypse, there were basically no anomaly practitioners. A level 3 anomaly practitioner was already pretty awesome, almost able to act recklessly at that time. Are these black brain cores your secret weapons? Long Yang lay on the bed with a smile, looking at Chen Lin. Is this your third anomaly ability? Chen Lin hummed in agreement. I originally also wanted to try and trigger other skills, but seeing how difficult it was for them to trigger, I dropped the idea. Storing some brain cores isn't easy. I'll wait until I have more brain cores. I found that water anomaly practitioners have very low attack power. You should trigger one with stronger attacks, said Long Yang. Didn't you just gain a lot of fire types? You can upgrade straight to level 7. Hearing this, Chen Lin's eyes lit up. She did have fire-type brain cores, and not few of them. They were more than enough for her to experiment with, and she immediately pulled some fire-type brain cores from her spatial ability. Long Yang watched as Chen Lin swallowed the brain cores one by one. Take your time, no rush. After swallowing several level 1 fire-type brain cores, Chen Lin continued to consume the level 2, level 3, and higher level ones. Hurry up so we can go to sleep. Don't underestimate the number of zombies in the housing complex. When you fight them, it's tiring. Currently, she was a level 9 spatial anomaly practitioner, level 8 mutated thunder type, level 7 fire type, and level 7 water type. In the future, she could stop using the water type to smash things slowly, and if needed, switch to fire type. The level 7 fire type anomaly ability could use fire rain and fire walls, which were many times more powerful than water balls. Do you think there are places like this elsewhere? Long Yang propped his head up with his arm, looking at Chen Lin with a sparkling gaze. There must be, we just can't find them. Chen Lin lay down on the other side of the bed. We were lucky to find Suishang Park. Long Yang turned over and embraced Chen Lin. If we come across one, we can't let it slip. That's for sure, Chen Lin said. Although the Astronomical Research Institute was an evil place, she always managed to collect good stuff there. It provided her with enormous help after her rebirth. Publicly and privately, she wouldn't let the Astronomical Research Institute get away. However, upon meeting Su Junyuan in the future, it would likely be a different kind of situation. She was currently quite looking forward to meeting him, as well as Gao Bingyang and Gao Rui. Long Yang tightened his arm around Chen Lin, pulling her tightly into his embrace. Liney, don't daydream. I only have one girlfriend, and you're it. In the past, I had no relationship with any woman of unclear status. I know. Chen Lin patted Long Yang's strong arms, but sometimes, seeing those who cling to you non-stop, I just feel so angry. I always want to teach them a lesson. As he listened, Long Yang chuckled softly. Go ahead and teach them. I'll pretend I didn't see anything and won't tell your mother-in-law about your fierce demeanor. Chapter 146, Unwelcome Guests. After Ling Jiang left, the 7-person squad was now down to 6. There wasn't the usual bustle during breakfast in the morning. Captain, Duan Chaoyang broke the silence among the 6 people and spoke first. Chen Lin looked up at him. Brother Yang, what is it? Whenever a team member formally addressed her as captain, it was either because of outsiders or serious business. Can we stay in Zizhou for a few more days? Duan Chaoyang hesitated before saying this. Meng Mion also chimed in. Captain. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin glanced at Duan Chaoyang and then Meng Mion. She noticed Sun Jing and Hu Xing were also looking at her eagerly. Looks like all 4 of you want to stay in Zizhou. Majority rules, I agree, but only for 1 day. 1 day is better than nothing, Duan Chaoyang gruffly said. What if Xiao Dao wants to come back, and we're gone, he won't be able to find us. I understand what you mean. Camaraderie among teammates had already developed, and Chen Lin enjoyed seeing the harmony between everyone. Zizhou is a densely populated city. While we wait for him, we can also collect brain cores. Who knows, maybe we'll gain some unexpected advantages here. Long Yang walked over to the window, looking into the distance. Brother Dao won't come back. It's probably the result of careful thought. He knew Ling Jiang well. If things weren't clear in his mind, he wouldn't say them aloud. Previously, Long Yang even thought that Ling Jiang intended to confess to Chen Lin. Now, it seemed he'd been mistaken about Ling Jiang's motives. Let's go fight zombies. Chen Lin took out a marker pen and wrote a few words on the door. If Brother Dao comes back, sees my message, he'll definitely wait for us. On the contrary, if Ling Jiang didn't return, they wouldn't see the note. Not long after Ling Jiang left Suishang apartment, he met another southbound small team and joined them as a level 5 Earth Element ability user. However, Chen Lin and the others didn't know yet. Elsewhere in Zizhou, zombies averaged level 4 to 5, and the Yunqi squad members' abilities had reached an average level 5 or higher, so killing these zombies wasn't difficult at all. One by one, new individuals appeared, joining their ranks to fight the undead. By the end of the day, nearly all the zombies in Zizhou City had been wiped out. Should we head back? Long Yang approached Chen Lin's side. I want to check back home. Chen Lin turned around and saw several young men not too far away following them. There were few zombies left on the streets now, and those several young men. Let's regroup. Chen Lin scanned those youngsters and immediately understood Long Yang's intention to return. He had noticed someone trailing the Yunqi squad. Meng Mion also spotted something unusual in the distance. Duan Chaoyang slung his arm over Meng Mion's shoulder and forbade him from looking around. Meng, what are you going to cook us tonight? At the mention of dinner, Hu Xing and Sun Qing's attention was immediately drawn to the meal. These 2 big eaters had completely missed the fact that they had been followed. When they returned to the 7th floor room, everything was exactly the same as when they had left. It was unoccupied. Chen Lin closed the door. Brother Dao hasn't come back. Let's rest well tonight and set off tomorrow. Duan Chaoyang pressed his ear against the door, listening carefully. The elevator just moved. Those people have been following us all along. What should we do? Wait and see, Chen Lin said. Those people had suspicious behavior, but showed no hostility so far. However, she didn't foolishly assume that just because they currently had no hostile intent, it meant they never would. This was the apocalypse, not the past. Long Yang formed a dagger and held it in his hand. No matter what they plan, we're not afraid. Our squad averages level 6 to 7, there's no need to be nervous. Chen Lin rolled her eyes at Long Yang. Open the door, let's see what our unwelcome visitors want to do. Having received Chen Lin's signal, Duan Chaoyang suddenly threw open the door. Outside the door stood 3 men and 2 women, with the apparent leader just about to knock. Surprisingly startled by the sudden opening of the door, the 5 outside jumped. Seeing this, Duan Chaoyang couldn't help but ask, "Why have you been following us?" "I'm Zhuge Hui, Wood Element Ability User, Level 4, Zhuge Hui introduced the other 4 standing beside him, Xiao Wenkai, Luo Lian, Chen Ju, and Zhong Yangyang. Xiao Wenkai had an arm around Luo Lian, yet his eyes lingered on Sun Qing and Chen Lin. "Captain, they asked why we've been following them." "You're deflecting the question." Zhuge Hui's face flashed with embarrassment. "The thing is, we're looking for a team to go together to the safe base. Could there still be such a clean and handsome man in this apocalypse?" Zhong Yanyan's gaze was fixed on Ling Yu, her eyes revealing uncontainable admiration. "We've heard that it's great at the safety zone, many people we encountered have already gone there. Traveling with more people ensures greater safety along the way." As she spoke, she tried to step inside. Duan Chaoyang blocked the door, not letting her in. "Sorry, we don't have any plans to go to the safety zone." After hearing this, Zhuge Hui looked regretful. "Is that so? Then never mind, we won't." "Who among you is the captain?" "We are all ability users, can't you invite us in?" Zhong Yangyang interrupted Zhuge Hui. "We've also been fighting zombies along the way, we're only 5 people, we won't take up much space." Zhuge Hui's face showed both embarrassment and discomfort. "Let's find another place to rest." "Don't bother them." Zhong Yangyang had set her eyes on Long Yang and showed no intention of leaving. Her gaze was intense as she straightforwardly addressed Long Yang. "You are their captain, right? Can you let us in?" "Sorry, we can't." Sun Qing stepped forward unkindly. "Since you know you're disturbing us, just leave. We need to rest. Keep us overnight, you wouldn't lose anything." Xiao Wenkai saw Zhong Yanyan's purpose and chimed in laughing. "We've brought supplies and food, we could share some with you. Goodbye." Before Xiao Wenkai could finish speaking, Sun Qing slammed the door shut. Zhong Yanyan's smile froze on her face instantly. Annoying. Zhuge Hui pulled back his smile. "Let's stay opposite." He turned and walked toward the opposite side. Chen Ju followed him, while Xiao Wenkai and Luo Lian exchanged glances before following suit. "I'm not going." Zhong Yangyang raised her hand to knock again. "I want to stay here." Inside the room, Duan Chaoyang frowned unhappily. How can there be such people? If she wasn't a woman, I would really beat her up. Chen Lin glanced at Long Yang. "The culprit, MPF. How am I involved again?" To avoid suspicion, I didn't even glance at her extra, alright? Long Yang's face expressed innocence, but his voice was filled with helplessness. "You've seen it, my dad is handsome, so is my grandpa, it's genetic. It's not my fault I'm born this good looking." The door was knocked at a steady pace, causing those inside to exchange awkward stares. The cool and stylish Long Yang, who revealed himself to be full of pride and self-love, left everyone, including Chen Lin, speechless. This Long Yang absolutely wasn't the Long Yang Chen Lin knew. She rolled her eyes heavily. "Ignore this shameless guy, let's cook and eat." Chapter 147, Once you stick, you can't get rid of it. Zhong Yang knocked on the door for a long time but no one responded. Eventually, Chen Ju, who is usually silent, pulled her away. Yang, it seems you've hit a wall," Luo Lian said with a coquettish tone. Being younger, her voice carried a Lolita-like quality, and when she spoke in this cloying manner, it was enough to give someone goosebumps. "It's just that we're not familiar with him yet." Zhong Yang twisted her body, striking a seductive pose. "Given the 2 misfits in their team, I still have a chance." Luo Lian cuddled against Xiao Wenkai and giggled, blind confidence. "I saw that handsome guy didn't even look at you once." Zhuge Hui and Chen Ju were busy preparing dinner nearby. His expression looked grim. Chen Ju whispered softly, "Captain, I think they won't last long in our group." "What should we do?" "We'll see as we go." Zhuge Hui glanced at Xiao Wenkai, Luo Lian, and Zhong Yang. These 3 individuals each had their own schemes. Everyone has their own aspirations. That was all he could say. When the Yunqi squad was eating breakfast, someone knocked on the door. Meng Mion opened it, finding a rather awkward Zhuge Hui and his 4 teammates standing outside. Zhuge Hui said, "We smelled the delicious aroma." Chen Lin smiled gently upon hearing this. "This morning, we made sandwiches. Why don't you join us? Since today we will part ways, who knows when we will meet again." "Do the Yunqi squad actually have sandwiches?" Zhuge Hui's face showed pure astonishment. "Your meals are really top-notch." Zhong Yang's eyes shone exceptionally bright. "Captain, let's forget about the safe base. Let's follow them instead, shall we?" "That's right." Xiao Wenkai and Luo Lian chimed in. Zhuge Hui's mouth twitched slightly at the corner. The members of the Yunqi squad had seen countless shameless people and acted as if they hadn't heard anything. Meng Mion placed a large plate of sandwiches filled with emerald green vegetables and sausages on the table. "Fortunately, we made plenty this morning. Our original plan was to save them for lunch, so now we'll just make some more. Eat up." Just as Meng Mion finished speaking, Zhong Yang grabbed a piece greedily. "Who's your captain? Are you still accepting new members?" "Accept me. We wouldn't accept such messy people," Sun Qing replied bluntly. "Besides, we aren't heading in the same direction." Zhuge Hui took out several brain cores and placed them on the table. "We're not freeloading." Sun Qing picked them up and put them into her pocket. That's better. She voluntarily grabbed a piece and handed it to Chen Ju, who had been standing far off. Come, eat. Don't be shy. Your captain bought it for you. Thank you. Chen Ju accepted the sandwich from Sun Qing with gratitude. It's been ages since I've eaten such fine food. That's true. Luo Lian's voice carried its characteristic coquettish tone as she grabbed a piece of sandwich. Our captain's space is packed with instant foods, noodles, rice packs, vermicelli. All these items, Chen Lin also had in her space. Chen Lin paused for a moment. Zhuge captain, if you weren't set on going to the safe base, you could join us. If you join, you will be an ordinary member who must absolutely obey the captain's orders. Are you willing? With food stuffed in her mouth, Zhonyang urged impatiently. Captain, agree already, quick. Which of your squad members is the captain? Can you make the decision? The Yunqi squad consisted of 6 people, and Zhuge Hui couldn't tell who the captain was. He assumed Long Yang, with his noble demeanor, seemed more suited to lead. Joining or not is just one word, Duan Chaoyang said gruffly. Why so much chatter? Speak freely in normal times, hold tight when necessary, and follow the captain's command. If you can do that, stay. If not, go back to whatever you were doing. Chen Lin pretended not to notice Zhon Yang's covert glances towards Long Yang. In fact, she had her own plans for keeping Zhuge Hui and the others. Regarding Xiao Wenkai and Luo Lian, who knew each other from their previous life, she retained them to see what exactly they did back then to survive all the way to Yunqi Mountain. Ma 1111's death occurred because Chen Lin was certain that Sun Qing and Hu Xing died due to Ma 1111. As for the other fallen team members, she couldn't quite remember how they met their end. Chen Ju, whose name had become vague in Chen Lin's memory, came back to her mind yesterday when she reappeared behind her alongside Zhuge Hui, Xiao Wenkai, and Luo Lian. Why did she lose track of Chen Ju's memory? That was because Chen Ju was always silent and quiet, a person so quiet that even her death went unnoticed by everyone. Clearly, in her past life, she had been an utterly incompetent captain. This isn't a problem. Zhuge Hui actually wanted to go to the safe base. 3 people from his team had clearly indicated their intention to follow the Yunqi squad, and it was impossible for him and Chen Ju to search for the safe base on their own. I'm a level 4 space ability user with not much combat power. Chen Ju finished her sandwich. Chen Ju, fire element, level 4. The other 3 also introduced their abilities, each of them was at level 4. Zhon Yang raised what she thought was her most graceful smile and walked over to Long Yang. Handsome, you haven't introduced yourself yet. We'll get to know each other better along the way. Chen Lin interrupted Zhon Yang. Let's leave Zizhou first. A romantic rival for the captain. Duan Chaoyang smacked his head in irritation. If he hadn't suggested waiting a day, they might have avoided meeting these annoying people. Do any of you 5 know how to drive? Later, you can find a car and follow behind ours. We all know how to drive. Zhuge Hui quickly responded. There's a car in my space. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin couldn't help but take a closer look at Zhuge Hui. In her past life, she never encountered Zhuge Hui or Zhon Yang and didn't know what happened to them. However, this time around, their paths had crossed, and she wouldn't let them die so easily. Having a car is good. Unhappy that her conversation with Long Yang was interrupted by Chen Lin, Zhon Yang glanced at her coldly. Why such a rush to leave? There aren't many zombies left in Zizhou anyway. Long Yang led the way out the door. As Zhon Yang tried to follow, Duan Chaoyang walked after Long Yang alongside Meng Mion. If you want to stay in Zizhou, be my guest. But we're leaving. I was just saying, Zhon Yang attempted to sidle up next to Long Yang. We're teammates now, and I don't even know your name. You'll know when you're supposed to, Long Yang replied coolly. He'd seen that look too many times from other women. When Kai, he's so cool, Luo Lian bit her fingernails as she looked at Long Yang's back. No wonder Yang Yang. You're only allowed to look at me. Xiao Wenkai forced Luo Lian's face toward him, forbidding her to look at Long Yang. Sun Qing pulled lightly on Chen Lin's sleeve. Sister Yu, why did you bring these people along? Look at them. I know. Chen Lin felt confident about Long Yang. Alright, stop worrying. We will have more members in the future. Some will stick with us forever, while others may not. Her words hinted at something. Her gaze briefly swept over the 3 of them. Rejected by Long Yang, Zhon Yang showed no sign of discouragement. She continued asking, Handsome, what kind of ability do you have, and what level are you? Chapter 148, Sister Yu, who's the captain? Duan Chaoyang found a car in the residential area. Get in. He picked a minivan. Duan Chaoyang sat in the driver's seat, and Meng Mion took the front passenger seat. I'll take over driving later. How many people can fit in this car? Zhon Yang approached. Handsome guy, can I ride in this car? No. Sun Qing shoved Zhon Yang aside. Chen Ju can come, even Zhu Jelly can, but not you. I don't like you. She pulled Hu Xing to shove Zhon Yang aside. Sister Yu, all of you get in. Long Yang and Chen Lin got in. Sun Qing and Hu Xing were the last ones to enter, and they closed the door. Only Zhon Yang was left standing outside alone. I don't think I've offended you, so why do you dislike me? We are teammates now. Because we're in the same team, that's why I haven't beaten you yet. Sun Qing swung her fist at Zhon Yang. You 5, follow us in your car. There's no more room in ours. Looking at Chen Lin who sat next to Long Yang, Zhon Yang smiled. Little sister, let's switch places. I want to sit with the handsome guy and get to know each other. Zhu Jelly drove a 5-seater car, parking it beside the minivan and traveling side by side. Sister Yu, we're on the same team now, and we still don't know who the captain is. Are you so smart that you can't guess? Chen Lin lowered the window, smiling as she looked at Zhu Jelly, who despite being older, followed Sun Qing's lead by calling her Sister Yu. This man always timely intervened whenever Zhon Yang pestered Long Yang, clearly aware of her antics. Zhu Jeli always thought Long Yang was the captain, then he noticed how everyone in the Yunqi squad appeared equally dominant. For instance, Du and Chaoyang shouted for everyone to get in the car, even Long Yang, whom he assumed was the captain, didn't question it. I think he is the captain. He referred to Long Yang. Sun Qing burst out laughing. Zhu Jeli, you're so stupid. I really don't understand how you used to be the captain. Seeing Zhu Jeli's embarrassment, she said, so stupid. The person you think is the captain is only our captain's boyfriend. Since there were originally only 2 women in the Yunqi squad, after Sun Qing mentioned this, Zhu Jeli immediately realized Long Yang was Sister Yu's boyfriend. How is that possible? She's so ugly. Zhong Yang blurted out instinctively, then she glared jealously at Chen Lin. In the past, it was because there weren't any women in your group, so he had no choice. Long Yang's handsome face darkened. Chen Lin glanced at him, saying lightly, do you think if there were 3 women, he would look at you more? Of course. I'm prettier than you. Zhong Yang proudly puffed out her chest. Long Yang closed his eyes directly, leaning back on the chair. Brother Yang, drive. We still have a long way to go. Before Zhong Yang could gloat, Du and Chaoyang stepped on the gas pedal, and the van shot out from its spot. Hey. Zhong Yang quickly sat into the car driven by Zhu Jeli. Catch up quickly. Zhu Jeli was full of shock. He never imagined that the girl who seemed the least noticeable could actually be the captain. No wonder others hadn't invited them to stay. Only she spoke, and no one opposed her. Yang, you hit a brick wall just now. Luo Lian giggled, utterly ignoring Zhong Yang's sullen face. People say good-looking guys often end up with ugly girls. It's a law, ha ha ha. Whatever I choose will belong to me eventually. Just wait and see, Zhong Yang said. That woman won't stand a chance against me. Jen Yang, we are all part of the same squad now. Don't do anything that undermines unity, Zhu Jeli reminded her. The man you're trying to steal is the captain's. Be careful or she might kick you out of the team. So what if she's the captain? Jen Yang shrugged carelessly. If we want her to be the captain, she is. If not. Chen Ju slightly wrinkled her brows. Brother Hui, stop talking. You can't persuade her. I think what Sister Yang Yang said is right. Luo Lian leaned forward. Captain, we can rally some support within your squad and replace you as captain. What do you think? Since we have joined the Yunqi squad, we are one collective. I don't want to hear such words again, Zhu Jeli said. Everyone wants to join a strong team, and now they had done so. Yet Luo Lian and Zhong Yang kept stirring trouble. Luo Lian made a ghost face while nestled in Zhu Wenkai's arms. Zhu Wenkai buried his face in her shoulder and chuckled softly. Bad girl, you're too wicked. You obviously know Zhu Jeli isn't the captain anymore. I'm bored, let's find something to do. Luo Lian didn't intentionally lower his voice. Zhu Ji listened and was very unhappy. When Sun Qing said that Long Yang was her man earlier, Chen Lin felt some malice from Zhong Yang. Now, the malice from the other car was even stronger. This man can also be a disaster because of his charm. Long Yang, tell me, isn't your appeal just a little too much? Chen Lin's words carried a hint of sourness, which made Long Yang feel very pleased. In the future, we won't recruit female members, that's it. I have my eyes on Zhuji Hui and that quiet Chen Ju. The other 3, I don't want them, Chen Lin said. If they're obedient, I'll take care of their food and drink without any issues. If they're not obedient, she made a gesture as if cutting her throat. Too cruel. Long Yang reached out to hold Chen Lin's hand. Let me handle such dirty work, don't soil your hands. Leave it to me, I'll zap them senseless. Sun Qing turned around from the front seat. Sister Yu, if you hadn't recruited Zhong Yang into our team, I would have probably zapped her senseless 10 times by now. If others haven't done wrong, we have no reason to kill recklessly. Chen Lin tapped Sun Qing on the head, scolding her. If we kill people for no reason, are we any different from those bastards? You guys always complain, so why can't I express my grievances? Hey, if you keep hitting, my brain might get dumb. Sun Qing held her head. Sister Yu, why do you always hit me? Because you're a second-rate fool, Chen Lin said deliberately. In reality, she didn't use any force, and Sun Qing wasn't in pain at all. Second-rater. Sun Qing and Hu Xing, Long Yang, Ling Jiang, herself were all university students. The apocalypse turned them into people who could kill without batting an eye while chatting and laughing. Seeing the pout on the second-rate fool's face, Chen Lin took out a lollipop and gave it to her. How old are you to still pout? Help me think, how can we stop Zhong Yang from with Long Yang? Easy, you stand to the left of the handsome guy, I'll stand to his right. Sun Qing peeled the wrapper off the lollipop as she spoke. If it doesn't work, I'll zap her senseless. Good idea. Chen Lin remembered her mutated thunder element ability, which had already reached level 7 but hadn't been used once. Hostility from the back of the minivan was still strong. Chen Lin held the rain frog in her palm, gently stroking its back with her fingers. Don't make trouble, she currently only has hostility, I can't do anything to her. Du and Chaoyang sniffed. Lingling, your little frog never makes mistakes in identifying enemies, why don't we just snap? Snapping without reason can easily lead to misunderstandings. Chen Lin revealed a faint smile. They're only averaging level 4, what's there to fear? Chapter 149, we apply for a captain change. The 2 vehicles drove for several hours, passing by several villages and gas stations without stopping. Luo Lian rubbed his waist and complained, my god, I'm exhausted. When will they stop? I feel like I'm about to fall apart. It's definitely the captain trying to mess with us, Zhong Yang maliciously speculated. He wants to get rid of us, but there's no way. Chen Ju said, we've only been driving for less than 4 hours, it's not that big of a deal. Don't think so badly of others. You're just a good person. Zhong Yang reached out to press the horn. Aren't you tired? But we are. A break on the side of the road won't kill us. Zhu Gaoliang tried to stop her in time. Zhong Yang, control yourself a little, they already said the car isn't available. I need to relieve myself. Would you forbid me? Zhong Yang bluntly said, her hand already pushing on the door, waiting for the minivan in front to stop so she could get out. They're signaling with the horn, Du and Chaoyang asked, as their habit was to decide the next destination before stopping. Should we stop? Meng Mion said, are they crazy, trying to attract zombies when there aren't many around yet? Stop. Chen Lin said, there are 3 girls in their car, they probably want to stop to use the restroom. Hey. Now I finally understand why I'm a bachelor. Du and Chaoyang hit the steering wheel. We have 2 girls in our car too, usually calling them sisters, but actually didn't notice they're different from me. Why do I not feel like young brother's words are a compliment to sister you and me? Sun Qing nudged Hu Xing. What do you think? Hu Xing grinned but remained silent. Chen Lin spoke up. I think he is complimenting us because we're not a burden. In the apocalypse, not being a burden is the best compliment. That's true, Sun Qing immediately understood, grinning. Haha, I thought Brother Yang meant we were tomboys. Actually, Du and Chaoyang meant just that. Captain, you're tougher than any man. I admire you the most. Brother Yang, all you're doing is sucking up, Chen Lin said. Without you guys, I wouldn't be able to manage alone. In her previous life, she became the strongest psychic user, but ended up committing suicide due to loneliness and started over. The minivan stopped by the roadside, and the vehicle behind it quickly stopped as well. Zhong Yang exchanged a glance with Luo Lian. Together, they got out of the car, standing by the roadside, neither going far to relieve themselves nor approaching the minivan. A rain frog in Chen Lin's hand started jumping violently. Captain, your little pet has discovered something? Du and Chaoyang asked seriously. It doesn't normally act this excited. Someone is hostile. Chen Lin cradled the rain frog in her hand, gently soothing it. This hostility is directed at me. We're all part of the same team. Why are they still targeting you? Meng Mion's reaction was a bit slow, asking very confused. Isn't it voluntary that they joined us? You haven't forced them. I haven't pressured them, but, Chen Lin irritably glanced at Long Yang. All this is because of him. From now on, use your golden system to create a mask to cover your face. With that, she threw a hooded sweatshirt at Long Yang. Yes, my dear. Long Yang put on the hoodie, conjuring up a mask that covered most of his face. Is this all right? In the purple hooded sweatshirt, with the golden mask, only his eyes revealed carried threads of laughter. Although his handsome face couldn't be seen, it added an unnamed allure, inviting others to peek under the mask. Wow, this is almost seductive enough to incite crimes. Sun Qing swallowed her saliva, stars twinkling in her eyes. If Hu Xing hadn't been holding her back, she would have pounced onto Long Yang. Wow wow wow, if you weren't taken, I'd want to marry you. Long Yang looked down at Chen Lin and found an unhidden admiration in her eyes, which made him immensely pleased. Lin, don't I look great? Great. Chen Lin opened the car door and stepped out. The standing Zhong Yang and Luo Lian saw her get out but didn't go over, instead turned their backs. Seeing this, Du and Chaoyang got angry. What does this mean from these two? Chen Lin said, if the mountain won't come to me, then I'll go to the mountain. If we go over and take a look, wouldn't we know right away? Jian Yang's hostility grew stronger when she saw her. We're teammates, not enemies. Meng Mion gently patted Du and Chaoyang. Duan, our captain isn't the type who would lose out in any deal. Think about it, what level is our captain at? Du and Chaoyang rubbed his head and chuckled a few times. That's true, let's follow her and see what's going on. A few people got off the minivan and followed behind Chen Lin. When Jian Yang caught sight of Long Yang, but Long Yang's face was covered, leaving her somewhat disappointed. Nevertheless, she didn't even give Chen Lin a sidelong glance. Now that everyone's here, let's talk about this matter together. There's no way everyone agrees with Chen Lin being captain. Xiao Wenkai, Zhu Galiang, and Chen Zhu also got out of the car at this moment. Zhu Galiang asked, why are you two standing here? Jian Yang ignored him. When Chen Lin approached, she spoke to the others. Why should your saying your captain make you captain? We don't agree and want to change the captain. It's you who disagrees, right? Sun Qing was always the first one to jump into action. Chen Lin couldn't help but smile at Sun Qing. This fool had simple thoughts. In this life, she would never let someone harm Sun Qing and Hu Xing, the two straight-line thinkers, for no reason. Again, it's not just me. What I'm saying isn't my personal opinion. Jian Yang, having met Sun Qing several times, knew she was a loyal supporter of Chen Lin. Every member of the Superhuman Abilities Squad has a right to speak. Our opinion is to change the captain. She pointed at Chen Lin, too domineering, too selfish, and has no redeeming qualities. Having only been together for less than 24 hours, could they have such deep insights about herself? With a faint smile on her face, Chen Lin said, go on, once she finishes, you can freely voice your opinions. Seeing only Sun Qing defending Chen Lin while everyone else looked in different directions without expressing any opinions, Jian Yang felt confident about removing Chen Lin from power. There are only 11 of us. We could have easily taken just one vehicle, a coach or truck would work. Why separate into two vehicles? You pretended to absorb us into the team, but in fact, you wanted to get rid of us. Therefore, we demand a new captain. She kept saying we. Standing next to her was only Luo Lian, but Luo Lian hadn't made a sound. Only Jian Yang had been performing a one-woman show, and Jian Yang hadn't yet realized her awkward position. Xiao Wenkai leaned against the car body and whistled, maybe we can do this, choose the strongest person. Why don't everyone reveal their levels? Chapter 150, Minority Obeys the Majority. Chen Lin glanced at Xiao Wenkai, who had a careless demeanor just as he did in her previous life. But now, he looked disgustingly unpleasant. She wanted to know the ranks of the 6 of them, yet she didn't want Xiao Wenkai to have his way. She stayed still, and so did everyone else. It was obvious that Chen Lin didn't want to deal with Xiao Wenkai, but Xiao Wenkai wasn't tactful enough. He seemingly didn't notice the aversion in Chen Lin's eyes. On the contrary, there was a proud expression on his face. When Zhuge Hui was the captain, he always felt resentful, because his ability rank was the highest. None of Chen Lin's group revealed their own abilities rank, so he believed he had a great chance. I vote for Chen Lin as captain. Sun Qing raised her hand loudly. Let's decide by voting. Whomever you choose, say their name. Hu Xing echoed, right. A voting decision is so simple. I also vote for Chen Lin. Xiao Wenkai's face, usually wearing a smile, became dark. He thought that if he suggested the team captain be chosen based on rank levels, he'd definitely become the captain as a level 5 person. But no one cared about what he said. If he mentioned selecting a captain by ranking again, probably no one would care either. Yang, who do you pick? I select Zhuge captain. Luo Lian gave Xiao Wenkai a meaningful look. The Yunqi squad used to be a united whole, breaking it apart wouldn't be easy. They needed to make sure both Chen Lin and Zhuge Hui weren't liked before they could pull them into the faction. At this moment, Zhong Yang stated, I pick Zhuge Hui. He's an extremely responsible captain. These troublemakers truly enjoyed stirring up conflict. As soon as Zhuge Hui heard it, he understood Zhong Yang's scheme. He raised his hand without hesitation and said, I pick Chen Lin. When he raised his hand, Chen Ju followed suit by indicating she picked Chen Lin too. All of the former Yunqi squad members chose Chen Lin except for Zhong Yang, Luo Lian, and Xiao Wenkai who selected Zhuge Hui. Minority obeys the majority. I'm still the captain. Let's keep going, Chen Lin said. Originally, she planned to reach Taicheng before nightfall, but being delayed by these people meant they'd likely arrive in Taicheng only when it was dark. Rest in Taicheng. After making such a farce, there was no change in the outcome. The only difference was that everyone saw each person's stance clearly. Captain, how did you tell among the 5 of them that Zhuge Hui and Chen Ju are decent? Can you teach us some experience? Meng Mion sitting in the front passenger seat turned backward, looking at Chen Lin seated at the back row with admiration in his eyes. If they hadn't caused this drama, we might never uncover their real intentions. Chen Lin couldn't possibly say that it was because in her past life, she knew those people well. Although they're all from the same small team, each individual focuses on different things. For instance, Zhong Yang watches Long Yang. Xiao Wenkai looks at my chest and Sun Qing's. Long Yang had been listening attentively as Chen Lin analyzed how she discerned differences in each person. When he heard Chen Lin mention the last few sentences, his handsome face suddenly became gloomy. Damn, why didn't you say earlier? Where did this anger come from? Chen Lin looked curiously at Long Yang. I'm merely analyzing each individual's unique characteristics. What's your problem? Of course, it's because he doesn't like other men paying excessive attention to Chen Lin. Although Long Yang didn't say it, he thought, it was already troubling enough that Ling Jiang had feelings for Lin Lin, and there were others too. He conjured 5 masks, gruffly saying, 1 each. Long Yang was jealous. Realizing this point, Chen Lin reached out and held his hand, smiling, fine. Wah, Sun Qing turned around to grab a mask from Long Yang. They look nice, but don't you think it's weird having everyone wear masks? What's so strange about it? Chen Lin kept 1 mask for herself and threw the rest forward. Uniform outfits, good right. If wearing masks could put Long Yang at ease, Chen Lin wouldn't refuse. However, during the middle to later stages of the apocalypse, masks wouldn't be able to prevent some people's ill intent. To effectively curb everything, one has to be stronger than others. Captain, what if wearing this gives me a heat rash on my face? Duan Chaoyang placed the mask on his face. Suddenly, I feel like air has nothing to do with me anymore. I have talcum powder for heat rash. Chen Lin took out the powder from her space ring. Wearing masks wouldn't really cause heat rashes. Duan Chaoyang was just joking. Contrary to the ease and harmony inside the van, the vehicle with Zhuge Hui and the other 5 people was filled with an unbearable oppression. Zhuge Hui, Chen Ju, why aren't you being a bit more united? Are you closer to us or them? Luo Lian complained. If you were the captain, we wouldn't have this kind of treatment. Chen Ju burst out laughing. Luo Lian, are you dumb? Her name is Chen Lin, mine's Chen Ju. Use your brain, will you? Chen Lin didn't recognize me, but I know her. She's my cousin. If I helped you instead of her, then my brain would be truly waterlogged. Not even Chen Lin knew that Chen Ju had such a connection with her. You've hidden it deeply, Luo Lian mocked her. No wonder you kept urging Zhuge to join the Yunqi squad, digging members from here. You're truly despicable. Everyone, stop talking so much. Regarding joining the Yunqi squad, Chen Ju didn't express any opinion at all. She had already hinted to Chen Lin about their relationship without disclosing her identity. Moreover, Chen Ju never made it clear to Chen Lin who she really was. Zhuge Hui understood Chen Ju's character well. Now we're all part of one small team. Don't act like you don't belong to the team. But they don't consider us as part of the same team. Xiao Wenkai felt an indescribable anger in his heart. He glared darkly at the van ahead. This is the truth. Why should he, a level 5 psychic user, only be an ordinary member? He couldn't accept it, not at all. Zhuge Hui looked back at Xiao Wenkai through the rearview mirror. Do you want to leave the team? How could I? Xiao Wenkai immediately rejected the idea. Zombies were getting stronger. Leaving the team would lead to a bad outcome. I'm not thinking of leaving the team. I feel that we can change our current situation. After all, he hadn't abandoned the thought of becoming the captain. He disliked being ordered around like a dog. He liked power. Exactly, why should those few always sit together while we trail behind their asses? Zhong Yang said angrily with a dissatisfied face. If I could have daily contact with him, maybe he'd fall for me. Yes, that's right. The three on the rear seats talked amongst themselves. Zhuge Hui pressed his lips tightly together, and the expression on his face gradually turned cold. I am no longer your captain, but I hope none of you do anything to harm our unity. This is my advice to you. Chapter 151, Act. Luo Lian rolled her eyes. Alright, you're so talkative. We are not kids anymore. We know what we are doing. She snuggled into Xiao Wenkai's arms. Wenkai, I support you. Zhong Yang looked around for a moment and poked at Chen Ju sitting in the passenger seat. It seems like Chen Lin doesn't know you. Are you really her cousin? Are you lying? What's there to lie about in this kind of thing? Chen Ju said, I met her when she was very young, but back then she was too small to remember. Moreover, whether I am related to her has nothing to do with you, right? We're all teammates now. Don't go poking your nose where it doesn't belong. This tone is exactly the same as Zhuge Yi. The two of you have had enough already. Zhong Yang sniffed disdainfully once she heard that. The two of you have been colluding for quite some time now. Stop treating everyone else as fools. After hearing her comment, neither Zhuge Hui nor Chen Ju said anything. Zhong Yang muttered under her breath, GNY. Though soft, every person in the car heard it. Whether intentionally or not, Chen Ju turned red-faced and stared out the car window without contradicting Zhong Yang. Zhong Yang deliberately let out a loud sniff. No one paid her any attention. When they arrived at Tai City, night had already fallen. Cars discarded by people were haphazardly parked at the city gates, and among them wandered sporadic zombies. Beyond the city gate loomed dense shadows. Wow, so many zombies. Sun Qing excitedly pressed against the car window. But this excitement didn't last long. When can I finally lay on a bed? Tai City is a large city with a huge population. Judging from the looks of things, it seems no one has cleaned up the zombies yet. Chen Lin made her judgment after seeing the black moving shadows inside the city gates. She even speculated if there was a new base for the Celestial Institute here. I reckon my bed won't welcome me today either. Sun Qing fell dispiritedly back onto her seat. Hu Xing patted her shoulder encouragingly. We'll get to lie down sooner if we clear these faster. The only way out. Sun Qing's words made everyone burst into laughter, but upon seeing the densely packed zombies, everyone's expressions became serious again. There were far too many zombies. A somber mood enveloped the group. Tai City might be a dead city. Although everyone liked brain cores and badly needed them, none wanted to see a dead city. When the two cars stopped at the city gate, the noise of the vehicles drew the attention of the zombies inside the gate. A large wave of zombies poured out. Duan Chaoyang and Meng Mion opened their doors and got out simultaneously. Here come more brain cores. Sun Qing and Hu Xing wasted no time and opened their doors to charge over. What matters most isn't the brain cores, it's beds. Bed. Don't stray too far. Chen Lin and Long Yang disembarked shortly after. The six began slaughtering zombies while Luo Lian yawned. Why be so eager to kill zombies? Damn annoying. There are plenty of zombies, so everyone stay safe. Zhuge Hui parked the vehicle steadily and exited almost simultaneously with Chen Ju, joining the battle against the zombies. Jian Yang's gaze was fixed on Long Yang. When she noticed the mask on Long Yang's face was similar to those worn by others including Chen Lin, a blaze of jealousy surged up within her. She squeezed closer to Long Yang. Do we also get masks like this? I want one too. She shoved Zhuge Hui away, who nearly fell onto a zombie, but Duan Chaoyang quickly pulled him back just in time. Lost in thoughts of Long Yang, Jian Yang hadn't seen this scene. She pushed Chen Ju aside. Handsome guy, give me one. I want one like yours. Chen Ju was shoved directly into a cluster of 5th-level zombies. With her 4th-level ability, she was clearly going to be torn apart by several higher-level zombies than herself. Chen Ju. Zhuge Hui couldn't help but cry out after regaining his footing. Not needing his warning, others had already taken notice of Chen Ju's situation. Since Chen Lin was too far from Chen Ju to act immediately, she shouted out directly, Wood users, save Chen Ju. There were several wood users in their team, so without further ado, she gave an order, shorten the attack perimeter. Right away, Hu Xing unleashed tree vines, wrapping around Chen Ju's waist. The captain said not to rush too far ahead. Hell, Duan Chaoyang killed the zombie in front of him and swung a slap across Jian Yang's face. If you were a man, I'd kill you. Struck by the slap, Jin Yang saw stars. What did I do? What gives you the right to hit me? If it were before, Chen Ju would definitely have pleaded for Zhong Yang. She had been genuinely pushed into the zombie crowd just moments ago. Now, she stayed silent, lowering her head to kill zombies without sparing a single glance at Zhong Yang. Zhong Yang, Chen Ju is your teammate, Ji Zhuhui said in disappointment. You almost killed her just now. She didn't die, did she? Zhong Yang covered her face but still refused to admit her mistake. I didn't do anything wrong. I just wanted a mask like the handsome guys. We'll take you to the next relatively safe city, and you can go on your own from there. Our team is small. This woman could no longer remain in the group, and Chen Lin continued killing zombies while saying, as for my fiancé being so attractive, blame him for being too good looking. But your fault is even bigger. I told you earlier, he already belongs to someone. Long Yang stood behind Chen Ju and Chen Lin, killing zombies while saying, besides Ling Ling, I won't like anyone else. Why should I listen to what you say? Zhong Yang charged toward Chen Lin. Since Chen Lin was always protected by others, though she appeared to be fighting zombies, Zhong Yang judged that this captain was the weakest among the six. Once you're dead, you won't be the captain anymore. Duan Chaoyang was closest to Zhong Yang. He roared angrily, then go die. With one kick, he sent Zhong Yang flying several meters away. Zhong Yang landed in front of Luo Lian, who bent down to help her up. Don't be so rude to a beauty, okay? Yang Yang is still our teammate. Duan Chaoyang was a 7th level ability user, and with a merciless kick, Zhong Yang, a 4th level ability user, spat out a large mouthful of blood. Clutching her chest, she glared maliciously at Chen Lin and Duan Chaoyang. You all deserve to die. I curse all of you to be bitten and eaten by zombies. Ha ha ha, a group of level 4 and 5 zombies biting us to death. Duan Chaoyang burst out laughing. Don't be foolish, idiot. So vicious. Sun Qing nudged Duan Chaoyang's stomach with her elbow. Big brother Yang, don't tell outsiders too much. This person is no longer our teammate. Oh, right. Duan Chaoyang chuckled dumbly twice, seemingly completely unconcerned about kicking Zhong Yang far away. Xiao Wenkai casually asked, since I'm not an outsider, why not tell me? Let's deal with it after we drive out those who don't belong to our team, Meng Mion said. Someone who doesn't care about their own teammate's life isn't needed in our team. Zhong Yang failed to catch the meaning in Duan Chaoyang's words as she retreated, saying, none of you will leave Tai City. You will all die. Chapter 152, Silent Death. Yang Yang, what nonsense are you talking about? Luo Lian cried out in a coquettish tone. You did it yourself. Why are you cursing all of us? I'm going to curse all of you. Zhong Yang ran madly into the zombie crowd. Just wait and see. Xiao Wenkai wouldn't let it go and continued questioning. Can you tell us now? We, Duan Chaoyang, just managed to say 2 words. Take a good look at your surroundings. This is not the time for chatting. Chen Lin interrupted him. She was very clear about Xiao Wenkai's intention. Kill the zombies first. Can't you concentrate? Xiao Wenkai, a member of her team from her past life, along with Luo Lian, were people she had once wanted to bring back before the apocalypse. However, everything she saw before the end of the world made her abandon these people. This time, she only wanted to bring back those teammates who died in her previous life. Captain, do you have any impression of Chen Ju? Xiao Wenkai was looking for something to talk about, trying to get closer to Chen Lin. He also realized that this person who didn't seem like a captain had absolute authority within the Yunqi team. Could Xiao Wenkai have memories from the past life? Was he not the only one reborn? Chen Lin's nerves immediately tightened. What do you want to say? Long Yang looked at Chen Ju, and after only a glance, a thought rose in his mind. Xiao Wenkai has a good eye. Chen Ju and Lin Lin have some resemblance. Oh, your eyes are so keen. Sun Qing leaned close to Chen Lin's face, then to Chen Ju. Do I look similar to Chen Ju? Is that what Xiao Wenkai is talking about? Between killing the zombies, Chen Lin glanced at Chen Ju's face, just as it was in her past life. Chen Ju's face remained unchanged. Is there? How come I can't see it? Because we're cousins, Chen Ju revealed the secret. Back then, Captain should have been in elementary school while I was in high school, and later, I studied outside the city. The apocalypse began. When I returned home, everyone in my family had turned into zombies. But by looking at your faces, anyone could tell you're related, Xiao Wenkai added at the right moment. Face shape, eyes, the more I look, the more you seem alike. I don't recall anything. I'll ask my mom and dad next time. It turns out that was what Xiao Wenkai meant to say. Chen Lin stroked her chin, discreetly observed everyone. This Xiao Wenkai gave her quite a scare. That woman, Zhong Yang, is back. Sun Qing pointed towards the distance. Look over there. Behind Zhong Yang was a pack of zombies. This woman's crazy. Ji Zui pulled out a brain core and stuffed it into his mouth, attracting so many. Does she want to exhaust us to death? You're all doomed. Zhong Yang revealed a ferocious grin. She had utilized her speed to its maximum capacity, finding every 5-level zombie she could. A 4th-level psychic user running faster than 5th and 6th-level zombies. Chen Lin immediately knew that Zhong Yang was actually a speed-type psychic user, 6th-level speed psychic, hiding pretty deeply. What? How is that possible? Zhong Yang is a 6th-level psychic user. Luo Lian and Xiao Wenkai exclaimed simultaneously, so surprised they didn't even notice the zombie approaching them. The revelation that Zhong Yang was a 6th-level psychic user overwhelmed everything. You were originally from the same team. Isn't there someone who knew she was a 6th-level psychic user? Chen Lin noticed Ji Zui and Chen Ju's astonishment. Seems like no one really knew after all. A 6th-level speed psychic user is actually not such a big deal. Zhong Yang burst into laughter. Yes, I'm not 4th-level wind type, I'm 6th level. All of you die. Her tone changed. If you hand that man over to me to take away, I'll lure the zombies away. So much brain core, letting it go would be a shame. Sun Qing released electrical grids with both hands, knocking down large numbers of zombies electrocuted. Thanks a lot. As for this man of mine, there's no need for you to worry about him. Long Yang condensed a golden short knife, not even looking at Zhong Yang. He kept following closely by Chen Lin's side. To me, you are nothing but a clown. Haha, is that so? Zhong Yang led the zombies closer to the Yunqi team. There will be plenty of time for you to beg me later. I'm giving you this chance. Even Luo Lian stopped calling out Zhong Yang's name at this point. Everyone felt only one thing. Zhong Yang had gone insane. Chen Lin put her hand into her pocket and lightly tapped the head of UWA. Zhong Yang's extreme mood change was all thanks to UWA. The new ability of UWA was to convert hostility into negative emotions. Zhong Yang's confidence turned into arrogance, self-righteousness, and outrageousness. This little partner of hers could do more than just spray poison. It could also sense and influence others' emotions. Sun Qing and Meng Mion are in charge of collecting brain cores. Luo Lian and Xiao Wenkai will be responsible for drawing the zombies over, Chen Lin said quickly. Work hard now, and I'll give you extra meals tonight. Zhong Yang ran out of the zombie encirclement with her speed, and she sat down in a place where there were no zombies. What's so great about these rations? When all of you die, I'll find a badass team to join. At this point, nobody paid attention to her. The huge group of zombies she had lured completely surrounded everyone. Seeing how busy everyone was, Zhong Yang swung her feet while laughing maniacally. This crazy woman, why doesn't she just die? Luo Lian dragged a killed zombie while cursing under her breath at Zhong Yang. Damn, Luo Lian was utterly exhausted. She'd never been this tired in her life. Xiao Wenkai wanted to help her but couldn't as he was also extremely busy, all thanks to Zhong Yang. It's all his fault. Why does he have to be so handsome? Chen Lin glared sideways at Long Yang. This guy wore a mask but still remained so alluring. The outline of the mask, the lines of his lips and chin looked too good to look away from. Immediately, Chen Lin gave Long Yang an evil glare. Bastard. It was truly unjustified calamity. Long Yang was both indulgent and helpless. Alright, I'm a bastard. A zombie's pitch-black claw reached towards Long Yang's shoulder. Sun Qing shoved him aside with her behind. Big handsome, planning on feeding yourself to the zombies? Hu Xing grabbed Sun Qing by her collar and pulled her back to his side. Mind your image, will you? We haven't even seen the hotel yet. With such a big Thai city, the hotel star rating must not be low, Sun Qing said. Disgusting, I'm not some toy for you to grab around like this. Luo Lian rubbed her waist. My waist is about to break. Don't mention star-rated hotels every time you do. I dream of thick, soft pillows, mattresses that can bury me in their comfort. Zhuge Hui, Chen Ju, help drag the dead zombies over too. Chen Lin called for Zhuge Hui and Chen Ju to join in dragging the corpses. While they weren't paying attention, she released the rain frog. That woman Zhong Yang would be better off dead. After going through one lifetime, pure kindness was something that only got you killed faster in the apocalypse. We need to kill zombies, but we cannot waste their brain cores either. When we reach the hotel, let's all upgrade our abilities to level 5. The rain frog obviously understood Chen Lin's thoughts. Even without verbal commands, it dashed swiftly toward Zhong Yang who was sitting idly by watching the scene. A mouthful of poison sprayed towards Zhong Yang's face, instantly melting it. Her body tilted to the side, then collapsed weakly. Perhaps except for Chen Lin, no one else noticed as Zhong Yang's figure gradually disappeared into the crowd of zombies. Chapter 153, Greed. You were returned silently to Chen Lin's side. On that platform, Zhong Yang was already gone. Chen Lin gave a quick glance at Luo Lian and Xiao Wenkai without showing any emotion. The two were working hard as she had instructed them. Aside from making some jokes, they hadn't done anything wrong. Could it be that she had misjudged them? Chen Lin was full of doubts. Then it would be better to keep them for now. With Zhong Yang gone, this 10-person squad fought continuously for 4 or 5 hours, finally managing to fight their way into the city. Surprisingly, there were fewer zombies inside the city. They smoothly found a hotel to take shelter. Exhausted. I don't want to kill zombies anymore. Luo Lian and Xiao Wenkai immediately took up the only large sofa as soon as they entered the room. The others sat down on the carpet. Captain, these are the brain cores we've collected. Zhuge Hui took out the brain cores from his space ring to hand over to Chen Lin. Chen Lin quickly glanced through the brain cores he had taken out, discovering most were level 3 and 4, with occasional level 5s. No need to hand them over to me. Divide the level 5s among Chen Ju, Xiao Wenkai, Luo Lian, and yourself to upgrade your powers. Captain, I'm already at level 5, Xiao Wenkai said hastily. Ching, give Xiao Wenkai a level 6 one. Chen Lin called for Sun Qing to hand over the freshly harvested brain core to Xiao Wenkai. Everyone has worked hard. Let me say a little more. She paused after saying a sentence. When Sun Qing handed over the level 6 brain core to Xiao Wenkai, Chen Lin continued, in the past, I didn't know how you all tolerated people like Zhong Yang. To someone like her, my tolerance is 0. No matter how strong you are, our Yunqi team will not care for those who lack group awareness. We are a collective. If anyone doesn't uphold the interests of the group, don't blame me if I kick them out. If we're a collective, then there's no distinction between who came first or last. If you yourself don't consider yourselves as part of us, then don't expect others to treat you as such. Xiao Wenkai swallowed the level 6 brain core and tried out his power. Captain, didn't we just kill a lot of level 6 zombies? We still have 3 level 5 power users in our team. Zhuge Hui and Chen Ju had the brain cores but hadn't consumed them yet. Only Luo Lian had eaten his as soon as he received it. There's another rule, unconditional acceptance of distribution. Chen Lin interrupted Xiao Wenkai's seemingly fair comment. He kept asking indirectly about the power levels of other team members. If you have any objections, you can raise them in person. I have the right not to answer. You. Xiao Wenkai was left speechless by Chen Lin's few words, saying only you before being unable to continue. He didn't expect that Chen Lin, who looked harmless, was actually much more authoritative than he thought. Luo Lian hurriedly said, listen to the captain. Not listening to Chen Lin wouldn't help either, as Zhuge Hui and Chen Ju obediently followed every command from her, and no one stood on her side or Xiao Wenkai's. I don't want to end up like Zhong Yang getting kicked out. Luo Lian was the youngest but quite crafty. Chen Lin thought about her past life and wondered why she had never realized how cunning Luo Lian could be. Captain, what are we having for dinner? You said there'd be extra food. Sun Qing rubbed his belly, looking pitiful enough to stir sympathy. Chen Lin knew he was pretending. Instant rice noodles, various pre-packaged cooked food. Several beverages, no alcohol. Oh, and fruits. Seeing the pile of stuff Chen Lin put on the table, Xiao Wenkai grabbed a bag of braised pig trotter and tore it open forcefully. Captain, how big is your space? The captain gets upset when asked questions, so she refuses to answer. Chen Lin grabbed 2 boxes of instant rice noodles and handed one to Long Yang. Is this enough? Long Yang picked up 2 grilled chicken legs from the coffee table. This will do with these. Facing rejection from Chen Lin, Xiao Wenkai showed no sign of dejection. He whistled at Sun Qing. Hey, you also have space-based powers, right? What level is your space at? Sun Qing stuffed his mouth with food and mumbled, eating should keep your mouth shut. If the captain doesn't want to answer, asking anyone else won't make a difference. Not the same. If he comes to ask me, I'll definitely beat him up. Duan Chaoyang waved his fists at Xiao Wenkai. Shit, a man should not talk too much. Seeing him makes my ass itch. Just curious, Xiao Wenkai quickly gnawed on a pig trotter and grabbed another one. Zhuge Hui, aren't you curious? Not curious. Zhuge Hui quickly finished his instant rice, grabbing just 1 pickled peppered chicken claw from the coffee table before sitting aside to quietly munch on it. He couldn't handle spicy food and sweat poured down his forehead. Duan Chaoyang grabbed a braised chicken leg from the table and handed it to Zhuge Hui. Eat this. Work hard. There will be plenty of good stuff to eat. Our squad has a great chef. Look, this guy, he hooked Meng Mion's neck with his arm. Meng Mion, holy cow, when did you become so approachable? Shit, I'm straight. Meng Mion pushed Duan Chaoyang away forcefully. Don't listen to Younger, he loses control in crowd. I'm also straight. Duan Chaoyang cursed under his breath but still pushed Meng Mion away. I was just trying not to make the new member feel alienated. He then turned to Chen Ju and asked her, are you really related to the captain? Of course. Chen Ju pulled out a slightly old wallet and revealed a family portrait. Here's our family photo. She pointed at a little girl standing by a young couple. See, back then she was that big while I was already in middle school. Chen Lin leaned over for a glance. Wow. I have this exact family portrait too. Indeed, Chen Ju was her cousin, which confirmed the great trust Chen Ju had shown her in both lives. This realization hit her. Before communication was cut off, her parents, grandparents were all fine. If they knew that she had a surviving cousin, they'd surely be very happy. Upon hearing this, Chen Ju looked at Chen Lin enviously because after the apocalypse started, only she survived the fever and developed special abilities. Eat up, Sun Qing threw a bottle of drink to Chen Ju. Sister-in-law, we're family, no need to be shy. Long Yang put down his food box, took the family portrait from Chen Ju's hands, and studied the youngest girl whose almond-shaped eyes were exactly like today's Chen Lin. They say girls change a lot as they grow, Lin. It seems you've only experienced 3 transformations. Sun Qing counted on his fingers. Which 3 changes? Childhood, teenage years, adulthood. Chen Lin rolled her eyes sarcastically. Mate. Long Yang laughed heartily, returning the family portrait to Chen Ju. Your sister will mock you. She would only favor me. After 2 lifetimes, Chen Lin didn't need proof of Chen Ju's attitude toward her. A single stroke can't form 2 different Chen characters. Chen Ju carefully tucked the wallet back. In this team, I'll follow the captain's orders. Captain, we're going to pack these things in bags. There were still lots of snacks left on the coffee table and Xiao Wenkai licked his lips. If we get hungry during the night, we can eat them. Go ahead. Sun Qing grabbed a bag of chicken claws with one hand and stuffed them into her pocket. We brought them out to eat them. Our team doesn't lack food. In a 6-member squad with 2 space element power users, supplies would definitely not run short. Xiao Wenkai pondered how he could lure these 2 female space element power users if this squad became his own. Xiao Wenkai cast an indirect glance at Long Yang. No one noticed that Chen Lin's pocket moved slightly. Chapter 154, He touched me. Chen Ju, this flatterer. She actually managed to claim kinship with Chen Lin. Luo Lian complained silently in her heart while her hands didn't stop moving. Without hesitation, she grabbed the packaged cooked food from the coffee table and stuffed it into her backpack. Captain, are you guys deliberately sweeping through the supermarket? We went to the supermarket but got nothing. Wherever we go, that's where we get it. There's no fixed place, Chen Lin said dismissively, holding her pocket, yet inside, she was in turmoil, unable to find peace for a moment. When she decided to give the team members of her past life, Luo Lian and Xiao Wenkai, another chance, they rewarded her with surprise. This hostility clearly came from Xiao Wenkai. Through the rain frog, she felt his greed, possessiveness, and murderous intent. Xiao Wenkai would actually entertain thoughts of killing? Chen Lin observed Xiao Wenkai quietly, noticing that he was picking out cooked food from the coffee table, not looking anywhere else. For a moment, Chen Lin thought she had been mistaken earlier. We have many people, we can't all fit in one room, Sun Qing said after eating her fill. I'll go prepare the next room. You guys keep eating, I'll take a walk to help digest. Xiao Wenkai threw his backpack at Luo Lian. Sun Qing, I have nothing to do anyway, let me help you. I'll help too, Meng Mion said. There will be at most 1 or 2 zombies, there's no need for so many people. Chen Lin also wanted to see what Xiao Wenkai was up to. The reason she allowed Xiao Wenkai and Sun Qing to go together is because she trusted Sun Qing's abilities. Moreover, Sun Qing wasn't as foolish as she appeared on the surface. Once it's cleared, come back over. We'll allocate who's on night watch. Ling Jiang and his teammates reached the campsite. It was filled with zombies whose heads had been exploded, not a single living person left. He couldn't find Du Yuan, Lin Man, and Long Gang. The captain of the small group made a decision to travel east to find a safe base. They passed by Tai City without stopping, narrowly missing Yunqi's team which was currently in Tai City. But neither did Chen Lin and her group know that Ling Jiang's current team was not far outside Tai City. The suite had 2 bedrooms. Luo Lian took the room with her and Xiao Wenkai's backpacks. "Everyone, I'm sleeping now." Looking at the remaining bedroom, Du and Chaoyang said, "Captain, you and Xiao Long sleep in the bedroom. We can make do in the living room." "There's no need to make do," Chen Lin smiled. "Didn't Sun Qing and Xiao Wenkai go clean up the next room? Don't worry about not having enough rooms to sleep." Thanks to Zhong Yang, there were very few zombies in the city. The scattered zombies in the hotel were dealt with as soon as they entered. Except for possibly some residual zombies in the rooms. Hu Xing muttered under his breath, "I still prefer sleeping squeezed together with everyone. Qing, this rascal, always wants to push. Am I supposed to run away? Be grateful. Meng Mion and I are bachelors." Du and Chaoyang slapped Hu Xing hard on the shoulder. "Won't you go check out the next room? Watch out Xiao Wenkai, that pretty boy, doesn't steal Qing away." Hearing this, Hu Xing slightly curled his lips. Xiao Wenkai, at his level, had better not mess with Qing. Otherwise, she'll definitely cook every part of him that shouldn't be fried. A scream of pain came from the next room. Smiling, Chen Lin remarked, "Hu Xing, you really understand Sun Qing." As they were speaking, Luo Lian came out of the room. "Who just screamed?" Bang! Sun Qing angrily kicked open the door. "Damn it, the dead pervert touched my ass, I fried his hand." Xiao Wenkai, who followed her in, raised his hand. His right hand was completely black, emitting an aroma of burnt flesh. "Me? I was just joking with you, was that really necessary? Husband, what happened to you?" Luo Lian, who was originally heading back to the room, screamed upon seeing Xiao Wenkai's condition and rushed to his side. "Heavens, how did your hand end up like this?" Above level 5 wood or water ability users have healing capabilities. Chen Lin remained seated, unmoving, and no one else offered to step forward to treat Xiao Wenkai. "I was just kidding around with Sun Qing." Xiao Wenkai was drenched in sweat from the pain. "Did this to me." "Joking? Do jokes include touching someone's butt?" Sun Qing placed her hands on her hips. "We're not close, are we? Besides, men and women shouldn't touch each other unnecessarily." "Fut, lecture. Would Wenkai touch you?" Upon hearing this, Luo Lian immediately disagreed. "He wouldn't even look at you." "I was just joking." Xiao Wenkai raised his voice to interrupt Luo Lian. Sun Qing had 3 abilities. He'd seen her use earth, space, and lightning earlier. Since she could harm him, a 6th level user, she must be at least 7th level. This woman was far stronger than Luo Lian. Yang, give me some water to rinse it." "It hurts so bad." "Sun Qing, I was just joking." "You were too harsh. You deserve it." "My butt isn't for you to grope." Sun Qing scolded him loudly without giving Xiao Wenkai a chance to save face. "If you dare touch the wrong place again, prepare to be my sister-in-law." "Grope and what? So what?" Luo Lian pulled Xiao Wenkai into the room, shaking her head. "Wenkai, let's not deal with this crazy woman." After they entered the room, Sun Qing dragged Chen Lin aside. "Sister you, Xiao Wenkai is truly disgusting. I don't like him." Hu Xing showed an expression of fear. "I don't even dare anger you now. What if you suddenly want me to become your sister-in-law?" "I dislike Xiao Wenkai and Luo Lian too." Chen Lin waved her hand, urging Sun Qing and Hu Xing back to the room. "Take your man back inside and slowly figure out that push issue. It's getting late, we need to sleep." "Captain, how can you help the bad guys?" Before Hu Xing could protest further, Sun Qing pushed him into the room. Du and Chaoyang stretched out comfortably on the carpet. "I'll just sleep here." Meng Mion claimed a spot next to Du and Chaoyang. "Captain, there are 2 rooms next door. You 2 lovebirds should go over there fast." We aren't realizing she and Zhegua Hui were referred to as another pair of lovers by Meng Mion. Chen Ju turned bright red all over. No. Seeing Chen Ju's flushed face, Zhegua Hui said, "We can sleep on the floor too." Chen Lin pulled out a few towel blankets and distributed them. "There's nothing to feel embarrassed about. Seize the moment if you like each other. No one knows what will happen in the future. If you decide to be together, then I'm your parent. I'll make arrangements for you both." "Captain." Chen Ju became even redder, casting a quick glance at Zhegua Hui, only to see him looking at her. She quickly added, "It hasn't gone that far yet." Acknowledging their relationship through Chen Ju, Zhegua Hui picked up a towel blanket and hid in a corner of the living room. "Captain, let's rest soon. Everyone has been exhausted today. Good night, everyone." They were actually still shy. Chen Lin thought silently, wondering how she could create the right opportunity for them. "Lingling, come rest too." Long Yang pulled Chen Lin near the doorway in the living room where he had already laid out the towel blanket. "I'll take the night watch tonight." Chapter 155, The Rise of the 4 Bases. With Yuwa around, Long Yang didn't need to take the night watch. Chen Lin lay down beside Long Yang, who naturally extended his arm under her neck to serve as a pillow. He then whispered softly in her ear, "The farther west we go, the farther apart the cities are and the longer the roads stretch. Shouldn't we collect more vehicles for transportation?" Chen Lin hummed in agreement, snuggling closer into Long Yang's embrace. "I don't know what to do with those 2 people, she said, nodding her head toward a door. "Sleep." Long Yang tightened his arms around her. "We'll deal with the rest after you wake up." He neither urged her to think deeply nor opposed her but instead showed complete trust, allowing her to handle things as she wished. Chen Lin placed her hand on his arm, gently caressing it. It's not the right time yet. Those 2 people, she was determined not to keep them in her group. However, they hadn't committed any major mistakes so far, which left her unable to act against them just yet. Unbeknownst to Chen Lin, Long Yang's unusually handsome face filled with indulgence and a mix of helplessness and restraint. Holding Chen Lin in his arms without being able to draw her closer tormented him greatly, a trial for this vigorous man. Having lived 2 lifetimes, how could Chen Lin not sense Long Yang's tension? A mischievous glint appeared in her round almond eyes. Wasn't this guy being overly honest? Despite being together all day, he maintained his chivalrous manners. She pretended unintentionally to rub her cheek against Long Yang's chest. Long Yang's body stiffened even more. In another room, Xiao Wenkai examined the wound on his hand. After being washed by Luo Lian's ability-infused water, the pain had largely subsided. That woman Sun Qing is vicious. Who told you to be so handsy? Luo Lian spat at Xiao Wenkai. I'm much prettier than her. Isn't me enough for you? That woman had 3 powers and they were apparently quite high level. Xiao Wenkai schemed about how to get Sun Qing to join him. I was just joking. Who knew that woman couldn't take a joke? I should have taken you to clean up. I've killed zombies all day, nearly dying from exhaustion. I wouldn't trade my sleep for cleaning duty. Luo Lian turned away and went to lie down to sleep. Xiao Wenkai lied down separately but began plotting secretly in his heart. Yue grew agitated. Du and Zhaoyang sat up at the sound. Chen Lin opened her eyes and gestured for him to go back to sleep. Level 6 Xiao Wenkai and Level 5 Luo Lian were no challenge for her. She merely needed Yue to take action to eliminate them silently. Suppressing Yue, Chen Lin closed her eyes. Besides Xiao Wenkai and Luo Lian, she had 7 or 8 other teammates from her past life. Just as she brought them to Yunqi Mountain last life, this time around, she planned to send them off to their fate. When she reached Tai City last life, there were already 4 major bases domestically: the Jingju Base, Northwest Military Security Zone, Shenlong Base, and Tianying Base. Numerous small bases stood scattered everywhere. However, in this timeline, the apocalypse came over a year earlier. She wasn't sure if the other 2 large bases among the 4 had already formed. Those 2 bases contained research labs from the Celestial Institute, where in her past life they had developed the agent that could turn psychic humans into zombies. This time around, she wouldn't allow them to create such malevolent concoctions. In truth, Chen Lin wasn't particularly altruistic. What she really craved were the meteorites and brain cores inside the Celestial Institute. If, in doing so, she also happened to benefit the survivors, she wouldn't hesitate to lend a helping hand. This hotel is so clean, isn't it? That's nice. Not a single zombie. This door is locked from the inside. Someone tried pushing the door. Yue let out a few croaks, and Chen Lin, Long Yang, Du and Zhaoyang, as well as Meng Mion all opened their eyes. Captain, this room seems occupied. Maybe whoever it is has fallen asleep at this hour. Let's greet them tomorrow. A soft, slightly effeminate male voice resonated outside the door. Let's find more people to travel together to the Tianying base. The journey will be safer that way. Several footsteps echoed into the adjacent room. Chen Lin signaled downward with a gesture of her hand. Long Yang, Du and Zhaoyang, and Meng Mion lay back down. Yue sounded an alarm when someone approached. Had they been hostile, it would have jumped immediately. Tianying base was along the way to Yunqi City, and Chen Lin made up her mind. Knock, knock, knock. Before the team from Yunqi woke up, someone knocked on the door. The person knocking was very patient and polite, neither rushed nor slow, maintaining a steady rhythm. Who would knock so early? Annoying, Luo Lian poked her head out briefly before retreating and slamming the door with emphasis. Captain, Chen Ju looked at Chen Lin. Should we open the door? At this, Chen Lin nodded. Yang Ji, go open it. Chen Ju's ability was only level 5. If the visitors had ill intentions, her reaction speed wouldn't match that of battle-hardened Du and Zhaoyang. You help Meng Mion prepare breakfast. In our previous team, only Meng Mion knew how to cook. Now you're here, he'll finally have some help. Cousin, if you know how to cook, that's great. Meng Mion grinned as he grabbed Chen Ju's hand. I've been needing some help. You don't know, none of them could cook. All they did when it was mealtime was grab chopsticks and bowls. With that, he pulled Chen Ju to the spacious balcony temporarily converted into a kitchen. Du and Zhaoyang stepped forward and opened the door. Outside stood a long-haired man with a soft demeanor and a short-haired young woman. The man's voice was gentle. Could we come in? This was Xiangqian's squad, Oyu Yang Zuirui and his sister Oyu Yang Hongqi. Please come in. Chen Lin didn't hide her identity. Someone invited her to the Tianying base, and she couldn't welcome them enough. My name is Zhu Zuirui, and this is my sister Zhu Hong. Oyu Yang Zuirui introduced their identities. I am the captain of Xiangqian's squad, and my sister is the vice-captain. As for the real surnames of these 2 liars, Chen Lin didn't care one bit. She got straight to the point. Zhu Captain, you didn't bring your sister here this early just to make friends with our squad, did you? Their purpose was almost entirely clear to those who spent the night on the couch last night. May I know which of you is the captain? Zhu Zuirui glanced around the room, his gaze landing on Long Yang sitting on the sofa. Instinctively, this man gave him a sense that he wasn't an ordinary character. He felt that the captain should be the man sitting on the sofa, not the woman speaking. I'm the captain, Chen Lin said indifferently. What? Do I not look like a captain? He must have misjudged. There was no sign of discomfort on Oyu Yang Zuirui's soft face. Instead, his smile grew even gentler. Captain Chen, actually, here's the situation. Our team has contacted several ability user teams, intending to head to the Tianying Mountain base. The purpose of finding you guys is the same. Does your team want to join us on the way to the base? Chen Lin smiled. We are heading in that direction too. Chapter 156, Earthquake. The Yunqi team, along with Ouyang Jirue and Ouyang Hongqi, who were using the aliases Zhu Jirue and Zhu Hong, who led the Xiangtian team, set off together with several other paranormal ability groups toward the Tianying base. 7 or 8 paranormal ability teams formed a convoy of over a dozen vehicles. On the way, more and more vehicles joined the convoy. When they were less than 2 days' drive away from the Tianying base, the convoy had grown to more than 50 vehicles. Stop the car. Hitch us a ride. Hurry up and stop. In the middle of the highway, a group of people appeared. They were ragged and disheveled, looking utterly bedraggled. They waved their arms frantically at the convoy. Do these people not fear death? A driver in the convoy lowered his window and shouted loudly at those blocking the road, "Move out of the way, there's no room in our cars, we can't take passengers. There are over 50 vehicles, and we're only 30-odd people, we'll fit if you squeeze. We're also heading to the Tianying base." Not only did those blocking the road refuse to move aside, but a few even lay down directly in the middle of the road, either stop or run over us. The lead vehicle driven by Du and Chaoyang slowed down. "You think I won't run you over? Move it." An elderly woman rolled up quickly and climbed onto the hood of a van. "Crush me if you have the guts, otherwise, show your cowardice. I'll crush you." A driver spat thick phlegm out the window, his speed not slowing. In this rule-less world, everyone holds some unspoken disdain for life. "Captain, is he really going to run them over?" Meng Mion clutched the window and watched as one car sped past the minivan. Chen Lin's eyes lightly swept over the group blocking the middle of the road and shook her head slightly. "He will." Indeed, the people originally blocking the road bolted faster than rabbits when they saw that the car wouldn't stop, scattering to the sides of the highway. But those people aren't stupid. "How dare you treat us so cruelly, you bastards." Those who darted to the side cursed at the car. Several even climbed down the embankment to pick up stones. Seeing this, Ding Tsonghe, the captain of the Yang team with the smallest number of members in the convoy, quickly spoke up. "If you're going to the Tianying base, quickly get into our vehicles. If not, don't block the road." Vehicles in all the other teams were packed full, except for their team's large coach bus, which seemed to be used as a recreational vehicle normally. The inside was divided into rest areas and dining areas. More than 30 people who blocked the road boarded the coach bus, and the convoy departed again. One of them rudely asked Ding Tsonghe, "Do you have a spatial ability user among you? You must have food. We've all been hungry for several days." "Yeah, you must have food." Ding Tsonghe handed over some food portions to them. After receiving the food, the person exchanged a quick glance with the others. "You're really good-hearted. If we join your team, will you take good care of us? You're truly kind. Those others are such terrible people." The Yang team, which had originally offered them a ride out of goodwill, immediately felt as if they had swallowed a fly. Du and Chaoyang had been paying attention to the movements inside the coach bus all along. "Captain, something about the atmosphere behind us feels weird. To invite shit into your lap and expect good vibes is ridiculous." Chen Lin knew the result once she saw how those people acted. She had seen such behavior plenty in her previous life. "Don't talk about them, our own team has 2 piles of trash anyway. Sister Yu, Luo Lian always pretends to be young and acts spoiled, it's extremely annoying. And her partner, whose eyes are always darting around scheming. They're both incredibly detestable." Sun Qing complained. These two always tried to cheat and exploit advantages unfairly, making everyone hate them. "Get rid of them when necessary," Du and Chaoyang said roughly. "Don't waste any courtesy on them." "The time isn't right yet." Chen Lin could only answer like that. She didn't explain to Sun Qing and the others that Luo Lian was genuinely quite young, not just pretending. Always the same excuse, timing. "If it weren't for the fact that they're still teammates, I would have electrocuted them to death a long time ago," Sun Qing said. Long Yang said gently, "Although the Tianying base does lie on our way to Yunqi Mountain, we actually don't need to waste time going there. Or do you have other plans?" "It's not exactly a plan." Chen Lin paused to choose her words carefully. "It's like this. I mainly want to see if there are any tentacles of Su Junyuan there. If there are, I'll take the opportunity to clean them up and stop them from causing trouble there. In the past, they used missing people for experiments. Now with even less oversight, the disappearance of a survivor or a couple of paranormal ability users won't raise any alarm at all." Upon hearing this, Long Yang stopped questioning. He quietly wrapped his arm around her waist. "I was just curious. Whatever decision you make, I support you. Cover your handsome face first." Chen Lin helped Long Yang put on a mask. "If you don't attract unnecessary attention for me, I will thank you already." Long Yang took the chance to hold Chen Lin's hand, gently rubbing it within his own. "Whatever you say goes. Even if you give me a hood that only exposes my eyes, I'm fine with it." "I don't have that kind of thing." Chen Lin wanted to pull her hand back, but Long Yang tightened his grip and didn't let her go. The two exchanged a silent gaze. Just at that moment, the van carrying 6 people seemed to be lifted by an invisible force. The long road undulated like a moving ribbon, twisting strangely. "Earthquake." Du and Chaoyang managed to shout out one sentence before he was tossed into the air, bumping against the roof of the car with a loud bang. "Ah, damn." Before the others could fully comprehend the situation outside, they were thrown about dizzily. "Don't wear seatbelts, protect your head." Chen Lin called out quickly as she was firmly protected in Long Yang's embrace. The earthquake was strong, and the car jolted violently, yet Chen Lin wasn't affected much by the impact. After about 15 minutes, the earthquake subsided. Everyone got out of the car, and what they saw left them speechless. The highway had been broken into sections, the ground crisscrossed with cracks. Smaller cracks were only a few centimeters wide, while larger ones stretched to be dozens of meters across. The road leading to the Tianying base was blocked by a crack more than 10 meters wide. The road is broken. How can we possibly pass? My God. Zhu Jirue and several team captains stood together, observing the massive fissure blocking their path. There's no way for cars to pass through. Not even people. It seems we can only take a detour. If we detour, it will take us almost half a day longer to reach the Tianying base. Let's ask the captain of Yunqi team how he plans to decide. I have no objection to taking a detour. Chen Lin walked to the edge of the fissure and looked down. It was bottomless, deep like a chasm. According to her memory from her previous life, there had never been an earthquake here. I'm not familiar with these roads. Please let someone who knows the way guide us. A group of people disembarked from the large bus, gathering around Ding Tsonghe, clamoring loudly. Captain, come up with a solution. With so many of us, how are we supposed to proceed? Chapter 157, A Heap of Troubles. I can't help it. Ding Tsonghe looked at the more than 30 people behind him who were earnestly gazing at him, and his scalp tingled with discomfort. The road is broken, we can't drive, what can I do? Someone in the crowd said, you're the captain, you have to take care of us. Voices of agreement rose one after another. Chen Lin turned back and glanced at Ding Tsonghe and others. Zhu Ziwei followed Chen Lin's gaze and casually said, the closest place from here is only the Tianying base. The meaning was that those people wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Brother, let's just ignore them. Zhu Hong hadn't spoken up until now. She quietly stood beside Zhu Ziwei, a very quiet girl. Unlike the effeminate Zhu Ziwei, she exuded a kind of calmness. Now that she spoke, her quietness and calmness disappeared. Compared to her brother's effeminate nature, she gave off an unsettling coldness. Anyway, they are all going to die eventually. Zhu Hong's voice was very low. If she hadn't been standing close to Zhu Ziwei, Chen Lin would really not have heard Zhu Hong's voice. Zhu Hong's crisp and melodious voice brought an uncomfortable and even scary sensation. Zhu Ziwei hummed in response. We can't drive anymore, let's gather our respective teams and continue on our journey. The teams that can't keep up with our pace will just have to fend for themselves. Our capabilities are also limited. The other team captains all agreed. Chen Lin understood them. She said, luckily, the distance isn't too far. We'll leave markers along the way. If they still can't find the base like this, then it's their destiny. Leader Chen is right, Zhu Ziwei said. Since it's settled, let's immediately form our teams and set out. Just as everyone was preparing to set off, the earthquake that had just stopped began again. The cracks in the ground grew larger, and a few cars that were near the cracks were shaken into them by the ground tremors caused by the secondary earthquake. The highway was completely collapsed, and the ground was covered with cracks of varying sizes. This area might be a seismic zone, let's quickly leave. Meng Mian often participated in outdoor activities and had some understanding of the geology of various places. The aftershocks aren't too strong, but they cause continuous geological damage. Seismic zone? How come I didn't consider this problem? That's why he didn't know about earthquakes in his previous life. It turns out not every place has earthquakes. Chen Lin turned around and said to the team members, form your teams, prepare to set off. Long Yang wearing a mask stood next to Chen Lin. Everyone is ready. Tall and elegant Long Yang, even with a mask on, his outstanding demeanor drew people's attention. Zhu Ziwei, or Ouyang Ziwei, looked at Long Yang with bright eyes, and even Zhu Hong's eyes held a peculiar expression. Great. Two rivals. Chen Lin sighed silently. Ouyang Ziwei and Ouyang Hongqi weren't a pair of siblings easy to deal with. They arrived at the Tianying base later and managed to become its base commanders using unknown means. After the Tianying base was destroyed, the two siblings only took their own small team to Yunqi City and left the psychic individuals and survivors of the Tianying base behind. These two people were not as harmless as they appeared. This time, they really had to use wit and strategy. It wasn't her forte. The corner of Long Yang's mouth curved under the mask. Lin's face kept changing, which was quite interesting. What are you thinking about? I'm wondering how great your charm is. Chen Lin rolled her eyes at Long Yang. If you mess around when we get to the base, I'll abandon you. You little fool. Long Yang raised his hand to touch Chen Lin's head. Chen Lin wasn't pretty, but his heart already had her, and there was no room for anyone else. This scene fell into Zhu Hong's eyes, and a flash of coldness crossed her quiet face. Generating resentment was so simple. While Chen Lin tightened her grip on her pocket, she rolled her eyes. Long Yang was someone she insisted on bringing back herself. This grudge, she willingly carried. Anyway, these two siblings were not good people, so they might as well be killed. Straying from the topic is useless. You know my style of doing things. I won't make myself unhappy, you know. Saying that, she gently patted her pocket. Long Yang saw her restless pocket and immediately understood the meaning of Chen Lin's words. It's still that sentence. I know you have a good sense of propriety. Whatever you do, I support you. Good. Chen Lin smiled. Long Yang was almost considerate. He knew her plan as soon as he saw the movement of the toad in her pocket, and there was no need for her to explain. Zhu Hong walked up to Chen Lin and said with infinite gentleness, Chen Captain, your team members seem not to talk much. We will be from the same base in the future. In order to better integrate together, we need to understand each other more. Why don't we form a friendship and mutual assistance group? We can communicate more often and work together to get more brain cores when fighting zombies. Does she want to get to know Long Yang? Chen Lin raised a very serious smile. Miss Zhu, what you said is very correct, but at present, our priority is to gather strength and speed up our journey. Yunqi team, increase the speed. Our goal is the Tianying base. We may not be able to avoid Ouyang siblings once we reach the Tianying base, but their harm ranks after the Celestial Body Research Institute. She would deal with them after taking care of the Celestial Body Research Institute first. Ouyang Ziwei and Ouyang Hongqi, since you like pretending to be Zhu Ziwei and Zhu Hong so much, then let you keep performing. The time to deal with you has not come yet. Zhu Hong's purpose was not achieved, but she did not feel discouraged. She gave Chen Lin a gentle smile. You are the captain, your decision is right. Once we arrive at the base, our two teams will discuss cooperation matters again. My brother also agrees with this idea. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin could only chuckle. The two of you both have your eyes on my man and still pretend to be superior. It's absolutely ridiculous. Ordinary zombies don't require us to join forces. My brother's psychic ability is nearly level 8, and so far, we haven't encountered anyone of a higher level than him. He is very good at taking care of people. Zhu Hong deliberately leaned close to Chen Lin, lowering her voice. My psychic ability has also reached level 7. I'll take care of you. Thank you. Chen Lin really didn't know what to say. In her team, except for the newly joined Luo Lian and the other three, anyone pulled out at random would be at least level 4. Xiao Wenkai pricked up his ears, his eyes darting around. Miss Zhu, after we settle down in the base, we will go and find you to play, okay? Of course we can. Zhu Hong's voice was soft and gentle. Just a few simple words made people feel relaxed. With her sweet appearance, she left an especially quiet and beautiful impression. Even Chen Lin couldn't help but nod. I clearly dislike Ouyang Hongqi very much. Why does my mood feel comfortable because of her words, making me involuntarily follow her rhythm? Chen Lin's nerves suddenly tightened. Ouyang Hongqi is at least a level 7 psychic ability user. She is using her psychic ability to influence the people around her. Chapter 158, The Ruined Tianying Base. Chen Lin only tensed for a second. Her rain frog was a mutated frog of unknown level, and in addition to its ability to spray venom, it also had psychic powers. The little pig in her backpack seemed to hum as if to announce its presence. Upon hearing the hum, Chen Lin remembered the Dutch pig that Duan Chaoyang owned. If Zhu Hong dared to act recklessly with her team members, she wouldn't mind feeding a beautiful woman to the pig. After all, the little pig didn't have any preferences. Seeing that Chen Lin agreed with her, Zhu Hong smiled even sweeter. A faint trace of smugness appeared on Zhu Jirui's lips. If it were from her previous life, Chen Lin would definitely not have noticed anything unusual about this brother-sister duo. Having lived through her past life once, how could she not know the importance of being cautious? It seemed knowing too much wasn't entirely a good thing. Chen Lin thought to herself, finding her mood becoming increasingly heavy upon encountering such irritating people and trivial matters. Miss Zhu, this is my girlfriend. Zuxiwen introduced Luo Yang to her under the influence of Zhu Hong's smile. Luo Yang, she's a 5th level Psi user, soon to be 6th. He then added, my psionic power is at the 6th level. There was an evident tone of pride in his voice. When we get to the base, come find me for a visit, Zhu Hong said. Our squad's food isn't bad. You should come over, we'll entertain you with some nice treats. This you was not merely referring to Luo Yang and Zuxiwen. Zhu Hong cast a gaze full of anticipation towards Chen Lin. Hidden within her sweet-looking eyes lay a touch of longing that made it hard for others to refuse her requests. Chen Lin covered her rain frog with her hand, her eyes brimming with smiles. Sure, let's exchange ideas after we get to the base. The people around them showed evident signs of excitement. Tianying Base was also situated along an earthquake zone, and the previous tremors had reduced the base to rubble, deep crevices crossing through it. There wasn't a single intact building left. Temporary tents were set up across the wasteland of debris, and many individuals were busy clearing the ruins while Earth-type Psi users and strength mutants worked on constructing walls. Every now and then, distant Psi user teams and survivor squads would join in the effort to rebuild the base. Seeing this scene, Zhu Jirue chuckled. Looks like we won't need to part ways anymore. It seems so. Chen Lin responded. Should we start setting up our tents? That's exactly what I meant. Zhu Jirue directed her squad to clear out a piece of land, and Chen Lin led her team to help in the cleaning. Luo Yang and Xiao Wenkai worked particularly hard. Some of the other squads joined in the clearing, while others cleaned up plots further away. Zhu Jirue's emotionless gaze swept over those squads farther away, filled with inscrutable meaning. Those squads were in trouble. Zhu Jirue, disguised as Ouyang Jirue, had a gentle yet cruel appearance. Infamous in the past life for having a narrow heart, he and his sister were known to abandon an entire base without hesitation, revealing their cold-hearted nature. It was true, looks were often dictated by one's character. People with gentle features generally had twisted minds beyond normal comprehension. Chen Lin couldn't help but ponder deeply. Qing, take out 2 tents, we'll set them up. Sun Qing took out the tents, and Duan Chaoyang and Meng Mion immediately began to put them together. Yunqi squad chose a location at the edge of the open area. Zhu Jirue invited them. Why choose such a remote place? The center is better. Xiangtian squad had already pitched their tents at the center. This place is fine too. Later, we can keep expanding outwards, with a 7th level mental Psi user around. Whether they stayed at the center or the edge of the empty field didn't make much difference. Within the mental scope of a 7th level Psi user, it was almost like being undressed when under scrutiny. Thinking about the abilities of mental Psi users, Chen Lin felt quite uncomfortable. Zhu Hong also came to help Duan Chaoyang and the others pitch the tent. Big brothers, let me help you. All being 7th level Psi users, the mental effects of Zhu Hong were unnoticeable on Duan Chaoyang, Meng Mion, Hu Xing, Sun Qing, and Long Yang, whereas on Ji Zhonghui, Chen Ju, Luo Yang, and Xiao Wenkai, Zhu Hong's presence felt notably more friendly. Creating a false sense of success for Zhu Hong might work well. Chen Lin mused, feeling slight movements from the rain frog in her pocket. Why should such delicate tasks burden a beauty? Du and Chaoyang loudly rejected Zhu Hong's offer. Beauties are supposed to be taken care of. Zhu Hong's laughter caused her eyebrows to curve elegantly. Am I even a beauty? Yang Yang is the real beauty. At the mention of Yang Yang, Luo Lian beamed with delight. I'm just a little ice girl. Big sister Hong is the real beauty. How sickening. Chen Lin felt nauseated by the intimate way Zhu Hong and Luo Lian addressed each other. Though she knew Luo Lian's affection was influenced by Zhu Hong's psychic ability. Sun Qing nudged Luo Lian and Zhu Hong on their shoulders. All right, both beauties, go play over there. It's all dirt here where they're setting up tents. It was almost like saying Zhu Hong and Luo Lian were in the way. Chen Lin tried hard not to laugh. Don't you see, we're all family now. Why are you being so distant? Zhu Jirue spoke softly, his gaze passing through Chen Lin who stood beside him to land on Long Yang. We still haven't gotten familiar with each other until now, Captain Chen, you. Since you already said family, how could it still be unfamiliar? Chen Lin seized on Zhu Jirue's you, swiftly interjecting, we've been traveling non-stop, everyone should get settled and rest first. We'll talk about anything after resting. A dinner gathering tonight, Zhu Hong jumped at the chance to add, even if tired, we must eat. Captain Chen, wouldn't you agree? True as well, with her rain frog around, Chen Lin didn't worry one bit about Zhu Hong's abilities. What made her uneasy were the looks from both siblings aimed squarely at Long Yang. Our team has alcohol and drinks for tonight, there'll be plenty to go around. If they got reckless, she would make her rain frog spit in the drinks. Let them die of poison then. A young man approached Zhu Jirue and Zhu Hong. Ouyang, little sister Hongqi, you finally arrive. Caught out on their true identities, Ouyang Jirue and Ouyang Hongqi remained unperturbed. Ouyang Jirue responded softly, Wen Yaro, from now on, our brother-sister duo will rely on your protection. My base is yours too, Wen Yaro replied. Hearing this, Chen Lin couldn't help but put a hand to her forehead when Yaro was too generous, and trusted the Ouyang siblings entirely too much, dying without even knowing how. We've come to seek your patronage, Ouyang Jirue shook his head. The base belongs to you, I have no other intentions. Brother, since we're brothers, let's not speak like strangers. When Yaro patted Ouyang Jirue's shoulder, completely devoid of suspicion. After the earthquake, the base is like this now. I need your help. The base is our home. I definitely won't stand idly by. Ouyang Jirue's tone remained as gentle as ever, slowing. Tonight, bring your people over. We will arrange a feast, and discuss how to reconstruct the base. Good, I'll go gather my people right away. When Yaro exclaimed joyfully upon hearing this. Gathering the people was to make it easier for Ouyang Hongqi to influence them with her mental power, right? Chen Lin didn't show any sign, a faint curve pulling at the corner of her lips. Without Ouyang Hongqi, how would Ouyang Jirue manage? Chapter 159, Malicious Intentions. When Yaro indeed brought his squad members, and none of them had been seen by Chen Lin in her previous life. Perhaps after the rebuilding of the Tianying base and its subsequent destruction, they all perish. The paranormal individuals from Xiangqian squad lit a campfire in the open space between the tents, while the space ability user brought out crates of food. When Yaro, these are also captains of paranormal squads, Ouyang Jirue introduced Chen Lin and the other few captains who hadn't left the area to Wen Yaro, we've come together. When Yaro's attention was on Ouyang Jirue and Ouyang Hongqi, so he briefly greeted the other captains before pulling the brother and sister into a nearby tent. Come on, tell me about your situations. Seeing this, Du and Chaoyang let out a soft humph. Captain, look. Chen Lin gave him a light smile. Since we're here, let's settle down. The important thing is to build the base. If the base is just a pile of ruins, it will not be able to withstand the zombie hordes and mutated animals and plants. Exactly, said Du and Chaoyang, pursing his lips and then laughing with a grin. I understand. But I don't understand, aren't we supposed to? Sun Qing was just about to ask a question. Chen Lin's original destination was Yunqi City. It seemed like Tianying base wasn't their intended target. Chen Lin urged her on. Qing, bring out some alcohol and drinks, take more. Don't ask unreliable questions. Currently, the most reliable task is to quickly establish the base. That's right, what are you thinking about? Hu Xing raised a hand and tapped Sun Qing's head. Let's just follow Captain's instructions, hurry up and get things ready. Ouyang Hongqi inside the tent looked towards the direction of Chen Lin and Sun Qing, a vague expression flitting across her face. At that moment, Chen Lin's heart brimmed with alertness. A strong sense of hostility. It emanated from within that tent. Chen Lin gripped the frantic rain frog in her palm tightly, maintaining an unchanging expression. Building the base is the most important thing. There are still many survivors without abilities who need to rely on the base. Ouyang Hongqi suggested with a smiling countenance. They've prepared the food already. Let's go over there and get acquainted with everyone. Later we can have a good chat about everything that's happened recently. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Jirue replied. When Yao, talking just among us three and leaving our team members aside isn't good. Since we're already here, we have plenty of chances to have a proper chat. Alright, listen to you. Without suspicion, when Yaro swiftly agreed to Ouyang Hongqi's suggestion, it's just that I'm incredibly happy to see you two again. The three of them stepped out of the tent. Many people had already gathered around the campfire, those further away observed from afar, with no one stepping closer. Leading her brother and Wen Yaro to Chen Lin's side, Ouyang Hongqi asked, Captain Chen, Wen Yaro says he really wants to meet you and your team. Surely you won't refuse. Wen Yaro just at that moment glanced at Chen Lin. Jirue, is this the captain of Yunqi squad you mentioned earlier? Despite being excited to see an old friend earlier, Wen Yaro had an excellent memory, remembering Chen Lin, the captain. Can you inform me of your abilities and rank? and allow me to meet the people surrounding you. Of course, Chen Lin individually introduced her teammates. My abilities belong to the water system, level 7. She selectively revealed the abilities of her team members. With the rain frog affecting Ouyang Hongqi's emotions, even if Chen Lin were to conceal something, Ouyang Hongqi would unquestioningly believe her. A paranormal individual carried several filled cups of wine over, and when Yarrow picked one up, raising it high, as the base commander, I welcome all of you to join the base, to become a part of it. When Yarrow spoke eloquently, while the Ouyang siblings listened quietly, with identical calm expressions, it was hard to discern what they were thinking. But Chen Lin knew well their great ambition. The gathering transformed into a bonfire party, giving off not a hint of the end-of-the-world ambience. Some survivors danced and sang, drawing curious glances from others afar, as if watching lunatics. Let the team members act freely while we captains discuss inside the tent. What do you say? Ouyang Jirue glanced subtly at her sister and gently invited Chen Lin and the other squad captains. Gathering the captains in the tent, weren't those people outside just at Ouyang Hongqi's disposal? Chen Lin lightly stroked the rain frog on its back and thought, the tent was not far from the campfire. The strange power of this little thing should be able to protect Longyang and the others. A firm affirmative notion came from somewhere within her mind, as if telling her, no problem. This little thing had a high level of abnormal ability. It could directly sense Chen Lin's thoughts and respond to her. Putting her mind at ease, Chen Lin didn't worry about Ouyang Hongqi's tricks at all. Good. I just want to know how the base commander plans to build the base. There are some ideas, but I didn't know how to implement them. When Yarrow said, with Jirue, Hongqi, and your help, I think we can proceed. I'll tell you guys later. He hesitated and looked at Chen Lin and the other few captains. He felt Hongqi treated these captains differently, especially this one called Chen Lin. If everyone works together, the base will surely be built better. That's true. Zombies evolve more easily than paranormal individuals. Perhaps plants and animals will mutate as well. Chen Lin pretended to speculate with apparent concern. Now all kinds of production have stopped. Food and daily necessities have completely become consumables. It would be good if production could be restored. The strengthening of the Tianying base would only benefit Yunqi City and Yunqi Mountain. This situation pleased Chen Lin. However, when she saw Ouyang Jirue standing next to Wen Yarrow, she thought about the destruction of the Tianying base in her previous life. Ouyang Jirue happened to turn around at that moment, catching Chen Lin's gaze. Captain Chen, do you fancy me? Chen Lin silently scoffed in her heart but spoke aloud. I was wondering why Captain Zhu suddenly surnamed Ouyang. Only then did Wen Yarrow realize his excitement had exposed his old friend's lie. He chuckled. Jirue's mother surnamed Zhu, so he often introduces himself and Hongqi as surnaming Zhu. Such a rough excuse might have convinced the former life Chen Lin, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to fool her now. Come into the tent, come into the tent, when Yarrow called for the several captains to enter the tent. Before entering the tent, Chen Lin caught a glimpse of Ouyang Hongqi walking towards Longyang out of the corner of her eye. How impatient this woman was. Inside the tent stood a conference table, resembling a makeshift meeting hall. When Yarrow even took out a map and laid it on the conference table. I planned it like this, everyone please look. Longyang, let's take a walk. Ouyang Hongqi smiled sweetly, her voice enchantingly soft. I want to chat with someone. There was an unusual sparkle in her eyes, as if she wanted to see through Longyang's mask to the face beneath. Chapter 160, Feeding the Pigs. Longyang's voice was cool. I don't want to chat. Chen Lin had just been called away when he was hit on by a member of the opposite sex. His attitude became even more off-putting. Big brother Longyang, Sun Qing said while continuously eating but always watching Longyang closely. She saw the woman who earlier called Zhu Hong and at the base also called Ouyang Hongqi acting like a little white flower trying to act cute in front of Longyang. She put down her food, wiped her mouth, then jumped next to Longyang and hugged his arm. Come keep me company while I eat. I'll share something delicious with you. While speaking, she pulled hard to drag Longyang away from Ouyang Hongqi. Ching, Ouyang Hongqi grabbed Sun Qing's arm and released her ability toward her. I need to have a private conversation with Longyang. Please do not disturb us, alright? Sun Qing yanked her arm back and without hesitation embraced Longyang's arm. Longyang is taken. What are you thinking? Do you not know men and women should avoid being alone together? Why was her ability ineffective against Sun Qing? How could this be? Ouyang Hongqi looked at Longyang with pleading eyes and simultaneously released her ability toward him. I just want to chat, nothing else. Longyang let himself be pulled by Sun Qing, ignoring Ouyang Hongqi. I'll keep you company during your chat, Xiao Wenkai offered with a mischievous smile. Could it be that my ability isn't effective on Longyang as well? Not believing, Ouyang Hongqi once again released her ability toward Longyang and rejected Xiao Wenkai. I only want to speak to him. Xiao Wenkai showed a sheepish expression, feeling dissatisfied. What does he have that Longyang doesn't? Why can these women only see Longyang and not him? Longyang remained unresponsive. Could it be that he possesses the same ability as herself? Full of doubts, Ouyang Hongqi looked toward Longyang and met his indifferent gaze. Her heart trembled, and she suspected a possibility. So she tentatively asked, Longyang, you only have the 7th level Golden Series ability, right? Yes, Longyang responded indifferently. Let's go, we must avoid suspicion, understand? Sun Qing pulled Longyang away. How could this be possible? Ouyang Hongqi couldn't believe Longyang's words. Relentlessly, she continued to release her ability toward Longyang. Not long after the end of the world began, she obtained mental abilities. Rarely was there someone she couldn't control. But today, everything kept unexpectedly failing one after another. Miss Zhu, shall we walk around with Yang Yang? Zhu Hong had a good relationship with the camp leader and also looked good. Deciding to cling tightly to Zhu Hong, Xiao Wenkai intended to thrive within the Tianying base. Thank you. Ouyang Hongqi restrained herself from refusing Xiao Wenkai outright. Xiao Wenkai and Luo Lian were both members of the Yunqi team, so she planned to gather information about their team from them. Chen Lin came out of the tent. Just in time, she noticed Ouyang Hongqi, Xiao Wenkai, and Luo Lian walking away into the distance. Sister you finally came out. Sun Qing rattled on and told Chen Lin everything about how Ouyang Hongqi had come looking for Long Yang. I helped you watch over the handsome man very carefully. That's right, yes, Long Yang said humorously, timely preventing me from making a significant error in my conduct. What's most infuriating is those two people, Sun Qing stated, like lapdogs, sucking up shamelessly. She referred to Xiao Wenkai and Luo Lian. Back to our tent, Chen Lin indicated for the team to assemble. The camp leader mentioned some things about base construction, and I think they're quite good. Tianying base was destroyed by an earthquake, with hardly any intact buildings remaining. How would she find the Celestial Research Institute? Chen Lin was puzzled, but she didn't dwell on it. As Ouyang Hongqi, Xiao Wenkai, and Luo Lian moved away from the open space, she took the opportunity to plan some strategies. As soon as they returned to the tent, Du and Zhaoyang couldn't hold back. Captain, what does their base construction have to do with us? We don't have time for such trivial matters. Chen Lin raised her finger to shush everyone. She reached into her backpack and pulled out the deeply sleeping Dutch piglet, placing it on the ground. The Dutch piglet quickly scurried along the edge of the tent and disappeared. The rain frog also disappeared at the same time. Tianying base serves as an ideal barrier for entering Yunqi City. The stronger Tianying base becomes, the safer we will be in Yunqi City. After her speech, everyone nodded in agreement. However, they all knew that this wasn't what Chen Lin really wanted to say. They waited quietly for her to continue. We must find that place as soon as possible here. If we find it, destroy it. If not, we leave immediately without wasting a minute, Chen Lin continued. Anyone who wasn't present at today's meeting will no longer be relevant to us, whether life or death. We are a team. Only by pulling together can we survive in this apocalypse. Those who cannot unite with the team, I consider them dead already. As long as we're still here, our team will also participate in the construction of the base for the reasons mentioned before. Captain. Meng Mion raised his hand, wanting to speak. Chen Lin's expression softened. There's no one else here, no need to be so formal. Your formality makes me uncomfortable too. What I want to say is, since we're living together with them, how do we handle meals? Meng Mion served as the sole chef in the team. Being too excellent invites jealousy from others. Sun Qing has plenty of fast food, instant food, fruits, and vegetables. Understanding the principle that excellence invites envy, Chen Lin paused briefly. We can barter with others, we can exchange for brain nuclei. That's how it'll be temporarily. Regarding the fewer number of team members, everyone tacitly avoided asking. If they're not part of the group, then they're either enemies or strangers, and those two are especially restless people. As for Xiao Wenkai daring to grope Sun Qing's but in what seemed like a joke, everyone kept that grudge in mind, they hadn't forgotten it yet. I'll take charge of setting up stalls. Sun Qing waved her hand high. Absolutely won't suffer any loss. Hu Xing sighed on the side. But aren't you worried you'll eat everything? You stinking little star, Sun Qing growled fiercely and lunged forward. Do you think I'm a pig? Are you trying to die? The moment Sun Qing pounced, Chen Lin was quick-eyed and grabbed her instantly. This is Tianying base, surrounded by unfamiliar faces. Image, pay attention to your image. Upon hearing this, Sun Qing stopped herself, but she still made a fist at Hu Xing. This beating is postponed until bedtime. Hu Xing's face instantly turned awkwardly red. Captain, can I file a complaint about domestic violence? Chen Lin chose to pretend she didn't hear that. The Dutch pig had already returned. Its chubby little body rubbed against Chen Lin's ankle, while the rain frog riding on its head quickly hopped into Chen Lin's pocket after a couple of movements. Chen Lin bent down and picked up the Dutch pig, placing it into her backpack. Sun Qing dragged Hu Xing along with the others into the tent. Outside the tent, Long Yang stood shoulder to shoulder with Chen Lin. He tilted his head slightly, concealing an evident smirk. What did you send the Dutch pig out to do? Isn't he just too perceptive? Chen Lin shot Long Yang a sidelong glance. I sent it out to forage on its own. Do you have something to say about it? Long Yang wrapped his arm around Chen Lin and leaned close to her ear, speaking softly enough so only she could hear. Wife, did you feed those 3 people to the pigs? Yes, exactly what I did. Chen Lin shoved her arm against Long Yang's chest irritably. Can't you just pretend to be a little dumber? I don't want to be seen as cruel and malevolent by you or my teammates. Chapter 161, United with you. Alright, I'll act a little dumber. Long Yang tightened his arms. Just now when Chen Lin had gathered them into the tent to take out the guinea pig, not only him but everyone else also noticed her actions and guessed what she was about to do. But they all chose tacitly not to ask or say anything. Can a living person really become dumb on command? Chen Lin glanced sideways at Long Yang with ill-concealed irritation. The guy wasn't much older than her but always treated her like a child, then just be dead dumb. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately regretted it and tried to make up for it. I was talking nonsense. Chen Lin's conflicted expression made Long Yang delighted. Even in joking about her dying from being dumb, she couldn't bear the thought of losing herself. This Chen Lin was exactly the same as the one before the apocalypse, whether decisive in killing or so indecisive as this. In his eyes, they were all the same. Little fool, if I were stupid, how could I have found such a great, capable wife? The two were cozying up near the tent while, in the distance, a pair of cold eyes watched them. Someone was watching. Chen Lin felt a chilling coldness enveloping her. She curled closer to Long Yang, hiding herself behind his towering figure as she looked around. What are you looking at? Acting so secretive? Long Yang saw through Chen Lin's small actions and teasingly mocked her. I feel like someone is watching us. Don't move, let me check around. Chen Lin scanned the area but didn't find anyone. That chilling feeling surrounding her had vanished as well. Long Yang responded with an "oh," then said, the tent where your meeting was held earlier, its curtain was lifted open by a crack just now, but it's been closed already. It must be Ouyang Ziwei. Upon realizing this, Chen Lin pulled Long Yang into the tent. Zhuge Hui saw Chen Lin come in and immediately stood up. Captain. Relax. Chen Lin gestured for him to feel at ease. She walked over to a corner and sat down. Today is the day you and Chen Ju officially join our Yunqi team. Including both of you, we now have 9 members. One member is absent right now, but we'll introduce you later. In her past life, she'd only managed to find 3 of the original teammates. In this lifetime, things had changed drastically. It was unclear whether she'd be able to bring back all the others smoothly. One of the prides of our team is its strength. Chen Lin took out 2 level 7 brain cores, handing them to Zhuge Hui and Chen Ju. Of course, you're no exception either. Let's lay the ugly words up front. You betray the team or hurt your teammates, the consequence will be death. If you wish to leave, simply ask me face to face. Level 7 brain cores. Just like that, Chen Lin casually took them out. Zhuge Hui was stunned, holding the core in his hand. His mind buzzed as he couldn't grasp yet the nature of the team he joined. Betrayal and leaving? Those ideas never crossed his mind. Captain, since I am a member of the team, I pledge my loyalty until death. I will never betray. Even Chen Ju showed a rare expression of surprise. This is too precious. The people are what's truly most valuable, Chen Lin replied indifferently. The stronger we become, the longer we can survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Since I've handed these to you, they are yours. Sun Qing pushed the brain core towards Chen Ju's mouth. Eat quickly. Only if all of us become strong, would we ever lack brain cores or resources in the future. What's so precious? Du and Chaoyang grinned and spoke loudly and coarsely. Hurry up and eat it. Go back to the tent early to sleep. Our tent is small. 8 people sitting already feels crowded. With the addition of 2 more level 7 ability holders, Chen Lin nodded contentedly. Our team has become stronger, which is good news, but for now we can't celebrate yet. Next, Sun Qing will set up a stall, and the rest of you will divide into 3 teams to find that place. Make sure no one discovers your purpose. Don't startle the prey. Zhuge Hui wanted to ask where Luo Lian and Xiao Wenkai had gone, but seeing Chen Lin not mention those 2 at all, he suppressed the thought. He knew their restless personalities clearly. Luo Lian and Xiao Wenkai had left with Ouyang Hongqi on their own initiative, under the eyes of everyone. The captain wasn't present at that time. Rest assured, Captain, Du and Chaoyang said, mission guaranteed completed. Captain, will CG brother show up? Sun Qing wore a fawning expression, shamelessly adding, I've grown up and have never set up a stall before. If I got caught, how pitiful I'd look. So I have to ask clearly in advance. Then you go ask CG yourself. Yang leads a team with Zhuge Hui and Chen Ju, Meng Mion and Xing Xing another, and Long Yang and I make the last. Chen Lin didn't bother with Sun Qing's nonsense, directly dividing the remaining 7 people into 3 groups. Investigating the Celestial Institute was their purpose for coming to the Tianying base. 7 people left the tent, leaving Sun Qing stomping her feet alone. It was just a joke, can't you take a joke? No one responded to her. She obediently set up a stall on the open ground in front of the tent. Fresh vegetables, fruits, cheap sale going on, exotic goods wanted, brain cores. Before long, a crowd surrounded Sun Qing. Long Yang held hands with Chen Lin as they walked side by side. It seems this is our first time walking while holding hands like this without anyone disturbing us, Long Yang said. Chen Lin hummed in agreement. Previously, you were in the army, we could hardly meet. Then the apocalypse happened where we couldn't stroll so leisurely like now. She called it a stroll, but both hers and Long Yang's eyes kept searching the surroundings. Now, this moment of peace feels quite rare. Who knows what might happen in the future? Dummy, after we find Uncle Chen and the others, let's go to the military safe zone and bring Grandpa and Mom to Yunqi Mountain together. Long Yang comforted her, hearing the melancholy tone in Chen Lin's voice. Reminded by Long Yang, Chen Lin suddenly remembered something. In her previous life, not long after the establishment of the 4 bases, a zombie wave had broken out. The military safe zones were hit first, suffering severe damage, the result of which Chen Lin dared not imagine. What if we go get Grandpa Long and Aunt Long first? The safety zone is secure. Long Yang was also concerned about his grandfather Long Shan and mother. Let's do what we planned first. The so-called safe zones were nothing of the sort. If they were truly safe, they wouldn't be impacted first, leading to serious losses and eventually merging with Jingju base. Chen Lin opened her mouth, unsure how to tell Long Yang about this issue. Sharing the secret of her rebirth would have unpredictable consequences. It was an incredible matter after all. A person dying and coming back to relive what they've experienced, given a chance to rectify regrets, no one would believe such a story, however she framed it. Sometimes even Chen Lin herself found it hard to believe, like living through some bizarre yet vivid dream. In this dream, everything was strikingly real. Chapter 162, Confrontation. The The three groups of people traversed through ruins and empty fields, ultimately finding nothing. Could it be that in this timeline, due to time discrepancies, the Celestial Institute hasn't yet set up a branch at the Tianying base? Chen Lin thought about it as she was going to sleep. It must be a timing issue. Finally, Chen Lin concluded that Tianying base had just been established when an earthquake hit, destroying it completely. Strictly speaking, it shouldn't even be called a base at this point. We'll search again tomorrow. If we still can't find anything, we'll leave. Chen Lin made her latest decision. Go to sleep already. Long Yang gently pressed her head into the crook of his arm. Tomorrow, someone will likely come looking for you. The pig food incident isn't over yet. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin almost burst out laughing. Whoever comes, I'm not afraid. I didn't do anything. That's right, you did nothing. Long Yang chuckled as he raised his hand to ruffle Chen Lin's short hair. You only let out Duan Yang's house pet pig. Good night. Chen Lin closed her eyes as instructed. A warm sensation touched her forehead from Long Yang, whose breath brushed against the top of her head, reaching deep into her heart with comfort. Satisfaction filled her. It was good that Long Yang was still by her side. Unlike the peaceful atmosphere of Yunqi Squad, Ouyang Jirue walked back and forth restlessly inside the tent, his effeminate face grim. If not for his terrifyingly dark expression at this moment, his androgynous features would actually be quite beautiful. But no one cared about that right now. His younger sister hadn't returned by late night. A member of Shangtian Squad yawned. Captain, I saw some members of Yunqi Squad leave this afternoon. They were searching for something. Ouyang Jirue asked sternly, did Hongqi go with them? Are you sure? Another team member replied, yes, Hongqi went to look for the man surnamed Long in their squad, but for some reason, another man and woman went with her instead. The three of them left, and haven't returned since. Of course, Ouyang Jirue knew what his sister intended to do. I understand. He waved his hand dismissively and stepped out of the tent quickly. The Xiangtian squad members inside looked at each other, unsure if they should follow him. Of course, Ouyang Jirue didn't walk far. He arrived outside Chen Lin's tent. Leader Chen, I need to speak with you. Actually, the moment Ouyang Jirue approached the tent, Chen Lin knew. You were detected someone coming near and woke her with a gentle coo. Can we talk? Certainly. Both Chen Lin and Long Yang had anticipated that Ouyang Jirue would come the next day. They'd been waiting for him, but there was no way to return his sister after all. Guinea pigs don't spit out bones. Yawning, Chen Lin exited the tent. Captain Ouyang, why are you here so late? Though unskilled in manipulation, she could feign ignorance well enough. Do you never sleep? Leader Chen, let's not beat around the bush. Ouyang Hongqi stared directly at Chen Lin. My sister and two of your men left camp and haven't returned. Don't you think you owe me an explanation? Me? Chen Lin pointed at her own nose, feigning confusion. We held the meeting together in the tent. I didn't see your sister at all. As for my two team members, they were just accompanying your sister for a stroll and chat. There aren't any zombies here in the base, so these three adults certainly won't get lost. They're not children. Ouyang Jirue continued to scrutinize Chen Lin's face as though trying to deduce something. Chen Lin stifled another yawn. Before sleeping, my team and I already searched once but couldn't find them. We're not familiar with this area, so let's wait until tomorrow to ask the base commander to send us a guide, and we'll search further away. Are you okay with losing two members without lifting a finger? Ouyang Jirue thought it odd how calm Chen Lin seemed about the missing teammates. Suspicious, he continued. As the captain, you have such a nonchalant attitude, isn't that? This is a safety zone. Where could they possibly go? Probably exploring out of curiosity. It's no big deal. Chen Lin waved her hand casually. Besides, those two make a pair. If they found a quiet spot to get close, we'd hardly want to interrupt them as teammates. Captain Ouyang, if you don't have anything else, go back to bed already. Tomorrow, I'll help you find your sister. A couple of lovebirds finding a quiet place to get intimate while dragging along an unwanted third wheel. Ouyang Jirue found something off about this scenario and wanted to ask more, but Chen Lin had already turned around and returned to her tent. Chen Lin decided to search for the Celestial Institute one last time. If she still couldn't find it, she would leave Tianying base and return to their original plan. Without the most troublesome sibling in the Ouyang duo, if Wenyao still couldn't secure Tianying base, then he truly was incompetent. Sun Qing didn't stand up but raised his hand high in the air to give Chen Lin a thumb up. Captain, aren't those two just so energetic they forget sleep? Their stamina must be sky high. I think you have quite a bit of energy yourself. Chen Lin glanced at the silly second-in-command. If you don't go to bed soon, I'll punish you by making you find all three of them. ZZZZ, ZZZZ. I'm already asleep. Sun Qing wasn't dumb even if he was a bit goofy. If Chen Lin said they wouldn't return, no amount of searching would bring them back. Seeing Sun Qing's awkward acting performance, Chen Lin sighed, unable to comment. She turned over and curled up in Long Yang's arms again, pondering for a while before falling asleep as well. Ultimately, she came to a conclusion: if Ouyang Jirue couldn't find Ouyang Hongqi, he would definitely come questioning her again. Ouyang Jirue led his team in a thorough search of the area surrounding the base, even involving Wenyao, who brought out a whole group to help search throughout the night. Wenyao, with a weary expression, couldn't help but yawn. Jirue, where on earth did Hongqi run off to? The base isn't that big, there aren't many places to go. That's exactly why we're looking. Ouyang Jirue's delicate face turned somber. I suspect something has happened to her. How could that be? Wenyao patted Ouyang Jirue on the shoulder. There are some nice tourist spots nearby. Maybe Hongqi went there. Besides, Your sister is like my sister, no one here would dare do her any harm. Logically speaking, they were new here, and there was no one they'd made enemies with yet. Ouyang Jirue was almost convinced by Wenyao's words, until moments later, he shook his head. I have this feeling that something happened to my sister, and it definitely has something to do with Yunqi squad. Don't let your imagination run wild. Go rest a bit first. I'll help you search the surroundings during the day. Wenyao didn't believe for a second that Ouyang Hongqi had encountered trouble. All zombies within the vicinity of the base had been cleared out cleanly, even the smaller towns nearby didn't have many zombies. If forced to speculate, Wenyao thought it more likely that Ouyang Hongqi simply got lost. Pushing his friend into the tent to rest, Wenyao reminded him. Before entering the tent, Ouyang Jirue gave Yunqi squad's tent one last glance, instructing one of his members, keep an eye on them. Could it be that Ouyang has some sort of grudge against Yunqi squad? A strange sensation rose in Wenyao's heart. He remembered that Ouyang Jirue had mentioned encountering Yunqi squad purely by chance on their way here. Recalling the series of odd actions taken by the Ouyang siblings earlier, a vague notion began forming in Wenyao's mind. Chapter 163, Give My Sister Back. Sun Qing's variety of vegetables and fruits was abundant and cheap. As soon as she set up her stall in the morning, it was immediately surrounded by a crowd. Chen Ju saw that she was overwhelmed and said, Sun Qing, let me help you. Big sister, hurry, I'm swamped. If no one helps me soon, I'm going to go crazy. Sun Qing rushed around frantically. Big sister, you're the best. Even my stars. An abnormal ability user urged Sun Qing. Sister, hurry, I want several boxes of vegetables. Sun Qing's complaint was interrupted as she bent down to lift a cardboard box and passed it out. Limited quantity, first come first served. Hurry and tell your companions. Those without space can dry the vegetables. Dried vegetables are great for making soup, stewing dishes, or adding to instant noodles. Dried vegetables, easy to carry, truly an essential item for travel and daily life. This fool's mouth was filled with profound truths. Even Chen Lin couldn't help but be impressed. Captain, what should we do then? Hu Xing asked aloud, why don't we set up a stall too? We could sell instant noodles. He remembered Chen Lin had a lot of instant noodles. With dried vegetables, selling instant noodles would be a perfect match, right? That's a good idea. Chen Lin stood to the side, thinking whether she should take some items and give them to Sun Qing to sell. Captain Chen, Ouyang Zirui came over angrily with two people. My sister went with your team member. You must return my sister. Chen Lin wanted to snicker twice. After a night had passed, those three might have long turned into pig droppings. From what she knew, guinea pigs didn't spit out any leftovers. She poked her ears. Captain Ouyang, surely you're joking with me? Your sister is a grown human being. Did you think I swallowed her or stuffed her into my pocket? You, with Captain Chen showing no intention of giving her back, Ouyang Zirui stopped after uttering one word and was about to release his powers. Before things could escalate, when Yaro shouted loudly, Zirui, stop. Ouyang Zirui glared darkly at Chen Lin. When Yaro, are you choosing to side with outsiders against me? Zirui, the matter hasn't been fully clarified yet, has it? When Yaro glanced at Chen Lin who stood immovably, wondering if Zirui and Hongqi were plotting something against Yunqi squad. If he knew nothing, he could leave it alone, but now as the camp leader encountering this situation, there was no way he could ignore it. Captain Chen, what exactly is going on here? Where is Hongqi? If you know, speak up. I have no idea where Miss Ouyang is. Chen Lin shook her head. Then she became stern and looked seriously at Ouyang Zirui. I actually want to ask Captain Ouyang this. After our meeting in the tent, she left the camp with two new members of mine. I wanted to find her and ask where she was taking my team members. The goal of Ouyang Hongqi was Long Yang. What could she accomplish with two unremarkable team members? Ouyang Zirui paused. It was your team members who took my sister away. She's just a girl. She went off with a couple. Chen Lin sneered disdainfully. Perhaps Miss Ouyang likes to be a third wheel. The crowd erupted into laughter. That's right. His sister went with others willingly. Why isn't he searching for his sister instead of targeting the squad leader? Maybe his sister has peculiar preferences. Exactly. Initially composed, Ouyang Zirui's face grew increasingly sullen with louder voices from surrounding comments. Talking nonsense. My sister would never act recklessly. He swept his sleeve aside and instructed his team members, follow me. After walking a few steps, he turned around, glaring menacingly at Chen Lin. Captain Chen, my sister left with your team member. If I can't find her, I'll come looking for you. Captain Ouyang, we merely happened to meet on the road and traveled together. There's neither hatred nor grudge between us. Thirdly, you never entrusted Miss Ouyang Hongqi to my care. Chen Lin shrugged helplessly. I have no obligation to wait for you here. Not sending you off. Go ahead and leave. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Zirui snorted and turned to walk away. Zirui, when Yaro called out. Camp leader, I want to have a private chat with you. Chen Lin stopped when Yaro while watching Ouyang Zirui not looking back. It's regarding the development issues of the camp. When Yaro shifted his gaze from Ouyang Zirui's retreating back, Captain Chen, let's talk in my tent. No one else will be there. There's no one over there. Chen Lin pointed to a distant empty space. Let's go there. At this point, there was no Celestial Research Institute in the Tianying base yet. She decided to leave, and before she left, she wanted to help Wen Yaro once more. Wen Yaro hesitated, and Chen Lin arched her eyebrows. Captain Wen, surely you don't actually think I did something to Ouyang Hongqi, do you? Our squad didn't know the Xiangtian squad before we encountered them by chance. The dirty tricks of that brother-sister duo were not her fault. I didn't mean that. When Yarrow covered up the doubt and a bit of hesitation in his heart, making an inviting gesture. Captain Chen, please follow me. Walking side by side, Chen Lin casually said, a few of our squads came together. Actually, everything went pretty harmoniously along the way, with no conflict. In fact, I also find it strange. When Yarrow paused, Yunqi is playful. Perhaps she saw the ruins here and went to play nearby. By the way, Captain Chen, what do you want to talk about? Chen Lin noticed that when Yarrow didn't want to continue discussing the Ouyang siblings, so she said, I have some ideas for building the base, and at the same time, I can provide some construction materials to the base. The reason I'm coming to you privately is because I don't want others to know. You have spatial abilities. When Yarrow remembered that Chen Lin initially introduced herself as having water abilities, you have 2 abilities. How could she just limit herself to 2? Chen Lin certainly wouldn't reveal such things. That's not the point. Now after the earthquake, the base has become ineffective. Constructing the base must be our top priority. Our abilities are upgrading, but won't zombies also upgrade? On the contrary, zombies evolve faster than us and it's easier for them. That's true. When Yarrow's initial intention to build the base was for the ability users and survivors to have shelter. Look, the Tianying base had just been completed when it encountered such a severe earthquake. I'm really grateful that there weren't many people at the base. The earthquake only caused minor injuries, and no one died. When they reached a very secluded place, Chen Lin looked around to make sure no one was paying attention to her, and when Yarrow, Commander, don't have this kind of relieved attitude. In the middle and later stages of the apocalypse, survival would be an extremely serious issue. Hope you can use these materials well. Chen Lin took out a mountain of building materials from her spatial ability. This, when Yarrow looked in astonishment at the items Chen Lin pulled out, all for the base. I hope you can build a strong and united base. Chen Lin turned to walk back. She sincerely hoped when Yarrow would turn the Tianying base into a solid unit. But then she thought of Ouyang Ziwei and the Celestial Research Institute, and became uncertain again. Ouyang Ziwei had big ambitions, while the Celestial Research Institute was like a malignant tumor that clung on stubbornly. These were all uncertainties in the apocalypse. She would definitely come back to the Tianying base. Chapter 164, Tough Luck for You. Not long after Chen Lin and when Yarrow parted ways, she noticed someone furtively peeking at her from behind. When she glanced over, the person immediately pretended to be indifferent, looking down at the ground or turning their head away. This person following her? Was it someone from Ouyang Zirui's group? Or from Wen Yarrow's? Chen Lin really didn't see the point in them following her. Ouyang Hongqi had been dead for a long time. Even if she wanted to settle things with Ouyang Zirui, it was impossible now. Besides, she had already decided to leave Tianying base as soon as possible. Long Yang's father, her family, they were all in Yunqi City. Dak Town also belonged to Yunqi City, only closer to Yunqi Mountain. Before heading to Yunqi City, she still had a few teammates near Tianying base that she planned to meet up with. Some of the team members weren't on her route. Those people who had become blurred in her memory were finally remembered one by one. She would find them when she returned to Tianying base next time. Chen Lin returned to the open space where her team was gathered, and the person who had been tracking her disappeared instantly. Captain, Zhu Jihui called out upon seeing Chen Lin return. Chen Zhu, who was standing beside him, approached Chen Lin. Someone kept eyeing this way ever since you left. Damn it, who's asking for trouble? Duan Chao Yang shouted loudly. If I had seen it, I would have beaten the crap out of him. As soon as he spoke, quite a few gazes were drawn toward them. Young brother. Chen Lin stopped Duan Chao Yang. He wasn't truly rash, he was just protecting the group. This is an open area. We can't cover their eyes, can we? But, being watched like this makes me feel uneasy, Meng Mion said while making a gesture indicating his discomfort. Long Yang stood beside Chen Lin, his sharp eyes filled with a hint of coldness sweeping around like arrows. He said meaningfully, let them watch. Let them do whatever they want. Chen Lin couldn't help but raise her eyebrows toward Long Yang. Just then, the sly guy also looked down. After a brief moment of eye contact, Chen Lin gestured, we won't need the tents. We are leaving Tianying base now. Upon hearing that they would leave Tianying base, Sun Qing abandoned the stall she was setting up and dashed over. Captain, sister you, does this mean I'm free? Chen Lin replied to her in puzzlement, don't you like setting up stalls? I do like it, but. Sun Qing gave Hu Xing's waist a nudge with her elbow, appearing embarrassed. Xing. Qing just has 3-minute enthusiasm. A few days is already her limit. Hu Xing gritted his teeth and held his waist. Who exactly Sun Qing was, Chen Lin had known her all her life, so naturally understood clearly. She directly issued an order, depart immediately, leave the base. After finishing inspecting the building materials Chen Lin handed over, when Yarrow faintly guessed that Chen Lin wouldn't stay at the base. He felt a desire to keep her and her team around. By the time he made up his mind, Chen Lin and her Yunqi squad had already left Tianying base. Send someone to bring captain of the Yunqi squad here. One member went out searching, reporting back to Wen Yarrow, Captain, all members of the Yunqi squad have left. They've really left. Wen Yarrow could not help but secretly lament inside. Bring Captain Ouyang here, I have something to discuss with him. Since Ouyang Zirui and Hongqi had always been wary of Chen Lin and the Yunqi squad, he wanted to ask Zirui about it. Unexpectedly, the member remained unmoved, his face showing a peculiar expression as he stared at Wen Yarrow. What's wrong? Wen Yarrow asked. Captain, your friend has also left with his people. The member informed Wen Yao. Ouyang Rui left right after the Yunqi squad. Any clear-minded person could see what he intended to do. Wen Yao's subordinates grinned knowingly. Bewildered, Wen Yao cast a glance at the subordinate. Why did he leave? Wen Yao vaguely sensed that there was something complex happening, yet had no time to think further. Just then, the key members of the base arrived, reminding him why he'd summoned the core personnel in the first place. You guys came just in time. Let's start the meeting first. Other matters will be discussed afterward. At the same moment, two black SUVs blocked the path of a minivan. The window of one of the SUVs rolled down, revealing Ouyang Rui's soft but stern face. Captain Chen, such a hurry. Where do you plan to go? Where we're going is none of your business, Sun Qing said as she wound down the window. Move out of the way, a good dog doesn't block the path. You, an abnormal ability person near Ouyang Rui shouted. Call your captain out. Ouyang Rui lifted his hand and that person fell silent. Sun Qing snapped back irritably. Who do you think you are? Asking my boss to come out. Captain Ouyang, what do you want with me? Chen Lin appeared with a composed smile. So eager to find me. Captain Chen, Ouyang Rui, seeing Chen Lin's smile, had an even heavier shadow of gloom on his face. I believe you know very well why I've come for you. There's no point beating around the bush. How could Chen Lin fear Ouyang Rui confronting her like this? I really don't know what you mean. I have something to do. Please move out of the way. I won't let you leave unless you hand over my sister. Ouyang Rui jumped out of the car and his teammates quickly surrounded them. Yeah, you won't be leaving. Hand over Hongqi. An aggressive group, completely disregarding Yunqi squad who seemed puny in comparison, like lions about to hunt sheep. Meng Mion pushed up his sleeves and jumped in front of them. We have no idea where your ugly sister has gone. Our member was taken away by her. We haven't asked for our people yet. You guys have got some nerve blocking our way. Duan Chaoyang grinned and smirked at Ouyang Rui. Who gave you the guts? Pretty brave of you. Ah, I've been aggrieved for days now. Sun Qing rubbed her fingers together and flexed her shoulders. The braver they are, the better. They'll regret troubling us. It's their tough luck. Including Ouyang Rui himself, Xiongtian team were puzzled by Yunqi team's attitude. Are these people not afraid of them? Are they scared stiff or something? A member of Xiongtian pointed at expressionless Zhu Jihui and Chen Ju and laughed loudly. Who doesn't know our team is the strongest? That's right. Their narrow-minded look is just so funny. Captain Ouyang, Chen Lin seemed not to hear the mocking from the Xiongtian members. She looked calmly at Ouyang Rui. You still have a chance to leave right now. Captain Chen, it seems you didn't get the situation clearly. Ouyang Rui detested Chen Lin's calmness. As long as you hand over my sister, I won't make things difficult for you. If I'm in a good mood, perhaps. Chen Lin slowly curled her lips into a smirk. Leave the word perhaps for yourself. If it wasn't for your twisted schemes, the result might not be this. You should blame your own bad luck for meeting me. Chapter 165, Can't Laugh. The Xiongtian team looked at Chen Lin with eyes that saw her as a fool. The Yunqi team had been protected all the way to the Tianying base by the Xiongtian team, and now these guys actually thought they could rival the Xiongtian team? Only Ouyang Rui noticed the calm on Chen Lin's face and the calm on every member of the Yunqi team's faces, stirring a bit of unease within him, but this unease was quickly suppressed by himself, who couldn't fake composure. The calmness of the Yunqi team right now must be faked. Almost all the members of the Xiongtian team shared Ouyang Rui's thoughts, thinking that the composure of the Yunqi team was forced. Unless you hand my sister over, there's no way you can leave. Ouyang Rui subtly released his psionic abilities. For people with low psionic ability levels, when he releases his power, it can oppress opponents in both level and aura, causing pressure on both mind and body. Unfortunately, he faced Chen Lin and her Yunqi team. For a team with an average rank of 7+, Ouyang Rui's 7th rank psionic ability is a glaring provocation. Could Chen Lin be afraid? Her highest ranked spatial psionic ability was 9th level. Ouyang Rui's challenge before her was nothing but a clown. Captain, Duan Chaoyang stepped forward. Can we? Chen Lin slightly nodded. An opponent at your own level is the best for you to practice with. You can start. Just being at the 7th rank, in Chen Lin's mouth, was only equal to her team member's level. A practice target. Ouyang Rui's effeminate face turned green. Captain Chen, don't be too arrogant. Team leader, capture the members of the Yunqi team and force them into confessing. They will have no choice but to give up the red flag. Upon hearing this, Long Yang stepped forward with a cold face, but was stopped by Chen Lin. Zhuge Hui and Chen Ju need more practice. All the other people were senior team members, well practiced in their psionic abilities. Only Zhuge Hui and Chen Ju had their powers recently enhanced by her. Duan Chaoyang patted Zhuge Hui's shoulder. Beat him up. I'll back you up. Auntie, go ahead. Sun Qing waved her arms. I believe in you. Since they were underestimated, it appeared that the opposing side sent out just 2 people. Ouyang Rui said coldly, do you want your teammates to die? You are the ones who came after us wanting death anyway. Before you die, let's squeeze some utility from your trash. Chen Lin's tone was indifferent. Having gone through life and death experiences in both post-apocalyptic worlds, she showed no mercy towards her enemies. Our captain is kind-hearted and generous in allowing you to live a moment longer. When they left the Tianying base, Rain Frog noticed someone tracking them. Only once they reached an absolutely desolate place did the people who followed them reveal themselves. Wasn't this asking for death? Asking for death? Since Xiongtian team members were always haughty, how could they bear such arrogance now? A Xiongtian team member threw a fireball at Chen Lin. Chen Lin didn't move an inch. Sun Qing summoned an earth wall to block the fireball. Don't be so impatient. It's not our captain who's supposed to fight you. The mentioned Chen Ju moved forward expressionlessly. Today, let you know that rank 7 isn't anything remarkable. In the Yunqi team, rank 7 is like me, just a small pawn. Ouyang Jirue, enraged to the point of fainting, had no time to ponder the implications of Chen Ju's words. Catch them. Find out where my sister is. Alive or dead, I must see her. If something truly happened to my sister, I'll make them pay. Chen Lin lightly sneered. Wait until you catch us to talk about that. She secretly mused. This uninhabited place was chosen by Ouyang Jirue himself. A quiet, lonely spot, perfect for killing and burying bodies. One-on-one, Gazhao Hui and Auntie would suffice to deal with them. Long Yang walked beside Chen Lin, leaning against the car body, looking teasingly at Chen Lin. Linyan, you deliberately made Younger drive slowly. Did you foresee they would track us? I don't believe you didn't guess. Chen Lin shot a glance at Long Yang irritably. I'm not omnipotent. It's just, in this end world, I prefer to take extra precautions. Track us to a barren wasteland, and don't blame me then. Silly girl. Long Yang bent down, princess carrying Chen Lin, lifting her onto the hood of the car. No one blames you. You're right, this is the end world. I don't care if others misunderstand or fail to understand me, but I fear that those around me do not comprehend my motives, deeming me too cruel. Chen Lin said. Long Yang was someone she'd found again after dying once, and her parents, grandparents, and comrades, could they all grasp the decisiveness with which she had to make life and death judgments in this world? How was Long Yang supposed to respond to such a question? Even before the apocalypse, Chen Lin was an academic star, her experiences paling in comparison to his own. Yet within this cruel new reality, she'd been transformed from an innocent young girl into something altogether different. Without hesitation, Long Yang replied, whatever happens, I will bear it with you. You are not alone. Even as the skirmish erupted nearby, Chen Lin and Long Yang seemed oblivious to their surroundings as they indulged in their affectionate moment. This only fueled the frustration brewing inside Ouyang Ziwei, who now stepped forward towards Chen Lin. As the captain of the Yunqi team directly involved with the disappearance of the red flag, how could she stand idly by without any sense of concern? Duan Chaoyang chuckled dryly, stepping sideways to block Ouyang Ziwei's path. Captain Ouyang, where are you off to? As he spoke, a ball of fire appeared in his hand, playing with it casually. Seeing Duan Chaoyang's consummate mastery over fire, Ouyang Ziwei felt a sudden grip on his heart. This man was a 7th level fire elemental psychic. Only now did Ouyang Ziwei realize that Zhuge Hui and Chen Ju were locked in combat with his own team members. In their hands, his people had little chance of retaliation and were mercilessly being overpowered. At this exact moment, Ouyang Ziwei recalled Chen Ju's earlier statement. In our squad, rank 7 is just someone like me, a small pawn. Any random member of the Yunqi team was at 7th rank, which then implied that their unengaged captain, Chen Lin, and the others standing still, must have already surpassed 7th rank. Captain Chen, do not push us too far. Ouyang Ziwei, having been deceived this whole time about their true ranks, now exclaimed, return my sister, and we will part ways from here on. The enmity had already been firmly established, irreconcilable. A mocking smile crept onto Chen Lin's lips. When your sister decided to scheme against my man, you should have realized I'm not one to be trifled with. Could the disappearance of Ouyang Ziwei's sister somehow involve her personally? Long Yang quickly glanced toward Chen Lin, whose expression told him everything. Both Ouyang siblings had designs on him. Awkwardness gripped Long Yang, prompting a dry cough. Linyan, what nonsense are you spouting? Chen Lin rolled her eyes dramatically. If I'm speaking nonsense, ask Captain Ouyang about it, she retorted, noting that their eyes practically glued themselves onto Long Yang. The deepest secret Ouyang Ziwei harbored had now been exposed raw before everyone's eyes, shattering his mask. His usually soft features turned increasingly grim as he snapped, Chen Lin, stop spewing lies. Chapter 166, Burdock has grown long legs. Hearing this, Long Yang awkwardly turned his face away. The troublemaker Sun Qing clapped her hands on the side. Oh wow, unique taste indeed. But this time you've gone blind. Our Yunqi squad isn't the soft fruit you can just pinch and play with. Did you see that? Your sweetheart is ignoring you. Shut up. Ouyang Zirui bellowed loudly, his face alternated between white and green. Chen Lin, stop acting like a coward, I want to fight you to the death. Are you even worth it? Sun Qing burst into derisive laughter without giving him any face. The other members of the Yunqi squad also started laughing uncontrollably. Qing, you should shut up. If you keep talking, Captain Ouyang will be so angry he might die, then our elder sister won't have anyone to practice with. It's not easy to find a level 7 opponent. Anyway, we can't possibly give our elder sister practice, because what if we accidentally hurt her? That wouldn't be good. Most of the Xiongtian team had been defeated by Zhuge Hui and Chen Ju. Only Ouyang Zirui and a few higher-level teammates were holding on stubbornly. Panting heavily, Zhuge Hui asked, do you all really care about injuring me? Brother-in-law, you're a guy. Sun Qing winked at Zhuge Hui, the strong bear more responsibilities. If you don't grow stronger, how could our captain trust you enough to give our elder sister to you? Seeing Chen Ju standing in front of him, Ouyang Zirui grimaced darkly and glared at her. If I can't kill Chen Lin, I'll just kill you. We're both at level 7, killing me won't be that easy, Chen Ju replied indifferently, look behind you. Your reunion is already being arranged by my elder sister. Before the apocalypse, who didn't think they were still ordinary people? Killing in the apocalypse wasn't as simple as people thought it would be. We're all fighting to survive. Whoever dares to stop us from living, we'll eliminate them. It was clear to everyone why their captain did not engage directly. Ouyang Rui only now realized that all the people around him had fallen, leaving him alone to face the combined attack from both directions by Chen Ju and Zhuge Hui. Captain Chen, we have no deep hatred for each other. Is what you're doing too excessive? After hearing this, Chen Lin turned her face away immediately. Even though Ouyang Rui's words contained an undertone of submission, his enmity hadn't lessened but grew multiple times. Now that the battle had begun, there was no other way than to fight to the death. We'll sit in the car and wait for them. Long Yang picked up Chen Lin and said, I'm thirsty. Chen Lin took out drinks from her space and handed them to Long Yang. She placed a few bottles on the car roof. Quickly end this fight, we've got a long journey ahead. She never even glanced at Ouyang Rui once throughout this process. Although Chen Lin did not focus on the battle scene, people like Duan Chaoyang and Sun Qing were paying close attention. Ouyang Rui's squad had absolutely no chance to escape. After all, his squad only had one level 7 ability user. Two newly promoted level 7 ability users against a squad, it was completely effortless. By the time Ouyang Rui realized the true strength of Yunqi's squad, it would be too late to regret. Even if he wanted to, Chen Lin would not give him this opportunity. After the fight ended, Duan Chaoyang set fires to destroy all traces of evidence. How do you feel? He asked Zhuge Hui and Chen Ju. Before meeting Chen Lin, their abilities were barely reaching level 5, but now they had reached level 7. Zhuge Hui took a bottle of drink from the car top and passed it to Chen Ju, nothing unusual. It was their own fault that they sought death. It's not our fault. If anything, I'm just tired. Physical exhaustion. On Chen Ju's face was just a little more weariness than before. Eliminating such a not-so-weak group of abnormal individuals was an utterly impossible feat before, and normally, their result would be to be chased down and killed. I'm just curious, why do some people always try to pick fights with our squad without fear of dying? There's no answer to that question. Chen Lin waved everyone over. Let's continue once we've rested. In the short term, we won't come back to the Tianying base again. By the time we return, who will even remember who anymore? Get in the car. Hey! Sun Qing, somewhere on her body, found several burdocks, yellow and green clumps of them. Xing, help me quick. Meng Mion also had a bunch of burdocks stuck on his trouser cuffs, pulling them off with no success. These burdocks seem a bit strained. Everyone looked toward Meng Mion and Sun Qing after hearing this. Upon looking, Chen Lin unexpectedly discovered that around the van, dense clusters of yellow and green burdocks had completely spread. The burdock seeds moved slowly like snails covered in spikes. Is this a burdock? Duan Chaoyang reached out and forcefully tore a burdock from Meng Mion's trouser cuff. After a glance, he quickly dropped it far away. What the heck is this thing? Could it be something else? Mutated plants have appeared. Chen Lin had excellent vision, and at the moment Duan Chaoyang picked it up, she already saw that the burdock had countless wriggling legs. These burdocks were inching closer to them at an almost imperceptible speed. It bites. Sun Qing had a lot of burdocks on her. Huxing tried to help but was bitten by a burdock instead. Holy crap, such a small burdock has such a big mouth. A yellow burdock bit Huxing's finger, and blood dripped down his finger. Captain, what do we do? I can't get it off. Sun Qing jumped anxiously as the burdock climbed up her clothes toward her body. More and more were coming. Meng Mion, Duan Chaoyang, and Zhuge Hui all came to help her pull them off. Captain, come up with a plan. Are these burdocks trying to eat people? Burdocks were moving from all sides. Fire and lightning abilities are the kryptonite for plants, Chen Lin said. Use fire, use lightning, hurry up. If you don't want to become fertilizer for these burdocks. Her dark lightning wasn't suitable here, it wouldn't help her teammates but might cause accidents. After hearing Chen Lin's words, Long Yang unleashed a fireball onto the ground. Wherever the fireball landed, the burdocks made sizzling sounds and scattered, moving much faster than before. Seeing this, Duan Chaoyang quickly threw a fireball toward Meng Mion's trouser cuffs, and the burdocks clinging to Meng Mion's pants immediately fell off. But Meng Mion's pants also caught fire. Damn it, you're attempting murder. He jumped around, patting the fire off his body. As a wind ability user, he released his powers, only to make the fire burn even brighter. Crap. Save me. Upon seeing Meng Mion was on fire, Sun Qing unleashed her lightning power, and the burdocks fled from her body. I guess it's still my turn. Chen Lin used water to extinguish the flames on Meng Mion's trouser leg, for a few burdock. Not even considered level 1 ability users, they've actually stumped a group of level 7 ability users. You guys sure know how to embarrass yourselves. We brothers are doomed. Huxing's finger was bloody and torn, and the pain made him grit his teeth. It hurt so much. At this, Sun Qing grabbed Huxing's ear hard. Stop pretending, you're a wood element ability user, heal yourself. Chen Lin shook her head helplessly. It seems that everyone needs to work harder to familiarize ourselves with our abilities, not just our own but also our teammates. You guys are hopeless. Huxing hesitated, then chuckled dryly. I forgot. He unleashed his wood element powers, and green energy wrapped around his injured finger, visibly healing it. Brothers, I am devastated. Chapter 167, People Eating Moss, 1. Huxing's mocking laughter earned him a round of eye rolls from the group. At critical moments, your powers can save lives. Are you even part of the wood element? Your discipline has been lacking. Captain's supervision on you is too lenient. We'll get you training properly later. Brother Yang almost roasted my legs. Meng Mion pulled up his tattered pants which now resembled shorts, revealing quite a few blisters on his calves. Let's treat inside the car. Duan Chaoyang pushed Meng Mion into the vehicle. I don't know where these burrs are coming from, but they're multiplying. It's really strange. More and more birds gathered around the van, not daring to approach it, continuously swirling around the car. Du and Chaoyang stepped on the gas, and the van charged into the mass of birds. Splashes of green juice flew everywhere, accompanied by a series of hissing sounds. The windows were covered with green sap, causing Sun Qing to wrinkle her nose in disgust. How disgusting. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin slightly raised her eyebrows. The mutation of plants was just the beginning. Animals would mutate as well. There would be much worse things to come. These mutated birds were merely child's play. Long Yang, sitting next to Chen Lin, didn't miss the smile on her face. That look of confidence. Can you share a hint? This guy was truly sharp. Chen Lin glanced at Long Yang in surprise. What do I have to share? I just thought of a way to help all of us hone our abilities. Battle is the best way to train, and there would be countless battles ahead. The appearance of the mutated plants signified an endless stream of combat waiting to unfold. As the van escaped the cluster of burrs, the rearview mirror showed the burrs being left behind like waves. Boss, you're not seriously thinking of having us exterminate those burrs, are you? Hu Xing stared at the rearview mirror, his face filled with fear. One burr bit off a large chunk of my flesh already. If we got surrounded, would we even survive? Not at all. Chen Lin didn't even glance at the burrs behind them. She said nonchalantly, you'll understand when the time comes. Right now, I don't know either. Du and Chaoyang held the steering wheel. Captain, it will take about a day of driving to reach the next city. Should we find a place to set up camp? Old Duan, are you tired? Let me switch places with you. Meng Mian thought Du and Chaoyang might be fatigued, so he offered to swap places. No need. I'm not tired, just a little hungry. Du and Chaoyang chuckled. Driving is the easiest task. I used to mine too. Compared to that, this fatigue is nothing. From Du and Chaoyang's vague tone, Chen Lin could sense the suffering he endured during his wrongful imprisonment years ago. Brother Yang, mining and driving aren't the hardest things. What truly challenges us is how to survive in the apocalypse. Since we've reached this point, we should focus forward, wouldn't you agree? Hee. The captain speaks the truth. I'm not dwelling on the past, Du and Chaoyang responded. Sun Qing's stomach growled audibly. For a moment, the air in the car grew quiet. Hee, I'm hungry too. Sun Qing covered her belly, looking pitifully at Chen Lin. Sister you, see how pitiful I am. Then, the silly one put on an overly cute act, blinking her eyes at Chen Lin. Chen Lin wasn't affected by such cuteness. She herself didn't know how to be cutesy, nor did she respond to others' attempts. I remember there's a river nearby. We'll set up camp by the river for a rest. Having traveled this route in her previous life, she knew what was in the area without needing a map. Yay. Sun Qing was so happy she nearly jumped out of her seat. We can swim. Sister you, do you have swimsuits? I do. Everything one could need was available in Chen Lin's storage space, especially since she had now achieved level 9. I also have life rings. You're thinking too far ahead. Let's set up camp first. Hu Xing restrained the excited Sun Qing. Everyone's still hungry. Du and Chaoyang drove off the highway. Which way should we go? There's a small road to the south. There's a river about 10 kilometers away, Chen Lin explained. Long Yang looked at Chen Lin with a peculiar expression. Her familiarity with this area made him feel strange, as if Chen Lin had been here before. Noticing Long Yang's probing gaze, Chen Lin's heart skipped a beat, surprised. For a scholar, being familiar with geography isn't difficult. Moreover, I did a lot of research for my resort planning. It's a pity that my seaside resort isn't finished yet. I've always wanted to bring our two families over for a visit. Among 10 truths, one lie turns the lie into truth. I'm not surprised. On Long Yang's extraordinarily handsome face appeared a doting smile. Towards Chen Lin, his affection was unmasked. Because you belong to me, even if you were wise as a demon, I wouldn't find it strange. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin mentally spat at him once. If she had been clever in her previous life, she wouldn't have met such an end where she committed suicide alone. You are the real oddball, attracting rivals young and old. She originally planned to comment on how Long Yang's beauty gave her too many female rivals, but now even males were attracted to him. Chen Lin didn't get to finish when a loud scream cut her off. There are people camping over there. Sun Qing pointed at a patch of tents already set up. It seems like quite a large group. There were 7 or 8 tents by the riverbank. Beside them lay various backpacks thrown about casually. In front of one tent sat a half-cooked meal which had tipped over with the stove, drawing a swarm of green-headed flies buzzing around, all no bigger than a thumb. Strangely, there wasn't a single person in sight, neither any bodies or bloodstains on the ground. Where did everyone go? Sun Qing went around every tent. Not a soul here. Did they all die? Chen Ju said, Captain, isn't it eerily quiet here? Apart from the sound of the river nearby, and the noises made by Yunqi's team, everything else was unusually silent. Du and Chaoyang parked the van a little distance away from the riverside. Judging by the size of these tents, there should be no fewer than 20 people. Their equipment is all here. It doesn't look like an abandoned camp. Perhaps they just decided not to stay here anymore. Why bother about them? Sun Qing took off her shoes. What clear water. Sister you, come over quickly. Chen Ju was clearly tempted, following Sun Qing behind. Is the water deep? Are there fish? I have small boats, fishing nets, and all sorts of fishing gear, said Chen Lin. Do you need them? You guys are already playing around. Long Yang shook his head helplessly. Those empty tents gave him a feeling of unease. Lining, don't you think something's wrong? We'd better give the surroundings a thorough check. Meng Mian squatted beside a tuft of grass before a tent. These are also burrs, but different from what we saw earlier. Long Yang glanced at it. This is normal vegetation, but I still feel uneasy. Me too. Meng Mion looked up and exchanged a glance with Long Yang, but Captain Shi. Chapter 168, Man-Eating Moss, 2. Chen Lin was usually the most sensitive person to her surroundings, yet Long Yang didn't believe she failed to notice anything. He glanced around and said, "Let's us gentlemen check the area again." He entirely missed that Chen Lin standing with her back to them had a smirk on her lips. Plants were beginning to mutate. For example, the burdock could now attack people. Could this place really be free of mutant plants? It wasn't that Chen Lin hadn't discovered what these mutated plants were, it was just that she was sure the previous campers here did not suddenly leave, they must have encountered something. Perhaps, like Sun Qing said, they all perished. Thinking of this, she warned Sun Qing, who was happily rushing toward the river, "Don't dive into the water too hastily, something is definitely off here." Sun Qing waved carelessly and replied, "The water is crystal clear to the bottom, we can see fish and tiny snails, what could possibly be wrong?" "Captain, you're just being overly cautious." "Wow, little fish." Hearing Chen Lin's warning, Chen Ju slowed her pace. "Captain. Now it's just us, no need to call me captain, cousin," Chen Lin told Chen Ju, "don't feel restrained, there are no outsiders here." The expressionless Chen Ju revealed a faint smile laced with shyness. "All right." Originally intending to jump into the water, Sun Qing stepped back instead. "Look in the water, what's that?" The river water was crystal clear at the bottom where small fish and pebbles lay clearly visible. Likewise visible were large patches of green aquatic plants, along with moss thickly covering stones partially submerged by the water's edge. At that moment, the underwater weeds were slowly curling, while unusually thick moss stretched out slender tentacles, all heading towards Sun Qing closest to the river. Chen Ju quickly grabbed Sun Qing back. "The captain is right, something's amiss here. Stay away from the riverside," Chen Lin said. In this world, the more ordinary something appeared, the more it often signaled abnormality. "Liney, come over, look what we found," Long Yang called to Chen Lin. He and other gentlemen like Du and Chaoyang searched the area around, and finally found those people who had disappeared. Not far from the tent, in a shallow pool of water, moss and aquatic grasses had grown wildly. Among clusters of green, one could distinctly see the outlines of human forms. SSS, everyone saw the scene inside the water pool and involuntarily gasped. "Captain, quick, take a look." Zhuge Hui stepped aside to make room. "What has this world turned into? Dead people rise to eat others, and even plants aren't behaving properly. These things have been studied before, remember the places we visited earlier?" After some consideration, Chen Lin decided to tell the team members something based on information from the Celestial Body Research Institute. Seeing everyone nodding and Long Yang looking at her, she continued, "Before the apocalypse, some meteorites fell from the sky, retrieved by the Celestial Body Research Institute. They found that these meteorites carried the zombie virus or substances that could affect animal and plant mutations." "You mean animals also undergo mutations?" Long Yang keenly picked up on an important point in Chen Lin's words. Chen Lin patted her backpack and pockets. "You've already seen mutant animals. Just like normal humans, people are categorized as regular survivors, psychics, and zombies. Plants and animals are similar. As for the specifics, I don't know much either since I didn't examine those documents carefully at the time." "Hey, you want to eat me? I'll electrocute you." A thin tentacle coiled around Sun Qing's ankle, trying to pull her into the pool. Sun Qing immediately unleashed lightning, causing the shocked tentacle to quickly retract. "Naughty thing, dare to have designs on me." The aquatic plants and moss in the puddle seemed to boil, violently surging and revealing several incomplete corpses. Countless tentacles reached out toward the group standing nearby. Sun Qing stirred up a hornet's nest. Hu Xing pulled Sun Qing behind him and released vines to form a net in front of everyone. "Your lightning let them discover fresh food. So this is my fault. Should I just let myself get dragged in?" Sun Qing, furious, twisted Hu Xing's waist with her hands. "Explain yourself." "Don't fool around," Chen Lin stopped Sun Qing. "These things have consumed many psychics. They're not ordinary mutant plants anymore. Take a closer look, they can't leave the water." "So how did those people end up dying here?" The puddle was over 100 meters away from the tent, and the moss's tentacles were only a few meters long. "Your meaning is that those people came over here themselves?" Long Yang stared at the things in the puddle, desperately reaching out their tentacles to them. With Hu Xing's treevine net blocking their path, and as they stood far away, the moss's tentacles could do nothing to them. "Walked over here on their own? How stupid would they have had to be? This sounds too fantastic." Long Yang bent down and grabbed a tentacle. As a fire-type psychic, the moss's tentacle was lifeless in his hands. "Lin, do you see anything unusual? There are no traces of battle. These people committed suicide. That's my explanation. Aside from these people coming here to commit suicide themselves, there was no other explanation." Chen Lin didn't say much more. "Could you please take care of all the mutant mosses and aquatic grass within a few hundred meters around us, Yang Ji, Long Yang, Qing, so we can rest assuredly for one night?" The average ability of Yunqi squad exceeded level 7, and the mutation abilities of mutant plants had absolutely no effect on them. Chen Lin just wanted no instability factors around, otherwise she wouldn't have bothered asking them to clean up around. "Sister you." Sun Qing shivered, her face full of fear. "Please keep an eye on me tonight. I definitely don't want to commit suicide. I haven't lived enough yet." "Which plant has such a big mouth to eat you?" Hu Xing glanced sideways at his girlfriend and murmured under his breath. "Other people have lost weight during the apocalypse. How come you've gained a whole circle?" His voice wasn't particularly low, Sun Qing heard it perfectly clearly from beside him. I haven't been sneaking snacks, really I haven't. Sun Qing didn't chase after or hit Hu Xing. Instead, she anxiously hugged Chen Lin's arm and explained, "Boss, I promise I haven't been sneaking snack." This fool. Chen Lin reached out and patted Sun Qing's head to soothe her like a little dog. "It shows our squad welfare is good. No one doubts you about anything. Quickly go fetch the food and hand it over to our master chef. Everyone's starving. Not just you who's put on weight." Duan Chaoyang deliberately puffed out his belly. "My waist's getting thicker too, all thanks to our master Meng chef." Sun Qing pinched her slightly plump face. "Young Ji, don't think I didn't see you puffing out your stomach. I may be a bit foolish but I'm not dumb." In the end, she sighed dejectedly. "I really seem to have put on weight." Sigh. No one responded to her. Fire-type psychics Long Yang and Duan Chaoyang had already begun cleaning around the area. Sun Qing soon joined in as well. A rain frog crawled out of Chen Lin's pocket and croaked once. Under Chen Lin's feet, a few tentacles were silently creeping towards her. The moment the rain frog called out, the tentacles quietly submerged into the ground. "Think you can eat me?" Chen Lin looked down at her feet where new shallow marks appeared on the ground, which seemed like some trace left behind that hadn't existed before. "I'm not that easy to eat." Chapter 169, Survivors. Chen Lin bent down, reached into the soil and pulled out something buried in it, a flat patch of moss. As Chen Lin held its tendrils, the thin moss wriggled violently. Yuwu's throat rolled slightly as it made a grr sound, clearly salivating at the sight. "Huh! Is this edible?" Mutated moss could be as powerful as half a psychic mutant. Chen Lin was planning to keep it for cultivation. As she spoke, Yuwu swallowed again. "Not for you, this one's mine," Chen Lin said as she pulled a handful of brain cores from her spatial ring and tossed them all to Yuwu. "Be good." The tiny Yuwu had its mouth stuffed full with brain cores. Its large eyes rolled up in resignation before helplessly swallowing them. "You've got so many expressions," Chen Lin softly patted Yuwu's head. "If only you could talk, it would be nice if you could tell me where to put this little thing." She raised her hand, the moss swaying uncertainly. "Goo goo." Yuwu let out a call. The moss rapidly shrank in size, perching motionlessly on Yuwu's head. Since Yuwu itself was colorful, the green moss blended seamlessly with its body, impossible to distinguish. "Nice accessory," praised Chen Lin. "What's so amusing?" Long Yang finished checking the surroundings and walked over to Chen Lin, catching her smiling. "I'm laughing at this little glutton." Chen Lin cradled Yuwu in her palm, showing it to Long Yang while trying to pocket it. "Did you find anything?" "Yes, I found someone, but he seems somewhat mentally disturbed." Long Yang turned Chen Lin around to have her take a look. A man cowered trembling on the ground, his entire body quaking. "He can't even speak anymore, no information can be extracted." Long Yang sighed softly. "I wonder how he survived." Chen Lin stared at the man, and when she saw his face clearly, her brows slowly arched. She had seen this person in Su Juanyuan's group. If he had truly been scared stupid, Su Juanyuan wouldn't have wanted him. Moreover, during the later stages of the apocalypse, being able to follow Su Juanyuan to Yunqi Mountain. Caught under Chen Lin and Long Yang's gaze, the man's blank eyes briefly flickered with some emotion. "Let's go see." Stepping towards the man, Chen Lin asked, "Are you injured?" "It looks like there are no injuries." Long Yang clutched Chen Lin's hand, sensing the change in her attitude. Could it be that she recognized this man? His sharp, cold eyes scanned over the man, just appears frightened. "Is that so?" Standing firmly in front of the man, Chen Lin questioned, "In this world, such an intellectually deficient person has no ability to protect themselves. We can't possibly guard him forever. What's going on?" It wasn't because Chen Lin knew him, was it? Long Yang looked questioningly at Chen Lin. "You're thinking of killing him? Do you object?" Chen Lin's lips curved up, her smile hollow and mechanical. If she hadn't been here today, no one would have uncovered this man's trickery. "I have no objections." Long Yang knew Chen Lin wasn't someone who would murder innocently. Even if Yunqi squad couldn't carry a fool around forever, she'd still send the man to the nearest base. At the words, the feigning man's expression abruptly changed, leaping up and fleeing. "I object." Meng Mion, who had brought the man back with Long Yang, nearly lost balance when bumped by the suddenly standing man. "So you're not dumb?" Duan Zhaoyang quickly grabbed hold of Meng Mion and shouted roughly, "Damn, are you blind?" Meng Mion indicated he was fine. "Never mind. I estimate he's a mental energy user," Chen Lin remarked dispassionately, "but I don't know why he stays alone by the river without people or resources." The exposed man stood awkwardly a short distance away from Chen Lin, explaining, "I just live here. Every day, I fish, and since you've arrived, I decided to hide." A psychic user who relies on fishing? Chen Lin doubted his claim. However, this man posed no ill will, so she could find no reason to eliminate him. Still, this man could never remain part of Yunqi squad. "Not far from here, about a half-day's drive, is a safe base. You can take our van and leave." Surprised, the man responded incredulously, "You'd give me your vehicle?" Seeing Chen Lin nod, he further questioned, "But I'm a rare psychic energy user. Wouldn't your squad want me?" "Your team has no psychic energy users. My rank isn't low, I'm level 6. Our team doesn't want you, just level 6. Duan Zhaoyang pointed to the van. "Our captain is generous and gave you the car, drive away quickly." The man was discontent that his level 6 ability was considered low. Before he could utter another word, he was cut off. Hu Xing and Sun Qing stood shoulder to shoulder in front of the man. "Didn't you hear? Our team doesn't want you." "Page, lack of vision, I'll leave then." Seeing no one supported him staying, the man grumbled resentfully, "A lousy team like yours wouldn't even deserve me if you begged." No one paid attention to him. Watching him drive away with the van, Du and Zhaoyang spat on the ground. "What a thing. Captain, he's a psychic energy user. Why don't we want him?" Chen Ju asked. When she and Zhuge Hui joined the team, they were less powerful than the man earlier. He's much stronger than we were initially. Just because he pretended to be foolish, this person's mindset isn't pure. Chen Lin raised her finger and shook it. He has been observing us secretly, realizing our abilities aren't bad, deliberately letting us discover here. What? This guy is so despicable. Du and Zhaoyang nearly jumped up. Damn, he dared to fool around with us. Captain, why didn't you say earlier? If I knew sooner, I would have taught him a lesson. The person merely told a lie, without doing anything harmful. Beating him would be a waste of effort. Chen Lin dismissed with disdain. Just level 6, who cares? A sneaky person, even if he's level 8 or 10, I wouldn't dare use. What do you all think? Long Yang trusted Chen Lin's judgment in people completely. My wife is certainly right. Such a straightforward flattery with absolutely no finesse caused Chen Lin to roll her eyes at Long Yang. I'm not your wife yet. You can't run away anyway. Long Yang suddenly bent down and picked up Chen Lin in his arms horizontally, acting as if about to do something nasty. I'll have you tonight. Oh. Captain, tall and handsome, you're fierce. Sun Qing cheered obnoxiously. I'll spy on you too. Captain, give in already. Du and Zhaoyang and Meng Mion also egged them on from the side. Oh. Give in over our dead bodies. Chen Lin struggled out of Long Yang's embrace and slapped him irritably. Alright, you thick-skinned bastard, how come I never noticed before? Long Yang leaned down and quickly pecked Chen Lin on the forehead. Because it's you. Another wave of PDA, those watching immediately dispersed exclaiming, here we go again. So disappointing. TCH. No good show to watch. Let's cook. Chapter 170, The Return of the Psychic. The temporary camp was filled with the aroma of food. All members of the Yunqi squad gathered around Meng Mion and the makeshift stove. Chen Lin took out some pre-packaged fast food, extra dishes today. Let's have a good meal tonight, and tomorrow we'll continue our journey. Boss, your little pet is pretty interesting. Sun Qing pointed towards the distance. In that direction, there was a ball of meat running around. The Dutch pig ate and slept every day, and now it had become just a round ball of meat. UWA rode the Dutch pig along the riverbank, heading toward the far distance. Chen Lin glanced over and said nonchalantly, I guess there's something interesting over there for them. UWA and the Dutch pig were at higher levels than her, so she never worried about their safety. They won't go too far. Let's focus on eating first. After traveling all morning, Chen Ju and Zhuge Hui had just taken out another psychic squad. Even though she hadn't personally fought, she was also exhausted. As a level 9 psychic, if she felt this way, then it must be even more tiring for the others. I'm almost starving to death. Sun Qing's attention returned immediately. Hu Xing patted her head. How could you starve in such circumstances, with space ability? You're ridiculous. The space ability belongs to the team, I can't steal food from it. Sun Qing patted her belly. Even if I starved to death, I wouldn't do that. Fool. Chen Lin chuckled but felt a pang of sorrow in her chest. It had been so long since the apocalypse began, yet Sun Qing still retained her innocent nature. What a silly girl. When no outsiders are around, don't hold back. We have enough resources, so it's better not to let others know about our true strength. Human hearts are unpredictable, as unfathomable as the sea. Everyone understands this principle. Du and Chaoyang grunted quietly. He rarely trusted others until he met Chen Lin. Captain, we understand. We have self-control. Understood. Meng Mion, Zhuge Hui, and Chen Ju all agreed. This time felt different from the previous life, and Chen Lin sensed the cohesion within the small group. Alright, no need to be so serious, let's eat. There were many tents at the riverside campsite. The group naturally chose the largest one. Long Yang was still holding Chen Lin, and she had already grown accustomed to his embrace. Just as Chen Lin was about to fall asleep, the edge of the tent made rustling sounds. The Dutch pig, carrying UWA, squeezed into the tent and lay down beside Chen Lin's pillow. The night was pitch black. Even without looking, Chen Lin knew the two little creatures had returned. The Dutch pig quickly emitted deep snores. UWA jumped next to Chen Lin's hand and lightly hopped a few times. I don't know what you mean. UWA's unusual behavior puzzled Chen Lin, but she didn't understand his meaning. Long Yang heard the sound and asked softly, what's wrong? I'm not sure, but I want to check outside. Chen Lin sat up. Since UWA was part of the mental energy class, along with that strange moss being a part of the same class, he wouldn't disturb her without reason. Something must be happening. I'll go with you. Long Yang followed Chen Lin closely. Be careful not to wake everyone. Chen Lin rolled her eyes internally. For all his nonsense chatter, she wasn't going to comment. Her teammates were among the most precious people to her. She cherished each of them. Stealthily, they crept out of the tent, enveloped by complete darkness. Long Yang chuckled softly and pulled Chen Lin into his arms, resting his chin on her head, his voice teasing, it's a perfect night for a rendezvous. Hearing that, Chen Lin rolled her eyes again, even though Long Yang couldn't see her movements. She broke free forcefully. Don't fool around. Something strange is definitely happening nearby, otherwise UWA wouldn't be acting so abnormally. UWA somehow climbed onto Chen Lin's shoulder and called out toward a direction in the dark, signaling for both Chen Lin and Long Yang to look that way. Chen Lin stared in that direction but saw nothing. The dark mountains in the distance, the faint horizon, and a few scattered stars in the sky revealed no secrets. I don't see anything, little UWA, what exactly did you discover? UWA's gugagus grew more urgent. Chen Lin clearly perceived the hostility transmitted by UWA. Whatever lay hidden in that darkness was certainly not friendly. I'll check it out. Long Yang stepped forward without hesitation. Go take a look. Chen Lin raised her hand, allowing UWA to jump onto Long Yang's shoulder, no mercy for enemies. From the moment the rain frog began to alert her, up until they stood outside the tent, a few minutes passed with no movement from the darkness. Almost immediately, Chen Lin judged that there was someone there. She just didn't understand why the person hiding there would be looking at them with hostility. She was confident she currently had no enemies. Long Yang's sisters should have been far away. Thinking of the word sister, Chen Lin couldn't help but shudder in disgust. The sound of Jiao Bingyang, who was quite older, calling Long Yang brother in a cloyingly sweet voice made her never want to hear it again. Unfortunately, she wasn't a cruel person capable of permanently solving such annoying problems. The tent flap moved as Duan Chaoyang yawned his way out. Seeing Chen Lin standing outside, he blinked in surprise. Captain, why aren't you sleeping? Aren't you also awake? Chen Lin kept her eyes on the distance without turning back. The water tank is full, I'm going for a pee, Duan Chaoyang chuckled sheepishly. After realizing Chen Lin was a girl, he quickly added a forced laugh. Hey, don't go too far, it's unsafe, said Chen Lin, confused and unimpressed by his hee-hee. She quickly added, go ahead. Duan Chaoyang's weathered face turned slightly awkward, but since nature urgently called, he took big strides around to the back of the tent and relieved himself with a splash. After finishing and returning, he stood behind Chen Lin. Captain, did you discover something? Should I go check? Chen Lin immediately refused. Long Yang already went to check. You've driven all day, you're already exhausted, and we still have a long road ahead. Go rest. If anything happens, call me, Duan Chaoyang said straightforwardly before retreating into the tent to sleep. About 10 minutes later, Long Yang walked over holding something. Liline, take a look. In his hand was a night vision recorder. Worrying that Chen Lin might not recognize it, he explained, this is a nighttime surveillance or voyeurism camera. Glancing briefly at the strange-looking machine, Chen Lin asked, with us all sleeping, what could they possibly spy on? Well, take a look and you'll know, said Long Yang, activating the DV while speaking. It's the guy from earlier today. He snuck back sometime. That 6th-level psychic. Chen Lin was startled, almost instinctively asking, do you think he might be from the Celestial Research Institute? Sensing the tension in Chen Lin's tone, Long Yang pulled her down next to him as they both sat at the entrance of the tent. Take a look at what his DV recorded, and it'll be clear. I've taken every memory card from him. On the small screen of the DV, images appeared, several vehicles stopping by the riverbank. Men and women disembarked and started setting up tents. The psychic wasn't among them. That team was devoured by water plants and moss during their first night camping. Not long after, a second group arrived. They met the same fate as the first group, and the psychic wasn't in this group either. Seeing this, Chen Lin broke out in cold sweat, staring at Long Yang in terror. Chapter 171, The Benefits of Rebirth. Long Yang looked solemn. Linian, I think your guess is pretty much on point. The evidence was obvious. Several waves of people had met their end here, yet the shooting angle of the DV had never changed. It was as if it had been placed there a long time ago. Just thinking about how the level 6 psychic almost slipped through her fingers filled Chen Lin with regret. Rainfrog and Holland Pig ran around everywhere. Our powers were exposed without concealment. If this person had truly left, wouldn't they have been telling someone that I have issues? That the Yunqi squad has issues? Fortunately, we got lucky. Long Yang checked the other memory cards before setting a fire to destroy both the DV and the memories completely. How lucky they were. Chen Lin swallowed her words about her rebirth and said in relief, thank goodness little Rainfrog is smart. Upon being praised by name, little Rainfrog jumped onto Chen Lin's shoulder, excitedly chirping. Chen Lin took out a brain core to reward Rainfrog. It's good having you. This came from the bottom of her heart. If she hadn't been reborn, perhaps she would still be lonely, guarding Mount Yunqi, without family, love, or friends. No matter how great a psychic she might forever be, what difference would it make? I'm jealous. Long Yang pulled Chen Lin close, fiercely planting a punitive kiss on her lips. Is it that having me isn't enough for you? To hell with that, you'd better rip my mouth off while you're at it. Chen Lin clutched her mouth, crying out in pain. She then twisted his waist, shouting, asshole. Long Yang's handsome corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He leaned down and gently kissed her forehead. Dear, go to sleep. I'll take watch. I'm not a child. Chen Lin snuggled into Long Yang's embrace, resting her head on his knee. I'll stay up with you. Actually, with perceptive Rainfrog around, they didn't need to keep vigil, but Chen Lin just cherished this rare alone time with Long Yang. Even though she had been reborn, totaling 40 years old when added together, she couldn't be as bold and intimate with Long Yang in public as others could, and neither would Long Yang do so. How long will it take us to reach Dak Town and Cloudrise City based on our current pace? Holding the smaller Chen Lin close to him, scenes repeatedly surfaced in Long Yang's mind of their first night spent together in the mountains, her pulling at his clothes under him. His blood surged uncontrollably, so he tried to distract himself by starting a conversation. Every day, being so close to Chen Lin, seeing her, touching her, kissing her, interacting with her, but not being able to progress further, was pure torture for the virile man that he was. Still about half a month, assuming the roads are clear, Chen Lin lay on Long Yang's knee. How could she fail to notice his racing heartbeat? Her round almond eyes flashed slyly, deliberately rubbing against Long Yang's chest. So, you wish to fly over instead? Long Yang's heartbeat immediately missed a beat. Chen Lin was struggling hard not to laugh, her shoulders shaking one after another inside Long Yang's embrace. This action obviously told Long Yang that it was intentional. Bad girl, Long Yang locked Chen Lin's shoulders, exasperated and powerless. You did it intentionally just now, didn't you? What? Chen Lin feigned ignorance. Although their relationship lacked physical intimacy, their bond carried over from the previous life, and she wasn't really acting reserved, it was just that the time and place weren't suitable. Seeing Chen Lin pretending again, Long Yang sighed in resignation. As the sigh echoed above her, Chen Lin smiled widely, her hand reaching towards the buttons of Long Yang's black shirt. Her soft, warm fingers featherlight touched Long Yang's muscular chest. Sigh, a shock coursed through him, all his muscles tensed, the skin at the assaulted area feeling like it had been zapped with an electric current, tingling pleasantly, spreading throughout his entire body. Lin, can't you behave yourself? No. Let me feel your pecs and abs. Chen Lin directly reached into Long Yang's shirt without reservation. Long Yang tensed completely, shuddering faintly. Chen Lin was nearly dying of laughter. How adorable was Long Yang, who sought intimacy but reacted so nervously. Captain, pay attention to your image. Long Yang attempted to catch Chen Lin's hand but was nimbly evaded. Linyan. The man's magnetic voice grew darker, more hurried. Jing. Chen Lin reined in her teasing heart and looked up at him. There are quite a few empty tents. How about, we go over there? I don't mind at all. This was an invitation as clear as day. How could Long Yang not understand it? He was overwhelmed with emotions, his blood rushing to his head, yet he did not lose his wits and rather painfully turned down Chen Lin's proactive invitation. Lin, this place is inappropriate. Chen Lin thought she could see rolling thunderclouds above, this being the end of the world where only mutual consent mattered. They didn't need 10 miles of red silk, yellow soil paved roads, or a procession of musicians blowing and beating away. By the time that happened, the wedding might already be disrupted by hordes of zombies. When she should have been unclear, she was crystal clear. Chen Lin simply lacked the strength to comment on this. I have a mobile color steel house, along with all sorts of bedding. The steel house has excellent soundproofing. Chen Lin continued. Shall we go somewhere further? Upon hearing this, Long Yang was tempted beyond measure, but in the end, rationality triumphed. What I mean is, this location is unsuitable. What if someone else is lurking around? I don't want anyone spying on us. Aren't you concerned about concealing your level of psionic power? We'd better be cautious. The most serious obstacle before them wasn't rival suitors, but rather the difficult question of the Celestial Institute. Dejected, Chen Lin lightly hit Long Yang. You're always such a spoilsport. Every time I try something new, you bring it up. Irritating. Long Yang could only bitterly smile. Not wanting to take things further with Chen Lin was certainly untrue. As a normal man, young and full of vitality, the truth was, here was just not the right place. No one could guarantee there weren't other DVs hidden around. Regretful as it may be now, back then in the mountains, we had perfect timing, terrain, and privacy, and it was only you and me. Why did I pretend to be a gentleman? If you know, there's no regret potion in this world. Chen Lin, resting on Long Yang's knees, laughed so hard she couldn't straighten her body. We can still regret now. Anyway, you won't escape. If you're mine, then you're mine. With Chen Lin's laughter, Long Yang's face grew heated, though night fell dark and no one noticed his expression. Absolutely no escape. Even if I die, I will die with you, Chen Lin said. Hearing this, Long Yang frowned and softly rebuked. Lin, don't talk nonsense. Only Chen Lin herself knew that what she said wasn't nonsense, it was sincere. In this life, she would never live alone through hardship. To live, she wanted to live together with them. To die, she would follow them to death. Chen Lin closed her eyes and murmured, Jing, do you believe in past lives and future ones? In the past, Long Yang would not have believed in it. He had received a materialist education. Yet, now the reality was that dead people could crawl out and bite others, that humans could conjure up wind, fire, lightning, and more out of thin air. So, strange as it might seem, why couldn't even more bizarre phenomena exist? I believe. In my previous life, I already knew you, Chen Lin silently said inside her heart. Chapter 172, The Disaster of the Northern Safe Zone. As soon as the sky brightened, Yunqi squad learned about DV. Everyone had a quick breakfast with some convenient food. Chen Lin took out a new car. Everyone get in the car. Meng Mion, before getting in the car, glanced back unintentionally and exclaimed, Captain, have you noticed? The area around our tents is different from others. The grass around the tent had grown crazily overnight. Grass that was originally just an inch long was now over a foot tall. It was eerie. The wild grass here also began to mutate. You'll get used to it eventually. There will be more unbelievable things. Chen Lin knew clearly about the changes in the surrounding environment. The mutation of plants and animals was inevitable. It was just a matter of time. But fortunately, most of the plants and animals at this moment still lacked attack capability. Animals and plants will all be affected by the apocalypse. The rest of the team all showed curiosity in their eyes, some even excitement. Only Long Yang slowly frowned, having already noticed the rapid growth of the wild grass last night, which he thought was just his illusion. Lining, how great an impact do the changes in plants and animals have on humans? You saw the moss yesterday, they actually eat meat. In the long run, if human beings don't grow up, we will become the bottom link of the food chain. Those present wouldn't have low academic qualifications and would certainly know what a food chain is. Chen Lin didn't explain in detail either. Have you seen these two little ones? She pointed at the rain frog and the guinea pig. The rain frog is poisonous, but it won't harm us. The guinea pig has space ability, and moreover, it eats everything. Chen Lin deliberately emphasized the last phrase everything, creating a rather sinister implication, providing possible clues to the disappearance of Ms. Juhong. My god, make sure you know who you are with. Don't eat wrong. Sun Qing quickly pulled out food from her space ring and presented it humbly in front of the two little ones beside Chen Lin. Look at me, fast look at me, I'm just coming to familiarize my face. Neither the rain frog nor the guinea pig gave any attention to Sun Qing. Du and Chaoyang driving laughed heartily. Piggy doesn't even pay attention to me, so you definitely have no chance. Strictly speaking, Du and Chaoyang was the owner of the guinea pig, but once the guinea pig met Chen Lin, it insisted on staying by Chen Lin's side, not leaving even when chased. It only left when ordered by Chen Lin to perform tasks. Chen Lin looked at the carrots in Sun Qing's hand helplessly. They're not rabbits. Immediately after Chen Lin finished speaking, Sun Qing took out a frozen white-boiled chicken. Come on, look here, meat. There was still no reaction from the two pets. They mainly eat brain cores. Chen Lin took out 2 level 1 brain cores, placed them in her palm, and the rain frog and the guinea pig rushed forward, bit them in their mouths, and swallowed them in one gulp. Besides normal food, they need brain cores the most. Brain cores can not only advance an abnormality's power level but also upgrade zombies, animals, plants, insects, etc. I don't know why I attract the rain frog and the guinea pig, I can't explain this. In her previous life, she never had her own mutated pet or partner. Big brother, could you ask them to acknowledge me just once? Sun Qing put away the white-boiled chicken and took out several level 3 and level 4 brain cores. Look, these are level 3 and level 4 brain cores, much better than Captain's level 1 ones. Chen Lin was speechless, her mouth twitching. The rain frog could eat even level 8 and 9 brain cores, how would it care about level 3 and 4 brain cores? She had merely used the mutant rain frog and the mutant guinea pig familiar to her team members for demonstration purposes. Don't clown around, Meng Mion said with a smile. The guinea pig automatically found younger while he was sleeping, so it seems it's also a matter of fate. Fate? Where am I supposed to find that kind of thing? Sun Qing waggled the brain core up and down, noticed the two pets did not even bother to turn their eyeballs, and decided to give up. Hearing this, Long Yang smiled and said, that we've gathered together, and turned from strangers into a family-like team, this is a tremendous fate in itself. Sun Qing shot Hu Xing an annoyed glance. My luck must have run out when I met Xingxing and Jie. See? If I hadn't met you first, I might have flirted with a long-legged handsome man, now I can't even dare to stare longer at him. Hu Xing feared Sun Qing might say something even less tasteful, and quickly covered her mouth. Grandma, please shut up. I don't want to, Sun Qing's remaining words were blocked by Hu Xing. In contrast to the carefree atmosphere of Yunqi Squad, the military safe zone in the north was experiencing strange mutations. Common poplar trees in the north had mutated, growing tentacles like octopus arms. These layered tentacles were covered with countless suction cups and mouths filled with sharp teeth, attacking anyone within reach in a frenzied manner. The originally common-sized poplar trees, standing at only about 20 meters, had grown several times their size. The entire safe zone was now overshadowed by these mutated poplar trees. It had become a place where the mutated trees cultivated food, even less safe than outside the zone. Numerous survivors without abilities and low-level ability users were consumed as food by these trees. Blood flowed freely, and bodies were scattered all over the safe zone. The safe zone swiftly organized itself, preparing to transfer to Jingju Base, currently the largest one nearby. The few survivor-established safe zones located further north also suffered greatly from the harm of the mutated white poplars, resulting in heavy casualties. When the military safe zone began its transfer, nearby zones rapidly organized the remaining survivors to join the military's ranks for the relocation. Besides the northern safety bases, many other bases and surrounding areas almost simultaneously experienced large-scale plant mutations. Chen Lin wasn't yet aware of these incidents, but they probably had something to do with her. Lin Ying, once things here settle down, I want to look for my grandpa and mom. I wonder if they are. Long Yang whispered softly in Chen Lin's ear, I'm afraid something might have happened to them, and to Dad and Du Yuan. This was the first time Long Yang had mentioned his grandfather and mother since the apocalypse began, but Chen Lin wasn't worried about them. She knew that as long as the safe zone remained unharmed, there was no way what Long Yang feared could come true. Lin Man has abilities. As long as she harbors no ill intentions, neither Dragon Uncle nor Du Yuan should be an issue. As long as Du Yuan isn't overly rigid, he should have developed powers by this point too. Ling Jiang started earlier. Based on the timeline, he should already have arrived, so there's no need to worry about him either. They're fine, Chen Lin said confidently. Their conversation drew envious looks from others around. Sun Qing quietly remarked, Sister Yu, Stars, and I are the only teammates left. Unexpectedly, Du and Chaoyang joined in after hearing a rare mention of his own past. Sister Lan, except for you all, I have no family or friends either. Yunqi Squad is my home. Brother Yang, Wah, give me a hug. Sun Qing extended her hand across 2 rows of seats towards Du and Chaoyang who was driving. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin turned back and gave Sun Qing a hard knock on her head. You idiot. You can't act foolish without considering the timing and place. All our lives are in Brother Yang's hands. Du and Chaoyang laughed heartily. No worries. Brother Yang guarantees safe driving and won't drive while fatigued. I care about your lives too. Chapter 173, What a huge tree. Meng Mion patted Du and Chaoyang's shoulder. Buddy, let me, this single dog, replace you for a while. It's your turn to go and eat the dog food served by the 3 couples. How did you bring up me and Xiaoju? We were sitting quietly like good children, Zhuge Hui complained. There was nothing strange at all. Come on, cousin-in-law. Xiaoju is already here, and we didn't even dare to call you cousin. Sun Qing leaned on Chen Ju's shoulder. Isn't that right, cousin? Chen Ju simply said, that's it. She was different from others. At least, she had her younger cousin, Chen Lin, and a dependable brother-in-law. In the distance, there were also a family of her younger cousin. She wasn't someone without relatives, so she hadn't joined in the previous complaint session. Zhuge Hui blushed. Hey, guys, stop. If not, I'll dig. The minibus suddenly screeched to a halt, trembling all over, and everyone was thrown forward. Ouch. Damn. What happened to safe driving? In front of the car, there appeared a tall wall, whose uneven patterns gave everyone a peculiar feeling of familiarity. Wow, what a huge, thick tree trunk, Sun Qing screamed before everyone could figure out what was going on. Almost everyone was shocked speechless by the scene in front of them. If it were a tree, it was indeed too thick, blocking in front of the minibus like a wall. The diameter is at least 2 meters. Long Yang estimated the thickness of the tree trunk. Already, some people opened the door, ready to get out. Chen Lin seriously said, doesn't it seem strange that such a big tree appears on the highway? Be careful. It might be a huge mutant plant. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately became vigilant. However, carefree Sun Qing had already run out. She climbed onto the tree trunk, shouting loudly, take a picture for me quick. Suddenly, a branch struck swiftly toward Sun Qing. The leaves, larger than car wheels, were full of sharp teeth. Sun Qing, come down quickly. Hu Xing released vines to prepare rescuing Sun Qing. That branch moved much faster than Hu Xing. Du and Chaoyang swiftly threw fireballs, attempting to help Hu Xing rescue Sun Qing. Another branch lifted fruits as big as human heads high. When it reached above Du and Chaoyang, several human-sized fruits were instantaneously tossed down, smashing apart with loud bangs, splashing juice everywhere. People close to Du and Chaoyang also got covered in fruit juice. It's grapes. Sun Qing reacted quickly, protecting herself with an earthen wall. I want to eat them. Eat my ass. Du and Chaoyang's expression turned sour. Shit, I'm stuck. Completely drenched in grape juice, Du and Chaoyang stood like a sculpture, still holding the throwing motion. I can't move. Meng Mion's half-body was covered with grape juice. Only the other half could still move. Hu Xing, drag brother Yang over here. How could the reaction and speed of superhumans compare to that of the mutated plants? Several branches with large bunches of giant fruits rushed towards several people. Ling, transform into an umbrella. Chen Lin shouted. A huge fruit glued Du and Chaoyang and Meng Mion's body. If these clusters hit, none of them would be able to move. As she spoke, she took out a big sun umbrella from her spatial storage. Long Yang used his full ability to create a super large umbrella. Sun Qing and Hu Xing dragged the immobilized Du and Chaoyang and Meng Mion back. Bang, bang, bang. These indescribable fruits burst repeatedly, spraying juice all over, which instantly solidified upon hitting the ground. What kind of variant are these fruits? They dry faster than superglue. Sun Qing's clothes, drenched with juice, now felt stiff and hard when she knocked on them, producing a metallic clang. Meng Mion glanced at the thick trunk and the bursting fruits uncertainly. It might be grapes, wild grapes. The two started debating. It doesn't look very similar. I think it is. The branches of this mutated plant were very agile. There must be more complex actions rather than just tossing fruits around. Chen Lin stayed alert. Everyone, watch oh. Her words were interrupted as the ground shook violently. The giant tree trunk in front of the minibus moved. Several sturdy branches braced against the ground, lifting the prostrate main trunk upright. The full form of this mutant plant gradually revealed itself before the Yunqi squad. A tree dozens of meters tall, no, nearly 100 meters, shook its branches laden with clusters of fruit, hurling fruits the size of human heads toward the ground. Shit, does it want to turn us into amber? Sun Qing quickly erected an earthen wall around her. Boss, quick, think of a solution. My ability is useless against it. Use your lightning. Chen Lin almost wanted to bleed when she saw Sun Qing's actions. Earth and water were excellent supplements for mutated plants, especially wood attributes. Fire, lightning, wind, metal, and ice systems attack together. As she released space blades, she also added her dark lightning. This mutated wild grape was over level 9, and even Chen Lin's space blade couldn't cut through its skin. Only her dark lightning left marks on its outer layer, slowly corroding it. Linny, if we just defend without attacking, we'll be sitting ducks waiting to die. Let me go. Long Yang pointed at the root of the mutated wild grape. Whether it was lying on the ground or standing upright, its roots were firmly embedded in the soil, unmoving. Level 7 metal users could fight higher levels, but how could Chen Lin agree to let him take the risk? It's too strong. If we scatter, we will be more dangerous. The unnamed ability users who weren't mentioned by Chen Lin helped their teammates hand over brain cores or worked hard shoveling up the solidified juice on the ground. Who's going to get me out first? Shit, Du and Chaoyang became anxious. You all have something to do. I can't just stand here idly. We're all busy. You save yourself. Sun Qing said without looking back. Du and Chaoyang glared in anger. Thinkate. Chen Lin slapped her backpack, and the Dutch pig carrying the rain frog jumped down from her back. Seeing the Dutch pig, Du and Chaoyang muttered, "You my, can this Dutch pig really make a difference?" Of course, it could. Chen Lin thought that neither she as a level 9 ability user nor the others could discern what grade the Dutch pig and the rain frog belonged to. It should work. Juice is food, after all. Indeed, the little Dutch pig proved it by running straight to Duan Chaoyang's feet and gently licking the sticky juice holding Duan Chaoyang. In no time, it managed to free a large portion of his stuck body. Little piggy, you're such a good worker, faster, faster, Duan Chaoyang urged, watching others dealing with the mutated grape while he could do nothing but feel frustrated. Good baby, hurry. The mutated wild grape kept dropping fruits. The explosive sounds of boom 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 thundered in everyone's ears, making their heads feel muffled. Captain, we can't wait anymore, Long Yang spoke as he already darted out before Chen Lin could object. The solidified juice on the ground had reached more than a meter in height, otherwise, they would all be trapped inside the juice. Fire system, prepare to ignite. Chen Lin swiftly moved along with Long Yang's action, tossing gasoline onto the mutated wild grape while retrieving it from her space storage. Chapter 174, Never Want to Eat Grapes Again. Chen Lin waited until the mutant wild grapes were almost out of fruit before taking out the gasoline. Higher-level mutated plants and animals possess considerable intelligence. If she had taken out the gasoline earlier, the mutant wild grape would have used its juice to extinguish the fire, rendering her fire strategy ineffective. Lining, be careful. A thick branch lashed swiftly towards Chen Lin's back, leaving her no time to dodge. Long Yang alerted her loudly, quickly condensing a metal shield to block her back. He himself was thrown backward by the enormous force of the mutant wild grape and fell heavily to the ground. Jing! Chen Lin called out in pain. I'm fine. Long Yang struggled to get up, continuing his attack on the roots of the mutant wild grape as if nothing happened. This fool. He was only at level 7, how could he possibly compare with her, a level 9 psychic? Despite her heartache, Chen Lin didn't pause her hands, throwing one oil drum after another onto the thick trunk of the mutant wild grape. Duan Chaoyang, who had been freed by the Dutch pig, moved his body around and released 2 fireballs from his hands. Captain, get out of the way. Long Yang, stay away. At that moment, Chen Lin was still near the root, and the fire had already started burning. Under the cover of flames, she threw spatial blades and corrosive lightning at the root. Younger, keep making fire. Chen Lin wasn't afraid of Duan Chaoyang's level 7 flames since her level was higher, and she also had water-based abilities. His fire wouldn't threaten her. I'm water-based. I'm not afraid of fire. The giant mutant wild grape writhed violently in the flames, gradually convulsing, shrinking, and getting smaller. The juice roasted by the flames sizzled. The fiery branches thrashed wildly, and Long Yang quickly pulled Chen Lin behind him, lining, be careful. With just a few simple words, an endless concern permeated through, sweetening Chen Lin's heart. She whispered softly, I'm not a child anymore. Having survived 2 ends of the world, her psychic grade was even higher than Long Yang's, and she was also under the protection of Rain Frog. Who? As if making a last desperate struggle, the branches of the mutant wild grape extended wildly, lashing towards everyone. Meng Mion of the wind element and Hu Xing of the wood element worked together to pull the others far away. PH, it's just dying struggles. Sun Qing wiped the dried grape juice off his body and said irritably, annoying. We've got lucky this time. Chen Lin gave Sun Qing an exasperated look. Plants always grow in groups, yet we only met one tree, so we can say we've had good luck. Think about the burdock and moss before. Chen Lin left out the rest of the words because without having experienced it, saying more would be futile. Long Yang slightly tightened his arm around Chen Lin's shoulders. Don't rush recklessly in the future, okay? All right. Chen Lin lightly leaned her face against Long Yang's chest. I value my life, I'm scared of death. Once again hearing Chen Lin talk about being afraid of death, Long Yang helplessly shook his head. The road is clear, should we set off now? In the fire, the mutant wild grape gradually turned into ashes. However, Chen Lin noticed that the Dutch pig and Rain Frog were secretly digging for something at the already burnt-out base of the wild grape. Let's take a break. Chen Lin patted off the hardened grape juice on her body. You guys like this armor, but I don't. To cater to the little thoughts of Rain Frog and Dutch pig, she lied intentionally, which made her dizzy. Upon hearing this, Long Yang believed her without doubt, replied with an "Oh, don't you have a bathroom-equipped color steel house? You can wash first, we'll keep watch. If you don't mind, I can wash with you." No. Chen Lin rolled her eyes at Long Yang dramatically. The bathtub is too small. Sister your place has a large, swimming bathtub. Sun Qing teased. You can swim together. Chen Lin gave Sun Qing a tap on the head. Go swim yourself. When you bathe, I'll provide you and Hu Xing with a big bathtub. Sister, I would love to. Sun Qing held his head and muttered quietly. Can you make Hu Xing agree? Duan Chaoyang laughed heartily, pushing Hu Xing towards Sun Qing. Go, Lan sister is waiting for you. Feeling awkward, Hu Xing tried to change the subject. Qing, see if you want to eat grapes again in the future. Sun Qing and Chen Lin rolled their eyes together, while Long Yang shook his head with amusement. He wasn't surprised at all to be rejected by Chen Lin. After all, now wasn't the time for romance. He was just teasing her, lining, quickly take out some stuff. Isn't it rest time? I'm going to check if the grape tree is completely dead. Duan Chaoyang turned around and walked away. I'll keep watch later. I'll go with you. Meng Mion took quick steps. They're all in pairs except us 2 bachelors. Might as well find something to do. Chen Lin looked at Rain Frog riding back slowly on the Dutch pig and said, Rain Frog and the Dutch pig have already checked. You don't need to go. The 2 little creatures were eating something, clearly looking very satisfied, making Chen Lin quite speechless. The core of a mutation plant over level 9 could elevate a wood element psychic's ability to level 9. She had forgotten about this fact due to momentary negligence, and hadn't expected that the 2 little things had eaten it first. We'll go clear the road. Meng Mion didn't look back. Anyway, he and Duan Chaoyang were determined to find something to do, They didn't want to see those three couples acting sweetly. Younger, Manga, you'd better not pick any grapes to bring back. I assure you no one will want to eat them. Sun Qing put her hands into a horn shape and shouted. Du and Zhaoyang laughed heartily. Go deal with Hu Xing at your place first, leave us alone. We'll walk around the area, and bring the chef back later. Chen Lin threw a pack of cigarettes. Let the girls wash first, then it'll be your turn. Don't go too far. Upon catching the cigarettes Chen Lin threw, Du and Zhaoyang and Meng Mion's eyes lit up. Captain, you still have these good things? For smokers, without this, we've lost half our lives. This thing is harmful to the body, occasionally smoking is enough. Naturally Chen Lin wouldn't tell them that before the apocalypse, she stored a lot of stuff in her warehouse. These items were hard currency that could exchange for supplies during the apocalypse. Du and Zhaoyang and Meng Mion chuckled, walking a bit further. Chen Lin took out a color steel house and filled the bathtub with water. Sun Qing and Chen Ju went into the bathroom together. Hu Xing and Zhuge Hui patrolled outside. Long Yang walked up beside Chen Lin, standing there and taking her hand. Since we've already slept together, sharing a bath doesn't seem so strange, does it? Chen Lin glanced at him. Sleeping is with clothes on, bathing is without. Just embracing each night, his breathing and heartbeat would become disordered from her touch. If they were to bathe naked together, it would be like dry wood meeting a raging fire. Long Yang was strong and virile, and she, well, considering her accumulated years, indeed also counted as older. Unexpectedly, Long Yang's face flushed slightly, yet his tone was teasing. Didn't think you would feel shy. What a shameless man. Chen Lin was at a loss for words. She hadn't blushed yet, but his face turned red first. And he didn't even know who was actually feeling shy. Chapter 175, Escaping Back. Du and Chaoyang tore open a pack of cigarettes, lit one with his fire ability, and tossed it to Meng Mion. In the apocalypse, having a cigarette is quite nice. Big brother Yang, actually I never hoped for a cigarette. Meng Mion slowly took a drag. I once thought I would die alone. Don't talk nonsense about dying, Du and Chaoyang shouted coarsely. After joining the Yunqi squad, although they had encountered danger and people with ill intentions, each member had already regarded each other as family. He was very regretful now that the first time he met Chen Lin, he had refused so insistently. Do you think you can abandon the Yunqi squad? Dare you say you can? Meng Mion hesitated, then shook his head. Of course not. Big brother Yang, I was just talking nonsense earlier. The two indulged in a comfortable smoking session, occasionally interspersed with silly laughs. Sun Qing and Chen Ju emerged after taking a shower, dressed cleanly and refreshingly. Chen Ju spoke quietly. Captain, we're done. Cousin, I've told you many times, you don't have to call me captain when there are no outsiders around. Chen Lin waved her hand. We're close cousins. If grandfather, grandmother, and parents knew I brought cousin back, they'd be thrilled. Hearing Chen Lin's certainty about her family's safety, Long Yang secretly worried about his own family, wondering how his grandfather and parents were faring. Cousin, as long as there are people, there's home. He glanced at Zhuge Hui. A married couple can take on the revival of two families. Meaning, have more children. What kind of consolation is this? Chen Lin retorted irritably. Having children isn't something that happens right now, and kids aren't born with just a blink. She added, once we reach a safe place, we'll have them gradually. Captain, Chen Ju and Zhuge Hui blushed simultaneously. How did a simple shower lead to talk about babies? As the atmosphere among the group grew lively, two distant voices called out urgently, not good. Get the car ready, Captain. Two rushing figures were followed by a towering cloud of dust, accompanied by a massive buzzing sound. Even without seeing, Chen Lin knew that it was a swarm of mutated hornets or bees. Upon hearing, Chen Lin didn't hesitate and immediately pulled out the van, conveniently storing the color steel house. Quickly get in. A swarm capable of making two 7th level ability users flee madly wasn't something she, a 9th level user, wanted to confront to show off her personal heroism. The wise adapt themselves to circumstances. Running away is not shameful. Seeing this, Sun Qing shoved Chen Ju into the car. Stars, big handsome guy, sister you, hurry. Even at night, a dense black cloud filled the air, the buzzing sound resembling a helicopter engine, the ground trembling. She wasn't dumb. Long Yang quickly sat in the driver's seat, opening the door for the passenger side. Everyone, hurry. Meng Mion and Du and Chaoyang swiftly dived inside, slamming the door shut. My god, they're as big as fists. In Du and Chaoyang's hand was a black lump. Look. Hiss. Big enough. Long Yang was greatly shocked internally but acted without hesitation. Lini, direction. That way. Chen Lin pointed to a direction in the darkness where there was a small road. The insect swarm covered the sky and earth, blocking their original highway route. Returning to the Tianying base was impossible at this moment. Though she wasn't afraid of trouble, she certainly disliked it. Long Yang stepped on the gas pedal forcefully, accelerating to full speed and turning the car in the direction Chen Lin had indicated. A large area of buzzing sounded like dozens of helicopter engines operating simultaneously. It was only then that everyone looked at the black clump in Du and Chaoyang's hand. Grasshoppers, blood-sucking ones. Meng Mion wiped sweat from his forehead, still showing signs of fright. My god, if we hadn't run fast enough, we too might have dried up. You guys didn't see it. Such a huge cow turned into a carcass in less than a second. So these were grasshoppers. Chen Lin showed a slight awkward expression on her face. She had initially thought they were bees or similar. At this point, the car, under full-speed operation, was gradually leaving the insect swarm behind. Fortunately, you reacted quickly. Anything that appears in swarms is difficult to deal with. Not just quick reaction time. Du and Chaoyang passed the thing in his hand to the back. Enough for a meal. Wow. Sun Qing leaned over to sniff, smacking her tongue while inhaling deeply. Looks terrifying, but smells pretty fragrant. It's edible, Chen Lin said, but this one can't be eaten now. Brother Yang burned it to a crisp. Seriously, it's edible? I was just saying. Sun Qing quickly retreated to her seat, sounding quite repulsed. I wouldn't eat it. Insects are also meat. When supplies were scarce, some people wouldn't leave even corpses untouched, let alone such big bugs. Chen Lin added, and they're very nutritious. Her words made everyone look peculiar. As Long Yang drove and could no longer hear the insects buzzing, he relaxed his expression. Lini, you seem like you've eaten them before. I've seen it on TV. That foreign guy who specializes in wilderness survival ate them. In Chen Lin's past life, apart from humans, she had eaten everything. Any food edible by humans, she had consumed. Back then, the spatial ability user of the Moon Goddess Squad claimed there were no supplies in the space dimension and brought out all kinds of insects, mutated plants, and even mutated animal meats. That freak. Sun Qing snatched the roasted bug corpse from Duan Caoyang's hand and threw it out the window. He has food to eat and still rejects it. I'd only eat if I had nothing else left. Don't overcook it next time. Anything Captain says is edible. I will collect it, just in case. This girl shows promise. Chen Lin secretly gave Sun Qing a thumb up. You're absolutely right. This was scared just now and didn't pay attention. Duan Caoyang scratched his head and laughed. Next time, I'll pay attention and control the heat. Only show mercy when you're sure of victory. Upon hearing Duan Caoyang's words, Chen Lin knew he hadn't taken the previous danger seriously. We may be an ability user squad, but our goal is survival first and foremost, not an adventurer group. Brother Yang, your earlier statement was reckless. As the captain, I need to criticize you. Duan Caoyang froze for a moment, then grinned sheepishly. Accepting criticism, I was wrong. No one cared about his life and death the way this young woman did, and Duan Caoyang's eyes watered, though his voice sounded muffled. I promise. The others also took Chen Lin's words to heart. Running away isn't shameful. Surviving is priority number one. The sole requirement being never abandoning their comrades, which Chen Lin hadn't mentioned, but everyone understood clearly in their hearts. The massive swarm of mutated grasshoppers failed to catch up with Chen Lin's group and changed directions. Captain, you subtly teach us to run away. Sun Qing leaned onto Chen Lin's back. Captain, you look around my age. How come you sound like an old grandma? So earnest and full of admonishment. How should Chen Lin respond? In reality, she was already older than anyone here. She often unconsciously revealed her elder's nature. She quickly came up with a reason. I ran too many tutoring classes. Hearing this, Long Yang smiled. How regretful it was that I didn't go see my wife's prowess in person. Chen Lin let out a faint huff without any effect. Although Long Yang hadn't attended her actual tutoring class, he must have watched online videos thoroughly due to his cautious nature. Would he fail to investigate her background? She highly doubted it, but this was something forever unverifiable. As long as she knew within herself, it sufficed. The enormous mutated grasshopper swarm didn't chase after Chen Lin and the others, altering its direction. Chapter 176, Another Swarm of Bugs. Just as Chen Lin was muttering in her mind, the minibus plunged into a pitch-black darkness. The vehicle swayed violently, and a continuous knocking sound could be heard. Within that darkness, something unknown was pounding heavily against the car's body. Duan Caoyang switched on the headlights, but not only did they fail to illuminate anything, they were destroyed entirely after two loud bangs. What is all this stuff outside? According to my guess, Chen Lin, looking at the gradually appearing dents on the car body, said helplessly, it might be mosquitoes. Or possibly bees. TSS. A hole tore through the body of the car, with a black pointed spike flashing by. Forget about it. Sun Qing formed a lump of dirt to seal up the hole. We can't just wait here to be eaten, can we? You sister. Boss. Inside the car, everyone's abilities were useless, leaving them very passive. Chen Lin pointed at Sun Qing. Generator, you're the only one whose power can work here. Her own dark thunder could have been used, but doing so would expose all of them. Me. Sun Qing, pointing at her own nose, looked bewildered. Boss, please explain. I understand what the boss means, Hu Xing quickly reminded her. The car has a metal shell. Hurry. If you don't act fast, we'll all become insect food. With Hu Xing's prompt, Sun Qing exclaimed in sudden understanding, I'll do it. Saying this, she extended her hand to touch the body of the car. At this moment, the bangs became more intense, and more black spikes pierced through the body of the car. Numerous bugs were crashing onto the window glass, and when everyone saw these creatures clearly, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Outside, there was a dense swarm of mosquitoes, each as big as a pigeon. Their black needle-like mouths were like black spears, nearly 10 centimeters long, gleaming with a dark luster. Captain, are these edible? As Sun Qing placed her hand on the car body, she still remembered to ask Chen Lin. Just electrocute them already. Chen Lin, covering her forehead exasperatedly, couldn't help but mock Sun Jiao. Don't burn them too much. Leave a couple for our chef to cook for you. Meng Mion, who was mentioned by name, blinked his eyes. Everyone, our car is about to fall apart. Can we stop chatting? Lao Jun Taishang, follow my order urgently. Sun Qing shouted loudly. Hey. Almost everyone's expression became peculiar, as Long Yang lifted his fist and stifled a laugh near his lips. All right, take it seriously. Sun Qing released her maximum current while shoving brain nuclei into her mouth, saying, I'm being serious. Truly. No one paid attention to her antics, wanting to strangle her by now. Outside the minibus, crackling flashes of electricity illuminated the scene. One by one, the pitch-black mutated mosquitoes fell charred to the ground. Soon, piles of insect corpses accumulated outside the vehicle. As one batch of mosquitoes died from the electric shocks, another surged forward, continuing to be scorched black before falling down. Meanwhile, Sun Qing continuously shoved brain nuclei into her mouth, which was stuffed full, mumbling indistinctly, "Brothers, sisters, how many mosquitoes are there? Go ask the mosquitoes." Chen Lin watched the much thinner mosquito swarm outside the car window, bent over, and rushed out of the door. Even though having Sun Qing as an electronic mosquito killer was efficient, endlessly consuming brain nuclei hurt her wallet. Chen Lin rushed out, and Long Yang immediately followed behind. "Lin, don't act rashly." In both his hands, he held golden short swords, swinging them vigorously. "I never act rashly." As Chen Lin simultaneously released spatial blades and crushed the dead mosquitoes underfoot, their remains turned into ashes. She was greatly disappointed because there weren't any brain nuclei or such things within. Seeing Chen Lin's actions, Long Yang instantly understood. A hint of smile appeared on his lips. The treasure-hunting habits of his greedy young wife were clear, rather than acting recklessly. "I'm coming too." Du and Chaoyang yelled loudly. Being cooped up in the car without getting a chance to fight, being protected instead by Sun Qing, a girl, made him feel quite bitter. Du and Chaoyang wildly roared and threw fireballs one after another. Meng Mion and Huxing also didn't lag behind, one throwing wind blades and the other wood spikes. Zhuge Hui guarded Chen Ju, and soon the giant mosquitoes outside were mostly cleared. Sun Qing stuck out her tongue and leaned against the car seat, huffing and puffing. "Unfair heavens. Why does this tiring ability belong to me, a cute, beloved girl like me? Captain, consider letting someone else develop the lightning power." Arf. Chen Lin paid no attention to Sun Qing's lamenting cries. In the past, she had asked everyone to try out their abilities. Those related to wood or earth were easier to activate, but rare powers were harder to trigger. Apart from her own success with Dark Thunder, no one else wanted to consume brain nuclei to be her guinea pig anymore. One person's shouting received no response from Chen Lin but did elicit reactions from others. "Fut, never in a million years. In this life and the next, you're stuck being our generator." "That's right." The foolish girl let out an agonized scream. What karma had she accumulated? Normally, Chen Lin used her as an electric heater for warmth, an electric rice cooker when it was mealtime, or even an air conditioner, fan, oven, or refrigerator. Chen Lin glanced at the battered minibus and looked ahead. "Get in the car. We need to keep moving." It seemed that some event beyond her control was starting to change, so she needed to speed things up. The beat-up minibus hit the road again. The creaking sound of the vehicle could be heard constantly, but no one complained. Beep. A deliberately drawn-out honk echoed behind the minibus as two vehicles filled with people passed by, kicking up a cloud of dust. Someone whistled mockingly. "Are you driving that broken thing to Tongju just to feed zombies? You can eat our dust while following us." With a roar, the two cars sped off, leaving behind mocking laughter. Du and Chaoyang clenched his fists in anger, but Chen Lin gave him a slight shake of her head. "I'm not without better vehicles, but arguing over petty pride is meaningless. Let's focus on making profits silently." In Tongju, if she was lucky, she might encounter a few of her old teammates. "It's not about pride," Du and Chaoyang mumbled unhappily. "You sister, my hands are itching. There will be plenty of chances to fight once we reach Tongju." Meng Mion quickly patted Du and Chaoyang's shoulder. "Let's collect as many brain nuclei and supplies as possible. Even before reaching Tongju, we've already run into 2 swarms of large insects," Chen Lin said meaningfully. "There will definitely be more excitement there." Tongju had several logistics parks, though it was uncertain whether anyone had visited them recently. She did know, however, that Yunqi City's logistics warehouses remained operational for quite a while after the apocalypse, but by then, many items were no longer edible. "Why do we have locusts and giant mosquitoes?" Meng Mion asked. "Since they all suck blood, could there also be vampires or blood-sucking bats?" "Our country doesn't have vampire bats, but who knows what could happen in the apocalypse?" Chen Lin thought for a moment before replying. "Blood-sucking leeches are definitely out there, and we will most certainly encounter them." Long Yang looked hesitantly at Chen Lin, unsure why she was so sure. Suddenly, he realized what book she had been reading before. Tongju is surrounded by swamps, biogas pools, and wetlands. As long as we avoid these areas, we won't run into leeches. Chapter 177, Zombies and Insect Swarms, 1. The records of Zhuxia's products documents. Tongju is abundant in swamps, snakes, and insects. The nights are often filled with miasma. Many who encounter it perish or suffer grave injuries. This refers to the fact that Tongju has not only snakes and insects but also marsh gas, even deadly miasma. Long Yang confidently claimed there wouldn't be leeches, causing Chen Lin to slightly tilt her head. Not only does Tongju have leeches, but they're large and tenacious. To her former self, back when she was merely at a level 5 or 6, such a situation would have been daunting. But now, as a 9th level spatial anomaly practitioner, her team members averaged 7th to 8th levels. Re-entering the highway, Yunqi squad soon saw Tongju just ahead. At the entrance packed with abandoned cars, they spotted the 2 vehicles that had provoked them earlier. Both cars were deserted. Within the city, amid the howls of zombies emanated sounds of laughter and whistling. "Ooh, zombies, come here. There's food for you." They're truly fearless. Zhuge Hui frowned disapprovingly upon hearing this. "Damn. They have quite a few people. Handling zombies shouldn't be a problem." Chen Lin listened carefully to the sounds from the city. "Let's leave them alone and find the logistics park first." Tongju holds no small number of zombies. Several individuals could hardly make much difference. Just surviving without being killed by zombies would be an accomplishment. Logistics parks are generally in the suburbs. Let's look along the outskirts. Duan Chaoyang suggested, indicating he'd been here before and knew well enough that none existed inside the city. If I had known I'd return, I should have asked around back then. Regrettable. Not everyone possesses rebirth memories like herself, so Chen Lin chuckled lightly. Just now, we got startled by 2 insect swarms. Might as well walk to calm our nerves. With that, she handed out snacks to everyone and started heading in one direction. In her past life, she had been here and knew exactly where the logistics park was. She gave snacks to everyone as sustenance. Truthfully, shortly, she herself may lose her appetite due to what lies ahead. In her memory from the previous lifetime, Tongzhou's logistics park lay deep within an immense insect nest. It contained countless zombies and uncountable numbers of mutated bugs. In reality, this place was located in the urban-rural fringe of Tongzhou, densely populated, almost every household equipped with a biogas pool. Chen Lin wasn't certain what they would see if they arrived now. After all, compared to her last visit, it was over a year earlier. Captain, these snacks are all things your sister loves. We, these rough men, will pass. Duan Chaoyang was handed a pack of chips but prepared to return them to Chen Lin. Chen Lin waved it off. Sunny Ching, take out some fruits from your space for them to eat. Long Yang didn't understand what Chen Lin had in mind. Knowing well that Chen Lin doesn't act without purpose, he accepted the snacks, slowly eating them. Our captain is so generous today. I cannot miss this opportunity. Asshole. Seeing Long Yang guessed her intentions, Chen Lin silently cursed him with her lips, but followed with a smile on her face since Long Yang understood her implicitly. Long Yang grinned, acting as though Chen Lin praised him. Captain, do you have too many snacks? You are using us rough men to consume them? Duan Chaoyang looked unhappy, as he despised this kind of food. Yes, I unintentionally packed too many. Chen Lin patted her backpack heartily. Today, the captain will be generous. Snacks will be provided without end. Upon hearing this, not just Duan Chaoyang, but Meng Mion and Zhu Hui also appeared discontented. They suddenly remembered Chen Lin mentioning her family used to own a large supermarket. Only Sun Qing savored the snacks thoroughly. Delicious, delicious, I won't complain even if there's more. As the group moved, a peculiar odor mingled with the stench of decaying zombies began spreading in the air. Everyone searched for the source except Sun Qing, who obliviously ate voraciously while Huxing helped carry her snacks. Linyan, did you smell something strange? Long Yang furrowed his brows. This scent was bizarre, something he had never smelled before. What kind of smell? Chen Lin put on an air of ignorance, internally criticizing. This substance is rural fuel everywhere, commonly seen in the countryside and the urban-rural fringes. The smell of biogas, Meng Mion sniffed, looking somewhat anxious. It's flammable. No open flames. How can there be biogas here? It's such a dangerous thing. Sun Qing realized this late as she finally sniffed the air. I can also smell cow dung. Before their eyes stood a cluster of small buildings and bungalows, and surprisingly, there were even a few vegetable gardens further away. This must be the urban-rural fringe of Tongzhou. Huxing handed the snacks in his hand to Sun Qing. You've seen this before. Sun Qing, who was from a rural home, wasn't unfamiliar with this scenery. She nodded. Yes, I have. How did we end up here? To find the logistics park, Chen Lin glanced around. She knew exactly where the logistics park was, but at this moment, she could only pretend to be ignorant. The logistics park in Tongzhou was indeed not easy to locate. Mainly due to their failure in finding the right route, they had to detour quite a bit. But this wasn't bad, it gave team members more experience. This is what Chen Lin thought. Logistics park. After hearing these 3 words, Sun Qing immediately understood that they were going to collect supplies. She quickly covered her mouth. Chen Lin didn't like making a fuss. Keeping a low profile while prospering was an important rule for each member of Yunqi squad besides loyalty. However, the scene ahead just looked like a countryside area. Where was the logistics park? If it weren't for Chen Lin and Duan Chaoyang's confirmation that Tongzhou had a logistics park, they would definitely not come here. A few zombies wobbled out, either drawn by human voices or sensing the presence of living beings. They appeared to be residents of this place. Duan Chaoyang chuckled. Did you see that? The loading and unloading workers from the logistics park. Unfortunately, they all turned into zombies. The logistics park is likely nearby. Long Yang gripped Chen Lin's hand tightly, fearing she would dash forward again without hesitation. Chen Lin saw through Long Yang's little trick at a glance, but instead of exposing it, a sweetness bloomed inside her. Be careful, everyone. It wasn't just zombies here. Even though they came here at a different time than the last life, she had already spotted something similar to last time. Attached to the zombies were translucent globes, which if closely observed, revealed bugs with many eyes inside. Initially, Chen Lin had no idea what they were, but after they killed countless ones, they discovered these bugs were merely the larvae of mutated flies, mutated maggots. Maggots alone weren't scary, but when maggots gained speed and powers, Chen Lin felt nauseous, unwilling to think further about what was to come. She took a sidelong glance at her oblivious teammates, secretly feeling pity for them. This captain of hers seemed too unreliable. Chapter 178, Zombies and Swarms, 2. Hey. Duan Chaoyang pulled out the machete he always carried with him and swung it at a zombie. There was marsh gas everywhere here, but his ability was fire. He had no choice but to use the serrated machete that he hadn't touched for a long time. The concentration of marsh gas is insufficient to cause a fire. Everyone, use your abilities. Seeing Duan Chaoyang pulling out his machete, Chen Lin had no choice but to remind everyone. The logistics park was an enormous insect nest, not just full of flies and maggots. Killing them one by one with a blade would be impossible. Hearing this, Duan Chaoyang quickly rewrapped the machete and slung it on his back. Why didn't you say so earlier? Hey! Before he could release a fireball, Sun Qing's earth wall and Hu Xing's wooden spikes had already come into play. Zombies were pierced through by the wooden spikes, dark wounds leaking black-purple liquid filled with wriggling things. You've beaten me to it, I can't fall behind. Without carefully observing the zombie, Duan Chaoyang charged towards the other zombies. Sun Qing proudly dug into a zombie's head, pulling out its brain core, 6th level wood type. Hey, finally, I have made some gains. White bugs were surrounding the green brain core, ceaselessly squirming. At that moment, Sun Qing only cared about showing off her gain and did not notice at all. Sun Qing, what's in your hand? Hu Xing knocked the thing out of Sun Qing's hand and began trampling it with his foot furiously. You're truly fearless. When Sun Qing bent down to look, her scalp went numb. Ah! Stop shouting, you fool. Chen Lin, who had been prepared for insects, was still startled by Sun Qing's sudden scream. I'm shocked. Long Yang gently patted Chen Lin's back. Fortunately, these insects have no offensive capability. So disgusting, slimy and long, somewhat like noodles. Chen Lin knew that Sun Qing was a foodie, so she intentionally said something to get revenge for Sun Qing's earlier shout. I'm going to. Sun Qing violently waved her hand with an expression of nausea and disgust. Insects are already disgusting, now you make me feel even worse. Duan Chaoyang, Hu Xing, Meng Mion all displayed looks of disdain. Only Chen Ju maintained composure, Long Yang kept a straight face, and Chen Lin secretly felt satisfied while continuing to speak. It's protein. Why don't you ask if it's edible? Sun Qing vomited completely. Everyone burst out laughing, momentarily forgetting about the bugs. The number of zombies increased, gradually surrounding the Yunqi team. As Hu Xing retracted his wooden spikes, he casually stomped on a zombie. A series of crackling sounds came from beneath his feet followed by a squeaking sound. What's that? Squeaky maggots, Chen Lin maliciously replied. You've hatched the maggot. Fat mutated maggots emerged, their backs suddenly sprouting wings. They buzzed and flew up. These are maggots. Hu Xing grabbed one with a vine, brought it close. So ugly. He then immediately squeezed it, bursting it. Seeing that the flying bugs posed no danger, he ignored them and continued killing the zombies. More and more dead zombies resulted in constant explosions of sound as more flying bugs rose, landing in clusters on the bodies of the deceased zombies, devouring them. Save me, save my life. A faint call for help echoed intermittently. Meng Mion, the wind element user, captured the cry for help, pointing in one direction as he said to Chen Lin, Captain, there's someone over there asking for help. That direction was toward the logistics park. Chen Lin's heart stirred, her expression unchanged. Quickly take the brain cores, let's go check it out. The zombies here weren't of a high grade. Long Yang consistently shielded her in front. As a 9th grade anomaly user, she never got a chance to act. It seemed she should find time to tell Long Yang that she wasn't as fragile as he thought. Save my life. The calls for help continued intermittently. Chen Lin had actually heard it long before. The timing was more than a year earlier than in her past life. That person was still there, which felt like a dream. She doubted whether her experiences were really true or not. If she hadn't pinched herself slightly, she would have suspected she was in a dream. Time had changed, she had changed, the people around her had changed. How could this place possibly be exactly the same as it was in her previous life, without any changes? Following the sound, when the Yunqi squad arrived, they saw someone holding onto a piece of something. It was hard to tell whether it was dry wood or bone, floating half-submerged in a big pool. The pool was filled with yellow fecal water, emitting a nauseating stench. Countless maggot eggs floated on the surface, and the fecal water kept churning as the white noodle-like worms from the zombie brains coiled together, rolling around. The face of that person was covered in yellow fecal water, making it impossible to see his facial features. When he saw someone approaching, he excitedly shouted, Quick, save me. Just hold on for a bit longer. Hu Xing released wooden vines. Seeing the yellow fecal water, he hesitated for a moment and then found a long bamboo pole nearby. He extended it toward the person in the pool. A clearly visible expression of joy appeared on the man's face smeared with excrement. Old Hu, wait a second. Duan Chaoyang stepped closer to stop Hu Xing, but Hu Xing had already handed the bamboo pole to the man. The man grabbed the bamboo pole, using both hands to climb up quickly. Shit, finally I've been saved. As he climbed out, the Yunqi squad all took a few steps back at once. It wasn't because the man smelled too bad after climbing out of the sewage pond, but because from the chest down, he revealed bare white bones, countless white worm-like creatures crawling in and out, having eaten away all his internal organs. Why is everyone looking at me like this since I've been saved? The man looked around strangely, following others' gazes, and glanced down at his own body. A nearly piercing scream escaped from the remaining upper half of his chest cavity. Ah! He screamed with his mouth wide open, and the muscles of his cheeks tore apart violently. The white worm-like creatures crawled out of his mouth and into his nostrils. Sun Qing couldn't bear to watch anymore and bent over, vomiting uncontrollably. The rest also couldn't help but let out dry retches. Such a sight was something no one could remain indifferent to upon seeing. Chen Lin had thrown up more severely than Sun Qing in her previous life. Even though she had seen it once before, she still couldn't help but cover her mouth and retch. Don't look. Long Yang covered Chen Lin's eyes and pressed her face into his chest. This person has no hope of being saved. Wood-type anomaly users and water-type anomaly users of grade 5 and above have healing abilities. Long Yang mistakenly thought that Chen Lin and Hu Xing were considering trying to save the person. No. Chen Lin's muffled voice came from Long Yang's chest. If you don't let go soon, the one who needs saving will be me. Long Yang's handsome face showed a slight embarrassment as he loosened his grip on Chen Lin. We need to leave here right away. You can't abandon me. The man spoke incoherently, eyes filled with malice, glaring firmly at Long Yang. Don't even think about it. Retreat. Chen Lin gave the direct order. This man had been devoured by bugs, leaving only a breath left when encountered by the Moon Goddess squad in her past life, and now similarly by the current Yunqi squad. In her past life, they didn't know the man was almost dead, assuming he was a survivor who needed further rescue. As a result, the man's disintegrated body exploded, splattering them with rotten flesh and bugs. One team member accidentally swallowed a live bug, which burrowed inside him, causing him to die in excruciating pain. Chapter 179, Unbearable. Step back. Chen Lin's voice turned severe. She had sworn that the people around her would not repeat the mistakes of the past life. Hu Xing was originally closest to the man, and Duan Chaoyang grabbed his collar and pulled him back. You bastards, the man spoke slowly, his mouth full of white noodle-like worms, making it very difficult for him to speak, almost unable to make a sound. Everyone be careful, don't let the worms bite you. And avoid mistakenly eating worm eggs or live worms. Chen Lin completely ignored the man, seriously telling everyone, don't relax because you think the worms are harmless. Safety first. Long Yang, who had been listening to Chen Lin, said, didn't we all have masks? Put them on first. Reminded by Long Yang, Chen Lin remembered the items in her space and quickly took out equipment equal to the number of people. Gas masks, protective suit. These protective suits were something they had collected from a cold storage somewhere when she accidentally stored them away. They seemed to be used for disinfecting enclosed spaces. At that time, she also saw a lot of disinfectant which she conveniently took along with her. TSK, boss, why didn't you bring these out earlier? Sun Qing, who had been vomiting profusely, immediately dressed up after seeing what Chen Lin brought out. How could she possibly remember such things herself? Chen Lin helplessly said, I forgot. How dare you ignore me? The man supported himself on the ground with his hands, crawling towards Chen Ju, who was still putting on the protective clothing, filled with malice. Even if he died, he wanted to drag someone down with him. Gull. The rain frog jumped out and called out to Chen Lin. Without the rain frog's warning, Chen Lin already knew what this man, who had just been fished out of the sewage pool, intended to do. In her past life, he had already done exactly the same thing once. How could Chen Lin allow him to succeed again? Not a chance. Chen Lin stepped forward and smiled ghostly at the man. With me here. Before the man understood what with me here meant by Chen Lin, 2 streams of water from her hands pushed the man, whose body was only half exposed, rolling a few times before splashing into the previous sewage pool with a splash. Why save him if he's going to end up like this? Hu Xing incomprehensibly asked. What is this guy planning to do? He envies our good condition. Chen Ju naturally saw the malicious eyes of the man and originally wanted to take action first, but didn't expect the captain to be faster and more direct. Upon hearing this, Sun Qing picked up the bamboo pole used earlier to retrieve the man and said viciously, you ungrateful bastard, eat shit. Saying so, he pressed the man into the sewage pool. This man had spent quite some time in the sewage pool and yet was still alive. Everyone almost simultaneously thought of something. The somewhat recovered Sun Qing couldn't help vomiting again. That man seized the bamboo pole, trying to climb up. At this moment, Duan Chaoyang realized from Chen Lin's actions that this man was ill-intentioned and threw a series of fireballs right away. No one expected the sewage pool to actually be a biogas pit. Duan Chaoyang's fireball ignited the biogas in the pit. Just at that moment, with a bang, the man exploded, countless white noodle-like worms falling from the sky like rain, dropping into the burning biogas pit, producing crackling sounds. In the strong smell of baked feces, there was an added scent of scorched protein mixed with the stench of the biogas pit and the decayed smell of zombies, strangely reminiscent of the smell of stinky tofu, odorous but aromatic. My goodness, I want to eat durians now, Sun Qing whispered. Chen Lin rolled her eyes and said meaninglessly, there will be plenty of roasted poop. Long Yang couldn't bear it anymore. He lightly tapped Chen Lin's head with his finger. His expression was strange, full of helplessness. Linian, don't be so talented. Roasted poop, how could she come up with that? Ouch. Although Long Yang controlled his strength, the tap still hurt quite a bit. Annoyed, Chen Lin said, young Master Long, it's clear you've never eaten a durian. When heated, durians taste roughly like this. Meng Mion's stomach convulsed, quickening his steps slightly, looking left and right, thinking to find something soon so everyone can be occupied and distract attention. Here. Meng Mion shouted loudly, interrupting Chen Lin and Long Yang's discussion about the kinship between roasted poop and durians. If they continued their conversation, the rest of the men would likely vomit as well. His stomach was already churning. Walking past the burning sewage pool, a group of iron grills appeared in front of everyone. Inside the iron grills, there were numerous warehouses and large trucks. However, this place no longer looked like a logistics park. The large trucks were parked haphazardly, some even collided with each other, fortunately without causing any fire. One of the trucks had overturned, its tires of various sizes scattered everywhere. Dozens of zombies that looked like drivers and loaders wandered around aimlessly. Check the warehouses. Chen Lin took the lead towards the nearest warehouse. Everyone pair up in 2s or 3s and be careful. They had long since formed a tacit understanding about this kind of thing, splitting into 3 teams as soon as they entered the logistics park. Duan Chaoyang and Meng Mion formed one team, while Chen Ju led a team with Hu Lan, the Dutch pig, and Sun Qing, Hu Xing, and Zhuge Hui formed another team. Chen Lin and Long Yang made the last team, with every team having access to a space ability. Sun Qing's space was only at level 5, and so far, she lacked brain nuclei to upgrade it. Chen Lin kept this matter in mind. She didn't have the same worry for Sun Qing as she did for Lin Man. Sun Qing would certainly not turn out to be the same person as in the previous life. Long Yang used his gold element ability to form a sword, slicing through the lock on the warehouse door before pushing it open. Linian, this seems to be coarse grain. The warehouse was stacked full of burlap bags, all bulging with indescribable smells emanating from them. Corn kernels and soybeans lay scattered on the ground, with several overly plump rats darting about, clearly not seeing the newly arrived humans as a threat. I'll take a bit randomly, let's go to the next warehouse, said Chen Lin. When she said a bit, her actions weren't modest, she took away more than half. This place was quite secluded, with no ability users discovering it yet, so the supplies here had been left unused and wasted. We need to find a way to inform others that there are materials here. We can't let them go to waste. My wife is just too kind-hearted. Long Yang smiled at Chen Lin and held her small hand. That's wonderful. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin shot Long Yang a disapproving look. Long Yang, how do I not know you're the type who would say such things? How could she be considered kind-hearted when she wasn't at all merciful about killing? In both her past life and this one, she had killed countless people, so many that she herself couldn't keep track. I didn't know before, but knowing now isn't too late. Long Yang bent down and planted a solid kiss on Chen Lin's forehead without hesitation. Let's go to the next warehouse. Chen Lin raised her other hand to rub her forehead. Are you a dog or something? You're my bone. Long Yang's face radiated deep laughter, apparently completely unaffected by how Chen Lin described him. Chapter 180, Dongshu Team. Chen Lin and Long Yang walked out of the warehouse just as the other two groups came out, obviously having reaped a great deal. Sun Qing gave Chen Lin a thumbs up. Boss, Brother Yang's pet is super cool. It's like they haven't left a single thing behind. Hearing this, Chen Lin put her finger to her lips. More work, less talk. There are still many brain cores waiting for us in the city. Though mutated animals could be pets, at this point, it was probably best not to flaunt them, especially one like hers, a space-carrying guinea pig of unknown level. Understood, boss. Sun Qing quickly closed her mouth. Just you being overly chatty. Do you know what time it is? Hu Xing pulled her towards another warehouse. Seeing this, Chen Lin sighed helplessly. Who knows, right now all I want is to shut your mouth. Sun Qing seemed to have no worries and showed no signs of changing. Had we not met again, she and Hu Xing might already have died for the second time. She didn't say anything offensive. You shouldn't be so strict. Long Yang turned her head, seeing Sun Qing's nonchalant face even after being scolded. Feeling a bit sorry, she spoke up. Because she didn't say much, I didn't either. If Sun Qing had accidentally said something, Chen Lin knew she wouldn't actually do anything to her. Reunited teammates were precious to her, and as long as there weren't any fundamental issues, she could tolerate mistakes and take responsibility. Are you worried it will affect Unity? Long Yang was busy trying to unlock the door, not speaking, but giving a slight affirmative nod. It won't affect Unity, don't worry about it. Chen Lin was firm. In her previous life, she was blind and ignorant, but in this life, she would absolutely not make the same mistake again. The lock on the warehouse clicked open. Long Yang pushed the door, turning her head slightly towards Chen Lin, curiosity flickering in her eyes. How can you be so sure? Guess. Chen Lin couldn't possibly tell Long Yang that she had been reborn. This warehouse was empty, so Long Yang led Chen Lin to the next one. In Tongju City, someone was peering through binoculars from the tallest building, looking around. There are people over there. A few people rushed to his side. Where? How many? What are they doing? That place looks like a warehouse. Let's go check it out. If we're late, we'll only get the scraps. A group of 10 or more psychics sped recklessly down the street in their car, driving a herd of zombies toward the logistics park where the Yunqi team was located. At that moment, the Yunqi team hadn't noticed the approaching danger yet. They were opening the last warehouse. After going through several warehouses filled with general goods, should we keep collecting? Duan Chaoyang held the guinea pig tightly in his arms, not letting it wander around freely and pick up things. Just earlier, when he wasn't watching closely, the guinea pig had picked up several large and small tires, none of which could be retrieved despite his commands. Collect. As usual, collect a bit from each warehouse, Chen Lin answered without hesitation. In an apocalypse, production was almost impossible to recover, so virtually everything was expendable. Besides brain cores, which could be used as currency, bartering with items was also a critical means of exchange during the apocalypse. Though classified as general goods, many were actually food supplies, likely a backup warehouse for a major supermarket. Food and daily use chemicals were available in full. As long as her space was big enough, Chen Lin never dismissed these items as useless. I can't anymore. Sun Qing shrank back like a quail. Sister Yu, it's your turn. Chen Lin had barely cleared away half of the items in the warehouse when the sound of revving engines broke the silence. Several vehicles approached rapidly, their brakes screeching consecutively. Somebody shouted, sharing is caring, show some mercy. Long Yang slightly frowned but glanced at Chen Lin, who remained expressionless and stopped collecting items. She recognized a familiar voice. About a dozen people got off the vehicles, swarming into the warehouse where Chen Lin and her team were stationed. One of them eyed the pile of goods and exchanged glances with another. A middle-aged man stepped forward but was stopped by him. I am Liu Dong, the captain of the Dongshu team, and a lightning element psychic. This is our deputy captain, Han Shu. Liu Dong only introduced Han Shu's name and did not continue further. No doubt Han Shu was their team's spatial psychic. The Yunqi team, Du and Chaoyang growled, there are plenty of warehouses here filled with general goods and food. Why aren't you collecting and instead focusing on us? Seeing Du and Chaoyang speaking, Liu Dong had already taken him as the captain of the Yunqi team and grinned, we are all survivors. Meeting each other is fate, wouldn't it be rude not to greet each other? Du and Chaoyang felt annoyed at Liu Dong's shifty eyes, sharply turning around, let's go. A young man from the Dongshu team discontentedly retorted, our captain greeted you, which was a sign of respect. Liu Dong halted his team member, still smiling on his face, don't forget why we're here. His eyes locked onto Du and Chaoyang and others while he signaled with a glance to a teenager of about 15 years old standing behind him. The boy quietly tailed the Yunqi team. Soon, he returned, Captain, they've entered the city, they didn't go anywhere else. Forget about them for now. Liu Dong turned around, quickly scanning the various warehouses nearby. The doors of the warehouses were all wide open. This conveniently saved their effort. Let's check what good stuff there is. The Yunqi team had fewer than 10 members total. Even if they had spatial psychics among them, they couldn't carry much. Just before that, Liu Dong had glanced in and found every warehouse nearly filled. Han Shu's space absolutely couldn't contain everything, but these supplies would last their team a long time. He had secretly planned to establish a base in Tongju. Little Zhong, keep watch, Liu Dong instructed. All right, Captain, you can count on me, Little Zhong eagerly replied. The rest of the team immediately strode into the warehouses. In the meantime, the Yunqi team had found themselves surrounded by zombies. Du and Chaoyang muttered irritably, TSK, those people from earlier must have deliberately lured them over. It's just a few zombies. Chen Lin glanced back toward the direction of the logistics park. She wasn't concerned with the Dongshu team members, but with several individuals within their group, those very people she was seeking. Before meeting them in her past life, they were once part of the same team. That team fell apart due to internal conflict over profit distribution, leaving these few relatively weak and rejected by other groups. Long Yang slashed a zombie trying to bite Chen Lin who stood right in front of her, then reached for its brain core with one hand, and kicked the completely dead zombie away with the other. Lin Ying, what's got you so distracted? Do you want to feed the zombies? Isn't there you to take care of it? As Chen Lin conjured water orbs to casually throw at the zombies, she usually only used her water element abilities to kill zombies. She didn't want others to notice her spatial psychic abilities. Hearing this, Long Yang couldn't resist gently bumping Chen Lin's head with his chin. I like the sound of that. For this regular dose of affection between the two, everyone chose to ignore it. Being forcibly fed dog food wasn't nearly as appealing as collecting zombie brain cores. Chapter 181, Poaching. Dongshu team gathered the materials that couldn't fit into their spatial storage in a warehouse. Liu Dong left his trusted men, Han Shu and Little Zhong, to guard the warehouse while he took the rest of the team by car back into the city. Yunqi team was nowhere to be seen either. There were no signs of them fighting zombies in the city. Liu Dong's eyes lit up. I know where they've gone. At this moment, Yunqi team had already reached the best hotel in Tongju, which also happened to be the tallest building in the city. Liline, you were right. They really followed us, but two are missing. Long Yang handed the binoculars to Chen Lin. I'm not looking. Chen Lin lounged lazily on the couch. Given Liu Dong's nature, if he weren't tracking them, it wouldn't be like him at all. Sun Qing lay on another sofa with an equally lazy tone. Young sister you, how do you know they'd follow? Chen Lin pointed to her pocket, where a slight bulge indicated some movement. It must be Little Froggy, Sun Qing envied as she said. Young Ji has Little Piggy, and you have Little Froggy. When will I get my own pet? Upon hearing this, Chen Lin opened her eyes seriously. This isn't a pet, it's our companion, fighting alongside you and helping you survive together. Seeing that Chen Lin was about to lecture her, Sun Qing quickly begged for mercy. Leader, it was just a slip of the tongue. Captain, aren't we just going to let them follow us? Du and Chaoyang couldn't stand the cunning look on Liu Dong's face and said resentfully, why do I dislike this guy so much? I don't like him either, Chen Lin replied indifferently. No matter how detestable others are, if they don't provoke us, it's fine. But if they dare to bother us, our Yunqi team doesn't fear anyone. Our captain is mighty, Sun Qing praised directly. Du and Chaoyang thought for a moment, grinned widely. Hey, I've become a little fragile too, thanks to Sister Yu. Do I have any such fragile heart? Chen Lin blinked innocently, pointing to her nose tip. I'm just a little stingy, that's all. She silently added in her mind that she was still a great leader who protected her team with strength. Fragile heart, there's none of that. But when it comes to being a miser, no one can beat you. Long Yang placed the binoculars on the window ledge, turned around, and sat next to Chen Lin, draping his arm around her slim waist. Isn't that right, little miser? To this, Chen Lin didn't deny. Why shouldn't I, given that I have spatial storage? Before the apocalypse, Chen Lin had received the spatial ability, which was personally given to her by Long Yang. Thinking of this, Long Yang looked at Chen Lin affectionately. Yes, our future goal is to fill your space completely. It's not easy to fill up a 9th level space, Chen Lin remarked. I'm just stingy, not greedy. Everyone laughed kindly at this. Meng Mion joked, with today's kind of harvest, 10 or 8 times more would give us enough food to last for several lifetimes. Just from the frozen vegetables in Qing's 5th level space, we'll eat for quite some time. Besides, there's me and Brother Dao, as well as Little Piggy's space, Chen Lin mentioned. The room suddenly fell silent upon mentioning Jiang Dao, someone they hadn't seen for quite a long time. Those who didn't know Jiang Dao, such as Zhuge Hui and Chen Ju, had already heard of this member who left the team to be the vanguard. Meng Mion pressed his knees. I wonder if Brother Dao has found Uncle Long. It's frustrating how communication lines have been cut off. We're back to living like it's the primitive society. I don't know either. Chen Lin lowered her eyelids. She could feel the grip on her waist from Long Yang tightening slightly, revealing his worry, which she too shared deeply. Though they started anew in this life, there were still many things beyond her control. Having experienced loss once before, she actually cared more than anyone else because of the pain of losing someone. This made her fear loss even more, making her care even deeper. Yet, she couldn't show it outwardly, as her emotions would affect each member of the team. In a few days, we'll reach Yunqi City, and then we'll find out. That's true, Meng Mion agreed. Bang bang bang. Someone roughly pounded on the door. Is anyone here? Dongshu team is recruiting new members. Enhanced humans level 5 and above only, with great benefits. Anyone interested? Come to room 1816. Du and Chaoyang shot up instantly, glaring furiously. What the hell? Recruiting under our noses now? The man outside moved to knock on another room's door. Is anyone here? I want to beat someone up, Du and Chaoyang huffed, clearly furious. Captain, why aren't you saying anything? Give the order. I'll go beat him up. 1 for 1. Brother Yang, Chen Lin was caught between laughter and tears. They're just recruiting, it's an olive branch. Whether to go or not is purely voluntary. They haven't forced anyone. What should I say? Calm down, aging quickly because of anger isn't good. Clearly using a tone meant to placate a child, everyone heard but dared not laugh. Yet, Du and Chaoyang let out a breath and sat back down. That's true. The knocking sound only lasted for a few doors before stopping. Chen Lin's gaze showed no ripples, though in her heart she was sneering. The Dongshu team people wanted to poach her members, it wouldn't be that easy. But she, Chen Lin, also had plans to poach. She wondered if she could take away those teammates from her past life before they were abandoned. If she acted before they were discarded, what she would gain wouldn't just be gratitude but also their loyalty. But what Chen Lin sought wasn't loyalty bought through manipulation, especially since this was the second chance at life where she cherished finding these people again with all her heart. Brother Yang, be careful about aging too fast. Meng Mion mimicked Chen Lin's tone, teasing Du and Chaoyang. Hey, Du and Chaoyang stroked his chin and swung his fist menacingly toward Meng Mion, challenging your brother Yang? Be ready to get beaten. The zombies have surrounded the hotel. In the corridor, someone cried out in panic. A flurry of hurried footsteps followed as several doors opened simultaneously. Hurry down and help block the doors and windows. Zombies surrounding the hotel? Hu Xing jumped off his seat and walked to the window, looking outside. Wow, how did they manage to gather such a massive horde? The others didn't budge. When they arrived at the hotel, they deliberately cleared the area of zombies so they could sleep well that night. It now seemed like someone didn't want them to rest peacefully. Chen Lin stretched after sitting up. They are gathering everyone together for convenience of selection. Let's go too. Let them pick theirs while we choose ours. Sun Qing's eyes lit up as she gave Chen Lin a thumbs up. Leader is the leader, I like you. Long Yang asserted confidently. Lily has me who likes her, go like Hu Xing instead. TCH. Sun Qing hugged Hu Xing's arm, sticking out her tongue. Tall legs and handsome man, you're not too domineering, right? This is sisterhood, different from the way you like her. You guys. Chen Lin rolled her eyes. Keep bickering slowly, I'm going out first. Chapter 182, Who is the Cabbage? Dongshu squads lured out a few squads of psionics. None of these teams were large, with some as small as Chen Lin's Yunqi squad which had fewer than 10 people. Most had around a dozen or so members, and looked similar to Dongshu squad. 2 teams even had over 20 people. Dongshu squad was clearly among them. When killing zombies, each squad worked independently, making their distinctions clear. Yunqi squad joined the lineup to clear zombies as soon as they stepped out of the hotel. Chen Lin discreetly observed the surrounding teams. The levels of the psionics varied greatly. A few had reached levels 6 and 7, which wasn't bad. While Chen Lin was carefully observing her surroundings, the Dongshu squad was also quietly observing the performance of the psionics. When they saw Du and Chaoyang's fire-based abilities and Long Yang's metal-based powers, Liu Dong's eyes lit up. A patch of open space was cleared in front of the hotel, giving the psionics a bit of downtime. Some had already begun chatting with those around them. Where does your team plan to go? We're planning to stay in Tongju. We've been through too many places, it's all the same. I've heard there are safe zones. Too far away. Sun Qing gave Chen Lin several winks. Chen Lin looked in the direction Sun Qing indicated and saw an attractive female psionic trying to flirt with Long Yang. With an expressionless face, Long Yang only focused on killing zombies, completely ignoring the female psionic's advances. Oops. The female psionic lost her footing and stumbled toward Long Yang. Long Yang, his face darkened, dodged her advance and glanced coldly at Chen Lin, who appeared to be watching the show from afar. That person almost fell, said the female psionic, a mist of sorrow appearing in her eyes. And you didn't even think about helping me up. Sorry, I'm married. Long Yang directly broke Chen Lin's entertainment by pointing out, she's right over there. What a boring guy. So mean-spirited and fake cold-hearted, Chen Lin criticized him silently, pretending to focus on zombie killing, ignoring Long Yang's words. The female psionic looked at Chen Lin, acting deaf, and sneered, that doesn't seem likely. Handsome, don't joke around. Look, she's not paying any attention to you. My name is Lu Xiaoyi. What's yours, handsome? Lu Xiaoyi. Chen Lin hadn't heard this name in her previous life, meaning she probably wasn't anyone famous, or maybe someone who died early. Completely ignoring Long Yang's desperate pleading look for help, she thought nothing of it. This handsome man has a wife, Sun Qing interjected, stepping in front of Long Yang. Go cool off somewhere else. You, Lu Xiaoyi's face twisted in anger. What do you mean? It's all zombies here. Where can I possibly go to cool off? In any case, you're not allowed to hover around our handsome man anymore. He has a wife. Sun Qing gathered a clump of yellow sand in her hand. If you don't leave, I'll make you eat sand. With that, she made a motion as if to throw it. You're impossible to reason with. Lu Xiaoyi moved to Long Yang's side. I just want to get to know you, that's all. I'm busy. Long Yang killed a zombie and put its brain core into his pocket. This zombie's power was one he hadn't seen before. Lin would definitely like it. Hey, Lu Xiaoyi couldn't take her eyes off Long Yang. Not only was he handsome, but he was also a highly capable metal-based psionic, whom she had instantly noticed among the crowd. Sun Qing squeezed between Lu Xiaoyi and Long Yang, sitting down and shoving Lu Xiaoyi aside. This guy has a girlfriend, now leave him alone. Seeing her boyfriend targeted, Chen Lin didn't panic, but Sun Qing acted as if she did. Unable to help herself, Chen Lin chuckled and said sweetly, Dear, I want a brain core. Long Yang, who had remained stoic-faced until then, smiled upon hearing her words. Don't worry, I'll wash it clean and give it to you to play with. His tone was filled with such indulgence that he no longer resembled the cold and detached guy from earlier. Lu Xiaoyi pointed at Chen Lin and exclaimed, disgusting, too sickening. That handsome guy ignored her and actually attended to such an ugly woman instead. Chen Lin treated Lu Xiaoyi as if she were invisible and gave Long Yang a sweet smile. Okay. Seeing no one acknowledging her, Lu Xiaoyi stomped her feet in frustration. In the distance, a man was frantically signaling to Lu Xiaoyi. How could their subtle actions escape the eyes of a level 9 psionic? Chen Lin immediately understood everything. There were quite a few people scheming against the Dongshu squad, but targeting Yunqi squad was bound to disappoint them. After receiving the man's glance, Xiaoyi Lu immediately put on an unconcerned look and walked toward Duan Chaoyang. Big brother, what level is your fire-based ability? I'm also fire-based, but why isn't my fireball as powerful as yours? Maybe because my pectorals aren't as big as yours. Duan Chaoyang sneered at Xiaoyi Lu with a sarcastic tone. Shall we exchange notes? If Big Brother wants to, then of course we can. Xiaoyi Lu gritted her teeth, displaying a brave and resolute face. In this apocalypse, I want to get stronger and live better. If I wanted to, you wouldn't be on my list. Duan Chaoyang huffed loudly. Stop hitting on me. I'm not interested. You're not my type. Xiaoyi Lu stamped her feet in anger. A burst of mocking laughter arose from around them. Sister, I'm also fire-based. Let me guide you. Whatever you want to learn, I'll teach you. Miss, my skills are amazing. I promise I'll make you forget all about abilities and zombies. The conversation became increasingly lewd, and the men's unrestrained laughter drowned out the zombies' roars. You're all bastards. Xiaoyi Lu could no longer endure it, even with her thick skin, and turned back to her own team promptly. Among several psychic squads, the strongest one stepped forward. A psychic held a megaphone and placed it near his mouth. The Lifeng squad is recruiting members. If anyone is interested, they can sign up here. Dongshu squad didn't want to be left behind and also took out a megaphone. Dongshu squad, strong power, great benefits. Weaker squads were already tempted. Each member had their own thoughts. As for the few individuals that Chen Lin paid attention to, they were simply ignored by Dongshu squad's members while they kept fighting zombies furiously. Seeing this, Chen Lin felt a pang of sorrow. Those people were weak, overlooked even in their previous lives. At first, she thought they were just modest, but when she saw it herself, she felt extremely uneasy. Following Xiaoyi Lu's setback, some people still didn't give up, trying to approach Long Yang and Duan Chaoyang for a chat. Sun Qing behaved like a protective hen mother, rushing to Long Yang's front one moment and then to Duan Chaoyang's front the next. Do you have any men? Sister you, shouldn't you do something instead of watching idly over there? Lena trusts us. Long Yang cast a glance at Chen Lin who was clearly lost in deep thought at that time, a faint smile on his lips. Gradually, changes happened within the zombie killing squads, with members of smaller squads starting to join those two teams which were continuously advertising themselves. The strength of psychic squads determined their survival in this apocalypse, and seeking benefit while avoiding harm was a natural human instinct. By now, most zombies had been killed in scattered batches. Most psychics had already begun introducing themselves to their new teammates, with only a few people still clearing zombies alongside Yunqi squad. Chapter 183, Temporary Team. Meeting in Tongju is a kind of fate. Why don't we camp together? Someone suggested. While we're in Tongju, we can form a temporary team to kill zombies and look for supplies. This was an obvious attempt to break up the other teams, but Chen Lin saw through it and just smiled inwardly. Our Yunqi team can help fight zombies with everyone else, but we'll pass on the supplies search. Liu Dong glared darkly at Chen Lin, fearing that she would mention the logistics park. However, Chen Lin did not say what he expected. Instead, she said, we are only resting in Tongju. After hearing this, Liu Dong secretly let out a sigh of relief. At this point, he hoped the Yunqi team would leave Tongju as soon as possible. Camping first. Camping. The person who suggested obviously wanted to smooth things over. The 18th floor of the Tongju Hotel is quite nice. Chen Lin finished her sentence, then turned around and led the way toward the hotel, followed by her Yunqi team members. An unruly Esper whistled at Chen Lin. You're just a water element Esper. How do you have the authority to command us? Naturally, because she's the captain. Chen Lin looked at him with disdainful eyes. Mind your own business. Right, mind your own business. Sun Qing glared furiously at the person. Seeing that his provocations didn't work, some of the metal and fire element espers from the Yunqi team acted as if they hadn't heard a word, and someone called out, "Our team is recruiting unlimited numbers of metal and fire element espers, lots of beauties in our team. Keep the beauties for yourself." A member from another team responded. Since the Yunqi team members were completely impervious to recruitment efforts, others eventually stopped trying to convince them, though some continued attempting to recruit others from different teams. They began poaching each other's members. But none of these things mattered to Chen Lin, as they walked into the hotel and directly headed to the elevator. "Captain, those people are so annoying." Meng Mion slammed his hand against the wall inside the elevator hard. "I wanted to punch them. They are annoying." Sun Qing nodded strongly as she approached Chen Lin. "Captain, let's dig up some of their people too. Let's make them angry." "Good idea." Chen Lin casually agreed. "People like Lu Xiaoyi or Liu Dong, our team doesn't need them. It's better to kill myself early than to get mad all the time." The elevator was a fully glassed observation one, providing a clear view of the outside world. Others gathered outside either stood together in groups or took out seats, sofas, etc., making it feel less like a post-apocalyptic gathering of espers and more like some kind of casual social activity. "Which few people have you targeted?" Long Yang asked following Chen Lin's gaze, as the lift ascended and the people outside gradually appeared smaller and smaller. Upon Long Yang's words, Du and Chaoyang pointed in a direction. "If we want to recruit people, let's target those few. They talk little and keep fighting zombies. Those few. I check." Sun Qing shamelessly leaned on Du and Chaoyang's shoulder. Unfortunately, the elevator had risen high already. Looking down made everyone below look like small black dots. "I see nothing." "Wow, there's a large group of people coming again." Having said that, Sun Qing opened her eyes wide. "Captain, look quickly. Such a big group. They shouldn't be espers, right?" A larger herd of zombies compared to the previous ones. Hu Xing pulled Sun Qing back by grabbing her collar. "Didn't you remember you're not nearsighted?" Sun Qing struggled and squirmed to get free from Hu Xing's grip, yelling, "Disgusting, back off. I want to discuss important matters with the captain." Mistaking a group of zombies for people, Sun Qing couldn't help feeling awkward enough to bury herself under the ground. "I understand. You want to tell me you're not nearsighted." Chen Lin condescendingly patted Sun Qing's head. "Next time, just say there's a group of moving target." "Captain, I'm not a dog. Stop patting me." Sun Qing felt embarrassed and stomped her feet repeatedly. "I mean, let's go kill zombies. There will be a huge wave of brain cores waiting for us. Equal sharing." "Yeah, good point." As the level of espers increased, there would be fewer zombies. Brain cores were absolute expendable resources. Knowing this fact deeply, Chen Lin immediately approved Sun Qing's suggestion. "Everyone, let's work harder to fight one more wave." "Pleasant sister, what are you talking about?" When the elevator stopped, Du and Chaoyang pressed the button for the first floor. "We're united and move forward together." "Hey, old Duan, your awareness has improved." Meng Mion forcefully patted Du and Chaoyang on the shoulder and praised. "Go to hell." Du and Chaoyang dodged Meng Mion's hand. As soon as the elevator door opened, he quickly stepped out. Outside the hotel, someone had even set up a speaker, blasting deafening music. "Damn it, you're attracting zombies." Du and Chaoyang rushed over and turned off the music. An esper didn't care at all. "If I attract them, so what? I'm not afraid of having too few zombies to kill." He sneered sarcastically. "Besides, where are the zombies?" "Where?" The others who were shaking their heads and nodding along to the music also looked unfazed, with some even turning the music back on. Seeing this, Chen Lin regretted coming out to fight zombies. They should have just watched from above. Damn it. Du and Chaoyang became furious, clenching his fists to go punch whoever turned on the music. His fist hadn't even landed when someone caught it. It was Long Yang. Long Yang slightly shook his head, signaling him to follow Chen Lin. "Those zombies." "Ha," one dancing esper snickered. "I think the Yunqi team is just too cowardly." "Exactly. The zombies nearby have already been cleaned up by us. Keep the party going. Ignore them." Chen Lin walked over to a group dragging zombie corpses and softly asked, "Why don't you go rest?" The skinny Zhong Jijun replied, "There's always someone who needs to do these things." Beside him, Shen Haihua, drenched in blood, shyly smiled and continued dragging the zombie. "Don't drag anymore, look there." Sun Qing grabbed Shen Haihua's arm, forcing her to drop the item in her hands. In the distance, a dark mass was moving towards the Tongju Hotel. Experienced people knew immediately that it was a horde of zombies. Li Ou shouted loudly, "Stop listening to the music. There are zombies, tons of zombies." However, the deafening music drowned out his cries. Apart from those near Li Ou, no one heard what he said. Only Liu Dong glared at Shen Hongxia and her group, full of gloomy intent. He then led his core members quietly away from the Tongju Hotel, heading in the opposite direction. He had already scouted it out. There was a secret trail leading out of Tongju City into the suburbs, bypassing the JD zombie-infested areas entirely. Zhong Jijun, Shen Hongxia, and the others still didn't know it yet, but just like in the previous life, they had been abandoned again by their own captain. The zombies drew nearer, marching in an orderly formation. At the front were level 5 and 6 zombies, followed by level 7 zombies. Such perfect organization made even brash Sun Qing realize something was wrong. "Captain, they're being commanded, aren't they?" "They probably are." Chen Lin's sharp eyes scanned through the zombie group as she tried to spot one that stood out, the leader of this zombie group. Chapter 184, Level 7 Mutated Zombies. With the appearance of an 8th level mutant zombie, Chen Lin's expression grew increasingly serious. If a 9th level zombie appeared, she would have no choice but to reveal her own strength. Everyone, be on high alert. Meng Mion and Du and Chaoyang pulled Zhong Jijun and a few others behind them. The zombies are coming. The reckless dancing crowd obviously noticed the tense stance of this group and were about to mock them, but then they lost their ability to laugh. The neatly lined up zombies, despite their clumsy steps, were perfectly orderly. Had anyone ever seen such a sight? Zombies. Real zombies exist. All previous relaxation and ease vanished instantly. Some kicked over the speakers, others tripped over chairs. Chaos erupted with shouting voices. There was no trace left of the earlier prideful demeanor, just pure disorder. In the panicked crowd, several squad leaders couldn't find their own members. Gather. Don't panic. Where are my people? Those who had previously suggested forming temporary squads and having fun together had now disappeared in the chaos. Shouts of noise drowned out everything. They're impressive. Meng Mion, as he prepared to throw his powers, turned his head back toward the chaotic crowd and said with admiration, "Get ready for battle." Chen Lin threw a series of water balls, splashing those nearby so they could wake up. Whoever wants to die, just rush into the zombie horde for suicide. I wouldn't mind helping you along. The chaotic crowd scattered after being drenched by the water balls. Those who reacted quickly joined up with Chen Lin's group to prepare for the fight, while some cowards retreated to the back. Chen Lin didn't see any members of Dongshu squad within the crowd. Zhong Jijun, Shen Hongxia, Li Ou, you 5 will temporarily come under my Yunqi squad's command. After the battle, if you wish to return to the Dongshu squad, I won't stop you. The mentioned Zhong Jijun and others also failed to locate their captain or comrades. Shen Haixia seemed to understand something. Were we abandoned by Liu Dong? It looks like it. Li Ou unwillingly searched through the crowd multiple times before finally losing his temper and cursing. Liu Dong, damn him. I curse him to not even get kid. Son of a bitch. Grr. The collective roar of the zombies drowned out Li Ou's anger-filled curses. Upon hearing this sound, almost everyone turned pale in fear. A group of energy-carrying zombies, all at least 5th level zombies. 5th and 6th levels weren't terrifying. What was terrifying were those obviously taller than the rest zombies. This meant one thing. There were higher level zombies present. No one spoke. The threat posed by the zombies far outweighed anything else. No one cared about profit distribution anymore, nor did anyone think about sabotaging each other. At this moment, most people only had one thought: escape. But, with zombies surrounding all sides, where could they possibly escape to? Chen Lin surveyed her surroundings, eventually pulling her gaze away from the periphery to focus solely on the zombies. She discovered a unique sound amid the zombie roars, yet due to too many zombies around, she couldn't locate its source. Some people had already rushed towards the zombies. Everyone could clearly see that the lowest level zombies were positioned at the front of the pack. Taking action first brought advantages, acting later only invited trouble. However, once they moved forward, things went awry. A batch of 6th and 7th level zombies emerged from the middle of the horde, forming a circle to trap those who moved ahead. Someone shouted in terror, "Oh no, the zombies know how to divide labor and cooperate. Do zombies really know how to work together?" Obviously, there was a high-level zombie directing them. Chen Lin looked at those shouting with mockery but didn't voice her thoughts. Instead, she warned her teammates, "Be careful and don't leave the group." The original 5 members of Dongshu squad now firmly stood together with Yunqi squad. Zhong Jijun said, "If we're lucky enough not to die today, we hope to join your squad. Although our ranks are low, we're not the type to drag people down." Chen Lin had been waiting for Zhong Jijun to say this. This small group centered around Zhong Jijun, an inconspicuous individual, was truly valuable. She pointedly said, "I've never been afraid of people holding me back. As long as there's no betrayal, I will not abandon any member of Yunqi squad." Only at this moment did those around, who overheard Chen Lin's words, realize why it was this seemingly unremarkable water element abnormality user who gave orders. She was, indeed, the true captain. Those who had recklessly rushed out earlier and been surrounded by the zombies were now ground to pieces by the zombie meat grinder. Within the blink of an eye, not a trace of their bodies remained. "There's an 8th level zombie. Everyone, run for your lives." Someone who had spotted the 8th level zombie started shouting in panic. This caused many ability users to lose their will to fight and contemplate escape. With zombies surrounding them on all sides, where could they possibly run? The cowards began crying, "I don't want to die. Who can save us?" In this situation, without any fighting spirit, and with no possibility of being saved by others, they could only rely on themselves. Chen Lin never depended on others. After her rebirth, she firmly believed that only strength could save her. As more ability users fell, the zombie circle gradually shrank. All the ability users were like sheep trapped in a pen, with no way to escape. Almost everyone realized there was probably more than just an 8th level zombie around. Someone cried out, "What do we do now? Anyone have an idea?" "To hell with it, let's charge forward. Whoever survives is lucky." Just then, Chen Lin suddenly noticed something unusual among the zombies, a small zombie tightly clinging to the back of another one, hidden in a corner. That zombie had bright red eyes and occasionally emitted strange calls, the same ones she'd heard earlier. Yua gave a low croak from within Chen Lin's pocket, having already sensed something different about this particular zombie. Chen Lin reached into her pocket, gently stroking Yua's little head as she said, "Actually, I've noticed too, but what makes this small zombie so unique?" Whenever the tiny red-eyed zombie made its call, groups of zombies would swarm toward the ability users, and these were mostly 7th or 8th level zombies. It became clear that the earlier 5 and 6 level zombies at the forefront were just bait. By the time everyone realized this, it was already too late. The previously fallen ability users had already become food for the zombies. What level is that red-eyed zombie? Long Yang followed Chen Lin's gaze and also spotted the strange zombie. Not wanting to hide anything from Long Yang, Chen Lin told him, it should be a mutated zombie estimated to be at the 7th level. Can a 7th level zombie command 8th level zombies? Some overheard Chen Lin's words and couldn't help but doubt her. How can a 7th level zombie command an 8th level one? Are you joking? I'm serious. Chen Lin didn't bother explaining how she knew this zombie was a 7th level mutation. Instead, she asked, have you all agreed on a plan? Do you need someone to direct the group breakout? If we agree, I'll give the order. If there's no consensus, our squad will act alone. Chapter 185, Allocation. Unified. You lead the charge, we just want to survive a bit longer. Even the 2 largest psionic teams did not act arrogant. It seemed that the team leader-like figures quickly agreed with Chen Lin. Despite this, there were still murmurs in people's hearts, questioning if this woman would get them all killed. Some faces directly revealed doubt. Chen Lin wasn't blind to it. However, she didn't care what these people thought. She was no saint and was not concerned about others' opinions of her, except for her family, Long Yang, and her teammates them, she cared about. In that case, I will issue my orders. Anyone who does not follow my orders, disrupts the group, or acts insincerely, as long as you hold everyone back, I won't hesitate to kill you myself. As the zombies pressed closer and closer, who dared to contradict Chen Lin? Even if someone wanted to protest, seeing the vigilant teammates by Chen Lin's side, no one dared speak out. Psionic users of Earth first move. Form a circle of Earth walls. Distant attacks shall start with fire, followed by water. After finishing her order, Chen Lin added one more sentence. She wanted everyone to fight with their backs against the wall, for only this way could more people possibly survive. Don't be stingy with your brain cores. If you can't protect your own lives, hoarding cores is meaningless. Hearing this, Sun Qing flattered slightly, saying, Leader, you're amazing. Without life, everything else is meaningless. Chen Lin rolled her eyes. Only an idiot like him would have the leisure to fawn when they were on the brink of death. She was truly exhausted. In this moment, who dared to oppose Chen Lin? All Earth psionics immediately deployed Earth walls, and metal psionics automatically fortified them. Large fireballs were thrown towards the zombie horde. The tiny red-eyed zombie crouching behind the tall ones let out an odd cry. Wind and water psionic zombies immediately extinguished the flames on the bodies of the zombies. Seeing this, who dared to voice any objections? A captain from a psionic squad asked Chen Lin, what should we do now? Continue throwing fireballs. Ice psionic users attack the small zombie. Chen Lin pointed at the little zombie, which was leading this group of zombies. Eliminating it would make dealing with the remaining zombies much easier. The tiny red-eyed zombie showed a glint of cunning. And Chen Lin saw it. Was this still a zombie? Chen Lin hadn't missed the look in its eyes. A zombie displaying such human-like expressions implied only one thing. The zombies were evolving far faster than expected, and were more fearsome than anticipated. Without hesitation, Chen Lin swiftly ordered, Earth psionics release sand. Wind psionics direct the sand towards the zombie horde. Long Yang glanced at Chen Lin, confused, but she had no time to explain. The surrounding area became shrouded in sandstorms, the sky darkening, and the vision of all psionic users was obscured. Taking advantage of this dimness, Chen Lin darted forward, hurling a level 9 spatial blade in the direction of the tiny red-eyed zombie. Fut! Fut! The spatial blade cut off countless zombie heads, but that peculiar voice of the little zombie resounded from another place. Too crafty. Chen Lin continued issuing commands, outside the earthen wall, indiscriminately throw water balls and fireballs until I say stop. Don't be frugal with your brain cores. Long Yang sensed the space around him turn vacant and knew what Chen Lin intended to do. With the dim light and restricted vision, he couldn't see where Chen Lin was positioned, so he didn't dare to leave his original position rashly. Chen Lin couldn't locate the zombie either. She steeled herself, pulling out a rain frog from her pocket. You go, I need the brain core. The rain frog croaked twice, indicating it understood, then its colorful little body flew out of Chen Lin's hand. Meanwhile, Chen Lin returned to the crowd through the gaps between water and fireballs, standing beside Long Yang. Long Yang grabbed her hand, saying, do not leave my side. Got it. Chen Lin replied softly. Taking advantage of the swirling wind and sandstorm, she launched her psionic energy in all directions. Since no one could see clearly due to the limited visibility, nobody noticed her special power. Her water balls alternated with spatial blades, bringing down numerous zombies, weakening their psionic attacks. A tiny object returned to her pocket, causing Chen Lin to curve her lips into a smile. Follow my orders, focus on teamwork, don't show off individually. Those who survive will share the benefits. The originally neat rows of zombies became chaotic. Some people intended to take advantage of the confusion, but after Chen Lin spoke, those thoughts were suppressed. Everyone knew that at this moment, only Yunqi squad was still fully intact. No one knew their true strength. A smart person would never provoke a complete team. Earth users dismantle the earth walls, wind users cast wind blades, water users throw water balls, and fire users send out fireballs in other directions. Everyone unleashed their abilities in order. No one rashly went forward to pick up the brain cores on the ground. Even though some had such thoughts in their minds, no one dared to act on it. Not until all the zombies were eliminated did everyone look at Chen Lin and not move. Chen Lin said, everyone participated in the battle, so the spoils are for everyone. But now, please collect all the brain cores. I will distribute them according to head count. Any objections? Even if there were objections, who dared voice them? Moreover, the way Chen Lin proposed was fair and just, so even if anyone had opinions, they could find no fault in her plan. No objections. Agree with Captain of Yunqi Squad's distribution method. Whatever you say goes. More people simply thought there was no way they could defeat her anyway. Chen Lin was satisfied, nodding slightly after gaining her approval. Someone immediately gathered the brain cores and placed them in front of Chen Lin. Apart from the ability users of Yunqi Squad, all eyes gleamed brightly at the pile of colorful brain cores, their dazzling lights capturing everyone's attention. No one dared to grab. The members of Yunqi Squad watched over the brain cores and the surrounding users with piercing gazes. The silence was so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Someone finally couldn't bear the wait any longer and cautiously asked, testing the waters, "It's getting late, I suppose everyone must be tired," looking even more carefully towards Chen Lin, afraid she might get upset and suddenly kill. Chen Lin glanced at the remaining few ability users and finally said the sentence everyone was waiting for, "Let's proceed with the distribution now." There was slight commotion among the crowd. But it was merely commotion. No one wanted to risk being killed by Chen Lin personally if they acted too hastily. As long as they didn't rush in and fight each other for the brain cores, Chen Lin wasn't worried. She counted the quantity of each grade carefully and distributed them according to the number of people, then said in conclusion, "Dismiss." Those who received the brain core stood aside and didn't move. In everyone's mind was one thought: was it really this simple? Shouldn't the Yunqi Squad members take the opportunity to extort them? This kind of situation they had encountered before, either robbery or extortion. They had rarely come across a team as straightforward as Yunqi Squad. Hence, none of them moved. They were afraid that Yunqi Squad might settle accounts with them later. Where did the members of Yunqi Squad have so many devious thoughts? They walked straight into the hotel and returned to room 18 on the floor. Chapter 186, I don't want everyone. Standing by the window, a few people looked down at the outside. "Captain, you're too kind to them," Duan Chaoyang spoke with quite a bit of indignation in his tone. "Each one has their own little plans. Even someone as dense as me can see that their intentions aren't pure. Seeing these bastards makes me angry, and I wish I could teach them a lesson." Teaching them a lesson is easy, but it wouldn't have any real meaning, wasting time instead. Chen Lin took out the level 8 brain core she had received earlier and tossed it to Duan Chaoyang, Zhuge Hui, Chen Ju, and Meng Mion. Leveling up is first priority, or else in situations like the one just now, the result would be death. Chen Lin then tossed the level 8 earth element and wood element brain cores to Sun Qing and Hu Xing. "Hurry up and level up, take a rest, we set off tomorrow." The original 5 members of Dongshu Squad stood awkwardly not far away, neither standing nor sitting properly. "Whoa, big brother, you're the best. In this society, Sister Yu is strongest and coolest." Sun Qing clutched the brain core in her hand and didn't forget to flatter her captain. Tired from killing zombies just now, she teased around during the air-conditioned respite. Chen Lin paid no attention to Sun Qing. Instead, she turned her head to look at the 5 new team members beside her: Zhong Jijun, Shen Hongxia, Li Ouyu, and the other 2. They were her teammates from her previous life, and now they were together again. Finally, her group was complete. "I've checked your levels. They're about level 5 to 6. I don't disdain your low levels since I've agreed for you to join my squad." Chen Lin took out some level 6 and 7 brain cores. "Level up by 1 grade. Once you've completely blended into this big family, I'll level you up according to your performances." All 5 stared at Chen Lin in astonishment. Zhong Jijun pointed at himself and the others nearby. "You've agreed to take us?" Chen Lin nodded. Zhong Jijun didn't step forward to take the brain cores, and neither did the other 4. With hesitation, he asked, "If we join you, will you abandon us?" Having already experienced abandonment once, they didn't want to go through it again. "If I wanted to abandon you, there's absolutely no reason for me to bring you back and add you to my squad. That would be entirely redundant, and I'm not stupid," said Chen Lin. "Now, the 5 new members can get acquainted with the old ones. Tonight we will have an extra meal to welcome all of you officially to our team." "What a pain you are." Worrying about nothing, Duan Chaoyang grabbed 5 brain cores from Chen Lin's hand and thrust them into the 5 people's hands. "We aren't like Liu Dong and those people. The captain is right, if we didn't care for you, we wouldn't have helped you at all, let alone bringing you back. Just grab them. If only you can unite well with everyone else, who cares about those brain cores?" He pointed at the brain core he had just swallowed. "When we joined the team, we were only level 1 or 2, now I'm level 8. Looking at the items forcibly shoved into their hands, Zhong Jijun knew that the people in front of him were different from Liu Dong and the others. Clutching the brain cores tightly in his hand, he revealed a determined gaze. "As for the 4 of them, I do not know their thoughts. But I only speak for myself. As long as you do not abandon me, I will never betray." "That's right." Duan Chaoyang slapped the thin shoulders of Zhong Jijun hard. "We're all family now." The other 4 also consumed the brain cores. Shen Hongxia, with an attractive appearance, said, "You truly are our female captain. This is wonderful. I finally don't need to worry about being forced to become someone's concubine." Upon hearing this, Sun Qing raised her voice angrily. "That Liu Dong and Han Shu, I saw long ago that they weren't good people. I knew it. Damn, those bastards ran fast just now." Chen Lin said, "Forget the past people and events. Your new lives start today. Remember, betrayal and selling out is what we hate most. If anyone among you betrays or sells out your companions, friends, or reveals the secrets of the small team, I will personally kill them. Zhang Jijun raised his hand to swear, if I betray or sell out my companion, friend, teammate, or secret of the squad, may I be bitten to death by zombies. I believe you, said Chen Lin calmly. They had known each other in her previous life, so this time it was just meeting again. Chen Lin understood the nature of these 5 people. New teammates, you're in luck. Our squad has a chef who knows how to cook anything, said Duan Chaoyang as he walked to the door and shut it. Looking back while smiling at the new teammates, he said, soon, you'll see for yourselves. Meng Mion laughed and said, listen to him bragging endlessly. I just know how to cook food, that's all. Chen Lin took out pots, pans, bowls, and utensils, stove equipment. Sun Qing brought out frozen vegetables and meat, along with seafood. A team of less than 10 people actually has 2 spatial ability users. Seeing Chen Lin and Sun Qing's actions, Zhang Jijun and the others stared wide-eyed. 2 spatial ability users meant what? It meant abundant supplies, a strong team. 5 of them were astonished and overjoyed. Shen Hongxia rolled up her sleeves. I can cook too, let me help. Everyone works together. The faster we go, the better. Today there are many people, I'll make a few more dishes. Meng Mion called out to Sun Qing and Hu Xing to come forward. These 2 clowns didn't know how to cook, but they knew how to wash vegetables and pick through greens, while Hu Xing was excellent at washing dishes. After dinner, Zhang Jijun stood in front of Chen Lin. There are quite a few people from other teams with strong levels. Why don't you want them? Firstly, I don't plan on poaching members to break up other teams, and secondly, I'm not someone who accepts just anyone, said Chen Lin candidly. When we saw those people upstairs having a grand old time, and all of you cleaning zombie corpses, that left a good impression on us. Thirdly, when the zombies came, even though you were scared, you still reminded others and didn't run away. What else would people like you do but be my teammates? Long Yang smiled silently beside them. When they were in the supply warehouse, Chen Lin's gaze had intentionally or unintentionally lingered on these 5 people, as if observing them for a long time already. However, he hadn't revealed anything. The members of other anomaly squads, after Yunqi squad entered the hotel, quietly left one after another, seemingly fearing that the Yunqi squad might take any action. If Duan Chaoyang knew this, he would definitely scold these people for their ingratitude. If the people of Yunqi squad hadn't been present at that moment, not a single person from those anomaly squads would have survived. It wasn't that Chen Lin hadn't noticed the others leaving quietly, it was just that she didn't care. Although those people had some ulterior thoughts, they weren't bad people. As for Dongshu squad, those selfish and self-interested people, she wouldn't hesitate not to help them. By creating level 7 and 8 ability users for those squads, her hope was that humanity could survive in the end times. She was absolutely not someone who went around indiscriminately saving people, but she could do small acts of kindness without much trouble. Yunqi squad spent a quiet night, without any zombies or annoying noises from other anomalous squads. When they left Tongju the next day, they still didn't see a single ability user, only scattered stray zombies aimlessly wandering on the road. Captain, giving away so many level 7 and 8 brain cores, aren't you upset? Zhang Jijun looked puzzled. It's not true that I'm not upset, but if more people survive because of our actions, isn't that a good thing? Right now, no one is around, said Chen Lin frankly. Because of the 5 new members in the squad, the small bread van got upgraded into a medium-sized one. Even with the extra 5 people, there were still plenty of empty seats. The car was filled with various backpacks, luggage, and instant food. They looked like a group fleeing disaster, plus they didn't appear to have any spatial anomaly abilities, which was exactly the false impression Chen Lin wanted to create. She wanted to give others the idea that they were low-key. On one hand, she didn't want others associating them with large-scale spatial anomalies. On the other hand, she enjoyed being robbed and counter-robbery too. Because this road, she'd walked it in her previous life and clearly knew what would happen. But it remained unclear whether it would happen again this time. Chapter 187, This is not the final destination. To Chen Lin's disappointment, no one dared to rob them all the way until they reached Yunqi City. Chen Lin had been thinking that it must be her rebirth that changed the trajectory of time, leading to these differences from her previous life. Upon entering Yunqi City, Long Yang appeared even more nervous than Chen Lin. Since the start of the apocalypse, he and his family had completely lost contact. He didn't know how they were now, but he missed them very much. Dak Town was located at the foot of Yunqi Mountain where Chen Lin had built her snowy villa, so they arrived in Yunqi City first. Chen Lin's plan was that if they couldn't find their people in Yunqi City, their next destination would be Dak Town. Long Yang was anxious, and the Chen Lin sitting beside him could clearly sense it. She understood Long Yang's feelings well because in the apocalypse world, everything was filled with uncertainty. Although she had made arrangements as early as possible, plans couldn't keep up with changes. No one knew what had happened since the apocalypse began. My goodness, why is this place so desolate? As soon as they entered Yunqi City, Sun Qing exclaimed dramatically. Yunqi City was eerily quiet, almost like Silent Hill in a horror movie. There were no zombies, no superhumans, no mutated plants or animals, seemingly no abnormal factors at all. In fact, the more something looked normal, the more it often represented something unusual. How large is Yunqi City, and where should we start looking? Long Yang looked at Chen Lin. She had told him about some of her arrangements in Yunqi City, though somewhat vaguely. However, he believed that Chen Lin must be familiar with Yunqi City. Chen Lin simply answered with 3 words, Science Park. Only Chen Lin knew where the science park was. Duan Zhaoyang handed over the steering wheel to her. Captain, you lead the way. Captain, how do you know there's a science park here? Sun Qing curiously asked because despite being around the same age as her, Chen Lin seemed to know a great deal, which made her extremely curious. Why do we need to go to the science park first? It's because I invested in its construction. It cost several billion yuan. There's also a large warehouse on the negative first floor, Chen Lin said calmly. At the time, I thought about making money and decided to build a science park here. I am familiar with this place because I visited once before, during which I discovered Su Juanyuan's secret base. It was actually a laboratory. You don't need me to tell you what's likely in that lab, right? No, Captain. How did you make so much money at such a young age? Hu Xing chimed in with curiosity from the side. Chen Lin rarely talked about herself, but seeing that she was willing to talk about her past now, he couldn't help but feel curious too. Driving the car, Chen Lin smiled faintly and simply replied, because I was poor. This sentence amused everyone, but Chen Lin couldn't laugh. The closer they got to the science park, the more uneasy she felt. Even though everyone was discussing a light-hearted topic, each face showed seriousness. Yunqi City was one of their destinations, and now the situation at this destination seemed quite abnormal, leaving everyone feeling strange but unable to pinpoint exactly what was wrong. Unlike Yunqi City, which seemed unchanged, the science park appeared dilapidated. The gate of the science park had already been broken and was on the verge of collapsing. It barely deserved the name gate. All the windows facing the street were shattered. Unexpectedly, a barricade wall had been erected around the science park. The walls formed a square, indicating that there might be something inside or outside. Roar! 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 A chorus of zombie cries erupted from within the science park. Several people were just following behind Chen Lin, ready to step into the science park. Hey, don't go in, it's full of zombies inside. A person called out from another high-rise building, waving to Chen Lin and her group, come over here. Recognizing the person, Chen Lin felt delighted in her heart. This was an employee of the supermarket. However, she wasn't sure if the others were still around. Looking upward, she asked, is Chen Hai here? Is Du Yuan here? Is there anyone named Lin Shaw? That person stared at Chen Lin for a while without answering. Not getting any reply, Duan Zhaoyang furrowed his brows and whispered, Captain, what's going on? I'm not sure, let's check. If this person was here, Hu Jiao and the supermarket crew should be here as well. Could it be that her family, who stayed in Dak Town, never came here? Chen Lin was filled with doubts and heaviness. Different from Yunqi City, which remained unchanged, the science park exhibited signs of devastation. A figure appeared at the adjacent window, glaring unfriendly at Chen Lin. Who are you? What on earth happened? Instead of answering, Chen Lin countered, tell me first, is there someone named Long Gang here? Long Yang grabbed Chen Lin's hand, his voice equally low, something's not right. Calm down. Although her heart was racing like a stormy sea, Chen Lin remained relatively calm. She had already gone through tougher situations than this. As the members of the Yunqi team and Chen Lin were trying to figure out what happened here, a sound came from another direction. Chen Lin, we're over here. From a window on a nearby high-rise building, a person poked their head out. It's Du Yuan. Seeing this person, both Chen Lin and Long Yang let out a small sigh of relief. Behind Du Yuan, Lin Man stuck her head out, frantically waving to Chen Lin and the others. Come over here, hurry up, hurry. Upon seeing Chen Lin, she beamed like a child. Sis, I thought you didn't want me as your follower anymore. How could I not want you? Chen Lin gestured to her own lips, zipping them shut. I have something to ask you. We'll talk about it later when we come in. Okay, boss. Lin Man retracted her head. This guy, does he really have to? Chen Lin could still hear her excited scream. How did Lin Man become your follower? Long Yang felt anxious inside but suppressed it from showing on his face. He tried to speak with a relaxed tone. It was the first time I came to this place. She was one of my gains. Chen Lin glanced back at the two people who had spoken earlier. Their faces looked strained. She almost instantly realized that Hu Jiao's group must have split apart. This kind of thing was very common in the apocalypse world, but where were her family, Long Yang's father, they wondered anxiously. A few minutes later, two figures darted out of the building. Du Yuan and Lin Man rushed to Chen Lin one after another. Du Yuan sized up Long Yang and gave Chen Lin a thumbs up. You're impressive. Boss, Lin Man carried two large iron balls in one hand while throwing her other arm around Chen Lin's neck. Let's go inside and talk. I have so much to tell you. Oh, if little Yang is here, then where is Ling Jiang? Du Yuan assumed Ling Jiang might have met with some misfortune. He took a different route from us, maybe got separated. By the way, Long Yang grabbed Du Yuan's wrist, intending to ask whether his father, Long Gang, had safely made it here. So, this guy, where could he possibly run off to and not come back yet? Du Yuan avoided his gaze. Your timing is perfect, we're about to start cooking. The food here is pretty decent. Long Yang's eyebrows furrowed. Chen Lin shook her head lightly at him. Alright, it's a good chance to see how everyone has been doing these days. During the meal, if they were alive, they should show up, right? Chapter 188, Joy and Regret Alike. Chen Lin turned her face, and Long Yang's somber expression made her heart ache. While climbing the stairs, she intentionally asked Lin Man, do you have something you want to ask me? Du Yuan quickly winked at Lin Man, but his actions were no match for Lin Man's quick mouth. Lin Man was always straightforward and never lied. As soon as Chen Lin asked, she blurted out, I just wanted to ask if you guys ran into Uncle Longgang on your way. Du Yuan wouldn't let me say it, but how long can this kind of thing stay hidden? As soon as the words came out, Long Yang's eyebrows instantly furrowed. Lin Man is too unreliable. I just told her not to tell you guys temporarily. Du Yuan paused on the stairs, leaning on his knees and looking at Long Yang's furrowed brows. He helplessly glared at Lin Man, who shrugged with an innocent look, signaling that her boss was Chen Lin, and she had to follow the boss's orders. Having no choice, Du Yuan could only say, Uncle Long couldn't wait for you to come back, so he went out to find you. We've also been looking for him. Seeing the expressions on Long Yang and Chen Lin's faces, he guessed they hadn't run into Long Gang. Go upstairs first. Chen Lin's parents, grandma, grandpa are all up there, along with quite a few acquaintances of Chen Lin in Shicheng. What time was that? Long Yang felt that the fact that Long Gang went out to find him wasn't a simple matter. If it were, Du Yuan wouldn't have told Lin Man not to mention it to him yet. Chen Lin gently patted Long Yang's back. Let's go upstairs first. Knowing that her family was already upstairs, Chen Lin's heart calmed down slightly. She already had a vague plan. After settling down her parents and Hu Jiao, among others, she intended to accompany Long Yang to search for his own family. I know. Long Yang made a gesture indicating to go upstairs. I have it figured. What he didn't say was that in this world after the apocalypse, everything was unpredictable, and he had already prepared for the worse. Lin Man pulled Chen Lin's hand and led her to a door. Ding dong ding, sister, please enter. So cheesy. Sun Qing made a shiver motion. I'm sister Yu's #1 follower, stand back. Behind the door were her beloved relatives, separated by 2 apocalyptic worlds where humans became monsters. Chen Lin couldn't resist lifting her hand to push the door open. In the previous life, she had desperately wanted to return to and find her family. This time, she couldn't wait any longer. As soon as the door opened, everyone inside who had been talking suddenly fell silent. Chen Hai stood up with a jerk, incredulously staring at the daughter standing in the doorway. Song Xiaomai exclaimed and rushed forward, hugging her daughter tightly. You little devil, you actually still know how to come back. Mom. The initial joy of seeing each other was somewhat dimmed by Song Xiaomai's complaining tone. Chen Lin felt a wave of emotions, giving her a sense of having come home late from playing outside after school only to be caught by her mother. Why do I feel like you're not happy to see me? You little devil, let Mom take a good look at you. Song Xiaomai called her little devil, and her eyes immediately reddened. Let Mom take a good look. Uncle, Long Yang stepped in front of Chen Hai. Linny and I are back. Good, good. Chen Hai looked at his daughter and then at Long Yang, patting Long Yang's shoulder. Seeing you standing here healthy, your dad would definitely be very happy if he were around. Long Yang helplessly smiled. Unfortunately, he lacked some patience. If only he had waited a bit longer. Chen Hai didn't know how to respond to Long Yang's words. He could only shake his head and sigh. Mom, I'm fine. Where are Grandpa and Grandma? Chen Lin looked around. Upon entering, she noticed that the room only contained her parents, with no one else around. Not seeing her grandparents, her heart suddenly sank. Could it be that despite all her preparations, she still couldn't protect her family? Chen Hai glanced over his daughter much like Song Xiaomai had, examining her from top to bottom before replying. Your grandpa took Grandma out to practice fighting zombies, and they haven't returned yet. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin was astonished. She never expected that even her elderly grandparents would be practicing fighting zombies. Clearly, they must have obtained superpowers now, which reassured her somewhat. Earlier, she had mistakenly assumed they. Auntie, hello, Long Yang greeted Linny's mother respectfully. Xiaoyan Song Xiaomai looked at Long Yang, nodding at him. When your father set off to find you, we did try to dissuade him, but being a soldier, one's character cannot be better understood than by their own children. Long Yang sighed helplessly. Uncle, Auntie, my father has always been stubborn like that. Once he makes up his mind, he will do things personally. Now I understand what happened. Du Yuan and Lin Man acted all mysterious, making me think my father might have met with misfortune. Du Yuan was afraid that Lin Man might say something inappropriate, so he pulled her aside. He hesitated and gave a faint smile. I didn't exactly say that. Aunt Chen? Is it really you? Thank goodness you're safe. Hu Jiao heard about Chen Lin's arrival and came immediately. She addressed Chen Lin as she did before the apocalypse. Miss Chen, I must apologize to you. I failed to keep my people in check. She struggled to find the right words. Don't say it like that. Chen Lin looked up at her. I'm not your boss anymore. You don't have to be formal with me. If you don't mind, why don't you tell me what happened since the apocalypse began? I want to hear about your experiences. Hu Jiao quickly recounted her story. Originally, their train had broken down in Daku Town. The group got off and temporarily settled there. Later, due to shortages of supplies in Daku Town, they moved on to Yunqi City. There, a dispute over resource allocation caused some of the group to break away from Hu Jiao's leadership. They were the ones who initially stopped Chen Lin from entering the science park. After narrating their experiences since the apocalypse started, Hu Jiao's face was full of remorse, and she couldn't meet Chen Lin's eyes. In reality, Chen Lin didn't feel that Hu Jiao owed her anything. There was no need for an apology, so she quickly comforted Hu Jiao. Judging by what I just saw and what you've told me, I can guess that the split wasn't solely due to poor leadership. After all, human hearts are unpredictable. I'll call you Sister Hu from now on. Am I seeing things? Hu Xing rubbed his eyes and stared directly at Hu Jiao, mouth agape. She could be my aunt. Sun Qing glanced back and forth between Hu Jiao and Hu Xing, asking, what do you mean could be? Is she or isn't she? Xing. Hearing this, Hu Jiao turned toward Hu Xing, surprised yet amused. Little idiot, I'm your aunt. Not seeing her brother and sister-in-law behind Hu Xing, Hu Jiao had already guessed they hadn't survived. Even though she'd anticipated this outcome, the confirmation still saddened her heart. Surely not. Chen Lin was even more astonished than these two. Despite knowing Hu Xing in both her past and present life, she had no idea that Hu Jiao was his aunt. Back then, when she approached Hu Jiao, it was only because of a spontaneous idea to make money. She never imagined she would have such a connection with Hu Xing. Seeing that Hu Jiao had found her family, Chen Hai and Song Xiaomai genuinely rejoiced for her. Since the apocalypse, Hu Jiao had taken good care of their family. This is truly wonderful news. Yes. Qing Qing, come here. This is my aunt. Hu Xing quickly dragged Sun Qing in front of Hu Jiao, introducing them. Aunt, this is my girlfriend, Sun Qing. We've been together since university. Chapter 189, Long Gang. Hu Jiao pulled Hu Xing and Sun Qing to sit down somewhere in the room. Xing, tell me how you two got here. Chen Lin was taken aside by Chen Hai and Song Xiaomai, who asked about her well-being. Lingling, surely you and Xiao Yang have gone through a lot of hardship. Look, my daughter has lost weight. Xiao Yang has also lost weight. Chen Lin pinched her own cheeks. Ma Ya, where have I lost weight? Don't keep bringing up what Xiao Yang and I went through. There are so many things I haven't asked you yet. Xiao Yang, come over here. Du Yuan pulled Long Yang to one side, his expression solemn. Yuan Ji, just say it. We don't need to hide anything from each other, do we? Long Yang rested his hand on Du Yuan's shoulder. I'm prepared for whatever outcome. Du Yuan scratched his head and eventually stamped his foot as if making a decision. Xiao Yang, let me tell you, you need to be mentally prepared. Just say it. Long Yang remained calm. He was already prepared for the worst news. Uncle Long doesn't have any superpowers, he's just an ordinary person. Du Yuan said this with difficulty, as if delivering bad news. From the side, Lin Man nodded hard. We've all tried persuading Uncle Long truly. Hearing this from Du Yuan, Long Yang and Chen Lin were greatly shocked. You see, even zombies outside had reached 7th or 8th levels, and possibly higher. How could an ordinary person without powers walk safely in the world? Almost everyone had guessed at the grim conclusion, but now no one could console Long Yang. The post-apocalyptic world is tough, the kind of situation an ordinary person would find themselves in, one could imagine with eyes closed. Looking at Long Yang, who was silent and disheartened, Chen Lin spoke to comfort him. We will definitely find Uncle Long. Hopefully. What no one anticipated was that Long Gang, who had gone out alone searching for his son, unfortunately encountered a group of zombies. And now, Long Gang, having mutated into a zombie, was following a pack of zombies toward the next place where there were living people. Seeing the atmosphere start to become awkward, Hu Jiao talked about the unusual changes happening in Yunqi City, starting with the outbreak of fever cases. Soldiers and police within the city gathered all those with fevers in the science park, which hadn't begun operations yet. That's why Yunqi City seemed quiet, looking like nothing had happened. Until later, when the number of people with fevers grew, they transformed into zombies. People with fevers killed those who had turned into zombies and continued isolating those who hadn't transformed. Later, some of them became special power individuals. They left Yunqi City to search for the safe zones announced on the radio. Thus, Yunqi City gradually only contained these few people from Shicheng and the zombies locked in the science park. The members of Yunqi team listened quietly, with looks of emotion and respect on their faces. Long Yang's complexion wasn't good, though he had expected the worst result, it was far worse than what he imagined. He silently blamed Long Gang in his heart, asking himself why the man would run around aimlessly without powers. Did he feel he wasn't trustworthy? Long Yang was unmarried and couldn't understand Long Gang's feelings. Even though he felt resentment towards his father, he also felt mostly helpless. Silence filled the room, leading to a strange oppressive sensation. The air felt as if frozen solid. Then the door creaked open, and not long after, two elderly figures entered covered in bloodstains, their spirits lively. Grandpa! Grandma! Chen Lin suddenly stood up. Hey, girlie, you're all right then? Seeing both Chen Lin and Long Yang alive before them, old man Chen Sheng couldn't help shedding tears. Lingling, girl, I never knew you'd turn out to be so capable. Grandpa, after going through so much trouble to see you, you're scolding me. Mama also scolds me. Chen Lin confidently walked forward, hugging her grandfather's arm. I've managed to bring your grandson-in-law back. Chen Sheng looked at his granddaughter lovingly, pointing at her forehead with his finger. As long as you're back, it's fine. Grandpa. Chen Lin's nasal cavity felt tight. In another life, she had mistakenly thought her family didn't love her and missed out on many moments because of it. Now that she had been reborn, luckily, everything she cared about still existed. The grandmother wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Lingling, Xiaolong, where have the two of you run off to? Grandma. Long Yang helped Grandma to sit down beside them. It was me running around recklessly and losing myself. Lingling came and found me back. Seeing everyone crying through laughter and laughing through tears, Hu Jiao suggested, Mr. Chen, let me take you and your friends to rest. There are plenty of rooms upstairs, hot water, and DVDs. Hu sister, just call me Chen Lin. Chen Lin interrupted Hu Jiao. It's the apocalypse now, I'm no longer your boss. Little auntie, Chen Lin is our captain, Hu Xing added from the side. These are all the members of our squad. We're called the Yunqi squad. Long Yang suddenly remembered the name of the squad and a sudden thought crept into his mind, could Lin Lin have known about this day in advance? But he quickly dismissed the thought, how could Chen Lin have known the apocalypse was coming? She got her space by accident, and it was something he had given her. Right now, his thoughts were mostly on his missing father, and his mom and grandpa whose whereabouts were unknown. Seeing Chen Lin reunite with her family, he felt incredibly envious. Grandpa, Grandma, Daddy, Mommy. Chen Lin pulled Chen Ju in front of her. Look, who is this? Song Xiaomai looked for a moment and seemed puzzled. You resemble brother Chen's little Ju? Yes, it's very similar, but it's been so many years since we last saw each other, I'm not entirely sure. There's something familiar. Chen Sheng observed Chen Ju closely and also appeared puzzled. Child, what's your father's name? Grandpa, it's me, Xiao Ju. Chen Ju's eyes welled up with tears and she couldn't help but move forward. My dad was your eldest son, Chen Shan. They're all gone, woo woo woo. Grandpa, Grandma. People who had just quieted down began sobbing once again along with Chen Ju. In the hard end times, reuniting with family is an immense surprise. At this moment, no words can describe it. The city seemed to have become the only peaceful haven in this apocalypse, calm and harmonious, comfortable enough to be almost unbelievable. There were no mutated animals, no mutated plants, and only a few scattered zombies, which became a means for lower-level psychics to gain experience. All over the city, supplies remained untouched, and using her memory from her previous life, Chen Lin located the supply warehouse filled with abundant resources. No one had ever touched them, and Chen Lin stored most of the supplies into her space while placing the rest where they would be easily visible, hoping that future survivors would find them. Life became comfortable, but Long Yang couldn't feel happy. He wanted to go look for his father. His intention was noticed by Chen Lin, who said, "Let's take a short break, I'll arrange things for my grandpa and grandma, and then I'll go with you to find Uncle Long." This was a plan she had considered long ago. Lingling, Long Yang held Chen Lin's hand. "I really worry about him. I know he's a decisive military man, but he has no powers." Saying this, he pounded his hand hard. Damn, if only communication hadn't been cut off. If it hadn't been, it wouldn't have come to this. This was also something Chen Lin worried about. Long Gang lacked powers, and might have already met with ill fate. But this was something no one else could say except her. All Chen Lin could do now was hold Long Yang's hand tightly and whisper soothingly, "I will always stay by your side until we find him." Long Yang nodded and tried to suppress the urgent need to set out immediately to find his father. He understood Chen Lin's point. Chen Lin hoped they could travel together, and didn't want him to act alone because the post-apocalyptic world was full of variables, and she feared for his safety. Chapter 190, Deployment, 1. "I'll do what you say." Long Yang sighed, tightly gripping Chen Lin's hand. Chen Lin was a woman of her word. She had said she would accompany him to find people, and she would definitely follow through. Lin. What's wrong with this guy now? Chen Lin waited breathlessly for Long Yang to continue his unfinished sentence. Sun Qing covered her eyes with her hand while peeking through her fingers at Chen Lin and Long Yang. Goodness gracious. This is too cheesy. They are feeding us dog food. Hu Xing, seeing this, bent down and hoisted Sun Qing onto his shoulder. "My dear auntie, let me take you to kill zombies instead." No. I want to see when they get into the thick of it. I want to spy on them when they..." Sun Qing's protests were drowned out as Hu Xing carried her away. Chen Lin hung a black line from her temple. This idiot was so shameless. "Thank goodness I met you." Long Yang's gaze focused intently on Chen Lin's face. He liked looking at her round almond eyes, especially now, as he saw her eyes filled with both surprise and expectation, which made him want to kiss her, but he held back and did not kiss her. "Is that all?" Chen Lin felt rather disappointed. She stood up and pressed her lips against Long Yang's face with a loud smooch. "Of course I will be by your side. I'm going to help you find Uncle Long and everyone else, then we'll bring them here and take good care of them." Long Yang felt warmth rush to his face. He leaned down and lightly touched Chen Lin's forehead, just like how dragonflies skim the water surface. "All right, my dear wife, what's your plan?" The people who Zhou brought were divided into two groups. "As for the other group, I don't want to interfere." Chen Lin bumped foreheads with Long Yang. She rested her arm on Long Yang's shoulder, leaning partly on him. "There's another group, along with my family and team members, numbering about 50 to 60 people. These are the ones I need to settle." Chen Lin pointed upwards, smiling cheerfully. "You know, I've invested in this snowy mountain area." After hearing this, Long Yang felt an odd sensation surge through him again. Lin, did you know something like this would happen, so you prepared so much? Was this girl too shrewd?" Chen Lin tilted her head, locking eyes with Long Yang. "Yeah, didn't you say that I'm on the same side as Su Junyuan? Do you think that's possible? It was initially you who gave me a spatial brain core. I have always wondered why you didn't give me something else but this." Chen Lin took out a bunch of brain cores from her space and stuffed them into Long Yang's hands. Inwardly, she could only laugh bitterly. Long Yang was getting too smart. For this matter, however, she couldn't admit it. Long Yang hesitated momentarily. The first time he gave Chen Lin a gift, it wasn't anything fancy, just a stone he picked up randomly, unaware at the time that it was a spatial brain core. He simply thought Chen Lin was different from other girls. "It seems I am the one more likely to be suspected. Idiot, who in this world can foresee everything?" Chen Lin laughed uncontrollably as she leaned on Long Yang's shoulder. "So stop overthinking it. If you're feeling energetic, we could go kill some zombies together." Long Yang handed the brain core back to Chen Lin, who naturally stored it away. "Let's continue making your arrangements," Long Yang said. "We don't know how long we'll be gone. I think even if you come with me, you won't feel at ease unless you make proper arrangements." "Same goes for me." He gently hugged Chen Lin before letting her go. Both were ready to leave the room when Long Yang just opened the door and almost tripped over someone standing right outside. Upon recognizing the person, Chen Lin could not help but smile wryly. "Son, second idiot, weren't you supposed to be killing zombies?" You two are so annoying, whispering behind closed doors. I strained my ears and still couldn't hear anything. Sun Qing, caught red-handed, grinned shamelessly. I'll go kill zombies now, right now. The conversation between Chen Lin and Long Yang was barely audible earlier, and Chen Lin wasn't worried about Sun Qing overhearing. She planned to reveal some secrets that the team and Long Yang should know at an appropriate time. Some secrets belonged to everyone, and she shouldn't monopolize them. As for her secret about being reborn, that was something she couldn't tell anyone. The apocalypse has lasted for so long, it's hard to believe there are still people who can remain true to their original selves, Long Yang remarked. In order to adapt to the end times, we've changed too much. We are just adapting to the survival of the fittest, and we haven't gone against our conscience or humanity either. Chen Lin didn't feel that she had changed. Though after her rebirth, she had developed a little cunning, what others might see as equivalent to wanting an extra candy, it was already at her limit. I'm going to help them clear out zombies too. Long Yang quickly ran off after Sun Qing. Sun Qing, Hu Xing, wait up, I'll come over with you. If Long Gang was decisive, wasn't he almost the same? Before her words even finished, everyone took off running. Chen Lin grumbled inwardly but knew it was important now to take care of follow-up matters. Chen Lin found Hu Jiao, who was organizing with her original supermarket employees all the supplies they had collected. Seeing Chen Lin, Hu Jiao immediately stood up. Hu Jiao, are you busy? If not, I want to have a word with you. The supermarket employees did not know her well, and Chen Lin had no intention of seizing power, so she stopped Hu Jiao from calling her Director Chen. Of course, Hu Jiao led Chen Lin into the adjacent empty room. Director Chen, what do you need? Don't call me Director Chen. In this apocalypse, we're all equal. Chen Lin interrupted Hu Jiao. She continued directly. So far, we've been many places. Yunqi City is the safest city. Hu Jiao nodded. Her radio and refugees arriving from other places confirmed the current situation. When others realize how safe Yunqi City is, there will be a flood of people moving here. What I'm saying is, if anyone tries to merge your group into theirs, let them join, don't fight back or resist. Don't engage in meaningless struggles. Everything awaits my return. If any of your subordinates wish to leave, let them go. If Yunqi City becomes unlivable, remember to bring my family to the villa. Of course, all these contingencies assume the worst possible outcome, Chen Lin explained extensively, and Hu Jiao continuously nodded, showing that she understood Chen Lin's meaning. I understand everything you've said, but since you're already here, why leave? Hu Jiao asked curiously, why not just seize Yunqi City and turn it into a base? Wouldn't that be better? I'm going to bring back Long Yang's family, which is my promise to him, Chen Lin said, raising her finger lightly shaking it. You should have some idea about how large Yunqi City is. One person or even several people cannot construct a base. We need several large factions working together or an extremely powerful faction, similar to when you start a business and lack funds, recruiting various wealthy shareholders to provide money. The rest doesn't need explanation, does it? Chapter 191, Deployment, 2. This principle was naturally understood by Hu Jiao, who had been immersed in the business world for a long time. The more shareholders there were, the more disputes and ulterior motives arose. With differing interest goals, people's ideas inevitably diverged, making it impossible to unify, ultimately resulting in disbandment. The cost of scattering was much greater than that of a group investing effort into building a base. This was the cruel post-apocalypse, where all costs were calculated in terms of human lives. Actually, the resources on Chen Lin could have been enough to establish Yunqi City as a base. It was just that from beginning to end, she never intended to develop Yunqi City. In her plan, Yunqi City was merely a transit point for her. Su Junyuan would eventually come to this place. Wasn't he capable? Let him take charge of building the base. When she was pleased, she would stay casually in Yunqi City. When not, it would serve as her station. Once she became strong enough, she would no longer fear any hidden moves from Su Junyuan. Regarding future matters, Chen Lin briefly informed her parents and grandfather, which was equivalent to settling things. This was the apocalypse. Some things didn't need to be said too explicitly, it was understood tacitly. Nothing mattered more than survival. After resting in Yunqi City for a few days, everyone felt rather lazy. Before deciding to leave, Chen Lin gathered her family and the members of the Yunqi team and said, I plan to go with Long Yang to find Uncle Long, Aunt Long, and Grandpa Long. I'd like to ask you if you want to stay or come with us. Chen Lin's original intention was to leave the team members behind to protect the people in Yunqi City. However, such an arrangement might seem selfish. Similarly, asking her team to accompany her on a 1,000-mile journey to find 3 people would also be selfish. Unexpectedly, Zhong Jijun spoke up first. Captain, wherever you go, I will follow. Hey, buddy, you're good. Duan Chaoyang patted Zhong Jijun's shoulder and laughed heartily. Good buddy, we're a unit. We should stick together. The dimwit Sun Qing and Hu Xing chimed in. Boss, you can't leave us behind with brother-in-law. You promised to take all of us with you wherever you go. This dimwit still remembered that sentence she casually said. A flicker of emotion passed through Chen Lin's eyes. Almost everyone expressed the same sentiment, to stay with Captain Chen Lin. After listening for a long time, Grandpa Chen Sheng finally spoke. Grandpa won't stop you from doing what you need to do, but remember one thing, you must all return safely. Well-intentioned as the elder's words were, could anyone really guarantee such a thing? All right, Grandpa, we promise you. Chen Lin lied kindly, unsure if she was consoling herself or her grandpa. Chen Lin knew survivors from all over the world would converge on Yunqi Mountain because of its high altitude, sparse population, and correspondingly fewer zombies, making it very safe. In the cold climate, zombies moved slowly, allowing psychics to easily kill them. Moreover, she realized that if they didn't quickly find Long Yang's parents and grandfather, Long Yang would harbor lifelong regret. This lifetime, almost all of her wishes had been fulfilled, and ensuring Long Yang didn't live with regret was something else she wished to accomplish. Seeing everyone unite, Chen Hai and Mother Song Xiaomai did not object either. Without hesitation, Chen Lin announced, "Everyone rest one more day today, then we'll set off tomorrow." Yunqi City had no large-scale zombie outbreaks or mutant flora-fauna. Even if they existed, with a large number of psychics arriving here and wanting to occupy Yunqi City, their goal was to transform it into a base. Therefore, local psychics would not be harmed, and safety would be ensured. If things got truly bad, she always had a final fallback, the Snow Manor. Snow Manor was meticulously designed by her, with complete facilities and robust defenses, a perfect base. Chen Lin locked herself in a room, not with Long Yang. She had a strong premonition that her spatial storage contained something important that needed to be checked before departure. Besides the supplies collected along the way, what she stored were materials and meteorites gathered from the Celestial Institute. What Chen Lin was pondering about were the meteorites. She took out a pile of documents and a pile of broken stones from her spatial storage. Why are they all shattered into pieces? As she looked at these items, Chen Lin couldn't help but laugh in sorrow. She remembered collecting these meteorites 7 or 8 times, and now there was only a pile of broken stones left, no longer resembling their original form. Meteorite rocks are tough, how could they just shatter for no reason? No one could answer Chen Lin's question. Instead, it was Yua and the Dutch pig who came over. These two little creatures each held a fragment of the meteorite tightly with their claws, refusing to let go. It should be noted that they didn't have hands. Seeing this, Chen Lin asked, "Are these little stones useful to you?" The Dutch pig couldn't speak to express its meaning, it wanted the stone very much. Yua did not make any further moves as it dared not act without permission. The mutant moss quietly extended its tendrils, tentatively touching a small piece of meteorite fragment, slowly dragging it towards itself. Yua emitted a sign of excitement. The actions of these 3 little things explained everything. Could it be that these meteorites were very useful to mutated animals? Chen Lin's speculation could not be verified at the moment. The little ones were simply holding onto the meteorite fragments. The trio pitifully gazed at Chen Lin, and she helplessly said, all right, they're yours." Chen Lin generously waved her hand, and the Dutch pig tucked the meteorite fragment it was holding into its space. Yua and the mutant moss lacked spatial abilities and both tried their best to stuff the fragments into their mouths. Chen Lin then examined the scattered fragments on the ground again, discovering nothing significant. Since there was nothing obvious, she decided to collect all the broken stones anyway. At the same time as Chen Lin took out the meteorites from her storage, green plants emerged in dark corners all around Yunqi Mountain and Yunqi City. However, their growth was extremely slow, and the changes were too subtle to be noticed by anyone. Including Chen Lin herself, she had no idea that her simple act of examining the meteorites had triggered such immense changes. Meanwhile, throughout the nation and even the world, animals and plants were undergoing mutations together. Only in the high-altitude region of Yunqi Mountain, where flora and fauna were originally scarce, were there no significant changes, hence going unnoticed. It wasn't until Chen Lin left Yunqi City with the Yunqi team that she failed to notice the changes happening in Yunqi City. She also didn't realize that the Dutch pig, Yua, and the mutant moss had silently undergone transformations themselves. The minibus was driving away from Yunqi City. Long Yang murmured softly, "Do you think he'll go looking for me somewhere?" "Of course, it would be somewhere he feels you'd go." The answer was self-evident. Chen Lin gently said, "For now, stop thinking about it too much, it's useless anyway. Let's focus on conserving our strength first." Chapter 192, Unexpected Changes. After resting for a few days, I feel like my bones are going to rust. Sun Qing laid lazily on the seat in a comfortable position. If I keep staying like this, I will become lazy to death. Still, our leader did me a favor by getting me out of it. Stop flattery, it won't help. Although it was actually she and Long Yang who had labored for everyone, they were thanked instead, which made Chen Lin speechless. She said helplessly, "This time we are looking for Long Yang's father, his grandfather, and mother. This is my and Long Yang's private matter. You don't need to come along at all. If we encounter danger, how will you expect us to handle it? This is the end times, living one day at a time. Captain, you're thinking too far ahead." Sun Qing took out tomatoes from her space ring and casually tossed them to everyone. "I'm not being inferior. Just a casual comment, take it as nonsense." Hu Xing helplessly patted Sun Qing's head. "You idiot, talking nonsense again." Sun Lan didn't joke around with Hu Xing this time. She solemnly said, "This is the end times. We are all trying our best to live, surviving one day at a time. Phew. I think you've eaten too much." Chen Lin spat at Sun Qing, "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you out and make you run by yourself while we leave by car." "No, Captain, I was just joking around." Sun Qing quickly begged for mercy. "I saw that everyone was too silent, no one was talking, so I tried to cheer everyone up." Almost everyone turned their heads away without looking at Sun Qing. The world of idiots is hard for others to understand. Ignoring her is the best way. When she speaks for a while, she loses interest herself. Seeing that Sun Qing quieted down, Chen Lin faintly smiled and told her planned route. On the way here, they hadn't encountered Long Gang, so she chose another route. The camp where Long Yang was originally stationed is most likely the only place that Long Gang could have thought of, and another place is the earliest northern military safe zone. These two places, one south and one north, span the entire country, making this journey incredibly long. Captain, go whichever way you say, Duan Chaoyang loudly said. Anyway, he would agree with whatever Chen Lin said, being an outright fanboy. None of the others had any objections either. Our primary concern now is finding Long Yang's father. Long Yang's family is also Yunqi Squad's family. The newly added members quietly said, we have no objection, we hope that you, Captain, will not abandon us. That can happen. As long as you do not betray the squad or violate your initial vows, none of us will give up on or abandon you, Chen Lin said. These were the members she wanted to recover. There was no way she'd let them go unless they weren't qualified teammates. Long Yang remained silent nearby. Chen Lin quietly reached out and held his hand, but hers was instead held tightly by Long Yang. No matter what, we will try our best. Saying it is easy, doing it is incredibly hard. Before the end times, their country was already renowned for its vastness. Afterward, roads became obstructed, and traveling from south to north across the entire country would be harder than climbing to heaven. It took 3 full days just driving from Yunqi City to the military camp, during which they frequently changed transportation. They even resorted to bicycles when the road narrowed. Moving rapidly along the road, they avoided cities as much as possible. By the time they reached the military camp, disappointment inevitably crossed everyone's faces. The camp had long been abandoned, the walls were dilapidated, everything was desolate, overgrown with weeds. Occasionally, a few tattered zombies appeared between the grasses, their level only pitiful 2nd and 3rd tiers. At such levels, people from the Yunqi squad didn't even feel interested in killing them. They quickly searched the entire camp and it appeared as though no one had recently been there. Long Yang left a signal on the wall, known only by him and his father, let's go. To the next place. There were no traces of Long Gang in the camp. Chen Lin could only think of the northern military safe zone and the capital not far from the safe zone. The surroundings are mountains, covered in dense vegetation. Huxing carelessly blurted out, if there are mutated plants or animals here, we are doomed. Seemingly validating Huxing's words, some previously ordinary-looking plants started to twist. Sun Qing slapped Huxing's head, annoyed, you're such a jinx, always speaking things into existence. I'm wrongfully accused, Huxing complained, completely innocent. He really spoke those words offhand. Who knew there would be mutated plants for real? What should have been a funny scene of 2 fools clowning around now couldn't make anyone laugh. The dense plants in the mountain forest had surrounded them in the middle. Huxing said with great relief, fortunately, it's just mutated plants that can be dealt with by fire. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, there came rustling sounds from within the mutated plants. A group of mutation insects of various sizes began crawling toward the group one after another. From this point onward, Huxing earned a nickname called Clumsy Crow Mouth. Duan Chaoyang directly yelled at him without any courtesy, you clumsy fool, you'd better shut up. If you speak another word, I will beat you. The mutated plants were already headache-inducing enough, and then the massive swarm of mutated bugs made things multiple times more difficult. Alright, I'll stop. Huxing actually wanted to say that it was lucky it was only mutated bugs and not mutated animals. But he wisely kept quiet about it, for if he had spoken up, it wouldn't just be Duan Chaoyang wanting to punch him. The location of the military camp was on a slope, where the plants had been cleared. So when the surrounding mutated plants encircled, there was surprisingly no significant movement inside the camp. However, as a result, Yunqi Squad's retreat was sealed off by the mutated plant. They couldn't drive their vehicle, nor could they escape. An endless sea of green surged across the mountain, with grotesque tentacles reaching out, mutated vines or mouths filled with sharp teeth opened wide. The slope was slowly devoured by the tidal wave. The space where the Yunqi squad members could stand was becoming smaller and smaller. Damn. Duan Chaowang's hands gleamed with firelight as he stood protectively before everyone, glancing anxiously around. Will my flames work on them? Why am I feeling so uncertain? All other squad members were standing prepared to fight, waiting only for Chen Lin's command. Of course it will, Chen Lin said, but she was puzzled inside. According to her memories from her previous life, mutated plants, insects, and animals should not appear on such a large scale yet. Why was everything different this time? She didn't realize that it was due to her removing the meteorite from its original place which caused this chain. In her previous life, the meteorite had been dismantled and studied by the Astronomy Institute, and their actions had inadvertently delayed the mutation. Chen Lin's removal of the meteorite altered the path of event. Fortunately, though the mutated plants and bugs were numerous, their levels weren't high. Chen Lin inwardly felt relieved. Alright, don't panic everyone. Extract your brain cores and get ready for battle. The Yunqi squad has nothing to fear. Chapter 193, 3 sentences not far from food. Huxing was still hesitating whether to say that sentence or not, when Meng Fei suddenly let out a shout and squatted down, holding his foot. Everyone looked at his foot, and there was a vine full of thorns that had stretched out from somewhere unknown, wrapping around his ankle. The sharp thorns of the vine pierced his skin, greedily sucking his blood. What is this thing? Meng Fei looked down and tried to pull the vine off, but it was firmly wrapped around his ankle and wouldn't budge an inch. Meng Mion, who was level 7, couldn't even remove the vine. The harder he pulled, the tighter the blood-sucking vine coiled around his ankle. Pain began to show on his face. Don't pull. Sun Qing quickly grabbed Meng Fei's hand and released her lightning ability, pressing it against the spiky vine. The vine instantly shrank back. More and more thorny vines surrounded them, like tentacles, enclosing them. Amongst them were many sparse sounds. Everyone, leave here immediately, get in the car, Chen Lin shouted. It was a mountain road unsuitable for driving, but this was not the time to fuss over such things. She took out the car from her space storage and urged everyone to jump in. However, the mutated plants gave them no time to escape as countless vines densely encircled the car, trapping the few people inside like caged animals. The car windows had already been smashed by the pressure, and various thick and thin vines were attempting to crawl through the broken windows into the car. Du and Chaoyang frantically threw fireballs outside, but found that they were not very effective. The vines kept contracting, and the car started warping and deforming. If they didn't act soon, everyone would be crushed to death. Captain, if we keep going like this, we're going to be squashed into meat patties. Do something fast. Du and Chaoyang panicked. Don't rush, Chen Lin, though anxious inside, feigned calmness. The mutated plants and bugs outside were low in grade, but they compensated with sheer numbers. While she wasn't afraid, she indeed lacked good ideas. How come I feel like we're about to turn into canned goods? Sun Qing used her hands to brace the deforming car body while screaming, Sister Captain, please think of a solution fast. I haven't lived enough yet. No one on the scene wanted to die. Chen Lin wanted to live even less. I am thinking. Chen Lin spat out 3 words and rolled her eyes at Sun Qing. You're a lightning plus earth elementalist, not some muscle man. What's the point of you propping up the car with your hands? Why don't you use lightning? Your lightning is pretty effective. Ah, I forgot. Sun Qing hurriedly discharged her lightning. With the electricity coursing through the air, the speed at which the vines crawled into the car slowed down. Long Yang condensed several axes using his metal-based ability, handing them to Du and Chaoyang, Meng Mion, and keeping one for himself. The 3 men began hacking away, cutting off quite a number of branches within the car. Long Yang's abilities showcased a clear advantage, but only regarding the vines that had already entered the car. For those large tree branches distorting the car itself, they were utterly powerless. Captain, it seems like this decision of yours was unwise. Bringing out the car has only trapped us further. Sun Qing continued discharging lightning with both hands onto the car body, reducing the squeaking sound somewhat, yet everyone could clearly hear that the mutated plants were still relentlessly attacking the car. Mutated insects swarmed the vehicle like floodwaters. Upon contact with the metal exterior brimming with lightning, before even reaching their line of sight, they tumbled down. A pungent smell of burnt flesh filled everyone's nostrils. That roasted meat smell again, truly disgusting. Hu Xing pinched his nose. Sun Qing sniffed. Our captain said, it can be eaten. The banter between these 2 buffoons made Chen Lin's lips twitch. Speechless, she muttered. Guys, now doesn't seem like the time to discuss eating. Fire elementalists, prepare to attack. Ice elementalists, coordinate with me. Being water-based herself, Chen Lin worked the same way with ice types. This kind of cooperation had been repeated numerous times. Once Du and Chaoyang heard it, he understood her intent right away. A sudden drop in temperature under high heat will cause almost anything to become brittle. This was precisely the optimal moment to strike. Meng Mion, Zhuge Hui, Long Yang, and Hu Xing were all ready to attack thanks to their long term. While releasing water balls, Chen Lin also concealed her corrosive lightning and simultaneously deployed her 9th level space blades. The air became heavier with the increasing smoky odor. Dead insects lay everywhere in a thick layer, but the group didn't have time to look at the bodies of these bugs just then. The spiky mutated vines were giving them a major headache. They had never seen blood-sucking mutated plants before, and actually, Chen Lin was also seeing them for the first time. In her previous life, she had never come to this place, so she didn't know what kind of mutation had occurred here. Knowing that animals, plants, and insects could mutate came from her experiences in her past life, but some things were still new to her, like this situation. Relying solely on her memories from her previous life would be useless. Only coordinated combat could resolve their current predicament. Chen Lin was never afraid to fight. On the contrary, after experiencing death and slaughter once, she adapted to the environment far better than others could imagine. If the apocalypse was a competition of survival of the fittest, then in her previous life, she had been one of the winners, ultimately surviving till the end. And in this life, she could do it again. The same trouble occurring a second time was indeed due to her oversight in command, but Chen Lin wasn't worried. Every member of Team Yunqi was strong, and at least level 7, so what did she have to fear? Actually, no one seemed scared. Everyone probably thought that Chen Lin intentionally let this happen because she might be observing the surroundings. Fortunately, Chen Lin didn't know what they were thinking, or she'd have given a bitter laugh. For every loop, the fire elementalists go first, then take a break while the rest follow up. This coordination was undoubtedly effective. The space around them gradually widened, and the sounds from the car slowly faded. However, the stench in the air only got worse. To prevent Chen Lin from going out first, Long Yang and Du and Chaoyang rushed forward. Hey, you two are too impulsive. I didn't tell you to go, said Chen Lin as she closely followed behind. As captain, she should have gone first, and she understood why Long Yang did this. He was trying to protect her. Unfortunately, she wasn't as weak as he thought. She realized she should find an opportunity to reveal her trump card to Long Yang, or choose an appropriate time to tell everyone in Team Yunqi. Over such a long period, every member of Team Yunqi had built deep trust with each other. They could entrust their backs and lives to their teammates. Chen Lin trusted them, and she deeply knew they trusted her as well. It was time to reveal her secret. Of course, this revelation would only be within the confines of Team Yunqi. After everyone's effort, they temporarily escaped the encirclement of the mutated plants. Scattered mutated insects sizzled in the flames ignited by the burning mutated plants. For a moment, the smell of burnt protein filled the air even more strongly. Smelling the air, Sun Qing, that nitwit, sniffed hard. Why am I craving fried eggs? All you think about is eating. Hurry up and work. Chen Lin snapped. We're not safe yet. TSK. Sun Qing stuck out her tongue. Boss, I'm just making the best of a bad situation. Make the best of your head. Chen Lin retorted. Although the situation had been tense earlier, it really wasn't dangerous. During the initial stages of mutation, the threat from plants, animals, and insects to survivors wasn't significant. With good cooperation, like what they had shown earlier, there was absolutely no life-threatening danger, just excitement. Chapter 194, Escape. A large expanse of plant life, resembling a green velvet carpet, slowly spread across the ground toward the feet of Yunqi team. Dead mutated plants and mutated insect corpses were engulfed by the green carpet, disappearing almost instantly. What is this mutated plant? The green carpet had already approached Chen Ju's feet, slowly rolling toward her. Zhuge Hui quickly pulled her away. I don't know. Chen Lin also noticed the green carpet. The digestion capability of this plant surprised her. She hadn't seen it in her past life either. A thick mutant tree, one that several people couldn't encircle with their arms, was enveloped by the green carpet and vanished in the blink of an eye. The green carpet continued to spread, and anything it engulfed could be digested, even the abandoned bread van they had left behind. It eats metal too. Isn't this thing invincible? Hu Xing muttered a few words, and what he said was indeed witnessed by everyone. The scene before their eyes was beyond description. Fire element and gold element users, concentrate your attacks on one point to clear a path. We need to leave this place immediately. Duan Chaoyang and Long Yang, who had just stopped fighting, immediately released their abilities. Other element users assisted the earth element users in defense. There was no need for Chen Lin to say more. Everyone naturally and tacitly cooperated. The green carpet gradually approached and tightened its encirclement. At this moment, Duan Chaoyang and Long Yang had opened a passage. Chen Lin took out the bread van again, calling all team members to jump inside as Duan Chaoyang drove without regard for the road ahead, using collisions to forge the way forward. Mutated plants were something Chen Lin most wished to avoid. Killing them took time and often yielded no benefits. Moreover, mutated plants exhibited group behavior more terrifying than mutated insect swarms, or even mutated bird flocks and rodent hordes. The bread van was driven with the ferocity of an off-road vehicle. Fortunately, there was a highway not far from the foot of the mountain, and once they reached it, the strange green carpet was out of sight. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Duan Chaoyang complained to Hu Xing while driving, "Why do you have to be such a bad omen every time? It's not my intention. Anyway, this thing must have existed long before I arrived." Hu Xing, who had inexplicably earned the nickname Bad Omen, looked and sought comfort in his girlfriend Sun Qing's arms, only to be pushed away. Get lost. I'm exhausted and don't have time to console you. Chen Ju still felt frightened afterward. If Zhuge Hui hadn't pulled me, I would have disappeared in seconds. That thing was terrifying. Meng Mion joked. Captain, how many times have we run for our lives now? Chen Lin thought about it and smiled, saying, we're applying the best strategy among the 36 stratagems, retreat to survive. We must live to tell the story later. Otherwise, if we're all gone, what can we talk about? Duan Chaoyang looked at the rearview mirror. Captain, where should we go now? We're going. Chen Lin paused. According to her memories from her past life, around this time, the Northern Military Safety Zone should have encountered some issues and moved toward the Jingju base. That area belonged to Su Junyuan, and both her and Long Yang going there was akin to walking into a trap. Not to mention the meteor matter, Su Junyuan would realize she had been aware of the Space Research Institute upon seeing Long Yang. Since we haven't found Uncle Long here, let's continue northward to find Grandpa Long and Auntie Long, said Chen Lin, referring to Long Shan and An Yongling. The chances of finding them staying in the northern base were slim, but starting from the northern safety base offered the best chance to encounter Long Gang. Only those who had experienced the apocalypse would know that the northern safety base had moved to the Jingju base. Thus, even though Chen Lin knew, she had to pretend otherwise. I understand. Long Yang took out a map from his pocket, drew a line with a pen, and handed it to Chen Lin. Take a look. The first city heading north was Chengdu, a city they had to pass through, which had a population density exceeding 10 million. Now let me tell everyone what I know about Chengdu. Chen Lin studied the route drawn by Long Yang on the map. Chengdu is a small city, but this small city has one peculiar feature. Despite its small size, it is densely populated, and its traffic is, well, unique. You'll see when you arrive. I know. Sun Qing raised her hand. I've read the travel guides. I've been there once, Meng Mion said. Long Yang, you really know how to choose. Do you know that even the GPS gets lost in Chengdu? Chengdu is unavoidable. If we detour, we'll waste too much time. Chen Lin held up the map for everyone to see. When we get to Chengdu, I have only one requirement for everyone. We can skip gathering supplies, but we must not split up. Once we disperse, it will be hard to find each other again. However, everyone, remember this place. We will regroup here if we get separated by accident. She pointed at the east gate of Chengdu, which was a landmark in the city. It was not only prominent but also an exit point. Finding locations within the city would be difficult, but distinguishing between the import and export points wouldn't be confusing. Duan Chaoyang slowed down the vehicle and turned back to smile at them. Chengdu, Captain, I've been there too, though I stopped at the east gate and didn't go inside. He glanced back briefly and then turned around again. Look what's behind us. It was very unusual for a driver to turn his head backward without looking at the rearview mirror. However, everyone knew he must have noticed something significant and immediately looked back as soon as they heard his words. "Huh! A sandstorm is coming. Is that a cloud of darkness? Did something catch on fire?" Chen Lin saw from the rearview mirror a vast black patch spreading from the horizon. This scene was far too familiar to her. It was a large flock of flying birds, zombie birds. Zombie birds were mostly crows or other communal living species. After turning into zombies, their bodies became larger than normal and their flight speed increased significantly. No one except Chen Lin knew how dangerous these zombie bird swarms could be, so she decided not to hide it anymore. She shouted loudly, "Younger, accelerate. There's a swarm of zombie birds behind us, probably thousands or even tens of thousands." She exaggerated the number slightly because from her previous life, she knew the power of zombie birds, and she certainly didn't want her teammates to become their meal. Younger, faster, faster. The members of Yunqi team had never seen Chen Lin flustered before. Long Yang glanced at Chen Lin in astonishment and looked back. "Lining, it doesn't seem different. Mosquitoes can grow bigger than pigeons. Those birds won't be small," Chen Lin explained. "If just one communal living bird gets infected, then the whole group becomes infected. Just thinking about a flock of zombie birds gives me chills. We need to be cautious. The size of those birds is considerable." From several kilometers away, black birds with dark metallic feathers and red eyes gleaming like rubies in the fading sunset light were visible. It was obvious these weren't normal birds. Long Yang held Chen Lin's hand and said, "You're right. You're very observant." Du and Chaoyang stepped hard on the gas pedal while yelling, "Captain, when we reach the next city, let's modify a few cars. This bread van spins its wheels when speeding up." Chapter 195, thanks to Chenju. Du and Chaoyang wanted to modify a car. Chen Lin had no problem. Her space was filled with many types of vehicles and car parts. They could easily find a repair shop and handle it themselves. But it was too late to make the changes now, wasn't it? The flock of birds that were previously just far off on the horizon had already come into everyone's line of sight. Everyone saw the blood-red eyeballs of the zombie bird. Their staggering numbers obscured half the sky. Sun Qing grunted for a long time. "Captain, they should have brain nuclei, right?" "They probably do." Chen Lin's thoughts were racing as she tried to find a location for them to use as a stronghold, where they could exterminate a wave of zombie birds. A group of zombie birds would yield a large amount of brain nuclei. Their team's strength wasn't bad, and as long as they found an appropriate place, they could comfortably eliminate the zombie birds while ensuring their own safety. A location came to Chen Lin's mind, Chengdu Central Flyover Bridge. "Hurry, go there, we need to get under the bridge." "I'll give directions." Meng Mion volunteered eagerly since he had been sitting in the passenger seat anyway. However, unlike before, he never used to randomly direct Du and Chaoyang's driving. "Lining, if there's no shelter at the foot of the overpass, are you planning to feed us to the birds?" Long Yang knew Chen Lin wouldn't joke around with the team member's safety but still asked, as he couldn't figure out why she made what seemed like such an unwise decision. "No, it's about killing the birds." Chen Lin gestured with her hand, drawing a sphere in the air. "What Chengdu is most famous for is its complicated flyover bridge system, which will disperse the flock. Once they spread out, we can eliminate them. If thousands or even tens of thousands of them attack together, even we would be at a disadvantage. Not getting killed by zombie birds is one thing, but being bitten hurts like hell. Higher-level zombie birds have extremely sharp claws and beaks that can easily shatter a human skull, tearing through bones without issue." The zombie birds were coming closer. An intangible sense of pressure bore down upon Yunqi team. Chengdu appeared before everyone. "Big brother Yang, faster, please faster." Sun Qing stretched up and urged Du and Chaoyang on. "I want to go fast too." Du and Chaoyang was well aware of his responsibility. On the road, they had no place to hide. They were almost live targets for these winged creatures. Underneath the flyover bridge, the birds' flight could be restricted, and that would be their moment to take action. "Big brother Yang, press the accelerator, press it." Bang! A zombie bird clawed at the roof of the vehicle. "Ah! Big brother Yang, see? We've been caught up with. Go screw yourself." Du and Chaoyang threw a retort at Sun Qing. He was anxious too. Unfortunately, the van just didn't have enough horsepower. It was already at top speed, so speeding up was impossible. The van's roof had been torn open with a large hole. The sharp bird claws gripped the tear, making it grow larger. More zombie birds flew after them. Long Yang formed a short knife, swinging it toward the claw of the zombie bird gripping the tear. The severed claw dropped inside the van, and Zhong Jijun picked it up, pushing it back out through the hole. He let loose some vines that wrapped around the neck of the zombie bird. "Long Yang, give me a knife, I'll collect a brain nucleus." "Cat." Long Yang tossed him a knife. Although Zhong Jijun was short, his actions were swift and decisive. He yanked the zombie bird into the van and chopped its head off with the knife in his hand simultaneously. The grade isn't low. Zhong Jijun extracted the brain nucleus and handed it to Chen Lin. Chen Lin didn't take it. "Keep it, it'll be consumed in battle later. When we reach the bridge, everyone needs to stay together. The flock is massive, we must cooperate. Come, come, come." Sun Qing pulled several motorcycle helmets from her spatial ring as if by magic. Take them, I'll provide shields later." She carried quite a few riot shields in her space, all picked during the apocalypse. One good thing about the apocalypse was that a lot of things could be picked without worrying about whether others would let you pick them. Meng Mion held the helmet handed to him, tapping it while saying, "Captain, don't you have open-type steel houses? Why not use those instead?" "Yes, we do. But those steel houses may not be as sturdy as this vehicle, so let's not waste it, said Chen Lin. Zombie bird claws could tear apart the steel houses in a couple of swipes. I'll pull a few more vehicles out to act as walls. Bang, bang, bang. Several zombie birds continuously collided with the van. Indentations appeared on the body of the vehicle. The van swerved violently on the road as a dark, ominous flock of birds descended. Du and Chaoyang struggled fiercely to control the vehicle. Damn it, stabilize, or I'll dismantle you right away. The tires screeched against the asphalt, producing an ear-piercing sound. If there were any bystanders at the moment, they would surely have seen sparks flying from the van's wheels. A white van careened into Chenzhou's outskirts, narrowly avoiding a crash. The massive flock of birds closely pursued behind. Overpass bridge, old Meng, where is the bridge? Du and Chaoyang bellowed. He could already feel the van's wheels nearly lifting off the ground. Sun Qing turned to Meng Mion. Old Meng, where's the overpass? Several claw marks appeared on the van's body as zombie birds tried to tear through the metal. If the car body gave way, they would all be exposed to the sharp claws of the zombie birds. It's close, very close, Meng Mion pointed in relative calm, though his tension grew as more and more zombie birds gathered behind them. Shun Hongxia's face went pale as she clutched Zhong Jijun's arm tightly. Heavens, when will these days end? Chen Lin didn't know when the apocalypse would conclude. In her previous life, she had committed suicide after several years of this new world with no signs of ending. As long as we are alive, our days won't end. Her words carried a double meaning, but everyone understood what she implied. I get it, Shun Hongxia calmed slightly, though she still clung to Zhong Jijun. It's ahead, take the next intersection, hurry, Meng Mion pointed forward. When the overpass finally came into view, everyone realized why Chen Lin had chosen this place. Du and Chaoyang steered the van under the overpass and slammed on the brakes. The van spun around in place with a screech, throwing the zombie birds that had been clinging to it out of reach. The intricate structure of the flyover blocked the majority of the incoming flock. What a great place, Sun Qing shouted in approval. Captain, how did you know about such a good spot? The complex web of bridges above them heavily disrupted the flying bird's ability to swoop down and gain speed. Don't chatter, this isn't the time for compliments. Earth and metal talents, help me build a defensive fortification. Chen Lin swiftly released a few other vans, forming a protective ring around her team. Sun Qing and another earth elemental user used soil to connect the walls of the vans, creating a cohesive unit. The metal elementalist fortified the walls further. Zombie birds flapped their wings and dived towards Yunqi team. Chapter 196, celebrated too early. The battle has begun. Everyone became serious, including Shun Hongxia, who was previously very afraid. Chen Lin had seen in her past life that Shun Hongxia had a timid side, but at that time she didn't understand. After being reborn, she realized that Shun Hongxia had long set her sights on Zhong Jijun and had been tricking her all along. But in her previous life, they both died too early, so she didn't know whether Shun Hongxia succeeded or not. However, in this life, she would definitely create opportunities for these two people. The overpass bridge was quite low, preventing the large number of zombie birds from flying down from the sky. They seemed to have gained some intelligence, as they appeared from all sides. Watch out for cooperation. Without any hesitation, Chen Lin released wind blades. She was originally a space ability user, but no one knew just how high her spatial abilities were. Despite the overpass blocking some of the zombie birds, those coming from all directions were still overwhelming, an enormous, dark mass filling the skies. Brilliant abilities were thrown outward from the temporary defensive circle formed by surrounding vans. There were golden metal elements, blue water balls, red flames, green wooden thorns, and vines. Zombie birds fell like dumplings in boiling water. So many brain cores, Sun Qing excitedly said. Hu Xingxing, cover me, I'm going to collect the brain cores. As she spoke, she was about to jump out of the defensive circle. Hu Xing quickly pulled her back with great agility. My dear grandmother, if you want to collect brain cores, you'll have to wait a bit longer. There are so many zombie birds, I can't possibly protect you. His arm had been pecked by a zombie bird, missing a walnut-sized piece of flesh. He patched it up roughly, but there was still a huge hole, which looked extremely terrifying. I won't run far, Sun Qing was about to continue, when she saw Chen Lin glaring coldly at her. She immediately shut her mouth. Kill zombie birds. Before entering Chenzhou, Chen Lin had repeatedly warned everyone not to fall behind and stay together. Seeing the ground full of unclaimed brain cores, she momentarily forgot everything. Although Zhong Jijun was short, he tried his best to protect Shun Hongxia, Chen Ju, and several other female team members behind him, continuously releasing his ability. Seeing Zhong Jijun's actions, Chen Lin felt secretly satisfied. Without hearing Chen Lin speaking, Sun Qing asked, why doesn't everyone wear helmets? I brought them for nothing. Those are motorbike helmets, fully enclosed ones. Chen Lin spoke up, if you wear them, you can't even see the people beside you, it's not convenient at all. Sun Qing immediately deflated. Oh, then I'll just focus on killing zombies. Under their tacit cooperation, waves of zombie birds surged upward, only to fall back in sheets. Only Du and Chaoyang, Hu Xing, Meng Mion, Long Yang, and a few other male team members received slight flesh wounds. With the battle being fierce, their wounds were simply treated by wood and water element users. The female team members were well protected, and remained unhurt since the start of the battle. As the number of zombie birds gradually decreased, Du and Chaoyang let out an exclamation. Chen Lin thought he was injured and quickly asked, Big brother Yang, where are you injured? Let me check. I'm fine. Du and Chaoyang continuously cast fire walls around the defensive circle. Captain, have you noticed? There aren't any zombies here, nor any ability users. Don't you find that strange? Since they entered the city and directly rushed under the overpass, they hadn't seen a single zombie or an ability user. Besides the scattered cars lying horizontally and vertically on the road and the bloodstains and clothing fragments left everywhere, everything else fit exactly what Du and Chaoyang had said. Let's deal with the zombie birds first. Chen Lin remembered something too. In her previous life, she heard many rumors about Chenju, but now she had no time to dwell deeply on it. The zombie birds filled the skies endlessly. Although they had killed a lot, more zombie birds continued to swirl in the air. Zombie birds were not only communal but also had clear hierarchies. Even as zombie birds, there were distinct ranks. The ones attacking first were the cannon fodder zombie bird. Haven't you noticed that the zombie bird's sizes are getting bigger? Long Yang hummed in agreement. Yes, indeed. The larger the zombie birds, the harder they are to kill. Before, I could easily slaughter a bunch with a single stroke. Now the ones appearing require 2 slashes before dying. He observed things really carefully. At this moment, the zombie birds they were slaughtering were only slightly larger than the ones before. Without putting them side by side, it would be hard to notice the difference. The average level we killed earlier was between 5 and 6, now they're at level 7. Zhuge Hui said, we're killing much slower now. There must be the presence of level 8 zombie birds. Chen Lin's expression was solemn, her tone slightly stern. Everyone, pay attention to cooperation. After we eliminate the zombie birds, all our levels might rise by 1. Such a group of zombie birds would annihilate any number of survivor teams or ability user groups that encountered them. But they had met Chen Lin. With memories from her past life and a united team, their entire team's levels could very well be the highest among all ability user squads in this post-apocalyptic world. Her memories were becoming clearer. About her past life, about Chenju. Chen Lin's expression remained completely unrelaxed, not thinking for a second that just because her team was strong, they could let down their guard here. On the contrary, she became even more tense. In Chenju's legends, it was described as a no-go zone for humanity. A place called a no-go zone was simply not suitable for survival. Yet apart from the zombie birds, what else could there be here? Chen Lin carefully observed her surroundings. Level 7 and 8 zombie birds were mixed in with level 5 and 6 ones, attacking Cloud Rising Squad. Chen Lin's space blades specifically targeted the level 8 zombie birds. She patted her pocket. Little ones, take the guinea pig to collect brain cores and come back. Don't eat them yourselves. Upon return, distribution will be uniform. The colorful rain frog softly croaked, while the plump guinea pig jumped out of Chen Lin's backpack onto the ground, rolling over once. The rain frog then rode on the guinea pig's back, darting out through the gaps between the bread van walls. If they could collect level 8 brain cores, they could upgrade the level 7 members of the squad. This is how Chen Lin planned it. Boss, when can we have pets too? Sun Qing asked enviously. Both the guinea pig and the rain frog understood human speech, were capable fighters, and possessed spatial abilities, something she had long envied. Firstly, they are partners, not pets, understand? As Sun Qing nodded while casting her ability, other teammates also listened attentively to Chen Lin's words. She continued, it takes luck and fate. When you encounter them and they acknowledge you, they will choose you. Though luck and fate seemed vague concepts, everyone unconsciously showed yearning in their expressions. Seeing this, Chen Lin secretly thought that she'd trick, seduce, cajole, do whatever necessary to find suitable partners for her team, though she hadn't yet realized that merely pulling out meteorite fragments from her space would attract many mutated creatures. After Chen Lin injured the level 8 zombie birds, it became much easier for the others to kill them. However, aside from Long Yang, none of the others noticed Chen Lin's move. Wave after wave of zombie birds fell to the ground, piling up corpses outside the bread vans until larger zombie birds shrieked and dove at everyone. Chen Lin widened her eyes, her face turning pale. Level 9 zombie bird. What she didn't say was, there are also level 10 zombie birds. Chapter 197, the zombie birds have escaped. Chen Lin was thrilled at the presence of a level 9 zombie bird, but a level 10s were practically kings among zombies. They had developed basic intelligence and could command a group of zombies with just one of them, yet she distinctly noticed several unusual zombie birds among the level 9 ones. Level 9. Upon hearing Chen Lin's words, everyone became excited rather than tense. Fantastic, let's go for it, everyone. Sun Qing, in particular, bounced up and down enthusiastically. If all of us reach level 9, wouldn't we be able to do whatever we want? Du and Zhaoyang, being the eldest and most rational, stated, we may encounter level 9 zombie birds, but so will other teams. Even Shen Hongxia, who was timid before, now looked excited. Jijun, work hard. Even if we don't make it to level 9, reaching level 8 would still be great. Zhong Jijun said, you always get excited when it comes to leveling up. Of course. If we all grow stronger, we won't hold back the team anymore. Shen Hongxia twisted Zhong Jijun firmly. I can't keep asking you guys to protect me. I don't want to always hide behind you. Another teammate teased, isn't that hiding behind your precious Jijun? As level 9 and even some level 10 zombie birds hovered overhead, Chen Lin, unable to ignore their potential threat, activated her stone fang spatial blade while saying, don't be complacent. I don't want to lose any comrades because someone from my team gets careless. I would never forgive you if something happens. As level 7 and 8 zombie birds grew rarer, the level 9 zombie birds screeched as they dived down sharply. Swoosh, swoosh. They resembled bombs dropped at high speed from the air. The sharp, whistling sounds tore through the air. Their black shiny beaks were as dangerous as daggers, with claws that had nails several centimeters long. Their size was more than double compared to the previous zombie bird. One remaining level 8 zombie bird blocked the path of an attacking level 9 one, only to be caught and torn into two halves by the latter. Isn't that too cruel? Everyone felt deeply uncomfortable watching the scene of zombie birds tearing apart their own kind. Chen Lin didn't mean to scare everyone, but the reality was undeniable. Unless we start closely coordinating our efforts, we'll end up just like those pieces on the ground. Attack immediately. Finish them off before it becomes chaos. Someone whispered, Captain, no one is here for entertainment. Stop freaking us out. We're already doing our best here. No one wants to die. And indeed, no one wanted to die. Everyone methodically launched their abilities in a structured manner. Combining various abilities from different series, even level 7 ability users managed to hold off the level 9 zombie bird. But their damage was limited. The second wave attackers, including level 8 members Duan Zhaoyang, Long Yang, and Meng Mion, pushed the level 9 zombie birds further away beyond the first round of attack. Liline, this is wasting our time and brain cores. Long Yang nudged Chen Lin lightly with his elbow. If we keep defending like this, our resources won't last long. We do have a way, unless Yua and the little pig can fly. Chen Lin pointed to the two little creatures picking up brain cores from the ground. It wasn't that she hadn't noticed the team's exhaustion, she was simply waiting for the little creatures to collect enough brain cores. Her spatial blade fended off the level 10 zombie birds, leaving her unable to support her teammates directly, making her equally anxious inside. Keep holding on, everyone. Given the speed of the two small creatures, they should have been back by now. Chen Lin took a glance toward where Yua and the Dutch pig were, almost spitting blood. Yua sat casually on top of a zombie bird's head. The mutated moss used its tentacles to drag zombie bird carcasses over to Yua, while the Dutch pig gnawed the brain cores out and carried them one by one to Yua. Hey, little things, give me the level 8 brain cores now. Hurry. If I die, you two are going to wander aimlessly alone. Chen Lin had never been this angry with Yua. Her squad and even her own life was currently dangling at the edge of danger posed by the level 10 zombie bird. As soon as Yua and the Dutch pig gathered the brain cores, they returned swiftly. With no time to reprimand Yua, Chen Lin selected appropriate brain cores, rinsed them with water, and distributed them to those still at level 7. Quickly assimilate your ability. We can't afford to remain on the defensive forever. The level 7 ability users upgraded to level 8. Within their modest defense circle, both defense and offense levels increased significantly. Chen Lin stared enviously at the level 9 and level 10 zombie birds in the sky, thinking that if they could obtain a level 9 brain core, the team's strength would ascend to another level. Unfortunately, it was still slightly out of reach. The level 10 zombie birds emitted even sharper screeches as they began to ascend into the air. This was. Chen Lin immediately realized what the level 10 zombie birds' cries and behavior meant. They were about to leave. Once they left, where would they find level 10 brain cores? Rain frog, come here. Chen Lin shouted loudly, grabbing the little creature. Go and spray your poison, whatever number of them you kill is fine. Wind users, help rain frog fly. It'd be a joke if she just threw it normally. The small creature would plummet like a falling star and become frog paste. Meng Mion and another wind-based ability user conjured wind spirals together to lift Rain Frog, tossed by Chen Lin, into the high sky. Rain Frog lived up to Chen Lin's expectations, spraying a glob of toxic liquid toward a level 10 zombie bird. Several nearby level 9 zombie birds were also sprayed with the toxin and fell from the sky like dumplings being boiled. The rest of the zombie birds quickly followed the level 10s and flew far away. Little thing, come down. Meng Mion returned Rain Frog to Chen Lin. You almost scared me when you threw it like that. Chen Lin grabbed one of Rain Frog's tiny legs and tapped its forehead, saying, we'll deal with you later. I have more pressing matters now. Meanwhile, the Dutch pig obediently jumped into Chen Lin's backpack to pretend it wasn't there. The team members looked at the now empty sky and then at Chen Lin. How did they escape? Captain. Even I can't stop the zombie birds from running away, Chen Lin replied. By the way, everyone should touch only the ones that were poisoned earlier. Leave the rest alone. She added, let's clean up the battlefield quickly, then I'll share some bad news with all of you. Long Yang shook his head slightly and whispered in Chen Lin's ear. What bad news could possibly be scarier than the level 10 zombie birds? Just you. Chen Lin didn't expect Long Yang to notice the existence of the level 10 zombie birds. She rolled her eyes at him and went to collect the poisoned zombie birds. She took a quick glance and counted 1 level 10 and 3 level 9 zombie birds. Everyone, let me reiterate something. Rain Frog may look beautiful, but its poison can silently kill anyone. Only I can handle it. None of you should touch it under any circumstances. After making this point, she joined the group collecting the brain cores. Most were of level 7 and level 8, which her own team couldn't use but could be traded for valuable resources at other safe zones. The teammates all nodded in agreement. However, not everyone agreed. For instance, Sun Qing. While collecting the brain cores, Sun Qing kept glancing at Chen Lin. Duan Zhaoyang noticed her expression and asked humorously, Captain, driving away the zombie birds and gathering so many brain cores should be good news, right? Why do you keep mentioning unfortunate messages? This question piqued everyone's curiosity. As soon as Duan Zhaoyang asked, all ears perked up. Chapter 198, Unable to Rest. Let's collect the brain cores first, in case you don't feel like collecting them later. Chen Lin patted her backpack and then nudged the pretending to be dead Yua. Get up, help me collect the brain cores quickly. I'll deal with you three later. Is there anything more despair-inducing than a level 10 zombie bird? Long Yang couldn't help but glance at Chen Lin, noticing that while she was busy collecting brain cores, she was also lecturing Yue. Little thing, why aren't you pretending to be the boss now? Yue let out soft sounds, apologizing to Chen Lin. To others, it all sounded like cooing, but Chen Lin understood its meaning. It hadn't noticed anything threatening to her. This guy, thinking this way is wrong. I've told you before, my team is one unit. With everyone pitching in, the speed of collecting brain cores increased significantly. Due to Chen Lin's unfinished remark, even though they were seasoned veterans, everyone still felt uneasy. Consequently, even the most lively person in the group didn't feel like cracking jokes anymore. All the brain cores were gathered in Chen Lin's hands as she said, "We should leave this place first." Sun chinged her head and glanced around. "Sister Yu, if you have something to say, just say it quickly. It feels like there are so many pairs of eyes watching me. My heart is uneasy." "This is exactly why I want us to leave here," said Chen Lin as she took out a car from her space storage. "Everyone, get in the car first." There were countless zombie bird corpses here. If what happened earlier was true, they would likely soon see them. However, the complex overpass might block zombie birds, but there was no way to stop the relentless zombie rats. Where could they hide? Duan Chaoyang offered the driver's seat to Meng Mion. "You've at least been here before, you know the way better than us, so you drive." In an instant, Chen Lin thought of the police station, the prison, and the bank's vault, until finally, she came up with one place, the oil depot or gas station. The car started. In an unknown crevice beneath the overpass, countless bloodshot eyes tightly watched the zombie bird carcasses. The owners of some of these eyes sniffed the air and slowly followed the direction of the minivan, their movements unnoticed by the Yunqi team. "Captain, shouldn't you tell us now?" asked Chen Ju, unable to contain her curiosity any longer. Chen Lin pointed outside the window. "In fact, you guys should have realized by now, doesn't it look similar to Yunqi City? No zombies, but psychics instead. Isn't having no zombies a good thing?" Zhong Jijun asked confusedly. "Captain, not having zombies should be a good thing, right? Why do you say it's bad news? You're not someone who casually scares others for no reason." "I don't have time for such morbid fun." Chen Lin's expression remained tense. No zombies, not even the remains of humans and zombies, means that there must be scavenging animals. Best case scenario, it's just one creature. Worst case scenario, it's a whole pack, like the swarm of zombie birds we saw earlier. There being level 10 creatures present isn't accidental. If we encounter another large group, it won't be as easy to deal with as the zombie bird flock. The bad news is, I saw zombie rats. Rats. Regardless of gender, everyone inside the car felt the temperature drop several degrees. Ordinary rats in groups could destroy entire cities. Now imagine the chaos of zombie rats. A horde of starving rats could eat them down to nothing, not leaving even bone fragment. Only now did everyone truly understand why Chen Lin called it bad news. Chen Lin's face showed a bitter smile as Long Yang casually chose a destination, landing on an elite location. "Rats are not scary. Don't be afraid. Once we find a place, if there are rats, we'll burn them with fire." "No wonder you chose an oil depot or gas station." Long Yang didn't miss the bitter smile on Chen Lin's face, laughing quietly. "Are you blaming me for picking a great spot?" "Yes, I am blaming you for not choosing a safer place," Chen Lin complained. "We're exhausted and need to constantly watch out for swarms of those dead rat." "But weren't you quite happy when you were collecting brain cores?" Long Yang raised his eyebrows, looking at Chen Lin. This comment he dared to make lightheartedly to her was something others wouldn't dare to say. This kind of teasing during tough times could almost be called a form of dark humor. His mind raced furiously. Qianju was a mandatory route for his father heading to the northern base. If there were no survivors here, that meant his father wasn't here, or had already. He didn't dare think further. "We're about to face more, but I can't be happy about it." Chen Lin leaned on Long Yang's shoulder. "All I want is to bring our family, friends, team members to a safe place, far away from danger." "Bromeng, how much longer until we get there?" She feared bringing up painful memories for Long Yang. The roads in Qianju were complicated, but the traffic was unobstructed, except for a few broken-down cars by the roadside. Meng Mion quickly found a small gas station. "We'll go check if there's anything useful in the rest area." Shen Hongxia and another female teammate headed toward the rest stop. "And we can also use the restroom. Don't go too far," Zhong Jijun reminded them. "Call out if anything happens." This earned him a few rolls of eyes from the female teammates. What could possibly happen while using the restroom? Besides, they were all level 8 psychics. Zhong Jijun and another member checked all the fuel pumps. "Captain, there's no fuel here." Meng Mion said, "I know another spot. Let's head there after they come out." Chen Lin made her decision immediately. If there was no fuel at that other place, she'd pull out some oil that she had collected earlier as a precaution. "I'll go get them." Zhong Jijun stood up and walked toward the service station. He'd just taken a few steps when Chen Lin grabbed her rain frog and stood up. "Everyone retreat inside the service station, fast." Long Yang immediately pushed Duan Chaoyang and Meng Mion, who were close to him, into the service station. "Hurry inside." The team members who had originally been outside instantly entered the service station. Chen Lin instructed them to block up any cracks or gaps in doors and windows with whatever they could find. The female teammates coming out of the bathroom also joined in helping. Throughout this process, no one questioned what was wrong with Chen Lin. After the incident with the zombie bird flock, everyone had developed a certain level of responsiveness to emergencies. When Chen Lin warned them, it wasn't just a reminder, it was a warning. There was never room for error. Even the new recruits had grown accustomed to Chen Lin's sudden alerts. When Meng Mion tried to lock the door, Chen Lin stopped him. Don't lock it, I need to go out for a bit. I'll go with you. How could Long Yang let Chen Lin go alone again? I'm not doing anything serious, I'll just set up some vans around the service station. Chen Lin explained. With no fuel at the gas station, she couldn't start fires. What she could do now was to arrange vans around the service station as a first line of defense, pre-installing fuel in the vehicles. I'm coming with you. Long Yang didn't leave room for discussion. After all, he couldn't allow Chen Lin to act alone. Even if he couldn't help her with retrieving items from her space pocket, at least he could accompany her. Chapter 199, Burning the Gas Station. Outside the service station, a circle upon circle of minibuses arranged by Chen Lin were the 6-seater minibuses she had initially collected. There were at least 3 full circles. Lin Ying, how many cars have you gathered? Long Yang casually asked. Chen Lin continued stuffing oil drums into the cars while answering, I don't know, but anyway, my space is huge. Thanks to your help, I now. Suddenly, a wave of grey and black surged into the gas station. Seeing this, Long Yang grabbed Chen Lin's hand. Let's go. Endless blood-red eyes would unnerve anyone being stared at like that. Despite remaining somewhat calm, even Long Yang felt uneasy. Quick. The two dashed into the service station. While sealing the door, Long Yang said, everyone be on high alert. A massive group of rats. A massive group. Du and Chaoyang looked out the glass window. Outside the service station, a dense crowd of zombie rats already covered the bread vans outside, countless bloodshot eyes fixed on the people inside the glass window. Some were already starting to climb up toward the service station. Rats are coming out of the toilet. Chen Ju noticed a few enormous zombie rats drilling out from the toilet bowl as she was leaving the restroom. She tried stepping on them, but the zombie rats were far more agile than expected. They leapt onto her foot and bit it. Hearing the noise, Shen Hongxia swiftly conjured a wind blade to cut the zombie rat in half. Let me check if there are brain nuclei. Thank you, Hongxia. Chen Ju regained her senses and used her powers to start killing zombie rats. More and more zombie rats kept crawling out of the toilet bowls, so the two were both killing them while collecting brain nuclei. Can I come in? Zhong Jijun stood outside the women's restroom, watching Shen Hongxia and Chen Ju systematically eliminate the zombie rats. He thought it was awkward for him to be here. Forget it. It's cramped in here anyway. I'll go help them elsewhere if needed. Shen Hongxia quickly glanced at Chen Ju, who only smiled without speaking. After Zhong Jijun left, Shen Hongxia whispered softly, actually, I'm really scared. If it weren't for encouragement and support from people like Jijun ah. Sun Qing happened to overhear this, sticking her head out and giggling twice. Girls, please come over and help me. There's another squat toilet here, and I'm almost running out of room to stand. Chen Ju said, Team Leader Shui, use your space ability, you can organize later when free. Good point. Sun Qing pulled her head back into the neighboring squat toilet. On the roof of the service station came the creaking sound of chewing. Zombie rats piled layer by layer outside the glass window, making the window glass begin emitting groaning sounds under heavy pressure. Chen Lin had been looking into the distance. The densely packed zombie rats seemed endless, as if all the rats in the world had gathered in Chengdu. Captain, you're not going to just keep staring, are you? Du and Chaoyang juggled a small ball of flames in his palm. I don't think you've set up these cars for no reason. Just wait. The glass might break any moment, and the roof was nearly chewed through. But currently, only the vanguard of zombie rats appeared. Chen Lin still hadn't seen higher-level zombie rats. Meng Ji, gather everyone else here. Ignore those dead rats crawling in for now, we'll clean them up later. After gathering everyone, Chen Lin pointed at the two windows of the service station. Stand closer to the center, earth element users form an earth wall. Once the glass breaks, fire users ignite the vehicle. Crack. The window glass shattered simultaneously with a hole bitten through the roof. Du and Chaoyang immediately threw the fireball he had in his hand toward the broken window glass, setting the zombie rats ablaze. Still, they surged forward one after another into the service station. The hole in the roof grew bigger, and zombie rats fell down like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Right now, fire users. Chen Lin quickly gave the order. She realized that if she had fire abilities herself, she could give commands and attack simultaneously. However, issuing commands and waiting for others to execute them caused delays. During the time it took for her to say those 6 words, a large number of zombie rats had already swarmed inside the service station. However, everyone managed well enough. Zombie rats surged toward the team members, climbing up the earthen walls. They were struck by water balls, wind blades before getting close. Yang Ji, throw accurately. Meng Mion slapped away a zombie rat that climbed onto his leg. Too many. It's creepy. The zombie rats continued to grow in number. Du and Chaoyang's fireballs accurately hit the service station's vans. He was afraid they wouldn't ignite successfully, so he threw several more. Peng. Peng peng. A van began to explode and burn, and the others were set alight too. The flames devoured countless zombie rats, and countless more attempted to leap over the ring of fire toward the psychics but were engulfed by the fiery explosions. What a nice smell. Sun Qing's antics flared up again. If Huxing hadn't held her back, she might have picked up a roasted zombie rat to taste. As fewer zombie rats jumped into the fire, Chen Lin looked at the distant ones that had become sparser. Looks like we can breathe a sigh of relief. Has anyone been injured? Long Yang glanced around. Everyone is fine. What's your plan next? Of course, eat first, then rest. Chen Lin glared at Sun Qing. I'm just worried that if I don't keep an eye on you, some fool will be chewing on roasted meat. Sun Qing stared at a zombie rat on the ground, licking her lips. The others couldn't help but burst out laughing. I'll look around. Long Yang patted Chen Lin as the burning vans had almost blown up the walls of the service station. I'll go with you. Du and Chaoyang stepped out too. The outside vans were almost burned down to their frames, and amidst the ashes of the zombie rats, the brain nuclei shone brilliantly with various colors. Old Long, do you think it made sense to build such a small gas station here? What could it possibly achieve? Facilitating travel maybe? Long Yang said nonchalantly, we should probably find a place soon and collect more cars. When we face these types of creatures in clusters, Lingling's methods are really effective. That's true. I only admire Yu Mai. Du and Chaoyang slapped Long Yang's shoulder. Yu Mai is great. Back when I encountered her with your Dao bro searching all over for you. Then he sighed, I don't know where Jiang Dao has gone off to. I wonder if he's doing well. His powers aren't weak. Long Yang roughly understood Jiang Dao's mindset. He suffered disfigurement, refused to admit he was from Lijiang, and developed feelings for Lingling, choosing to distance himself as his way to answer for it. He must be doing all right. If we run into Jiang Dao again, let's bring him along, Du and Chaoyang suggested. I think he's pretty forthright. You know what I mean. Turns out you've noticed too. Probably only Lingling hasn't caught on yet. Long Yang bitterly smiled. Chen Lin was smart about everything else, except this one thing seemed to make her slow to react. If we encounter Jiang Dao again, I'll try to persuade him to stay. Du and Chaoyang kicked something ring-shaped in the ash, which didn't budge. It seems I've kicked into something. Chapter 200, Underground Oil Depot. Du and Chaoyang kicked aside the corpse of a zombie rat on the ground and found 2 large iron rings lying there. Seeing these rings, he looked somewhat peculiar and said to Long Yang, Old Long, tell me, could it be? Actually, he was thinking of an underground parking lot, but how could such a small gas station possibly have one? It was the answer both of them were considering. Open it first and hope it's not. Long Yang's heart also sank a bit as he spoke, then bent over and grabbed one of the iron rings. Du and Chaoyang lifted up the other ring. Below each iron ring were 2-meter-long iron chains. The 2 men pulled on the chains from left and right respectively, opening a door. In front of them appeared a slope leading downward, big enough for a car to enter. My goodness, it's an oil depot. Du and Chaoyang exclaimed. After glancing into the slope, Long Yang grimaced and said, we're pretty lucky, aren't we? Linlin lit such a huge fire above, yet this oil depot didn't explode and blow us to smithereens. The commotion between the two drew the attention of the others, leaving everyone else looking strange at the discovery of the underground oil depot. Hurry up and clean out those brain nuclei, Chen Lin whispered thankfully in her mind. The service station was directly above this underground oil depot. She wasn't sure whether the lack of explosion was due to no fuel inside or their outrageous luck. I'll go check it out. Our leader, praise heavens we didn't become popcorn. Sun Qing made a gesture of folding her hands in prayer. Chen Lin gave her a big glare, feeling quite guilty and unable to argue back. To cover up her embarrassment, she followed Long Yang and Du and Chaoyang towards the just-opened slope. Luo, sorry leader. Sun Qing made a funny face toward the back of Chen Lin. Why doesn't this guy act stupid when he should? Chen Lin mumbled. Du and Chaoyang laughed heartily. Rarely see sister you making a fool of herself. Ha ha. With one more person making fun of her, Chen Lin turned her head toward Long Yang and noticed his serious expression despite the upward-turned corners of his mouth, clearly suppressing a laugh. Long Yang touched the tip of his nose. If you don't come along, Younger and I would have called you anyway. Let's see if there are any items worth taking. That's not what you wanted to say, is it? Chen Lin glanced at Long Yang with disdain and complained, I never expected an underground oil depot either, and now I'm still shivering with fright. Who likes being scared? I certainly don't want to die. Walking ahead of the other two, Du and Chaoyang reached the end of the slope where a vast hall came into view. Filled with oil tanker trucks, he approached one truck and tapped the tank. This one's full. He then checked the other trucks and confirmed all of them were fully loaded. Take them all. We can't let our efforts go to waste. Chen Lin didn't verbalize her later thoughts, how terrifying the whole experience had been, and collected the oil tanks one by one. Alright, no regrets coming here. Long Yang watched Chen Lin's movements, smiled. Her little greedy nature hadn't changed a bit since before the apocalypse. Honest and genuine, seeing her joyful made him feel genuinely pleased too. Du and Chaoyang kept checking elsewhere and found a locked iron door. He examined up and down but couldn't find a way to open it. There's another room. Come take a look, figure out how to open it. This is an inward opening door. Long Yang went forward and inspected the door. There might be people inside. He knocked on the door. Is anyone in there? No response came from the room. He increased the intensity of his knocks. There shouldn't be anyone alive, Chen Lin remarked. With so many rats nearby, it was hard for any survivors to exist. She pulled out Yufar and held it in her hand. Little thing, I need to go in. Yufar sprayed saliva toward the door and jumped around pleasingly in Chen Lin's palm. You've been good. Chen Lin put Yufar back in her pocket. The tightly closed door was dissolved by Yufar's saliva, creating a large hole. A corpse leaning against the door rolled out through it. The shriveled corpse slowly crawled off the ground, its gas station uniform torn and tattered beyond recognition. I told you there'd be no living people. It was odd finding a zombie. Could the place it hid protect it from the zombie rats? Chen Lin opened the door and stepped inside the hiding place of that zombie. Long Yang and Du and Chaoyang took care of the zombie and entered next. What they saw caused all three of them to instantly change expressions. Inside the room were several large iron racks, with a few mangled corpses tied to them. Their heads had all been bitten into pieces, their flesh almost completely gone, leaving behind only dried white bones. At the sight of this scene, everyone immediately understood what had happened. Shit, Du and Chaoyang stepped out and kicked the zombie fiercely. Bastard, turning into a zombie is too easy on you, damn it. Chen Lin looked at the pile of gas station employee uniforms in the corner of the room, which were soaked with blood and had long since dried, becoming pitch black. This solitary zombie had treated his colleagues from the gas station as emergency food supplies after the apocalypse began. We'll stay here tonight. Chen Lin closed the door that was already torn open, or we leave under cover of darkness. What do you two think? Let's leave in the dark. I don't want to be stuck here, Du and Chaoyang said roughly. Don't forget, a few level 10 and 9 zombie birds escaped. I just feel uneasy about sleeping thinking about them. I can still drive. Chen Lin glanced at Long Yang, who nodded slightly at her. I can also take turns driving with old Duan. They worried that staying in Qianju any longer might bring the same incidents, flocks of zombie birds and zombie rats. Although their team could handle the fights, constant battles would wear them down, no matter how strong they were. Okay, I'll tell the others. After pondering for a moment, Chen Lin agreed. If they swapped today's collected brain nuclei for another team, they would likely need to collect much more to achieve the same result. The three walked out of the oil depot where Meng Mion pointed at a pile of brain nuclei on the ground. We've divided them into 2 piles. This one has higher grades, and this one is lower. Chen Lin collected the pile of higher grade brain nuclei while leaving the other untouched. This one will be shared among everyone. Use them to replenish energy during battles. Take a bit now, ask me if you need more later. After dividing the brain nuclei, let's leave the city. As her words echoed, Meng Mion chuckled helplessly. Captain, it was easy getting in, but not so much leaving. I don't know the roads well either. Chen Lin felt speechless. She took out a map for a glance. Let me drive, you all can sleep on the car. The complex network of roads on the Qianju map made her dizzy even just looking at it, but she soon thought of an idea. She turned left first, then right, figuring it should lead to a straight path ahead. Driving for a while should surely lead them out. If we come across a car dealership, stop and look for useful things to gather, Long Yang reminded Chen Lin. If we pass by, don't miss it. Hopefully we'll encounter some. Hey, Chen Lin laughed, knowing that if luck ran against them, they might wake up to find her still circling the overpasses in Qianju looking for an exit. Chapter 201. Troubles aren't over yet. It was said that the team members were told to sleep in the car, but not everyone actually slept. Long Yang and Meng Mion swapped seats, sitting in the front passenger seat. I'll take your place. No need, I found the exit. Chen Lin declined Long Yang. Everyone had fought hard today except for her. Her level was the highest, so she didn't consume as much energy as everyone else, making her the least tired one. Should we stop somewhere to let everyone rest? Long Yang suggested. Everyone is exhausted, and you must be tired too. This guy, Chen Lin glanced at Long Yang and saw his expression, which made her smile slightly. I'm not tired. My consumption has been minimal. We haven't finished discussing the issue from earlier. The previous issue. Long Yang remembered the unfinished topic they had talked about before. It wasn't a crucial matter between him and Chen Lin. He cared more about having her by his side, so he chuckled. Don't try to change the subject. We were talking about where to spend the night. If we can get out of the overpass, leaving the city will be easier. Chen Lin threw the map to Long Yang. As long as we're out of the city, I can set up a color steel house wherever we are, so we can rest anywhere. Long Yang nodded after hearing this. This time, without consulting with Chen Lin, he bluntly said, let me drive. Shish, don't disturb everyone. Chen Lin had no intention of switching driving with Long Yang. She cared for him just as much as he cared for her. After exiting the overpass, a large road sign clearly indicated the direction out of the city. Look, the exit is right ahead. There's absolutely no need for you to switch with me. Long Yang also saw the sign, and he could only comply with Chen Lin. He looked at her as she focused on driving, his gaze softening beyond measure. The driving Chen Lin felt uneasy under his persistent gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? It's strange. I'm thinking, if it weren't for you being by my side, I wouldn't even know where to look. I have absolutely no sense of direction. A hint of melancholy crept into Long Yang's voice unconsciously. I worry about them. Don't worry, we will definitely bring them back, Chen Lin said. They'd had this conversation more than once, yet she was willing to repeat it tirelessly. After leaving the city, the road became difficult to navigate. There were abandoned vehicles everywhere. Chen Lin stopped the car. Let's rest here for a bit. The people in the back rows were slumped over asleep, clearly exhausted. All right. Long Yang closed his eyes in the front passenger seat. With Chen Lin's rain frog present, they didn't need to keep watch. However, Long Yang hadn't slept for long when Chen Lin woke him up. Long Yang, what should we do? Long Yang's consciousness was still a little hazy, confused as he asked, what should we do? Look at it. Chen Lin raised her hand to show the restless rain frog jumping anxiously in her hand. It says that there's danger nearby. I'll go check it out. Long Yang quickly regained clarity and opened the car door to get out. His action startled the others awake. Du and Chaoyang opened his eyes and looked outside. Is it nighttime already? Ah. Sun Qing yawned, half asleep. Yang Ji, you're confused. It's just that the sky hasn't brightened yet. That's odd, Captain. How come we're still in Qianju? Where else would they be if not in Qianju? Are they going to fly to another place? Chen Lin rolled her eyes. Do you think we're on a plane? Look ahead. Tell me how we're supposed to drive past this mess. Sun Qing yawned. So what do we do now? Should we sleep some more? The rest gradually woke up, quietly sitting in their seats. Not long after, Long Yang returned, his expression peculiar. The road ahead is blocked for several kilometers. Now we have two choices, either rest here until dawn and then find our way out of here, or we walk out now. It's about 5 or 6 kilometers. What else did you discover? Chen Lin asked, estimating that Long Yang might have found more than just these options. I discovered a tunnel ahead, and my feeling isn't good, Long Yang replied. That's why I came back. A tunnel? Chen Lin felt like she might have overlooked something. Let's tough it out in the car for the night, and set out again at dawn. That's decided. She decided to extract the zombie bird brain nucleus from her space while she had the chance. You all rest first. Chen Lin got out of the car and took the zombie bird's corpses from her dimensional space. The corpses had already been melted down by half due to the poisonous liquid secreted by the rain frog, making it easy to extract the brain nuclei. The 6 brain nuclei presented a dilemma for Chen Lin. 3 were level 9 wood element nuclei, 1 was level 9 fire element, another was level 9 water element, and the level 10 one turned out to be space element. There was only 1 water element member in the team herself, and there were 2 space element users. But Sun Qing's spatial ability was only at level 5, giving her the level 10 nucleus wouldn't make sense compared to keeping it herself. As for the water element, she'd also take it. For the other 4, she immediately knew who they would suit best. Chen Lin gently tapped on the car window, summoning Du and Chaoyang to get out. Captain? Having higher level abilities means releasing something more complex than just fireballs or walls of fire. You could explore new options like fiery rain or melting rocks into magma. Chen Lin handed over the lone fire element brain nucleus to Du and Chaoyang. With higher levels comes greater responsibility. Du and Chaoyang responded with a deep grunt. Captain, you can count on me. Yunqi squad is my home. Yang Ji, don't be so serious, I was just saying. Chen Lin quickly interjected, knowing very well what Du and Chaoyang had endured in the past. In their previous life, she had grieved over his death for a long time. Sisyu, I'm off to sleep, Du and Chaoyang yawned, masking the emotion swelling in his heart. Chen Lin passed him the 3 wood element brain nuclei. Give these to Hu Xing and the other 2 wood element members. And if someone doesn't get one this time, don't worry, it will come eventually. Don't fret, everyone understands. Du and Chaoyang reassured Chen Lin, concerned that she might feel guilty about distributing resources fairly. It was merely a matter of timing, and as captain, Chen Lin had done remarkably well. Back inside the car, Du and Chaoyang distributed the brain nuclei. Chen Lin started pacing around outside. She had this nagging feeling she had overlooked something important, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Yet, what exactly had she missed? As time trickled away, the eastern horizon began to lighten with dawn. The sun gradually rose, enveloping the surroundings in a hazy glow, painting a dreamlike beauty. A serene harmony prevailed, not quite matching the apocalyptic world they inhabited. Birds could be seen circling in the distance toward the direction of the tunnel. It came back to her. What serenity! What peace! All fabrications meant to deceive spirit. Chen Lin sighed with a wry smile, silently popping the 2 brain nuclei into her mouth. Dead Long Yang, you really know how to pick your spot. Behind her, a soft chuckle echoed. So, bad-mouthing me when I wasn't around? Long Yang teased sarcastically. What did I do now to warrant such resentment? Chen Lin pointed ahead, toward the tunnel. Look there. Chapter 202, Zombie Bird Nest. Long Yang looked in the direction Chen Lin pointed. That's the tunnel I found yesterday. What's wrong, Lin? Did you discover something? Didn't this guy enlist in the army? What about his observation skills? Chen Lin glanced disdainfully at Long Yang. Those birds, didn't you notice anything different about them? With that, Long Yang took a closer look. The proportions are off. Birds this big surely wouldn't. I think they might be the few that escaped yesterday. Chen Lin tugged at Long Yang's arm. If we go through the tunnel, we will certainly meet the zombie bird. Come on, let's discuss it with everyone. Zombie birds, huh? We must kill them for the brain cause. A female team member who rarely spoke, Bai Hui, said, Captain, I've leveled up to grade 9, but everyone else hasn't yet. She was one of 3 wood-based ability users who had reached grade 9. The tunnel is a necessary route. Chen Lin was pleased with Bai Hui's unexpected input. The team members cared for each other. The Yunqi squad would become increasingly harmonious and cohesive. I'm consulting everyone to see if we want to rest a bit more or have breakfast and directly move forward. We must completely wipe out those zombie bird. As expected, everyone agreed to move forward after breakfast. At this moment, there was nothing more exhilarating than counting brain cores. But Chen Lin wasn't so delighted because she knew that getting the brain cores from the grade 10 zombie birds wouldn't be easy. However, she didn't say it aloud. For the Yunqi squad, trouble didn't signify danger, but gain, just that this gain could be small or large. After breakfast, the group set off on foot. With the car array stretching 5 or 6 kilometers, walking was the only way. Through the tunnel exit revealed a mountain hollow. A highway crossed the mountain hollow. But now, the scene before their eyes shocked all of them. The stinking mountain hollow was filled with various sizes of bones, human, animal, mostly those of zombie bird. There were countless skeletons of zombies, but all the heads were shattered, the brain cores gone. A few large birds were circling overhead, spotting intruders in the hollow. They screamed sharply and swooped down. Wood elemental, create a net. Chen Lin quickly commanded. Not a single one should escape. She was just contemplating returning empty-handed moments ago. A flash of insight reminded her that they had 3 grade 9 wood elemental users within the team. Grade 9 wood elementals may not be able to kill grade 10 zombie birds, but they could still temporarily restrain them. Wind elemental assistance. Earth elemental assistance. Alright, Taste the grade 10 spatial blade. As the zombie bird swooped down, Chen Lin ordered while aiming at its wings. Were these grade 10 zombie birds cunning? But what good was being cunning if they couldn't fly? 3 vines stretched rapidly in the air, coalescing into a net. The zombie bird, whose wings were struck by Chen Lin, was entangled by the vine net. One of the injured zombie birds screeched piercingly. It opened its mouth and shot out several wind blades. These were blocked by Chen Lin's spatial blade. Its screams became even more shrill, but Hu Xing released a vine that wrapped around the zombie bird's mouth. Unable to fly or release any abilities, the zombie bird could only struggle uselessly in the vine net. Wind elemental brain core, perfect. There's no way I'll let you escape. Chen Lin rejoiced as not a single zombie bird escaped. But the piled up bones began to move. The sound of rushing water and creaking bone made everyone shiver uncontrollably. There's no time to collect the brain cores. Quick, pull them down so I can gather them. Chen Lin hadn't seen such a strange sight either. She gathered the struggling zombie birds into her space pocket and stood together with the team. All eyes focused on a gradually rising lump. Long Yang positioned himself between Chen Lin and the threat. Is there a zombie bird above grade 10? I don't know. If there was a grade exceeding 10, they would all be doomed here. Frowning slightly, Chen Lin pondered, what exactly was this thing? Click click. Catcher catcher. Strange sounds kept ringing out. From the bulge emerged a furry little thing, covered in greyish fuzz, its black bead-like eyes shining like gemstones. Cheep cheep, cheep cheep. A baby bird. Du and Chaoyang tentatively threw a spark at the little grey bird. The furry little thing jumped up, swallowed the spark, and then chirped joyfully, chirp chirp. Chirp chirp. So it's a mutated bird. Chen Lin sighed in relief. It was still a juvenile mutated bird. The chirping was actually begging for food. She took out a handful of level 1 brain cores and tossed them to the little fuzzball. The little fuzzball gobbled down the brain cores like pecking grains of rice. It didn't seem satisfied and timidly took a few steps toward Chen Lin, calling softly, come here, I've got some. Sun Qing liked this fluffy little bird as soon as she saw it, also taking out a handful of brain cores to entice the little fuzzball. Unexpectedly, the little fuzzball didn't even look at what Sun Qing had in her hand, its black bead-like eyes staring straight at Chen Lin. Sun Qing, go check if there are any bird eggs where it came from. If there are, one will be yours. If not, well, Chen Lin hadn't finished speaking when Sun Qing had already darted off in the direction where the little fuzzball had come from. Startled, the little fuzzball flapped its wings and dived straight into Chen Lin's arms. Long Yang joked, if someone didn't know, they'd think this is your kid. My kid. Chen Lin facepalmed herself. Her body seemed to attract mutated animals, and she couldn't do anything about it. Ha ha ha. Seeing that the danger had been lifted and that the seemingly threatening situation earlier was just an adorable little ball of fluff, everyone burst into laughter. The little fuzzball's behavior just now was too much like looking for its mother. It was impossible not to laugh. WAWA, there are 3 eggs. Sun Qing carefully scooped out 3 fist-sized bluish-grey bird eggs with her clothes. Captain, but I don't know how to incubate eggs. Like I do either. Chen Lin was speechless, but she quickly came up with a solution. She stroked the fuzzball in her arms. If you want to keep eating good things, no problem. But you need to properly hatch your younger siblings. The little fuzzball looked bewildered, blankly gazing at Chen Lin. It was still a baby itself. How could it hatch eggs? When Du and Chaoyang tried to touch the fuzzball, it flapped its wings and squawked loudly. Pecking at his hand, it strongly resisted his contact. Wow, so aggressive. Sun Qing handed over the 3 bird eggs to Chen Lin. Leader, remember our deal, I want one. Chen Lin shot her a glare. If you're planning on hatching them yourself, here, take one right now. I can't. You do it. Sun Qing shook her head hastily. Fine, you're punished to search around for other valuable stuff, while the rest of you rest here. Chen Lin rolled her eyes at Sun Qing's antics. Both Sun Qing and she were incapable of incubating eggs. Amidst everyone's kind-hearted chuckles, Sun Qing trudged off reluctantly to sift through the piles of bones. But no one let Sun Qing search by herself. After a short rest, they all joined the hunt. Chen Lin grabbed the little fluff ball in her arms when she had a moment, looking closely at the dusty little ball. Somehow, it felt strangely familiar. Chapter 203, Su Juanyuan's Mount. A grey fluffy ball the size of a fist. It was difficult to tell what kind of bird it was, but Chen Lin felt she had definitely seen this fluff ball in her previous life, an indescribable feeling. After all, young birds look almost nothing like adult ones. It looks like that guy's mount. Chen Lin remembered Su Juanyuan, whom she'd been avoiding. In her previous life, among the psychics she had seen, only Su Juanyuan rode a bird. How did she end up thinking about Su Juanyuan? Could that guy really be the same one with the fierce appearance, whose wingspan was more than 10 meters when spread? Lining, come here. Deep in thought, Chen Lin was interrupted by Long Yang's voice. She walked over and found that all the team members were standing beside a pile of bones, looking serious. Chen Lin glanced at it and immediately winced. She had just wanted Sun Qing, that idiot, to dig and release some extra energy. So she told her to go clear out the pile of bones. Who would have known she ended up uncovering a hidden cave? And there were lights inside the cave. It was originally blocked by the mountainside, but perhaps due to the earthquake earlier, the mountain collapsed now revealing everything inside the cave. Machines, lamps, iron racks, cages, tattered white coats. Where was this place? Even if she guessed with her toes, Chen Lin knew. She understood everything. The forbidden area for humans, the deserted city, the level 9 or even level 10 zombie birds were man-made. all created intentionally by some depraved people. No wonder why in her previous life Su Junyuan's team was so powerful and unmatched. No wonder he arrived at Yunqi City with a nearly intact team and minimal losses. Turned out he'd long led his team ahead of everyone else. Just because of her reincarnation, all Su Junyuan's plans had been disrupted by Chen Lin. Everyone must keep absolutely confidential our visit to the former region, said Chen Lin solemnly. Especially our levels, keep them absolutely confidential. If we have to reveal them, each of you should downgrade your levels by 1 grade. The lightning and fire types, reduce by 2. Let's go. The captain's emotions directly infected the team members. From Chen Lin's face, everyone realized the captain had uncovered something significant. At the same time, they had already reached a tacit understanding. Secrecy was for the safety of each other's lives, to make sure teammates could survive as long as possible. Sensing Chen Lin's unhappiness, the originally excited furry ball calmed down, curling up in her hand like a plush toy. Passing through the hill gap, Chen Lin immediately pulled out a vehicle. After they left the former region, another group also arrived at the same place. However, one entered the city from the south entrance, while the other entered through a tunnel on the northern side, narrowly missing each other. Captain, is it true that if our levels are discovered, we will also be captured for research? Bai Hui asked hesitantly, remembering the setup in the cave earlier. Although she had only briefly looked around, she had seen human-like objects tied to the iron racks. The person you saw earlier, Lin Man from Yunqi City, Chen Lin explained, I saved her from a place like that cave. Is it possible? Zhong Jijun spoke up. Captain, our group of 8th level psychics will temporarily refrain from leveling up, only doing so if necessary. Conceal it as long as we can. That won't work. We can only hide it for a short period. Because in later stages, devices to detect psychic powers and their levels would appear, it wouldn't be possible to keep this a secret forever. But the ranking of Yunqi team had already stood out too much. If other teams had 7th or 8th level psychics who were considered formidable, their team already possessed 4 9th level and 1 10th level psychic, with the rest all being 8th levels. She took out the map and slapped it on Long Yang's thigh. Hey Diviner, point to the next location. The man nicknamed Diviner rubbed his nose tip and teased Chen Lin. Are you sure you want me to choose? Aren't you afraid I'll pick some strange place again? Of course I'm afraid. If we encounter places like the former region again, we might never reach the north in this lifetime. Chen Lin snatched back the map. Bro Yang, the road in front of you takes 4 hours to get us to Bianzhou. If nothing unexpected happens, there may be psychics gathered there. At that time, Sun Qing can bring out some fruits and vegetables, and will exchange for supplies there. A 10th level space, she wanted to see how many resources she could collect. However, as well as Chen Lin had planned, she hadn't anticipated that there were no gathered psychics in Bianzhou, only zombies littering the ground, with mutated animals and plants occasionally hunting for zombie brain cores. Hehe, boss, do you want me to sell fruits and vegetables to the zombies? Sun Qing laughed endlessly at Chen Lin, who had deliberately ordered her to go alone and deal with that pile of smelly bones earlier. Chen Lin looked at the street full of zombies and her face showed embarrassment. Instead, the little fuzzball sensed that Chen Lin's mood wasn't bad. It grabbed her clothes with its tiny claws, climbed onto her shoulder, and softly chirped. A gentle gurgle came from inside Chen Lin's pocket. The fuzzball immediately curled up, shivering and dared not move. Bragging again, Chen Lin put the furry ball into another pocket. I don't even know how scared you'll be when you grow up. Looks like it won't take long before your body turns into a zoo. Long Yang smiled as he watched Chen Lin stuffing the fuzzy ball back into her pocket while scolding it. This Chen Lin was incredibly cute. Unless my space can hold living creatures, Chen Lin paused for a moment, deciding later to try whether these little ones could fit into her spatial pocket. If we can gather many friendly mutated animals and plants, it would mean we have more companions. Everyone, let's start killing zombies. A team member pointed at the zombies already walking toward them. Looks like they don't want us to chat so leisurely here. Chen Lin rolled up her sleeves. An additional mouth for eating brain cores meant no complaints. Right you are. If there's no trading of supplies, then let's collect more brain cores. Psychics of levels 7 and 8, watch out for your abilities. Yes. As you command, boss. Pretending to be a lower level psychic when being a higher one wasn't difficult, and everyone answered cheerfully. In no time, the group cleared a path, but soon after their passing, the road they left behind was once again submerged by zombies. Grades are so low, basically all 3 or 4 levels, without even a 5-level zombie, Sun Qing complained while clutching a handful of brain cores. They didn't fight such low-grade zombies even in Qianju. The lower grade is likely normal, said another member, but it seems a bit too ridiculously low. It's possible that the high-grade ones have already been cleaned out by someone else. Chen Lin didn't find it surprising. They did the same when passing through other cities, it was just that in Bianzhou, others got there first. Chapter 204, The Benefits of a Level 10 Space. At Bianzhou Hotel, there were zombie corpses scattered everywhere. The bodies had long been dried up by the sun. It was unknown when the last group of people had come here. Although there were many bloodstains in the hotel, they appeared to have been cleaned up. Looks like we should really thank the people who came before us, Shen Hongxia said. They saved us a lot of trouble. Chen Lin hummed her agreement. That's true. We don't have to clean up the corpses. We can all rest well today. Everyone was exhausted before. Not tired at all, Sun Qing jumped onto Chen Lin's back, entering her silly mode. I feel so energetic I could fight zombies for 3 days straight. I see that. Chen Lin didn't have the energy to deal with this fool. She waved at Hu Xing, hurry and take your fool back to the room. Everyone should go back to their rooms and rest well. We'll casually kill some zombies tomorrow, and maybe collect a few things along the way. Everyone chuckled knowingly at the captain's casualness, then each picked a room to rest in. To prevent zombies from sneaking upstairs, Du and Chaoyang specially locked the floor's safety doors. Long Yang and Chen Lin entered the same room. Long Yang locked the door behind them. Do you want to take a shower? I'll prepare water for you. You go ahead and wash while I organize our space. Chen Lin placed her backpack on the sofa and pulled out some small items from her pocket, first a little furball, then a rain frog. I don't want to bathe, I'm too tired. Long Yang lay down on another sofa, watching Chen Lin's movements. Why do they like you so much? He tilted his chin towards the three obedient little creatures on the sofa. I collected some meteorite fragments from Su Juanyuan's lab. It might be that. But I don't think I have any special physical characteristics. Chen Lin took out several eggs from her space and placed them on the sofa. The little fur ball looked at Chen Lin with fearful eyes, inching backwards toward Long Yang. It still remembered how Chen Lin wanted it to hatch its own siblings. Its small action didn't escape Long Yang's notice. He grabbed it and placed it on one of the eggs. Will such a small thing be able to incubate an egg? Chen Lin watched Long Yang's actions and sighed. Please, can you use a little common sense? Something this small wouldn't know how to incubate an egg. I was just joking around. She took the little fur ball from Long Yang's hands. Not tired? Go to sleep quickly. She wanted to try whether she could store living beings into her space. As far as she knew, space of a psychic could only contain dead objects, not living ones. However, the highest-ranked psychic space she'd ever seen was originally owned by Shan Qing from the former Moon Goddess team. Speaking of the old Moon Goddess team, Chen Lin gave a silent smile. Since it was already in the past, why think about those people? Of the lost team members, she had found back whoever she could. Tired, but seeing you makes me not tired anymore, Long Yang teased Chen Lin. Teasing Chen Lin was the only way he could change his mood in this apocalypse world. Meeting her might be the luckiest thing that had happened to him in this lifetime. This guy. Chen Lin leaned closer, grabbing the little fur ball in one hand, her other supporting near Long Yang's head. Sleep fast. We don't know what will happen tomorrow. We need to preserve our best strength and combat readiness. She bent down and actively kissed Long Yang's lips. Since confirming their relationship, kissing, holding hands, and embracing were their most intimate actions, yet their bond had grown tighter, more in sync. Long Yang cupped Chen Lin's cheeks with his hands and deepened the kiss. As the kiss deepened, their breathing intertwined, even hearing each other's heartbeats. In the quiet room, the intimacy between the two quietly spread through the air. Things seemed to develop naturally, but both Long Yang and Chen Lin were extremely calm individuals. They woke up almost simultaneously, separated their lips, and smiled at each other. Long Yang looked at Chen Lin's fair face flushed with a soft pink hue, his gaze full of gentleness. Lin, I owe you a wedding. You're truly silly. This is the apocalypse. Being together is more important than formalities. Because we're alive, and we are still together, Chen Lin gently kissed Long Yang's forehead. Good night. See you in the morning. Good night. After wishing each other good night, watching Long Yang close his eyes, Chen Lin again looked at the little fur ball in her hand. Let's start with you as an experiment. You're the chosen one. The little creature wore a completely confused look, leaving itself to be experimented on by Chen Lin. Long Yang found this amusing and slightly raised his lips into a grin. However, Chen Lin was focused on conversing with the little fur ball, oblivious to him. Repeating the experiment amused Long Yang further. Chen Lin was actually a little nervous inside. If she couldn't bring live creatures into her space, she would be at most disappointed, but if she could bring them in and there was no air in the space, then what would happen if the little thing died because of her? She agonized for half a day and made up her mind, try it out first. If she could put the furry ball into the space, she'd quickly take it back out so that it wouldn't die. At most, it would suffer a bit, and she could compensate by giving it a few brain cores. With this in mind, she tried to put the fur ball into her space. The fur ball was sucked into the space. Had it worked? Chen Lin didn't waste time, quickly taking the small fur ball out. It appeared completely bewildered in the palm of Chen Lin's hand. Can I store living things now? Seeing this, Chen Lin was extremely pleased. This way, she could store more living beings in her space and even collect mutated animals without worrying about carrying Du and Chaoyang's ever heavier guinea pig on her back. Ever since she reunited with Du and Chaoyang, it was like this guinea pig had attached itself to her back. Whenever she carried a bag, it always had one guinea pig in it. She attempted to store the guinea pig into her space, but when she got to the rain frog, she failed. The rain frog tightly clung to her fingers, clearly resisting entering the space. This was her earliest companion, so Chen Lin helplessly said, storing you in my space is for your own good. Carrying you in my pocket might accidentally harm you. No matter how she pleaded, the rain frog remained highly resistant. Chen Lin had no choice but to let it go. Inside her space, the fur ball and the guinea pig stared longingly at countless brain cores scattered around, but they couldn't eat them and could only watch pitifully. Her space was divided into several sections. One part contained the supplies and various items she collected, including zombie birds' corpses and their brain cores. Another section housed neat rows of farmhouses, and if Chen Lin could see them, she'd notice how similar they were to her snowy mountain villa. The third section was vast farmland, neatly divided into blocks. The space was several times larger than a 9th-level psychic space, appearing like an uninhabited little village. What Chen Lin didn't know was that her space had already surpassed normal limits to the point where she herself could be stored inside. She didn't realize she had become the world's sole 10th level psychic space wielder. She also didn't anticipate that the 2 space brain cores cultivated by Su Junyuan with all his efforts ended up in her hands and evolved into functions beyond even his imagination. Chapter 205, Spitting Blood in Fury. The one who led a team of psychics into the front region was Su Junyuan. He was leading a group of several people whom Chen Lin had never seen before. The group was wandering around on the streets of the front region, trying to figure out the direction. One member said to Su Junyuan, director of the base, "These roads in the front region are truly damn strange. We've been going around this place 3 times already." Su Junyuan's face turned somewhat gloomy. "Hurry up, we must arrive before it gets dark." Behind Su Junyuan, another member suggested, "Director of the base, let's exit and take the ring road instead, then get onto Yunnan Expressway. Though the distance is twice as long, it's better than us aimlessly wandering around the city like this. Let's give it one more try." Su Junyuan held a pair of binoculars, looking far away. His expression became incredibly grim. The tranquility of the front region gave him a very bad premonition. Time is precious, let's go. Their convoy drove onto the overpass and headed towards the exit. Beneath the bridge, among a pile of undead bird skeletons, there were a few scattered undead rats gnawing on them. "The exit is found," one of the members announced. A flash of joy passed through Su Junyuan's eyes. "Speed up and move forward." When Su Junyuan excitedly led his people to the front regional tunnel, upon seeing the ground covered with bones and an empty mountaintop, his vision went black, sweetness rose in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Who? A multitude of names flashed through his mind, only to be ruled out one by one. Who could it be? It was someone who kept outpacing him and took away all the research results from the Celestial Institute without leaving even a single piece of paper behind. Master Su directly fainted from anger. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't imagine anyone with such great power. And the person that Su Junyuan was trying to find was still studying 10th level space in a hotel in Bianzhou. What no one knew was that besides having fire psychic abilities, Su Junyuan also had spatial psychic powers. Since before the apocalypse, he possessed dual powers. To upgrade his space ability, he cultivated a high-level zombie. However, the zombie disappeared along with his meteorite. Fine, that 8th level zombie disappeared, but he had a more secret plan. If luck was on his side, he might be able to cultivate a spatial brain core beyond level 8. But now, in a certain city, a zombie swayed unsteadily down the street. If Chen Lin and Long Yang were present, or even Du Yuan or Lingjiang, they would definitely have recognized it as Long Gang. Now he was just a low-level zombie. When psychics encountered him, they didn't even feel like killing him. He wandered aimlessly day after day until he encountered another group of zombies. Among the zombies was one with a crew cut, black eyes, dressed neatly in a black suit and pants. He looked nothing like a regular zombie. He pointed at Long Gang, and a red-eyed zombie picked up Long Gang and brought him over. The black-eyed zombie stretched out his hand, producing a pile of brain cores. The red-eyed zombie grabbed the cores and stuffed them into Long Gang's mouth, while the black-eyed zombie pulled out another handful. As Long Gang's eyes gradually turned red, the black-eyed zombie led him toward the Jingju base. More and more zombies joined their group, expanding the horde little by little. It eventually formed a wave of zombies, all unbeknownst to everyone. Bang bang bang! Someone was banging on the door to the room. Sun Qing shouted loudly, "Captain, if you don't wake up soon, we're going to starve to death. Are you ever going to take care of us?" Long Yang got up from the sofa and opened the door. "It's your fault for waking up late. Lin Lin wanted you to rest longer, so she didn't call you." Sun Qing curiously peeked inside the room. Chen Lin, neatly dressed, sat on another sofa. "Stop looking around. Are we all ready?" "Ready. Captain, we rested well. It's just that we're starving." The others gradually appeared in the corridor. Unlike Sun Qing, who was nosing around in Chen Lin's room, Long Yang simply opened the door and invited everyone in. "Lin Lin kindly let you all rest properly. It's still better to make a plan for what to eat." Sun Qing dragged a single-person sofa from another room into Chen Lin and Long Yang's room. "Help me bring more sofas in here, so we can sit comfortably while eating later. Haven't cooked yet, and you're already planning what to eat." Meng Mion couldn't help but laugh. "This is part of preparation too." Sun Qing sat on the sofa she had carried. "Chef, I want kebabs, grilled meat, and seafood soup." "Captain, quickly make a decision." Chen Lin glanced at her. "You've already made all the plans. What do you expect me to say? If you want the chef to cook, why don't you take out the ingredients?" With Chen Lin's permission, Sun Qing immediately took out a pile of materials. "Everyone come and help. Today we're going to feast and replenish." "Replenish," Chen Lin said irritably, "and turn you into a pig. Let's see if Hu Xing still wants you." Hu Xing revealed a pained expression. "Even if Qing Qing is a pig, I would still want her. After all, we've shared hardships together. Ah." Before Hu Xing finished speaking, he let out a direct wail. Everyone looked at him and found that a hand had grabbed his armpit. The owner of the hand was none other than Sun Qing, who gritted her teeth as she pinched Hu Xing's flesh. "Am I a pig?" Unable to bear the sight, everyone turned away. "Hey, old Meng, let me help you with cooking." "Captain, we don't know how to cook. Let's go downstairs and kill zombies for a while." In no time, only a few people remained in the room. Chen Lin pulled Long Yang. "Let's go kill some zombies for a bit. Watching these two idiots makes me want to hit someone." Unfortunately, those two were glaring at each other without realizing that there was no one else around them. Even Meng Mion, who was supposed to be cooking, had moved to another room. "We don't want these two fools getting so lost in each other that they start kissing or touching intimately. It'd be better if we weren't around." Chen Lin took out a speaker and played thunderous music. Zombies slowly gathered from all sides. Du and Chaoyang killed zombies on one side while stretching. Loosen up my muscles, collect some brain cores, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I must really have a bone. After sleeping too long, I'm sore all over. Since the apocalypse, I've never slept until I naturally woke up like today, but now I'm unaccustomed to it. Shen Hongxia's face turned red. It's better when we do collective activities together. The only downside is that the zombies here are a bit low level. Chen Lin collected the brain cores Long Yang gathered. Feels like a waste of time. Actually, I prefer being in the front region. Mentioning the front region, everyone tacitly fell silent. Seeing this, Chen Lin smiled and said, alright, consider my words as nothing. Everyone should best forget where we went yesterday. Let's kill some more zombies. We'll return later, and I will add some dishes for you. I've actually collected quite a lot of delicious things. Hearing about additional dishes, the atmosphere among everyone lightened up instantly. Captain, let's indulge a little today. Can we add some alcohol? Du and Chaoyang revealed a salivating look. Beer is fine. No problem. Chen Lin agreed right away, as she had everything prepared in her space. Let's all work hard and kill another wave, then we'll wrap up. Chapter 206, Northern Base. After leaving Bianzhou, Yunqi team traveled north. The number of zombies gradually diminished and their levels were disappointingly low. However, they encountered quite a few mutated animals and plants. Before even reaching the northern safety base, Chen Lin's storage space already housed 3 saplings, several eggs, and a few mutated beasts in different sizes. Just as Long Yang said, it was almost turning into a zoo. Inside the car, Chen Lin had a pocket frog sitting in her pocket, and Long Yang had a worm coiled around his arm. Sun Qing held a big hedgehog in her hands. Shen Hongxia had a fluffy large squirrel sleeping on her lap. I want to cry. Sun Qing hugged the big hedgehog, afraid to move. The sharp spines all over its body made her howl like a ghost. Why are all your little buddies so cute while mine is like this? The baby hedgehog is also adorable. Huxing mimed a patting motion but didn't dare touch the hedgehog. Adorable? You try it then. Sun Qing quickly picked up the little hedgehog and threw it onto Huxing's lap. She let out a sigh of relief. Little buddy, go find your Uncle Hu. I can't hold you anymore. You're too heavy. Huxing was almost crying from being pricked by the hedgehog. The hedgehog flipped over on Huxing's legs, slowly crawling back to Sun Qing's lap again. Everyone, please take good care of your own companions. Some of them have combat abilities, others have supportive skills, Chen Lin said. Remember to communicate emotionally with your companion. They're part of our team. And remember to feed them. Leader, at least your baby is soft and cute, my little hedgehog. Sun Qing wore an expression full of anguish. How am I supposed to get close to it? No one dared to laugh, because Sun Qing's little hedgehog had a pretty bad temper, and its attacks were group-based. Except for Chen Lin and her pocket frog, no one else in the car was spared, not even Sun Qing herself. What can I do? Chen Lin raised her hands helplessly, trying hard to hide her amusement. How about I give you a backpack? My 3 backpacks have already been punctured. My back is practically a sieve now. Sun Qing wanted to cry. No one could help her. This mutant hedgehog only acknowledged Sun Qing. Chen Lin glanced at the hedgehog on Sun Qing's lap. Sun idiot, have you ever thought that since it can fire spikes in group attacks and regrow them quickly, it might be able to retract them as well? You need to communicate with it, understand? Hearing this, Sun Qing went to communicate with the hedgehog, holding a brain core in her hand. Little hedgehog, would you like some food? If you like it, just retract your spines. Because of Sun Qing's antics, the car became lively. Long Yang sat stiffly, as they were nearing the northern safe zone. He felt increasingly tense because he hadn't found any trace of his father throughout the journey. He hoped his father, who failed to find him, would head towards his mother and grandfather instead. Chen Lin could feel his stiffness. What's worrying you? You know, Long Yang gazed forward, feeling more and more oppressed as time passed and the scenery changed. It has been such a long time. I'm worried they may no longer be around. Don't talk nonsense. Chen Lin rolled her eyes at Long Yang. If I haven't seen their bodies, I never think that way. Besides, she knew that Long Shan and Yonglin were definitely still alive. As for Long Yang's dad, she had arranged everything properly. Why did Mr. Long have to act so independently? Chen Lin was silently upset with Long Gang, but she couldn't say anything. Sister, please help me. Little hedgehog won't listen to me. Sun Qing pouted. The hedgehog she called Little Hedgehog was even bigger than a human head. According to Chen Lin, this hedgehog might still be in its juvenile stage. She was already nearly breaking down. She didn't even want to imagine what it would be like when it grew up. Might as well die. Can't help you. Chen Lin directly refused. She still had a few big guys in her space yet to be released. So heartless. Sun Qing pouted. She pitifully looked at everyone else around her. All those people were stifling laughter, making her feel even more wronged. This scene continued until they reached their first destination, the Northern Safety Base. This was actually the second time Chen Lin came here. Each time, all she saw were ruins. A few special ability users were setting up simple tents on the ruins and had lit campfires at the tent entrances. All around the ruins were scattered remnants of mutated plant. Seeing this situation, Long Yang's heart felt half-cooled. He quickly strode to the front of those special ability users. What happened here? Where are the people? Why are there only a few of you? Meng Mion saw a few more special ability users not far away and went up to inquire about the safety zone. One special ability user didn't even look up. They've all left, gone to other safety zones. Long Yang asked him about other safety zones. Do you know which safety zone they went to? How should I know? The special ability user was somewhat impatient, ignoring Long Yang after speaking. Seeing the anxiety in Long Yang's eyes, Chen Lin walked over. Meng Mion has already asked them which direction they went. I think they might have gone to Jingju, Su Juanyuan's side. Others had inquired around and walked behind Chen Lin and Long Yang. They say the main force went east. The army and most survivors have passed through. Hearing that the army also went east, Long Yang's frown visibly relaxed. Linyan, they should be fine. He knew Chen Lin was wary of Su Juanyuan, so he hesitated when he spoke. If we know where they've gone, we must find them. Have you forgotten why we came? Chen Lin said, we might pass by the capital on our way. Would you like to go home and take a look? Or, I'll go to Jingju alone. Long Yang gently squeezed Chen Lin's hand. I'd be less conspicuous by myself. Old Long, what are you talking about? Duan Chaoyang slapped Long Yang's shoulder. Isn't your grandpa the captain's grandpa? That makes him family. We're all in this together. Why the distance now? Long Yang raised his hand and rested it on Duan Chaoyang's shoulder. Thanks. For what? Duan Chaoyang looked at the ruins scattered everywhere, sighing, even if something happens, you still have us. The fool nodded continuously. That's right, exactly. You dimwit. In such a serious topic, the fool interjected, making Chen Lin glare at her. Hug your porcupine son, we're heading east. A few special ability users approached them. Are you going to the Jingju base? Could you bring us along? No problem bringing you, but you need your own vehicle. Chen Lin said, do you have a car? If you do, follow us. One of those special ability users among them quickly replied, yes, we do. The rest of the special ability users who remained on the ruins were all listening intently. Inside, Chen Lin smirked coldly. In this lifetime, she would absolutely not play the role of a do-gooder without reason. If she could help incidentally, she would assist, but she would never again allow herself to be taken advantage of. And, she wouldn't hesitate to kill with her own hand. Chapter 207, Where did the zombies go? A car was added to the back of Yunqi team's medium-sized minivan. Before they left the range of the northern safe zone, the number of vehicles grew into a fleet of more than 10. Throughout the journey, aside from when Yunqi team stopped for overnight rest, the others would also stop to camp and rest, and there were no significant issues. There were a few occasions where items like soy sauce and salt were borrowed, but those were minor matters. Captain, do those following us expect us to protect their safety as well? Duan Chaoyang asked. To be honest, he actually didn't like the people tailing their team, but this was Chen Lin's decision, so he wouldn't oppose her, not that it meant he'd tolerate everything from the people behind them. Chen Lin responded indifferently, we're not their babysitters. But if they can afford to hire us, I don't mind protecting our benefactors. Since they had started following, at every chance they got, those people came to probe the strength of Yunqi team, and she detested their behavior just as much as in her previous life. Just ignore them, we still have to make time, Sun Qing said irritably after being tormented by the little hedgehog, which made her temper flare significantly more than usual. Always straightforward, she blurted out whatever came to her mind. If they dare to slow us down, I'll have the little hedgehog kill them. Shut up. Always talking about killing this and that, Chen Lin reprimanded her. She glanced back briefly through the rearview mirror before quickly withdrawing her gaze. We are an abnormal abilities team, not bandit. In the future, if we encounter anyone without eyes, or even zombies, they're all yours. As soon as Sun Qing encountered Chen Lin, she immediately became obedient. I was just saying, better to prevent trouble before it happens. Their levels are very low, and a few of them are physical mutators. Chen Lin thought for a moment, roughly describing the background of those individuals to her teammates. Based on their levels, they won't harm us, but I'm worried about them causing trouble. The farther east we go, the more mutated plants and animals there will be, as well as zombie animals. Everyone, stay alert. Lin Yang, how did you figure out some of them had physical mutations? Long Yang had also observed the people trailing him but didn't gain the same insights as Chen Lin. His curiosity piqued by her keen observational skills. Chen Lin naturally wouldn't tell him that everyone trailing behind were people she recognized from her past life, leeching off her until they reached the Jingju base and then switched sides, never once thanking her or her moon goddess team, and ultimately even defaming them. At this, Chen Lin was just about to form a response when Zhong Jijun spoke up. Isn't it because Captain saw that man smashing rocks with his bare fists? I nearly got a shock when I saw it too. Yes, that's a strength mutator. At the beginning when zombies first appeared, I remember seeing one person who was bitten by a zombie and didn't turn into a zombie but instead turned into a strength mutator, Chen Lin explained, recalling a big brother-like figure she met along the way to Lingjiang when searching for Long Yang. This big brother sacrificed himself for his fellow townsfolk and happened to be on the same long-distance bus as them. The driver of that bus turned into a zombie and bit this big brother. It's been such a long time, I wonder if that person is still alive. Such a simple-hearted and kind person, Chen Lin felt a bit sorry for him. She hoped that someone like him wouldn't die. We are abnormal ability holders, with high levels, yet even we can't smash rocks with our hands, we must use our abilities. Hence, I know that they've undergone physical mutations. Hey, physical mutation seems really awesome, Duan Chaoyang exclaimed enviously, smashing stones with one punch, maybe even killing zombies isn't a problem either. Long Yang nodded in agreement upon hearing this, their bodies should be quite strong, it would be great if we could have bodies as tough as theirs. Chen Lin paid no attention to physical mutators at all, but seeing the admiration in Long Yang, Duan Chaoyang, and others, she nonchalantly replied, so what? Once we reach cities densely populated by zombies, we'll kill more zombies. Physically mutated zombies have brain nuclei. Eating the brain nuclei has a chance to induce physical mutations if it doesn't work once, then eat a few more. The probability of triggering physical mutation is much higher than triggering abnormal abilities. However, mutated zombies are scarce, requiring a stroke of luck. That's right, if my body gets reinforced, I won't be afraid of the little hedgehog spines anymore, Sun Qing lamented with a mournful face. I'm already scarred all over. After pretending to cry for a few moments and seeing no one paying attention, she stopped and continued building rapport with the little hedgehog. In fact, Chen Lin could have ordered the rain frog to make Sun Qing's little hedgehog retract its spikes, but doing so would lose the meaning. Communicating more with companions is also for better coordination in future battles, which is irreplaceable. The speed of the medium-sized minivan slowed down as a city came into view ahead, Yuanzhou. This city was one of the satellite cities of the capital, not very large, but densely populated. They had encountered and passed by many such cities along their journey, ignoring low-level zombies because they didn't want to waste time on them. After entering Yuanzhou, the sight before them left everyone speechless. Yuanzhou, claimed to be densely populated, only had a few zombies on the streets. A few ability holders were in the process of eliminating them. Upon seeing cars entering the city, these ability holders hurriedly accelerated their zombie-killing speed, as if afraid that someone would snatch their zombies. This Meng Mion lowered his window and pointed at those ability holders. Wouldn't they assume we're here to snatch? It seems like it, said Chen Lin, who hadn't moved yet. The people who followed behind their minivan had gotten out and rushed over. Captain Chen, where will you camp? Chen Lin pointed to the hotel ahead, right there. We'll stay overnight and leave tomorrow afternoon. She actually wanted to see what happened here and intended to collect some supplies while staying half a day longer. Those ability holders quickly drove away towards different directions. Except for the ability holder who spoke to Chen Lin, the others didn't even show up. Du and Chaoyang spat out of the window. Damn, what are these things? They're trying to search for supplies before us. Captain, let's hurry up. Sun Qing urged. We can't let them take everything. Weren't you just envious of the physical mutator's abilities earlier? What about brain nuclei? Chen Lin nodded her head toward the ability holders killing zombies. After finishing, they simply grabbed the brain nuclei and ran off. It seems like something has happened that we don't know about. Bro Yang, follow them and check it out. Du and Chaoyang replied and followed the fleeing ability holders in the van. Those ability holders noticed the minivan and immediately took a defensive stance. One of them shouted angrily, "Why are you following us? Are you trying to rob us?" The rest also had unpleasant expressions, watching Chen Lin's group warily as if they already considered them bandits. Chapter 208, The Parasites. Shen Hongxia rolled down the car window. Don't be nervous, we just want to ask why there are no zombies here. Did you kill all the zombies? Can you point us a direction? We also want to collect brain cores. The faces of those severals were already on guard. This is what Yuanzhou zombies look like. Don't compete with us, you can go somewhere else. Thanks. Shen Hongxia closed the car window. Captain, their attitude is really bad. All the information we need is already there. I estimate there's nothing worth collecting here. Chen Lin paused for a moment and said, let's go back to the hotel. Wait for those guys to come back, then set out tomorrow afternoon. Long Yang reached over and took back the map from Meng Mion's lap. If they're so hostile, what information have you managed to hear? The amount of information is quite substantial. Chen Lin deliberately covered the map with her hand, telling Long Yang to listen carefully to what she had to say. First, there are no zombies in Yuanzhou, which gives rise to two possibilities, the first being that a large force has passed through this area and cleared the zombies. The second possibility is that the zombies haven't been cleared, but they've been lured away to Jingzhou. Second, the further east you go, the more chaotic the order becomes. Bandits may be very common. Third, regardless of whether any of the above scenarios hold true, there's no need for us to waste time or resources lingering in Yuanzhou. And fourth, do you want to hear it? Long Yang moved Chen Lin's hand off the map and smiled at her. You amaze me. The people only said 3 sentences, and you've managed to analyze 4 points. A scholar is indeed a scholar. That's right. I'm capable. Chen Lin wasn't backing down. What she just mentioned could be thought through by everyone. Moreover, she knew something they couldn't fathom yet. Zombies might form a zombie tide. In the previous life, the Jingzhou base was hit by such a zombie tide, which led Su Junyun to appear in Yunqi City. If a zombie tide had formed, they must hurry up and find the Long family before the tide reaches Jingzhou. Captain, asking Hongxia to use the beauty trap won't work anymore. Zhong Jijun laughed loudly. Look how upset she is. Shen Hongxia elbowed Zhong Jijun and laughed aloud. Captain, ignore him. He's jealous. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin replied with a smile. In that situation earlier, if I had asked Yang Ji and Meng Ji to inquire about directions, both sides would definitely have fought. In situations like these, women who appear harmless and weak are more suitable for questioning. Of course, if you look around, the only person I can send out using the beauty strategy from our team is you. Let Zhong Jijun continue being jealous. It's a long road ahead, plenty of opportunities to ask for directions. Zhong Jijun's face froze. Who's jealous? I didn't say anything. Heh, Huxing chuckled dryly. Captain, those guys are back. Did they really not get anything? I'm afraid they truly didn't get anything, Meng Mion responded. I don't know why, but seeing these people makes my heart uneasy. Perhaps they offended me in a past life. On hearing this, Chen Lin gave a silent smile. Indeed, Meng Mion was spot on. They had conflicts in the previous life, but in this one, they were still strangers. As the Yunqi team arrived at the hotel entrance, approximately 40 to 50 people, black as clouds, gathered outside the building. The moment they saw the Yunqi team's van approach, this crowd rushed forward en masse and tapped on the van window. Captain Chen, there's no material left to gather in Yuanju, what should we do? The dialogue came exactly as it did in the previous life. The first reaction in Chen Lin's mind was, how was she supposed to know what to do? Long Yang slightly frowned. Why have we become Master Donghua? People inside the vehicle stifled laughter from his words, though no one let out a sound. Long Yang rarely made comments, and when he did, they were always sharp and precise. If we fail to gather materials, we'll have nothing to eat. Captain Chen, surely you can't just watch us all starve, right? Captain Chen, your team looks healthy and well-fed. Giving us some food shouldn't be an issue, right? Even if they all starved, it wasn't related to her. Although Chen Lin truly wanted to say this, she held back. She could utter such cold remarks, but wouldn't it leave her partners feeling disheartened? Was she, Chen Lin, someone without feelings for others? However, handing over her supplies freely was impossible. Several people in the car were already losing their patience. Captain, these bastards are too despicable. Let me drive them away. Captain, I can't bear to listen to them anymore. I can't stand it either. Chen Lin rolled down the car window and calmly looked at the people outside. Our plan is to go out and search for supplies tomorrow morning. Since you're on the verge of starvation, I'll give you a bit of information. There are many processing plants and warehouses near Yuanju. You should check them out. We will also be going there tomorrow. What about today? You can't leave us without food, someone shouted. Looking at the crowd outside, Chen Lin was reminded once again of Shan Qing from her previous life, a 7th-level spatial ability user. In the past, Shan Qing always claimed that the space was depleted of resources, yet she led Meng Mion and others multiple times to collect supplies only for Sun Qing to die later on, followed by Hu Xing who gave his life out of grief, while many members perished under strange circumstances. When she returned to this life as a reborn spatial ability user, she completely understood. Spatial ability users could silently gather items. As long as the spatial ability user didn't show the contents within their space, no one else would know what they contained. And she would never forget how Shan Qing had deceived her. Well, we can do nothing about this, Chen Lin said coolly. We cannot collect supplies for you. You can use cars to look for supplies, and we can provide you with some gasoline. It was your own decision to follow us to the Jingju base. I have no obligation to sustain you. Duan Chaoyang took a bucket of gasoline out of the car and placed it on the ground. Do you want it or not? If you don't, I'll take it back. The resources we collected didn't fall from the sky. Throughout the journey, both Chen Lin and her Yunqi team had been very amicable and easygoing, but once Chen Lin and her team expressed their stance, those people outside were dissatisfied. 40 or 50 people surrounded the van, ready to make sure Chen Lin wouldn't get off lightly until they were satisfied with an answer. Would Chen Lin be afraid? She wasn't. She had already seen through these people's true nature in her previous life. So, no matter how fierce or pitiful they acted, she would remain unmoved. Since you don't want the gasoline, I'll take it back. Duan Chaoyang carried the gasoline back into the car. An ability user standing nearby the car said, gasoline can't be eaten, we need food. All the food you've eaten along the way, we've noticed. You can't be selfish and care only for yourselves, we need to eat as well. Chapter 209, She is not a saint. Looking at the scene identical to her past life, Chen Lin didn't get angry but started laughing instead. In her previous life, she would have definitely asked the spatial in her team to bring out food for the people outside, and might even ask the water to provide them with drinking water. But Chen Lin wouldn't do that now. She wasn't refusing to help others, she just wouldn't help everyone without limits. Because, she, Chen Lin, was no longer the foolish saint from her previous life. There were men, women, elders, and children surrounding the car. Each of their eyes looked abnormally determined. It seemed like if Chen Lin and Yunqi team's members didn't help them, they were considered ruthless and unforgivably evil. Chen Lin looked at them, and she could even accurately point out which person was the spatial, and what level they were. Captain, I want to release Little Hedgehog. Sun Qing tried hard to suppress her explosive temper. With 4 or 50 people, one move from Little Hedgehog could clear all those people away. These people are so annoying, we're not their parent. There's no need to expose Little Hedgehog. There's no point in squabbling with these people. Chen Lin stopped her. If they were real enemies, she could have easily ordered Sun Qing to put her Little Hedgehog on top of the vehicle and let it shoot spikes, instantly killing those people. But Chen Lin didn't do that. Instead of raising the car window, she directly told Duan Chaoyang, drive the car straight into the hotel lobby. I don't want to walk. Some people understood Chen Lin's meaning and immediately moved back. Damn it, this woman wants to run over us. Others weren't afraid of Chen Lin at all. Given the impression Chen Lin gave off, being just a well-spoken young girl, several confrontational ones pointed at Chen Lin. Say it again. I don't believe you dare. Run me over, and I'll change my surname to yours if you do. Drive. Chen Lin's expression was indifferent. Duan Chaoyang immediately started the car. Alright, fasten your seatbelts, let's go. Seeing that the minivan had indeed started moving, the people surrounding the car opened a path. However, they didn't give up and continued following the van closely. We want to eat. Do you want to starve us? No way. If we die, you will too. My short fuse. Sun Qing lowered the car window and shouted loudly. You bastards, do we owe you? Show us your promissory note if we do. Otherwise, scram, get lost. You who cling on shamelessly and follow us are the ones who should leave, and now you act as if we need to support you. Have some self-respect, huh? A few individuals among that group began yelling back at Sun Qing. Du and Chaoyang was seething with rage, honking his horn forcefully. Damn it, should I crash into a few of them when I lose my patience? There are too many such people, crashing won't solve anything. Ignore them, Chen Lin said. Don't forget, they will keep following us all the way to Jingju. Oh man, I'm on Sun Qing's side about releasing her hedgehog son. Meng Mion slapped his thigh in agreement. The honking of the van didn't stop those people from speaking. On the contrary, they became even more agitated and blocked the already cleared path again. Du and Chaoyang was forced to slow down the car speed. What kind of creatures are these? Captain. Why are you calling me? Chen Lin pointed at the hotel entrance. Just drive in. Don't tell me you can't make it inside on such an open road. That's right. Big brother Yang, if you can't park properly, I'll help you. Bai Hui said, I am a female driver. I just started learning reverse parking before the apocalypse. True. What a great opportunity to learn. Both stars and I crashed into obstacles during our first driving lesson. Sun Qing also chimed in. Those people outside were becoming unbearable. It's fine. Brother Yang's skills are quite good. Du and Chaoyang pressed the long horn button once strongly as a final warning. After finishing the horn warning, he shifted gears and pressed the clutch pedal in one smooth movement. The minivan suddenly accelerated. However, he didn't rush into the hotel hall, but sharply turned the steering wheel. A cloud of black smoke rose from the back of the minivan, choking the surrounding people who coughed, covering their mouths and noses. Then Du and Chaoyang stepped on the gas pedal, quickly turning the car around and leaving, lure them to the entrance of the processing plant. If they're still unreasonable, don't blame me. I didn't consider this aspect. Actually, Chen Lin hadn't intended to care about those people at all. Seeing them, it reminded her forcibly of her own foolishness from her previous life. I originally thought, let them follow if they wanted to, I wasn't going to pay attention to them. Even if we go into the room, they won't let us be. Long Yang looked back. Those people from before had already gotten into their cars and followed. He turned back to look at Chen Lin. Disaster truly is a super testing tool for people. You've done very well. This kind of obviously consoling words only made Chen Lin bitterly smile. Alright, stop consoling me. After all, no one wishes such disasters to happen, and even fewer wish to experience it repeatedly. Long Yang reached up to touch Chen Lin's head. Silly girl, I'm not consoling you. Everyone sees what you've done, that's why everyone supports you. Perhaps Chen Lin lacked sufficient leadership skills, but her ability to gather a group of originally unfamiliar people together as a family was remarkable. If it were anyone else, they might never have gathered these companions or might have mixed in with those people from earlier. But the partners Chen Lin picked were beyond reproach. I haven't done anything. Chen Lin inwardly laughed bitterly. Younger, don't drive too fast. Relax, I left those bastards a fart behind. If they can't keep up, let them die stupid. Du and Chaoyang extended his middle finger out of the car window. The people at the back got so mad that they honked furiously. Chen Ju looked back once. Captain, this place is so close to the capital. If the main force passes through here, how could there still be anything left? It seems like that. Chen Lin didn't worry about supplies at all because she knew what would be left where the main force had passed. The advantage of small towns is that possibly some unremarkable civilian house on your way might have a warehouse of considerable size. Of course, this warehouse could also be underground in the cellar. To put it accurately, it's an air raid shelter left over from the war era. Just imagine the scale of the air raid shelter, then think about its secrecy, finally consider whether our space is large enough. Upon hearing that even the space may not be able to hold all the supplies, almost everyone forgot about those annoying guys behind. Though they were detestable, collecting supplies was more important than dealing with them. Of course, upon seeing the numerous processing plants on the streets, who among those people had time to bother the Yunqi team anymore? After they collected supplies and then saw the Yunqi team again, they didn't show the same zeal as before. They lazily trailed behind. The Yunqi team settled down in a rural courtyard, the others found a nearby small yard for themselves. Better they don't come bother us, otherwise, I'd want to kill them. Meng Mion stood by the front door of the small yard, glanced around, turned back and locked the door. Cheap of them. Head chef, catch. Du and Chaoyang threw the rice and flour he found to Meng Mion. There's pickled vegetables and jerky here. Get some vegetables from Sun Qing. Coming. At the mention of cooking, Sun Qing hurried up to help. Long Yang and Chen Lin stood by the rear window of the small yard. From there, they could see a vast expanse of residential houses behind the courtyard. The few zombies wandered aimlessly between the residences, and Chen Lin muttered, too few zombies. Isn't it good that there are fewer zombies? Long Yang asked curiously, yet he saw no ease in Chen Lin's expression, which puzzled him even more. Chapter 210, Another Empty City. Of course it's not a good thing, said Chen Lin. If it had been cleared by a large force, there should be some signs of cleaning left. But looking at this road, there aren't any such signs. Humans are social animals, and actually, zombies have retained this characteristic from humans. When advanced zombies evolve among the zombies, they will gather the others together. We've encountered something like this before. I don't believe that was an isolated case. Long Yang certainly hadn't forgotten that battle. It was then that Yunqi squad accepted Zhong Jijun and 4 other people to join them. Thinking of that group of difficult to deal with zombies, his expression became solemn too. If there really is a high-level zombie gathering these zombies together, where would they go? Is it? Chen Lin nodded slightly. Right now, this is just my guess. After we visit a few more cities, I'll be sure. Wouldn't Jingju then be in danger? Long Yang suddenly became more tense, his voice rising unconsciously. The fact that zombies congregate has already been established, but whether Jingju will be in danger remains unclear. Chen Lin doesn't think someone as cunning as Su Junyuan wouldn't have made preparations early on. It's possible that Guy had already considered Yunqi City when he chose Jingju as a base. Chen Lin shook her head. On this point, you're probably worrying unnecessarily. That brainiac isn't simple. Long Yang said, let's hope so. Though places without almost any zombies might seem less dangerous, everyone felt extremely uncomfortable. The next day, when they set off, everyone looked as if they hadn't slept well. Even with the large amount of supplies collected, no one was in a cheerful mood because they saw those people standing guard outside the small courtyard where they were staying. Bullshit. Almost all the members of the Yunqi squad wanted to say that except for Chen Lin. Drive on, ignore them. Chen Lin simply didn't want to deal with those people following behind them. She knew without looking that their spaces were stuffed full, both in their vehicles and on their persons. Every possible spot was packed to capacity. Whoa, they look like refugees. Sun Qing was surprised upon seeing the people and vehicles behind them. If they could stuff their mouths, they'd probably fill their mouths too. This you should ask them. Chen Lin turned her head toward the map Long Yang was holding. What's our next destination? Long Yang studied the map. Both Chengdu and Shanghai City are nearby. As far as I know, Shanghai City has several deep-sea salt wells. Want to take the detour? Then let's go to Chengdu, Chen Lin decided resolutely. After hearing Long Yang's analysis, she realized the guy clearly didn't know much about these two cities. Although Shanghai City has famous deep-sea salt wells, its production isn't significant. Rather, Chengdu is built on saline alkali flats. Its natural conditions make it a producer of both salt and soda. Salt is essential for daily life, so a side trip wasn't unreasonable. She didn't know what soda could do, but her space was large enough. She figured she'd collect a bit just in case it came in handy later. Why Chengdu? Long Yang asked. Du and Chaoyang couldn't hold back any longer. Old dragon, aren't you from the imperial capital? How do you not even know this? Long Yang covered his mouth with his hand in an attempt to hide his awkward cough. Sorry, got tricked into it, I really didn't know. The person sitting behind Long Yang and Chen Lin, Sun Qing, was laughing so hard she was rolling around in her seat. Oh tall legs hottie, so this is how unworldly you really are. After she finished speaking, Long Yang felt even more embarrassed. Seeing this, Chen Lin couldn't help but laugh aloud. Everyone stopped teasing him. This guy really doesn't know. If you asked him questions about libraries or military matters, he'd probably be a living encyclopedia. Still, Lin understands me. Long Yang looked gently at Chen Lin, a smile playing at the corner of his lips. His evident indulgence made anyone who saw it feel nauseatingly sweet. Inadvertently fed some dog food, i.e., exposed to public displays of affection, everyone returned to their own tasks, fearing they'd get stuffed with too much sweetness. Don't kid yourself, I didn't notice you were this frivolous before. Chen Lin glared at Long Yang. In truth, she wasn't very certain herself either and quietly asked him, you don't really know that Chengdu is a salt-producing area, do you? Long Yang leaned closer to Chen Lin's ear and whispered softly, I truly don't know. After hearing this, Chen Lin rolled her eyes and nudged Long Yang's ribcage with her elbow. Master without life skills. This shows Su Dao dislikes him a bit. He's not an all-bad person. What does it have to do with him? Long Yang was bewildered. Since realizing that Su Dao only pretended to agree with his words while secretly opposing him, Long Yang no longer wanted to deal with that guy. He's a good butler, that's it, said Chen Lin, thinking about the one and only good thing she could recall about Su Dao. That dark and gloomy fellow really wasn't easy to like. A few hours later, Yunqi squad arrived in Chengdu. The streets of Chengdu were empty, with even fewer zombies. Some psychics were even setting up stalls on the street. My guess is probably going to come true, said Chen Lin. My plan is this, after collecting the salt, we immediately speed up and head straight to Jingju. Does anyone have any suggestions? What kind of opinion can we offer? Anyway, we can collect more supplies along the way if there are any, said one of the team members. The others simply nodded. Just don't let us team up with those people. Someone lifted their finger toward the tail behind their vehicle, though several refugee-like vehicles stubbornly followed them. Seeing them makes me uncomfortable. We'll get what we need, and ignore them. Yunqi squad entered the salt fields to collect salt. Those followers stared at them as if they were watching fools. Collecting salt? Is this team sick? Isn't a little bit enough? They must be crazy. As Yunqi squad collected the salt, the onlookers jeered and mocked them. When Yunqi squad set off, these vehicles also followed closely behind them. In such manner, this impromptu convoy traveled through city after city. Sun Qing's space had already been filled up, and Chen Lin's 10th level space also contained quite a few things. The convoy increased to more than 20 vehicles, traveling on the highway in a long row, resembling a snake. Yunqi squad always led in the first vehicle. Everyone except for Chen Lin had sour faces, looking as if someone owed them a large sum of money. Chen Lin watched their expressions and found it amusing. When we reach Jingju, they won't follow us anymore. Just bear with it for a little longer. Do we have to endure more? Captain, did you know what those people said about us? Sun Qing pointed backward. They called us insane. I'm almost furious. Buzz. On the highway, the minivan suddenly stopped moving. The tires seemed to be stuck in a mud pit, continuously slipping. Du and Chaoyang stepped hard on the gas pedal. Strange, how can there be a hole on the highway? Chapter 211, Ant Hole. The lead van stopped, and the ones behind noticed they were stuck in a pit. No one approached to check on them. Instead, the drivers skillfully backed their vehicles away before anyone got out to look at Yunqi team. They're not moving. What's wrong? There's a hole in the road. Can't they just back up? Really inefficient. I can't believe how their captain leads. Luckily, they had kept enough distance because if Chen Lin had heard those words, she'd surely want to punch someone. Duan Chaoyang wasn't trying to get the car unstuck because Chen Lin had stopped him. Brother Yang, let's get out of the car. Long Yang discovered that the road ahead of them was covered with pits of varying sizes, some of which had fine yellow sand piled around their mouths. Long Yang walked to one of these sandy holes, grabbed a handful of sand, and muttered, "Why does this feel so familiar?" Chen Lin's pocket frog suddenly started wriggling excitedly, and she quickly held her pocket closed. "What's familiar? This is an ant nest. Didn't you mess with ants as a kid?" "I actually never did." Long Yang rubbed his nose tip and stood up to retreat to the side of the van. Unexpectedly, the ground under Long Yang's feet split open into a gaping hole, and he plummeted down. "Long Yang, be careful." Without thinking, Chen Lin jumped straight into the pit. "All right, let's all jump together." Seeing the situation, Duan Chaoyang quickly followed the two. Seeing all members of the Yunqi team jumping into the pit, someone took out binoculars. "Do you think there's something valuable down there?" Everyone else perked up upon hearing his question. At the bottom of the pit was a pile of yellow sand, and the ones who jumped first were already hidden by it. As more people jumped down, the sand was kicked up, making it look like a pot of boiling dumplings. From under the sand, someone emerged first, covered head to toe in sand. "Do you all have a grudge against me from my past life? You're all throwing everything onto me. Go away, I almost got crushed to death. Liney, you weigh a ton." It turned out to be Long Yang. While speaking, he bent over and fished in the sand for someone, pulling them out. "I weigh too much." Chen Lin struggled to climb out of the sand, seeing Long Yang dragging someone out with his eyes closed. "Brother Yang, you need to lose weight." "You, Duan Chaoyang spat out the sand in his mouth. "Who's dragging me? Stop. You're about to rip my pants off." Everyone who crawled out had a head full and body full of sand, appearing utterly disheveled. Long Yang immediately shut up. Luckily, his face was also dirty, so no one saw the embarrassment on his face. He fell into the hole first, and Chen Lin landed right next to him. When he felt someone, he assumed it was Chen Lin, only realizing after she had already climbed out. "Whoa, this is practically an underground world," Sun Qing exclaimed upon observing the view within the pit. The floor where they currently stood was 3 to 4 meters below the entrance hole they had fallen through. The light inside the underground was not dark, with countless small holes above them allowing sunlight to filter in, replacing lamps. In sight, yellow sand stretched endlessly in all directions. It looked like rolling dunes that someone had moved underground. "If this is an ant nest, how many ants would there be?" a member murmured. "I think you're about to find out." Chen Lin looked towards a direction where she heard rustling sounds. Behind a sand dune, 2 long, shiny antennae-like objects were swaying. "What is that?" Duan Chaoyang rolled up his sleeves. "Let me take a look." "No need." Chen Lin quickly pulled Duan Chaoyang back. "Listen carefully." The surrounding rustling sounds became denser. From all sides, countless long, shiny antennae-like things were swaying. "Damn, those are soldier ants' antennae." Meng Mion immediately recognized what those thin antennas were, startlingly blurting out the realization. After he spoke, everyone froze. "Antennae over a foot long, how big must those ants be?" Sun Qing hugged her little hedgehog tightly. "Captain, should I release Xiao Weiwei?" "Are you serious?" Chen Lin shot her a glare. "There's nowhere here to hide us. Releasing Xiao Weiwei would mean wiping all of us out." Meng Mion stroked the fish hanging on him. "My fish isn't suited for fighting in the sand either. Take care of your partners." Chen Lin said, "If it's not suitable for battle here, don't take it out." If she remembered correctly, the ants here were an entire colony. Soldier ants were merely the vanguard, with a relatively low rank around level 4 or 5, but they had a terrifying appearance capable of frightening people. Perhaps the captain's zoo will have new members soon. Several soldier ants tentatively climbed up the sand dune. The appearance of the soldier ants was now revealed before everyone. Over a foot-long antennae, their bodies as large as a small dog's, and their entire forms shimmered with a metallic luster. "Brother Meng, how many soldier ants are in a group?" Sun Qing grabbed Meng Mion's sleeve. Her eyes widened as she watched one soldier ant after another climb up the sand dune. Anyone suffering from phobia who saw this scene would likely be terrified. Densely packed, countless soldier ants each about the size of a small dog, quietly crawled onto the sand dunes. "It depends on the size of the ant colony," Meng Mion replied. "At least several thousand to tens of thousands, but for a large colony, hundreds of thousands could exist." With so many ants, each as big as a small dog, even a grown man like him couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. There was a chorus of sharp intakes of breath around them. "Is it really that serious?" Chen Lin suppressed a laugh. "They look scary, but they're not very strong. I even asked Yuwa to eat them, and it turned its nose up at them, so there's no need for you all to worry." What excited Yuwa hadn't yet appeared. The truly tough foes were still far away, which piqued both Yuwa's and Chen Lin's interest equally. Upon hearing Chen Lin's light-hearted tone, Sun Qing responded with an "oh," saying, "Phut, you scared me. It's just their looks that are intimidating. There's no need for Xiao Weiwei to handle it. I'll do it myself." Sun Qing's hands flashed with electric sparks, and she directly leapt toward the nearest soldier ant. That poor soldier ant didn't even get a chance to cry out before it was fried by electricity. The smell of burnt protein exuded a tempting odd fragrance, somewhat reminiscent of frying eggs. This aroma thrilled Sun Qing and stirred the soldier ant group into frenzied motion, swarming up the sand dunes like tidal waves, rushing toward the group. The sound of their movement, coupled with the dense wriggling mass of insects, would send chills down anyone's spine. They're easy to handle. One at a time, Sun Qing continued to release electricity. I'll join in. Hu Xing quickly followed Sun Qing and released wooden thorns around, which easily pierced the bodies of the soldier ants. The soldier ants collapsed instantly, struggled briefly, then lay motionless. They're simple to deal with. Qing, use earth spikes for group attacks. With such a dense swarm, Sun Qing electrocuting them one by one would take forever, until the year of the monkey and the year of the horse. Very manageable, only one at a time, Sun Qing continued to release electricity. Hu Xing chimed in, let me try too. He directed wooden thorns around the surroundings, which smoothly pierced through the bodies of the soldier ants, causing them to fall flat instantly. After twitching a few times, they stopped moving. Not hard to deal with. Qing, why don't you use soil spikes? We can attack them in groups. Amidst the thick crowd of bugs, Sun Qing shocked them one at a time, seemingly destined to continue endlessly. Chapter 212, they only pick the easy stuff. Meng Mion looked upward and said, none of those guys want to come help. Really disgusting. It's a good thing you didn't recruit these people onto our team, Captain. They. Chen Lin scoffed lightly, you're overestimating them. All those people together wouldn't even be worth my time. The teammates I choose don't need to have high levels as long as their character is good and they know how to unite. If the level isn't high, we'll all help them level up. But if their character isn't good, I can't exactly send them back for repairs. The atmosphere grew more relaxed as everyone pitched in, and the soldier ants fell in droves. Just as there were fewer soldier ants remaining, several black ants larger than the soldier ants crawled over. Their appearance was very similar to the soldier ants except that their first pair of legs were extremely strong. Worker ants. There are even more worker ants than soldier ants. Meng Mion immediately recognized what type of ants the newly appeared ones were. All the ant nests are dug by the worker ants with their front legs. Kill them. Kill our way into their nest and see if there's anything good inside. Chen Lin didn't kill any of the soldier ants. She collected many of them into her space. With rain frogs and mutant moss present, she wasn't worried about these mutant ants not following her commands. After the worker ants showed up, she also collected a fair amount. Let's go, let's find their nest. Chen Lin couldn't stop thinking about the things in the ant's nest. The strongest among mutant ants are the king bug and queen. Although there's only one queen, there are many king bugs. After walking along the burrow for quite some time, what appeared before everyone were countless snow white ant eggs. A massive white mother insect was laying eggs at the center, surrounded by many winged king bugs. Whenever someone got close, the king bugs would immediately spread their wings and fly away. All mine, don't kill, Chen Lin quickly gathered into her space. With these, it's like having an entire army of ants. Sun Qing. Don't eat the ant eggs. Sun Qing was sneaking her hand towards an ant egg larger than a goose egg, electricity flickering in her palm. Seeing this, Chen Lin knew Sun Qing intended to electrocute and cook the egg. Boss, I just want to taste one. Don't eat. Watching Sun Qing's unbecoming behavior, Chen Lin sped up her collection actions. Even the flying king bugs weren't spared. As the queen was currently laying eggs, this was the weakest moment. Without waiting for the queen to recover, Chen Lin immediately brought her into her space. Long Yang said, ants have storage rooms too, Lin. Want to check them out? He bent down and pocketed the mutant worm that had just emerged from the sand dune. All food. Yes. Sun Qing jumped up. Chen Lin rushed to Sun Qing's side in 3 steps transformed into 2, covering her mouth. Be quiet. You want to attract those people over. Let's collect everything first. Since those parasites started following their team, they've kept trailing them. During battles, they stayed far away. When supplies were being gathered, they ran faster than the Yunqi team. Chen Lin deeply understood everyone's dissatisfaction with those people. She was dissatisfied too, but those people were just following them. They weren't her teammates or even related to her. She didn't care and wouldn't intervene. If those parasites wanted to gather supplies, fine, after the Yunqi team took what they wanted, they could have whatever remained. That's what they've been doing on this journey. As soon as Chen Lin mentioned it, Sun Qing covered her own mouth, vigorously nodding to show she wouldn't make a sound. Chen Lin nodded at Long Yang. Lead the way. The path taken by Long Yang's mutant worms was equivalent to the path Long Yang himself took, leading the team members to a much more hidden cave entrance with familiarity. If no one led the way, this was a place that normal people would never discover. It seemed crafted by some architectural expert using optical illusions. Inside the cave were various foods, mutant plant carcasses that could be eaten, carcasses of small mutant animals, sealed meat jerky, grains, and rice spread all over the ground. How do we carry all this messy stuff? Sun Qing said, my space can't contain any more. Collect it for my ant army later. Chen Lin released the guinea pig. She'd always wanted to know the level of the guinea pig but had never figured it out. We can also sell it. She placed the plump guinea pig on the ground. Pick out the best, the seeds of the grain. Collect more than half. After the guinea pig picked out the items she wanted, she stored the guinea pig back into her space. Leave the rest for those guys to collect. So much. Won't we just make it easy for them? Sun Qing was the first to oppose. Chen Lin shot Sun Qing a sidelong glance. If you're so capable, why don't you eat them all? Even after Chen Lin had the guinea pig select the best items and take away a large portion, there were still several tons left on the ground, enough to feed a whole herd of pigs. How could Sun Qing eat it all? Sun Qing stuck out her tongue immediately. I'm not second brother Zhubaji who can eat mountains of rice and noodles. But giving this much to them is such a waste. Break through the surface and let them come to collect. When Chen Lin saw the ant nest, she also thought about how to deal with those parasites. It wasn't easy to take advantage of her. When the ground was broken and revealed a large hole, the supplies in the cave made everyone on the surface jump in surprise. There are so many things here. Whose vehicle has space? Come quick and collect. We've struck it rich. I almost want to stay here and never leave. All the people on the surface only saw the exposed supplies. No one saw the dusty members of Yunqi team. I'm really furious. Sun Qing glared angrily at the people who were rummaging through the supplies. How can they have such thick faces? Chen Lin said indifferently, these people haven't stabbed us in the back or attacked us from behind, so that's already quite decent. A group of people who only take what's easy are slightly better than real villains. We should just go our own way and ignore them. Sun Qing still felt angry inside, but she knew that if others wanted to follow them, there was nothing they could do. They couldn't kill them. Give me a chance to beat someone up and release some anger. They're not children. Hu Xing helped Sun Qing dust off the dirt on her body. They can't see us, and we can't see them. Isn't that fine? Easier said than done. Sun Qing wore an expression full of disgust, so big lumps everywhere. You try pretending you can't see them. People nearby who heard Sun Qing's description couldn't help but laugh. Thank goodness they're not here, otherwise, they would definitely fight with you. Shen Hongxia patted the sand off her own body and then helped the adjacent teammate pat. Actually, Hu Xing is right. They have nothing to do with us, so it's not worth getting angry. The group ate and drank in the cave, making it feel like a picnic. Long Yang glanced at them, then pulled Chen Lin back into the car and sat her down. He knew that although Chen Lin seemed calm and uncaring, she was actually sulking inwardly. Actually, we can get rid of them. The Jingju base isn't far. Chen Lin said rather helplessly, even if we shake them off, wouldn't we still be in front of them? These guys are still following us. I regret agreeing to let them follow us. Long Yang embraced Chen Lin and made her rest her head on his shoulder. Lin is the kindest. Chapter 213, the Yunqi team is crazy. Fut Qing Sun, who was about to get into the car, burst out laughing directly. Oh my goodness, tall and handsome dude, were you trying to flirt? It has zero substance. Yang Long's handsome face immediately became flushed. After having such a hard time finding a moment alone to talk with Lin Chen, there was always someone coming to interrupt him, so he couldn't help but glare at Qing Sun. Miss, look not upon what is improper, and speak not what is improper. All right. Just pretend I'm invisible. Qing Sun covered one of her eyes, opened the back door, and sat down behind Lin Chen and Yang Long with a plop. Blah blah, I'm invisible now. I've become invisible. Continue. At this point, it wasn't just Lin Chen, even Yang Long felt a black line hanging over his head. He got out of the car and together with a few other male team members, fixed the car. Lin Chen turned around, lifted her hand, and gave Qing Sun a nut on the head. Disappear, if you're so idle, go tell those people that next, we will not enter any cities or stop in any villages. At most, we'll stop to refuel. Qing Sun quickly thought for a moment and immediately shouted loudly, understood, I'll go do it right now. Upon seeing that Qing Sun had understood her intention, a faint smile rose on Lin Chen's face. Retrieving Qing Sun and Hu Xing was her wisest decision after being reborn. If she hadn't awakened at the time and continued gathering the original Moon Goddess team, she would likely end up walking the same old path as before, lonely and ending her life by suicide. Qing Sun walked to the edge of the deep pit and kicked some dirt. The flying sand caused someone inside the cave to curse. What the hell, who wants to die? Do you want to die? Who did this? Come out. It's me. Qing Sun kicked another clump of soil down. So what? Do you want to fight me? Try it. If I say I'm afraid, then I'm not your mother. Bastard, how dare you take advantage of me? A man, whose face was full of the dirt Qing Sun had kicked down, was furious and said he would teach her a lesson. Another person stopped the man. Don't attack, it's from the Yunqi team. So what if it's the Yunqi team? At first, the man and several others around him spoke loudly, but soon realized something and instantly fell silent. Qing Sun acted as if she didn't hear that sentence. She haughtily hummed, hurry up and collect, we need to hurry and chase the zombie horde. Starting today, we won't enter any cities, we won't stop in any villages, at most we'll stop to refuel. You guys better prepare quickly. Her words caused an uproar in the cave. Chase the zombie horde? Are the people from the Yunqi team crazy? Isn't collecting resources city by city good enough? Chasing the zombie horde isn't committing suicide? We're not going to commit suicide. Qing Sun intentionally added something about chasing zombies, coinciding perfectly with Lin Chen's plan. Lin Chen actually wanted to chase the horde of zombies, partly for brain cores and partly to rush ahead of the horde into Jingju City. The sounds coming from below reached Qing Sun's ears, making her secretly delighted. Back in the car, she proudly made an okay sign to Lin Chen. I told them that our team is going to chase the zombie horde. Boss, don't ruin it. Departure. Everyone looked at Qing Sun with strange expressions. Unaware of being watched, the foolish girl remained clueless. After half a while, the minivan didn't move a bit. The fool's face was puzzled looking at the driver Chaoyang Duan. Young brother, is your neck stiff? Ha ha ha. Killing people laughing. How did this guy respond so fast when falsely conveying orders? This fool thought the exact same thing as himself. Perfectly saving himself from explaining to the teammates, Lin Chen was carefree and also laughed along with everyone else. Young brother, ignore this idiot, find a road where we can drive and let's go. Duan Chaoyang started the car while laughing heartily. Captain, where did you find this silly girl named Qing Sun? She's really a treasure. Haha, I can't stop laughing, you're killing me, Meng Mian said. Qing Sun, do you want to kill us with laughter? I didn't do anything. Qing Sun widened her big, round eyes, completely confused. A chicken leg reward for you. Lin Chen threw a big chicken leg to Qing Sun. Take out the good food from your space and share with everyone. Why are you hoarding? At this point, the fool wasn't being dumb anymore. While tearing off the packaging of the chicken leg, she opposed. Yes, I have a space, but these things belong to everyone, not just me. Without your order, I wouldn't touch them. If I'm about to starve to death, I won't care anymore. Fill my stomach first, then talk. Idiot, Lin Chen commented. Everyone who could reach Qing's son patted her head. That's right, little fool, cute little fool. We all like you, we won't let you starve to death. My hair. Qing's son covered her head and dodged from side to side. Finally, she buried her head in Hu Xing's arms. Please, have mercy, everyone. A harmonious atmosphere spread throughout the car, and Yang Long couldn't help but smile. Linen is best at picking people. I was picked by her too. Lin Chen said speechlessly. I'll take it as a compliment. I am complimenting you. Yang Long looked into the rearview mirror. At this moment, none of the vehicles that had been following them were visible. It seemed that Qing's son's words had made those people hesitate and they deliberately distanced themselves. Noticing Yang Long observing the back, Lin Chen said, they will not follow us because they are afraid of dying. With so many empty cities free of zombies, if we chase after the zombies, it would mean fighting against an overwhelmingly large number of them. Her tone was filled with mockery. Battles required effort. How could those people possibly put in any effort? But that means countless brain cores. Duan Chaoyang wasn't concerned. He laughed, saying, it's actually better without them trailing along. I wouldn't want them to take even a small share. Stop the car. Yang Long suddenly spoke up, his face full of excitement. I think I saw Ling Jiang's mark. Duan Chaoyang slammed on the brakes. Where? Where? Yang Long opened the car door and walked towards a massive billboard by the roadside. On the billboard was a drawing of a semicircle pointing downwards with an equilateral triangle inside. Below the drawing were the two characters Jingju, which had been scribbled over and rewritten. This is Ling Jiang's mark, he has gone to Jingju. I've seen this pattern somewhere else too, Zhong Jijun said. It was also on highway signboards when we came out from the northern base. I thought someone had just doodled it randomly. Lin Chen was surprised. Jing, how do you know this is Brother Dao's mark? To be precise, the drawing was rather ugly. If Lin Chen had seen it, she probably wouldn't have paid any attention to it. I am called Long Yang, the pinyin for it is LJ. Ling Jiang is also LJ, Du Yuan is DY. When we were young, Du Yuan used DLL to draw a symbol only we three understood, as our brother's secret signal. That's great. Let's hurry and chase him. Meng Mion, upon hearing this, couldn't hide his joy. We haven't seen that guy for such a long time. The fact that he could leave the marker shows that he's doing very well now. When we see him, we must give him a good beating. Chapter 214, Chasing the Zombie Group. The other team members, who didn't know about Jiang Dao and Ling Jiang's origins, now realized they had another teammate. Duan Chaoyang chimed in. Yeah, old Long, don't protect him when the time comes. We're all going to beat him up. Absolutely no protection, Long Yang readily agreed, though he at least knew that this mark wasn't known to him until now. But at least he was sure that if they caught up with the zombies, Jingju would be safe. When they set off again, everyone carefully examined that mark, making sure not to miss it along the way. However, what surprised everyone was that the billboards on the highway were getting fewer and fewer. Although there were markers left by Ling Jiang, some of the billboards had been destroyed, but no one knew who had done it. Gugu Yuwa began croaking and wriggled out of Chen Lin's pocket, its eyes alert as it stared forward toward the car window. The green stripes on its back shone brightly. Everyone be vigilant, prepare for battle. As Chen Lin looked at the frog's glowing back, she felt puzzled. When faced with a level 10 zombie bird, the little guy had only been excited. Now, however, it had gone into full combat readiness mode. Could there be a zombie higher than level 10, level 11, or even level 12? Even Meng Mion's fish, Sun Qing's hedgehog, Long Yang's earthworms, and all the rest of their companions started acting mysteriously agitated. Without needing Chen Lin to say a word, everyone grew tenser. A mass of uniform black shadows appeared ahead of the car, giving an extremely strange feeling, not just strange, but also oddly oppressive. Chen Lin herself could feel an indescribable pressure. She realized it was due to suppression by rank. A chill ran down her spine as her back tightened instinctively. Remember, she was a level 10 psychic. And something could suppress a level 10 psychic. At this moment, she regretted making the decision to chase the zombie group. But then, an almost instantaneous later, the sense of oppression disappeared. Yuwa curiously hopped over to the car window, peering outside, and all their small companions quieted down. What happened? Did you feel it? Chen Lin became even more confused inside. Why did that feeling disappear? She hadn't misjudged it before. Yeah, I felt it. Our partners were restless earlier, but now they're fine. Sun Qing pointed to the little hedgehog. Look, it wants to go out. Peer your head. Chen Lin couldn't bear Sun Qing's strange Martian dialect anymore. She turned her gaze to others, but none of them seemed to have felt what she had, meaning that maybe only she had experienced that sensation. Begin killing the zombies. Since the previous feeling was gone, Chen Lin immediately gave the order to attack. The zombies' levels were laughably low, and in no time, they had wiped out a large patch of them. Look at these brain cores, aren't they the ones that can mutate the body? One member found a brain core that he had never seen before. Just collect them first, and check later. Chen Lin herself had never used a mutated zombie's brain core. Everyone hurry up and kill. Higher-level zombies might be further ahead. Immediately, the team split into two groups, one group to slay zombies, and the other to collect brain cores. After a while, they swapped roles. Although the zombie group was of low level, They were overwhelmingly numerous. The Cloud Arise squad got exhausted from the relentless killing but still didn't encounter any slightly higher level zombies. Long Yang said, Lin, why are all of them level 3 or 4? And there are so many. How long do we keep killing? This is likely the gathering of zombies from several cities. Of course, the number will be high. A strange feeling once again surged in Chen Lin's heart. This orderly zombie army, in theory, should have some higher-ranked zombies commanding it. Moreover, just a short while ago, she had clearly felt the sense of being suppressed by a higher rank. If you're tired, let's rest for a night and continue chasing tomorrow. Chen Lin suppressed her curious feelings. She noticed that Yue had calmed down too. Not only had it lost its excitement at seeing brain cores, it had become eerily peaceful. This was most unusual. Hey! Sleeping overnight and then chasing again, what kind of move is this? Sun Qing yelled strangely. Won't the zombies run away? Chen Lin glanced at Sun Qing coldly. With their speed, where can they possibly run in one night? Cook food, set up camp, sleep. The presence of the zombies gave her a very strange feeling. She thought it best not to rush pursuit right now. The zombie group continued moving forward at an extremely slow pace, and everyone observed this. This is really strange. We're killing zombies, but they don't seem to react at all. That doesn't seem right. Meng Mion pulled down a zombie, which wobbled and stood up again, continuing to follow the group without paying any attention to him. Captain, have you ever seen a situation like this? I'm not a god, how could I have seen everything? Chen Lin felt even more strange than the others, but she decided not to say it out loud to scare the team members. Let's drive a bit further. I want to see if there are any markers left by Lingjiang. Long Yang looked at the direction the zombies were heading. There was a completely broken billboard by the highway, and he eventually changed his mind. Forget it, let's continue chasing them tomorrow. The zombies are moving so slowly. Lingjiang might have already reached Jingju. Chen Lin placed her hand in Long Yang's large one. Dao has abilities and also a space. I believe he will be fine. Why do I have a bad feeling? All Long Yang could see was the broken billboard. There was no sign of anyone having left a mark on it, which made him worry that something might have happened to Lingjiang. I'm afraid I'll get news I don't want to hear. Chen Lin had already told Du and Chaoyang to stop the car. The zombies slowly walked away from their sight. Stop overthinking it. Lingjiang should have already reached Jingju. Let's kill some zombies for a few days, collect some brain cores, then go around the zombie group and reach Jingju before them to find them. As long as we time it correctly, I think there won't be any problems. What could possibly go wrong? Old Long, stop worrying. Du and Chaoyang held the steering wheel and took out a cigarette from his pocket and put it in his mouth. Jiang Dao is much more capable than you think. Hearing this, Chen Lin remembered something and smiled. Now that Younger mentioned it, I do remember giving Dao the only 8th level brain core I had when he left. That was months ago, and Dao is an 8th level psychic. How could anything happen to him? In that case, I've been worrying about nothing. Long Yang gradually relaxed, thinking that with Lingjiang being 8th level, nothing bad could happen while he was with Grandpa and Mom. But inside, Chen Lin was secretly troubled. An existence beyond 10th level was making even her, a 10th level psychic, feel uneasy. Just one 11th level zombie king would be catastrophic for human cities. She gave the broken billboard a deep glance. Zombies don't destroy things. Only people do. If someone can destroy things, it's still a signal, and at least it's not bad news. That's true. Long Yang agreed deeply. Chapter 215, Zombies Pave the Way. Chen Lin placed a 2-story color steel villa on a flat piece of land, set up camp, eat, sleep. Wow, who wants to come and let out water for a bath? We have a human electric heat bar, Sun Qing shouted as she rushed in. Captain, Hui, who will let out the water? Bai Hui said, I will. All female team members except Chen Lin went to take showers. She stood outside the small building with Long Yang and Du and Chaoyang. That's strange, there are no mutated plants around. I was thinking about grabbing some that could be useful. Meng Mion, who was cooking in the kitchen, poked his head out of the window. I just checked, and there are traces around the plants indicating they were cleared. It might have been done by the advanced troops. Otherwise, I can't imagine who would clear the way so cleanly. As we move further southeast, mutated plants and animals should increase. We'll collect some when we encounter them. Seeing Du and Chaoyang and Long Yang only nodding silently, Chen Lin continued, this group of zombies gives me a very strange feeling. Do you feel it too? Of course it's strange. We've killed so many zombies, but this is the first time we've seen zombies that don't care about us. Before, Du and Chaoyang had conducted an experiment where he pulled a zombie to the ground. The zombie got up and followed the group of zombies without even looking at Du and Chaoyang once. I think, if we keep following and killing them, by the time we reach Jingju base, there shouldn't be too many left. Younger, you're dreaming. Chen Lin knew reality was harsh. The zombie that could suppress her rank was also among this group. If it weren't necessary to go to Jingju, she really wouldn't want to deal with that zombie. One should always expect the best. When difficulties arise, we'll solve them together, right? What else can there be? Du and Chaoyang said nonchalantly, if our team can't overcome challenges when united, then it's our fate, no blaming heaven or earth. I don't believe in fate, said Chen Lin. Her biggest secret in life was that she had been reborn. Since she could experience rebirth once, everything could start anew, and thus, fate was not unchangeable. Du and Chaoyang scratched his head innocently. What I mean is, being with teammates, things are always better. Laro Duan, you can be sentimental too, haha. Meng Mion laughed loudly from the kitchen. Go screw yourself. Du and Chaoyang laughed and cursed, then turned into the kitchen to help Meng Mion. In places unseen by Yunqi team, the movement speed of the zombies seemed slower. The rain frog, which had remained quiet during the day, now rolled its eyes beside Chen Lin's pillow, unmoving. If Chen Lin were awake, she would certainly notice that the rain frog's body was stiff. It was afraid. A black-eyed zombie and a red-eyed zombie stood nearby watching the color steel house. The red-eyed zombie growled lowly, restless and turning anxiously in place. The black-eyed zombie coldly sniffed, and immediately the restlessness of the red-eyed zombie ceased. After an unknown period of time, the two zombies disappeared. Only after the zombies left did the rain frog dare to croak softly. Chen Lin quickly grabbed the rain frog into her pocket. "You're not faking death anymore?" The rain frog remained silent, continuing to pretend to be dead. Chen Lin could feel the rain frog was still frightened. At this moment, she didn't know how to console her little partner. "Maybe being with me will result in life or death together. Don't be so pessimistic." Long Yang stretched out his large hand and pressed it gently on Chen Lin's shoulder, giving her a gentle smile of comfort. "Isn't it another brand new day? Follow the zombies. Follow the zombies." Sun Qing burst out of the room shouting, "There are hordes of zombies waiting for us ahead. Everyone, charge forward. Charge with your head." Even though she said it this way, Chen Lin still waited for everyone to come out of the color steel house before packing it up. The zombie horde moved forward at a constant speed on the expressway, yet the scene looked odd. Chen Lin always felt that the speed of this horde of zombies seemed even slower than yesterday. Generally, only low-level zombies would move so slowly. Long Yang held the telescope. Mutated plants spotted. "They're spreading quickly." He handed over the telescope to Chen Lin. Rapidly extending green vines could be seen spreading along both sides of the distant expressway towards the road. Ahead of the zombie horde, a group of zombies rushed toward the spreading mutated plants. The speed of these zombies was fast, unlike the sluggish ones before Yunqi team. They were evidently of a higher level. The green vines were violently yanked out of the ground by the zombies, turning yellow and withering immediately. The vast greenery appeared quickly but vanished just as fast. The group of zombies that had rushed out returned to the horde along the same path, as if they'd been summoned back. My estimation was correct. Chen Lin lowered her telescope. The zombies ahead are of a higher rank. "Egypt, dismantle the vehicle. Let's start killing zombies." Though they didn't know why, with zombies restraining mutated plants, they could leisurely collect brain cores from behind without any obstruction, a possible advantage. In the previous life, in forests infested with zombie birds and mutated ones, apart from ashes and remains, there weren't any obstacles at all. Chen Lin treaded down the familiar path again, overwhelmed by indescribable emotions. In her previous life, this road known as Death Road now carried no danger. Killing zombies had become simpler too. Their small team would rest when tired and slaughter zombies when rested, chasing after them for more kills. "If we keep following this way, it will only take a few days to reach Jingju." Long Yang handed over the collected brain cores to Chen Lin. "The zombies will arrive at Jingju before us. If they besiege the city, we won't be able to get in. Can we circle around to the front of the zombie horde and warn the Jingju base?" "I wish. But thoughts and reality differ vastly." Chen Lin sighed in helplessness. "The zombie ranks stretch too far for us to go past. Moreover, based on their current behavior, it doesn't seem like the zombies will make way for us, does it? I know you're worried about your grandfather and those in Lingjiang, but under these conditions..." They had been slaughtering for several consecutive days, and most of the zombies were still low level, none were even level 5. The only benefit was that everyone had received bodily enhancements along with countless low-level brain cores. It was almost as if the zombies intentionally left them as gifts. Jingju base. Su Dao stood inside the commander's office. "Cousin, I have reliable intel indicating a large number of zombies are heading towards Jingju. What should we do?" The man seated behind the desk was Su Junyuan, someone Chen Lin hadn't seen in a long time. His face grim, he said, "I've told you before, in the office, call me Commander." "Commander." Realizing Su Junyuan wasn't happy, Su Dao quickly added, "So what about the horde? Their numbers are massive. Even if everyone in the entire base fought together, it wouldn't be enough. This isn't a problem. There's always another place we can go to." Su Junyuan's expression remained cold. "Keep monitoring the direction of the zombies' march. If it's confirmed they're heading to Jingju, we'll relocate. We don't need this base anymore." Chapter 216. A strange feeling. Director of the base. "Did you say Yunqi City?" That woman, Chen Lin, might be there. Whenever Su Dao heard about Yunqi City, he couldn't help but think of Chen Lin. With a look of disdain, he said, "I really don't like her." Su Junyuan narrowed his eyes slightly. "If we encounter her there, remember to suppress your emotions. If you quarrel with her, I won't help you." Tang Ji. Su Dao naturally understood what Su Junyuan meant. He never expected that after so long, Su Junyuan still took Chen Lin's side. "Get out!" Su Junyuan shouted, rudely expelling Su Dao from his office. After kicking Su Dao out of the office, Su Junyuan took out a map and heavily circled Yunqi City. "Good little sister, it's been months since we last saw each other. I wonder what accomplishments you have made now. And Long Yang, I've become the director of the base. What about you?" Outside his office, Su Dao had an ugly expression on his face, his eyes flashing with sinister and venomous intent. "Chen Lin better have already helped us build the base. I will definitely snatch it away from her." A secret small door beside Su Junyuan opened, and a young man stepped out. Standing behind Su Junyuan, he respectfully spoke, "Director of the base, the information regarding the zombie herd has been confirmed without error. How much time do we have?" Su Junyuan closed the map and threw it to the young man. The young man unfolded the map, paused for a moment, then said, "At most 5 days." If Chen Lin were here, she would recognize the person standing beside Su Junyuan as someone familiar from her previous life, one of the members of her former moon goddess team. Su Junyuan slowly tapped his fingers on the table, arranged for several groups to go out on missions and cooperate with Liz Hu, the director of the base. What about the base? The young man asked. This isn't something you need to worry about. Su Junyuan's voice sank, clearly bringing out a few traces of displeasure. He didn't like others speculating about his thoughts. Yes. The young man retreated from the director's office. Su Junyuan gradually squinted his eyes. Captain, there are a few wilting mutant plants here. Shall we collect them or just destroy them? Shen Hongxia pointed at the bits of green on the ground. When these mutant plants noticed people approaching, they wilted even more. We'll take them along. Chen Lin walked over to Shen Hongxia as she spoke. Now everyone was accustomed to her saying take them along. Anything that could be collected was taken along incidentally, anything not needed was destroyed. When Chen Lin approached Shen Hongxia's feet for a closer look, the hair on her back bristled immediately, a chill spreading rapidly from her heels to the top of her head. Several wilting mutant plants. They were actually several king-level mutant plants. 10-grade kings. Right now, they were all shriveled up on the ground, easily reachable if she bent down. What a horrifying harvest this was. Could she dare to pick them? Captain, why aren't you collecting them? Shen Hongxia urged. If you don't want them, I'll burn them. With 7 or 8 king-grade mutant plants, it would require all fire-based ability users in Yunqi team together to fail burning them. I'll take them. I'm taking them now. Chen Lin gritted her teeth when speaking. Since she herself was at level 10, she figured that she was at parity. She hoped these things would behave when confronted by her. At the attempt to approach them, the 10th grade, shriveled-up king-level mutant plants trembled in fear. Of course, Chen Lin didn't realize it. All she knew was that the plants looked even weaker than before. Under the eager gazes of her teammates, Chen Lin gathered the king-level mutant plants into her space. Long Yang had noticed Chen Lin's unusual state. He saw the crystal sweat beads on her temple and promptly moved a few steps to her. Linyan, what's wrong? I'm fine. It's just that I collected a few wilting 10-grade mutant plants earlier. Pretending to be calm, Chen Lin felt her inner tension rising nearly to boiling point. Could anyone casually gather a 10-grade mutant plant? Absolutely impossible. High-grade mutant flora and fauna had a certain degree of intelligence. Except those originally friendly towards humans, the rest wouldn't allow themselves to be touched casually unless some higher-grade force was suppressing them. In her personal dimension space, the guinea pig lacked the capacity to control 10th-grade mutant plants, while the tree frog kept pretending to be dead, indicating its dread of a presence surpassing level 10. Level 10? Shen Hongxia's smile instantly froze. Was the mutant plant I just stepped on level 10? The smiles on the other team members' faces froze as well. Those few withered mutated plants were grade 10? Captain, are you serious? No, it can't be. Me. Linyan sighed helplessly. I broke out in cold sweat all over my back. Do you want to see? Grade 10 mutated plants. They're actually mutant plant kings. We don't want to see. The unanimous response left Linyan speechless. Now they're all in my space. Is that really necessary? Just grade 10, and I'm still here too. Let's not take them out for now. Long Yang quickly stopped Linyan. Her words had made him feel very strange. Outside the military camp, the mutated plants and insects were merely of a few grades, yet attacked them relentlessly. How could someone just pick up a grade 10 mutated plant like that? Reflecting on this, he frowned. This is too weird. Linlin, what do you think? You've just realized. So slow. Linyan shot Long Yang an impatient glance. Fortunately, Hongxia called me first. Otherwise, I might have asked the grade 10 mutated plant to claim you. Stop daydreaming everyone. Du and Chaoyang interrupted the two who were glaring at each other, saying, check if there's any danger around. There's no danger around us. Shen Hongxia stared at the hole on the ground and found she couldn't even lift her feet due to sheer fear that rendered her powerless. You scared me to death. At this, Linyan looked toward Shen Hongxia and upon seeing her state, decided to tease her. What happened to your courage earlier when you wanted to crush them casually? That's right, earlier, you said you'd burn them. Captain, please don't humiliate me anymore. My feet feel so weak right now. Shen Hongxia's face turned red. Who could have known those seemingly lifeless weeds were actually grade 10? Zhong Jijun bent down and circled the pit a few times before squatting by the edge, carefully examining its traces. Captain, the soil appears as though dug by humans. It looks like these plants were intentionally planted here. After hearing his statement, others also gathered around to look. Captain, this soil has been dug by human fingers. Captain, come check this fast. Linyan eventually went back to the location after being repeatedly called. She warily glanced around. Who would plant grade 10 mutated plants here? Is it the presence beyond grade 10 that Linyan encountered? Zombies? Mutated plants? Or some kind of mutated animals that pose no harm to humans? However, she found nothing. I saw it. Maybe I accidentally left the marks myself. Linyan casually fabricated, then waved her hand to dismiss everyone. There's nothing worth collecting here. Let's continue our mission. Once everyone boarded the vehicle, Meng Mion turned from the front passenger seat. Captain, you're such a bad liar. What else could I do? Should I bring you guys to investigate who dug the hole? Linyan was embarrassed after being publicly exposed by Meng Mion. When I found out the plants were grade 10, my first reaction was to ask you to escape. Investigating? The exact situation will have to wait until we reach Jingju, because I don't know either. Sun Qing leaned forward, putting his face near the front seats. Captain, do you fear death as well? Chapter 217, Surround but not attack. Nonsense. Chen Lin slapped Sun Qing's face away with her palm. I don't just fear death, I'm extremely scared of it. Satisfied? Hee hee. Satisfied. That answer is so relatable. Sun Qing returned to her seat, signaling a V sign to the back row. Actually, I am afraid of death too, ha ha ha. Idiot. Only after this did Chen Lin gradually relax her tense back. But her strange feeling in her heart grew even stronger. Countless zombies were just ahead of them, and neither her group members nor their partners had any warning signs. The zombies near their squad always belonged to the lowest level. On the ground, there was a level 10 weak mutated plant king waiting for her to collect. The zombie horde clearly was heading to Jingju, and all along, it was as if deliberately waiting for them, moving so slowly that not only were the dangerous mutated plants and animals cleared by the zombies, but could things get any stranger? Unbeknownst to them, these weren't even the strangest things. The strangest was, when Yunqi squad was about to reach the Jingju base, the zombie horde disappeared. From the traces left by the horde, they discovered that the zombies had diverted elsewhere. The zombies seemed to have surrounded the Jingju base. Long Yang observed the traces left by the zombies and made the judgment. But this judgment was not good news. A vast horde of zombies surrounding the base without taking other actions, how could this not make one's hair stand on end? Almost all the team members felt that the horde of zombies was like an open pocket, waiting for someone to walk into it. Should we continue chasing the zombies or enter the base first? Chen Lin asked. If their team could deal with the horde of zombies, she wouldn't need to enter the base. She truly didn't want to meet Su Junyuan and the others. Long Yang said, enter the base. We've come this far, whether inside or outside the encirclement makes no difference, but it means something different to us. To me, it might mean even more. Zhong Jijun voiced his opinion. Captain, what old Long said is correct. Our purpose for coming was to find people. At least let's locate the people first, then we can talk about the rest. Shen Hongxia looked at Zhong Jijun and said, wherever we go, I have no objections. Whatever Charlie says goes for me, however, we support you, Captain. Who doesn't know you're following him around like shadows? Bai Hui pounced onto Shen Hongxia's shoulder, indirectly feeding us dog food, shameful. Seeing this, Zhuge Hui coughed lightly. Captain, let's enter the Jingju base. We've been wandering for such a long time, and we haven't entered a real base yet. Every day, it's just smelly zombies and monstrous mutated plants. We want to see live humans. That's right, Captain, there are too many vegetables in my space, so we can sell some of them. No matter whether it was feeding dog food or complaining, everyone's opinion was consistently the same, to all go into the base together. You guys really? Chen Lin patted each of their shoulders one by one. Some gave her a bear hug. You're all big fools just like me. Duan Chaoyang raised his large paw-like hand and patted Chen Lin's head. What's going on? When did you become so hesitant? You didn't hesitate at all when you recruited brother here. Big brother Yang, I'm not a kid anymore. Chen Lin dodged Duan Chaoyang's big hand. When she initially persuaded Duan Chaoyang to follow her, it was because she didn't want such a future human powerhouse to die senselessly, and moreover, although Duan Chaoyang appeared fierce, she knew he was a good person. She just wanted to help him out of pure kindness. After speaking, Chen Lin realized her tone sounded somewhat like a little girl sulking, and everyone fell quiet looking at her. Her face immediately turned red. Why are you all looking at me? Is there a flower on my face? In the past, Duan Chaoyang would have gotten jealous during such interactions with Chen Lin, but over time, he realized he was simply being too paranoid. Therefore, he wanted even more to find Ling Jiang. Initially, when Ling Jiang left the group alone, wasn't it also because of him? Long Yang pointed to the direction of Jingju while looking at Chen Lin. We should enter Jingju before discussing anything else. If they found Ling Jiang, he wouldn't let him leave alone again. Chen Lin had no idea what Long Yang was thinking. She thought he was just eager to reunite with the Longshan team. She glanced around everyone around her, seeing firmness and determination in everyone's faces, and she herself had made up her mind. If push came to shove, she would be the first to upgrade all the team members to levels 9 or 10. Even if they couldn't handle the high-level zombie horde, at least they could save themselves. In the post-apocalypse world, nothing is more important than staying alive. Alright, let's enter the base, Chen Lin exclaimed loudly. Anyway, I also want to take a look at the base. In the future, I want to build a world-class base. In her previous life, Yunqi City became the last haven for humanity. Back then, it was already the top-notch base in the world. But back then, she hadn't felt anything significant. No matter how grand and vibrant the base was, she had always been an onlooker. All the prosperity and bustle had nothing to do with her. The van started up again. This time there were no zombies ahead of them, so they drove straight towards the Jingju base. Jingju base was surrounded by walls several meters high, and at this moment, earth elemental and metal elemental ability users were continuously raising and reinforcing the walls of the base. As Yunqi squad's van approached, the gate of the base opened wide. A guard-like man tapped on the window, causing Duan Chaoyang to slowly bring the car to a stop. The guard peered into the vehicle. Go straight ahead and you'll reach the administration hall where registration and residency permits are processed. Renting or buying property transactions happen there too. Earth and metal ability users from every team must participate once a week in the construction of the base. He pointed toward the ability users atop the wall. Base building relies on everyone. Got it, thanks. Duan Chaoyang reached out to shake hands with the guard and slipped a brain core into his hand. The guard inconspicuously squeezed the brain core in his hand, discovering it was a level 4-1, and flashed Duan Chaoyang a friendly smile. If you don't want to participate in base construction, you can hire someone to do it. There's a hiring office at the administrative hall. After finishing his statement, he stepped aside. Chen Lin quietly listened to what the guard said. It was exactly the same as in her past life. However, the guard back then didn't mention that last sentence. Apparently, the brain core had its effect. Du and Chaoyang smiled and thanked the guard as the van slowly drove into the base. Jingju originally was an ancient capital city, with relics of ancient city walls outside. Su Junyuan had precisely taken advantage of this fact, constructing even more solid walls on top of the ancient city walls. People were bustling on the streets, full of vitality. Stores lined the streets, and small stalls were spread everywhere. It looked like a city misplaced through time, various elements interwoven within. There were bare-chested muscular men carrying axes in their hands. There were young men and women dressed in furs, some sporting punk styles, and others merely covering their private parts with seashells. Some rode on incredibly fast giant turtles, while others had heads swarming with strangely shaped insects. Still, some others underwent drastic bodily changes, becoming either extremely tall or exceptionally robust. The van could only crawl through the crowded crowd. Sun Qing kept looking left and right, exclaiming, "Good grief, have I entered Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? Heavens! That guy is completely naked. Burn my eyes." Chapter 218, Jingju Base. Hu Xing also saw the naked man that Sun Qing had noticed, and he quickly covered her eyes. "Be careful not to get pink eye." Sun Qing tugged at his hand forcefully. "What's wrong? I haven't seen him. Can't you let me be curious for a moment? Why don't you let me see? Holy cow, Grand Auntie." Hu Xing hastily covered Sun Qing's mouth so she wouldn't say something even more outrageous. Everyone burst out laughing, ignoring Sun Qing altogether. Since the administrative hall was just ahead. The administrative hall was divided into two sections, one being the administrative area, which had numerous signs, one of them being the registration office. The other section was the trade zone. The administrative area was cold and quiet with only one staff member dozing off inside. The trade zone, on the other hand, was lively and bustling. "Captain, I'll go set up a stall." Sun Qing dragged Hu Xing into the trade zone, saying, "And take a look at what's available to buy. Don't run off, we'll gather at the entrance to the hall later." Chen Lin instructed briefly, then walked toward the registration office with Long Yang. "I'll register." The dozing staff member glanced at Chen Lin, but when she saw Long Yang, her eyes lit up. She took out the registration form and smiled warmly. "Are you registering as an individual or a group? If it's a group, please write down the names of the members. I can also process residency permits here." Another person who goes gaga over good looks, thought Chen Lin outside the counter. She stepped her foot onto Long Yang's instep and gave him a firm stomp. "This bastard." Long Yang couldn't help but laugh wryly. He hadn't done anything, after all. Chen Lin pulled Du and Chaoyang aside. "Bro Yang, you handle the registration." She was utterly embarrassed by the employee's lovesick expression directed at Long Yang. The young woman practically drooled over him. Looking confused, Du and Chaoyang approached and, upon catching sight of the female staff member's infatuated gaze, figured out the situation immediately. "Young lady, could you pass me a pen? I'll fill out the forms." After Du and Chaoyang completed the registration, the staff member hastily took back the form. "Register your residence once you've rented or purchased property. I'll issue the residency certificates for you." At this point, the pressure on Long Yang's instep from Chen Lin's heel increased. This administrative hall existed in her previous life, and the registration office only recorded the team name and number of people. It certainly didn't have details like level or address information nonsense. "I'll rent a house," Meng Mion said while trying hard not to laugh at the obvious jealousy in Chen Lin's tone. To avoid any trouble, he offered to handle the rental himself since the rental department was manned by several young women. As the team walked out of the administrative hall, Chen Lin still spotted some people craning their necks to stare at Long Yang. She couldn't suppress her irritation. If certain people don't cover their faces when going out next time, they're not coming with me. This certain person naturally referred to Long Yang. He sighed and said with a wry smile, "Understood. I know, if I don't follow the orders of my lady next time, I'll probably lose my feet." The 2 kicks Chen Lin gave earlier weren't light at all, and his feet still hurt now. No one laughed, they all managed to suppress their amusement. "Wow, I think we can have dumplings tonight," said Sun Qing. "We already have vinegar ready, and you'll have my vinegar to drink as your cola. Dare you try?" Chen Lin retorted, irked. Every admirer Long Yang attracted meant potential trouble, and they'd encountered plenty of such incidents before. Now, in Jingju, there's Gao Bingyang too. Thinking about Gao Bingyang made her headache. Of course not, Sun Qing quickly surrendered. Before starting their search for people in Jingju, it would feel meaningless even if the symbolic reunion meal of dumplings were laid out before everyone. Her earlier comment was just a joke targeting Chen Lin. After all, teasing the captain doesn't happen often. "Big sis, don't worry. If anyone dares to have designs on our long-legged hunk, 1 will get shocked by me, and 2, will both get shocked. You'll have no worries for sure. Hey captain, I saw a bulletin board in the trade zone where I posted a missing person announcement. The reward is brain cores," Meng Mion mentioned, "but I don't have many brain cores myself." "I've got your back, Meng bro, don't worry." Sun Qing patted her waist. "Once Meng Ji is gone, you can come directly to me. You're the one who's goners, I'm alive and well." Meng Mion swatted Sun Qing on the head, giving her a sharp tap. "Aren't you supposed to be a college student?" Rubbing her head, Sun Qing asked, "What did I say wrong? Don't you need my brain cores if you don't have any? What's with hitting me? Am I turning into a unicorn from your hits? It hurts." No one paid attention to her wailing. Hu Xing dragged her along. "Stop making a fuss, we're going to rent a house, you can make a fuss when we get there." I'm not making a fuss. Go. Sun Qing was at a loss as she was dragged along by Hu Xing. Chen Lin looked around while walking. This base is really lively. Well built. Next time we build a base larger than Jingju. Sun Qing immediately found an opportunity to speak. Boss, I fully support you. To build a base the size of Jingju, who knows how much manpower and resources it consumed? Chen Lin helplessly looked ahead. What do we have to build such a big base? Should I use you? How long would it take for me alone to build it? Sun Qing waved her fists. We can recruit more spatial mutants and gather more building materials. I think, with this effort, we might as well fatten you up and use your fat meat to build a city, said Chen Lin. Her ideal base was only the snow castle. Yunqi City was just her satellite city. You mean raising pigs, right? Sun Qing finally realized, but her resistance was ignored by Chen Lin. She mumbled softly, you always bully me, yet why do I like being bullied by you so much? Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Chen Lin's face. She thought silently, idiot, it's because we're family. I don't mean any harm, I'm just teasing you. I can't wait to see them. Long Yang finally let out a deep sigh. The peace and harmony of Jingju base made his mood relaxed. I wonder how Grandpa and the others are doing. And Lingjiang, when I see him, I won't let him wander off alone anymore. That's exactly what I was thinking. Chen Lin turned to Meng Mion upon hearing this. Meng brother, when will there be a response to the missing person announcement you posted? Meng Mion thought for a moment and said, if they are within this base, a response will come within a day. I've already given them our rental address. I understand, next we just need to wait for news in the rental place. Waiting for news takes only a day, but what about the zombie horde? Chen Lin inwardly sighed with bitterness. Well, find people first, if necessary, their team can make a dash to break out. If the zombies attack, it seems there's no other choice. Meng Mion rented a small building on the street that was originally supposed to be a tavern. Now, all the large windows facing the street had been sealed with debris. Chapter 219, Gao Bingyang. I really want to have a hot pot. Sun Qing pointed at a dusty table and said, Captain, let's have hot pot for dinner. No problem. Chen Lin immediately agreed. The wait for news was dull, and having hot pot together could help everyone relax. For a while, they could temporarily forget the zombie groups outside the city. She decided to enjoy this with her group. We're treating ourselves to a restaurant, Meng Mion remarked. Ever since the apocalypse began, I haven't seen any shops that operate normally anymore except for the Jingju base. The group one by one entered the building. At that moment, a surprised voice from behind called out, Brother Long Yang. Upon hearing the voice, both Chen Lin and Long Yang frowned simultaneously. The person they were waiting for hadn't arrived, but someone they didn't want to see did show up. High-spiritedly, Gao Bingyang lunged forward toward Long Yang's embrace. Long Yang brother, do you know how worried I've been about you? Ahem, Duan Chaoyang stepped forward, blocking Long Yang's view. Wow, girl, did you stuff steel plates into your chest? You've almost flattened my chest, old buddy. Long Yang furrowed his brows and replied indifferently, I'm fine, it looks like you are too. I'm not fine. Not fine at all. I miss you so much. Gao Bingyang reached out to push Duan Chaoyang fiercely. Get out of the way, I need to talk to my brother Long Yang. But Duan Chaoyang stood firm, refusing to budge. Chen Lin shot Long Yang a glance. Deal with it yourself. She turned her head away and took a look around through the corner of her eye. People around were busy with their own things, none paying attention to them. Chen Lin noticed whether Su Junyuan's people were nearby. Even though she had come here, it might be better not to meet Su Junyuan after all. Bingyang, are my grandfather, my mother, and those in Lingjiang okay? Long Yang asked. Gao Bingyang responded with an they're fine in the northern base. We even met them before coming to Jingju. So you haven't gone to the northern base yet? Upon hearing this, a shade of coldness appeared on Long Yang's face as he said indifferently, if you don't know, then never mind. Oh, Bingyang, you haven't greeted your sister-in-law yet, right? He extended his hand and put it around Chen Lin who was looking elsewhere. Come on, call her sister-in-law. Upon seeing who was beside Long Yang, Gao Bingyang's expression instantly changed. She shrieked angrily at Chen Lin, how come you're still alive? This sentence infuriated all the members of Yunqi squad. Everyone glared at Gao Bingyang with hatred. Shen Hongxia and Sun Qing moved forward, flanking Gao Bingyang from the left and right. You're not welcome here. The entire Jingju base belongs to me. Who do you think you are to not welcome me? Gao Bingyang reached out to push Shen Hongxia and Sun Qing. How could one person possibly stand against two, especially when their special abilities were beyond her resistance? Is the base yours? Sun Qing grabbed Gao Bingyang's arm tightly. With such low ability levels, are you kidding with us? Zhong Jijun spoke coldly, whoever you are, we want to rest. Leave our house. Other team members also stepped forward to block Gao Bingyang. Long Yang brother, look how they bully me. Gao Bingyang stared at Chen Lin, firmly locked in Long Yang's arms, full of hatred. Previously, Long Yang had protected someone named Jing Xinyu. Now, somehow he had found Chen Lin. Why didn't this woman die? Why wasn't she eaten by zombies? Chen Lin turned back and saw Gao Bingyang glaring at her while cooing seductively to Long Yang. Unable to suppress a laugh, she remarked, Jing, has your sister Bingyang split personality disorder? That's quite interesting. Chen Lin, you ugly thing, why aren't you dead yet? Gao Bingyang glared fiercely at Chen Lin. At that moment, her eyes spun, and she released her power towards Chen Lin. A fireball was hurled straight towards Chen Lin's face. Meng Mion quickly unleashed a gust of wind. His ability far surpassed Gao Bingyan's. The wind blocked the fireball and blew it back towards Gao Bingyang, who was still gloating smugly. Gao Bingyan's complexion suddenly changed dramatically. Longyang brother, save me. The fireball landed on Gao Bingyan's body, exploding into flames with a bang. Her screams filled the air amidst the burning inferno. Her joy turned to panic upon seeing the fire consume her, thinking smugly just moments ago that it would disfigure Chen Lin and make her repulsive to Longyang. After 4 or 5 seconds, Chen Lin released a water ball towards Gao Bingyang. Her water had special properties. It extinguished the fireball. Gao Bingyan's face was now covered in patches of red and black, her hair almost completely burned off. The clothes she wore were also in tatters. Am I disfigured? Am I disfigured? Gao Bingyang spread her hands wide, screaming as she lunged toward Chen Lin. It's all your fault, you've ruined me, I'll kill you. Longyang took hold of Chen Lin and stepped into the small building, while Duan Chaoyang grabbed Gao Bingyang by the collar. So what if you're a fire ability user? Huh. You're not that pretty, let me help you. Gao Bingyang cried and struggled as she dangled in the air, hoping Longyang would save her. But Longyang had already lost all hope for this girl he once thought of as a sister. How could he save her? He also knew Duan Chaoyang wouldn't harm Gao Bingyang too much, he'd just teach her a lesson. Bai Hui furrowed her brows. Captain, how do you even know such a weirdo? Chen Lin pointed at Longyang with disdain. I don't know this weirdo, but he does. His good sister. She emphasized the last 3 words. She was utterly helpless with how Longyang always attracted women like bees to honey, especially Gao Bingyang, who couldn't be scolded or driven away. Chen Lin didn't dare to kill her right in front of Longyang. I can't help it either. Longyang looked equally helpless. We grew up together since childhood. She was cute back then, and I always treated her like a younger sister. Who would have thought she'd turn out this way? Longyang's innocent victim expression made Chen Lin even angrier inside. Then go and kill her, once and for all. If it's your wish, I will certainly do it, Longyang said. It was the apocalypse, and he had long made his choices. He wouldn't hesitate. Moreover, Gao Bingyang was beautiful but venomous, and if left alive, many people might suffer because of her. TCH. Like I only know how to kill, Chen Lin shot Longyang a glare. The ones who deserved death must die, but how they should die was an art. Ah, put me down, I want to kill Chen Lin. Gao Bingyang struggled in Duan Chaoyang's grasp, but her struggles were in vain. Duan Chaoyang kept a blank face. Then I'll kill you instead. No one voiced any objections, and Longyang stayed silent. In fact, he silently agreed with Duan Chaoyang. With Duan Chaoyang handling it, he wouldn't have to feel guilty about killing Gao Bingyang himself. Seeing Duan Chaoyang's cold expression, Gao Bingyang lowered her voice. She feared provoking him and getting herself killed. I'm the deputy base leader. I'll kick all of you out, all of you. Gao Bingyang's shout caught Chen Lin's attention. Younger, bring her back, Chen Lin called out urgently. I have questions for her. Chapter 220, Long Shan and An Yonglin. From the time the Yunqi team entered the Jingju base until Gao Bingyang appeared, it was not a short period. Chen Lin noticed that among past acquaintances, other than Gao Bingyang, she hadn't seen a single one. Whenever Gao Bingyang was around, Su Dao would always hover nearby like her knight in shining armor. But at this moment, Su Dao, who usually stuck around like an uninvited shadow, didn't appear. This was very strange. The strange behavior of the zombie horde aside, once they reached the Jingju base, there were also unusual occurrences, which couldn't help but make Chen Lin take notice. Duan Chaoyang obediently brought Gao Bingyang back. At this point, Gao Bingyang arrogantly declared, Engpate, are you afraid now? No matter what you ask, I won't say a word. Hey, aren't you afraid to die, you ugly duckling? Sun Qing raised her fist and waved it in front of Gao Bingyang's face, shouting, ugly duckling, fut. She might as well be called an ugly duckling. Even if I disfigure myself, I'd still look better than her. Gao Bingyang disdainfully glanced at Chen Lin. When she saw Longyang standing next to Chen Lin, she got excited again. Longyang frowned. This girl is crazy. What questions could you possibly ask her? I'm not crazy, Gao Bingyang shouted, looking up at Longyang with tears welling in her eyes, whining, Longyang brother, how could you say that about me? Her coquettish voice made everyone on the Yunqi team wrinkle their brows. Duan Chaoyang lifted Gao Bingyang a little higher. Captain, this girl is just a weakling. Don't bother asking her any questions. Should I throw her far away? There's no need, I'll just ask a few questions, Chen Lin said calmly. Thank you, Brother Yang, for carrying her for a bit longer. Gao Bingyang realized that Chen Lin was the captain, which made her even more discontented. Chen Lin, do you even deserve to be the captain? My Longyang brother should be the captain. Ugly duckling, tell this man to put me down. Chen Lin ignored her and took out mutated moss from her pocket, placing it in the palm of her hand. How did you become the deputy commander? I won't say. Gao Bingyang's eyes gradually became dazed, and finally vacant. Su Junyuan appointed me this morning. He said it's a trial run. What are Su Junyuan and Su Dao doing right now? Chen Lin continued. Is there any news of Grandpa Long and Aunt An? Gao Bingyang mechanically replied. Su Junyuan and Su Dao went out on a mission early this morning and haven't returned yet. No news of Grandpa Long or Aunt An. They were last seen at the northern base several months ago. Truly useless, Chen Lin complained. After asking a few questions, she only learned that Su Junyuan had abruptly appointed 2 deputy commanders and that he had left the base. She hadn't obtained any other information. I told you this girl is good for nothing. Duan Chaoyang was even more dismissive of Gao Bingyang, let me toss her far away. Chen Lin stopped him. Why waste our energy on her? Put her down. As she watched Du and Chaoyang throw Jiao Bingyang to the ground like garbage, Chen Lin continued to hold the mutated moss. Jiao Bingyang, pretend you never met us today, nor have you been here. Go home, take a shower, and sleep. All right. Jiao Bingyang agreed, getting up from the ground and mechanically walking in the direction she came from. Yay, the nasty person has gone, let's have hot pot. Sun Qing shouted, beckoning everyone to quickly enter the small building. This fool wasn't actually dumb at all. Chen Lin suddenly understood why the fool's yelling was so timely. It was to avoid having everyone inquire about the moss. Pulling Long Yang's hand immediately, she laughed and said, quick, let's clear out a spot first and make space for hot pot. Today we're going to indulge a bit. There was already a special table prepared for hot pot in the small building. Both Chen Lin and Sun Qing pulled out various ingredients for the hot pot from their individual spatial pockets. A team of Psy warriors entered the base. The captain told his teammates, you go back first, I'll go register at the administrative hall. An old man with white hair but a straight back looked extremely exhausted, while a young female member supported him, saying, Dad, let me help you go rest. The old man reached into his pocket and took out a few low-grade brain cores, handing them over to the woman, you take them first, I don't have room. Dad, let me support you. The woman was Yonglin, and the old man was Long Yang's grandfather whom he had been searching for all along. The two slowly passed by the front of the small building. And Yonglin smiled, I think I can smell the aroma of hot pot. At a time like this, we should be grateful to have any food at all. Longshan's face showed a hint of confusion as he patted the half-pack of instant noodles in his pocket. Are you hungry? I have some food here. My space still has food. Dad, you eat it yourself. And Yonglin's nose tingled with emotion. Her spatial ability was only level 1 and had just awakened recently. She wanted to collect food, but where could she find any near the base? The old man always gave her part of his rations. Dragon Gang, Dragon Yang, you bastards, where are you? The two walked past the small building with covered windows and headed further away. Those inside enjoying hot pot had no idea that the people they were looking for had just passed by their door. I heard this old man used to be a high-ranking official in the army. A Psy warrior from the same team mocked Longshan shamelessly as he followed behind. And Yonglin immediately became furious. You're going too far. Yonglin, Longshan restrained her. Let's go. Behind them, those individuals laughed arrogantly and shouted dirty insults. They're not father and daughter, but rather a pair. Dad, they're driving me crazy. And Yonglin's eyes brimmed with tears. Accustomed to privilege before the apocalypse, now she not only had to kill zombies with her own hands but also frequently endure such vulgar slurs. It's your fault for behaving like a young girl despite being almost a mother-in-law, Longshan rarely joked, but his face now softened with paternal affection as if he were consoling his daughter. And Yonglin wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, her voice choked. Dad, your joke isn't funny at all. I want to cry. Dad, didn't Uncle Hu give you that brain core? We can't keep letting others bully us like this. She referred to Hu, an old comrade-in-arms of Long Yang, who had joined another Psy warrior team. Before dying, he had given Longshan a cherished 5th-grade brain core, which Longshan hadn't been willing to consume. He'd intended to save it for Long Gang or Long Yang. If only Longshan had taken that brain core, then their teammates wouldn't dare to bully them. How many more years do I have left? I don't want to waste it. Keep it well. If we can't find them, then you take it, Longshan said softly, his face showing sorrow and weariness at the thought of his missing son and grandson. This world, Psy. Monsters eating people were everywhere. He had lived all his life fighting to establish the country in his youth and killing these monsters in his old age. He had one simple wish, to hold his grandchild, yet whether or not this dream would come true in his lifetime remained unknown. With this realization, his already aged face appeared even older. Seeing her father like this, and Yonglin felt tears well up. Dad. Chapter 221, Welcome to your death. What are you howling for? A pretty girl gave Yonglin a shove. A second-level water element psychic who wants to stay in the team needs to show his worth. She pointed at a pile of dirty clothes. Wash them all, or there will be no food today. The girl was about to push Longshan, but seeing his white hair, she eventually couldn't bring herself to do it, and humphed, old man who wastes food. You and Yonglin opened her mouth, but was stopped by Longshan. Longshan said, I'll help wash. 2 people washing is faster. And Yonglin raised her face so her tears wouldn't fall. I can wash very quickly. Tell me stories about your battles while I'm doing it. Or tell me something about Long Gang's mischievous childhood. A psychic knocked on the door of the small building. It was a rather simple-minded young man. Du and Chaoyang looked him up and down suspiciously. Who are you? The young man hesitated for a moment, then gathered his courage and said, I know where the person you're looking for is. His words had just fallen when Long Yang took large strides forward. Where? Seeing Long Yang, the young man's eyes shrank for a moment. They're with the Black Core Squad. I'm leaving. Without even waiting for the promised brain nucleus from Yunqi Squad, he turned around and left. Sun Qing, having received Chen Lin's nod, caught up with the young man and stuffed a handful of brain nuclei into his hand. Keep it well, don't let anyone snatch it from you. Our captain says thank you for providing the clue. That young man's eyes reddened, he tightly gripped the brain nucleus and didn't even dare to turn his head. He ran off in large steps, leaving Sun Qing standing in place, completely baffled. Why is he running? As if we're that scary. Am I that scary? I know him. Long Yang spoke out. The young man under his grandfather's command earlier must have recognized him too. You, let's go find the Black Core Squad. I can hardly wait. Receiving news of Long Shan and Yonglin, Chen Lin was also delighted. Alright, let's go find them now. Just Long Gang and Lingjiang were left. If they found them, Long Yang could end his melancholy. Watching Long Yang force a smile hurt her heart as well. We're coming too. Sun Qing jumped over first. Our squad has an old man now. Let's all welcome him together. So the old man likes us too. The old man will definitely like all of you. He always liked the youth best. Long Yang sincerely felt glad. Though the young soldier stuttered, he at least represented that his grandfather and mother were alive. In this apocalypse world, being alive was better than anything. Youngsters. Du and Chaoyang scratched the stubble on his chin and smiled quite modestly. Captain, I need to shave my beard. Chen Lin laughed so hard she couldn't stop. All of you, let's go already. It's not like a new bridegroom, why all the excitement? It's me who should be dressing up, right? Yes, our captain is the bad-tempered daughter-in-law going to meet her mother-in-law, the members teased Chen Lin. They intentionally exaggerated her shyness as being rude. TCH, it's not my first time meeting Aunt Anne. Chen Lin's face flushed red from everyone's teasing. Long Yang chuckled. True, your kiss determined my whole life. That carefree image of a swimsuit-clad girl by the seaside remains fresh in his memory to this day. In the harsh post-apocalyptic world, Chen Lin's companionship was his motivation. After knowing each other for a long time, everyone had learned how Chen Lin and Long Yang met, teasing that Long Yang was baited by an auntie drowning herself intentionally to catch a daughter-in-law. Each time this happened, Long Yang couldn't help but laugh. His mom used to be a swimming athlete and yet managed to drown herself that day. He couldn't help but marvel at destiny's wonders. The group joked and laughed their way along, asking various people on the road for the location of the Black Core Squad. When the group saw a mountainous heap of dirty clothes beside which Long Shan and Yonglin were sweating profusely doing laundry, several young men nearby lazily chatting and occasionally shouting commands at Long Shan. Shit, with all that strength sleeping with such a beautiful woman, washing clothes seems weak. This scene made every member of Yunqi squad seethe with anger. Long Yang and Chen Lin were even angrier. Because the ones washing clothes in front of an audience were precisely Long Shan and Yonglin. The ones being verbally insulted were precisely Long Yang's grandfather and mother. Son of a bitch. Long Yang bellowed in fury, swiftly moving forward and taking a stand beside his grandfather and mother. When Long Shan heard this voice, his old eyes turned red. Yang, you little brat. And Yonglin abruptly stood up. When she saw that Long Yang and Chen Lin were standing in front of her safe and sound, she turned her face away, covering it with her arm as she cried her first thorough cry since the apocalypse began. Wah. Grandpa Long, Aunt Anne, Chen Lin took hold of one hand each, and her team immediately positioned themselves to protect the pair. Long Yang lifted the young man who had been spouting obscenities moments ago. If your mother and grandfather were being insulted like this, would you be able to just watch? He raised his fist but did not swing it down at the young man's face. Who the hell do you think you are? We're training our own members, what's it got to do with you? The young girl who had berated Yonglin earlier was dissatisfied. Dare to mess with us, the Black Core Squad? I damn well will. Meng Mion stepped forward and kicked the girl. This was the post-apocalypse, he wasn't a gentleman. Chen Lin tugged at Long Yang. Leave this to us. Let's take Grandpa Long and Aunt Anne back first. Long Yang was suppressing all his strength, and the barely contained anger made his voice deep. I want to beat them to death. Yang. Long Shan called out again. Damn lucky for you. Long Yang softened when he heard his grandfather's call, and threw the young man to the ground before rushing toward his grandfather. Grandpa. Long Shan couldn't help but burst into tears, a man who had never shed a tear in his life, yet here he was crying upon seeing his grandson. His final words were, go comfort your mom, she's suffered a lot on the way. Xing, give me a vine. Sun Qing was moved to tears, wiping her face and nose. I'm going to beat these bastards thoroughly. Hu Xing quietly handed Sun Qing a vine, the rest of the Yunqi squad members also having tears in their eyes. Old Long may not beat you, but I can't not. Du and Chaoyang jumped forward and kicked the young man down. Even their own members they bully, imagine what they do to others. Long Shan originally wanted to dissuade them, but when he looked at the determined gazes of Long Yang and Chen Lin, he sighed. From today onward, Yonglin and I will no longer be part of your squad. This is the food supply repayment from my Grandpa Long and Aunt Anne. Chen Lin dropped a stack of instant noodles and helped the elder walk toward the small building with Long Yang. A member of the Black Core Squad lay curled up on the ground protecting his head. If you've got guts, leave your names behind so when our captain returns, he'll certainly my ass. Sun Qing was already furious. She didn't fear this kind of threat and swung the vine right away. I told you to say certainly, I told you to. Yunqi Squad, Captain Chen Lin said over her shoulder without turning around, looking forward to seeing you come get killed. Let's go. With one order, all the team members who had fought quickly regrouped behind her. The beaten girl, whose face was now bruised, clutched it fiercely and glared. Yunqi Squad, Chen Lin, I remember you. Chapter 222, Reunion Dumplings. Chen Lin briefly introduced the team members to Long Shan and Yonglin, then found a separate room upstairs, intending to leave it for Long Yang and his grandfather and mother to have a private reunion. Xiao Lin, and Yonglin called out to Chen Lin as she was about to leave the room. She held her hand and sat down in the room. Come on, let Auntie take a look. Auntie Anne, you and Grandpa must have suffered a lot, Chen Lin said softly. She originally thought that with Grandfather Long's status, even if they didn't live extravagantly, their life shouldn't be too bad. But she never expected that Long Shan and Yonglin lived such a hard life. It's nothing. Seeing that Long Yang was living well, Long Shan laughed heartily. He smiled joyfully and said, as long as we see all of you are fine, we're satisfied. Long Yang supported his shoulder, his voice filled with self-reproach. Grandpa. Long Shan patted Long Yang's hand, his smile very kind-hearted. But Long Yang felt even more weighed down in his heart. Xiao Yang, where is your dad? And Yonglin asked at this point, you two aren't together? Long Yang paused, I got separated from dad, and I haven't found him yet. Hearing that they were only separated, and Yonglin was slightly relieved, your dad is capable, don't worry about him. Upon hearing this, neither Chen Lin nor Long Yang told her that Long Gang actually had no psychic abilities. Grandpa Long, what type of ability do you have, and what level? Chen Lin asked directly. The reason those people dared to bully Long Shan and Yonglin so much was because of their low psychic ability levels. If their levels were high, no one would dare to bully them. This is the world after the apocalypse. Long Yang immediately understood what Chen Lin meant and quickly asked, Grandpa, Lingling is asking you something. Seeing how both his grandson and son were afraid of their wives, Long Shan shook his head humorously. Earth element, level 4. Mom, what about you? Long Yang also asked Yonglin, what type of ability, and what level? Water element level 2, space element level 1, and Yonglin responded sheepishly, our levels are too low. Chen Lin took out some brain cores and placed them in front of Long Shan and Yonglin. Grandpa Long, Aunt An, from now on, no one will bully you anymore. Jing, you stay and chat with Grandpa Long and Aunt An. I'll go take care of dinner preparations, Chen Lin said, then patted Long Yang's back, signaling him to talk more with his grandfather and mother. Chen Lin left the room and even closed the door for them. Long Shan tightly grasped Long Yang's hand, seeing you and Xiao Lin doing well makes me feel reassured. Grandpa, Mom, eat the brain core, Long Yang urged. He realized that the highest level brain core Chen Lin had taken out was level 7, afterward, you will become level 7 experts, and no one will dare to bully you anymore. Upon learning that Long Shan and Yonglin only had pitifully low-level psychic abilities, his heart ached. Level 7? Long Shan picked up the brain core and shoved it at Long Yang, you eat it. Don't waste it on an old man like me. Upon hearing this, Long Yang couldn't help but laugh through his tears. Grandpa, there are 2.5 space elemental users in our squad. We have plenty of brain cores. And Yonglin looked at Long Yang with disbelief while holding the brain core. Are you deceiving us, Grandpa and Mom? There are many people in your squad, and you're directly giving them to us. Would they agree? Mom. Looking at his mother, Long Yang's heart ached immensely. With the brain core right in front of her, she still hesitated, which made him wonder what exactly she and Grandpa had been through. Having initially decided to eat the brain core after hearing Long Yang's words, Long Shan stopped his actions. Won't this cause trouble for you and Xiao Lin? Grandpa, Long Yang grabbed his grandpa Long Shan's hand and pushed the brain core toward his mouth. In our Yunqi squad, Captain Chen Lin's word is law. Then he added, actually, it's not quite like that. Everyone in our squad unites like family, and what Lin says represents everyone's thought. Don't worry. To say that Lin is the captain, and you work under her. Hearing this, Long Shan's expression relaxed somewhat, and he could not help but burst into laughter. Nodding calmly, Long Yang admitted, Lin is the captain, so Grandpa and Mom, hurry up and eat. There's no need for hesitation. The level 7 ones aren't suitable for us. You guys eat it. I have a level 5 one here. Long Shan tried to persuade Long Yang, who could only bitterly smile in response. Outside, Chen Lin was busy making dumplings with everyone, mutton and Chinese cabbage filling, mutton and carrot filling. What other kinds of fillings do you want? Just say, and I'll check if we have the ingredients. 3 fresh flavors. Leek and egg, big meat and mushroom. Everyone chimed in with 4 or 5 kinds of fillings. Chen Lin also took out a generator and a fridge in advance. No one worried about making too many, as Meng Mion carefully mixed the various fillings and prepared the dipping sauces. Apart from Long Yang, Chen Lin joined everyone else in making dumplings. Soon, the fragrant aroma of freshly cooked dumplings filled the air. Smelling it, Long Yang smiled and said, let's eat. And Yonglin turned to Long Shan and asked, Dad, didn't we smell hot pot here yesterday? That's right, Long Shan looked at his grandson with a grin on his face. We had no idea that Xiao Yang would be here. Long Yang stifled his emotions, placing one hand on Long Shan's shoulder and gripping Yonglin's hand with the other. If it was someone from our team who is a foodie, they'd have come straight in for the smell, you too. In the large dining hall downstairs, a big table was set with several large plates of dumplings. It's just Dad, Xiao Yuan, and Xiao Jian we're missing. Long Shan picked up a dumpling but hesitated before putting it in his mouth. I wonder where those 3 are. Chen Lin placed the dipping sauce within easy reach of Long Shan. Du Yuan is in Yunqi City and doing fine. It's just that Uncle Long and we got separated, and we haven't found him yet. Lingjiang left a note saying he would come here, but he hasn't shown up yet. Rest assured, Brother Lingjiang's ability is higher than Aunt An's and Grandpa Long's, so he will surely reunite with us. After everyone had eaten their fill, there were still plenty of dumplings left in the fridge. Meng Mion cooked all the dumplings to ensure they were ready to eat whenever anyone wanted them. The storage room in the fridge was completely packed. When everyone woke up in the morning to have breakfast, a plate of dumplings had gone missing from the fridge, along with the plate itself. No one paid much attention, assuming someone couldn't resist having a midnight snack. Outside the base, on a hillside nearby, a black-eyed zombie and a red-eyed zombie crouched before an empty plate, stuffing the remaining dumplings into their mouths greedily. After finishing the dumplings, the black-eyed zombie put the plate into its space element storage and led the red-eyed zombie off in another direction. Behind them marched a long row of disciplined zombies. The leader of the Black Corps squad arrived at the small house with a group of bruised people. A girl wearing a mask pointed at Chen Lin, who walked out upon hearing the commotion. The girl said furiously to her captain, "This is the captain of the Yunqi squad, Chen Lin. This is the person who brought people to attack us." The most severely injured young male psychic growled, "Now that our captain is here, do you really think you can get away with just giving us a few packets of instant noodles after attacking us?" Chen Lin looked coldly at the members of the Black Corps squad, her gaze landing on the young man called captain by his team, a subordinate of Su Junyuan, and she said calmly, "What? Do you want to duel me?" Chapter 223, Reward for Information. Before the captain of the Black Corps team could speak, Chen Lin gathered a water sphere in her hand. Chen Lin, a level 7 water element psychic. She almost added a highbrow, "Please teach me." Hearing this, the Black Corps team's faces changed. Their captain quickly adjusted his emotions. "I'm not here to duel with you, I'm here to discuss something. You've given out too many instant noodles." Xiao Dong. No wonder this person could follow Su Junyuan, their reaction was truly fast. Chen Lin waved her hand graciously, "You don't have to pay me back. Ching Ching, go to the back and bring 2 boxes of vegetables to our friends from the Black Corps team. No matter what, giving me 2 living people is already amazing." The Black Corps team's captain instinctively wanted to refuse, but when the people around him heard vegetables, their eyes lit up. One psychic said, "Don't blame us for being too, well, they had such low abilities, no one wanted them. It was our captain who insisted on taking them despite objections." Chen Lin made no comment, calling Sun Qing to fetch 2 boxes of vegetables for the members of the Black Corps team. "Thank you." The Black Corps team's captain expressed gratitude and asked someone to pick up the boxes to leave. "Hold on." Chen Lin called them back. With that shout, everyone from the Black Corps team became tense. One of them even started trembling. What do you want?" The Black Corps team's captain was also nervous. "Captain Chen, what is to be so scared? I just remembered something I haven't said yet." Chen Lin glanced at those people. They were all intimidating when they arrived but cowered almost instantly upon hearing about her abilities. Long Yang looked at their reactions and understood why Chen Lin gave 7th level brain cores to her grandfather and mother. He couldn't help but admire Chen Lin's intelligence. Upon hearing this, the Black Corps team captain calmed down. "Please proceed." Chen Lin nodded slightly. "I'm also looking for 2 more people. If you can provide accurate information, I will definitely reward you generously. And if you can bring them to Yunqi City, the reward will double. One is named Long Gang, the other is Long Lingjiang, or possibly Jiang Dao. They are father and son. For reference, this man is named Long Gang." Chen Lin pointed at Long Shan and Long Yang beside her. "You can also spread the word about our search. If we find them because of your information, you'll receive the reward as well." The Black Corps team captain took a deep look at Chen Lin before leading his team away. "I am Long Lingjiang." A black-eyed zombie muttered in a low voice. A red-eyed zombie beside him growled softly in agreement. "Why did you eat the brain core when you should have left it for that young man?" The black-eyed zombie murmured, "How can I possibly let him lose out?" The red-eyed zombie showed an awkward, stiff smile which was more like a tremble of rigid muscles on its face. Roar. Inside Jingju base, Gao Bingyang woke up and, staring at her own face full of scars in the mirror, widened her eyes in terror. "What is going on? What happened to my face?" She couldn't recall how she got these scars on her face. "How can I go outside looking like this? Someone, find me a wood element psychic or a water element psychic to treat my injuries." After Gao Bingyang healed her face, she walked down the street with a few people. Someone nearby was asking each other, "Has anyone seen Long Lingjiang?" This name sounded familiar, but Gao Bingyang didn't give it much thought. She asked the people beside her, "Have Su Dao and the others returned?" The person beside her replied, "They haven't returned." Oh, Gao Bingyang felt incredibly bored. "By the way, has anything fun happened in the base lately? I heard a new vegetable store has opened." Gao Bingyang grew even more bored. What's interesting about a vegetable store? Find somewhere fun to play. On a nearby street not far from them, Sun Qing was shouting through a megaphone, "Fresh vegetables, fresh fruits, fresh vegetables. Come by now. Only selling for 3 days." Long Yang stood with his arm around Chen Lin by the window. "It seems like the zombie group outside the city isn't moving. Shall we check it out?" "No need." Chen Lin shook her head. "If the zombies outside the city wanted to attack, they would have done so already. Let's wait 3 days, then leave. Perhaps Brother Dao and the others came to Jingju first, couldn't find us, and moved on to another place. I've thought of a possible route. They might have gone to Yunqi City ahead of us." "You mean, they're heading to Yunqi City?" Long Yang's eyes narrowed. He clearly understood Su Junyuan's purpose for going to Yunqi City. I think he plans to build Yunqi City as the second base." Chen Lin said, "If zombies besiege Jingju, he will directly stay in Yunqi City and never come back. Would he just abandon Jingju like that?" Long Yang asked in a low voice. In the previous life, Su Junyuan indeed did this, but in this life, the zombie group never attacked Jingju. Su Junyuan left already, and Chen Lin had no idea what he intended to do. "This is only my guess for now. If we meet him in Yunqi City, then..." She clapped her hands. Long Yang understood her meaning. "We should increase the reward if we cannot find them. When time's up, we leave." Then he asked again, "Do we really not need to check on the movements of the zombies outside?" "Absolutely unnecessary. We've been here for several days. If the zombies were going to attack, they would have done so by now." After finishing her sentence, Chen Lin suddenly felt a strange sensation. "Do you think the zombies were lured away by Su Junyuan?" In the previous life, after the zombie horde destroyed Jingju, they headed to Yunqi City, where they faced resistance from psychics all over the world. At that time, although Yunqi City was ruined, there was still Yunqi Mountain. Go upstairs and talk with Grandpa and Mom. Chen Lin pushed Long Yang up the stairs. You idiot can stay alone here. Actually, Chen Lin guessed wrong. At this moment, Su Junyuan was on an inconspicuous little island to the east of Jingju, researching how to directly transplant zombie brain cores into human bodies or mutated animals. This was Su Junyuan's new research base developed recently. If Chen Lin knew about it, she would never allow such a place to exist. Finally, one day before the Yunqi team set out, an awakener found the members of the Yunqi team and told Chen Lin that not long ago, Su Dao went on a mission with a man named Jiang Dao. He personally heard Su Dao call that person Long Lingjiang, but later, he only saw Su Dao return without Jiang Dao. Chen Lin gave that man a level 7 brain core. That man was shocked. After confirming it was level 7, he ate it right on the spot. Everyone knew Long Lingjiang was an 8th level awakener with dual abilities, so they didn't worry much about his safety. The only concern was what Su Dao had said to or done with Long Lingjiang. Long Shan worriedly asked, Xiao Yang, could Jiang be fine? Relax, Long Lingjiang has 8th level powers. Chen Lin comforted Long Shan. 8th level was far higher than most ordinary teams, but when facing Su Dao and his people, she wasn't quite sure herself. Upon hearing Chen Lin's words, Long Shan was astonished and asked in return, you even have 8th level brain cores? Before, he didn't dare eat the 5th level brain core he got, thinking to leave it for Long Gang or Long Yang. Seeing Chen Lin nod, Long Shan revealed a bitter smile. All of you are doing pretty well. Chapter 224. Are the zombies gone? During their stay at the Jingju base, Duan Chaoyang and Meng Mion modified the rear half of the minivan into an RV. Everyone sat in the vehicle while Meng Mion cooked for everyone at the back. Long Yang even asked Chen Lin to find a set of teaware for Long Shan. When Meng Mion was cooking, the old man enjoyed tea at the back. It seems like the zombies have all disappeared, Chen Lin said. Everyone except Duan Chaoyang, who was focused on driving, looked curiously at Chen Lin. Linyan, how do you know? Captain, how did you discover that? Where could the horde of zombies go? Curious, everyone started asking questions. How would I know? Chen Lin took out Little Froggy and poked its head. This little thing has been pretending to be dead recently, but it suddenly became lively just now. She could feel that Little Froggy's emotions had relaxed. Since that day, Little Froggy had been pretending to be dead, but rather than pretending, it was more out of fear of something that could overpower it. But what exactly was it? Chen Lin guessed inside her heart. Linyan, Long Shan put down his teacup and took out a fist-sized flower pot from his pocket. Could you help me check if this is similar to your pet? He showed the flower pot and Yonglin burst out laughing. Dad, how is that anything like ours? They all bring small animals with them, but what is yours? What Longshan took out was a miniature pine tree. Isn't this the one in Grandpa's study? Long Yang thought that the little pine tree looked familiar, just that its size had changed drastically. Originally, the ornamental pine was as tall as half a person, now only as large as a thumb. Hihi, it's indeed that one. After those monsters appeared, it shrank, Longshan chuckled. So, I found this small flower pot. Upon seeing it, Chen Lin helplessly held her forehead. Idiot, give some level 1 brain cores for Grandpa Long to feed the pine tree. No need, I water it regularly. Longshan shook his hand. I've kept it for several decades, but it keeps shrinking, truly strange. I understand why it's so small. Chen Lin took a level 1 brain core from Sun Qing and placed it into the flower pot in Longshan's hand. Longshan refused. Really, I do water it. As he watched the thumb-sized pine encase the brain core which gradually shrunk, the old man surprisingly muttered, Long Yang couldn't help but laugh. Grandpa, this little pine tree shares feelings with you. If you nurture it well, it can be your battle companion. Even if it cannot fight, it will certainly be understanding. Is that so? The old man looked at the flower pot in his hands and hesitated. Can watering alone not suffice? Of course not, it's hungry too. Long Yang grabbed a handful of brain cores from Chen Lin and handed them to his grandfather. Feed it this. And Yonglin laughed until he bent over. Dad, we must remember this joke and bring it up frequently in the future. Realizing he almost starved the little pine tree to death, Longshan coughed dryly to hide his embarrassment. How was I supposed to know? After the little pine finished consuming the brain core, it gave a satisfied burp and Longshan offered another, since it was an ornamental pine he liked immensely after nurturing it for decades. We're just saying how adorable you are, and Yonglin couldn't stop laughing. The old man's face turned slightly red, and even Long Yang couldn't hold back his laughter. Their usually stern and upright grandpa actually had such an awkward day. At my age, just an old waste of food, how could I possibly be cute? Longshan mocked himself. If it wasn't for finding my son and grandson, I wouldn't have wasted food any longer. Dad, what nonsense are you saying? And Yonglin hurriedly nudged her son. Go soothe your grandpa, always speaking nonsense. Long Yang smiled as he glanced at Longshan and then at Chen Lin. Mom, these last 20-some years, you've clearly wasted time being his wife. In the past, if we hadn't found you, perhaps Grandpa didn't want to be a burden to you, but now he'd never willingly leave us. Chen Lin was confused by Long Yang's look. Aunt asked him to soothe his grandpa, so why was he looking at her? Little Froggy hopped into Chen Lin's palm, drooling towards the tiny pine tree in Longshan's hand. Startled, the originally thumbnail-sized little pine instantly wilted. Quickly, Longshan returned the flower pot into his pocket. This isn't for you to eat, this is my little pine. It turned out that the old man had named his ornamental pine tree he'd cultivated for decades, and everyone couldn't help but laugh. One after another picked up their little companions to name them. With the exception of Sun Qing, who called her little hedgehog Weihuahui. After this incident, everyone took a liking to the seemingly stern yet endearing old grandfather. At the location where the horde of zombies had disappeared, Yunqi squad stopped. Meng Mion and Long Yang observed the traces left behind quietly. After checking, Meng Mion was rather surprised. The zombies paraded around here in neat formation and then left. Were they on sightseeing tours? Long Yang nodded. The zombies really did leave. He searched at the exit from Jingju City for signs Lingjiang left. Alas, he found none thereafter. Chen Lin, upon learning of Long Yang and Meng Mion's investigation results, said with a smile to the team members, "We're going to traverse the nation again. Everyone ready to keep sightseeing?" "Ready. Better chase after the zombies." Whenever spirits were high among the group, there would be a bright gleam in Longshan's eyes too. And Yonglin noticed it and felt sorrow within. The soldiers under the old man had been almost entirely wiped out while protecting the northern base and assisting survivor evacuations. Both she and the old man had once been part of those protected until they were bitten by zombies and gained their strange powers, though miserably low. Under Yonglin's clothing, numerous dreadful wounds had left permanent scars. As for which parts of him got bitten, the old man stubbornly wouldn't say. And Yonglin guessed it might have been his buttocks that got bitten, as he clearly didn't want to talk about it. The horde of zombies had not left the Jingju base. Chen Lin hadn't managed to find Su Junyuan's team, but the zombies had. They overwhelmed the island stronghold, and Su Junyuan had already fled with his confidants, taking along critical items from the lab aboard a helicopter. The black-eyed zombie gazed skyward at the departing chopper roaring into the distance, growling a single word, "Pursue." By now, several more red-eyed zombies had joined him and the red-eyed leader. Even as they passed by the Jingju base, the horde didn't pause. Su Junyuan drove rapidly with a convoy on the road ahead, and a peculiar device lay before Su Dao. "Strange, how come the zombie horde is still behind us?" "Not strange, they track people by scent. Speed up and lose them." Beside Su Junyuan sat two beauties without Jiao Rui. His left arm held the first beauty close, his right hand caressed another beauty's leg. "Once we reach northwest China, their speed will slow down. Then won't we be able to do anything we want?" The beauty whose leg he was touching giggled and slumped into his arms. "Mr. Su, you're so bad, teasing me like that." Su Junyuan burst into laughter. "Do you like it or not?" She bashfully murmured, "I like it." Using the instrument's screen to hide his face, Su Dao's expressions flickered uncertainly, some sinister undertones showing. Chapter 225, Walking into the Zombie Crowd. Su Junyuan didn't care what Su Dao was thinking. After fooling around with two beautiful women for a while, he tidied up his clothes in high spirits and said, "Where are we now?" "We have now arrived at Enji," the man sitting in the front passenger seat said. "Young Master Su, do we need to change course?" Su Junyuan glanced at the map in the man's hand. "What about the zombie horde?" "The zombies have already been shaken off," the man said, pulling on the visor of his cap. "Don't worry, the zombie horde is so slow, it's nowhere near the speed of this modified car of mine." "That's good." Su Junyuan nodded. He was a little excited to meet his fellow apprentice. Before the apocalypse, she could create such miraculous wonders, and now, she must surely not be obscure. In the modified van turned mobile home, Chen Lin found that Yue had gone silent again. She felt that Yue was scared. She also discovered that her teammates were eerily quiet. Could it be, there it is again? Chen Lin instantly felt a chill run down her spine. It wasn't that she feared death, rather, she feared losing control of the situation. After being reborn, she had become accustomed to having everything under her control. Long Yang noticed that Chen Lin had stiffened, her expression frozen. He immediately embraced her tightly and whispered, "You, what's wrong? Or did you discover something?" "Ah." Chen Lin sighed lightly and showed Long Yang the rain frog perched in the palm of her hand. "The little thing has started playing dead again. Do you know what that means?" Of course, Long Yang knew what the reaction of the rain frog meant. He held up his hand showing Chen Lin the mutated earthworm on it. "I thought the rain frog was frightening it." Chen Lin reached out to touch the mutated earthworm, whose cold and slippery body was rigid like stone. "Oh my, poor little thing." She began to form a plan vaguely in her mind. "After setting up camp tonight, I will go around with you," Long Yang said. He looked back at Mom and Yonglin helping Meng Mion pick vegetables and Grandpa who was dozing off, sighing silently. "No worries." Chen Lin's tone became relaxed. "This little one may be afraid, but it hasn't warned me of any danger. You should take good care of Aunt An and Grandpa Long." Long Yang leaned close to Chen Lin's ear and whispered, "Why not call them directly Mom and Grandpa? Anyway, you're already my wife." "Shoo. So shameless," Chen Lin blushed. "Is this the right time to say such things? If I'm not mistaken, not far from us is an existence at level 11. Level 11? My goodness, what kind of level is that?" There were cries of surprise all around. Chen Lin shot Long Yang a glare. It was all because of him that she had raised her voice unintentionally. "King level. That's how I categorized it. I really want to see what the brain core of a king level being looks like." She tried to keep the usual casual tone as she laughed and said, "Do you guys want to see it?" After their initial astonishment, the team members were replaced with longing. "We do." "Captain, don't underestimate us. You've underestimated us. Is there really a level 11? Long Shan was curious. After joining the team, he learned from bits of conversation that the lowest level within the team was 7. "Grandpa Long, not only is there a level 11, there might even be level 12, Chen Lin said. If we really encounter monsters too difficult to handle, would you be afraid of dying? Ho ho. Long Shan laughed heartily, standing tall. Little Lin girl, you underestimate old men like me who have come through tough times. Anyone can fear death, but not me. I won't. Dad, here you go again. Xiao Lin, what kind of question are you asking? And Yong Lin reproached and gave Chen Lin a glance. His elderly, why provoke him? Aunt An, I just love this spirit of his, but to be honest, I'm scared to death. Chen Lin chuckled. So we will live until the best. Grandpa Long, I love the 36 stratagems the most, and I'll stick to them till the end. The 36th stratagem is retreat as the best option. Long Shan paused for a moment, then pointed at Chen Lin's direction. You naughty girl. Luckily, you weren't my soldier. As for you, you're my soldier now, Chen Lin said. My principle is, on the basis of not abandoning the lives of my companions, to prioritize survival first. Understood. And Yonglin took a while to understand Chen Lin's words. Yes, Captain. The old man sighed. Affirmative. Long Yang hurried over. Grandpa, it's not the same now as it was in the past. Get lost, I'm no kid. Long Shan glared at Long Yang. Do I need you to explain this kind of principle? Just like your dad, afraid of your wife. No backbone. Seeing that Grandpa was fine, Long Yang returned to Chen Lin and said loudly enough for everyone to hear. My dad told me that when Grandma was still alive, if she told Grandpa to go east, he would never go west. That's our family tradition. Chen Lin saw through the rearview mirror that there was a nostalgic look on the old man's face. She said to Du and Chaoyang, young brother, it's dark already, let's set up camp. She had something to do at night. Since the first time encountering zombies en masse, she had an odd feeling. It was terrifying but not dangerous. Such a feeling didn't make her relax. Instead, it made her more anxious. The same happened in Jingju Base where the zombies surrounded without attacking and disappeared afterward. Now, that feeling resurfaced. She thought it was necessary to investigate. After setting up the camp, Chen Lin took out 2 level 9 brain cores and placed them in Long Yang's pocket. I will scout around. If I don't come back, these are for Aunt An and Grandpa Long. You help my parents reach Yunqi Mountain. If you come back, I'll return the brain cores to you. Chen Lin gave Long Yang a severe look. Didn't you promise to listen to me? Are you going back on your word? No, it's not that, I just don't want you to face danger alone, Long Yang replied. I want to accompany you. Idiot, if neither of us returns, who will take care of Grandpa Long and Aunt An? Who will find Uncle Long and Brother Su Dao? Chen Lin pushed Long Yang away. I'm just preparing you in case something happens. How come you have no trace of the old man's fortitude? You. Long Yang looked at Chen Lin with both heartache and helplessness. He randomly kissed her forehead, eyebrows, eyes, and cheeks. Be safe, come back alive. TSK, mushy, how could someone who fears death so much not cherish her own life? Chen Lin left Long Yang's embrace. If the rain frog comes back but I don't, then it means I won't be coming back. After saying this, she quickly walked out. She felt that the strange sensation was getting closer, seemingly right behind her. Chen Lin followed her intuition and proceeded. Several kilometers away, rows upon rows of zombies stood as stiff as soldiers. They were more like statues. As Chen Lin approached, the zombies remained motionless. Chapter 226. Do you want to disown me? Chen Lin first saw the level 6 zombies, then the level 7 and level 8 ones. All the zombies only had their noses twitching, none of them attacked Chen Lin. Level 9 zombies. There weren't many level 9 zombies in this group. Still, there were about 40 or 50. Chen Lin continued moving forward, seeing a solitary red-eyed zombie ahead. Uncle Long? Chen Lin was greatly startled. How could Uncle Long Gang be here? And how did he turn into a level 10 zombie? Chen Lin was truly frightened. She had thought that there might be some kind-hearted existence within the horde of zombies, but she never imagined that she would see Long Gang. Du Yuan had said that Long Gang was just an ordinary person without any special abilities, yet somehow, he had become a level 10 zombie. What Chen Lin had experienced so far was nothing compared to what Long Gang must have gone through. Long Uncle. Chen Lin took several steps forward, but Long Gang moved back hesitantly. Uncle Long. Chen Lin's heart ached with sorrow, knowing all too well that Long Gang had faced unimaginable calamities. Though she had suspected it, witnessing it firsthand made her feel differently. Since you've reached level 10, gained wisdom, and won't harm me, there's no need for you to avoid me. I've also reached level 10 now. You can't hurt me. Long Gang stiffly fumbled his pocket, tearing it apart as brain cores dropped to the ground. They were all from level 10 zombies, something Long Gang couldn't possibly hunt by himself. Who could help him? Chen Lin had a sudden realization. Brother Dao, is that you? Come out. Long Gang looked around left and right, and not a single zombie among those surrounding them stirred. No zombie superior to Long Gang stepped forth. Brother Dao, except for you, no one else can guide the zombies this way to lead us safely to Jingju. It was you slowing down deliberately so we could kill. Chen Lin glanced around. I am your sister-in-law. Don't you recognize me? So what if you've turned into a zombie? As long as there's still a glimmer of your awareness remaining, you'll always be Brother Dao to me. Silence. Chen Lin felt certain her guess was correct, recalling every damaged bulletin board, finally understanding these changes reflected Ling Jiang's emotional shifts. Brother Dao, you're not going to show yourself? Fine, if you don't come out, I will bring Long Yang and Grandpa Long, Aunt An to meet you face to face. Without hesitation, Chen Lin turned to leave. A massive hand, appearing as if from nowhere, pressed firmly on Chen Lin's shoulder. Sister-in-law, no. Chen Lin abruptly spun around to find Ling Jiang. He still looked like the old Ling Jiang, yet he was now a superhuman zombie surpassing level 11. Brother Dao, as a level 8 psyker, how did you end up as a zombie? They have drugs that turn psykers into zombies to extract brain cores. Ling Jiang slowly responded, his pitch-black eyes avoiding Chen Lin's gaze. I've become a zombie. Aren't you afraid? I would be if I didn't know it was you. But now, I'm not. Chen Lin was more astonished at the news about the drug Ling Jiang mentioned. Su Junyuan was still causing trouble, and she wasn't sure if even at level 10 she could handle him and his cronies. Brother Dao, though you followed us all this time, you didn't once intend to come out and meet us? Actually, if you didn't speak, no one would have known you were a zombie. Ling Jiang stared silently at Chen Lin, raising his icy cold hand to touch her face. I lack warmth. Have you noticed? How could anyone be deceived? Dao brother. Chen Lin grabbed his hand. Ling Jiang's hand was freezing as if freshly taken out from a refrigerator. The chill strengthened Chen Lin's resolve. You will always be my brother Dao, forever Ling Jiang, regardless of what transformation happen. Still, do you refuse to recognize me? Or refuse to recognize Long Yang? What about refusing to recognize even Grandpa Long? Do you have any idea? When we arrived at Jingju, Grandpa Long only possessed level 4 ability, and an old man of 70 to 80 washing piles of clothes under young people's surveillance. Roar! Roar! Long Gang let out low growls and advanced cautiously a few steps, stopping again due to fear of Ling Jiang. He barked restlessly, pacing around Ling Jiang. Roar! Ling Jiang roared furiously. Long Gang calmed immediately, his face full of resentment. To recognize. Who said anything about not recognizing? Ling Jiang's rigid facial muscles trembled, indicating laughter in Chen Lin's perception. Chen Lin believed he was laughing. Chen Lin, I have something for you. Ling Jiang took out a large pile of brain cores, various withered mutant plants, and barely alive mutant plants, all sorts of eggs big and small from his space ring. I knew it. Those 10-level mutant plant kings deliberately buried by the roadside were specifically left for me. Chen Lin's lingering doubts vanished immediately. I should have realized earlier that it was Brother Dao. Put them away. Ling Jiang urged impatiently, his pitch-black eyes tightly focused on Chen Lin as if fearing she wouldn't take them. Okay. Chen Lin liked the items but she didn't dare unless Ling Jiang explicitly told her to take them. After all, he was a zombie over level 10, and Chen Lin naturally felt a hierarchical fear towards Ling Jiang. Chen Lin stored the items on the ground into her space ring, while Long Gang fumbled in his pocket to pull out some brain cores. Raw. I tried giving him, but he wouldn't eat them. He insisted on saving them for Long Yang and Du Yuan. Ling Jiang glanced at Long Gang and shook his head. It's frustrating, I can't force him using my rank. As soon as he saw me, he pulled out the brain cores. Chen Lin stared at the brain cores in Long Gang's hand, feeling utterly choke. How was she supposed to explain Long Gang and Ling Jiang's situation to Long Yang? Captain, Ling Jiang spoke each word slowly. Neither I nor Uncle Long have eaten people. Since I became an 8-level zombie, I've been aware and consuming brain cores. That's how I ended up like this. Hearing him call her captain again made Chen Lin feel deeply guilty. It's all my fault. If only I hadn't let you go outside alone. Nonsense. Ling Jiang pointed to his own head. I know you like brain cores. There are 2 11-level ones here, if you want them. They're yours. What kind of person do you take me for? Chen Lin felt insulted. Sure, she was a greedy person who loved collecting brain cores, but Ling Jiang was her teammate. Her teammate was her family, and she would never harm her own family. Ling Jiang, are you underestimating me just because I'm only at level 10? Ling Jiang remained silent for a moment. That's not what I meant. Our team members' levels aren't low either. Among all the psychics I've seen, only Su Junyuan's 2 teams are on par with our squad. Worse still, Su Junyuan had 2 psychic teams comparable to Yunqi's squad. It wasn't good news at all. Despite being momentarily speechless, when Chen Lin heard Ling Jiang still referring to our squad, she tugged him closer and also grabbed Long Gang. Back to the team with us. She gave him no chance to back down. Do you intend to ignore the captain's orders? Come with me. I guarantee I'll scare the crap out of them. All right. Ling Jiang sounded extremely reluctant. I'll follow the captain's lead. Chen Lin happily declared. Good. Now you and Uncle Long come with me. The other zombies stay here. And then she didn't give Ling Jiang any room for regret. Captain's order, you planning to disobey? Let's go. I promise I'll terrify them. Fine. Ling Jiang said, exuding sheer helplessness. I'll listen to the captain. Chen Lin cheerfully responded. Great. Now both you and Uncle Long come with me. The other zombies will stay here. Chapter 227, Everyone's waiting. Long Gang refused to eat the brain core, insisting on giving it to Chen Lin. Reluctantly, she put it away. She then took out a pair of sunglasses and handed them to Long Gang and Ling Jiang. Put them on first. After you explain your situation, you can show them your eyes. Though Long Gang still looked like a zombie, apart from his eyes, Ling Jiang had no visible signs of being one. The steel-tiled 2-story building was brightly lit. No one was sleeping. Chen Lin clearly felt Ling Jiang wanting to pull back, so she gripped his fingers tightly. Brother Dao, do you remember the motto of our team? We are one family. As long as you haven't betrayed the squad will not abandon you. Besides, you haven't done anything against the squad, right? I don't have the face to see Grandpa. Ling Jiang muttered, his body slowly retreating backward. As an elder brother, I failed to take care of Xiao Yang, and also failed to look after all of you. Stop talking nonsense. Chen Lin immediately unleashed her level 10 abnormal ability. With one hand on each, she dragged both zombies into the small building. Long Gang didn't resist, obediently allowing himself to be pulled inside. Ling Jiang, fearing he might harm Chen Lin, refrained from using his abnormal ability. The sound of one person dragging two zombies startled everyone. Du and Chaoyang rushed over and gave Ling Jiang a bear hug. Good lad, you actually came back. But when he touched Ling Jiang's cold, stiff body, he froze. Brother, what happened to you? Long Shan walked downstairs. Long Gang, Jiang. In response to Long Shan's call, Long Gang opened his mouth and roared. After that roar, everyone was stunned. Little Lin, what is going on? And Yonglin moved toward her husband but recoiled as Long Gang shrank back from her. That roar made everyone realize Long Gang had become a zombie. Yet, this zombie just kept retreating while allowing himself to be pulled by Chen Lin, so no one moved, waiting for Chen Lin to explain. Sighing, she said, it's a long story. Du and Chaoyang squeezed Ling Jiang up and down. Captain, you better start explaining. What's wrong with Ling Jiang? I turned into a zombie. Ling Jiang pushed Du and Chaoyang's hands away and removed his sunglasses. This is it. A pure black-eyed zombie. Long Gang also took off his sunglasses, revealing red eyes. One at level 10, one surpassing level 10. Chen Lin struggled to elaborate, so she could only say, it's a very long story. Let everyone meet our teammates. They're intelligent and won't hurt anyone randomly. Please keep a unified statement and keep this a secret. Only now did all members of Yunqi squad know if they hadn't already understood those zombies. Though Zhong Jijun and a few others hadn't seen Ling Jiang before, surprisingly, they didn't feel any fear, instead stepping forward to introduce themselves. So your brother Dao? Shen Hongxia asked curiously. We heard about you during the journey. Ling Jiang smirked, putting his sunglasses back on. I wasn't chasing you guys, I'm looking for Su Dao. I want revenge, it's him who made me neither human nor ghost. Tears streamed down Long Shan's face as he grabbed his son's cold hand tremulously. You've returned, that's all that matters. Long Gang let out a low growl in response to his father's chatter. Dad, Long Yang approached, hooking his rigid shoulders. Our family has finally reunited. And Yonglin was already sobbing uncontrollably. Long Gang, aren't you supposed to be talented? You're so powerful, yet you return as a zombie husband. Long Gang roared loudly. As long as he eats a brain core, he can regain his language abilities just like me. Ling Jiang consoled and Yonglin. Perhaps we'll find a cure for zombies when we track down those responsible for turning us into this. Uncle Long still has a chance to recover. Long Gang turned into a zombie directly after being bitten by a zombie, unlike Ling Jiang, who was transformed into a zombie through specially formulated chemicals by Su Dao, which likely meant there was little hope of reversing it, but he decided to give it a try. I know where they went, Chen Lin interrupted. Yunqi City. It's cold and freezing, places zombies typically avoid, they must be there. If we can find them, we'll surely find their lab. In the previous life, there was no mention of any antidote, nor did cases of psychics being converted into zombies ever occur. The changes in this lifetime were truly too many. Chen Lin didn't know what they would encounter once they reached Yunqi City, as she hadn't forgotten what Ling Jiang had told her. Su Junyuan had two psychic squads with combat capabilities similar to the Yunqi squad. Ling Jiang carefully supported Long Shan's shoulders. Grandpa, I'm useless. I've let you down. Foolish child. Long Shan patted Ling Jiang's cold hand. These are different times. Seeing that you're still here is enough for me to be at ease. Ling Jiang, struggling to barely count as alive. Long Shan sighed quietly in his heart. After all the new and old members became acquainted, Ling Jiang returned to the zombie group with Long Gang. Ling Jiang had already gained complete control over his urge to eat people, whereas Long Gang, though level 10, lacked sufficient control. Long Shan kept chasing after them, seeing them off far away until they were completely out of sight. And Yonglin helped him back to the color steel small building. Dad, my heart hurts. Why are you so upset? Didn't Jiang say there might be an antidote? Long Shan said. As long as we don't completely lose hope, there's still a chance. And Yonglin wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, sobbing softly. I know, but my heart still aches. My living husband has turned into a zombie. Long Yang and Chen Lin stood behind a window. Long Yang whispered. Seeing their pain, I also feel it. The zombie group behaved so strangely before, I should have realized earlier. Realizing wouldn't have changed much. Let's just hope there's an antidote for zombies waiting for us in Yunqi City. Chen Lin wasn't certain what Yunqi City would look like in this life. In the previous one, her team didn't have level 10 or 11 existences. Now, her space was filled with numerous level 10 mutated animals and plants, and piles of brain cores. I hope so, Long Yang said. His fingers lightly caressed the mutated earthworm on his wrist, its icy touch giving him a cool sensation. As he stroked it, the little creature curled tighter, seemingly comforting him. Don't be so negative. Chen Lin glanced towards the direction where Ling Jiang and Long Gang disappeared. As long as they're still around, things aren't that bad. I don't care about others' opinions. In my eyes, they will always be part of our squad. Far away, the silhouettes of the two zombies paused briefly, then took large strides forward. There were several lumps moving slowly in the soil. With a low growl, red-eyed Long Gang rushed over, digging out the contents beneath the lumps with both claws and presenting them to Ling Jiang. Roar, roar, roar. That's enough, stop yelling. I'll save it for your daughter-in-law, Ling Jiang sniffed. Do you think I'd neglect them? If they need my brain core, I'd give it to them. He offered his brain core to Chen Lin, but she refused it. As he spoke, he took from Long Gang's hand several mutating plants that wriggled uncontrollably, and stored them into his space. Chapter 228, Deployment. A strange scene appeared on the road. Yunqi squad led ahead, followed by a group of zombies several kilometers behind. They traveled through cities and towns, collecting quite a few high-level zombies, mutated animals, and mutated plants along the way. Xiaolin, we will soon reach Yunqi City. Lingjiang stood beside Chen Lin. Is it proper for us to show up like this? It is not appropriate, Chen Lin thought for a moment. The Yunqi squad was about to enter the city, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to meet her parents. However, once inside the city, they would face a battle of wits with Su Junyuan and others. She needed some careful consideration. Seeing Chen Lin hadn't spoken for half a day, Longshan came to her aid. How about Xiaolin and Xiaoyan go to Yunqi City? We'll wait outside. Longyang replied with a smile. Grandpa, you don't need to worry. Regarding the matters of the Celestial Research Institute, none of them had elaborated much to grandfather or in Yonglin. We've got it under control. Chen Lin said. Dao Ji and Uncle Long take the zombie horde to Dake Town. I'll rule there. The zombie horde will be my first line of defense. But low temperatures affect zombie movement. Lingjiang paused halfway. Do you have a solution? Of course, just store them in your space, Chen Lin said indifferently. Perfectly solved. Otherwise, dig a pit and bury them somewhere. Or just put them in your space. That way, I feel at ease. Lingjiang slowly nodded. As you say. I'll wait for you 3 days in Dake Town. If you don't come, I'll find you. You and Uncle Long be safe. We finally found you. Don't make us worry, Chen Lin said. Understood. Tedious. You weren't so tedious before. Lingjiang muttered slowly. Even my soon-to-be mother-in-law isn't as talkative as you. And Yonglin hit Lingjiang lightly upon hearing this. Brat, I haven't even said anything, yet here I am getting shot down. Do you feel like asking for a beating? An auntie, Lingjiang didn't know what to say, awkward and speechless. And Yonglin smiled at him. Brat, hurry to Dake Town. We will follow shortly. Xiaolin says her mountain villa is built nicely. I'm already eager to see it. Longshan laughed heartily. Then, me and Auntie Yonglin will go with Jiang to Dake Town, not being burdens to the kid. Isn't Xiaolin saying that Dake Town is peaceful? Let this old man enjoy a few days of tranquility. Lining. Longyang looked at Chen Lin. Actually, Grandpa and Mom were both level 7 and wouldn't be a burden. But he didn't want to defy his grandpa's wishes or disappoint him. Dao Ji should directly send Aunt An and Grandpa Long to the mountain first. My snow villa isn't hard to find. Chen Lin described the layout of the snow villa to Lingjiang, Longshan, and An Yonglin. After arranging everything, Lingjiang led the zombie horde and parted ways with the Yunqi squad, heading towards Dake Town. Now it was only 1 day's journey away from Yunqi City. Chen Lin's group did not rest, taking turns driving toward Yunqi City. There were more unfamiliar energy users and survivors in Yunqi City now, and shops along the main streets were opening one after another. Zhong Jijun drove, reducing speed while idling along the street side. Why didn't we think of occupying a few shops earlier? Right. Sun Qing said, Leader, look, if we had a good shop, I wouldn't have to hold a megaphone all the time. It feels like I'm an idiot. Meng Mion smiled. It's not too late to occupy a few shops now. Just set up 2 big loudspeakers at the door. Go to hell. Still I'd have to shout. Sun Qing threw an apple at Meng Mion. I refuse. Meng Mion caught the apple deftly, breaking it in half and giving one part to Zhong Jijun. You ask the leader. Sun Qing gazed at Chen Lin pitifully, holding a large red apple in her hands. Leader, I don't want to do this. I don't want to sell vegetables. Glancing at Sun Qing, Chen Lin handed over the apple to Long Yang. Let me tell you the truth, I never planned to stay long in Yunqi City. We can let others collect brain cores or set up collection points in Yunqi City. Back at the small building, Hu Jiao rushed over. Boss Chen, we've lost a few more people, lured away by other squad. If they want to leave, let them go. It's normal for people to pursue better opportunities. Chen Lin wasn't at all concerned about others luring her people away. Those who could be lured away were not ones capable of uniting with everyone. The good thing is that they didn't betray us. But still, it's very ungrateful of them. Hu Jiao felt extremely guilty. Chen Lin was not here to hear Hu Jiao reproaching herself. She quickly said, You take the remaining people to Dake Town and wait for me there. Don't ask why, I'll explain later. She wasn't worried that Lingjiang would attack Hu Jiao and others. Lingjiang could tell who were their comrades. After hearing this, Hu Jiao immediately shut her mouth. Hesitating for a moment, she asked, Do you want to see your parents and grandfather? No. Chen Lin looked seriously at her. Hurry up. It will be too late if we don't act now. Alright, I'll go right away. Originally, Hu Jiao wanted to complain to Chen Lin, but seeing Chen Lin's serious face, she knew something significant must have happened. As Chen Lin predicted, Su Junyuan had arrived at Yunqi City before the Yunqi squad after losing the zombie horde. Seeing the quiet Yunqi City, he began working on setting up a base. If it weren't for Chen Lin's speed, she might have been locked out of Yunqi City. Unaware of the situation, Chen Sheng and others were taken out of Yunqi City by Hu Jiao under the guise of collecting supplies. Once outside the city, they hurriedly headed toward Dake Town. Lingjiang had already seen Du Yuan and Lin Man, and smelled blood scents identical to Chen Lin's on a few people. He didn't reveal himself or the zombie horde. When Du Yuan saw the first arrivals at Dake Town were Longshan and An Yonglin, he immediately knew this was arranged by Chen Lin. After communicating with Hu Jiao, they took Longshan and An Yonglin directly up the mountain. After their departure, Lingjiang brought along Long Gang and several high-level zombies to appear in Dake Town. Their high level meant the low temperature affected them almost none. In a room somewhere, Su Dao sat across from Su Junyuan. I've investigated. There are only 2 relatively larger teams here, most of whose members are from Stone City. Stone City? Isn't that where Chen Lin's family resides? Su Junyuan had just spoken when Su Dao's face fell. How can it be her? Then I'll make them my target. I want Chen Lin to just watch helplessly. Su Dao smirked triumphantly at the possibility. I don't care who you choose as a target, just don't let Chen Lin find out, Su Junyuan said. Her fellow townsfolk being here indicates that Chen Lin has at least been here. Anyway, she won't be able to change anything. Su Dao became excited upon thinking of catching Chen Lin's acquaintances. By the time she returns, our base might already be built. At that time, watching her own people vanish one by one, she'll be utterly shocked. Ha ha ha. Su Dao roared with arrogance and laughter. Su Junyuan ignored him, turned around, and walked to the window. I always feel that my junior sister isn't someone easily trifled with, so you'd better be more careful yourself. Ha! Su Dao dismissively rolled his eyes, showing obvious disdain. Chapter 229, Reunion of Fellow Apprentices. Su Dao excitedly led a group to capture Chen Lin's hometown friend. He kicked open the door with smug satisfaction and declared, if you have a bone to pick, go after Chen Lin. Chen Lin's head emerged from one of the doors with a puzzled look on her face. What do you want from me? The overbearing Su Dao was suddenly reduced to a quail caught by the neck, stammering so badly that he could hardly form a complete sentence. Why are you here? Then he noticed Long Yang behind Chen Lin, as well as Sun Qing and Hu Xing who he had met before. The atmosphere grew tense. It was awkward, so very awkward. Su Dao had wanted to cause Chen Lin distress by going after her fellow townsfolk, but never did he expect Chen Lin herself to be there. Chen Lin didn't feel an ounce of embarrassment. She took the opportunity to appraise Su Dao and the people behind him. Su Dao possessed a level 9 superpower, and the rest were all level 8. Ling Jiang had told her that Su Junyuan had 2 teams whose strength was comparable to Yunqi team. It appeared the people behind Su Dao weren't part of those 2 teams. Senior Su, I never thought you'd miss me so much after just a few months, she said in relief that she had already ordered Hu Jiao to take everyone out of Yunqi City yesterday. Otherwise, they might have ended up in Su Dao's clutches. God only knew what their fate would have been then. This Chen Lin was even more shameless than ever. Su Dao was seething inside but still forced a smile. Sister Chen, Long Yang, when did you arrive? Long Yang responded calmly, we just got here. By the way, where did the previous residents go? Did you encounter them? It was a classic case of turning the tables. Chen Lin nearly burst into laughter but held back. If I'd seen them, wouldn't I have run into you? Su Dao inwardly cursed his bad luck. Now he not only couldn't touch Chen Lin, but he also had to inform Su Junyuan that Chen Lin and Long Yang were present. Seeing Chen Lin reminded him of wanting to tell her something nasty about Long Yang and Jing Xinyu, but Long Yang didn't give him the chance. Since you're here, Senior Su, shouldn't Su Junyuan be around too? Long Yang asked, we'll stay here temporarily. Go back and let him know we want to see him soon. It's been ages. After saying this, he pulled Chen Lin back into the room. The others followed suit, closing the door and leaving Su Dao's group outside. What now? Still going to capture? One person in Su Dao's team asked. Forget it, let's go back. Su Dao retorted bitterly. Long Yang and Chen Lin stood by the window looking out. When they saw Su Dao's disgusted expression, Long Yang remarked, we left too quickly earlier. Su Dao wasn't finished speaking. You're his childhood friend. Chen Lin fully understood Su Dao's meaning. Let's wait a bit longer. Soon, Su Junyuan will come. Everyone should be cautious when speaking to outsiders besides their own squad. Of course, pretending to be deaf or mute works as well. Also, don't separate if possible. Ever since entering Chenju, Chen Lin had reminded everyone to be careful. It had become routine for the group, yet no one let down their guard. Don't worry, Captain. Our abilities are decreased by 1, we haven't forgotten. After learning from Su Dao that the original residents had vanished and that Chen Lin and Long Yang were now staying there, Su Junyuan frowned. I underestimated Chen Lin once again. Being able to return means your plans have not been uncovered by her. Fine, bring me to meet her. Her. Su Dao dismissed this idea with disdain. Why don't I call her here instead? As he spoke, he signaled one of the ability users nearby to summon Chen Lin over. Idiot. Su Junyuan instructed the same person who accompanied Su Dao earlier to lead him to Chen Lin's place. When he realized how close the residential building was to the science park, his frown deepened further. Did Chen Lin know about the 4th underground level? Was her connection with Lin Man related? Several questions raced through Su Junyuan's mind as he saw Su Dao still acting disdainfully towards Chen Lin. With an angry shout, he sent Su Dao back home. Su Dao's face darkened like a black pot bottom. Chen Lin. Why is it always about Chen Lin? Su Dao felt an urge to burst in and kill Chen Lin right now. He replied coldly, alright, I'm off. He didn't want to face Chen Lin anymore anyway. Junior sister. Su Junyuan greeted Chen Lin warmly, patting her shoulder fondly. Where did you disappear to? You didn't even bother coming to see me. Long Yang. Su Junyuan threw a playful punch at Long Yang. Seeing that you two are safe is truly heartening. With you around, we can work together to build up Yunqi City. I'm not interested in that. Long Yang replied indifferently. If you need my help, of course I won't refuse. Haha, you. Don't even think about slacking off. Su Junyuan laughed for a while before turning to smile at Chen Lin and ask, Sister Chen, where have you been all this time? So he was trying to fish for information already? Chen Lin responded with a troubled expression. Looking for my family, then after finding them, I searched for Long Yang, and after finding Long Yang, I went looking for Grandpa Long. It's been non-stop like that. Brother Su, how come you seem so relaxed? Su Junyuan selectively recounted his activities since the apocalypse to Chen Lin, things like struggling to survive and establishing a base. In Chen Lin's view, what Su Junyuan omitted were likely the important parts, such as why Su Dao had earlier stormed over with so much hostility. Sister Chen, do you have any plans regarding Yunqi City? Switching from recounting semi-true experiences to abruptly jumping into this question didn't surprise Chen Lin at all. If Su Junyuan hadn't asked this, it wouldn't be him. What plans? Does it count that one of my teammates wanted to open a store here but was refused by me? You should have said that earlier. I'll arrange some good spots for you, Su Junyuan smiled. This isn't an issue at all. What I'm asking is, do you have any ideas for building up the base? Chen Lin thought for a moment and said, I want to find a few good locations and see if we can grow crops or something. Preferably start livestock farming. I mean those old livestock breeds. They're hard to find, Su Junyuan pondered deeply. Leave it to me, I'll do my best to look around. By the way, it's too remote here. Let me rearrange a new place for you to stay. Was he trying to monitor them? Chen Lin replied, we're quite comfortable here. Besides, my townsfolk originally lived here. They may have gone elsewhere to gather supplies. I'm waiting for them here. If that's the case, then I won't insist. Su Junyuan chatted with Long Yang for a while more. During their conversation, he casually probed into the composition of Chen Lin's team and learned the members' ranks in Yunqi squad. He became even more cautious when realizing how extraordinary Chen Lin truly was. Relying on her own strength alone, she managed to assemble a squad that rivaled the power of his most capable team. I still have some things to handle, so I'll go back first. I'll send someone later to bring you some food. Chapter 230, Yunqi Base. Su Junyuan left Chen Lin's place, and Su Dao was waiting for him at the street corner. What did Chen Lin say? Judging by your face, she must want to claim Yunqi City for herself. My opinion is simply to, he made a gesture of slitting his throat. Shut up. Su Dao hit on what Su Junyuan felt in his heart. Chen Lin's strength, and the strength of the Yunqi squad, all annoyed him. It gave him a sense of crisis. If Chen Lin and her Yunqi squad could not be used by him, then they had to be eliminated for his peace of mind. On this point, he and Su Dao were in agreement. Build the base according to my plan first. If Chen Lin doesn't cooperate, he would mercilessly kill them all. Once Su Junyuan decided to kill Chen Lin, it was unstoppable. Following the same model as Jingju base, Su Junyuan ordered that each entering psychic should contribute a portion of their power. Chen Lin, being a water element psychic, wasn't suitable for constructing walls. Sun Qing, Hu Xing, and several others of earthwood elements, along with Long Yang, who was metal element, were conscripted for free duty. By the end of the first day, Sun Qing was exhausted when she returned to rest. She collapsed in front of Chen Lin and pitifully said, Leader, I'd rather use a loudspeaker to sell vegetables every day. Leader, save me. Chen Lin really wanted to help her. She blinked and raised her finger. Hang on for 2 more days. If nothing went wrong, 2 days later, she would take the team away from Yunqi City. Sun Qing lay down on the ground and refused to get up. I'm going to die from exhaustion. How can I last 3 days? Hu Xing pulled Sun Qing closer with tree vines. Just using some psychic powers won't tire you. It's only 3 days. 1/3 has already passed. Would they really be able to leave smoothly after 3 days? Chen Lin herself didn't know why she waited for 3 days. Perhaps they should leave now. Well, let's do this. Qing just needs to endure 1 more day. We will leave tomorrow night. Chen Lin said. Long Yang spoke up. You're not trying to find the cure for the zombie virus? Sun Qing's face fell as soon as she was about to be happy. That's right, it's an important matter. I'll endure. Hearing this, Chen Lin paused for a moment. She hadn't expected to meet Su Dao and Su Junyuan so quickly, and today when she saw them, she actually forgot about the important matters. Then we might need to stay a few more days. Sun Qing wore an expression of despair. She knew it would be like this. The group sent to Snow Mountain Villa did not sit idle. The psychics started reinforcing the villa's outer walls. The wood-water element psychics studied greenhouses under the villa's basement section, while Lin Man left Du Yuan a note saying she was going to help Chen Lin and left the mountain. By the time Du Yuan found out that Lin Man was gone, it was midnight. He greeted Hu Jiao and went to chase after Lin Man. But chasing all the way to Yunqi City, he didn't see Lin Man. At this time, Lin Man, who was unconscious, was tied up tightly in the trunk of a car and was taken to a mysterious location. Seeing Lin Man brought before him, Su Junyuan smiled. Wake her up. Standing beside him, Su Dao nodded at the people behind him. A young man holding a broad leather belt whipped Lin Man hard a few times. Lin Man woke up in pain. How does it feel to fall into my hands? Su Junyuan smiled elegantly, but those familiar with him knew that Su Junyuan's exterior was absolutely deceptive. Su Junyuan, after such a long time you're still looking for me, you sure hold grudges. Lin Man realized that she was in trouble when she woke up and saw Su Junyuan. Hold grudges? No, I don't have any deep hatred against you. Su Junyuan gently shook his finger. I just want back what you took from me. Lin Man had already given the stone to Chen Lin, and now, Chen Lin probably didn't even know where the stone was thrown. That broken stone, I've thrown it away a long time ago. Su Junyuan narrowed his eyes, but continued smiling. Not just the stone, there are other things too. No rush, take your time to think about it. I'll come see you another day. Hey, apart from the stone, I didn't take anything else from you. As Su Junyuan walked away, Lin Man shouted at his back. No one paid attention to her. A heavy iron door closed, plunging Lin Man's location into darkness. Lin Man feared the dark most. She screamed loudly, You, Su Junyuan, let me out quick. Su Junyuan. Outside the iron door, Su Junyuan's smile disappeared from his face. He gestured to the psychic guarding the door, release her when she is ready to talk. Upon hearing this, Lin Man panicked. Bastard, you know I'm afraid of the dark, bastard, come back here. Now if you beg me, I'll release you. Su Junyuan said a sentence and then left, knowing Lin Man wouldn't be that easy to deal with. After Su Junyuan left, Su Dao stood for a moment by the iron door before following Su Junyuan away, leaving Lin Man's increasingly shrill screams behind. The Yunqi squad was having dinner when Du Yuan burst in. He scanned the crowd. Chen Lin, Long Yang, did you see Lin Man? Upon hearing this, Chen Lin replied with confusion, didn't I ask you to go to Dak Town? How did you end up here? So, it seemed they hadn't seen Lin Man. Now Du Yuan became truly anxious. We reached the villa, but Man Man said she wanted to find you to help, so she went down the mountain alone. I couldn't find her when I chased after her. Hearing this, how could Chen Lin not realize that Lin Man had gone down the mountain without permission and had gone missing? Could she have walked behind you? Long Yang looked at Du Yuan, clearly troubled. Is it possible she got lost? They all knew how absent-minded Lin Man could be. Absolutely not. Du Yuan firmly stated. He followed Lin Man's footprints down the mountain, but her tracks disappeared halfway through. Clearly something wasn't right. Chen Lin, Du Yuan looked toward Chen Lin almost pleadingly. Please think of a solution. There's no need to tell her. Lin will definitely think of a solution. Long Yang patted Du Yuan on the shoulder. Have you eaten? Come and eat something first, and later we can think of a plan together. Du Yuan bitterly laughed. Xiaoyan, how could I possibly eat with Man Man still missing? Chen Lin said, even if you don't want to eat, you still must. Otherwise, how are you going to have the strength to search for her? She asked Sun Qing to get Du Yuan chopsticks and bowls. Then she personally served him rice and thrust the bowl into Du Yuan's hands. Eat quickly, the sooner you finish, the sooner we act and look for her. We'll wait for you even if you don't finish. She also filled a large bowl of soup for Du Yuan. In a while, take a few rookies along the road again and eliminate the possibility of her being lost. Who knows if our scatterbrained girl hitched a ride and went in the wrong direction? I really can't eat. Du Yuan anxiously held the bowl, feeling like it weighed thousands of pounds. His throat felt choked, as if something was stuck there. Captain, please don't push me, okay? Chen Lin estimated that Lin Man had probably been captured by Su Junyuan's people. The reason she asked Hu Jiao to take everyone away was to prevent Lin Man from being discovered by Su Junyuan. Chapter 231, Will Not Abandon Teammates. If you collapse, we'll have to take care of you. Chen Lin glanced at Du Yuan. You choose. Do you want us to take care of you, or do you take good care of yourself and go with us to find people? If Lin Man just got lost, it would only take a little time to find her, but if she fell into Su Junyuan's hands, there was bound to be some suffering. Since Su Junyuan had abducted her, it must have been for the things that Lin Man had stolen. As long as Lin Man didn't hand over the items, she wouldn't be in mortal danger immediately. I've said it before, our Yunqi team is an entity. Now that you told me Lin Man is missing, could I ignore it? I will not abandon any member of our Yunqi team. Don't waste time. Everyone has eaten and they're waiting for you. Long Yang placed his hand on Du Yuan's shoulder and pressed firmly. We'll drive out soon to search. Hurry up and regain your strength. The captain is right. If we start by taking care of you, won't you be delaying things yourself? Du Yuan ate his meal through tears while being watched by everyone. As he drank his soup, tears dropped plop-plop into the bowl. No one ridiculed him, nor did anyone urge him. After finishing his meal and drinking his soup, most of the team members had already stood up. Du Yuan, show the way. Meng Ji drives. Jijun, you and a few others, work hard with Meng Ji. Chen Lin looked at Zhong Jijun and Shen Hongxia, look along the possible route where Lin Man might have gone. Find her or not, limit your search to 1 day, and then you must return. Our group will look around in the city. Captain, rest assured, we won't delay things. Meng Mion smiled at Chen Lin. Same as always, if we encounter enemies too strong, run back first. Running away isn't shameful. Chen Lin added, we live in these end times, preserving our lives should come first. Downstairs, there was a car filled with gas waiting. Meng Mion sat in the driver's seat, waited for the others to get in, gave Chen Lin an okay sign, and silently reminded her that as the eldest among those he was taking out, he was responsible for bringing them all back. Meng Mion believed Chen Lin understood his implication. So how are we going to search the city? Long Yang asked. Currently, everywhere in Yunqi City was under surveillance by Su Junyuan's men. They were bound to draw attention from Su Junyuan once they made a move. Chen Lin initially wanted to search the basement level 4 of the science park but quickly dismissed the idea. That action would practically tell Su Junyuan that she knew his secret. We'll wander around the city to search. When it gets dark, she'd check the 4th basement level herself. Lin Man was one of the earliest teammates this life cycle. Though they hadn't shared life and death moments together, Lin Man still belonged to her people. As long as Lin Man was alive, Chen Lin would never give up on her. Even if Lin Man turned into a zombie like Lingjiang, she would still bring her along. Captain, can I skip my duty contributions and go find people with you? Sun Qing said. She thought finding people was far more important than contributing duties. After all, contributing duties involved helping others build bases instead of doing it for themselves. Your contribution to the duty is to divert their attention from our team, Chen Lin replied, just endure a bit longer. Moreover, completing the base would also benefit Yunqi Mountain. Okay, I'll endure. Sun Qing stopped talking. Anyone could see that she still wished to join Chen Lin in looking for people. Du and Chaoyang touched Sun Qing's head gently. Yunqi City is pretty large. Wandering around for a day may not be as comfortable as using your ability. Brother Yang, I'm not afraid of being tired, alright? Sun Qing pouted. One of our team members is missing. I'm anxious. I don't want her to die. I want to find her quickly. The expressions of the remaining team members who didn't leave became somber. We don't want a bad outcome either. Who wants something bad to happen to her? Captain, let's act quickly. Chen Lin recalled the lie she had casually told Su Junyuan. Suburbs are easier to search. We'll consider it done. As for the city, I am thinking of ways. She had just finished speaking when her finger was squeezed hard by Long Yang. Long Yang knew Chen Lin too well. Her saying thinking of ways often meant she intended to scout alone again. This time, he decided he wouldn't let her act alone again. Realized she's been read through by Long Yang, Chen Lin chuckled awkwardly. Is this guy too clever? Everyone, keep your eyes open. In case of danger, don't fight to the death. Let's return and think of solutions together. The few people who went out of the city first drove to Dak Town, then went up the mountain, but there was no trace of Lin Man. Du Yuan became increasingly anxious. He was very clear in his mind that the longer they couldn't find Lin Man, the smaller the possibility was for her to be alive. As time passed, his eyes became more and more dim. The people in the same car didn't know how to console him, because they really had nothing consoling to say. A day later, Meng Mion returned with a carload of exhausted people to Yunqi City. Chen Lin looked at their state and knew they hadn't found anything. Let's think again where we haven't searched. The basement level 4 of the science park, which Chen Lin and Long Yang had explored, was now full of zombies, making it impossible for anyone to be there. Now, Chen Lin also didn't know where else to look for Lin Man, and she was temporarily at a loss for ideas. In fact, she was a little resentful towards Lin Man deep down. If Lin Man hadn't gone down the mountain on her own, this outcome wouldn't have happened, throwing the entire Yunqi squad into disarray. But she could only grumble about Lin Man inside her head. She couldn't truly blame her. If she wanted to blame her, she'd need to find her first. I'll go out and keep looking. Du Yuan pulled the door to go out and continue searching. Long Yang stopped him. Where do you plan to look? Are we going to lose one Lin Man and lose you too? Long Yang knew about the circumstances of Chen Lin meeting Lin Man. He guessed that Lin Man was most likely captured by Su Junyuan. Chen Lin thought of going to the science park to look for Lin Man, probably suspecting the same thing. Yunqi City was so vast. It was difficult for just over 10 people to find someone being hidden away. More than a day had passed already, and they didn't know if Lin Man was still alive. Du Yuan's voice was hoarse. If I don't go look, I won't feel at ease. At this point, Chen Lin didn't know how to comfort Du Yuan. What do you plan to do? Du Yuan paused after being asked. How could he search? What could he do? He wished to turn over every possible hiding spot in Yunqi City, and he wanted to search everywhere Lin Man might have gone. But as much as these were his thoughts, they weren't practical. I just want to try my best, give it a shot. What's going on? Lingjiang's voice suddenly broke the air from behind them. Seeing Lingjiang, Du Yuan bitterly smiled. Manny is missing, I've lost Manny. Chen Lin also wore an expression of helplessness. I've searched everywhere I could think of, and I haven't found her. I'm also troubled. What exactly happened? Lingjiang's tone was slow. Du Yuan had no choice but to recount how he discovered Lin Man was missing and how he made it to Yunqi City. Lingjiang's eyes grew eerily dark, and he nodded slowly. I understand. I'll go look for her shortly. Dao Ji, take me along. Chen Lin quickly said, I'll go with you. With Lingjiang and Chen Lin going together, even though Long Yang wanted to go, he didn't speak up. I'll stay and guard home. Du Yuan was just about to say he would go too when Chen Lin had already spoken. Du Yuan, you and Long Yang stay behind and wait for news with everyone else. Dao Ji and I will go and come back quickly. Chapter 232, Brother Dao Acts. Du Yuan knew Chen Lin was forbidding him from leaving the camp to find Lin Man, so he stood there with his head down, remaining silent. Afraid Du Yuan would disregard her order like Lin Man did, she scolded sternly. Du Yuan, I order you to stay and guard the camp. Of course, you're free not to follow it. But once we find Lin Man, you two can go wherever you want. With just one Lin Man already causing trouble, if another Du Yuan joins, she and Yunqi squad would have no time for anything else but trailing behind them day after day searching for the couple. Everyone except Chen Lin turned their gaze towards Du Yuan. Yunqi squad is a team, but as a collective, it has its discipline. I will obey the command. Du Yuan said reluctantly, on the verge of tears. Apart from the Long family that had raised him, Lin Man and the child in her belly were the closest people to him in this world. Uttering these words about following orders equated to personally giving up the pursuit of Lin Man and the child. Chen Lin was merely scaring Du Yuan. She wouldn't abandon her teammate. Before stepping out with Lingjiang, she patted Du Yuan's shoulder the same way Long Yang had done earlier and promised, Lingjiang and I will search more efficiently than you. If Lin Man is still alive, we'll surely bring her back alive. She continued, but if she's dead, implying they'd bring back at least a corpse or a zombie. Lingjiang approached Du Yuan, paused momentarily, then said slowly, yeah, the captain is right. Du Yuan let out a long sigh. You're really good at consoling people. You might as well kill me. Go guard the camp. Du and Chaoyang gave Du Yuan a strong slap on the back. Du and Chaoyang spoke only those words and then stayed quiet. In this apocalypse era, who knows what they might encounter, a carnivorous potato or perhaps a long-legged radish. The transition from living human to dead body, to a zombie, it's such a common occurrence, isn't it? And who could guarantee that they themselves would remain alive in the next second? Du Yuan was not unaware of these facts, but it was a hurdle he couldn't get over mentally. Ling Jiang and Chen Lin departed from the camp. The sky gradually grew darker. Even if someone was nearby watching them, it wouldn't be obvious who had left the camp. Brother Dao, didn't we agree on 3 days? Asked Chen Lin. It hasn't been long enough yet. I'm worried about all of you. Ling Jiang replied slowly, his pitch-black eyes dissolving into the night, and no one could see that his gaze was actually resting on Chen Lin. Chen Lin could feel Ling Jiang looking at her. Because whenever Ling Jiang glanced at her, be it benevolently, malevolently, or casually, Shiwawawa always reacted. She could sense Yufang's response. Brother Dao, you're still here, that's great. You. Ling Jiang lifted his hand and extended it above Chen Lin's head, pausing there for a while without lowering it. I should thank you. If it weren't for the level 8 brain core you gave me, I might have become prey for someone seeking cause by now. I'll repeat my statement. Ling Jiang grabbed Chen Lin's hand and placed it atop his own head. Level 11, dual brain core, I'll give you one anytime you ask. I can get it anytime. Chen Lin softly revealed her abnormal ability levels and types to Ling Jiang. I'm dual 10th level system, but I don't yet have a suitable core for another power. That's simple, said Ling Jiang. Once we return to the villa, I'll help you cultivate it. He referred to using zombies to develop brain cores. Chen Lin understood his meaning and cheerfully said, all right, thank you, Brother Dao. Ling Jiang also slightly curled his lips. Although others couldn't detect it, he knew himself well, he was smiling. By the way, Brother Dao, how are we going to search? Chen Lin recounted her suspicions. The only place they hadn't searched in Yunqi City was Su Juanyuan's current campsite. The possibility of Lin Man being there was significant. Ling Jiang appeared smug. Earlier, I smelled Xiao Yuan's scent. Don't worry, as long as Lin Man appears in Yunqi City, I can track her down. Then let's start from the entrance. If Lin Man entered the city, there should be traces of her scent, said Chen Lin. Only then did she realize why Ling Jiang acted so strangely in front of Du Yuan earlier. It was because he was smelling for clues. How could she forget that Ling Jiang was a zombie who could locate people by scent? I thought exactly the same. Lin Man lived here, but her scent is faint, said Ling Jiang, without further delay, leading Chen Lin from the entrance and beginning the search. When Su Juanyuan first set up residence in Yunqi City, there was only one entrance and exit. All the other entrances had been sealed off. This was Su Juanyuan's consistent tradition when building a city. If Chen Lin were to establish a base, she'd likely do the same. Ling Jiang sniffed the air delicately. Lin Man's scent is faint too, but it's fresher. What does that mean? Chen Lin asked quickly. It means Lin Man walked here within the last few days. Follow me. Leading Chen Lin, Ling Jiang started walking slowly in a certain direction. If we keep going this way, we'll be back at the camp. Chen Lin noticed their nearby residential building and not far beyond that, the science park they had already searched. The science park, we've checked it already, and it's filled with zombies. The scent here matches the one at the entrance to the city. Both are recent. I can't possibly be wrong about this. Keep following. Ling Jiang continued towards the science park. Chen Lin had no choice but to follow him. With Ling Jiang guiding the way, the zombie horde in the science park seemed unaware of Chen Lin. They sniffed at her from every angle, yet not a single one actually approached her. Ling Jiang sifted through the crowd of zombies, occasionally capturing a few into his spatial ring. Dao brother, why are you collecting these zombies? Chen Lin questioned, puzzled. To her knowledge, even an average zombie from Ling Jiang's spatial ring would far surpass the level of any zombie in the science park. These ones have abilities similar to yours. Ling Jiang patiently explained. He also found a third-level zombie that had dark lightning mutation powers like Chen Lin's, so he decided to capture it for later use. Can you really tell just by smell? Chen Lin murmured softly. Shush! Ling Jiang covered Chen Lin's mouth with his icy hand. Someone's coming. He pulled Chen Lin against the wall. A few sluggishly moving zombies moved in front of them, forming a natural barrier. Voices approached. These zombies here are such low level, I don't even want to kill them. Master Su said there are benefits to leaving them be. Let's go back for tomorrow. I'm exhausted, I just want to take a shower. A few zombies rushed towards the group, only to be rudely kicked aside by an awakened individual. Get lost. Filthy things. Stinking zombies. Chen Lin strained her ears. Master Su, was the Master Su they mentioned Su Dao or Su Juanyuan? A moment later, Ling Jiang released his hand from Chen Lin's mouth. It's clear now, no one's around anymore. Lin Man's scent has become stronger. You're saying Lin Man is here? Chen Lin asked in confusion. Has she turned into a zombie? Zombies occupied all floors from 1 to 4. If Lin Man were here, aside from being a zombie, there was little else to consider, but then those awakens mentioned Master Su wanting to keep the zombies. Could it be that Su intended to domesticate zombies, much like Ling Jiang? She's still alive. Determinedly, Ling Jiang took hold of Chen Lin's hand, as he sniffed the air while walking. That's right, she's right here. Chapter 233, the 5th floor of the Science and Technology Park. Basement Level 1, it was packed with zombies, none of which paid any attention to Chen Lin. Basement Level 2, as soon as they saw the zombies, Ling Jiang pulled Chen Lin and stood her against the wall. Someone's coming. The zombies slowly moved, completely blocking Chen Lin and Ling Jiang's figures. Several psychics ran quickly. This medicine is pretty good. The zombies don't even pay attention to us. Shut up. The zombies ignore us, so why are you running so fast? It stinks here. I don't want to stay a minute longer. After the psychics had run past, Ling Jiang pulled Chen Lin and continued walking. Those few people just now had the smell of low-level zombies on them. It can only fool the lower-level zombies here. I know. Chen Lin said, Brother Dao, we will find a way to find the antidote. We won't let you stay like this forever. Hey. Good. Ling Jiang responded offhand. What difference did it make how he had changed? The girl who moved his heart was his brother's wife. Better this way at least. He could protect them. Protect her. Basement level 3. Level 4. The zombies became sparse, but their ranks also rose. Some of the zombies were even shackled to the walls by iron chains. Ling Jiang directly went over and collected the high-ranking zombies into his space. Smelling the scent, he stopped in front of a wall. Her scent is inside here. Looking at the wall, Chen Lin couldn't help but feel astonished. This was a wall anyone would walk past without noticing. Ordinary as it was, who would have thought that behind this wall, there was a room? Chen Lin felt around on the wall. Ling Jiang sniffed all over, pulling an iron chain originally locking a zombie. I think it's this one. Be careful. There were many human scents on the chain he grabbed. He also smelled a familiar odor, which made his heart restless. After saying that, he gave it a strong pull. The entire wall was lifted. A staircase leading downward appeared behind the wall. Basement level 5. Chen Lin finally understood that Su Juanyuan's scheming far surpassed her imagination. As Chen Lin was about to go down the stairs, Ling Jiang stopped her. I'll release some zombies down there. He released 2 red-eyed zombies and growled, giving them some instructions. The 2 near 10-ranked zombies quickly rushed down the stairs. Gunfire, roarings, screams mixed together. Where do these 9-rank zombies come from? Quickly, trap them with an electric net. What? 10-rank zombies. The screams gradually subsided. Xu Ayu's voice called out, Captain, did you come? Chen Lin sighed with relief. You're not dead yet. That's great. I wanted to die. That $%. Lin Man cursed a string of dirty words. Chen Lin ignored her. That she wasn't dead yet was enough. Let's go inside and check. Ling Jiang walked in front, protecting Chen Lin behind him. Once they entered, the wall automatically dropped down. Captain, I knew you'd come. Lin Man's voice grew quieter. Old lady has no fear of the dark anymore. Ha ha ha. She's gone crazy. Ignore her. Hand her over to Du Yuan and that's that. Chen Lin was not angry before, but now she was slightly irritated. When Chen Lin entered the area where the staircase led, she didn't have the energy to be angry anymore. A whole floor of laboratories, bigger than all the ones she had been to. A peculiarly shaped machine, powered by several brain cores, kept running. Row upon row of zombies without heads, their skulls opened for convenient observation of the rank and type of brain core. Room after room of cells, most of which were empty at the moment. Lin Man's voice came from within one of the cells. She's in that one. I'll go and let her out. Ling Jiang took back the 2 zombies he released earlier and went to open the cell door to release Lin Man. I'll take what I can. Chen Lin took a step, then stopped. Are there any cameras or anything like that here? I already told them to clean up, and if someone's watching, all they see are 2 10-rank zombies. Let's hurry. Call that woman Lin Man and Brother Dao to help too. The space is too large, it'd waste too much time if I check alone. Chen Lin relaxed when she heard there were no cameras, but they still needed to race against time. If someone turned around and ambushed them on basement level 5, it wouldn't be good. Ling Jiang agreed with a sound. After being released, Lin Man began stuffing food into her mouth while gathering items from the lab. Captain, pay attention to me. Ignore. Busy. Chen Lin didn't even turn around. Collecting zombies, instruments, unknown potions, research data. There were several meteorite fragments embedded on a few devices, which she dug out unceremoniously and stored in her space. Beep beep beep. The alarm of the instrument in front of Su Dao sounded. He was suddenly startled awake. On the instrument screen, there was nothing but darkness, not a sound. He immediately realized that something had happened in the lab. Someone, come with me to check the laboratory. The lab contained newly cultivated high-level brain cores and important data and instruments. If they were stolen again, it would be nearly impossible for him to build a lab of such scale in a short period of time. A team of psychics immediately got up from their resting places and rushed after Su Dao toward the Science and Technology Park. Chen Lin, Lin Man, and Ling Jiang acted together with their spatial abilities, and soon the massive laboratory was left in disarray. Hurry, someone's coming, Ling Jiang urged. They're getting closer. They're heading straight here. We're trapped. Let's hide first, then lure them in. Chen Lin held onto her frog-shaped weapon as she dragged Ling Jiang and Lin Man behind a row of instruments. We must kill everyone. No one should survive. Chen Lin had made up her mind if whoever came, they were going to die. If Su Juanyuan arrived with his 2 strongest teams, well, they'd give it a shot. Ling Jiang continued updating Chen Lin on the situation. There are about 7 or 8 people, all at a pretty high rank. Afraid? Not afraid. Where would Chen Lin fear? She was just a little nervous. The stuff from her space and Ling Jiang's, if used to fight against Su Juanyuan, she wasn't sure who would end up dead. Lin Man whispered quietly, you guys might not be scared, but I am. You don't know how terrifying Su Juanyuan is. Shut up. Chen Lin frowned and snapped at Lin Man. If not for Lin Man, she might have been able to leave peacefully with Su Juanyuan under good terms until Yunqi squad left Yunqi city. Think about Du Yuan waiting for you. If your legs go weak, you can surrender. Behind Chen Lin, Lin Man giggled and whispered, surrendering is forever impossible. Regardless of what happens, my veins flow with blood that never surrenders. At least I'm a descendant of soldiers. If you can shut up, I'd thank you. Chen Lin muttered unhappily. Lin Man should be locked together with Sun Qing, they could talk endlessly and see who cracks first. The wall flipped up, and the sound of 7 or 8 pairs of footsteps rushed upstairs together. Search quickly. Don't let a single person escape. That was Su Dao's voice. Chapter 234, Meeting an Enemy. Ling Jiang twitched his nose forcefully. 9 people, all of them I know. Chen Lin understood immediately after hearing this. The ones encountered here are all acquaintances in the quoted sense. Every one of them must die. Stay calm. We'll grab them alive later. Chen Lin demonstrated a grabbing motion with her hand. Their space level had already advanced to the point where they could capture live creatures. Ling Jiang nodded. He could make a move and capture the 9 people with thunderous force, but since Chen Lin said wait, he'd hold back for now. The incoming group slowed their steps. Su Dao whispered, they should still be inside. 2 people block the exit. He gestured to indicate that the remaining people should split into 2 groups. At this moment, Su Dao did not yet know that the outside wall door was crammed full of zombies, making their 9 people truly like fish in a barrel. Come out. Let me see who dares to steal my lab. Su Dao's face turned grim, his voice even more sinister. It actually made Chen Lin feel as if it wasn't Su Dao speaking, but rather Su Junyuan. Isn't Su Dao just Su Junyuan's subordinate? How can he say the lab is his? I know you're still here, come out. Let me guess, little kitty hiding where? Come out. An awakener noticed that the cell doors were open and took a quick look. Lin Man ran away. That woman and her accomplices are also here. Su Dao smirked darkly. By the time the alarm sounded until we got here, they couldn't have had enough time to escape. My things are on her too. Lin Man, I'm curious, how big is your space? 5th grade. 6th grade. 8th grade. Su Junyuan's space is only 7th grade. Isn't his 8th grade zombie on you? Give everything back, and I might let you live. Behind Chen Lin, Lin Man rolled her eyes. This kid is mimicking Su Junyuan's tone. Damn, it sounds eerily similar. Chen Lin wished she could cover Lin Man's mouth. This woman is unlike Sun Qing. She isn't foolish, she's purely mentally handicapped. How did such a dumb woman deceive Du Yuan into being so devoted? One of the awakeners nodded his head toward a certain direction, signaling Su Dao to look there. Little kitty. Su Dao slowly approached the direction pointed out by the awakener. Come out. Ling Jiang's nose twitched as the darkness in his black eyes surged. The aura around him began to change, and Chen Lin lightly squeezed Ling Jiang's shoulder, signaling for him to stay calm. Su Dao and a few awakeners got closer and closer. Although the footsteps were deliberately muted, they were still very clear to both Chen Lin and Ling Jiang. I can't wait any longer. Ling Jiang suddenly stood up. Upon seeing Ling Jiang, Su Dao and several other awakeners stepped backward simultaneously. Su Dao was incredibly shocked, as it was he himself who personally injected drugs into Ling Jiang and transformed him into a zombie, yet now Ling Jiang was standing right before him alive and well. You didn't become a zombie? Ling Jiang moved slowly toward those individuals. How is it possible? How could he find his way here? An awakener murmured faintly, while Ling Jiang's dark eyes instilled fear within him. Captain Su, don't you think his eyes look kind of terrifying? Another awakener pointed at Ling Jiang's eyes, and if it weren't for their numerical advantage, he might already have thought about fleeing. It's because he has fulfilled your wish and become a zombie. Chen Lin stood up frankly, since Ling Jiang was victimized by Su Dao, who also caused numerous obstacles between her and Long Yang, adding further evidence that this man had done no good deeds assisting Su Junyuan. Under all these circumstances, this person absolutely must die. Zombie. Chen Lin, why are you here? Seeing Chen Lin, Su Dao was even more astonished than when he saw Ling Jiang. I am a major shareholder in the science park. Tell me, why am I here? Chen Lin smirked at Su Dao's expression. She appreciated his shock. What I'm asking is, how did you get here? Su Dao secretly prepared to unleash his abilities as the other several awakeners gathered closer around Ling Jiang and Chen Lin. Lin Man laughed. Our captain has come to rescue me, don't you think? Lin Man was Chen Lin's team member? Then it must have been Chen Lin who first rescued Lin Man, and Su and I instantly pieced together all the key pieces. Su Dao glared darkly at Chen Lin. All my laboratories have been sabotaged by you. By this point, Chen Lin saw no need to deny it. Seems you're not completely stupid. But surely not all, since there are still some laboratories I haven't found. Chen Lin, you deceitful woman, it really is you. Su Dao couldn't suppress his agitation any longer. Return my things. How about you spare my life after I return them? Chen Lin scoffed coldly. You give me Ling Jiang's life back first and hand over the antidote. Ha ha ha. Su Dao stared intently at Chen Lin, then fixed his gaze on Ling Jiang for a while. Long Ling Jiang, are you an over rank 10 zombie? Wonderful. You came to me willingly, don't blame me. Idiot. Ling Jiang spat out 2 icy words. He waved his hand and several red-eyed zombies appeared around him, surrounding Su Dao and his group. Do you think your rank 9 abilities can capture someone over rank 10? Who gave you that confidence? Bite the others to death and bring me their brain cores. Ling Jiang pointed at the ability users other than Su Dao. The 2 guarding the door saw the situation and tried to flee by opening the door, but they were instantly swallowed up by a dense mass of zombies. You have a space too. Su Dao looked at Ling Jiang. Had he known Ling Jiang was a space ability user earlier, he would definitely not have let his brain core slip away. Rank 11 space, something you'll never reach in this life, Ling Jiang said coldly. Those few rank 8 or 9 ability users had already been bitten by rank 10 zombies and dragged to Ling Jiang's feet, who promptly absorbed them along with the zombies into his space. Su Dao watched Lingjiang in astonishment. At rank 11 can one store living beings? No, at rank 10 one can already. Chen Lin pulled out her rain frog weapon, gently stroking it in her hand. Su Dao, you came here voluntarily, don't blame us. It was only then that Su Dao realized he didn't have a single companion left. Lingjiang glared at him, Chen Lin smiled sweetly at him, even Linman wore a smile. Su Dao, did you expect this? My leader is Chen Lin. Linman's tone carried a hint of pride. That stuff you're looking for? Forget about getting it, ha ha ha. Moron. Su Dao's expression flickered unpredictably as he glared at the two people in front of him. One was a zombie, and he knew his fate was already sealed. Tell me, under what conditions will you let me go? Hand over the antidote for the zombie virus, and I might consider letting you live, Chen Lin stated. I've only developed the serum that turns ability users into zombies. There's no cure, nor do I plan to research one. Su Dao originally intended to lie and trick Chen Lin into releasing him. However, he inexplicably ended up telling the truth. In that case, there's no point wasting time, Lingjiang remarked, showing no particular interest in the antidote matter. Once Su Dao heard this, panic struck him. You can't kill me. Chapter 235. He's yours now. Lingjiang slowly took a step forward, inching closer to Su Dao with every footfall. His dark eyes gleamed with intense murderous intent. You're the one I'm going to kill. No, Lingjiang, no, you can't kill me. Su Dao stepped back with each word, his originally calm gaze now turning increasingly frantic. If you kill me, there will be no antidote. I am the only one who knows about it. I know a massive secret. I know that Yunqi City originally belonged to Chen Lin. Boom. Chen Lin felt her mind explode with this revelation. Su Dao had been reborn. That was why he had been targeting her all along. Chen Lin quickly regained her composure. Dao Ji, this person is yours now. Don't listen to his nonsense. Lingjiang had no intention of listening to Su Dao's ramblings either. He simply put Su Dao into his dimensional space. We can go now. Lin Man looked around the lab once. Is there anything else we can take? Let me do it. Do it my ass. Go home and sit still, snapped Chen Lin irritably. Do you think things are over with Su Dao gone? What about Su Junyuan? He's not someone easily dealt with. Since there was no antidote, Chen Lin decided not to waste any more time in Yunqi City and opted to leave as soon as possible. Lin Man hung her head like a scolded chick and mumbled apologetically, I know I was wrong. As the three left the science park and returned to their residential building, Du Yuan immediately sprang to life at the sight of Lin Man. Man. Don't give me that dramatic act, making it sound like I've died or something. Lin Man shot Du Yuan a glare. You haven't even thanked the captain and Dao Ji yet. They were the ones who saved me. Idiot. Priorities much. Du Yuan quickly expressed his gratitude to Chen Lin and her team. Chen Lin said, no need for thanks. Just be prepared to set out at any moment. The words from Su Dao earlier continued to echo in her mind. Su Dao was indeed reborn. Their arrival in Yunqi City ahead of time was not by chance, but it made her nervous. Long Yang stood nearby. Lin Man had been retrieved, but both Chen Lin and Lingjiang were in low spirits. He walked up to Chen Lin from behind and placed a hand on her shoulder. Did you encounter any danger? Of course not. Chen Lin patted Long Yang's hand. I'll tell you later. Long Yang gave a slight nod. Something had obviously happened, though it seemed inappropriate to discuss right now. Captain, I need some time alone, Lingjiang pointed upwards. The roof was unoccupied and thus convenient for him to handle some matters. All right, see you later. Chen Lin agreed immediately. The people inside Lingjiang's dimensional space were also her own burdens. Despite hearing only those few words from Su Dao, she already had a strong conviction about his being reborn. This secret was one she intended to keep until her dying day. Lingjiang turned to go upstairs while Lin Man, grinning sheepishly, apologized to Chen Lin. Chen Lin ignored her outright as Sun Qing hurried over, eager to ask Lin Man about the past 2 days and how exactly she ended up being captured. Man, how could you let yourself get captured? Don't ask. I was shoved into a trunk. Chen Lin told Long Yang about the existence of the 5th underground floor at the science park. If it weren't for Lin Man being abducted this time, I might have never discovered Su Junyuan's extensive capabilities. The 5th basement floor, what is he trying to accomplish? Long Yang frowned. Surely not. Chen Lin nodded, confirming his suspicion. Exactly, the entire floor is utilized for that purpose. What kept gnawing at her was why Su Dao insisted the lab belonged to him rather than to Su Junyuan. Have you found the antidote? Long Yang asked anxiously. Without an antidote, Long Gang and Lingjiang would continue to exist only in zombie form. Chen Lin sighed helplessly. I've already questioned them thoroughly. There simply is no antidote. What then should we do? Long Yang furrowed his brow, troubled. If this went on, wouldn't his mother and Lingjiang be too pitiable? In her younger years, his mother often lived apart from his father due to professional reasons. Now, in old age, his father had turned into a zombie. We'll research it ourselves when we reach the mountain. I've taken all their instruments and materials, Chen Lin remarked. It just needs time. For now, there's no other choice. Long Yang chuckled bitterly. He'd considered numerous scenarios, never expecting Chen Lin to end up having to study the antidote herself. Such work involved unknown quantities of time and energy. Watching Long Yang chuckle bitterly, Chen Lin couldn't help but feel equally wry. Researching the antidote themselves seemed the only viable option now. On the rooftop, Lingjiang released Su Dao from the dimensional space. Now, it's just the two of us. Lingjiang, aren't you doing just fine? If you let me go, I can go back and research the antidote to turn you into a normal person. Su Dao took the opportunity to look around, realizing they were no longer on the 5th underground floor but on some rooftop. He wondered if anyone could hear his cries for help now. Would someone go and tell Su Junyuan? Without that, he might really die here. I have absolutely no interest in any antidote. Lingjiang's gaze was cold as he locked onto Su Dao. I just want to send you to your death. Long Lingjiang. Isn't it just one mistake I made? Su Dao met Lingjiang's gaze, feeling a chill down his spine. It was an 11th level zombie he was dealing with. Summoning Su Junyuan wouldn't do him any good either. We don't have any deep grudge against each other, right? You've been targeting her, which is the reason why you must die, Lingjiang said. Su Dao hurriedly said, Lingjiang, Longjiang, I'll tell you a secret in the future. Chen Lin will become the best martial artist in the world, so there's no need to worry about her. You're better off dead. With a single hand, Lingjiang grabbed Su Dao and bit fiercely into his neck. You know too much. Her secrets belong to her, and once revealed by you, you must die. She likes brain cores. I'll cultivate your brain core up to level 10 and present it to her. So, you already knew everything. Su Dao only felt intense pain from his neck before blacking out. Lingjiang stored Su Dao's corpse into the dimensional space. I'm not interested in her secrets. Your existence poses a threat to them, so it's better if you're dead. But now that Su Dao was dead, he couldn't answer Lingjiang anymore. After disposing of Su Dao, Lingjiang went downstairs and joined everyone. Have we decided on the departure time? Chen Lin smiled. Dao Ji, isn't our team ready to set off anytime we wish? If their targets were too conspicuous, Lingjiang could store them in his dimensional space, or she could do it herself. She could leave Yunqi City alone without anyone noticing. That's true, Lingjiang nodded slowly. Lin Man just got back, let her rest properly. I follow the captain's orders, Lin Man responded quickly. Wherever captain tells me to go, I won't disobey. Such nonsense, Chen Lin would never believe it. Du Yuan, keep an eye on your wife. If she gets lost again, you'd better find her yourself. Du Yuan nodded immediately. I'll make sure to keep an eye on her. If I lose her again, I'll take full responsibility. You dare not search for her. Lin Man put her hands on her hips and glared at Du Yuan, who avoided her gaze, leaving her somewhat frustrated. Next time, I won't run around recklessly, okay? Chapter 236, Coughed up blood again. There was no one in the surveillance room. The shift-changing psychic discovered an anomaly and immediately reported it to Su Junyuan. Young Master Su, bad news. Bad news. Awakened from sleep, Su Junyuan's expression turned gloomy. What's the bad news? Speak clearly. The psychic was flustered. There is not a single person in the surveillance room. Su Dao and his third team have disappeared somewhere. The monitors were turned off. Where could Su Dao go? Even if he were dead, Su Junyuan wouldn't care, but the last words of the psychic enraged him. Then what are you waiting for? Take teams 1 and 2 with me to check it out. The lab contained the majority of his hard work. If anything happened to it, he'd want to die. When Su Junyuan thought about the lab being continuously emptied, it pained him. Did anyone go there first to see what's happening? They've been sent but haven't returned yet. When Su Junyuan saw only the wreckage left in the lab, his vision went black at once. A long repressed sour sweetness in his chest burst forth with a spurt. Who the hell did this? After saying these words, he fainted. Could he avoid coughing up blood? Could he avoid fainting? Every movable instrument was taken without leaving even one behind. All his brain nuclei were gone. All the research data vanished as well, and not even a scrap of paper was left on the scene. The fortunate part was that the researchers were on vacation. Otherwise, they would be gone too. Without instruments, materials, or research data, everything had to start over. Starting over would take years of accumulation. Who did this? He wanted to kill them. Team 1 and 2 quickly checked the lab but found nothing, so they had to return with the unconscious Su Junyuan to find a doctor. Dozens of psychics felt helpless. Over the past few months, due to issues related to the lab, young Master Su had already spat blood twice and fainted twice. What's wrong with young Master? He spit blood again. Who do you think has the guts to steal from our young Master? This question puzzled Su Junyuan too. When he woke up from the coma, he faintly heard his subordinates discussing it. Who exactly? Who had such capability? Su Junyuan thought for a long time, eliminating everyone he could think of. He initially suspected internal theft and assumed it was Su Dao. But Su Dao didn't possess spatial abilities. Gao Rui? Gao Rui had been dead for a long time. Gao Bingyang, that brainless woman, lacked intelligence. Just mentioning Long Yang's name could coax her into behaving nicely. Names flashed through Su Junyuan's mind. He considered Chen Lin's name and ruled it out. But one thing Su Dao often said caught his attention. He mentioned that Yunqi City belonged to Chen Lin, and taking away Yunqi City would prevent Chen Lin from becoming the most powerful in the world. Chen Lin? Could it be Chen Lin? A top scholar, highly skilled in business, harboring ambitions to become the most powerful under heaven? Su Junyuan reminisced about all the details related to Chen Lin. Is there any update from those keeping tabs on the Yunqi team? After thinking for a while, Su Junyuan made a final decision, his voice hoarse. Keep an eye on every member of their team. Gather information about their abilities and levels. A member of the second team outside the door responded, Young Master, members of the Yunqi team have abilities rated above level 7. Their captain is estimated to be around level 9. They haven't made any moves. There's no point in watching them. Watch closely. Report any movement to me. Su Junyuan rested his arm on his forehead. How had he never connected the dots before between the Yunqi team and Yunqi city? Being the most powerful under heaven? Could it mean Chen Lin's ability had surpassed his own? If the whole team was at level 7 or higher, how much higher than 7 were they exactly? At this very moment, the Yunqi team wasn't as tense as Su Junyuan. To celebrate Lin Man's safe return, they were having hot pot. Ling Jiang didn't eat. A bowl filled with various brain nuclei was placed before him. Captain, there are people watching us outside. How do you plan to leave? Let them watch if they want. Can they really stop us when we decide to leave? Chen Lin said proudly. Ling Jiang had told her that her space was like a small town. Storing her team inside posed no problem at all. Long Yang shook his head humorously. You were the one panicking earlier, and now you don't seem to care at all. Am I supposed to be scared? Is it impossible? Chen Lin said, now that big brother Dao is here, I'm not afraid anymore. Ling Jiang's facial muscles twitched as he laughed. The guys who are watching us are no match for you guys. Don't be afraid. All right. Chen Lin looked at Ling Jiang, who had brain nuclei in his mouth. For Uncle Long and Ling Jiang, she would definitely find a way to develop an antidote. Ling Jiang turning into a zombie had something to do with her. If only she hadn't agreed to let him leave the team back then, everything might have been different. But it was too late now for regrets. She must develop an antidote as soon as possible. Chen Lin felt guilty towards Ling Jiang. Sun Qing held out a pile of brain nuclei and handed them to Ling Jiang. Brother Dao, will eating these upgrade you to level 12? Ling Jiang grinned as he took the brain nuclei. It will work for me, but not for you. The method of leveling up was different for zombies and psychics. Zombies could level up as long as they accumulated enough energy, while psychics could only upgrade by consuming brain nuclei that were higher in level than their own. The doctor examined Su Junyuan's body and gently advised him, young master, you shouldn't overwork yourself or lose your temper easily, it's bad for your health. Su Junyuan had been treated here twice after consecutive episodes of coughing up blood and fainting. There's nothing I can do, there's just too much to be done, Su Junyuan thought of Chen Lin, who had never raised his guard against her. However, Su Dao was always cautious around her. Now that Su Dao had vanished without a trace along with his third team, Su Junyuan couldn't even find him to ask questions. He sent people to look for Su Dao and learned that he had entered the science park but never came out again. Where has Su Dao gone? Near the science park, multiple cameras had been set up to monitor Chen Lin and Yunqi team day and night. These moves couldn't escape the notice of Ling Jiang and Chen Lin. Long Yang asked, Lin Ying, why do I feel like we're prisoners? In fact, we temporarily are, Chen Lin said, take a good rest, we're still recovering from the commotion of the last few days. Behind them, Ling Jiang said, I don't need to rest. I'll take care of the matter of leaving. Chen Lin turned around and smiled at Ling Jiang. Dao brother, the real reason I want to wait is because I want to check if Su Junyuan has any other labs we haven't discovered yet. Let's also wait for the gathered zombies and mutated plants and animals, and lure them away. I'll keep them in my villa. Hearing this, Long Yang couldn't help but laugh. So that's what you're planning. By using zombies and mutated plants and animals as protection for Yunqi Mountain, Chen Lin intended to utilize them for this purpose. Good. Ling Jiang agreed without hesitation. Long Yang placed a hand on Ling Jiang's shoulder. Dao brother, you're really spoiling her. You've indulged her so much that she's become uncontrollable. She's almost walking sideways. Ling Jiang chuckled, knowing all he could do was indulge her. Chapter 237, The Disappearing Yunqi Squad. By the time Su Junyuan noticed something was amiss with the Yunqi Squad, the residential building was already deserted. No one knew when the members of the Yunqi Squad had disappeared, and a thorough check of the surveillance revealed no clues. If Su Junyuan had been patient enough to keep watching, he might have caught a shadow flashing through the dark night. Did no one see how the Yunqi Squad left? Su Junyuan fumed with chest pain. The Yunqi Squad, consisting of over 20 people, vanished right under Su Junyuan's nose, leaving no trace. Su Junyuan had no idea where Chen Lin would take them. If Su Dao were present, he might have told Su Junyuan that Chen Lin had gone to Yunqi Mountain. But Su Dao, too, had vanished without a trace. With the establishment of the Yunqi base, its unique geographical advantages attracted psychics and survivors from all over the world. The base grew larger and larger. But that's a story for another time. For now, the Yunqi Squad, after leaving Yunqi City, directly appeared in Dak Town. Wow! Sun Qing screamed. Chen Lin was startled by Sun Qing's sudden yell as she surveyed their surroundings. She smacked Sun Qing on the head. What are you screaming for? Sis, it's cold. Sun Qing shivered. It's really cold. Upon entering Dak Town, they had entered the range of Yunqi Mountain. The temperature had dropped drastically, resembling winter conditions. Not just Sun Qing, but everyone else except for fire and ice element psychics was trembling from the cold. Long Yang exhaled a cloud of dense white vapor. You, quickly get clothes for everyone. All right. Chen Lin swiftly distributed winter clothes to everyone. This is Du Yuan and Lin Man's fault. They should have known it'd be this cold coming down from the mountain. Du Yuan apologized guiltily. I'm a fire element user, so. Marman is wearing quite thick layers. Lin Man, huddling in Du Yuan's arms, said, I'm not very cold. It's okay. Chen Lin rolled her eyes and ignored these two. She has an innate fire ability, inheriting her father's psychic powers, Ling Jiang remarked beside them. That's why she isn't cold. An innately psychic child. Chen Lin cast a surprised glance at Lin Man's stomach. No wonder. Long Yang wrapped an arm around Chen Lin's shoulder, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Don't envy her, if you like, we can go make one ourselves. Make you into a big-headed ghost. Chen Lin blushed and scolded Long Yang before turning away. Let's go up the mountain. Long Yang's eyes sparkled with mischief as he smiled and agreed. All right, let's go up the mountain. Climbing the mountain posed no problem for a group of psychics. By breakfast time, everyone had gathered together. Hu Jiao and the others had already learned about the presence of 2 zombies within the team. Knowing that these zombies were also squad members and wouldn't harm anyone, they accepted Long Gang and Ling Jiang's existence. In the main hall of the snow resort, several tables were set out, steaming hot pot and dumplings placed on them. Silence reigned as everyone's eyes turned to Chen Lin. Even the oldest members of the group, Chen Sheng and Long Shan, watched her quietly. Although there was wine before each person, no one touched their glass yet. The fragrances of fine wine, delicious dishes, and the steamy aroma of hot pot mingled in the air. Chen Lin picked up her wine glass and stood up. From now on, our Yunqi squad's base will be on Yunqi Mountain. I hope we can all love each other like family and unite as one. Raise your glasses. We're one family. Everyone raised their glasses in salute to Chen Lin. Captain, we're all one family. After draining their glasses in one go, Chen Lin chuckled. Would the 2 grandfathers like to say something? You are the eldest among us. And grandma too. Chen Sheng waved off the suggestion repeatedly. Your grandma and I pass. Let your grandpa Long speak. I'd rather have a few more drinks. Long Shan held up his glass toward Chen Lin. Let's eat. Help yourselves, eat whatever you like, Chen Lin said. Whatever the supermarket has, I do too, so feel free. On both sides of the hall, one corner was arranged like a supermarket, while the other resembled a cozy tea house. There was wine, coffee, and beverages available. Only Chen Lin's mother and Long Yang's mother kept looking at Chen Lin and Long Yang. When are you 2 planning to give us a baby to take care of? Long Yang also gazed smilingly at Chen Lin. Now both mothers had spoken their minds. What would Chen Lin say? And Yonglin nodded repeatedly. Exactly, your feelings are so good. Why hasn't Lin Lin's belly moved at all? Apart from kissing and hugging, she and Long Yang didn't do anything else. How could they have a baby? Chen Lin smiled and said, such matters can't be rushed. Besides, it's not something I can accomplish alone. Chen Lin's mother hesitated to mention Long Yang. And Yonglin and Long Shan both looked at Long Yang. Yanga? Xiaoyan. Even Long Gang was staring at Long Yang with red eyes. I'll work hard. Long Yang wrapped an arm around Chen Lin's waist, slightly tightening his grip. This girl effortlessly threw the problem at him, probably knowing he wouldn't know how to answer. And Yonglin approved and nodded. That's more like it. Lin treats you so well, you should keep that in mind. I do, Mom. Rest assured, I will definitely, as soon as possible, definitely work hard. Long Yang said one word at a time. Chen Lin's face was almost convulsing from laughter. It was amusing to see Long Yang in such a fluster. Later on, Long Yang really started putting effort into having a little dragon. Then Su Junyuan accidentally learned that Chen Lin and her group were on Yunqi Mountain, and he harbored thoughts of wiping them out, but in Dak Town, he was stopped by mutated animals and plants, as well as zombie. Not long after, on the necessary route from Dak Town to Yunqi City, Chen Lin built a trading market for exchanging supplies with Yunqi base. Su Junyuan saw that Chen Lin had no interest in challenging his authority, and gradually put aside his idea of eliminating Chen Lin and the Yunqi squad. At times, members of the Yunqi squad would also team up with the people from Yunqi base on missions, and everyone from Yunqi base loved cooperating with the Yunqi squad because their missions were less dangerous, highly successful, and yielded great reward. Over time, Su Junyuan fully realized that neither Chen Lin nor Long Yang was interested in power struggles, and he finally set his guard down. Sometimes he would bring elders from his family to visit on the mountain. Su Junyuan would never imagine in his wildest dreams that underneath the snow resort was a large laboratory where Chen Lin was researching cures for treating zombies, and had already achieved significant results. A year later, several newborns appeared on the mountain, each inheriting one or more abilities from their parent. To take care of these psychic babies, they even created quite a mess until a nursery made entirely of stone was built for the children. Several more couples formed within the resort over time, and its population slowly grew larger. Chen Lin's favorite activity was climbing Yunqi Mountain, where she once attempted suicide, but this time, it wasn't just her alone, it was with Long Yang. Her world was finally complete. Chapter 238, Bonus Chapter, Su Junyuan. The zombie horde surrounded the Jingju base, and Su Junyuan saw the situation was dire. He led his confidants and the strongest squad out of the encirclement. That day, the Jingju base fell. Su Junyuan stood far away, gazing at the Jingju base where he had poured countless efforts into. I can't believe it's destroyed by zombies like this. Master, I heard that Yunqi base is built by a woman. How could she manage an entire base well? Ju Qi stood behind Su Junyuan, with Su Dao, Lin Man, and several others beside him. Su Dao laughed in agreement. Big brother, that female base leader is called Chen Lin. I've heard she's an old woman. It wouldn't be hard to take down an old woman. Seizing that base would then be effortless. I know Chen Lin, a woman spoke up. In Su Junyuan's team, a female psychic pushed forward. She was my high school classmate. When Jiao Rui learned that Chen Lin had established Yunqi base, which was even bigger than the Jingju base, jealousy nearly drove her insane. Hearing someone scheming against Yunqi base, she thought she had finally found her chance to be useful. It had taken great effort to get close to Su Junyuan, yet among his numerous women, he didn't even remember her name when he woke up each morning. Su Junyuan looked at Ju Qi, who quietly reminded, Gao Rui, you're, meaning one of Su Junyuan's women. Seeing Gao Rui, Su Junyuan just felt familiar, so he gestured her over. Come, tell me something about this Chen Lin. Master Su. Gao Rui immediately understood this was her opportunity. She quickly came forward and recounted everything she knew about Chen Lin. If Chen Lin finds out I've arrived at Yunqi base, she'll definitely want to see me. Su Junyuan smiled. Oh? Is that so? Then when we reach Yunqi base, you know what to do, right? I'll follow Master Su entirely. Gao Rui obediently replied, but deep inside, she thought, why does that ugly Chen Lin have such good fortune during the apocalypse? But once she thought that Chen Lin was soon to lose her position as base commander, Gao Rui couldn't help but feel delighted. Things did not go as smoothly as Su Junyuan and Gao Rui had planned. Fewer than half of their troops reached Yunqi base. Su Junyuan's proud subordinates and elites suffered heavy casualties, but most of his women, including Gao Rui, were still alive and well. Su Junyuan made preparations on two fronts, seizing power while covertly cultivating his own forces. Actually, he had 3 plans ready. His secret laboratory was busy working overtime. Before he managed to seize power successfully, Yunqi base had become the largest, safest, and strongest base in the world. Chen Lin, whom he'd always wanted to compete against, suddenly transformed into the top warrior among survivors. More ironically, due to the loneliness brought by her immense power, this supreme warrior actually committed suicide. Before Su Junyuan could revel too long in this irony, Yunqi base was attacked by a zombie horde unprecedented in size and strength. During this assault, Su Junyuan was bitten by a zombie and died. As he was bitten by the horde, Su Junyuan was still thinking if only he could get another chance, he would snuff out Chen Lin before she could grow powerful. He would ensure that Yunqi base became an impregnable fortress even before it could be founded. A noise from somewhere stirred. You met an unusual underclass woman? Yes. Very unusual. You're known for being aloof, and yet you've taken notice of an underclass woman? Tell us, is she pretty? How familiar these voices sounded. Su Junyuan turned over. What he touched, soft, warm quilt, pillow, a simple iron bed. Su Junyuan suddenly opened his eyes. What did he see? His university dormitory, young Lingjiang, cheerful Du Yuan, and the aloof cool guy Long Yang. How could it be them 3? As Su Junyuan was still pondering how he ended up here, Long Yang glanced at him. This time, I'm going to welcome new students with you. Welcome new students? Su Junyuan asked back sluggishly. Lingjiang picked up her pillow and threw it at him. Hey Su Dao, don't tell me you forgot we're welcoming new students today? Thrown by the pillow, Su Junyuan slowly regained his senses. He realized he was Su Dao. But if he was Su Junyuan, how could he also be Su Dao? By the way, Su Dao, your older brother asked you to come find him after you finish welcoming new student. Lingjiang's next words confused Su Junyuan even more. He himself was Su Junyuan. Oh. Su Junyuan gave a vague reply. If he didn't respond, the other 3 would look at him, and he would feel strange. Hadn't he been bitten to death by zombies? After getting up, Su Junyuan began dressing while thinking. What on earth was going on? It wasn't until Su Junyuan stood in front of the bathroom mirror and saw Su Dao's face in it that he truly rejoiced he had become Su Dao. Su Junyuan was still Su Junyuan, except this dead Su Junyuan had become his cousin Su Dao and had been reborn back to the time when Chen Lin first entered university. But Su Junyuan grew happy again. Since it was Chen Lin's first day as a freshman, it was his opportunity to crush her before she could even grow into anything significant. The apocalypse would come in just a few months. If he joined forces with this current elder brother Su Junyuan, this time Yunqi base would belong to him, and Chen Lin wouldn't have a chance to rise. When welcoming new students, Su Junyuan spotted Chen Lin. Such an ordinary girl, what did Long Yang see in her? I'm your senior, my name is Su Dao, and now I'll take you for orientation. As Su Junyuan kept thinking about how to deal with Chen Lin, an opportunity arose shortly after Long Yang left school to join the army, entrusting Su Junyuan to look after Chen Lin before he went. Su Junyuan readily agreed. Now he was Chen Lin's senior Su Dao, which gave him many chances to take good care of his junior. In order to edge out Chen Lin, Su Junyuan made every effort to bring Gao Bingyang and Long Yang together. But Gao Bingyang wasn't useful, so this plan failed. He then found 3 hooligans who were supposed to humiliate Chen Lin and send suggestive photos to Long Yang. Little did he know that Chen Lin, though seemingly plain, was fiercer than those big, tough hooligans. A single girl actually broke all their arms and legs. Despite his relentless attempts to block her progress, Chen Lin somehow ended up becoming Su Junyuan's junior sister again. He arranged many things, but none worked, and the only consequence was that Long Yang, Ling Jiang, and Du Yuan gradually distanced themselves from him, Su Dao. Later, the apocalypse began, and he never got a chance to confront Chen Lin. Instead, he met Long Lingjiang under the alias of Jiang Dao. Long Lingjiang, with merely level 5 powers, was injected by him with a newly developed laboratory agent that turns psychics into zombies. At that moment, he didn't take Long Lingjiang's brain core, but when they encountered each other again in Yunqi City, Long Lingjiang had become a level 11 zombie. Chen Lin also became a level 10 expert. Only he, who had been reborn once, ended up as a prisoner, locked inside Long Lingjiang's dimensional space. The space was filled with high-level zombies. Su Junyuan's heart burned with desire. If he hadn't died, he would certainly capture Long Lingjiang and study him thoroughly. When released from Long Lingjiang's space, Su Junyuan indulged in the fantasy that he could escape Long Lingjiang's grasp. But Long Lingjiang gave him no such opportunity. Long Lingjiang said, "She likes brain cores. Chen Lin. How was Chen Lin liking brain cores related to him? It wasn't until Long Lingjiang bit into his neck that Su Junyuan understood just before his death the brain core Long Lingjiang spoke of was actually his own brain core. End of story.